In the late stage of stomach cancer, I lay on the hospital bed, watching my parents and brothers argue endlessly over my medical expenses. They coldly said, "Everyone's life is cheap. We all have to die sooner or later. Whether it's treated or not makes no difference." Some even suggested that since my wife and children had died, I had nothing left to tie me down. Just as I was despairingly waiting for death, I opened my eyes and found myself back on that afternoon when I had sold my own daughter. My name is Chen Xiangdong, a dying man abandoned by his loved ones on a sickbed, but unexpectedly returned to 1960, a time when all the tragedies had yet to occur. Opening my eyes, I saw my young mother and fourth brother walking toward me with bright smiles. In an instant, I realized I had returned to the day in my past life when I sold my beloved daughter Xinxin to secure a bride price for my fourth brother. In that past life, I was blindly filial, drained dry by my family's demands, even stooping so low as to sell my daughter for their gain. My wife, heartbroken, lost all hope and took our daughters to leap off a cliff. And when I fell gravely ill, my parents and brothers argued endlessly over my medical expenses, ultimately abandoning treatment and leaving me to wither away. Their cold words stabbed my heart like knives, but now, I won't let tragedy repeat itself. Mother Wang Suilan smiled and said to me, "Eldest, you're awake. The Zhang family is willing to marry their daughter to your fourth brother, but they want a bride price of $50. It's a time of famine now, and we old folks can't come up with the money. Please help your brother." Fourth brother Chen Xiangdong quickly chimed in, "Big brother, old man Li from the neighboring village has taken a liking to Xinxin and is willing to pay a high price to buy her as a child bride. If you sell Xinxin, we can get the money and also lighten your burden, killing two birds with one stone." Their scheme is so blatant, they actually want to sell my daughter. Furious, I raised my voice and demanded, "Is this how humans speak? That's my daughter, not some worthless burden." Wang Suilan, furious and flustered, resorted to her usual tactic of emotional blackmail, saying, "Was it easy for me to give birth to you and raise you? Now I'm just asking you for a little help, and you're unwilling. You just want to watch your parents work themselves to death. Fourth brother is your younger brother, and as the eldest brother, you should be like a father to him. It's the older brother's responsibility to take care of his younger brother." In my past life, these words would have worked on me every time, but now I'm fully awake and won't be bound by their so-called family ties anymore. I retorted directly, "Mom, it's my duty to be filial to you, but asking me to sell my daughter is going too far. Is fourth brother a person, but my daughter Xinxin isn't?" At that moment, my wife Lin Yueshio returned with our two daughters, carrying hoes on their shoulders. As I looked at the mother and her two daughters, my heart was filled with mixed emotions, deep remorse, yet also the joy of having regained what was once lost. I took my daughter Xinxin in Nian Nian's cold little hands in mine, my heart aching with pity. Wang Suilan glared at them and scolded, "You've only given birth to money-losing daughters, not a single son to carry on the family line, just a bunch of burdens dragging our eldest son down." I snapped back at my mother, "Can Yueshio decide whether it's a boy or a girl? She's my wife, and Xinxin and Nian Nian are my daughters. They're no worse than boys. Mom, fourth brother, you should leave first. You're not welcome in my home." Lin Yueshio looked at me in astonishment, unable to believe that I would actually stand up for her and the child. I ignored them and turned to stoke the Kong stove, ready to cook for my wife and daughter. Wang Suilan and Chen Xiangdong were left so furious by me that they slunk away in disgrace. As I tended the fire, I said to my daughters, "Don't be afraid of your dad anymore. I'm still your father, but from now on I won't scold or hit you. I'm going to make sure you have a good life." The two little ones looked sallow and emaciated, and their fear of my gaze pierced my heart like a knife. I washed the pot, steamed the cornbread buns, and dug out two potatoes that Lin Yueshio had hidden in the cellar. Just as I was about to start cooking, a mechanical voice rang in my head, "Ding, congratulations, host, for activating the divine tier space. Congratulations, host, for upgrading the divine tier space to level 1. You have received a grand gift package, an old-fashioned breech-loading shotgun and 200 rounds of ammunition." I was overjoyed. This was the golden finger of a reborn person. Fantastic! After studying the system panel, I discovered, to my surprise, that it displayed my family's satiety levels. Lin Yueshio and her two children are now in a state of extreme hunger. During this period, food is scarce, and if she wants her family to live well, she must find a way. Although trading is restricted now, we can still secretly sell some mountain goods. Since the system has been activated, I can go hunting in the mountains. I placed the dishes on the table and divided the 2 eggs between my daughters. Xinxin couldn't bear to eat it and brought the egg to my lips. Touched, I took a small bite and let her have the rest. Nian Nian also imitated her sister and asked her mother to take a bite. As I looked at them, my heart was filled with warmth, and I became even more determined to ensure they could live a good life. After lunch, I watched Xinxin, who was sleeping on the Kong and talking in her sleep, still terrified in her dreams that Grandma and Grandpa would come to steal the meat, and my heart ached with sorrow. I owe them, and I must repay them properly in this lifetime. I picked up the firewood knife and rope, took the antique hunting rifle rewarded by the system, and decided to go into the mountains. Going into the mountains was too dangerous, and Lin Yueshio was worried about my safety, but my mind was made up. In my previous life, I had been a soldier and had experience with hunting. Now that I had a golden finger, I was confident I could bag some game. The northern mountains and forests were blanketed in heavy snow. As I walked, I carefully observed my surroundings. Soon, I spotted a fresh trail of fox footprints and quietly followed them. I spotted a plump adult snow fox, but just as I was about to shoot it with my hunting rifle, a distant cry of "ah" startled the fox and it fled. I cursed under my breath, then heard a cry of help. Following the sound, I ran over and was shocked to find my father, Chen Xiangdong, climbing out of a snow pit with a wild boar charging straight at him from behind. I shouted, "Dad, climb up the tree," and threw a stone to distract the wild boar. Chapter 4, Little beggars, you deserve nothing better. The wild boar, struck by the blow, launched a frenzied attack on Chen Xiangdong, charging toward him at full speed. Chen Xiangdong dodged swiftly. Unable to stop its momentum, the boar crashed into the grass ahead. Fortunately, he had brought his hunting rifle today. If he had only his wooden spear and woodcutter's knife, dealing with this beast would have been far more difficult. After missing its charge, the boar turned and sprinted toward Chen Xiangdong. Its speed was astonishing. In mere seconds, it was upon Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong clung to the tree trunk, eyes shut tight, unable to bear watching. That boar was so ferocious. If the boss went head to head with it, he'd never make it back alive this time. But just as the boar lunged at Chen Xiangdong, he rolled away, narrowly escaping beneath its hooves. The cheapskate father hiding in the tree was too scared to come down and help his own son. Chen Xiangdong deliberately ran toward the tree Chen Xiangdong was clinging to, trying to scare his stepfather. "Big brother, don't run this way. The boar will root up the tree. Do you want your father to become its meal?" Chen Xiangdong yelled in terror. The more terrified he became, the more delighted Chen Xiangdong felt. As Chen Xiangdong passed the tree, the boar slammed into it. The tree swayed violently. Chen Xiangdong clung tightly to it and yelled, "Ah! Chen Xiangdong, you big son of a..." He caught the boar's attention, and the boar, following the principle of proximity, chose to attack him. Help me." The boar was rooting at the tree, and Chen Xiangdong saw his chance. He cocked the shotgun, aiming for the boar's vital spot just behind the front leg, below the shoulder blade. Bang! Chen Xiangdong's aim was precise, striking the boar's vital spot with a single shot. The boar collapsed, and Chen Xiangdong was jolted off the tree, landing in a hole in the snow. Chen Xiangdong scrambled out of the hole. Ouch, that hurts like hell. But seeing the boar lying motionless beside him, he was utterly astonished. His son had actually killed the boar. This boar was worth a pretty penny. He never ventured into the mountains normally, but today he'd been forced to hunt for the dowry money for his fourth son. That fourth son was insisting on marrying Zhang Xiaoyi, throwing a fit at home today, nearly driving him to despair. Little did he know that just as he entered the mountains, he encountered a wild boar and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the eldest son arrived just in time. "Big brother, when did your marksmanship get so good? One shot killed that boar outright. Impressive. Just got lucky it was a clean shot." Chen Xiangdong holstered his rifle and prepared to carry the boar down the mountain. He'd only intended to bag a fox, but ended up with a wild boar instead. Tonight they'd have wild boar meat. Yueshio and Xingxinian would be overjoyed. Chen Jianmen eagerly helped Chen Xiangdong carry the boar. It had been ages since his family had tasted meat. The thought of having meat tonight made him happy. Such a large boar meant they could eat some of the meat and still have plenty left over. The remainder could be sold at the market for cash, which would cover the dowry for the fourth son. Chen Jianmen had already planned everything out perfectly. For safety's sake, the two of them quickly made their way down the mountain. Only once they were down the mountain would they be safe. Chen Ping'an stuffed the boar into a bag. It weighed over 100 pounds. Fortunately, old dad was nearby, so they could carry it down together. While eagerly anticipating lunch, he experienced his father's warmth for the first time. The weather was bitterly cold today, so before leaving, Chen Xiangdong specifically warned them not to work in the fields. Xingxinian obediently stayed home instead of following the adults to the fields. The two little ones played house by themselves at home. Xinshin suggested playing a game with a family of 4. She went to find corn cobs stripped of kernels to use as little puppets. But as soon as she returned with them, she couldn't find Nian Nian anywhere. Nian Nian. Xinshin called out several times from the inner room, but heard no response from Nian Nian. Where on earth had Nian Nian gone? Not seeing Nian Nian anywhere, Xinshin grew worried. She was only 3 years old, running around everywhere without a care for danger. If she went to play at the foot of the mountain, she could easily be snatched away by a tiger out hunting. If a tiger took her, mom and dad would surely blame her for not watching her little sister properly. Xinshin was so anxious she rushed out to look for her. "Aunt Lu, have you seen my little sister?" The woman shook her head, so she continued asking other villagers. "Uncle Li, did you see my little sister just now? I saw her here just a moment ago. She should be nearby." Xinshin asked everyone one by one, until she finally spotted Nian Nian crouched by Zhang Dazhuan's back door. In front of Nian Nian sat Zhang Xiuzhuang, the youngest son of the Zhang family. He sat on a chair, crossing his legs like an adult. He was toying with Nian Nian like a dog. "Little beggar, eat these bones." Zhang Xiuzhuang tossed a few chicken bones on the ground, making Nian Nian pick them up and eat them. Nian Nian hadn't eaten meat in ages. She'd had some at lunch today, but it hadn't been enough to fill her up. Now she was terribly hungry. She'd followed the aroma here. Even if she couldn't eat the meat, just savoring its scent brought her satisfaction. Nian Nian picked up the bones, wanting to lick them. She was so hungry, she really wanted to taste the flavor of meat. Seeing this, Xinxin immediately ran over and knocked the chicken bone out of Nian Nian's hand. Nian Nian, you can't eat that. It's a bone someone else has already sucked on. Nian Nian looked up at her sister, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat, I want to taste the meat flavor on the chicken bone. But you still can't eat someone else's chicken bone. Daddy said we'll have meat tonight. Xinxin patted Nian Nian's little head to comfort her. Then she glared at Zhang Xiaozhuang. Zhang Xiaozhuang, you're being so mean. Little beggars only deserve chicken bones others have left behind. It's your dad's fault for being useless and not giving you meat. My dad, Zhang Gazhuang, is awesome, he gets us chicken meat. My dad says your dad is a weakling. You're only fit to eat bones left behind by others. Zhang Xiaozhuang was only 7, yet he already knew how to look down on others. Who says our dad is weak? Our dad is awesome. My dad went hunting today and he'll bring back rabbits. Disrespecting her dad made Nian Nian furious. She stiffened her neck and puckered her little lips. What's so great about your dad catching rabbits? My dad can bag 10 pheasants at once. Zhang Xiaozhuang stiffened his neck too. So what if your dad can shoot 10 pheasants at once? My dad can even hunt wild boars. Big boars, huge boars. Your dad's such a weakling, he's lucky he hasn't been eaten by a tiger. No way he could hunt a wild boar. Oomph. My dad can hunt wild boars, not just one, but lots and lots of them. You're just a liar. If your dad really hunts wild boars, I'll be your little brother. If your dad can't hunt a boar, you'll be my pet from now on. The two kids started arguing, neither willing to back down. Nian Nian may only be 3 years old, but whenever anyone says anything bad about her dad, she fiercely defends him. Nian Nian, let's go home and wait for daddy. Don't pay any attention to Zhang Xiaozhuang, he's just as annoying as his father. Arguing was exhausting, and they hadn't even eaten their fill. Xinxin didn't want to waste her energy on a verbal battle with Zhang Xiaozhuang, so she pulled Nian Nian home. As for Zhang Xiaozhuang, he was just waiting to see the show. As if their dad could ever hunt down a wild boar. Xinxin and Nian Nian returned home and sat on the doorstep waiting for Chen Xiangdong. They knew their father had gone hunting in the mountains, so they could have meat for dinner tonight. They were still young and didn't have much concept of the wild beasts in the mountains. They'd only heard stories about tigers in the mountains, tigers that ate people. And if any child misbehaved, the tiger would carry them off into the mountains to eat them. Nian Nian propped her elbows on her thighs, her hands cradling her chin. Sister, what if dad really did run into a tiger like Zhang Xiaozhuang said? What if he got eaten? What if dad got eaten by a tiger? Xinxin also propped her chin with both hands. Then we won't have any meat tonight. Dad hasn't come back for so long, he must have been eaten by a tiger. Wah? Daddy got eaten by a tiger. Wah? Daddy got eaten by a tiger. The thought of dad being eaten by a tiger made Nian Nian burst into loud sobs. Wah? Hearing Nian Nian cry, Xinxin couldn't hold back her own sobs. Daddy won't come back. What should we do? Lin Yueshio heard the sobbing and hurried over. What's wrong? Why are you both crying? Mommy, Daddy was eaten by a tiger. Nian Nian wept with snot and tears streaming down her face. Seeing her mother approach made her cry even harder, a big bubble forming in her nostrils. Who told you that? You mustn't say such things carelessly. How could Daddy have been eaten by a tiger? He promised to bring us meat tonight. Who knows where the two little ones heard that their dad had been eaten by a tiger? Big sister said it. Daddy still hasn't come back. He must have been eaten by a tiger. Nian Nian sniffled, wiping her nose only to smear snot across her face. Your father is the kind of man who hunts tigers, how could he possibly be eaten by one? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice echoed. It's Daddy. The two little ones immediately realized it was their father's voice and ran straight over. Lin Yueshio's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Truthfully, when she'd heard the children say their father had been eaten by a tiger, her heart truly skipped a beat. Daddy, you weren't eaten by the tiger. Nian Nian hugged one of Chen Xiangdong's legs, while Xian hugged the other. The two little ones were still terrified of losing their father. Now that Daddy was back, they ran up and clung to him tightly. Though he was still carrying the wild boar, weighed down by its heavy burden. The warmth of their embrace filled him with such happiness that he barely noticed the boar's weight. Xinxin, Nian Nian, let Daddy put the boar down first. Tonight we'll have wild boar meat. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Hearing they'd get to eat meat, the two little ones bounced excitedly beside Chen Xiangdong. Finally, meat. Meat. After saying that, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Their swallowing sounds were distinctly audible. Nian Nian's drool even dripped onto her collar. Chen Xiangdong placed the wild boar beside the firewood pile. Lin Yueshio was already busy boiling water, her movements much lighter and quicker now, humming softly to herself. This time, Chen Xiangdong truly kept his promise to the children. He hadn't let her down. Big brother, that front leg is yours. You chop it off, and I'll take the rest home to clean the wild boar's innards myself. You won't have to bother with it. You're tired from carrying the boar today, go rest. I'll handle it myself. Chen Jianmen gestured toward the boar's front leg, dividing it to give Chen Xiangdong his share. Chapter 5, Trying to get a free ride? No way. Chen Xiangdong listened with a speechless expression. His cheapskate father sure knew how to care for him. He understood how exhausted his son was from hunting the boar today, so he'd take the carcass home himself to avoid burdening him with cleaning it. In his previous life, the scatterbrained Chen Xiangdong would have suddenly felt a tiny flicker of verbal affection from his father. He would have wallowed in that deceptively warm illusion, accepting his father's actions. Lin Yuexiu was boiling water when she heard Chen Jianmen say these words, and her anger began to simmer. They always took advantage of them like this. Chen Xiangdong, however, feared the villagers would call him unfilial and gossip behind his back, so he complied with his parents in everything. Dad, what do you mean? I hunted that wild boar myself. It belongs to my family. Why should you be the one to decide how it's divided? How did you become the head of my household? Not a single piece of this boar's meat is yours to take. Chen Xiangdong slammed the cleaver onto the floor with a clang, sending a shiver down Chen Jianmen's spine. Lin Yuexiu had expected Chen Xiangdong to obey his father, but his refusal surprised her. A wave of relief washed over her. Chen Jianmen was stunned. The eldest son always listened to them. Why this attitude today? Son, what kind of attitude is this? Are you even my son? You have meat in your own home and won't share it with your own parents? Is this how you treat the parents who gave birth to you and raised you? Chen Jianmen scolded. He couldn't possibly let his son walk all over him. Dad, what's mine is mine to decide. Don't try to pressure me with that nonsense. It's true you gave me life and raised me, but over the years, I've provided you with plenty. I have a family to support too. If you want the wild boar meat, it's not impossible. 1 bag of flour for 10 pounds of wild boar meat. Bring the flour over, then take the meat with you. Chen Xiangdong declared. Now you dare to bargain with your own father. Chen Jianmen trembled with rage. This isn't bargaining, it's called an equal exchange. If you want the meat, you trade for it. Chen Xiangdong wouldn't budge. When dealing with selfish people like them, you have to be firm. Otherwise, they'd think he was easy to manipulate. As the saying goes, better to be a villain first than a gentleman later. That couldn't be truer. Seeing his son's attitude today, Chen Jianmen felt like grabbing a weapon and beating him senseless. But the items truly belonged to Chen Xiangdong, and he really had no recourse. You say it's yours, but your old man deserves a share too. I was the one who helped you haul that wild boar down. Dad, I didn't ask for your help. You volunteered. I never promised you a share of the boar just for helping out. Same deal as before. If you want meat, trade me some flour. Our flour's almost gone. In a couple days, even Xinxian and the others won't have cornbread to eat. Chen Xiangdong wouldn't budge an inch. Chen Jianmen had hoped to get something for free, but with his son's firm stance, there was no chance of a freebie. His family hadn't had meat in ages, and seeing the wild boar meat right before his eyes, Chen Jianmen found it hard to resist. Moreover, Old Five was preparing for the college entrance exam. Right now, he needed the nutritional boost the most. If Old Five got in, he would be the family's hope. He needed proper nourishment. Then there was the matter of fourth brother's dowry, still unresolved. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jianmen went home to fetch some flour. Chen Jianmen carried over 2 sacks of flour, each weighing 50 pounds. He placed both sacks at Chen Xiangdong's house. 2 sacks of flour for 30 pounds of wild boar meat. Deal. Chen Xiangdong cut 30 jin of wild boar meat for his father. Chen Jianmen carried the 30 pounds of wild boar meat away, fuming. Chen Xiangdong happily patted the 2 sacks of flour. These sacks were from 2 months ago, back when they claimed they had nothing to eat. After he delivered those 2 sacks of flour, his family had only half a sack left. The family had to ration their food, yet his parents only thought of themselves. They squeezed him dry, scheming to get his grain into their hands, hoarding it for their own survival during the famine. Now that these 2 sacks of flour have been returned, it truly brings great satisfaction. Daddy's so awesome, Grandpa's gone. Xinxian clapped happily, overjoyed that Chen Jianmen had left. Shoo! Keep it down. If others hear, they'll say Daddy's no good. Lin Yuexiu hushed them both, but her heart felt so relieved. Chen Xiangdong had finally changed for the better, finally learning to care for the 3 of them. Chen Jianmen returned home carrying wild boar meat. By then, the family had finished their chores and come back. Seeing the heavy bag in his father's hands, the 4th son asked, Dad, what's in there? Ah, wild boar meat from the eldest brother's place. He hunted a big boar up in the mountains. Big brother is being so stingy, giving us only this little bit. Doesn't he know I'm preparing for the college entrance exam and need to eat well to build up my strength? The 5th son came over and opened the bag to look inside. He looked disgusted that his eldest brother had given so little, thinking his brother was stingy and didn't care about his younger brother. Ugh! Chen Xiangdong was still fuming as he slammed the wild boar meat down on the table. Big brother has really become heartless. He only gave me these 30 pounds of wild boar meat after I traded him 2 bags of flour. I don't know what got into him today, he wasn't always like this. What? 2 sacks of flour? How did big brother suddenly become so selfish? Fourth brother joined in the scolding. It must be that wife of his whispering in his ear. Big brother has always been obedient and filial, he wouldn't treat us like this. If only we'd never let him marry her in the first place. She can't even bear a son, yet she's driving a wedge between us and the eldest brother. Wang Suilan was still fuming inside. How dare Chen Xiangdong treat her so rudely today? I knew it. That's why the boss was acting so strange today. He's been led astray by others. But no matter how grown up the eldest son's wife is, she's still not as important as his parents. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his own parents starve to death. In a few days, he'll come back obediently to bring us things. Chen Xiangdong schemed about how to retrieve the 2 sacks of flour he'd given away today and maybe even get more from Chen Xiangdong. Dad, I haven't had meat in ages. The college entrance exams are in 2 weeks and the pressure to study is immense. Studying every day is exhausting and I'm not getting enough nutrition. My body is worn out and it's really affecting my test performance. Let me have all this meat for myself during this period. After scolding his eldest brother, the 5th son declared with righteous indignation. Dad, I still haven't secured my betrothal gift money. You should take this meat and exchange it for that instead. Hearing his younger brother speak up, the 4th son felt a surge of resentment. 4th brother, you just want to marry a wife. When can't you marry a wife? Why must you compete with me? In this situation, few have the chance to take the college entrance exam. If my grades weren't outstanding, I wouldn't have earned this chance. Don't you know how precious this chance is? Once I get into high school, I'll be assigned a good job. The family will still depend on me, right, Mom? You agree, don't you? The college entrance exam is crucial. If you pass, you'll be the whole family's hope. At this critical juncture, I'll let you have the meat. Wang Suihua finished speaking and gave Chen Xiangdong a knowing wink. Originally, Chen Xiangdong had been torn between giving it to the 4th or 5th child. But since his wife had spoken, he'd follow her lead. Your mom's right. The rest of the meat is for the 5th child. None of you are allowed to fight over it or steal any. As the head of the household, once Chen Xiangdong spoke, 4th brother dared not say another word. Chapter 6, The Wronged 6th Brother. After Chen Xiangdong left, Chen Xiangdong began preparing the wild boar meat for tonight's dinner. Of course, he wouldn't keep all this wild boar meat for themselves. With famine raging and grain scarce, he still needed to trade some for food. Plus, he needed it for other useful purposes. Even if the wild boar meat ran out, he could always head back into the mountains to hunt more. Meat? Chen Xiangdong wasn't worried about running out. Chen Xiangdong was scraping the bristles off the boar, while Nian Nian sat beside him, watching intently. Seeing the red wild boar meat in his father's hands, Nian Nian was already swallowing hard. Nian Nian swallowing again, Dad. Today, Nian Nian will go pick up Zhang Shizhuang's bones to eat. That Zhang Shizhuang is so mean he deliberately threw bones to tease our Nian Nian. Xin recounted today's events to her father. She felt deeply for Nian Nian too. By telling her father, she hoped he'd give Nian Nian more meat to eat. Nian Nian scavenging for others' bones to eat? Chen Xiangdong felt a pang of heartache just hearing it. In his past life, he had despised them for being daughters and never cared for them in their daily lives. When they went hungry and scavenged for scraps, he never lifted a finger to help. Hearing Xin's words now, Chen Xiangdong felt utterly despicable. How could his own daughters be so starved they had to scavenge bones others had already picked clean multiple times? Nian Nian, don't ever do this again. Daddy will make sure you have plenty of meat to eat. Nian Nian blinked her big eyes and nodded. I'll listen to Daddy. Nian Nian won't pick up bones thrown by Zhang Shizhuang anymore. Nian Nian knew she'd done something wrong. Her eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Chen Xiangdong's gaze. Nian Nian, don't be afraid of Daddy. Daddy won't scold you. I'm not afraid of Daddy. Nian Nian nodded. Daddy, there's so much wild boar meat. Little sister loves bones. Can we cook lots and lots of ribs for her tonight? Xin pointed to a cut rib. Sure, let Nian Nian eat until she's stuffed tonight. Yay, yay, I get to gnaw on bones. Nian Nian bounced up and down with joy. And give Mom extra too, she works so hard. Xin continued. Xin was a thoughtful child who cared deeply for her family. Mom often suffered from backaches and stomach pains, and many times she would work while holding her back. Xin saw all this. She wanted to help her mom more, but she was still too young, and her strength was limited. Of course. Xin needs to eat lots and lots too. Chen Xiangdong knew this little girl was mature beyond her years. Seeing her mature demeanor, he felt deeply moved. Because the sensible one was always the most considerate of others, and also the one who endured the most hardship. Lin Yueshio watched the father and daughter chatting and laughing together, a scene she had never witnessed before. A wave of happiness welled up inside her. Chen Xiangdong divided the wild boar meat into several portions. He kept one portion for the family to eat, about 10 pounds. The rest, he had other plans for. Natural disasters had caused famine, making it difficult for crops to grow. Food was scarce, and life was hard. Originally, the commune had a school where children could attend classes. But now, with life so hard, the children all follow the adults to work. No one attends school, and the schoolhouse has long since closed. Having been given a second chance at life, Chen Xiangdong was determined to ensure his two daughters would have a better future. I want them to eat well, dress well, and have access to education to nurture them properly and not let them become illiterate. Do you want to go to school? Chen Xiangdong asked Xinxin. Xinxin tilted her head. There's no teacher at the schoolhouse anymore. Besides, school costs tuition, and Xinxin doesn't want to go anyway. Xinxin just wants to help mom and dad with the work. Though only 7 years old, Xinxin already understood many things. She knew that if she spent the family's money, her parents would have to work even harder. Xinxin can't keep working in the fields forever. When Xinxin grows up, she could become an accountant, a designer, a corporate office worker. Truthfully, Xinxin didn't understand any of the things Chen Xiangdong was saying. Xinxin asked curiously, what's a white-collar worker? It's an office worker in the city who dresses nicely and earns a good income. Anyway, they don't have to toil in the fields. Chen Xiangdong explained roughly to Xinxin. But to get these jobs, Xinxin has to study hard and make something of herself. Chen Xiangdong smiled and gently tickled Xinxin's nose. His words filled Xinxin with longing. The world her father described sounded utterly fascinating. Xinxin felt envious, but soon she said, Dad and Mom work so hard. I still want to earn work points to help Dad and Mom. Silly girl, if you don't study, I won't let you go to school. Chen Xiangdong teased with a playful scold. Xinxin hurriedly added, Daddy, I'll study hard. Please don't be angry with me anymore. She paused, then continued, but now the school is closed, there's no teacher to teach, and Xinxin can't go to school either. Of course, Daddy will figure something out. Xinxin needs to study, and when Nian Nian grows up a bit, she'll need to study too. The two little ones nodded in unison. With the school closed, education was indeed a problem. But now he had something to offer. He could trade it with the former schoolteacher. He would surely agree to teach Xinxin. After all, in these famine-stricken times, food was scarce. Chen Xiangdong remembered that in his previous life, Mr. Liu, the schoolmaster here, had been frail from illness and never as strong as others. After the famine struck, his health deteriorated further, and he starved to death in early 1961. His life was already extremely difficult. Living hand-to-mouth, Chen Xiangdong reasoned that if he offered wild boar meat in exchange for teaching Xinxin to read and write, the teacher would surely agree. Therefore, just moments ago, Chen Xiangdong had carved out a piece of meat roughly 10 jin in weight intended for Mr. Liu, the teacher. He selected meat from the hind leg to braise. He cut the meat into chunks. By then, Xinxin had already washed the pot, and Nian Nian had come to the stove to help her mother stoke the fire. After cutting the wild boar meat, Chen Xiangdong placed the chunks in cold water to soak out the blood. Then he blanched it and removed it from the water. He heated oil in a wok, stir-fried the meat chunks, then added salt and other seasonings. The household didn't have many seasonings, just salt and a little leftover soy sauce. Over an hour later, the braised wild boar was ready. Chen Xiangdong placed several pieces of braised pork into a bag and said to Xinxin, Daddy's going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. With that, Chen Xiangdong stepped out the door. Chen Xiangdong went to find his younger sister, Xiao Lu. He found her by the riverbank, where she was washing clothes. Xiao Lu. Big brother, what brings you here? Big brother has something for you. Chen Xiangdong thrust the wrapped meat into Xiao Lu's hands. Ah! It smells so good. It's meat. Xiao Lu looked thrilled, his mouth watering. Hide it well. Chen Xiangdong instructed. But meat is for father and my brothers. Mom said meat is for the men who do the heavy lifting. I'm still too young to earn any points, so I can't have any. If Mom finds out, she'll scold me. Xiao Lu said with a pout. Chapter 7, The Embarrassed Daughter-in-Law. Xiao Lu doesn't listen to them. If there's meat to eat, he eats meat. He's only 10 now, still growing, he needs meat. Hide the meat brother gave you. When we get back, share it with third sister and grandma. Xiao Lu obediently hid the meat. It's getting dark. You should hurry home too. Chen Xiangdong noticed 2 more pieces of clothing still needed washing, so he took them and helped Xiao Lu wash them. His youngest sister had such a hard life. Their parents gave all the grain to their 3 younger brothers, and that very year, little Lu starved to death. Now, Chen Xiangdong would never let Xiao Lu starve. Though only 10 years old, Xiao Lu still cared deeply for her eldest brother. Big brother is the kindest person to Xiao Lu suddenly said. Because big brother is Xiao Lu's brother. After washing the clothes, Chen Xiangdong helped her carry the bucket of laundry home. Half an hour later, Chen Xiangdong finally returned home. By the time he arrived, night had already fallen. The kerosene lamp was lit inside. The 2 little ones couldn't wait to eat the meat. But since Dad hadn't come home yet, they didn't start eating. They wanted to wait for Dad to come home and eat together. Seeing their father return, both girls beamed with excitement. Chen Xiangdong carried all the cooked dishes to the cracked wooden table. Xinxin and Lian had already gathered around. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshio sat beside the earthen stove, holding a bowl. Chen Xiangdong immediately understood why Lin Yueshio had seated herself there. Yueshio, come over. We're eating as a family, why are you sitting all alone over there? Chen Xiangdong said. I'll just stay here. Lin Yueshio shook her head. Wang Suiwa's words today had deepened her sense of guilt. She hadn't given Chen Xiangdong a son, she really was useless. Chen Xiangdong sensed Lin Yueshio's thoughts. You're my wife. How could I let you sit by the stove alone to eat? Saying this, Chen Xiangdong walked over and picked Lin Yueshio up. Startled, Lin Yueshio nearly dropped the bowl in her hands. What are you doing? The children are right here. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Xinxin and Yan, who had been longing to see their father hold their mother, both covered their mouths and giggled. Who told you to not eat properly? Chen Xiangdong deliberately adopted a reproachful tone. But Lin Yueshio knew Chen Xiangdong was just showing his concern for her. He never acted like this normally. He really had changed a lot now. Alright, I'll eat properly. Please put me down quickly, the children are watching. This is so embarrassing. Lin Yueshio said apologetically, unable to meet Chen Xiangdong's gaze as she spoke. With the children nearby, she felt truly embarrassed. Chen Xiangdong ignored her request and carried her straight to a chair. Sit here and eat properly. After saying that, Chen Xiangdong went to bring out the steamed buns from the pot. Lin Yueshio was carried over and sat there quietly. Yueshio, I know what's on your mind. Don't listen to what mom says. Having children is wonderful, 2 little cotton jackets to keep you warm. You don't need to feel like a sinner just because you didn't give birth to a son. Chen Xiangdong made his point clear to Lin Yueshio, hoping to ease her burden. Whether or not she bore a son was simply a matter of fate. Chen Xiangdong didn't care. Hearing his words, Lin Yueshio felt a warm glow in her heart. In this era, having a husband who could say such words was deeply moving. Let's eat. If we don't start soon, the little ones will be drooling all over the place. Chen Xiangdong served meat to the 2 children first. This is for Xinxin, and this is for Nian. And this is for my wife. Yueshio, you look so pale. You need to eat more to build up your strength. Chen Xiangdong served Lin Yueshio several more pieces. Lin Yueshio then transferred meat from her bowl to Chen Xiangdong's. You do all the heavy physical labor, you should eat more. Lin Yueshio felt sorry for Chen Xiangdong. Men always did the heavy, exhausting work, and she just wanted to save the best food for him. There's plenty of meat left. No need to save it for me. In the future, I'll make sure you all get to eat meat every day, with food on the table daily. Chen Xiangdong returned the meat to Lin Yueshio's bowl. Daddy's braised pork is so delicious. Yum! Yum! The meat smells so good. Xinxin and Yan raved about one piece after another. After taking a bite, Lin Yueshio found herself eating faster and faster. Having gone too long without tasting meat, this moment felt like savoring the finest delicacies on earth. 3 plates of pork were nearly devoured in an instant. Burp! Burp! Xinxin leaned back in her chair, burping contentedly. Both girls rubbed their slightly rounded bellies, stuffed to the brim. So full. Burp so full. In these famine-stricken times, eating until you're stuffed was a luxury. So, their dinner that night was nothing short of extravagant. Nian had already burped several times, yet she kept shoveling meat into her mouth. She feared there might be no more food later, so she forced herself to eat even though she was already full. Chen Xiangdong worried she might overeat and quickly said, Nian, stop eating if you're full. We'll have meat every day from now on. Don't ruin your health by overeating. But the meat is so delicious. Nian burped as she spoke. Be good. Your digestive system isn't fully developed yet. Don't overeat and ruin your stomach. Nian, you won't run out of meat later. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to daddy. Nian stopped eating after finishing the last piece of meat in her hand. Watching them eat their fill, their faces glowing with satisfaction, Chen Xiangdong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind. Ding! Eldest daughter Xinxin's fullness level +1. Ding! Wife Lin Yueshio's fullness level +1. Ding! Youngest daughter Nian's fullness level +1.5. Judging by their fullness levels, all 3 were thoroughly sated, completely satisfied. Little Nian, that little glutton, that greedy little eater, had gained so much more than the other 2. The little one must be incredibly stuffed. Chen Xiangdong checked the info panel, which showed a total current fullness value of 3.5. To level up to tier 2, he'd have to wait until tomorrow to feed her again. Meanwhile, the Qin Jianmen household was also having dinner. They had the rare treat of meat in their stew tonight. Wang Suihua called over the second son's family, who had split off from the household, to join them for the meal. The second son's family also had 2 children, both boys. Therefore, Wang Suilan and Chen Jianmen paid them extra attention. Anything tasty was always shared with the grandchildren. The whole extended family sat down to eat, with no one thinking about the eldest son's family. Meanwhile, in the corner of the house, an elderly woman sat by the earthen stove. That was Chen Xiangdong's mother, Zhao Lianfeng, now 80 years old. Her back hunched, she held a cornbread bun in her hand. That was all she had to eat. Yet inside the main room, the atmosphere was lively. Xiangdong, come eat some meat, Chen Jianmen said as he served meat to his two grandsons. Afterward, Wang Suihua distributed the meat into everyone's bowls. She cherished the fifth son most, and he was preparing for exams. She filled his bowl to the brim with meat. The second son, his wife, and the fourth son all got meat in their bowls. But third sister and sixth son got none. Little sixth, you can't earn work points yet, so you're not much use. Dad and the brothers all have to work, so the meat has to be saved for them. Wang Suihua scooped a little wild greens into Xiaolu's bowl. Little sixth nodded sadly, not daring to say anything. Third brother wanted a piece of meat, but he was sensible enough not to make a fuss. Since she could only earn 6 work points per day, and her labor wasn't as productive as her two brothers or her father's, the meat had to be saved for them. Though they were all girls, Wang Suihua also shared meat with the second son's wife. After all, the second son's wife had given birth to 2 grandsons for the Chen family. Boys, when they grew up and went to work, could earn 10 work points. Chapter 8, to the black market. At the table, only the third son and the sixth daughter had no meat to eat. They both ate only the wild greens in their bowls. After dinner, third brother and sixth sister cleared the table and washed the dishes. The older brothers and parents had retired for the night. Xiaolu leaned close to Lao San's ear. Third sister, let's go eat some meat later. Where would we get meat? Little sixth, we can't steal meat from home. Mom and Dad said the leftover meat is for old five. He's studying for exams and needs extra nutrition to fuel his brain. If we sneak some, Mom and Dad will beat us black and blue. Xiaolu whispered back, it's not Mom and Dad's meat. Big brother brought it over. He told me to hide it secretly so we could eat it together tonight. Then we'll sneak it later. We can't let them find out. Hearing it was from Big Brother, third sister's heart warmed. She knew her eldest brother would think of them. Tonight, she saw the meat on the table but couldn't eat any. She could only watch the meat, her mouth watering. Now third sister was dying to sink her teeth into that juicy, dripping meat right away. After washing the dishes, third sister and sixth sister hurried back to their room with grandma. Third sister locked the door and secured it with a latch. Sixth sister dragged a rickety chair over to wedge against the worn door panel. Zhao Lianfeng had no idea what her two granddaughters were up to. She'd been dragged into this confusion without understanding why. Then she watched as little sixth pulled a bag from a wooden chest filled with clothes. Zhao Lianfeng immediately caught the scent. Is that meat? Yes, Grandma, Big Brother secretly gave us some to eat. The third child whispered. Such precious things, you too should eat them. I'm old now, I don't need such nutritious food. Zhao Lianfeng couldn't bear to compete with her two granddaughters for the food. Grandma, you must eat some. Big Brother said you should have some. Xiaolu broke off a piece and stuffed it into Zhao Lianfeng's mouth. Only then did Zhao Lianfeng join them in eating. Only Big Brother is the best. Only he would save meat for us. Xiaolu said, munching away. Big Brother is our good Big Brother, Xiaolu. Big Brother is kind to us, and we must always remember his kindness. Lao San said. MHM. Xiaolu nodded. They emptied the bag of braised pork and ate heartily. They ate with relish, but chewed softly, afraid to make any smacking sounds lest their parents discover them. After finishing his dinner, Chen Xiangdong didn't rest immediately. Instead, he picked up a wicker basket and headed to find Teacher Lu, the schoolteacher. Arriving at Teacher Lu's door, Chen Xiangdong could still see a faint, pale yellow light shining through the window. He could also hear a rapid coughing sound coming from inside. Teacher Lu, Teacher Lu. Chen Xiangdong knocked softly on the door. The dilapidated door seemed as though it might collapse with even a slight knock. Before long, the door opened. Before Chen Xiangdong stood a gaunt middle-aged man. This was Teacher Lu. 10 years ago, his wife had passed away from illness. After that, he never remarried. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his health wasn't good, and no young woman was willing to marry him. Thus, he had lived alone all these years. What is it? Mr. Lu asked, puzzled. He and Chen Xiangdong had little interaction normally. Why would he suddenly come looking for him late at night? Teacher Lu, I came to ask for your help. My daughter, Xinxin, is old enough for school now. But the village schoolhouse isn't open anymore, so she has nowhere to study. Would you be willing to teach our Xinxin to read and write? Here are 10 pounds of wild boar meat, consider it tuition. Seeing the large chunks of meat in the basket, Teacher Lu agreed without hesitation. Meat was a rare treat for us. The pigs raised by the brigade were only slaughtered once a year. A pig raised for a year only yielded about 100 pounds, and the distribution was meager. Besides, with the famine now, people couldn't even eat their fill. Seeing such a large piece of meat, Teacher Lu couldn't help but be tempted. But Teacher Lu was quite surprised. Wasn't Chen Xiangdong quite displeased with his two daughters? Yet now he was offering meat in exchange for teaching Xinxing to read and write. Alright, it's settled then. Teacher Lu, as long as you teach my daughter well, you won't be shortchanged on the meat. Teacher Lu cheerfully pulled the meat out of his basket. 10 pounds of meat would last him quite a while. With the school closed and his poor health, he sometimes couldn't go to work. His labor points were meager, so his grain rations were naturally scarce. His family had long since run out of grain. Lately, they'd been eating tree bark. Chen Xiangdong suddenly bringing meat was like a savior to him. Of course, in this era, their village permitted villagers to hunt in the mountains. After catching game, they had to turn in a portion to the commune. This was Chen Xiangdong's first catch, and he planned to keep it hidden, not handing it over yet, but using it to trade for supplies instead. Later, when he caught more game, he would decide whether to hand it over to the commune. With Xinxing's schooling settled, he still needed to trade for more grain. The 2 sacks of flour from last time were newly distributed by the brigade, earned through a year's worth of labor points. The next grain distribution wouldn't come until next year. Tomorrow he would head to the black market again, where he was certain to find what he needed. Early the next morning, Chen Xiangdong headed to the black market with his goods. There, some well-off families were willing to pay high prices for goods. Chen Xiangdong walked along the desolate street. Few people were out on this bitterly cold morning, most were staying indoors to weather the winter. Big brother, big brother. Suddenly, Chen Xiangdong heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning, he saw a small figure running toward him. It was third sister. Third sister, what's up? Big brother, your braised pork is so delicious. Here are 2 sweet potatoes I hid away earlier. I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Take them to Xinxinian to satisfy her craving. They'll be so happy to taste sweet potatoes. After eating the braised pork, third sister thought to bring something for big brother. Keep them for yourself. We have food at home now. Chen Xiangdong refused to accept it no matter what. He knew how much his third sister suffered at home, always going hungry and poorly clothed. This third sister of his was kind-hearted. She always understood the sacrifices her eldest brother made for the family. She alone would think to take something from her eldest brother and feel grateful. But in her past life, third sister received no reward for her kindness. She was forced to marry an impotent man in his 40s from the neighboring village. In the end, she was tormented into depression and died at just 30 years old. Reborn, he naturally did not want his third sister to endure such a fate. Eldest brother, you usually give most of the grain to help the family. There must be little left at home now. Xinxian is still young, they can't go hungry. You must take these 2 sweet potatoes. Right now, you and little Lu need them more than we do. Big brother said no means no, listen to him. If you insist on forcing them on me, it means you don't respect me as your elder brother. Fine then. Third sister could only tuck the 2 sweet potatoes away. Alright, hurry up and get to work. If you're late, you'll lose work points. Chen Xiangdong urged her. Winter had officially arrived, and few needed to work outdoors in such bitter cold. Today they were processing tree bark in the organization's building. With food in short supply, tree bark was also something people used to stave off hunger. Chen Xiangdong didn't plan to earn too many work points. Those points wouldn't buy much, certainly no more than what he could get from hunting. Alright, big brother, I'll head over then. Sanmei headed toward the organization's location. The black market was in the county town, over 10 kilometers from their village. With no public transportation available, Chen Xiangdong had no choice but to walk. After over 2 hours of walking, he finally reached the black market. Though it was still early, many people were already waiting to trade when he arrived. Chen Xiangdong quickly exchanged 10 jin of grain, plus 5 cloth coupons and oil coupons. Afterward, he headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy clothes for Xing Xiangxian and Lin Yueshio. He also picked up some extra oil and salt. By the time Chen Xiangdong returned home, it was already afternoon. Longing for him as if it were yesterday, I sat on the doorstep waiting for Dad to come home. Daddy's home. The 2 little ones spotted Chen Xiangdong returning and immediately ran to him, throwing their arms around him. This kind of warm, loving life was something he had never experienced in his past life. Look what Daddy bought for you. Chen Xiangdong pulled out the clothes. So pretty. Seeing the new clothes they'd been longing for, their eyes lit up. They couldn't even remember the last time they'd had new clothes. Their clothes were patched and mended for 3 years, covered in patches. Wearing new clothes? That was a luxury they could never have dared to hope for. Quick, try them on and see if they fit. Xinxian Nian happily took the clothes to try them on. Lin Yueshio emerged from the house and saw Xinxian holding several garments in her hands. Her heart ached as she said, times are tough these days. We barely have enough to eat, don't waste money on clothes. The clothes we wear now can be mended when they wear out. But these clothes are so worn out they can't be worn anymore. If I keep mending them, they'll be too short to cover my belly. Yueshio, this is for you. I bought you clothes too. I told you I'd make sure you live well. How can you possibly wear such rags? Go try them on quickly and see if they fit. The 3 emerged in their new clothes, looking like entirely different people. Before, wearing those patched up clothes, they looked worn out themselves. Now, in their new clothes, they looked much more vibrant and beautiful. Mom looks so pretty in this dress, Xinxing said happily, looking at Lin Yueshio. Mrs. Wu from next door stepped out to empty her water bucket and saw all three of them in their new outfits. That Chen Xiangdong, hadn't he always resented Lin Yueshio for not bearing him a son? How could he suddenly treat her so well? Her heart was filled with both bitterness and envy. She turned and yelled at old Wu inside the house. Look at that Chen guy, he bought his wife and kids new clothes. We've been together all these years, and you've never bought me a single new piece of clothing. Old Wu's wife would probably be brooding for a long time. Chapter 9, They're Here to Steal. Not long after Lin Yueshio and the others put on their new clothes, the women collecting livestock manure at the village entrance started whispering. Has that kid Chen Xiangdong lost his mind? He actually bought new clothes for his wife and kids, finally showing some care for them. When did he ever treat his wife and kids so well? Life is so tough right now, and he dares to buy them new clothes. Still, I do envy Yueshio, her husband actually buys her clothes. My husband? He'd never splurge on such things. Sigh. Everyone in the village knew Chen Xiangdong was devoted to his parents, perhaps too devoted. He took care of his parents and even shouldered responsibilities for his younger brothers. He even sent supplies to his parents' home without caring whether his own wife and children were going hungry. On ordinary days, some more gossipy villagers would whisper about it privately, making it their topic of conversation over tea and meals. But it was only whispered about, no one spoke of these things openly. The second son's wife was also gathering manure nearby when she overheard them discussing Lin Yueshio's new clothes. She felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. At a time like this, shouldn't the eldest brother be saving more grain to help his siblings and parents? How could he possibly have extra money to buy new clothes for Lin Yueshio and her family? It must be Lin Yueshio whispering sweet nothings in his ear. She must tell her mother-in-law about this. Otherwise, without her eldest brother's financial support, their family would also struggle. After finishing work that morning, the second brother's wife immediately sent someone to find Wang Suihua. Mom, did you see Sister Yueshio wearing new clothes today? And her two daughters have new clothes too. What's going on? Big brother knows full well we're in the middle of a famine, yet she's wasting money on these things. Why not get a few more pounds of grain instead? Our family gets less grain, and my eldest brother won't even think about helping his second brother's family. Xiao Jie and Xiao Dong can't starve to death. The moment she saw Wang Suihua, the second son's wife began playing the victim. The day before yesterday, I went to discuss the betrothal gifts with Big Brother, and he said he had no money. He's already bought new clothes for his wife and Xingxinian. Big Brother just doesn't want to help us. Hearing this, the fourth son immediately chimed in, criticizing Chen Xiangdong. Sigh, the eldest brother is becoming more and more unreasonable these days. Wang Suihua sighed. These past few days, the eldest brother seemed like a completely different person. He used to be completely obedient, always thinking of them. Now, he's all about protecting his wife and those two money-losing brats. He doesn't even bring gifts to show filial piety to his own mother anymore. Mom, Sister Yueshio must be up to no good, that's why Big Brother has changed so much. That Yueshio must be secretly stashing away money and grain to send back to her family. If anything is to be given, it should be to our in-law's side. How could she possibly send anything to her own family? We can't let brother get taken advantage of. Big Brother hunted that huge wild boar and traded it for plenty of grain and coupons. Sister-in-law Yueshio will surely use it to support her own family. Why don't we go get some grain and coupons? Second sister-in-law is right. Eldest brother is family to us. Giving to him is better than giving to those outsiders. Fourth brother was still scheming to fleece his elder brother for the betrothal gifts. Now that second sister-in-law said this, he naturally agreed. Now that Big Brother has grown his wings, he doesn't hold me, his mother, in any regard. If we don't go get things ourselves, he won't even think to bring anything over. Second sister-in-law, let's do as you say, we'll go get it ourselves to prevent that girl Yueshio from taking it to subsidize her own family. Come on, let's head to the eldest brother's place now. He's out at this hour, so it'll be easier to get the things. Wang Suihua declared. I'm coming too. Fourth brother, afraid he might miss out on a share of whatever they brought back, insisted on tagging along to keep an eye on things. The three arrived at Chen Xiangdong's house. At that moment, both Chen Xiangdong and Lin Yueshio were out. Only Xinxing and Nian Nian were home. The two little ones were at home. Nian Nian, come over to grandma. I have frozen pears here. Wang Suihua put on an affectionate expression. 3-year-old Nian Nian, ever the glutton, knew nothing of people's hidden motives. When Wang Suihua offered her frozen pears, she walked right over to her. Seeing this, Xinxing immediately rushed over and pulled Nian Nian back. Don't eat grandma's food. Grandma is very bad. You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm your grandmother, your elder. You have no manners whatsoever. Your mother taught you to talk like this, didn't she? Wang Suihua glared at Xinxing, her voice brimming with anger. All you do is take things from our family and leave us hungry. Xinxing wasn't afraid of Wang Suihua either, glaring right back at her. You good-for-nothing brat, you sure have a sharp tongue. Wang Suihua shoved Xinxin in her rage. Xinxin stumbled and fell, her forehead smashing against the table leg. Why, it hurts. Xinxin began to cry. Sister. Nian Nian, frightened, began crying too. Hurry up and search. See where they hid the grain. The second son's wife started rummaging through the house. The fourth son and Wang Suihua joined in the search. Didn't the old man trade these 2 sacks of flour for meat? They're ours to begin with. Fourth son, take these back home. There's also 10 pounds of soybeans here, take those back too. Wang Suihua pointed to the corner and said. Fourth son cooperatively went to carry the items. Big brother actually has so many coupons, oil coupons, cloth coupons. The second brother's wife's eyes lit up. Taking these cloth coupons back meant she could buy new clothes too. She took every single ticket from the box. It was quite a while before Lin Yueshio finally finished her work and returned. Seeing Xinxin crying, she rushed over and hugged her. Why are you crying? Grandma and Auntie took all our grain and ration tickets. Xinxin sniffled. They're so cruel. Lin Yueshio gritted her teeth in anger. Mommy, it hurts here, Xinxin said, touching her bumped forehead. Just then, Chen Xiangdong returned home and heard Xinxin's cry of pain. He hurried into the room, asking anxiously, what happened, Xinxin? Daddy, you're finally back. Grandma pushed us down and we hit our heads. It hurts so much. They even took our food and ration tickets. Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong was furious. Chapter 10, The Ungrateful Son, the White-Eyed Wolf. After being robbed and having his daughter injured, Chen Xiangdong stormed straight to his parents' house. Mom, where are my family's belongings? The moment he entered, Chen Xiangdong bellowed angrily. Wang Suihua rolled her eyes at him. I worked so hard raising you. What's wrong with me going to your place to ask for a few things? Other people's children are filial to their parents, but you? You can't even spare us a bite to eat. Wang Suihua, playing the victim, accused Chen Xiangdong of being unfilial. Mom, those are my family's things. We've already split up. Even if it's family, you should at least ask before taking things. You just come over without a word and even hurt Xinxin. This is like you're robbing my family. Where are the grain and those ration tickets? Chen Xiangdong went inside to look for them himself. They had anticipated this, knowing Chen Xiangdong's temper these days, they knew he'd come to take them back. So they had hidden everything away long ago. Brother, how can you speak to mom like that? Shouldn't children be filial to their parents? The grain and ration tickets were meant to honor our parents, they belong to them. Brother, these were meant to honor our parents in the first place. You want to take them back? That's outrageous, you're not supporting your own parents. Aren't you afraid of being talked about behind your back by the villagers? The second brother's wife said angrily to Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong couldn't fathom what kind of mindset would lead them to say such things. They took it for granted that everything he had belonged to them. Chen Xiangdong gave a cold laugh. My own things, my own hard-earned money, can't I decide how to use it? Can't I even give it to my wife and children? Must it all be controlled by you lot? What a joke! With that, Chen Xiangdong strode into the kitchen, emerged with a kitchen knife, and swung it viciously at a nearby chair, cleaving it clean in two. Everyone was startled. I'm putting this out there today, the grain and ration tickets are mine. If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being rude. His loud voice drew a crowd of neighbors eager for a spectacle. What's Chen's eldest son up to? Why all the commotion? Chen Xiangdong's usually such a quiet guy. Must have been pushed too far by Wang Suihua and the others. But no matter what, you can't point a knife at your own mother. Upon hearing that Chen Xiangdong had stormed into Wang Suihua's house brandishing a knife, the village chief feared something serious might happen. He immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. What are you doing? Put that knife down immediately. The captain arrived just as he saw Chen Xiangdong brandishing the knife. Seeing the captain arrive and the crowd of villagers gathering, Wang Suihua started playing the victim again. She plopped down on the ground and wailed, "Look at this! Chen Xiangdong is bullying his own mother. What kind of son would come here to steal food from his parents' home? Chen Xiangdong has always been so filial, hasn't he? He moved everything over to Wang Suihua's place and even subsidized his younger brothers. Why is he seizing grain now? This time Chen Xiangdong has gone too far. Was all that filial piety just an act? He's come to snatch his own parents' belongings. What an unfilial son." The onlookers, swept up by Wang Suihua's crying and fussing, fell into line with her narrative. It was clearly you lot who came and snatched our grain and ration tickets, and even hurt Xinxin. Chen Xiangdong declared, unfazed by the villagers' opinions. He wasn't an unfilial person, they had simply gone too far. In his past life, he'd endured enough. This time around, he wouldn't be intimidated by every villager twisting his words, calling him selfish or wicked. As the saying goes, when you truly be yourself, others will inevitably criticize you. At that moment, the second son's wife stepped forward. Is this really called stealing? We just don't want you to suffer a loss. We won't go take the grain back. It's just Sister Yueshio taking it to her parents' home to support them. We're doing this for your own good. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, you just don't recognize a good deed when you see it. Her excuses just kept getting more and more absurd. Second brother's wife, you're the one secretly supporting your parents' home, aren't you? Don't think I don't know. All these years, you've been using the money second brother gave you to pay off your brother's gambling debts. I've given your brother plenty of support before. Yet you sneakily diverted it to support your own brother. You've even been secretly taking the grain your parents gave you to support your family back home. The second son's wife was smooth talking in front of everyone, charming both her husband and in-laws. She was also skilled at stirring up trouble, and they had no idea she'd been secretly supporting her own family all along. Truthfully, a little support is only right, but endless subsidies are nothing but torture for one's own little family. Hearing this, Wang Suihua shot the second son's wife a displeased glance. She didn't know if the eldest son was telling the truth, but hearing such words made Wang Suihua feel sick to her stomach. I haven't. You're making things up, the second son's wife quickly denied. You know best whether you did or not. As soon as Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, Wang Suihua turned to the village chief and cried, Chief, look at this child. How dare he speak to his own mother like that? He's gone too far. You must stand up for us and seek justice. Village chief, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. I've given them plenty over the years and haven't wronged her in any way. They're the ones who've gone too far. Xinxing and Nian are nearly starving, yet they still come demanding food and ration tickets. And they even hurt Xinxing. As he spoke, Chen Xiangdong turned to Wang Suihua. Mom, you're the one who hurt Xinxing, aren't you? Is that how a grandmother behaves? You'd hurt your own granddaughter just to get food? Chapter 11, you must pay compensation. Captain, look at Xinxing's forehead, she's bleeding from a bump. Chen Xiangdong showed the captain the wound on Xinxing's forehead. Uncle Captain, Grandma hurt my forehead. Ouch, it hurts so much. Xinxin said in a cooperative tone, exaggerating her pain for the captain. The captain rubbed Xinxian's little head and shook his head. Xinxin really is a pitiful child. The captain knew full well that in the Chen household, they didn't regard Chen Xiangdong's two daughters as human beings at all. At such a young age, they were treated like slaves. He also understood that Chen Xiangdong's blind filial piety left him powerless to protect his own wife and children. But that was another family's affair, and the captain couldn't directly lecture Chen Xiangdong. It was strange that today, Chen Xiangdong had actually turned against the Chen family to defend his own children. To the captain, this was an unexpected turn of events. Aunt Suihua, Xinxing is your grandson. You were wrong to lay such heavy hands on him. The captain was a reasonable man, and everyone trusted him enough to elect him as their leader. Now that things had escalated to this point, he certainly wouldn't let the situation continue unchecked, nor would he allow right and wrong to be twisted. Captain, you weren't at our house. You don't understand. Chen Xiangdong isn't filial to us. Isn't filial piety the foremost virtue? We raised him, he has a duty to support us in our old age. Wang Suihua huffed indignantly as she complained to the village chief. I've seen Xiangdong frequently bring things to your house. When your second son split off from the family and needed to build a house, Xiangdong contributed both labor and money. I don't think he's skimped on supporting you. His family has children to raise too. Xinxin and Nian are skin and bones from hunger. Xiangdong keeping grain at his own home, is that unreasonable? You took his things without his consent and even hurt Xinxing, that's no different from robbery. The team leader's words left them speechless, for he spoke the truth. Moreover, the team leader held some authority in the village. If they weren't just given a warning, they'd lose labor points. So everyone respected the team leader and dared not offend him. The captain's right, you're robbing us. Now hand over the grain and ration tickets from my house. Chen Xiangdong chimed in after the captain spoke. Wang Suihua and the second son's wife looked utterly reluctant, unwilling to hand over the items. Seeing this, the captain added, those belong to Xiangdong. You have no right to keep them. Forcibly seizing someone else's property and grain means you have problems with your mindset. This will result in deductions from your work points. Hearing this, they grew fearful. Wang Suihua quickly signaled to the fourth son and the second son's wife, urging them to bring out the hidden grain and ration tickets. They handed over the grain and ration tickets, returning them to Chen Xiangdong. But Chen Xiangdong wasn't about to let them off so easily. After all, Xinxin was hurt. Now Xinxian was his precious little darling, how could she be bullied without consequence? Captain, please stand up for our Xinxini. They hit her head, they must compensate us and apologize to Xinxin. The captain was taken aback. Chen Xiangdong really had changed. He was actually demanding compensation from them. Wang Suihua and the others were stunned by Chen Xiangdong's words. Son, don't you consider your mother family anymore? You're even demanding compensation from your own mother? You ungrateful son. How could I have given birth to a son like you? What a curse! Wang Suihua was furious enough to spit blood. The once obedient child was now treating her so cruelly. Mom, when you came to grab my food, you sure didn't treat me like family. When you were pushing your heart out, you certainly didn't consider me family. Now you suddenly want to treat me like family? Compensation. Compensation is absolutely necessary. As he spoke, Chen Xiangdong turned and ruffled Xingxinyi's little head. What kind of compensation does Xingxinyi want? Xinshin thought for a moment. My head's about to get knocked in. I want a bag of rice. Fine. We'll do as Xingxinyi says. You'll compensate with a bag of rice. Chen Xiangdong declared. Why don't you just go rob someone? Compensation of a bag of rice? There's not a single grain in it. Lao Si said angrily. Hitting someone is wrong. If you need to compensate, you compensate. Otherwise, you'll lose work points. The team leader spoke up. Wang Suihua and the others dared not say another word and could only compensate with a bag of rice. Since the team leader has spoken, we'll definitely pay compensation. I'll have fourth brother deliver it later. Deep down, Wang Suihua didn't want to pay compensation. Better to hand it over now and have Xiangdong help carry it away, so there won't be any confusion later and your two families don't start arguing again. The team leader knew Wang Suihua's character. Though Chen Xiangdong was her son, she never treated him as such. If they were allowed to deliver it later, it probably wouldn't get delivered at all. Last year, when the team leader's elderly mother collapsed on the road, it was Chen Xiangdong who carried her back. Without Chen Xiangdong, his mother would have died long ago. Out of both reason and compassion, the team leader chose to stand by Chen Xiangdong. After all, the Chen family had truly overstepped. They had no choice but to obey the captain's orders, handing over the rice for Chen Xiangdong to take. The captain also helped Chen Xiangdong carry a sack of flour back. On the way, the captain said, Xiangdong, take good care of your wife and children. Especially the child, he's so young, and now there's a famine. Children can easily starve to death. Thanks for the reminder, Captain. I understand. Chen Xiangdong nodded with a smile, then continued, I'm truly grateful to you this time, Captain. If you hadn't stepped in, my mother and the others would probably still be throwing a fit. No need to thank me. You need to handle your family matters properly. Understood. After helping carry the items inside, the captain went off to attend to other matters. That captain was such a good guy. But his life was cut short. Framed by someone with ulterior motives, he caused the village to lose a significant amount of grain. Facing the villagers' condemnation, he blamed himself and eventually hanged himself at home. His suicide occurred on a night exactly 2 months later. Which means the captain only has 2 months left to live. It would be such a pity if he died. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Chen Xiangdong conceived a plan to save him. Just as Chen Xiangdong finished hiding the grain, Xingxin pulled a bottle of red mercurochrome from the worn wooden cabinet. The label had faded to an indistinguishable red. She walked up to Chen Xiangdong, holding out the bottle of red medicine. You're Xingxin's daddy. You have to help Xingxin apply the medicine. Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but smile wryly. Xingxin had become quite clever now. She was even demanding affection from her father. At first, Xingxin had been afraid of Chen Xiangdong. But now that he had become the father they adored, Xingxin wanted to spend more time with her dad, to cling to him more. Chen Xiangdong, however, was quite fond of this new side of Xingxin. Lin Yuexiu watched from the side, giggling softly. This scene was the very picture of happiness she had once longed for. She never imagined she could experience such a life herself. Chapter 12, I'll Protect Daddy. Just as Chen Xiangdong was applying medicine to Xingxin, Nian Nian came running in from outside. Seeing Nian Nian's face frozen bright red, Lin Yuexiu scolded playfully, You went outside again to sneak a whiff of someone else's dinner. Nian Nian blinked her eyes and nodded obediently. It smelled like fish. So delicious. Nian Nian really wants to eat fish. As she spoke, drool began to drip uncontrollably from her mouth. This little one was practically crying from hunger, such a little foodie. Alright, today daddy will let Nian Nian have some fish. Chen Xiangdong declared with conviction. The river's been fished dry. Where could we possibly find any fish now? Lin Yuexiu replied. There's a famine now, and there's not much to eat. The villagers have already fished out all the fish in the nearby rivers. They've gone to other villages nearby, but those villages have been fished out too. Everyone faces the same hunger problem. I have my own way. Today, Nian Nian will definitely get to eat fish. How will Nian Nian reward daddy? After applying medicine to Xingxin's wound, Chen Xiangdong set down the red medicine bottle and scooped up the tiny Nian Nian with one hand. Nian Nian looked utterly bewildered at her father's words. Xingxin, however, caught on immediately. Daddy's a bad guy. He wants a reward before she even gets to eat the fish. You're the sharpest one here, Chen Xiangdong said with a doting smile, gently tapping Xingxin's nose with his finger. Daddy, can you really catch fish? Xingxin asked, tilting her head. Of course. If he went to the river everyone knew about, he wouldn't catch any fish there. Having lived an extra lifetime, Chen Xiangdong now possessed knowledge that the villagers didn't yet have. Not long after, an old hunter discovered a lake at the mouth of a cave deep in the mountains, teeming with carp. At first, only the old hunter knew about this spot, and his family secretly ate fish every day. Later, some villagers discovered it and, curious about his daily supply of fish, began secretly following him. Eventually, the lake by the cave entrance ceased to be a secret. Soon, the fish inside were completely fished out. The old hunter hasn't discovered it yet, so he can get there first. Chen Xiangdong planned to go ice fishing in the mountains, but he lacked the necessary gear. Uncle Li, his neighbor, used to love fishing, so he must have some gear at home. So Chen Xiangdong packed about a pound of flour and went to find Uncle Li. Uncle Li, are you home? Chen Xiangdong knocked on the door. Oh, it's Xiangdong. What's up? Uncle Li quickly came to open the door. Can I trade my 2 pounds of flour for your fishing hooks and line? Chen Xiangdong asked. Sure thing. Uncle Li beamed with delight. What he needed most now was food, and he didn't have anything valuable at home to trade. Naturally, he was delighted to trade his fishhooks for Chen Xiangdong's flour. Uncle Li turned to fetch the hook and line. As he handed them to Chen Xiangdong, he added doubtfully, Xiangdong, are you going fishing in the river now? You might be wasting your time, there aren't even any newborn fish in the river right now. Chen Xiangdong smiled. I'm sure I can catch fish. If I really do catch one, I'll bring you a fish. Ha ha ha, let's see you catch one first. I'm a pro at fishing, and I've been sitting here for days without catching a single one. Uncle Li didn't believe Chen Xiangdong could catch any fish, but for the sake of the grain, he traded him the hook anyway. Just because you can't catch one doesn't mean I can't. Wait for my good news. Chen Pingyan said teasingly. There's not a single fish in sight for miles around. Don't get too cocky, kid. Uncle Li's fishing skills were legendary in the village. Chen Xiangdong's words instantly struck him as an insult. Uncle Li, you wait here. I'm off. Chen Xiangdong grabbed his fishing line and hook and left. He had to hurry or risk getting caught in the mountains after dark. He had the line and hooks, but he still needed bait. The area was full of carp, and redworms could withstand the cold. Their wriggling bodies and fishy scent were highly attractive to carp. Besides, grain was precious now, and Chen Xiangdong wouldn't use it as bait. So he headed to the sewage pit to find bloodworms. Since no one was fishing by the river now, no one was looking for bait, so the sewage pits were full of red worms. Chen Xiangdong scooped mud from the pit with his hands and soon filled a cloth bag with bloodworms. Then he set off. As he neared the mountain entrance, Chen Xiangdong sensed movement behind him. It felt like something was following him. He whipped his head around. Before him stood a tiny figure, his daughter, Xinxin. Xinxin, why are you following me? To protect Daddy. Daddy, you took me fishing, so I'll protect you. Xinxin patted her chest and puffed out her chest proudly. This little girl was fearless, unafraid of anything. And she was even following him. She was completely unaware that once they entered dangerous territory, she'd just be a liability. Daddy's much stronger than you. If anyone needs protecting, it's Daddy protecting you. Daddy needs Xinxin too. Xinxin just wants to go fishing with Daddy. Xinxin clung to Chen Xiangdong's leg, refusing to let go. Chen Xiangdong had no choice but to take her along. If they really encountered wild beasts or the like, Chen Xiangdong would just tuck her into his spatial pocket. He wasn't worried about her being in any real danger. Besides, Xinxin was stubborn. If she insisted on coming along and he refused, she knew he was going fishing in the mountains and would likely sneak in on her own. That would be the real danger. Alright, but you must listen to Daddy and not wander off. Okay. Xinxin nodded happily. Chen Xiangdong took Xinxin into the mountains. The little one showed no fear at all while walking the mountain paths. The weather was bitterly cold, frost forming on their hats, yet Xinxin refused to be carried by her father. She raced ahead, constantly turning back to call, Daddy, hurry up. Her voice kept Chen Xiangdong from feeling lonely in the desolate mountains. Even the biting wind felt warm to him. After climbing over 2 small hills, they reached a wide open space. Continuing forward, they saw the lake at the cave's entrance. Water flowed out from the cave, forming a lake outside. Daddy, there's a lake over there. Xinxin spotted it and immediately ran to investigate. A thin layer of ice now covered the lake's surface. Chen Xiangdong had to chisel through the ice to fish. Once the ice was broken, the lake water was crystal clear. Chen Xiangdong could even see the fish swimming at the bottom. Xinxin, sit quietly beside Daddy for a moment. Don't talk, it might scare the fish away. Okay. Xinxin covered her mouth and nodded. She was afraid she might scare the fish away. Chen Xiangdong baited the hook with a redworm and cast it into the water. Xinxin sat nearby playing with the redworm, getting the sleeves of her new clothes covered in black mud. The redworm wriggled on the hook, quickly attracting a school of carp. As the carp bit the worm and pulled the float under, Chen Xiangdong reeled in the line. The line felt heavy as he reeled it in, estimating the fish weighed about 4 or 5 pounds. Chen Xiangdong gave a powerful tug, and the large carp was pulled out of the water. It hung on the hook, thrashing wildly. Daddy, you're so awesome. Seeing this, Xinxin immediately dropped the red string, stood up, and reached out to help grab the fish. But her movements were still too clumsy. After Chen Xiangdong subdued the big carp, she could only awkwardly pat its tail afterward. What a huge fish! Nian Nian will definitely eat until she's stuffed tonight. Xinxin said happily as she stroked the carp. Chen Xiangdong placed the fish in the bamboo basket and Xinqing held a red worm near the carp's mouth. Carp, oh carp, tonight we'll eat you up. Be a good boy before you go, I'll give you one last worm. Xinqing's childish antics left Chen Xiangdong both amused and exasperated. Xinqing, keep an eye on that big carp. Don't let it jump out of the basket. Okay, Dad. Xinqing crouched beside the basket, staring intently at the carp, not daring to slack off for a moment. After all, it was tonight's dinner. Chen Xiangdong continued baiting the hook with red worms and casting it into the lake. This time, he reeled in a carp with a very large belly. It was obvious the fish was pregnant. Chen Xiangdong released it back into the water, for it would give birth to many more fish. That way, he could keep catching fish endlessly. Soon after, another fish took the bait and the flow plunged rapidly. Chen Xiangdong felt a powerful force pulling him. One slight misstep, and he could easily be pulled into the water. This fish must be enormous. Chen Xiangdong braced himself and pulled with all his might. Chapter 13, Upgrading Space. Wow, what a huge fish. Chen Xiangdong hauled the fish out of the water, leaving Xinqing utterly mesmerized. Dad's amazing. Dad's a god. He actually caught such a huge fish. This fish must weigh over 20 pounds. What a wonderful gift from nature. In these times of famine, to catch such a huge fish. Chen Xiangdong was just as excited as Xinqing. The fish was enormous and brimming with strength. After reeling it in, Chen Xiangdong had to exert considerable effort to get it to settle quietly in the bamboo basket. If Xinqing hadn't come along, he would have stashed it in his spatial pocket by now. Xinqing was young and didn't understand many things. But he still had to be careful around her. He couldn't let her know. Children can't keep secrets. He didn't want her blabbing to others. After that, Chen Xiangdong continued fishing. Instead, he engaged Xinqing by having her count how many red worms were left in the cloth bag. The little one carefully played with the worms while counting them. Now, her entire attention was focused on the red worms. Fish were plentiful here. As soon as Chen Xiangdong cast his line, a fish would immediately take the bait. Just then, he cast his line and reeled in another carp weighing over 10 pounds. Taking advantage of Xinqing's distraction, he quickly stowed the fish in his spatial pocket. Next, he caught a 5-pounder and swiftly stowed it away in the storage space too. Today's catch was promising. If they kept fishing, they could reel in many more. However, since Xinqing had come along, it was safer to head back quickly. He didn't want to linger too long, lest wild beasts appeared and caused trouble. Xinqing, have you counted them all? How many are there? Chen Xiangdong turned to ask Xinqing, who was facing away from him. Her muddy little hands scratched her head, leaving clumps of dirt in her hair. Her face was blank. I counted, apples. She swallowed hard as she spoke. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. The little one was just too adorable. Looks like tomorrow, I'll go buy her a few big apples to eat. Just as greedy as your little sister. Chen Xiangdong beamed with affection. Then he added, that's enough fishing for today. The mountains are dangerous. Let's head back quickly. Chen Xiangdong crouched down and hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back. Inside were a 20+ pound fish and a 4-pound one. The rest went into the storage space. So the basket wasn't heavy to carry. But as soon as he crouched down, Xinqing came over to help him carry the basket. Though tiny, she strained with all her might. The return journey went smoothly, with no encounters with wild beasts. What a relief! Upon reaching the doorstep, Xinqing dashed inside first to relay the news. Daddy's so amazing. He caught a huge fish. Nian Nian, Mom, we'll have fish for dinner tonight. Chen Xiangdong walked in and set down the heavy bamboo basket. Nian Nian immediately ran over. Fishy, such a big fishy. Nian Nian wrapped her arms around the fish, which weighed over 20 pounds. She opened her mouth, ready to take a big bite. Nian Nian was absolutely starving. Chen Xiangdong quickly stopped her. Nian Nian, stop. This is raw fish. You can't eat it. It has to be cooked first. Wait a bit and Daddy will make you braised fish. Nian Nian stopped her mouth, but a droplet of saliva fell onto the fish. Lin Yueshio smiled as she walked over and picked Nian Nian up. Be a good girl, Nian Nian. Seeing the large fish displayed in their home, Lin Yueshio felt an indescribable joy. Chen Xiangdong killed the 5-pound fish and prepared it as braised fish. Last time he went to the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Xiangdong also bought some seasonings. Soy sauce, MSG, and garlic. MSG was only just beginning to gain popularity in rural areas during the 1960s. MSG was a rare luxury item, considered high-end. Ordinary families rarely bought it. That Chen Xiangdong could afford MSG was something many families envied. Before, after supporting his parents, life was extremely tight. The only seasoning in the house was salt, just a pinch for stir-fries. The flavor certainly couldn't compare to dishes with soy sauce and MSG. After cleaning the fish, Chen Xiangdong began preparing it for cooking. Lin Yueshio wasn't idle either. She assisted Chen Xiangdong by stoking the firewood, washing the pot, and making corn cakes. Once the pot was heated, Chen Xiangdong added lard. The oil sizzled and crackled in the pan. Xinqing, who had been eagerly anticipating the fish going into the pot, gathered around to watch. Of course, both girls were already incredibly hungry. That's why they'd gathered around. You two stay back. Daddy's frying fish and the oil might splatter on you. If it splatters on your faces, your pretty faces will get ruined. Chen Xiangdong immediately pushed them away, leaving them to watch from a distance. Nian Nian began sniffing the air. It smells so good. Stop sniffing, little sister. If you fill up on smells, how will you have room for fish later? Xinqing teased. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He placed the fish chunks in the pan. Steam danced from the sizzling oil, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Then came the salt, soy sauce, minced garlic, and MSG. And just like that, a dish many couldn't afford in those days was created. After the fish was cooked, Chen Xiangdong took out the remaining frozen wild boar meat he had saved earlier to stir-fry. Braised fish, fish soup, stir-fried meat, and dried bracken ferns. Several dishes were placed on the table. The two little ones gazed longingly at the sumptuous dinner, their happiness overflowing. Dinner began, and everyone tucked in heartily. An hour later, the mechanical voice echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind once more. Eldest daughter Xingxinyi's fullness +1. Younger daughter Nian Nian's fullness +1.7. Wife Lin Yueshou's fullness +1. That little glutton Nian Nian was still stuffed to the gills. Whenever she sees meat, she eats without restraint. Whenever she's fed, she insists on stuffing herself to the brim. Chen Xiangdong worries that if he lets his guard down for even a moment, Nian Nian will eat until her stomach bursts. Congratulations, host. You've collected 10 satiety points and successfully upgraded to level 2 neural space. Level 2 neural space, 5 cubic meters capacity, capable of automatically raising animals. Congratulations, host. You've received an upgrade gift pack, auto-tracking crossbow arrow X1, plus the bonus trait, rapid wound healing. Friendly reminder, collect 100 satiety points to upgrade to level 3 divine space. This reward is truly excellent. With the auto-tracking crossbow arrow in hand, it would greatly boost his hunting success rate. Chen Xiangdong snapped back to reality and saw Nian Nian still eating. Her belly was already round and full. He patted her rounded belly. Nian Nian, you're such a glutton. Eat any more and you'll burst. Burp. Nian Nian belched contentedly, leaning back in her chair. There's just too much meat. I could never finish it all. Chapter 14, Doggy's Hard Life. After finishing their meal, Chen Xiangdong kept his promise and delivered fish to Uncle Li. In his past life, Uncle Li had helped him out many times. Though he could be a bit hot-tempered at times, he was a good man. This fish was worth delivering. As he approached the courtyard gate, he heard Auntie Wang, Uncle Li's wife, scolding him again. Old man, you really know how to rip off Xiangdong. That scrap of fishing line and hook isn't worth 5 pounds of flour. You're so heartless, don't you know his two little kids have nothing to eat? They're skin and bones. She was scolding Uncle Li. Chen Xiangdong insisted on that trait himself. I'm no fool, why pass up a free deal? Uncle Li sat with his legs crossed, his face turned away, puffing on his empty pipe again. Life was tough these days. He couldn't afford tobacco, and not smoking made him feel restless. All he could do was gaze longingly at the pipe, satisfying his craving with mere imagination. This stuff of yours is only worth a pound of flour. We'll keep 1 pound of this flour. Now take those 4 pounds back. Chen Xiangdong listened at the doorway. Aunt Wang was a decent person. With famine raging, many would do anything for food. In times like these, people like Aunt Wang were few and far between. Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Chen Xiangdong knocked on the door. Aunt Wang came to the door carrying a kerosene lamp. Oh, it's Xiangdong. You're just in time. You gave too much money when you traded fishing line and hooks with my husband today. That stuff isn't worth that much. We'll keep just a pound, take the rest back with you. Aunt Wang's smile was gentle. The trade's already done. How can I take it back? Uncle Li's line and hooks are worth every penny. Without them, I can't fish. Aunt Wang, you can keep all that flour. I won't take it back. How can that be? You've been thinking about it so much you've lost weight. Not that I'm telling you what to do, Aunt Wang, but Xingxinyian is your child. You need to take good care of them instead of always sending things to your parents. You're not even taking care of your own daughters. You have to live within your means. Aunt Wang said earnestly. Ah, you're so lucky to have 2 daughters. My life's been so hard. After the wolf carried off Gooden, having another child became nothing but a distant dream. My poor doggy, such a tragic fate, devoured by wolves at such a young age. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't taken him out to work the fields. If only I'd brought him home sooner, he wouldn't have been taken by the wolves. This was Aunt Wang's heartache. Whenever she found someone willing to listen, she'd start pouring out her sorrows. Aunt Wang's son was carried off by wolves when he was only 6 years old. That evening, Aunt Wang was working in the fields with her son, Doggy. It was a cornfield. Aunt Wang was hoeing weeds in the field while Doggy sat on the ridge playing by himself. Then the wolf snatched Godan away. Aunt Wang heard her son's cries for help and ran out of the cornfield. All she saw was the wolf carrying Godan into the mountains. She gave chase, but how could she possibly catch up? Soon after, the men from the village went into the mountains to track the wolf, but they couldn't find Godan either. They all said Doggy must have been eaten by the wolf. From that day on, this incident became a deep-seated worry for Aunt Wang. She'd been dwelling on it for over a decade, and she still couldn't let it go. But Chen Xiangdong could only listen. He was powerless to help. He couldn't just conjure up a doggy for her. When Aunt Wang poured out her sorrows to her, she could sense Aunt Wang drifting in and out of her senses. But once she finished speaking, she snapped back to reality. Xiangdong, what brings you to Old Li's place? I'm delivering fish. With that, Chen Xiangdong stepped into the courtyard. Uncle Li, I'm here to deliver the fish. The moment Uncle Li heard Chen Xiangdong say he'd brought fish, he immediately came out of the house. This kid actually caught some fish? Here, take the fish. Chen Xiangdong pulled a fish from the basket and placed it on the wooden stool by the door. Uncle Li stared in astonishment. This fish must weigh at least 4 pounds, such a big one. Chen Xiangdong was even more skilled than him. There weren't many fish in the river now, and everyone was struggling to catch anything. Yet he managed to reel in such a big one. Xiangdong, how did you manage it? To still catch fish now, and such a big one at that. Uncle Li actually looked at him with admiration. Me? Just got lucky. Chen Xiangdong certainly wouldn't tell him about that hidden lake. If one person in the village knew about it, the whole village would know. Alright, Uncle Li, cook up a nice fish meal for Aunt Wang. I'm heading back to spend time with my wife and kids. With that, Chen Xiangdong left. Zhao Lianfang was curled up on the bed, shivering from the cold and ravenous with hunger. She had no strength left. She had originally lived with her eldest son, but he passed away 2 years ago. His wife resented her as just another mouth to feed. And since her husband was gone, she no longer wished to fulfill her husband's duty of supporting his mother in her old age. So they had Zhao Lianfang move in with her third son, Chen Jianmen. Wang Suihua was naturally reluctant to take in this elderly mother-in-law, but she had no choice but to let Zhao Lianfang move in. But Zhao Lianfang had been living hand to mouth. She was often hungry, and now with the famine, she had even less to eat. She hadn't eaten a proper meal in 2 or 3 days. Starving beyond endurance, Zhao Lianfang crept into the kitchen to secretly nibble on raw sweet potato leaves. Just as she picked up a leaf to put in her mouth, Wang Suilan burst in and scolded her. Old hag! There's barely enough food for the family, and you dare to steal. Zhao Lianfang said tearfully, I haven't eaten for days. Can't I even have some sweet potato leaves? The sweet potato leaves are for those who work. You old hag can't earn any work points, yet you still want to eat? You're shameless. Wang Suihua snatched the sweet potato leaves back without mercy. Zhao Lianfang had no choice but to seek out her son, Chen Jianmen. Chen Jianmen sat in the room, calculating under the dim kerosene lamp. It was the expense of sending old Five to school versus the future returns. Jianmen. Zhao Lianfang sat down beside him. Mom, what do you need? Mom's hungry, and I'm feeling quite unwell. Zhao Lianfang came to tell her son, hoping he would give her something to eat. Mom, this isn't just hunger. You're getting older, and your body naturally isn't as strong as it used to be. You should exercise more regularly, it'll ease the aches and pains. Lying in bed all day without moving, no wonder you're in pain. Chapter 15, Great-Grandma, don't cry. Son, do you really think moving around will fix this? I'm starving. Suihua won't give me anything to eat. I'm too weak from hunger to even get out of bed. Food is scarce now, and the children need to eat. Mother, you're old. In a few more years, you'll pass away. It's okay to eat less, we need to save food for those doing physical labor. Chen Jianmen started out speaking gently, but the old woman wouldn't let it go. So he made his point crystal clear. They just think the old woman is too old, one more mouth to feed. Zhao Lianfang's eyes filled with tears. Hearing her son speak this way, her heart sank with disappointment. She could only retreat to her humble room and weep by the window. Tonight, the moonlight shone brightly, and it was still early, only 8 o'clock. Xinxin rushed outside to play. When he reached Zhao Lianfang's window, he heard sobbing. Is that great-grandma crying? Xinxin pressed his face against the window. Is that you, Xinxin? Zhao Lianfang turned her head toward the window. Great-grandma, why are you crying? Seeing Zhao Lianfang cry, Xinxin asked. Great-grandma is hungry, and there's nothing to eat. Great-grandma, don't cry. I'll go get you something to eat. After saying this, Xinxin took Nian Nian home. Tonight, there were leftovers of meat and fish from their family's meal. Xinxin grabbed some fish and meat, while Nian Nian took 2 steamed buns. The 2 little ones ran back toward Great-Grandma's window. Great-Grandma, meat. Xinxin panted, reaching out to hand the fish and meat to Zhao Lianfang. Great-Grandma, here are some steamed buns too. Nian Nian brought over a rock. Stepping on it, she could perch on the windowsill just like Xinxin. Grandma, hurry up and eat. Seeing Great-Grandma's tears streaming down her face, Xinxin urged again. But if you eat, Grandma, there won't be any left for us. Don't worry, Great-Grandma. Daddy's really good now. We get meat every day and are already full. Great-Grandma, you're crying from hunger. Please eat quickly. Once you eat, you won't cry anymore. Xinxin blinked her big eyes, waiting for great-grandma to eat. Zhao Lianfang devoured the food they brought her, swallowing her tears along with every bite. Who would have thought that in the end, it was the two daughters from her once disregarded eldest grandson's family who brought her food? Because they weren't boys. Yet, these two little ones were the only ones who truly cared for her. Great-grandma, you mustn't cry anymore. We'll come to the window every day to bring you food. Xinxin said with understanding. Only you two little ones are kind to great-grandma. Great-grandma thanks you both. Zhao Lianfang was deeply moved. The two children raised by the third son's eldest grandson were the most sensible. Xinxin and Nian Nian stayed by the window chatting with great-grandma for quite a while before heading home. Lin Yuexiu noticed that the leftovers put away tonight were less than usual. Thinking thieves had broken in and stolen it, she muttered curses under her breath, that damn thief, sneaking into our house to steal food. Just then, Xingxinyan walked in and heard their mother cursing the thief. Xinxin quickly interjected, Mom, nobody stole it. Nian Nian and I took it to feed great-grandma. She's so pitiful she hasn't eaten in 2 days. She said Grandpa and Grandma won't give her any food. Mom, does that mean when people get as old as great-grandma, they can't eat anymore? Xinxin's heart was filled with great confusion. That's because Grandpa and Grandma won't feed great-grandma. We must never become like Grandpa and Grandma, understand? When Xinxin explained she'd taken the food for great-grandma, Lin Yuexiu didn't scold them. Instead, she thought they were sensible children. This grandmother had always spoken to her rather harshly. But back when she was still in good health, she would occasionally give her sweet potatoes and other food. Compared to her mother-in-law, Grandma Zhao was much kinder. Lin Yuexiu rubbed the two children down and then they went to sleep. Lin Yuexiu continued boiling water, waiting for Chen Xiangdong to return. Just as she finished heating the water again, Chen Xiangdong returned. You're back. The water's just boiled. Go sit over there and soak your feet to relax. Saying this, Lin Yuexiu ladled the hot water into a basin and carried it into the inner room. Then, she tugged Chen Xiangdong over. Hurry up and soak your feet. Chen Xiangdong pulled himself to the basin and sat down. Chen Xiangdong had been busy outside these past few days, bringing back so much meat he must be exhausted. Lin Yuexiu felt sorry for him and wanted to give him a proper chance to unwind. Chen Xiangdong placed his feet in the basin. The water temperature was just right. Lin Yuexiu began massaging his feet. You've been working so hard these past few days. A foot massage will help you feel better. It felt incredibly good, so Chen Xiangdong let her continue. That's good. A little more pressure. Lin Yuexiu applied more pressure to the specified areas. Xinxin and Nian Nian just went to bring Grandma some food. They said Grandma's staying with Mom and Dad, but they won't give her anything to eat. Why don't we invite Grandma to live with us? She's over 80 now, and her eldest brother's wife dislikes her, refusing to let her live with them. When she came to stay with my parents, she had nothing to eat. The poor old woman is quite pitiful. Mom and Dad are being too harsh. Grandma hasn't done anything particularly wrong. They won't even give her food. Wherever she goes, people look down on her. We can still partition off a small room here. Once I get it set up tomorrow, I'll go pick Grandma up. Alright, whatever you say. Lin Yuexiu finished massaging Chen Xiangdong's feet and used a towel to dry them off. No sooner had she set the towel down than Chen Xiangdong pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Truth be told, over the years, Chen Xiangdong had been constantly worrying about his parents' household. The constant bickering between his parents had even strained their own marriage at times. They hadn't been intimate for a long time. Now, caught off guard by the kiss, Lin Yuexiu's face flushed bright red, her heart pounding wildly. What are you doing? The kids are sleeping inside. Lin Yuexiu shyly avoided Chen Xiangdong's gaze. They're asleep. They won't disturb us. With that, Chen Xiangdong reached out. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong woke up early while Lin Yuexiu was still fast asleep. She'd been exhausted from last night, so he let her sleep in. Chen Xiangdong rose with quiet movements, careful not to disturb her. After preparing breakfast for them, Chen Xiangdong got ready to leave. He intended to sell the fish at the black market. Packing them into his spatial storage, he set off. The journey to the black market was truly long. Once he had enough tickets, he planned to buy a bicycle. That would save him a lot of time and reduce his fatigue. After walking for over 2 hours, Chen Xiangdong arrived at the black market. This was his second visit, so he was already fairly familiar with the place. Unlike last time, when he was completely unfamiliar with the place. He walked into a deserted alley, took the fish he intended to sell out of his spatial storage, placed them into a bamboo basket, and covered it with a cloth. He stood in the same spot as before to sell. Hey, what kind of meat you got in that basket? A middle-aged man approached and asked. Chapter 16, Long-Term Cooperation. The man looked like a government official, probably holding a position in the county. People like him usually had some money to spare. If he could turn him into a long-term customer, it would make selling goods much easier in the future. After all, the black market was a dangerous place. Staying too long at a stall greatly increased the risk of getting caught. Chen Xiangdong offered a forced smile. Fish meat fresh and tender. He then lifted the cloth, revealing a large fish weighing over 20 pounds before the man's eyes. Items stored in the spatial pocket remained as fresh as if just slaughtered, even after months. This meant his meat was far fresher than others' offerings. After all, most hunters would process their catch the next day before bringing it to market. After all, transportation was inconvenient these days, and many sellers lived far from the county seat. Looks really good, brother. You're amazing, catching such a big fish. The man flipped the fish over with his hands, grinning as he spoke. He was thoroughly impressed with Chen Xiangdong's catch. So, sir, how much do you want? I'll cut it up for you. How much for this fish? 1 yuan per pound. The supply and marketing cooperative sold carp meat for about 50 cents per pound, and even then, it was often out of stock. Asking $1 per pound on the black market wasn't unreasonable. Alright, give me 5 pounds. Sure thing. Chen Xiangdong cut a piece of fish and weighed it on a small scale. 5 pounds and 1 ounce. I'll charge you for 5 pounds. With the system at his disposal, he'd never run short of meat again. This was just a small gesture to build goodwill. With more repeat customers next time, he wouldn't be losing out. Alright, thanks. Do you usually set up your stall here? Barring any surprises, I'll be here. Alright, next time I come by, I'll buy meat from your stall again. Alright. Chen Xiangdong also exchanged some tickets with him. After the man left, another well-dressed man approached. He was much younger than the previous customer, looking only about 27 or 28. Sir, would you like to buy some fish? Seeing the young man pass by, Chen Xiangdong called out to him. The young man stopped. What kind of fish do you have? Carp, fresh. Chen Xiangdong replied. The young man looked at them and seemed quite satisfied. How much for the fish? 1 yuan per pound. Too expensive. Can you give me a discount? I need to buy a lot, and I'll need daily supplies. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangdong could roughly guess what the young man in front of him did for a living. Probably a restaurant owner. How much do you need? About 30 pounds. I run a restaurant and need to restock daily. If the price is right, we could establish a long-term partnership. Exactly, a restaurant owner, just as Chen Xiangdong had guessed. It was the difficult 3 years of economic hardship. At this time, almost all restaurants were state-run. Private restaurants could only survive if they had powerful connections or formidable strength. For instance, some private establishments catered exclusively to influential VIPs. In short, whether state-run or privately operated, they were all backed by powerful connections. Chen Xiangdong decided to partner with him, thinking it might prove beneficial down the line. No matter what era you live in, if you want to get things done, connections are absolutely essential. Offering him a slightly lower supply price wouldn't hurt. Besides, it couldn't be lower than the supply and marketing cooperative's prices. Alright, I'll give you 80 cents per pound. Keep coming back to my place. We don't just sell fish, we've got all kinds of wild game from the mountains. I can guarantee a steady supply. For restaurant owners like you, I'm the right choice. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. These words struck a chord with the young man. Times were tough with the economy slumping and supplies scarce. Though he had connections at the supply cooperative, the meat supply was limited and the variety was scarce. If he could get his hands on rare mountain delicacies, that would be perfect. He catered to wealthy, high-profile clients. He could even raise his prices. He intends to partner with this farmer because he trusts him. At this time of year, anyone who could catch over 20 pounds of fish was no ordinary person. Still, he needed to verify the details thoroughly. So you can hunt roe deer and leopards? Of course I can. Chen Xiangdong answered with confidence. I want sika deer meat. Can you get it? Sure. Can you deliver it here in 2 days? No problem. Alright, deal. I'll come pick it up at this time the day after tomorrow. Got it. Chen Xiangdong made arrangements with the young man. Once he got back, he'd have to head into the mountains to hunt for roe deer. Only 5 pounds of fish remained. It seemed today's catch would sell out quickly too. Soon, another customer approached to ask about the price. Young man, could you lower the price a bit? If you do, I'll take the whole lot. Chen Xiangdong shook his head. Uncle, my fish is 1 yuan per pound. I can't go any lower. Haggling over such a small purchase. He wouldn't lower the price, and he'd still sell them anyway. After all, some vendors were selling theirs for over a yuan per pound. Can't you really go any lower? Can't be helped, uncle. Meat's hard to come by these days. Fine. Just weigh it out for me. Just then, a woman approached. Can I buy some fish meat? My child just had major surgery and was discharged from the hospital. They need to replenish their nutrition. Fish is the only thing he'll eat with any appetite, but I've been to several shops and none have any fish. Chen Xiangdong saw how haggard the woman looked. She must be exhausted from caring for the child, and major surgery implies a serious illness. Healthy people can endure not eating meat. But a weakened patient needs meat and nutritious food to recover quickly. Chen Xiangdong was a father himself, having lived a full life. He understood this mother's situation, so Chen Xiangdong politely declined the man's offer. "Uncle, I'm sorry, but this mother's child just got discharged from the hospital and needs nourishment to recover. Look at her, she's so worried she's worn out. I'll sell the fish to her instead. If you still want some, I can bring it over tomorrow." The mother's haggard appearance was unmistakable. One glance revealed she'd been through a major ordeal. The man wasn't without compassion. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's explanation, he actually felt a bit of admiration for him. "Alright, fish meat won't go bad if we eat it a day later. This lady clearly needs these few pounds more than I do. Sell them to her first. I'll buy from you tomorrow, save me about 10 pounds then." Whenever he came to the black market to buy meat, the uncle would always buy extra to stockpile at home. "Alright, I'll set aside 10 pounds of fish for you here at this time tomorrow." "Got it." The man made his arrangement with Chen Xiangdong and left. Chen Xiangdong handed the weighed fish to the woman, who thanked him repeatedly. After paying, she said, "Once my son finishes eating, I'll come back to buy from you." "Sure thing, thank you, ma'am." Business was going smoothly. He hadn't expected that after just 2 trips to the black market, he already had several customers who had placed advance orders. After buying the fish, Chen Xiangdong went to stock up on household items just like last time. He also let Xinqing count redworms by the lake. As she counted, she even counted apples. That little girl must be craving apples. He headed to the supply cooperative to see if they had any apples for sale. Chapter 17, The Provocation. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Xiangdong immediately looked for apples. Fruit was considered a luxury item back then, and apples were particularly scarce. The supply and marketing cooperative might not even have any. Ordinary families couldn't afford apples. Most people only got to eat fruit a few times a year. After browsing for a while, Chen Xiangdong spotted apples for sale. Thankfully, they were available. Buying a few apples today would surely make Xinqing overjoyed. As Chen Xiangdong examined the apples, a few young men nearby were chatting. "That guy's ridiculous. His clothes are so worn out you can tell just by looking at him he's from the countryside. Can't afford apples, yet he's looking at them. What a shameless guy." The speaker was a teenager of about 19. He wore a parka and sported a Victory brand watch on his wrist. This was Li Pingjiang, the young master of a wealthy family. Today he brought several friends to the supply and marketing cooperative to shop. Passing by, he spotted Chen Xiangdong dressed in shabby clothes actually picking out apples. He stopped in his tracks, mocking the poor man for daring to aspire to the same pleasures as the wealthy. Another companion chuckled, "The way he looks, he's probably just sniffing the apples. He can't afford to eat them, so smelling the fragrance is like eating the apples. What a ridiculous sight, ha ha ha." The group burst into laughter. Old 5, Chen Xiangdong, was among them. He had come with them, so when they laughed, he naturally laughed along. But his smile was almost frozen stiff. Because they were laughing at his older brother. Of course, he wasn't angry because they were laughing at his brother. Rather, he felt his brother was embarrassing him. He had worked so hard to befriend Li Pingjiang. He had worked tirelessly to infiltrate the circle of the wealthy, dreaming of one day living like them. If Li Pingjiang knew that the man standing before him unable to afford an apple yet lingering stubbornly at the stall was his own brother, they would surely mock him too. Their voices were so loud that Chen Xiangdong heard every word clearly. He looked up and spotted the teenager in the parka, standing out conspicuously in the crowd. Standing beside the teenager was his own younger brother, the 4th son. Why was old 5 with them? Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. In his previous life, he'd only thought youngest brother's education required substantial living expenses. He had no idea that old 5 was hanging out with the rich kid. Not just him, no one in the family had any idea. Now Chen Xiangdong finally understood why 4th brother's expenses had been so enormous in his previous life. Chen Xiangdong kept staring at old 5, whose eyes darted nervously. He was clearly guilty. Li Pingjiang sensed something was off. "Do you two know each other?" 5th brother quickly chuckled. "How could I possibly know someone who looks so poor and shabby? I thought he might be your brother." Li Pingjiang teased with a laugh. Old 5's heart skipped a beat. "My brother dressed that shabbily? Impossible. Just look at him, he's clearly a poor man who hasn't eaten in days." As he spoke, Lao Wu instinctively tucked in the peeling leather tips of his shoes. He wasn't dressed much better himself, yet he kept calling the man a pauper. This man is utterly ridiculous, unable to afford an apple, yet pretending he can. That's the tragedy of the poor. Li Pingjiang walked by, flaunting his superiority next to Chen Xiangdong. Then Li Pingjiang asked the salesperson, "How much are the apples per pound?" 3 cents per pound, the saleswoman replied. Her tone when speaking to Li Pingjiang was very warm. She could tell he was the young master of a wealthy family. She was hoping Li Pingjiang would buy a few more pounds of apples. "Did you hear me? 30 cents per pound. If you can't afford it, don't just stand there looking around, it's interfering with business," Li Pingjiang said sarcastically. Chen Xiangdong couldn't stand this kind of rich kid behavior. So what if he had a little money? He had some too. What disgusted him most was old Five fawning like a lapdog, echoing his every word. Ha, 30 cents a pound? I can afford it. I bet you can't afford it. Chen Xiangdong said deliberately. Of course, he wasn't saying this to Li Pingzhang, but to old Five. What? What kind of joke are you telling? Does my appearance look like I can't afford apples at 30 cents a pound? Li Pingzhang puffed out his chest indignantly as he addressed Chen Xiangdong. You can afford them, but your buddies here might not. If you can't afford it, don't make fun of others. Chen Xiangdong continued to goad them. The other two companions were men who valued their pride. Hearing Chen Xiangdong speak like this, one of them immediately retorted, who can't afford it? My dad's a section chief. The other added, my mom's a doctor. Her monthly salary is huge. What's an apple? They all came from relatively well-off families. At that time, ordinary workers earned around 30 or 40 yuan a month. A doctor earned over 100 yuan a month. A junior section chief could earn 70 or 80 yuan a month. Their monthly income far exceeded that of ordinary workers. Farmers, needless to say, earned even less, especially during the current famine. So Lao Wu found himself in an awkward position. Among the group, he was the only one from a family with poor economic conditions. They could genuinely afford to buy apples, but for him, life was tight. Even buying study materials was a strain. What's more, his family was short on food, and they certainly wouldn't spend any extra money on such a luxury fruit. But since they'd all come out together, and everyone else claimed they could afford it, how could he possibly be the only one saying he couldn't? That would be so embarrassing. I can afford them too. Who says we can't? Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong's lips curved into a smile. He'd been waiting for old Five to say just that. You all say you can afford it, but I think it's just talk. You're all still so young, how could you possibly have enough money to buy these rare apples? Chen Xiangdong gave them a dismissive look. These young people were at that age where they were easily impulsive. Chen Xiangdong's few words instantly provoked them into wanting to buy apples to prove themselves. Give me 5 pounds of apples, please. I'll take 5 pounds too. Same here. The three of them all told the salesperson, while old Five stood there silently. Xiangnan, how many pounds are you getting? Today we'll show this cheapskate what we're made of. One of the companions, not having heard Lao Wu speak, urged him to buy quickly. With all that said, not buying would be embarrassing. Chapter 18, Putting on Airs. Old Five looked mortified, gritted his teeth, and said, of course I'll buy 5 pounds like you guys. It stung his wallet. 5 pounds meant 1 yuan 50, no small sum for him. Fortunately, before leaving home today, he'd asked his father for this semester's textbook allowance. He attended high school in town, where tuition was waived, so he never worried about that expense. But each semester, they symbolically charged for textbooks and lodging. He should have paid the textbook fee a month ago. But he had no money and had put it off until now. Seeing several young men generously buying apples, the salesperson couldn't stop smiling. Alright, I'll weigh them for you right now. The clerk moved swiftly to weigh them. After weighing and collecting payment, she asked Chen Xiangdong with a sour look, country bumpkin, if you don't want apples, don't hang around here. These apples won't last if you keep handling them like that. Such an attitude from a supply and marketing cooperative clerk wasn't surprising. Most supply and marketing cooperatives displayed signs warning against assaulting customers. After the weight was measured, they paid. Apples, being non-staple agricultural products, usually didn't require ration tickets to purchase. After paying, the young men began mocking Chen Xiangdong again. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be rich and buy expensive fruit. I'm in a good mood today. If you beg me nicely, I might give you a few pounds to try. Let you experience what it feels like to eat what rich people eat, said the young man whose mother was a doctor, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Constantly belittled by his mother at home, uttering these words suddenly gave him a sense of self-worth. Old Wu beside him winced at spending a whole yuan and 50 cents, but still put on a happy face. Chen Xiangdong shook his head and told the clerk, they each want 5 pounds. 4 people total, so that's 20 pounds. Just weigh out 20 pounds for me. Here's 20 pounds worth of apples, 6 yuan total. Keep the change. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment. One person buying this much? He must be loaded. The freshly delivered apples sold out in an instant. Apples were scarce. The supply cooperative had only received a few dozen pounds this time. In other economically better off areas, when such scarce fruits arrived at the supply and marketing cooperatives, people usually had to queue up to buy them, and there were purchase limits. But here, they worried they wouldn't sell them all. Who would have thought that just a few people coming by today would clear them all out? The sales staff instantly changed their attitude toward Chen Xiangdong, warmly addressing him as big brother with every word. Meanwhile, the young men were left red-faced. This guy actually sold more than they did. Especially old Five, his face was twisted in a grimace that looked worse than crying. After buying apples, Chen Xiangdong went to buy candy and school bags for Xingxinian and Yanyan. After that, he selected some fabric. In a little while, it would be the spring festival. He planned to make new clothes for his wife, daughter, and grandmother then. On his way home, he happened to pass Wang Niuxi's ox cart from the same village. Chen Xiangdong hopped aboard. As they neared the village, he pulled 2 apples from his spatial pocket and handed them to Wang Yoshi. This was to thank him for the ride home. Brother Shi, here are 2 apples. Take them home to eat. Hearing this, Wang Yoshi froze for several seconds. Apples. He hadn't eaten a single piece of fruit all year. The 1 or 2 pairs rationed by the commune each time, he never dared to take a single bite, saving them all for his children. And now Chen Xiangdong was actually giving him 2 apples. Xiangdong, I can't accept these. They're too precious. You should take them back for Xinqing and Nian to eat. Wang Yoshi felt awkward accepting them. It's fine. I have plenty more apples. Giving you 2 leaves me with plenty left. Chen Xiangdong insisted, pressing them into his hands. Wang Yoshi half refused, half accepted the 2 apples. Word had it that over the past few days, Chen Xiangdong had hunted a wild boar and caught a bounty of fish. Life has been getting better and better. Now, just as they'd said, he could even eat rare fruits. If Wang Yo didn't feel a twinge of envy, that would be strange. She kept thinking about how Dad had gone to town today to trade fish for money, and she was sure he'd buy something once he got the cash. The 2 of them sat on the doorstep waiting for Chen Xiangdong. As he neared home, Chen Xiangdong found a secluded spot, retrieved all the day's purchases from his spatial pocket, and carried them home in large and small bundles. Seeing her father return with so many things, Xinxianian knew he must have bought a lot. They immediately ran over to help carry the bags. Chen Xiangdong handed them some of the lighter bags to carry. Even just holding the shopping bags, not knowing what was inside, the 2 girls were already beaming with excitement. Mom, Dad's home. Xinxin and Nian called out toward the house. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuexiu peeked out and saw the mountain of groceries Chen Xiangdong had brought. She hurried out. Xiangdong, why did you buy so much again? That must have cost a fortune. Next time, don't buy so much. We can make do with what we have just get by. Buying like this is such a waste of money. Lin Yuexiu looked at the bags piled up and felt heartbroken. In these times of food scarcity, Lin Xiangdong was still spending money on so many things. Chen Xiangdong laughed at her. Honey, don't worry. I have money. I'll earn it back. You guys just enjoy yourselves. But you're always going up the mountain to hunt. It's really dangerous. We can eat wild greens in tree bark. We don't want you risking your life. Lin Yuexiu said with concern. She understood how hard Chen Xiangdong worked, and besides, hunting in the mountains was extremely dangerous. She worried constantly. Now that Chen Xiangdong finally understood how much he cared for her and their 2 children, she couldn't bear to lose him. I told you, don't worry. I'm Chen Xiangdong, I'm tough. Stop worrying and hurry over to grab an apple. Chen Xiangdong brought out the apples. The 2 children ran over and quickly snatched the apples from Chen Xiangdong's hands. They'd never seen apples so big and so juicy before. When Xinxin was counting, she suddenly counted 2 apples of fruit she'd only heard others mention. She'd never tasted one before, only heard it was sweet and fragrant. Wow, it smells so good. It's an apple. Daddy's the best. Daddy, you're so kind. The 2 children took big bites, eating the apples with the skin on. Apple juice dripped from the corners of their mouths. Yuexiu, have one too. Chen Xiangdong handed a large, red apple to Lin Yuexiu. She refused to take it, saying, I won't eat it. Such expensive fruit, let the 2 kids have it. No, you must eat it right now. Chen Xiangdong scolded her playfully, knowing full well she wouldn't bring herself to eat it. This time, Lin Yuexiu dared not refuse. Watching his daughter-in-law obediently eat the apple, he ruffled her hair affectionately and said, That's a good girl. Xinxin overheard her parents' strange exchange and asked in confusion, Dad, you used to say Mom was a tiger mom. Why are you calling her good now? Little brat, what do you know? Just eat your apple properly. Chapter 19, Encountering a Wild Boar in Labor. After lunch, the system's voice echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind once more. Ding. Eldest daughter Xinxin's fullness value +1. Ding. Younger daughter Nian's fullness +1.2. Ding. Wife Lin Yuexiu's fullness +1. Excellent. Now that his wife and children were well fed and warmly clothed, Chen Xiangdong felt at ease. After lunch, Chen Xiangdong fetched some wooden planks and roughly partitioned off a small room in the main hall for Grandma to stay in. After that, he prepared to head into the mountains. Today at the black market, a customer had placed an order for roe deer. Delivery was due the day after tomorrow. To avoid delaying the shipment, he needed to start searching for roe deer in the mountains immediately. If he could catch a few pheasants too, that would be ideal. The aunt's son had just been discharged from the hospital after major surgery. His body was still recovering and needed nourishing food. If she got some pheasant, she'd likely buy it to make soup for her son. Chen Xiangdong was confident this trip into the mountains would yield even greater results than before. Seeing Chen Xiangdong prepare to head into the mountains, Lin Yuexiu brought out a thick, handmade hat. It's cold in the mountains. I made this hat, it's very warm. You should wear it. Lin Yuexiu placed the hat on Chen Xiangdong's head. Thanks, dear. Chen Xiangdong gently cupped her face and kissed her forehead. Such an intimate gesture was unheard of in broad daylight. Lin Yueshio's cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Chen Xiangdong stepped outside, and Xinqing followed with an apple in hand. She was taking the apple to give to her great-grandmother. She wasn't foolish. When delivering things for great-grandma to eat, she always hid them well. She wouldn't let grandpa and grandma see it. If they did, they'd definitely take it away. Great-grandma, great-grandma. The soft, sweet voice drifted in from outside the window, and Zhao Lianfeng hurried to the window. Xinqing, you're here. Zhao Lianfeng beamed a loving smile at her. Great-grandma, an apple. Xinqing handed an apple through the window. Seeing this, Zhao Lianfeng shook her head quickly. Great-grandma doesn't eat apples anymore. Such an expensive fruit, she couldn't bring herself to eat it. Why not? Xinqing couldn't understand. It was so delicious, why wouldn't she eat it? Because great-grandma is old, and her teeth have grown old too. They're already bad, so she can't eat sweet apples. Zhao Lianfeng made up an excuse to brush it off. Grandma's lying. I saw her yesterday chewing fish bones to bits and swallowing them. How could she not be able to bite into a crisp apple? Dad bought so many apples, a whole box. Great-grandma, you can eat as many as you want. Dad said we can't possibly eat them all. Xinqing placed the apple on the windowsill and ran off. Passing by their courtyard gate, she bumped into Wang Suihua, who was sweeping a patch of snow in front of the door. Seeing Xinqing pass by, the anger that had almost faded surged back up. That brat actually demanded a bag of rice as compensation. Wang Suihua spat at Xinqing, debt collector. Xinqing ignored her and ran straight back to her own home. Chen Xiangdong left home around 3 o'clock and entered the mountains by 4 or 5. Between 4 and 5 in the afternoon was prime time for roe deer activity, making it easier to track them at this hour. Chen Xiangdong ventured deep into the mountains, observing carefully. His target this time was the roe deer. Therefore, he focused on searching for any traces left by the roe deer. After searching several areas, Chen Xiangdong actually discovered deer tracks. He noticed rub marks on a nearby tree trunk, about a meter high. A behavior roe deer used to scratch itches or mark their territory. Chen Xiangdong also spotted fresh gnaw marks on tender branches and tree trunks, clear evidence of roe deer activity. Deer must be roaming nearby. Following the tracks, he searched the surrounding area. As he approached a thicket, though he moved with utmost stealth, a startled animal cry erupted from within. A sharp, staccato cry. If his judgment was correct, this must be a roe deer. Highly sensitive, it immediately bolted upon sensing danger. Chen Xiangdong immediately deployed the auto-tracking crossbow bolt the system had sent him. After use, the bow automatically tracks down and kills the targeted beast. 99% hit rate. The bow automatically locks onto the roe deer's position and an arrow flies out. In just a few seconds, it had taken down a roe deer. Chen Xiangdong immediately ran over to retrieve the roe deer. In winter, roe deer always travel in packs, appearing in groups. If one appeared here, others were surely nearby. Sure enough, Chen Xiangdong watched as the bow and arrow autonomously tracked the deer. In no time at all, he shot down 2 more roe deer. The system rewards were truly valuable. He'd bagged 3 roe deer without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, the auto-tracking crossbow arrows could only be used 4 times a day. Having already used it 3 times, only 1 chance remained for the day. Chen Xiangdong stored all 3 roe deer in his spatial storage. There likely weren't any more roe deer nearby, as Chen Xiangdong could see the bow had already unlocked its targeting. He continued wandering, hoping to catch other animals. Heading in another direction, Chen Xiangdong suddenly heard heavy breathing coming from the thicket. Judging by the sound, it must be an animal with severe injuries. Chen Xiangdong approached to investigate, hoping for a lucky find. Upon investigation, he discovered a wild sow in the midst of giving birth. Wild sows are highly aggressive during labor. But Chen saw it panting heavily, writhing in pain on its side. It tried to flee upon seeing him, yet lacked the strength to run. It was clear this boar was suffering from severe dystocia. It must have been struggling for a long time without success. Otherwise, it wouldn't be lying there nearly immobile. Chen Xiangdong pondered how to handle this dystocia-stricken boar. Suddenly, he remembered his spatial pocket had upgraded to level 2. The level 2 divine space contained an automated breeding facility. Simply place the animal inside. The system would handle feeding and care automatically, requiring no effort on his part. Moreover, the space's breeding technology was highly advanced, covering everything from mating to automatic delivery. Since Chen Xiangdong couldn't deliver the piglet himself, he decided to place the sow in the spatial farm and let the system handle the delivery. If the system successfully delivered piglets, he could raise them. If the wild sow died during a difficult birth, he could sell the meat for profit. In short, placing it in the space guaranteed no loss. Thus, Chen Xiangdong placed the wild sow in the spatial breeding facility for care. After placing it inside, he unexpectedly discovered a small coral snake pressed beneath the sow. He hadn't anticipated that when he mentally guided the boar into the space, the little coral snake followed it inside. Perfect, he could boil up some snake soup for dinner tonight. As dusk fell, Chen Xiangdong prepared to descend the mountain. On the way down, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind again. Friendly reminder, the sow has successfully given birth to 5 piglets. Hearing this good news, Chen Xiangdong immediately opened his spatial pocket to check. Sure enough, he saw 5 newborn piglets suckling milk in the pen. Great! Raising these pigs to maturity would bring in a decent sum. Chapter 20, Your Daughter Stole Money. Today's mountain trip yielded a good harvest, putting Chen Xiangdong in high spirits. He hadn't walked far when he stumbled upon another treasure. 2 wild pheasants flew past him, a slightly larger one chasing a slightly thinner one. It looked like the male pheasant was courting the female. These 2 pheasants were too much openly showing off their affection right in front of him. Show off your love, die fast. Chen Xiangdong fired his auto-tracking arrows and raised his hunting rifle to shoot the birds. Both pheasants were struck down. Chen Xiangdong collected them into his storage space. Today's luck was truly exceptional. He hurried down the mountain to simmer a snake soup, wanting his wife and children to try something new. Chen Xiangdong rushed home at top speed. He carried 1 pheasant in one hand and placed the small coral snake into a snake bag with the other. With the pheasant in one hand and the burlap sack in the other, he walked into the house. Xinshin Nian, Daddy's home. Hearing the sound, Xingxinianian immediately got up to greet him. She came over, wrapping one arm around each of his legs. Wild pheasant for dinner tonight. A nice change of pace. Xinshin grabbed the wild pheasant's claw dangling before her eyes. Right, we're sick of fish. Let's switch to pheasant. Chen Xiangdong placed the pheasant and the burlap sack beside the woodpile. Lin Yueshio hadn't returned from outside yet, so Chen Xiangdong started boiling water. Once it came to a boil, he scalded the feathers and plucked them. Just as he stoked the fire, Chen Xiangdong turned to fetch a ladle to add more water to the pot. But the sight before him nearly scared the life out of him. Nian was actually holding a small coral snake, flicking it back and forth like a rubber band. Snakes can bite people. Chen Xiangdong immediately rushed over and snatched the coral snake from Nian's hands. Nian, that's a snake, not a toy. You can't play with it. If it bites you, you'll get poisoned and won't be able to see Daddy anymore. The little coral snake landed on the woodpile, limp and dangling. If I get poisoned and can't see Daddy, will Nian go blind? Will I not be able to see? Nian stammered. Chen Xiangdong was both exasperated and amused. You won't go blind, you'll die. No sooner had he spoken than he heard Xinxing's voice. Daddy's lying. This little thing won't bite anyone. It's so much fun. Chen Xiangdong looked over, still shaken, only to be startled again. Xinxing was wearing that tiny coral snake around her neck, even tying its head and tail into a knot across her chest. Chen Xiangdong rushed over to Xinxing and swiftly tossed the little coral snake aside. The little coral snake landed on the woodpile, hanging dejectedly from a forked branch. Dangerous. Children shouldn't play with snakes. Chen Xiangdong scolded. Neither of his daughters had given him a moment's peace today. Daddy, you're so mean. Xinxing only thought the little coral snake was adorable, completely unaware that it was a dangerous creature. Snakes can bite people, they're very dangerous. Chen Xiangdong warned again. At that moment, the little coral snake began slowly slithering toward Xinxing. Chen Xiangdong picked up his machete, ready to strike it down. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host. The coral snake has awakened its sentience. Animals that have awakened their consciousness will become docile and utterly loyal to their master, with an IQ of 50. Hearing the voice, Chen Xiangdong halted his movement. So it was the coral snake that had gained sentience. No wonder those 2 brats were messing with it, and it didn't fight back or bite. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. The spatial farm hadn't mentioned raising animals capable of gaining sentience. How did this little coral snake gain sentience? Puzzled, Chen Xiangdong asked the system. System, does any animal placed in the spatial farm have the potential to develop sentience? Not all animals can develop sentience. The odds of raising one with sentience are 1 in a trillion. Therefore, host, you are extremely fortunate to have raised a coral snake with spiritual intelligence. Cherish this blessing and please do not mistreat the little coral snake. Ah, I see. Chen Xiangdong understood. The system meant that after raising this little coral snake, it would be impossible to raise any more sentient animals in the future. By the time Chen Xiangdong snapped back to reality, Xinxin and Nian were already playing with the little coral snake again. Xinxin opened the little coral snake's mouth, and Nian fed it some rice. Chen Xiangdong. Daddy, let's give it a name. We want to keep it. It's so pitiful, no mother, no food. Xinxin gazed at Chen Xiangdong with pleading eyes. Alright, we'll keep it and take good care of it, but you 2 better not mistreat it. Chen Xiangdong could already picture the life the little coral snake would lead with these 2 little rascals around. Yes, we'll take good care of it. Xinxin and Nian nodded their little heads in unison, pecking like chicks at grain. From now on, we'll call it Little Coral. Little Coral, you have a name now. Earlier, when the 2 had tried to force-feed Little Coral, it had become frightened and curled up into a tight ball. Xinxin shared the joy of having a name with Little Coral. She placed the little ball of coral in her palm, tossing it up and down. Chen Xiangdong could only shake his head in silence. Just then, Wang Suewa's angry curses echoed through the air. You little money-losing brat dared to steal my money. This time I'll beat you to death. She stormed over, wielding a broom. As soon as she entered Chen Xiangdong's home, she swung the broom at Xinqing. Chen Xiangdong snatched the broom from her hand. Mom, what's gotten into you today? Your daughter stole my money, and you won't discipline her? I will. The Chen family can't have such a little scoundrel. If she isn't taught now, she'll become a menace to society when she grows up. How could Xinqing possibly steal your money? You must be mistaken. Chen Xiangdong tossed the broom aside, and Xinqing hid behind him. Your daughter did steal money. I hid it inside the quilt. She's got some nerve, hiding it so deep and still managing to steal it. She must have been secretly watching me hide my money all along. This kid is nothing but rotten seed. What kind of adult will she become? Big brother, don't stop me. Today I'll beat some sense into her. Wang Suihua bellowed at the top of her lungs, her face twisted into a hideous grimace. Chen Xiangdong had to get to the bottom of this. He couldn't let someone pin such an accusation on his daughter for no reason. If this got out, people would start calling her little thief. Xinqing, did you steal grandma's money? Chen Xiangdong believed Xinqing hadn't stolen it, but he had to ask clearly. Daddy, I didn't steal grandma's money. I don't even know where grandma keeps her money. I really didn't steal it. Xinqing said tearfully. Mom, Xinqing said she didn't steal your money. You should go back and look again. How could it not be her? I saw it with my own eyes today. She's the one who stole it. Chapter 21, he was the thief all along. This afternoon she sneaked over to our place. I bumped into her at the door. When she saw me, she panicked and ran off. I was wondering how that girl could run so fast. Turns out she had something to hide. Later, when I went to look for the money, it was gone. If it wasn't Xinqing who stole it, then who else could it be? Wang Suihua was adamant that Xinqing had stolen it. At the time, she only saw Xinqing as a suspicious person, so she was convinced it was her. I didn't steal it. I went to deliver apples to great-grandma this afternoon and came straight back afterward. When I passed their house, Grandma yelled at me, calling me a debt collector. I ran so fast because I was afraid she'd hit me. Xinqing explained. Girl, you're still sticking to your story. Why lie about something like that? You even lied about delivering apples. Apples? We don't even get to eat them once a year. They're such a rare fruit. How could a rural family like yours possibly afford them? You little liar, still making up stories. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for disobeying and lying like this, all in the name of the Chen family ancestors. Just then, Chen Xiangdong, the eldest son from Uncle Chen's family, stepped in and interjected, Auntie, how could Xinqing possibly steal money? You must have misplaced it yourself, or someone else stole it. It couldn't be her, she's always been so well behaved. He'd heard Wang Suihua's shouts from afar and couldn't stand it anymore, so he came over to speak up for Xinqing. He knew exactly what kind of person his aunt was. Xinqing was most likely being framed. Don't defend that little brat. If you indulge her, who knows? She might even target your family next. Wang Suihua shot Chen Xiangdong a withering look and snapped. She resented him for meddling in her affairs. But you can't accuse someone of investing money and scolding them without verifying the facts. Does being an elder grant you free rein to act however you please? Wang Suihua's gaze made Chen Xiangdong feel deeply uncomfortable, and his temper flared. Hey, nephew, mind your own business. Look after your own family first instead of sticking your nose in others' affairs. Wang Suihua shot him another glare, then turned to grab a nearby shovel, intending to strike Xinqing. But just as she swung, little Coral suddenly popped her head out from behind Xinqing's shoulder and opened her mouth wide at Wang Suihua. The sudden appearance of little Coral sent Wang Suihua into a panic. She let out a shrill scream and bolted away, retreating to a safe distance. Chen Xiangdong watched Wang Suihua's pathetic, frightened expression and silently gloated inside. Xinqing hadn't expected little Coral to suddenly appear and protect her. Seeing how brave little Coral was now, she grew even fonder of it. Little Coral, you're a champ. Tonight, you get a chicken leg as a reward. Xinqing giggled happily. With little Coral by her side, she felt much braver. She swung little Coral in her right hand as she walked toward Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua, terrified of the flower snake in her hand, curled into a ball, her body drenched in cold sweat, unable to move. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. Don't come any closer. Xinqing, be good. Don't play with the snake. Throw it away quickly. When did this little girl start playing with snakes? How terrifying. Grandma, I really didn't take your money. I truly went to deliver apples to great-grandma. I'm not lying. We have tons of apples at home, Dad bought them, and we can't even eat them all. No sooner had she spoken than Nian Nian's soft, slightly stuttering voice echoed. Our family has so many apples, we can't eat them all. The tiny figure moved, dragging a large crate of apples along with it. The uneven weight caused several apples to tumble out. Wang Suihua stared at the enormous apples, unable to believe her eyes. Chen Xiangdong could actually afford such high-end fruit now. He bought all those apples, yet didn't even think to bring some to honor his parents. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and shamelessly, she started coveting those apples. He must have snuck into my room and stolen the money when he went to deliver the apples. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you have snakes. Wang Suihua was stubborn. As long as she didn't admit it, it must have been Xinxin who stole the money. Last time, she accidentally hurt Xinxin and was forced to compensate them with a bag of rice. Earlier, when she'd been startled into sitting down hard on the ground, she'd feigned a buttock injury to get them to compensate her with a crate of apples. Boss, you guys come with me to the commune. I'm going to see the head of the commune to get justice. They stole the money and now try to frame me? Is there any justice left in this world? She planned to make a scene at the commune and blow the whole thing out of proportion. Then she could get more. Mom, Xinxin didn't steal the money. I know who did it. Xiao Lu ran over, panting. I saw Xiao Jia steal the money. He was yelling about using it to buy candy. Xiao Jia, hand over grandma's money right now. Xiao Lu snatched the money from Xiao Jia's hand. She had just returned from outside when she heard her mother couldn't find the money and came to scold Xinxin. She immediately dragged Xiao Jia over to confront him face to face. Xiao Jia, tell grandma the truth right now. Aunt Lu gripped Xiao Jia's hand tightly, threatening him to confess. Terrified of his Aunt Lu, Xiao Jia cried tearfully, I took the money. When grandma dies, it'll be mine anyway. Why can't I take it now? Wang Suihua's head was spinning. What? The money was stolen by her most cherished grandson, Xiao Jia? This meant she was in the wrong, and she couldn't blame Xinxin anymore. The real thief has been found. Stealing is against the law. Xiao Jia is only 4 years old, yet he already knows how to steal. He needs discipline, Mom. We'll go with you to the commune. Let the head of the commune decide what punishment is appropriate for Xiao Jia. Chen Xiangdong said in a sarcastic tone. Xinxin is a thief, and Xiao Jia is a thief. These two situations caused Wang Suihua's attitude to undergo a complete 180-degree shift. Xiao Jia is only 4 years old. How could he possibly know the difference between stealing and taking? She turned and hugged Xiao Jia, comforting him. Don't cry, Xiao Jia. Grandma isn't angry with you. You're just a child, you don't understand anything yet. Let's go home. I'm not going to bother arguing with them. Wang Suihua left with Xiao Jia in her arms, feeling the blame was on her side. Aunt Suihua, that's some serious favoritism right there. Xiangdong, you should stop paying them any mind. Just focus on making your own life better, that's what matters most. Chen Xiangdong sighed. Yeah, got it, brother Shanghai. Thanks for standing up for our Xinxin today. Chen Xiangdong expressed his gratitude. He knew among his father's brothers, only Uncle Air's family was reasonable. In his previous life, Chen Xiangdong had privately urged him not to blindly honor filial piety, not to let his parents' family drain him dry. But back then, he hadn't been clear-headed. He'd mistakenly thought his uncle was jealous of others' happiness and deliberately trying to drive a wedge between him and his parents and siblings. He had cursed Chen Xiangdong out and later cut off all contact. Yet when he fell gravely ill, his uncle had set aside past grievances and sent him money. Chapter 22, Either Me or Her. Chen Xiangdong was a good man, though he'd lived in poverty in his previous life. His living conditions were harsh, even though he wasn't well off financially. Yet when he fell gravely ill, he was willing to part with the money he'd painstakingly saved. Therefore, having been reborn, Chen Xiangdong naturally wanted to help him change his life. Unlike his past self, who lived a life of poverty and hardship. Brother Shanghai, I still have some wild boar meat I froze earlier, take it with you. Chen Xiangdong handed over all the remaining wild boar meat, roughly 10 pounds. That much? You're giving it all to us? What will you eat? Chen Xiangdong stared at him in surprise. We hunted some pheasant in the mountains today. We can't possibly eat all this wild boar meat ourselves. Take it and eat it. If you refuse, it means you don't consider me your cousin. Chen Xiangdong knew his cousin wouldn't dare take it otherwise. Alright, I'll take it. If you ever need help with anything, just give me a shout. Chen Xiangdong accepted the wild boar meat with some embarrassment. Alright. Chen Xiangdong carried the heavy pork home. His father, Chen Jiangwo, and mother, Su Xia, were both busy with their own tasks. You're back, son. What's in there? Chen Jiangwo asked. Wild boar meat from Xiangdong, 10 pounds of it. Chen Xiangdong happily pulled out the wild boar meat to show them. It had been ages since their family had eaten meat. Seeing such a large piece of it right before their eyes filled them with excitement. I've heard Xiangdong's been hunting in the mountains lately. Things are looking up for his family now. That Xiangdong kid has had a rough life. His parents never showed him any affection, only taking things from him. A few days ago, Xiangdong and Wang Suihua had a huge fight. Lots of villagers came to gawk. It's probably for the best they fought like that. If they've broken ties, Xiangdong won't have to give them everything he owns. Only when Xinxian and Yueshio are free from this burden will life become a little easier. Su Xia sighed. She always believed Chen Xiangdong was foolishly devoted to his parents, and that their behavior was wrong. But she knew one major taboo: never meddle in other people's family affairs. So she simply watched, never saying anything to them. At most, she'd gossip about it with her husband at home. Honestly, their behavior is something even an outsider like me can't stomach. Chen Xiangdong chimed in. But we're just outsiders too, son. Let me tell you something. Don't meddle in other people's family affairs. Sometimes, the more you get involved, the more you mess things up. Su Xia knew her son's temperament well. After speaking, she glanced at the bundles of firewood beside her. She wanted to ask Chen Xiangdong to deliver a couple bundles to Chen Xiangdong and the others. But her voice still carried little weight at home. She feared that acting on her own initiative would earn her a scolding from Chen Jiangwo. She hesitated, unable to bring herself to speak. Chen Jiangwo could see through Su Xia's hesitation. When someone gave such a large piece of meat, he couldn't just accept it without offering something in return. Even without seeing Su Xia's expression, he had already planned to send something to Chen Xiangdong. But with the family's financial struggles, they couldn't afford anything substantial. Xianhai, take 2 bundles of firewood to Xiangdong. It's not much, but it's a token of our appreciation. Got it. Chen Xiangdong grabbed 2 bundles of firewood and headed out. Living next door was Chen Jiangwo's third younger brother, Chen Jianjun. Their 2 households were separated by just a single wall. Nong Jinhua, Chen Jianjun's wife, faintly heard them mention the word meat. She pressed her ear against the mud wall to eavesdrop. She learned that Chen Xiangdong had given her second brother's family 10 pounds of wild boar meat. She had heard earlier that Chen Xiangdong had hunted a large wild boar. If he gave pork to his second brother's family, surely he would give some to theirs too. After all, they were all relatives within the same clan. Her husband and her second brother were both Chen Xiangdong's blood brothers. If he gave some to second brother's family, it only made sense he'd bring some over to theirs too. Nong Jinhua went to tell Chen Jianjun, Xiangdong gave second brother's family 10 pounds of pork. That boar he hunted was so big, there must be plenty left. Why hasn't he sent any over to us yet? Stop obsessing over other people's stuff, will you? Chen Jianjun sounded impatient. He was preoccupied with another matter. That was the matter of supporting his elderly mother, Zhao Lianfeng. Now rumors were spreading in the village that his mother was staying at Jianmen's house and that Jianmen and sister Suihua weren't feeding her. If the rumors grew too intense, he'd surely face blame too. Then he might be forced to bring his mother to live with them. Life at home is already so tough, and now there's another mouth to feed. Moreover, mother was already too old and frail to help them at all, she was just a burden. Thinking about this, Chen Jianjun felt irritated. You're good for nothing but having a big mouth. If you're so capable, why don't you feed me neat? Hearing Chen Jianjun's impatient tone, Nong Jinhua's temper flared even hotter than his. After a round of sarcastic remarks, she slammed an iron basin down. She dared only to smash the iron basin, it wouldn't break. Seeing this, Chen Jianjun immediately backed down. Don't be angry. It's my fault. I'm just worried about mom. She's staying with Jianmen, so why are you fretting? I'm telling you now, no way am I letting her move in with us. I don't want to live with that old hag. In this house, it's either me or her, both can't coexist. Before Chen Jianjun could finish, Nong Jinhua started getting worked up. I don't want to either, but everyone's saying Jianmen and Suihua aren't feeding her. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, we really will have to bring her to live with us. Nong Jinhua pondered for a moment. Or maybe we should have Xiangdong take care of her. Xiangdong is her grandson too, it's only right for a grandson to take care of his grandmother. Besides, Xiangdong's hunting's been so good lately, they're doing better financially. Your mother could live with him and at least get enough to eat. That probably won't work. The villagers will gossip about us. If they gossip, we'll just play the victim and say we have nothing to eat at home either. Starting today, whenever you go out, tell everyone we're suffering terribly and nearly starving to death. Feed the kids less too. Nong Jinhua came up with a rotten idea. Fine. Chen Jianjun had no better solution and reluctantly agreed. After dinner that night, Chen Xiangdong lay on the heated bed to rest. He opened the space to check on the little wild boar piglets inside. Animals raised in the spatial farm grew several times faster than in the real world. In just a few hours, the piglets had grown to look like month-old piglets. They were now weaned and no longer needed to stay with their mother. Chen Xiangdong planned to give 2 piglets to the commune to raise, treating them as his own game contribution. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about petty people getting jealous of him. Chen Xiangdong went to a secluded spot, retrieved 2 piglets from his spatial storage, and placed them in a basket. Chapter 23, The Terrified Children. He also retrieved a roe deer, weighing about 60 pounds. This roe deer would be handed over to the commune. After all, he now had more than enough meat for both consumption and sale. What he handed over to the commune was but a drop in the bucket. Mainly, it spared him unnecessary trouble. Chen Xiangdong placed the roe deer into a burlap sack, carried the basket in one hand, and hoisted the sack over his shoulder as he made his way to the team leader's house. Team leader, team leader. Hearing the call, the team leader came to open the door, carrying a kerosene lamp. Xiangdong, what brings you here? I went hunting in the mountains today and brought some game to hand over to the commune. The captain glanced at the basket and the heavy burlap sack on his shoulder. All right, bring your things. Follow me to the commune. The two walked toward the commune, one in front, one behind. Arriving at the commune, Chen Xiangdong set down the burlap sack and lifted the cloth covering the basket. Captain, look at this. Chen Xiangdong gestured for the captain to look at the basket. 2 wild piglets. Ha ha ha. Xiangdong, you're amazing, you actually managed to bring back 2 little piglets. The team leader chuckled. Just got lucky. I happened to come across 2 piglets wandering out to forage. They're so small and harmless, I caught them easily. Chen Xiangdong made up a casual excuse to brush it off. Let's raise these 2 piglets at the commune. Once they're grown, we can slaughter them for meat. That's a great idea. Right now, the commune only has 1 or 2 pigs, not many. Every time we slaughter pigs for the spring festival, there's never enough to go around. Raising these 2 piglets will mean more pork to eat later. The team leader grinned broadly. There's also a roe deer here, about 60 pounds. Chen Xiangdong pointed to the burlap sack. Great. Fantastic. Tomorrow, everyone in the village will get to eat meat. The team leader was visibly excited. In the past, the village would organize hunts in the mountains, but in the last 2 years, nearly everyone who joined the village hunts had died. Later, for safety reasons, they stopped organizing hunting trips. As a result, the commune hadn't seen any game from the mountains in a very long time. Early the next morning, the team leader arranged for the roe deer to be processed. The 2 piglets were still too small, so the captain kept them separately in a small pig pen. The piglets were very active in their new surroundings. They would either nudge each other with their snouts or push against the feed trough, making oink oink sounds. The village children, intrigued by the commune raising 2 wild piglets, all came running to the pig pen to see them. Zhaoli, the team leader's youngest daughter, peered over the pig pen. The piglets are so cute. I don't understand why grown-ups would ever kill pigs. Silly girl, how else would we get pork if we didn't slaughter them? Fan Xiaomei, the accountant's son, gave her a knowing look. You have no brain. Then when will we get to eat pork? I haven't had meat in so long. I really want some pork. Wang Yoshi's daughter said. The children gathered around chattered away, making the pigsty area bustling with activity. Xinxin brought Nian Nian to see the piglets. They were very proud to hear that their father had caught the piglets. A crowd of children gathered around, and Xinxian couldn't squeeze in to see. Those piglets were caught by my dad. Could you guys move aside so we can see them? Xinxin asked them. But they paid little attention to her. Oomph. Zhaoli put her hands on her hips, deliberately blocking the way. The other children did the same. In the village, Xinxin and Nian Nian were usually isolated by the other children. Back then, their grandmother despised them, calling them useless things whenever they went out. Their father didn't love them either, and the village children would whisper about the sisters behind their backs. They were just left out. Xinxin found it so boring that they wouldn't play with her and Nian Nian. Out of boredom, Xinxin pulled a small piece of coral from her pocket and began tying knots in it. In an instant, Zhaoli, who had been standing with her hands on her hips, screamed "Mom" in terror. Fan Xiaoming's legs trembled. He wanted to run away but couldn't move his feet. He'd peed himself in fear, soaking a large patch of his pants. All the other kids immediately scattered, not a single one daring to speak. Xinxin and Nian Nian strutted over to look at the piglets. Meanwhile, the adults were immersed in the joy of preparing to divide the roe deer meat. Several men slaughtered the roe deer by the well, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Xiangdong is amazing, he caught the piglet and hunted the roe deer. We're all benefiting today. It's been so long since we've had meat, just looking at it makes my mouth water. We really have Xiangdong to thank. If he hadn't gone into the mountains, we wouldn't have sick of deer meat to eat today. Everyone's talking about how great Chen Xiangdong is, and now he's reaping good rewards from his mountain ventures. Of course, some people are trying to curry favor to gain benefits. But these things are all hidden away. Chen Xiangdong heads out fishing as dawn breaks. He had promised to deliver fish today. The waters there teemed with fish, and in no time he'd caught 3 large ones. Each weighed about 10 pounds. In a hurry, he worried the buyer might wait too long at the black market and think he was standing them up. He had to hurry over, so he headed straight for the black market with just 3 fish. Fortunately, Chen Xiangdong managed to arrive at the black market on time. This was his first time serving a customer who had placed an order, and he had genuinely worried he might not make it in time. He arrived at the original spot and waited, but the man hadn't shown up yet. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, he spotted the man's figure. Chen Xiangdong waved urgently. "Uncle! Uncle! Over here!" The man smiled as he approached. "I was worried you'd forgotten about me." "No way! I wanted to sell more fish and make some extra cash," Chen Xiangdong said with a laugh, lifting the cloth covering his basket. "The fish are exceptionally fresh today. Each one weighs about 10 pounds, right? These fish are really plump. Give me 2. "Sure thing, I'll weigh them up right away." After weighing them, Chen Xiangdong asked, "Uncle, do you have any soap coupons or shoe coupons? I'd like to trade you for some." "Sure, I happen to have some right here." Chen Xiangdong counted them out and took the corresponding number of shoe and soap coupons from the man. His family didn't even have a proper bar of soap for bathing at home, so he needed to buy extra. Just as the man left, Chen Xiangdong spotted the young man who had placed an order for roe deer with him. This was the perfect chance to ask if he still wanted the deer. If so, he wouldn't have to make another trip tomorrow. Going out now was really inconvenient. It would take about 4 hours round trip. He had to manage his time wisely. He couldn't spend all of it just traveling to the black market. Chen Xiangdong walked to a secluded corner and discreetly retrieved 2 roe deer from his spatial storage. Only then did he approach the young man to greet him. "Hey, what a coincidence running into you again. I hunted some roe deer to sell today, are you interested?" The young man recognized Chen Xiangdong at once. "You managed to bag some roe deer so quickly?" Hearing Chen Xiangdong's words, his face lit up with delight. Chapter 24, A Good Man Who Knows How to Live. "Let me take a look at the roe deer." "Sure." Chen Xiangdong lifted the cloth covering the bamboo basket, allowing the young man to inspect it. "Not bad, definitely top-notch goods." The young man was quite satisfied. "I have 2 roe deer here, weighing over 90 pounds total. How about buying both?" Originally, the young man had only ordered 1 roe deer. If he could buy both, Chen wouldn't need to keep setting up his stall. So he tried to sell him both. "How much are you selling the roe deer meat per pound?" the young man asked. 2 yuan per pound. "Let me weigh it." Chen Xiangdong weighed all the roe deer meat, 95 pounds total. 95 pounds, that's 190 yuan. "Alright, I'll take it all." Over 90 pounds wasn't much for the young man. They catered to high-end clients with 2 or 3 tables coming in each night. They could easily sell it all. They weren't worried about buying it and then not being able to sell it. "This time I don't want cash. I want cornmeal and rice instead." "It's possible, but you know the situation right now. These are all refined grains. Even though they cost just a few cents per pound at the supply and marketing cooperative, it's still hard to get them even with grain coupons. The supply is too scarce. On the black market, they sell for 2 or 3 yuan per pound. That's incredibly expensive. If you really insist on exchanging these items with me, I can try to get them for you, but I can't offer the supply and marketing cooperative's price. So how much can you offer?" 60 pounds of cornmeal and 50 pounds of rice. Chen Xiangdong considered it. "Deal. You can't get it at the supply and marketing cooperative. On the black market now, rice is going for 4 or 5 yuan per jean, and cornmeal is pretty pricey too." This deal with the young man was actually more favorable. "Alright, then come with me to get it later." "Oh, and you're a steady hunter, right?" "Steady. Not just roe deer, I can take other game too." Chen Xiangdong chuckled. "Then you'll be our dedicated supplier from now on. We'll just meet at a spot. Going to the black market all the time isn't safe. My name is Lu Fugan, but everyone calls me a general. You can call me that too." "Alright. My name is Chen Xiangdong. You look older than me, so we'll call you Brother Dong from now on." "Alright." The 2 men sealed their partnership, both wearing satisfied smiles. Jen led Chen Xiangdong to the base of a block of flats. "I live here. If you need anything, come find me. If anyone asks why you're here, just say you're a close relative of mine. That way, no one will suspect anything." "Got it." Arjun took Chen Xiangdong to his home and told him to wait inside while he made arrangements. Before long, Jen returned with 2 underlings. One carried a sack of rice, the other a sack of cornmeal. "Brother Dong, I've got the supplies for you. Next time you hunt other animals, you can bring them to me. But not everything. We need to control the volume here too." "No problem. If there's any surplus you guys can't handle, I'll just take it to the black market." "Alright. Is your place far from here? I'll have my guys walk you back." "No need. I can make my own way back. I wouldn't want to trouble you further." Chen Xiangdong replied politely. Arjun was actually a pretty decent guy. But this is all about mutual interests. No one does you favors for nothing. Especially those in business. Chen Xiangdong understood this principle. Chen Xiangdong declined, and Arjun didn't press the issue. He had his younger brother help carry it downstairs. Chen Xiangdong stowed the rice and cornmeal in his storage space, then went shopping as usual. He bought several bars of soap, laundry detergent, and the shoes he'd been longing to buy for Lin Yueshio. When she saw Chen Xiangdong unpacking these items at home, Lin Yueshio, she began to feel he was spending too much money again. In these times of famine, money should be spent on food. Otherwise, this difficult period would be hard to endure. Seeing his wife's troubled expression, he knew she had something to say but dared not speak. Chen Xiangdong asked her, "Honey, what's wrong today? You seem troubled. You bought soap again today, and shoes too. All these things cost money, even though we can afford meat these days. But we must still be frugal. This year, not much of what we planted will grow. The days ahead will still be tough. Wearing worn-out shoes and going without soap won't kill you. But without food, people will truly starve to death. We must still stockpile the essentials: grain, dried sweet potatoes, things like that." Lin Yueshio voiced her concerns, worried that without enough to eat this winter, it would be hard to get through. After all, everyone knew what the situation was like now. "Yes, you're absolutely right. You're a good wife who knows how to manage things. Chen Xiangdong ruffled Lin Yueshio's hair, soothing her. Back when he was blindly devoted to his parents, their arguments stemmed from his endless, unconditional giving to his family. When there wasn't much food at home, Lin Yueshio would scold him a few times. Of course, she did it for the sake of their little family. Given their current financial situation, they really had to spend money wisely. If they were truly facing extreme food shortages, buying these essential items would be necessary. Those two really did argue easily. So Chen Xiangdong quickly explained, of course we need to stockpile extra grain for the winter, and not just this winter. The days of natural disasters and hardship will be long, and we need to stockpile food to get through these years. You're absolutely right, but you really don't need to worry, I'm capable now. So we'll get all the food and daily necessities to make your lives a little more comfortable. This house has been repaired several times, yet it remains dilapidated and drafty. Soon, we'll build a new house to make sure you live comfortably. Listening to Chen Xiangdong's plans, Lin Yueshio felt a surge of happiness. When Chen Xiangdong promised them meat, they got meat. He wasn't just making empty promises about meat. Though she still found his vision difficult to believe. But the fact that every detail in his plans included her and her daughters brought her deep comfort. Honey, I know you're worried about having enough food this winter. How about this, tell me how much grain you need to stockpile and I'll get it. I promise to do exactly as you ask. Chen Xiangdong said this to ease Lin Yueshio's mind and stop her from overthinking. Lin Yueshio pondered for a moment. Right now, there are 4 of us eating. When we bring grandma to live with us, that will be 5 people eating. Who knows when this natural disaster will end? 20 pounds of sweet potato leaves, 60 pounds of dried sweet potatoes, 100 pounds of rice, and 100 pounds of flour. Is that too much? Will it put too much pressure on you? Lin Yueshio worried that Chen Xiangdong would hunt recklessly to stockpile food. Hunting was too dangerous, who knew when he might suddenly become prey himself. It was trading his life for food. Therefore, she dared not let Chen Xiangdong trade for too much food. She only hoped that with some food secured, they could manage with what they had and avoid constantly risking their lives hunting in the mountains. Chapter 25. Can mothers give birth to baby snakes? Wife, this amount is still too little. Children need to eat more as they grow. I'll add a little extra to what you've set aside. I'll say it again, don't worry. I'm your sky, you can't do without me. So rest assured, I'll take good care of myself. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's words, Lin Yueshio felt nothing but deep emotion. Living through this famine-stricken era, she felt far luckier than many other women. Mom and Dad, we're home. Xinxin held Nian Nian's small hand as they entered the house. Little Coral crawled slowly behind them. Dad, the team leader gave us several candies. Mom and Dad should have some too. Xinxin pulled candies from her pocket, unwrapped one, and popped it into Chen Xiangdong's mouth. Mom gets one too. Before long, a piece of candy found its way into Lin Yueshio's mouth too. Nian Nian wants to give candy to Daddy and Mommy too. Seeing her sister give candy to Mom and Dad, Nian Nian felt left out and wanted to feed them too. Mommy and Daddy aren't eating anymore. Let Nian Nian keep hers for herself, okay? Chen Xiangdong crouched down and wrapped his arms around her tiny frame. Nian Nian shook her head. No, Daddy, I want. Imitating her sister, she popped a piece of candy into Chen Xiangdong's mouth. But she forgot to peel the wrapper, stuffing it into his mouth along with the candy. When feeding candy to her mother, little Nian Nian had learned her lesson, remembering to peel the wrapper first before slipping it into her mom's mouth. If Mommy eats Nian Nian's candy, she has to help Nian Nian with one thing. Nian Nian said earnestly. What kind of favor? Can Mommy give Nian Nian a little snake like Little Coral to play with? Little Coral is the only one, and it's not enough to play with. Hearing Nian Nian say this, everyone laughed. Xinxin burst out laughing. Sis, you're silly. Only snakes can have baby snakes, how could Mommy give birth to a little snake? Learning Mom couldn't give birth to baby snakes, Nian Nian pouted, her eyes welling up with tears. Why? Mommy can't give Nian Nian a baby coral. Why? Nian Nian cried louder, and everyone laughed even harder. Little Coral seemed to understand why Nian Nian was crying. It crawled onto her lap. It rubbed its head against Nian Nian's cheek and stuck out its tongue to lick away her tears. Nian Nian, don't cry. Even though Mommy can't have little snakes, she can have little brothers and sisters. Look what Daddy bought at the store this time, fragrance soap. Rub it on your body, it makes lots of bubbles and smells wonderful. After using it, Nian Nian will be a sweet-smelling little baby. Chen Xiangdong took out the soap to show them. They'd never used soap before and found it utterly fascinating. Usually, when it was time for their bath, they were too lazy to want to wash. But now there was this new thing, and they heard it made you smell nice when you rubbed it on. I want to take a bath. Mommy helps Nian Nian take off her clothes. Nian Nian loves baths, one now and another at night. In the middle of the day, the two little ones clamored to take a bath. Early in the morning, the villagers slaughtered a roe deer. By noon, the meat had been distributed. Each family got a little, so it wasn't much, about a pound of meat. But even half a pound of meat was enough to make everyone feel very satisfied. This was infinitely more delicious than the sweet potato vine porridge or tree bark they usually ate. Chen Xiangdong was the first person to use his own abilities to let the entire village eat meat. Even villagers who had previously treated him poorly now spoke to him in a friendly and harmonious manner. "Oh, right when you went out this morning, Aunt Lu brought over a pound of sweet potato leaves. I didn't want to take them, but she insisted on giving them to me. With so many mouths to feed in her household, I really felt bad accepting them. Didn't Uncle Air's family bring over 2 bundles of firewood last time? Well, today at noon they sent over another half-pound of sweet potato vines." While boiling water, Lin Yueshio suddenly mentioned the morning's events to Chen Xiangdong. They're struggling themselves. Next time they bring something over, we absolutely must refuse. Both Aunt Lu and Uncle Air's family are decent people. After eating that meat, they felt they should return the favor. Having lived an extra lifetime, Chen Xiangdong knew who in the village was genuinely kind and who was truly selfish. "Alright, I'll leave it up to you." After saying that, Lin Yueshio got up to bring out the steamed rice and dishes. Today she'd cooked congee with sweet potato vines and rice. To save on rice, Lin Yueshio had only added a small handful. So there weren't many grains of rice in the pot. What floated on top was mostly sweet potato vines. Besides this, there's also wild roe deer meat and fish. This kind of spread was unmatched by other households. Lunchtime arrived, and the family of 4 sat around the worn octagonal table, ready to eat. The 2 little ones were both busy stuffing their faces with meat, too preoccupied to talk. So everyone else fell silent too, just eating in silence. Chen Xiangdong took a sip of sweet potato vine porridge. It was truly awful, almost impossible to swallow. But to avoid waste, he finished the bowl Lin Yueshio had served him. "Honey, let's not make sweet potato vine porridge anymore. Add more rice instead, so we can have thicker congee. Sweet potato vines are tough and hard to digest. It's not good for the kids to eat too much. Indigestion puts a heavy burden on their stomachs. I know you're worried about not having enough rice, but you really don't need to worry. Trust me on this." "Alright." Lin Yueshio agreed, but she was used to being frugal. She would still cook rice porridge and secretly eat sweet potato vines herself. Still, once they got more grain, she'd adjust. With extra food, she wouldn't have to deprive herself so much. Chen Xiangdong didn't call her out on it. He piled meat onto their plates, and soon all 3 of them were eating with lips glistening with grease. After lunch, the villagers gradually headed off to work. Today, the women were all going to process tree bark. Gnome Jinua waited all day but never saw Chen Xiangdong bring meat to their home. She figured he probably wouldn't be bringing any. That little guy only has eyes for his second uncle's family. He doesn't give a thought to his third uncle's household. What a thoughtless person. Gnome Jinua muttered a few curses under her breath, but only in her mind. Outwardly, she would still put on a show of warmth toward Chen Xiangdong's family. After eating the roe deer meat, she headed off to work. Today, with so many people gathered together, all women, she could really play up her misfortune. Having meat today made everyone work with much more vigor than usual. "You all seem full of energy today," Gnome Jinua remarked weakly. "We all had meat, didn't we? You ate some too. Where'd your energy go?" A woman chimed in. "Sigh, we don't have enough grain at home. Usually when we cook rice, we give most to the children. We adults only get a tiny bit. Today, eating these few bites of meat is just a taste of something rich. It won't fill our stomachs. Sigh, my husband is always feeling unwell here and there, so he can't earn many labor points. Unlike your family, sisters, several of you earn work points. When famine strikes, your grain can last a while." Gnome Jinua made Chen Jianjun's laziness sound perfectly reasonable. Chapter 26, Putting on Airs. Gnome Jinua sighed again. "Life's so hard. I really don't know how we'll get through this bitter winter." "Who isn't? My family isn't doing much better. We're all rationing our food. After eating, I'm scared to fully empty my bowels. If I do, I'll get hungry faster." Big sister sighed too. More and more joined in the chorus of complaints. Gnome Jinua poured out her woes about how incredibly tight life was. Then the conversation turned to Chen Xiangdong. "My nephew Xiangdong's family has it good. He can hunt now, so he's much better off than us. My niece Yueshio is truly blessed to have married such an ambitious husband." After saying this, she quickly added, "I'm just talking out loud. You shouldn't say things like that. If someone overhears and uses it against us, it'll be trouble. Just pretend I never said it." But once such a topic was opened, how could it be stopped so easily? If only my husband were as skilled at hunting. Even though we have to hand over the game to the commune, we keep a little for ourselves. That way, everyone at home gets to eat meat. You bet. Chen Xiangdong's family eats meat every day now. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. Whoever ends up with him will have it easy. Why didn't I marry Chen Xiangdong back then? The women couldn't stop talking. In short, everyone now believed that Chen Xiangdong, hunting in the mountains, lived better than they did. However, under Gnome Jinua's relentless self-pitying, the two families formed a stark contrast. To everyone's eyes, Gnome Jinua's household suffered far more than Chen Xiangdong's. Gnome Jinua had certainly achieved her goal. If they refused to support their mother Zhao Lianfang in the future, they would at least have a flimsy excuse to claim they were helpless. Sure, they'd get criticized, but at least they wouldn't be completely humiliated. They could just play the victim card. That afternoon, Chen Xiangdong returned to work after several days off. They were busy shoveling fertilizer, preparing for the spring planting when they would need it for the crops. Daddy! Nian Nian ran over. Don't come over here. It's full of manure and rotten orange roots, it stinks. Chen Xiangdong waved her away. Daddy, I wanted to tell you great-grandma hung herself. Hang herself? Great-grandma hung herself with a rope. Nian Nian thought great-grandma was acting strangely. Why would she hang herself by the neck? So she came to tell her dad. After hearing Nian Nian's explanation again, Chen Xiangdong immediately understood. Oh no, grandma hanged herself. Grandma might have hanged herself. I have to go back right away. Chen Xiangdong tossed aside his shovel and immediately ran to his parents' house. The villagers working alongside him heard the news and followed to see what was happening. At that moment, no one was home at his parents' place. Nian Nian had seen it from the window. Chen Xiangdong kicked the door open and rushed straight to Zhao Lianfang's room. Sure enough, Zhao Lianfang had tied a rope to the ceiling beam and hanged herself. He quickly pulled her down, and the villagers who had followed came to help. How could the old lady have been so desperate to hang herself? Her body is still warm, and she's still breathing. Fortunately, they arrived in time and saved Zhao Lianfang. Word of the Chen family's elderly matriarch attempting suicide spread quickly, drawing many villagers to the scene. Chen Jianmen and his brothers, upon hearing their mother had attempted suicide by hanging, also rushed over. The villagers were already gossiping it must have been Chen Jianmen and his wife who abused the old woman, driving her to such despair. Chen Jianjun was still asleep when Nong Jinoa went to wake him. Your mother hanged herself. Hurry over. She pulled Chen Jianjun up. Once he understood, he immediately got out of bed and quickly dressed. Nong Jinoa urged him from the side. I heard she's still alive. You must go and cry, understand? We don't want to take care of her, but we have to put on a good show. Got it. When Chen Jianjun arrived, his two brothers were already by their elderly mother's bedside. Chen Jianmen's eyes were red from crying, while Chen Jiangwo was warming her hands. The moment Chen Jianjun entered the room, he knelt down and wept. Mom, it's all my fault. Why did you have to hang yourself? His sobs were so intense, tears and snot streaming down his face, that it felt like a funeral wail even before the body had arrived. Yet his grief touched the hearts of many present. Of the three sons left in their family, Chen Jianjun wept the hardest, the most unwilling to part with his elderly mother. You bet. The old lady didn't have it easy with Chen Jianmen. Some onlookers whispered among themselves. Seeing his third uncle like this, Chen Xiangdong found it utterly hypocritical. Third uncle, crying like this isn't right. Grandma isn't dead yet. Crying like this, you're practically wishing for her to die sooner. How dare you speak to an elder like that? How could I possibly wish death upon my own mother? My tears come from my heartache for her. Xiangdong, don't let yourself get too big for your britches just because you presented the clan with a roe deer. Don't you dare show such disrespect to your elders. Chen Jianmen pointed at Chen Xiangdong, his voice trembling with anger. Third uncle, if you truly care for your own mother, then take her away and support her yourself. Chen Jianmen was rendered speechless. If he continued arguing with Chen Xiangdong, he might actually have to bring his mother home, or else he'd lose face. Enough of this. Let the old lady rest in peace. Chen Jianmen finally spoke up. Truthfully, he was starting to feel uneasy himself. Rumors were swirling in the village, and now the old lady had even attempted suicide by hanging. They'd surely gossip behind his back. With so many outsiders present, he had to show them he was still taking good care of his mother. He went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of congee. He also placed a few pieces of meat saved from today's meal beside the bed. When the old lady woke up, he asked with concern, Mom, you're hungry, right? Let me feed you. Chen Xiangdong watched their performance from the sidelines. Zhao Lianfang pushed away the bowl Chen Jianmen held out. She had seen through this son. With so many people gathered around now, he was only pretending to offer her food. I won't eat. How could I possibly afford to eat your family's food? Oh, why did you even save me? I should have just died and been free. Mom, don't say that. There are so many people here. If you speak recklessly, how will others view me? Chen Jianmen hurriedly interjected. You've already done what you did. Why are you afraid of others finding out? You won't feed me, and I'm starving. If it weren't for Xing Xinyan constantly bringing me food, I'd have starved to death long ago. Hearing his mother say this herself, Chen Jiangwo was deeply shocked. Although his mother didn't live with him, he provided her with food every month. They were supposed to take care of their mother together. If he gave his share but his fourth brother didn't give her any food, that meant he was withholding his portion. Chapter 27, Bringing Grandma Home. After their eldest brother passed away, the three brothers agreed that their mother would live with Chen Jianmen. Chen Jiangwo and Chen Jianjun would each contribute 5 caddies of grain monthly to support their elderly mother. Chen Xiangdong lived frugally, yet he never missed a month's payment, delivering the grain punctually. Whether Chen Xiangdong contributed, he had no way of knowing. Had mother not mentioned it today, he would never have known that every grain he contributed each month was being swallowed whole by Chen Xiangdong and his wife. Fourth brother, I've been sending grain every month. How could you not feed our mother? Chen Xiangdong said indignantly. Did we not feed her? With so many mouths to feed at home, your meager rations would only last the old lady a dozen days at most. It's not that we're withholding food from her. It's just that there's barely any grain left in the house, and all the kids are going hungry too. We agreed earlier that you two would each give 5 caddies of grain monthly, but third brother only delivered once. Later, sister Jinhua said they ran out of grain and never brought any more. I'm the one who's wronged here. Chen Jianmen grew increasingly aggrieved as he spoke. But Chen Xiangdong knew his parents had stashed away quite a bit of grain. Even during this famine, they could have managed. Grandma wouldn't have gone hungry. They simply despised grandma and refused to let her eat. Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianmen, those two brothers, were both skilled at putting on a show, each more convincing than the other. Everyone knows our family's situation. I'm in poor health and can't work steadily. Our household relies entirely on my wife. We're starving ourselves too, with no food to eat. It's all because of my inadequacy that mother suffers. Alas, I deserve to die. Chen Jianmen began weeping again, slapping his own face, hoping his tears of regret would earn his mother's understanding and lessen the villagers' condemnation. At that moment, Nong Jinhua stepped forward. We all live hard lives. If mother were to live with us, she'd endure hardship too. Life is hard for everyone, it's not our fault. We're all family. Whoever can afford it gives a little more, isn't that only right? Our family is struggling too, we have no grain to offer. But if the old lady falls ill, we'll still give our labor to care for her. Jianmen's capable eldest son, Xiangdong, should help his grandmother since he can afford it. Those with money contribute money, those with strength contribute labor. Don't you agree? Nong Jinhua made it sound so nice they wouldn't contribute money, but they would lend a hand. But when the time comes to actually need their help, like when my son falls ill and needs tending, or when someone's health takes a turn, all sorts of excuses would surface. In short, they're all playing their cards close to their chest. Mom, you should stay with us, Chen Jiangwo said. When the family split up, they only got a small room. 6 people crammed into one tiny room, it was packed. If Zhao Lianfang moved in, there simply wouldn't be room for her to sleep. That's precisely why Zhao Lianfang had been living with Chen Jianmen. Now, no one was willing to take care of his elderly mother. No matter how cramped things got at home, he had to bring her back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be human. Chen Jianjun and Nong Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Jianglo's words. Chen Jianmen was more than happy about it. Grandma should stay with me. Second uncle's place is too small, it wouldn't be convenient for her there. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong stepped forward. Among the 3 brothers, second uncle's family lived the worst. He was willing to support his elderly mother, yet his 2 brothers, who were better off than him, showed no desire to contribute. Chen Xiangdong felt deeply for his second uncle. That won't do, your place isn't spacious either, Chen Jiangwo quickly interjected. He was still here, caring for their elderly parents was the responsibility of his generation. How could they let their grandchildren take on that burden? Second uncle, just listen to me. I can partition off another room in my main hall, it's a bit more spacious than yours. Chen Xiangdong persuaded Chen Jiangwo. His living situation was indeed cramped, the entire family huddled together on a single heated bed. It was already cramped enough, squeezing in one more person would be truly difficult. Alright then, the old lady will move to your place. I'll bring the grain over. Chen Jiangwo replied. But it can't just be you, second uncle, bringing the grain. Grandma doesn't just have you as a son. My dad and third uncle all have to provide grain every month to support her. Chen Xiangdong had originally planned to bring grandma to live with him. But seeing Uncle San and his father like this today, he had to stand up for her. As her sons, they had to provide. Chen Jianjun and the others turned green with anger. Before, they'd only discussed things privately. No one knew the details. But now it was different, a crowd had gathered to watch. If they refused Chen Xiangdong and withhold grain from his elderly mother, the villagers would surely point fingers at them and say, since Xiangdong is bringing his mother to live with him, my share of grain will definitely go to him too. Chen Jianmen declared. I'll send mine over too. Chen Jianjun also made his position clear, if push came to shove, he'd simply refuse to deliver the grain. Fine. Since all the villagers are here today, you must all testify for my grandmother. They said with their own mouths they'd deliver grain to my grandmother. Chen Xiangdong turned to face the gathered villagers. Alright, everyone, go back to work. After the commotion died down, a middle-aged man spoke up. Only then did everyone finally disperse. I've been thinking about it, I'll go help grandma get her things and carry her home. Chen Xiangdong carried Zhao Lianfang back to his home. By the time they reached Chen Xiangdong's home, Zhao Lianfang was weeping uncontrollably. Grandma, why are you still crying? From now on, you'll stay here with me. Don't go back to them, you'll only get hurt. Zhao Lianfang knew exactly who Chen Xiangdong was referring to. Xiangdong, I'm causing you trouble. You're my grandmother, my family. How could this be trouble? Don't ever feel downhearted again. You don't need to be polite around me. Chen Xiangdong continued organizing things while comforting the elderly woman. She'd surely feel like a burden, her heart too sensitive for such thoughts. And then there's you, my good grandson. Zhao Lianfang sighed. She raised all her children to adulthood, yet every one of them, except the second son, turned out to be ungrateful. Chen Xiangdong could empathize with Zhao Lianfang's feelings at that moment. Great-grandma, don't cry. Xinxin rushed over to comfort her. From now on, Xinxin will cook for you, great-grandma. Please don't go. Everyone says once you die, you have to go to the mountains and can never come back. But Xinxin wants to see great-grandma every day. Xinxin wiped the tears from Zhao Lianfang's face. Alright, great-grandma won't die. Xinxin's heartwarming words melted Zhao Lianfang's heart. Lin Yuexiu heard about the incident and returned home too. When she entered the room, Zhao Lianfang saw her and felt uneasy. She had been chatting freely with Xinxin, but now found herself unable to speak openly. Chen Xiangdong was her grandson, he'd brought her here. But there was still a lady of the house here. Seeing Zhao Lianfang's discomfort, Lin Yuexiu understood the elderly woman's thoughts. Grandma, welcome to our home. With you here, our house will be even livelier from now on. She spoke warmly to Zhao Lianfang, hoping to ease the old woman's apprehension toward her. Chapter 28, Forced Marriage. Zhao Lianfang suddenly felt some of her discomfort melt away under her granddaughter-in-law's warmth. Grandma, please settle in here with peace of mind. Don't feel any burden. Rest well first, I'll handle cooking dinner. Lin Yuexiu finished speaking and headed to the kitchen to assist Chen Xiangdong. 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 Chen Jiangwo arrived carrying a bag of 10 pounds of grain. Second uncle, what's up? Chen Xiangdong turned to look at him. I brought over 10 pounds of grain. Chen Jiangwo set the grain on the table. Second uncle, your family doesn't have much grain left now. Keep this for your household first. Wait until things are a bit more plentiful before bringing any over. I still have enough to eat here. Chen Xiangdong wasn't unreasonable. Since he had enough grain now, he certainly wouldn't take any from his second uncle's family. But how can that be? You're already helping take care of grandma, how could I possibly refuse to bring you some grain? Alright then. Chen Xiangdong accepted it, sparing his uncle the guilt of being the son who couldn't provide. Later, he could simply exchange it for other food items and send them over. Xiangdong, we really owe it all to you. After expressing his gratitude to Chen Xiangdong, Chen Jiangwo went to check on Zhao Lianfang. Mom, my place really is too cramped to have anyone staying over, so? It's fine. I'll just stay with Xiangdong. Zhao Lianfang knew Chen Jiangwo cared about her as his mother. Of her 3 sons, he was the only one who showed filial devotion. She felt a pang of guilt toward Chen Jiangwo. In the past, she had favored her 4th son, Chen Jianmen, giving him the largest share when dividing the family property. Yet her second son was the one she cared for the least, giving him almost nothing. Little did she realize she'd been caring for the wrong person all along, neglecting the one who truly looked after her while doting on those selfish children. Mom, I'll head back now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Chen Jiangwo then left. That evening, the family of 5 sat down to eat together. For the first time since marrying into the Chen family at 19, Zhao Lianfang sat at the table to eat. Grandma, have some meat. Lin Yuexiu, worried the elderly woman might feel awkward eating, served her some food. Great-grandma, have some meat. Xinxin followed her mother's lead and served grandma some meat too. A wave of warmth washed over Zhao Lianfang's heart. While others found happiness in eating meat, her happiness came from having Xiangdong's family. To her, this warmth was far more fragrant than the meat itself. After dinner, a system notification sounded in Chen Xiangdong's mind. Eldest daughter Nian's fullness +1. Younger daughter Nian's fullness +1. Wife Lin Yuexiu's fullness +1. Grandmother Zhao Lianfang's fullness level +1. I didn't expect the system to include grandma too. That means the fullness points will rise even faster. The next day, the old lady wasn't idle either. She went to Chen Xiangdong's house. Having eaten her fill, she felt energized and even helped chop firewood. After cooking lunch and finishing their meal, the old lady eagerly washed the dishes and pots. When Chen Xiangdong and Lin Yuexiu tried to take them, she even got upset. So they let her be. Having something to do made her feel more at ease staying in their home. She ran water into the pot to wash the dishes, then poured it into a bowl to drink. Chen Xiangdong caught her doing this and she quickly hid it. Grandma, please don't drink the pot washing water anymore. We have plenty of food and dishes at home. If you're hungry, just help yourself. There's still oil in the pot, it's such a waste to pour it out. She did feel it was a waste, but she also believed that while staying at Xiangdong's home, she should save wherever possible on her own food. But oil won't fill your stomach. I'll make sure you're well fed and warm. No more secretly drinking pot washing water. The old woman was comforted. Alright, I won't sneak pot washing water anymore. I'm truly blessed to have such a good grandson. If Tsuehua and the others come to bully Xingxinian again, I'll fight them tooth and nail, even if it costs me my life. While Chen Xiangdong's household lived in harmony, trouble brewed at his parents' place. Wang Tsuehua shut the door tightly. The third daughter sobbed inside, "Mom, what should I do? If this gets out, how will I ever get married?" The third daughter had been assaulted by a man in his 40s from a neighboring village. She had fled for her life, barely escaping. Thankfully, the pockmarked man hadn't taken her body. But her clothes were torn to shreds, and when she ran out of the reed bed, people from the neighboring village saw her. She was panicked and didn't know what to do. Rushing home, Wang Tsuehua saw her disheveled state and only learned of the incident after questioning her. Not long after third son returned home, that pockmarked man sent someone to propose marriage. Instead of comforting her third son, Wang Tsuehua scolded her, "I always told you not to parade yourself in front of men, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, they've set their sights on you and bullied you. Serves you right." "Mom, how can you say that? Did I ask him to bully me?" "It's because you were flirting and teasing in front of him, tempting him. He couldn't resist." Wang Tsuehua's words only made the third daughter feel worse. She worked diligently all day long. How could she have seduced anyone? She felt utterly wronged. Now that this has happened, word will spread throughout the village and beyond in no time. By then, your reputation will be ruined. That pockmarked fellow isn't irresponsible either. He still wants to marry you, and he's willing to offer a generous dowry. I heard his uncle works in the county seat and plans to transfer his job quota to him. That would make him a county employee with a steady monthly salary. Their life would certainly be better than most. Once you marry him, you can help support your brothers if they face hardship. Especially your fourth and fifth brothers. As their sister, you ought to consider their needs. Mom, he's an old man covered in pockmarks. Life is life, no matter who you spend it with. Your fourth brother is struggling with the dowry right now. If you marry that pockmarked man, the dowry he gives could just cover your brother's wedding expenses. I can tell that pockmarked man really wants to marry you. He's so old and still hasn't found a wife. We can ask for a higher dowry, and I'm sure he'll agree. That way, you two get married. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Wang Tsuehua actually urged the third daughter to marry the old man with a face full of pockmarks. The third sister naturally didn't want to marry him. Just thinking about his face was terrifying enough to give her nightmares. If she really married him, when would her suffering ever end? "Mom, I won't marry him. I refuse to marry that pockmarked man." "Why won't you listen? Can't you think of us, of your younger brother? If you force me to marry him, I'll just go and die." The third daughter refused to budge. But this was merely her last desperate struggle. She knew she wouldn't be able to stand up to her parents in the end. The sixth child listened secretly, watching her third sister weep bitterly. She knew her third sister absolutely refused to marry. At this moment, she could only think of her eldest brother. She had to tell him, to let him figure something out. Their eldest brother was so capable he would surely find a way. Chapter 29, Settling Accounts at Home. Big brother. Mom's forcing third sister to marry someone. She's crying so hard. You have to go see her. Xiao Lu burst into Chen Xiangdong's room, grabbing him by the arms. Chen Xiangdong knew immediately that something must have happened. But in his previous life, the incident involving third sister hadn't happened at this time either. Could his rebirth have caused a butterfly effect, making third sister's ordeal happen earlier than in his previous life? Chen Xiangdong hurried to find his third sister. When he found her, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. "Third sister, what exactly happened?" Chen Xiangdong asked her. Third sister sobbed, "That pockmarked man in his 40s from the neighboring village bullied me. He came to our house to propose marriage, and Mom is forcing me to marry him. Big brother, I don't want to marry someone so old and covered in pockmarks. I have nightmares. Just thinking about sharing a bed with him makes me want to die. But I know I can't stand up to Mom. I'm going to confront that pockmarked man." "Bro, you can't go. If word gets out, people will gossip about me. So we just let him do whatever he wants? Bully you, then take advantage and marry you as his wife? Are you going to live in darkness forever? Why? Why should he profit from his crimes while you, the victim, suffer endlessly?" Chen Xiangdong understood the mindset of women in this era. Not just in this era, even in the 1920s of later generations, women facing such situations would still fear the scandal spreading. But many would stand up for themselves. But now? Third sister was so vulnerable. How could she fight back? How could she stand against this society? Chen Xiangdong could only try to reason with her, to guide her. It was all his fault for not keeping a closer watch. If he had, third sister wouldn't have been bullied. "Third sister, don't be afraid. We'll seek justice from him. You're still a maiden, there's no need to fear their words. If your world falls apart, I'll be there to hold it up for you. I'll find you a good match someday. It's better than marrying that pockmarked man." Only after Chen Xiangdong's persistent reassurance did third sister find the strength to endure. Chen Xiangdong went to confront the pockmarked man, and third sister insisted on going with him. They stormed straight to pockmarked face's house. Seeing third sister, Motzi was overjoyed, thinking she'd come to discuss their marriage. He'd long harbored feelings for third sister, and this was entirely his doing. A woman's reputation was crucial. Once he had disgraced her, she'd have nowhere to turn and would ultimately have no choice but to submit to him. Little sister, you're here. I've prepared all the betrothal gifts. Ma Zi grinned lecherously, a sight so repulsive it made one sick. Sis? As if you could call me that. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what a dog you are? You think you can be my brother-in-law? Dream on. Oh, you're her older brother, right? Soon to be my brother-in-law. What kind of talk is that? Don't get upset, my third sister marrying me is no loss for her. I'm offering a dowry of 100 pounds of cornmeal. Soon I'll take over my uncle's job, which means I'll be a city dweller. Your sister is actually climbing the social ladder here. Don't be ungrateful. Once this opportunity passes, you won't find another like it. Seeing Pakface's attitude, Chen Xiangdong punched him straight in the face. Pakface's head snapped to the side as he crashed to the ground. Ouch! He hit me. He's trying to kill me. Help! Pakface wailed in mock agony. You filthy bastard. You can't even speak properly. You bullied my third sister, and now you dare to scream? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my surname. Chen Xiangdong swung his fist again, landing several more blows to Ma Zi's face. The pockmarked man begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry. Wrong? Where exactly did you go wrong? Speak up. Chen Xiangdong landed another punch. Watching from the sidelines, third sister felt a surge of satisfaction. I shouldn't have schemed to force your third sister to marry me. I deserve to die. Please spare me. I only tore her clothes, nothing else happened. Have mercy. You think you could have done anything? I'll beat you to death, you pockmarked bastard. Chen Xiangdong landed another punch. Dare to bully my third sister? Think the Chen family has no one? You ruined our third sister's reputation. You must pay compensation and apologize. Then Chen Xiangdong dragged the man to the commune. Many people saw third sister running home with her clothes disheveled. Now they'd surely gossip behind her back about her loose morals and tarnished reputation. If she remained silent, the truth would become exactly what they imagined. Therefore, Chen Xiangdong demanded that pockmarked man clear her name, publicly apologize, and explain the entire incident. In the end, he apologized and compensated her with 50 pounds of cornmeal. At Chen Xiangdong's home, third sister sat by the edge of the Kong. Big brother, I really can't thank you enough today. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up spending my whole life with that pockmarked guy. You're my little sister. When you're in trouble, I'll always be there for you. And you don't need to worry about people looking down on you in the future. This wasn't your fault, you're the victim here. I'll find you a responsible, decent family. I won't let you suffer any more injustice. Thanks, big bro. I'll live well from now on. From now on, only do things that make you happy. Don't stay with family just to do things that make you unhappy. If they treat you well, then it's worth it. Sacrificing for family can bring joy. But you saw it yourself when trouble hit, not one of them stood up for you. They even forced you to marry that pockmarked man just to benefit themselves. Third sister, don't ever let yourself be wronged again. Big brother hopes you find happiness. Machem, big brother, I understand. They chatted some more, and it was quite a while before third sister finally left. Chen Xiangdong wanted to invite her to stay for dinner, but since the girl said she needed to go home to eat, he didn't insist. As dusk approached, Chen Xiangdong began preparing dinner. Tonight he planned to make pine nut fish for them to try that sweet and sour pine nut fish they'd never tasted before. After cleaning and cutting the fish, he placed it in a pot of oil to fry until golden brown. Sizzle. The oil bubbled in the wok as the fish slowly turned golden brown. The aroma wafted out. The delicious smell of fried fish filled the entire room. A light snow had fallen today, leaving a layer of snow at the door. The old lady stood under the eaves, shoveling snow with her shovel. She caught the fishy scent at the door and felt secretly pleased, finding herself shoveling with renewed vigor. That Xiangdong kid, he's got real talent. He's far more capable than his old man. My home is on the Songhua River in the northeast, where forests and coal mines abound, and fields of soybeans and sorghum stretch across the hills. The old woman hummed the song as she shoveled. Nong Jinhua passed by, caught the scent, and followed it to Chen Xiangdong's doorstep. That smells amazing. It's Chen Xiangdong frying fish. That kid, feasting on fish and meat again, yet never thinks to share with his elders. If he won't share, I'll just help myself to a few pieces on my way scrounging off their meat. Nong Jinhua thought to herself as her feet obediently stepped into Chen Xiangdong's courtyard. At that moment, the old lady was still shoveling snow. Oh, Mom, you're really strong now. You used to be sickly and bedridden, but since coming to Xiangdong's place, you've become so energetic even shoveling snow. Chapter 30, Hurry and Save Them. Nong Jinhua wore a smile, but the old lady knew exactly what she meant. She knew that when she lived with her son, she had been putting on an act, playing the role of the elderly matriarch. This third daughter-in-law, though, seemed so cheerful and open, smiling at everyone. But inside, she was full of schemes. If she hadn't been constantly egging Jian Jun on, he wouldn't be in this state now. Now she must have caught a whiff of opportunity and was coming to take advantage. Yeah, Xiangdong's been taking good care of her, now she can take someone down. What are you doing here tonight? Craving some fish from Xiangdong's place? Mom, what are you talking about? I was just passing by and wanted to check on you all. The old woman cut straight to the point, exposing Nong Jinhua's thoughts and leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. We're all doing fine. Alright, it's cold outside. I'm going to warm up on the heated bed. You should hurry home and warm yourself up too. The old woman turned and went inside, immediately closing the door behind her, blocking Nong Jinhua at the entrance and preventing her from entering. Nong Jinhua rolled her eyes at the door. You stubborn old woman. Think you're so tough now? You'll get what's coming to you. Her goal unachieved, she had no choice but to leave. Chen Xiangdong noticed the old woman suddenly bolting the door and looked curious. Grandma, it's not even dark yet. Why did you lock the door? It's all because of Jianjun's wife. She wanted to come in and eat fish, but I sent her away. The old woman hadn't always been this way. She'd never dare speak to any of her own daughters-in-law like that. Surviving that hanging attempt felt like being reborn. One couldn't spend their entire life being bullied by others. Besides, that Jianjun's wife really wasn't a good sort. Having spoken her mind, the old lady no longer feared gossip. Grandma, that was brilliant. Third uncle's wife must be furious enough to go home and curse him out. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. These past few days, Grandma's health had improved and her spirits lifted considerably, which brought him great comfort. Xinxin and Nian Nian were still playing outside with their friends. Come catch me. Ah, come catch me. Fan Xiaoming and Wang Yangyang shouted as they ran. They were trying to get little Coral to chase them. Xinxin brought little Coral to join them in their games. At first, they were scared out of their wits by little Coral, but now they enjoyed playing with her too. Little Coral was having a blast chasing after them. Occasionally, shrieks would echo from their direction. Xinxin led Nian Nian, Zhao Li, and several other girls in playing a game of tag. Drop the handkerchief, gently place it behind a little friend. Don't tell him, quick catch him, quick catch him. The little girls sang the game together. Xinxin, Nian Nian, come home for dinner. Lin Yueshio walked over and called Xinxian to come home for dinner. Got it, Mom. Coming right now. Xinxin called back loudly. No more playing today, we're going home for dinner. Xinxin stood up. Is your family having meat again today? Mom says you guys eat meat all the time, it makes me so jealous. Wang Yoshi's son, Wang Yangyang, said enviously. We're having fish tonight. My dad makes the most delicious fish. Do you guys want some too? Xinxin asked. Of course. I'm dying to try it. Me too, I'm dying of envy. All the children chimed in. Then wait here for me tonight and I'll bring some for you. Xinxin said generously. They were all her good friends, and Dad had said she should learn to share. When Xinxin said this, she hadn't given it a second thought. Deal. Of course, deal. Xinxin made a pinky promise with them. Xinxin, Nian Nian, when can we play with little Coral again? Fan Xiaoming, an 8-year-old boy. Xinxin was 7, Nian Nian was 3. It was the day they saw the piglet that scared the pants off him, and now he was happy to be their little brother. Calling them sister constantly, he followed them around like a little shadow. That evening, after dinner, Xinxin didn't tell her parents. She found a bag and secretly carried the leftover fish out. The other half? Those kids were thinking they'd get to eat some fish meat. After eating at home, they quickly came to the agreed-upon spot to wait. But after waiting for quite a while, they still didn't see Xinxin. The children crouched there, shivering. Could Xinxin have been snatched by wolves on her way here? Adults keep saying wolves come out at night to hunt, so they won't let us kids go out. My dad told me the same thing tonight. He wouldn't let me come out, but I snuck out anyway. The more they talked, the more frightened they became. Suddenly, Xinxin startled them from behind. Wolf! Wolf coming! Ah! Fan Xiaoming started crying in fright. He. You're such a scaredy cat. Xinxin teased. Alright, I was just scaring you. Stop crying. Here, have some fish. Xinxin took out the fish and gave them some to eat. Wow, it smells so good. This is the best fish I've ever tasted. Sister Xinxin, your dad is amazing, he makes the most delicious fish in the whole world. The kids devoured the fish in no time. After finishing, they kept licking their fingers. In the cold, silent night, all that could be heard was the sound of the children swallowing. Suddenly, someone burst out of the village, shouting frantically. Lier the deaf man's child has been snatched by wolves. Lier the deaf man's child has been snatched by wolves. Then came the wails of Lier Longzi's wife. My child. Save my child. In an instant, many villagers came out carrying kerosene lamps to see what was happening. Aunt Wang heard Lier Longzi's cries and her pleas to save her son. Aunt Wang's emotions began to surge again. The cries reminded her of the day her own doggy was snatched by wolves. She ran out of her house crying, grabbing hold of anyone she saw and pleading, everyone, please save the child. The child has been snatched by wolves. Poor child. Please, someone must save him. Uncle Li followed behind her, knowing full well that Aunt Wan was having an episode. Seeing her like this, his heart ached too. Uncle Li embraced Aunt Wang. Let's go back first, now. After much coaxing, Aunt Wang finally regained some sense. Wang Yoshi was also frantic. My son's gone missing too. I have no idea where he's run off to. What am I supposed to do? My son too, no idea where he snuck off to. The accountant was also frantic with worry. With wolves coming down the mountain snatching children, now that his own child was missing, he feared his child might also be carried off by wolves. Li Erlongzi's wife begged the team leader to find hunters to go into the mountains and rescue her child. The situation was critical. The team leader immediately thought of Chen Xiangdong. He was the only one in the village brave enough to venture into the mountains at night. After all, the mountains were infinitely more dangerous after dark than during the day. No one wanted to risk their life. When Chen Xiangdong heard someone shout that a wolf had snatched a child, he didn't see Xinqing and immediately went out to search for her. Fortunately, he soon found them in an abandoned old house. Chen Xiangdong was bringing them home when he encountered a villager running toward him. Xiangdong! Finally found you! The team leader needs you. He says we have to go into the mountains to rescue someone. Chapter 31, Encountering Severe Weather. His heart had been in his throat worrying about Xinqing's safety, but now that he'd found her, his mind was at ease. Li Erlong's child had been carried off by wolves into the mountains, and now he was the only one brave enough to venture in. Wolves instinctively carry prey back to their dens to feed their pups or store food. When they carry off a child, they usually don't consume it immediately. If we head into the mountains now, there's still a chance to rescue the child. That's a human life at stake. Having been reborn, Chen Xiangdong couldn't stand by and do nothing. Of course, if he hadn't been reborn and didn't have the system, he wouldn't dare venture in alone to risk his life. Alright, let's go find the captain now. For the children's safety, Chen Xiangdong led them there together. On the way, Xinqing clung to Chen Xiangdong, asking, Daddy, are we going into the mountains later? It's dangerous in the mountains at night. Xinqing wants to go with Daddy. Xinqing and Xiaohua will protect Daddy. Silly girl, you know the mountains are dangerous at night. That's exactly why you absolutely can't come with Daddy. Stay home with Mommy and wait for Daddy to come back. Chen Xiangdong tickled Xingxinyi's nose. Wang Yoshi and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Xiangdong bringing their children over. Wang Yoshi yanked Wan Yangyang over and scolded him. Didn't I tell you not to wander off during dinner? Where did you run off to, you little brat? Next time you dare to wander off, I'll toss you out to feed the wolves. The accountant didn't spare his son either. Li Erlongzi's wife saw Chen Xiangdong arrive and immediately knelt before him, crying as she pleaded. Brother Xiangdong, my child was only 8 months old when the wolves snatched him away. Please help me. If you go into the mountains, I'll give you all the grain and money left in our home. Sister Li, please get up. I'll go into the mountains and do my best to find your child. Chen Xiangdong helped Li Erlongzi's wife to her feet. The team leader watched as Chen Xiangdong agreed to go into the mountains to rescue the child without a moment's hesitation. How dangerous! Yet he agreed so readily, without a moment's hesitation. Chen Xiangdong was a true man, a hero. Who else wants to go into the mountains with Xiangdong to rescue people? The commune will reward each person who goes into the mountains to rescue people with 30 yuan. The team leader was also worried about Chen Xiangdong's safety, so he wanted more people to help. We don't even dare go into the mountains during the day, let alone at night. It's so dangerous at night. Going in is practically a suicide mission. Who'd risk their life for 30 bucks? I'm scared of dying too. I wouldn't go into the mountains. For just 30 yuan? I'd never go in. Not a single person dared to accompany Chen Xiangdong into the mountains. When the team leader first mentioned it, Chen Xiangdong had already anticipated this reaction. Truth be told, you couldn't entirely blame them. Who isn't afraid of death? Venturing into the mountains now was indeed far too dangerous, and besides, they had no specialized hunting skills. Without the skills, going into the mountains would be nothing but a suicide mission. They wouldn't be much help at all. If they came alone, Chen Xiangdong would have to protect them. They'd just slow him down. Captain, I'll go in alone. They don't know how to hunt. If they go in, they probably won't come out. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than Lin Yueshio rushed over and threw her arms around him. The mountains are dangerous. Neither I nor the children can live without you. Lin Yueshio didn't want Chen Xiangdong to go into the mountains. It wasn't selfish of her, it was genuinely perilous. And he was going alone. No wonder Lin Yueshio was worried. Your husband's got this. Don't worry. Take Xinqing home and wait for me. With that, Chen Xiangdong grabbed his gear and dashed into the mountains. Snow had fallen today, blanketing the ground with a half-centimeter layer. The wolf had left tracks in the snow, and Chen Xiangdong followed its trail. Soon, Chen Xiangdong followed the tracks deep into the mountains. Fortunately, he heard the sound of an infant's cry echoing through the mountains. Wah wah wah. That must be Li Erlongzi's child. Chen Xiangdong hurried toward the sound, but his footsteps were very light. Sure enough, he spotted Li Erlongzi's child. The infant, barely 8 months old, lay in the wolf den. Beside it lay a mother wolf and several cubs, who appeared to be only about 2 months old. The mother wolf had placed the infant in front of her pups, likely intending for them to treat the child as prey to practice hunting. Once they grew tired of playing, they would likely devour him as food. Fortunately, the mother wolf played this game instead of devouring the child outright. A mother wolf protecting her pups can be quite ferocious. Moreover, wolves are pack animals. Chen Xiangdong must observe carefully and avoid rash actions. His auto-tracking device only allowed 4 uses per day, so he had to use them wisely. Visible at the den were 3 adult wolves and 2 pups. The mother wolf was closest to the pups, but with cubs present, she couldn't be hunted first. Killing a mother wolf with cubs would cause the pups to emit agonized cries. This would trigger the pack's frenzied revenge mode, causing their aggression to surge by 300%. Therefore, the mother wolf must be hunted last. Now, Chen Xiangdong should be observing which one is the alpha male. He must be the first to be killed, causing the pack to suddenly lose its leader and descend into chaos. After identifying the target, Chen Xiangdong set his crossbow to automatically track the alpha male. Simultaneously, he aimed his hunting rifle at other targets, swiftly eliminating them. The pack must have been caught completely off guard before they could react. They were wiped out. The auto-tracking crossbow bolts were simply too fast, and his marksmanship was no slouch either. There were 2 young pups left, still very small and not aggressive. Hunters never target the young. Chen Xiangdong would spare those 2 cubs. He stored the 3 slain wolves in his spatial storage. He could trade their pelts for grain later. As for the wolf meat, Chen Xiangdong had no intention of trading it for grain. Few people ate wolf meat. Folk belief held it to be sour and poisonous, and wolves often symbolize danger in culture, making consumption carry negative connotations. Chen Xiangdong picked up the child and placed it in his spatial pocket. The weather suddenly turned bitterly cold, and snow began to fall. It was too cold the child could easily die from hypothermia. Inside the spatial pocket, he would be safe. Besides, at only 8 months old, the child was too young to understand anything and wouldn't know the secret of the spatial pocket. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with a body immune to all toxins. Otherwise, he'd easily succumb to hypothermia in this weather. The snow fell heavier and heavier, not just heavy but accompanied by extremely strong winds. Chen Xiangdong realized he was caught in severe convective weather. He had to get down the mountain quickly, or he truly would never make it out of these mountains. But the harsh weather arrived swiftly. In just half an hour, the snow had accumulated to about 50 centimeters, making his descent much more difficult. Chapter 32, Venturing into the mountains to rescue his father. The fierce winds made every step a struggle, and his worst fear had materialized. A super-strong gale raged violently, triggering avalanches in multiple locations. He barely escaped one avalanche only to face another. Chen Xiangdong sprinted away and narrowly escaped. Before he could catch his breath, a deep, cracking sound echoed through the air. He looked up and saw the pristine white expanse atop the mountain come to life. It began to creep and slide. In an instant, the earth-shattering roar echoed like the howl of death itself. Chen Xiangdong knew he couldn't escape this time. In an instant, that unstoppable white torrent pressed down upon him like a colossal white demonic hand. The snow continued to fall relentlessly. Lin Yueshio hadn't slept a wink all night. Her husband had gone into the mountains late at night and hadn't returned yet. How could she possibly sleep? Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed from beyond the mountains, its rumble making Lin Yueshio's heart race with even greater unease. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Thinking Chen Xiangdong had returned, Lin Yueshio hurried to open the door. But standing outside wasn't Chen Xiangdong, it was the team leader. Yueshio, has Xiangdong returned? Hearing the noise, the captain knew a severe avalanche must have struck the mountain. He hurried over to see if Chen Xiangdong had returned. He hasn't returned yet. I have no idea when he'll be back. Hearing that Chen Xiangdong hadn't returned, the captain's expression darkened. Captain, did you hear that huge crash just now? I'm worried. Lin Yueshio's expression grew even more grim. Don't worry. Xiangdong is a good man, he'll be fine. Nothing will happen to him. Though he already knew the truth, the captain offered reassurance. It's snowing heavily now, and there's a severe avalanche in the mountains. It's hard to go in. If Xiangdong still hasn't returned by tomorrow morning, I'll seek out hunters from neighboring villages to search the mountains. The captain felt terrible inside. If he hadn't sent Chen Xiangdong into the mountains, none of this would have happened. May he return safely. The captain silently prayed in his heart. Xinxin was awakened by the loud bang and overheard her mother and uncle team leader talking. She and her sister used to joke that their father had been eaten by a tiger. Back then, they'd giggle and laugh. But now, all she wanted to do was cry. Xinxin, why are you up? Go back to sleep. Lin Yueshio entered and saw Xinxin sitting blankly on the Kong. She hurried to coax her back to sleep. Though her heart ached deeply, she remained strong in front of the child. When will Daddy come back? Xinxin asked, her eyes brimming with tears. She couldn't hold back any longer. She understood everything Mom had said to Uncle Team Leader. Don't cry. After Xinxin sleeps, Daddy will be back when she wakes up. Lin Yueshio held Xingxingyan close in her arms. Seeing tears welling in her mother's eyes, Xinxing quickly stopped crying. She couldn't cry anymore, it would only make her mother more sad. Xinxin held back her tears. "Mommy, don't cry. Daddy will be back soon." After saying this, she immediately lay down to sleep. Dawn broke, yet Chen Xiangdong still hadn't returned. The loud bang from last night had been heard by everyone in the village. So early that morning, many villagers gathered at the village entrance, murmuring among themselves. That noise last night was so loud the avalanche must have been massive. I heard Chen Xiangdong hasn't come out of the mountains yet. He must have been buried. A snow avalanche can bury you under over 10 meters of snow. If he's buried, he definitely won't survive. Ah, what a pity. Such a brave man, gone like that. The team leader walked over and overheard them discussing Chen Xiangdong. He listened, shaking his head helplessly. We still don't know whether Xiangdong is alive or dead. Stop spreading rumors, lest his family hear them. Heavy snowfall in the mountains even if Chen Xiangdong managed to evade yesterday's massive avalanche. Given last night's severe convective weather and the mountain's thick snow cover, it would be extremely difficult to make it out. Though the outcome might well be as everyone suspects. The captain still clung to a sliver of hope and dispatched hunters to conduct a search and rescue. People have their own opinions, and the captain couldn't control what they said. Soon, rumors spread throughout the village that Chen Xiangdong had perished in the mountains, never to return. Chen Jianmen felt a pang of sadness upon hearing the news. After all, he was just one of many children. Losing one child wouldn't cause too much grief. Old woman, have you heard? Xiangdong died in the mountains. He's dead now. What can we do about it? Back in the day, he listened to us and gave us whatever we wanted. But lately he's gotten cocky, daring to defy us. I reckon this is his comeuppance. Anyway, he never helped his brothers pay for their brides when he was alive. Better off dead. With that, she went back to her chores. Upon hearing the news that his eldest brother might be dead, the fifth son still clutched his books, reading them with even greater intensity than usual. The second and fourth brothers were also busy with their own affairs. Only the sixth son and third daughter came to Chen Xiangdong's house to check on their sister-in-law and the little one they were so fond of. Chen Xiangdong had gone into the mountains to rescue someone when the accident happened. Many villagers gathered at the mountain's base to watch. The team leader went to the neighboring village to find 4 hunters. The commune offered each of them 50 yuan. Only then were they willing to enter the mountains for the search and rescue. But they turned back after only a short distance. They returned and told the team leader, there's no need to search further. The mountainside is littered with avalanche traces. He couldn't have survived in there. We won't risk our lives for nothing. They returned the money to the team leader. Since there was nothing more they could do, they tacitly accepted that Chen Xiangdong had been buried and killed by the avalanche. Ah, when a family loses its man, it's like the sky has fallen. From now on, Yueshio will have to raise 2 children alone. It's so pitiful. Xinxin is still so young, and now she's lost her father. Life will be hard for her. Just days ago, people envied their family for eating meat daily. Now, he's not even alive to enjoy it. The villagers at the foot of the mountain were all talking about it. Lin Yueshio had clung to a sliver of hope, but hearing the hunter's words, she couldn't bear the blow and fainted. Xinxin woke up that morning without uttering a word. She knew the villagers were saying her father was dead. But she refused to believe her father was dead. He was so strong, how could he possibly die? Nian Nian, stay home and watch over mom. When she wakes up, listen carefully to everything she says. Then, she picked up a shovel and took little Coral with her as they ran into the mountains. Captain, it's bad. That girl Xinxing went into the mountains with a shovel to save her father. Why didn't you stop her? She's just a little girl. How could she possibly survive out there? She wouldn't listen to anyone. That girl stubborn as a mule, there was no stopping her. Xiangdong is gone, and we failed to watch over Xingxingyi, letting her go into the mountains. How am I supposed to explain this to Yueshio when she wakes up? The captain was filled with self-reproach. Xinxin's mind was set on entering the mountains to save her father. No matter how difficult the journey, she would push through. The snow in the mountains was deep. She ran through it, tears streaming down her face. Dad couldn't be dead. They were lying. They were just too scared to go into the mountains to save him. Father couldn't possibly be dead. She dug with her shovel wherever she saw a slightly higher pile of snow. Daddy, hold on a little longer. Xinxin is coming to save you. Xinxin will definitely get you out. Daddy, where are you? Where are you? Xinxin's tiny frame dug frantically in the snow, summoning every ounce of strength. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangdong, buried beneath the snow, regained consciousness. The weight was crushing the snow, made it nearly impossible to move. Thanks to the system's protection, he had been knocked unconscious by the impact. He still had a glimmer of life left. He tried to dig through the snow with his hands, carving out a space where he could move. This would make moving easier and help him dig a path out. As he dug, he suddenly spotted a pair of antlers. A sick deer, crushed by the avalanche. Unbelievable, even buried in snow, his luck remained extraordinary. Selling the antlers on the black market would fetch a hefty price. Chapter 33, Harvesting a Werewolf. By 1960, sika deer had become extremely rare. According to Huaxian Nation statistics, only about 500 remained. Even during normal hunting, they were hard to come by, yet he stumbled upon one in a snowdrift. Sika deer antlers were worth their weight in gold on the black market, fetching nearly 2 years' wages for a worker per kilogram. Given their scarcity, the meat also commanded a high price on the black market. He'd be thrilled to get this for Agen. Chen Xiangdong dug up the entire deer and placed it in his spatial storage. He continued digging nearby, hoping for luck. Perhaps he could find more, as they might have escaped as a small herd. Chen Xiangdong kept trying his luck, digging around the area. Sure enough, his hunch proved correct. After digging over a meter deep, he struck a deer's leg. After placing this deer in his spatial pocket, Chen Xiangdong continued his search. After digging for another 20 minutes or so, he found the third one. Since it took so long to find the third one, he figured there probably wouldn't be a fourth. If there were, finding it would likely be extremely difficult. Though his spatial pocket kept him alive beneath the snow. But he couldn't be certain how long the system would protect him, especially after being buried for so long. Yueshio and the others must be worried sick since he hadn't returned. He had to dig his way out of this snowdrift quickly. After being buried under over 10 meters of avalanche snow, it would take him quite a while to dig through. Meanwhile, on the snowy ground, little Coral had fallen off Xingxinyi's back and was crawling alone through the snow. It crawled along, sniffing the air. Suddenly, it stopped at one spot, sniffing repeatedly. Then it quickly crawled over to Xingxinyin, bit her pant leg, and tugged at her, as if trying to lead her there. Xingxin asked, "Little Coral, are you leading us to find Dad?" Only then did little Coral release Xingxin's pant leg and scurry back to the spot where it had paused. Xingxin understood Dad must be buried beneath the surface. Xingxin ran over and started digging with the shovel. Her strength was small, so she could only dig the snow bit by bit. As she dug, she cried, "Daddy, hurry up and come out. Daddy, hurry up and come out. Daddy." As Chen Xiangdong dug, he thought he heard Xingxin's voice. Unable to believe his ears, he paused his work and listened intently. It really was Xingxinyi's little voice. How did she end up in the mountains? Xingxin, Daddy's right here. Daddy will come out soon. Chen Xiangdong called back to Xingxin from inside. Xingxin faintly heard her father's voice and happily crawled on the snow to listen. It really is Daddy. Daddy is still alive. Daddy! She shouted into the snow. Chen Xiangdong dug faster and faster. All he wanted now was to see his precious daughter Xingxin as soon as possible. Before long, Chen Xiangdong's head emerged from the snow. "Daddy, I finally found you." Xingxin helped clear away the snow beside him. As soon as Chen Xiangdong emerged from the snow, he immediately embraced Xingxin. "My Xingxinyi is so amazing. You must never venture into the mountains like this again, it's too dangerous." For Daddy, Xingxin isn't afraid. "Daddy, you're alive, I'm so glad." Chen Xiangdong hurriedly led Xingxin down the mountain. But shortly after they started walking, a strange, eerie wail echoed from ahead, sending chills down their spines. Xingxin couldn't help but shiver. "Daddy, is it wolves coming?" "Xingxin, don't be afraid. With Daddy here, even wolves can't hurt our little Xingxin." Chen Xiangdong heightened his vigilance. The sound resembled a wolf's howl, but it seemed to be injured. Chen Xiangdong went to investigate and found a wild beast trapped in a snowdrift. It must have been knocked over by last night's small avalanche. Chen Xiangdong saw it lying in the snowdrift, whimpering softly. The sound resembled a wolf's, but upon closer inspection, it was no wolf at all. It was a werewolf. "Daddy, is it a person or a monster?" Seeing it lying immobilized in the hollow, Xingxin lost her fear. "It's a werewolf." Faced with the choice between turning a blind eye and saving him, Chen Xiangdong chose to rescue him. Chen Xiangdong pulled him out of the pit. The werewolf still growled at him, but his injuries left him unable to harm anyone. "I'm a good person. I won't hurt you. Your leg is injured. I'll bandage it for you. If you don't stop the bleeding, you'll bleed to death, understand?" Chen Xiangdong explained to him, but the werewolf seemed to understand only partially. But he stopped resisting. Chen Xiangdong tore strips from his own clothes to bandage the wounds on the werewolf's legs. Once bandaged, the bleeding stopped. The werewolf relaxed his guard toward Chen Xiangdong, now viewing him as a benefactor. Chen Xiangdong sighed inwardly. He wondered whose child this was, snatched away by wolves as a baby and turned into a werewolf. How pitiful. Suddenly, Chen Xiangdong noticed the long life amulet hanging around the werewolf's neck. He reached out to examine it, almost unable to believe what he saw. Engraved on the locket was a name, Li Fugue. Wasn't that dog Egg's name? Could this werewolf be the son and Wang lost to wolves all those years ago? It had to be him. "Do you remember your name?" Chen Xiangdong asked. The werewolf gestured. His speech had long since deteriorated. He could no longer speak, only emitting strange sounds. "I'll take you to see your family." The werewolf nodded. When Godan was carried away, he was around 4 or 5 years old, so he still had a few fragments of memory. Daddy, he understands what you're saying. Xinshin said curiously. He's human too, but he's had a tough life. He was snatched by wolves when he was little and grew up among them. Chen Xiangdong explained to Xinshin. Xinshin nodded. What a poor child. He must miss his parents terribly. Xinshin looked at the werewolf sympathetically, even using her small hands to smooth his messy long hair. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Chen Xiangdong's mind. Congratulations, system. The werewolf enlightenment skill has been triggered. After using this skill, the werewolf becomes emotionally stable, gains language ability, and exhibits absolute loyalty to the host loyalty 100%. He possesses human consciousness and can live a normal life like any other person. Chen Xiangdong was taken aback by the sudden skill activation. According to the system, if he civilized Dog Egg, he'd gain an absolutely loyal subordinate. Activate. Before long, Chen Xiangdong noticed a change in the werewolf Dog Egg. His face lost its ferocious expression. Your name is Li Fugue, and your nickname is Godan. These are the names your parents gave you. Understand? Chen Xiangdong tentatively addressed him. I understand. He really could speak now, though still stuttering. With practice, it would surely become smoother. Godan can talk now. Godan, don't be afraid. From now on, we're friends. The kids in the village call me Big Sister. I'll look out for you, they won't dare hurt you. Xinshin said innocently. Werewolf Doggy, understood. Big Sister. Chapter 34, The Hero Returns. Please vote. Xinshin, wait here for Daddy. Daddy's going to perform a magic trick for you. Li Erlongzi's child was still in his spatial pocket. With Xinshin right beside him now, he couldn't just conjure a child out of thin air. Otherwise, Xinshin would find it strange. If she blabbed about it later, he'd have a hard time explaining it to everyone. So Chen Xiangdong used this explanation. Okay. Xingxinyi beamed with anticipation. Godan, you stay here and protect Xinshin. Okay. Godan nodded obediently, his movements appearing clumsy. This was because he had only recently been civilized and was just beginning to adapt to human life. He couldn't adjust so quickly all at once. Once he'd had time to adjust, he'd become more agile. Chen Xiangdong walked toward a patch of dry grass and retrieved Li Erlongzi's child from his spatial pocket. The child had been very comfortable in the spatial pocket and was now sleeping soundly. Chen Xiangdong carried him out without the child crying. Before long, Chen Xiangdong returned with the child. Seeing the child, Xinshin's eyes lit up. Daddy saved Li Erlongzi's baby? Yes. Daddy's so amazing. Daddy's a hero. Xinshin clapped her hands in delight. She felt proud inside that her dad was so amazing. 2 hours later, Chen Xiangdong appeared at the village entrance, carrying the child along with Xinshin and the wolf-like dog Dogan. The villagers at the entrance were overjoyed to see Chen Xiangdong return. Someone immediately began beating the village gong to spread the good news. Xinshin rescued her father, Chen Xiangdong, from the mountains. Xinshin rescued her father, Chen Xiangdong, from the mountains. Chen Xiangdong rescued the child from the deathly family and brought back a monster. Our village hero is back. Our village hero is back. Today's weather remains bitterly cold, with many people staying indoors to keep warm. Upon hearing the good news, they all came out to see. Of course, they were also curious about what kind of monster Chen Xiangdong had brought. Lin Yueshio perked up the moment she heard the news. Beaming with joy, she embraced Nian Nian and rushed out to greet Chen Xiangdong. The old lady trotted behind her, muttering, Buddha bless him, Buddha bless him. I knew that boy was blessed and destined to be fine. Daddy, Daddy. Nian Nian spotted her father and immediately wriggled free from Lin Yueshio's arms, running to hug Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong handed Li Erlongzi's child to the villagers. Lifting Nian Nian into his arms, he approached Lin Yueshio. I'm sorry I worried you, dear. Lin Yueshio wept with joy. You rascal. If you ever scare me like that again, I'll. Then what? I'll hit you. You'd really hit your husband? Chen Xiangdong swept her into his arms. This era was inherently more conservative. Chen Xiangdong hugging her in front of so many people made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Stop it, there are people watching. Lin Yueshio quickly pulled away. But this scene made countless women in the village green with envy. How lucky Lin Yueshio is to marry someone who loves her so much. I'm so jealous. My husband and I sleep in the same bed, but we lie back to back, each to our own. He won't even give me a hug. Just then, Deaf Li and his wife rushed over to thank Chen Xiangdong. Brother Xiangdong, you've done us a huge favor. Thank you for saving our child. Before we went into the mountains, I promised to give you all our grain as payment. We'll go get it right now. Li Erlongzi's wife said. Chen Xiangdong declined. Sister-in-law Li, you don't need to give me your grain. Keep it for yourselves. You must not have much left yourselves. If you give it to me, what will you eat? Their family's situation wasn't easy. If they really took the grain, the days ahead would be even harder. How would they manage? But we must repay you somehow. If you want to repay me, just invite me over for a meal sometime. Chen Xiangdong wouldn't accept any payment, and Li Er's deaf wife was deeply moved. She signed to Li Er, conveying Chen Xiangdong's meaning. Li Er, being deaf and mute, couldn't express himself verbally. He knelt directly to express his gratitude to Chen Xiangdong. Soon after, someone asked Chen Xiangdong about the wild man beside him. Xiangdong, why did you bring back a savage? He looks terrifying. He's stable and won't hurt anyone. Where's Aunt Wang? Why haven't we seen her? Chen Xiangdong scanned the area but saw no sign of Aunt Wang. I heard that after Li Erlongzi's child was snatched by wolves that night, she suffered a shock. She's been bedridden ever since, surely missing her son. Ah, such a pitiful soul. I've brought Aunt Wang a surprise. The werewolf standing before you is the very son she lost to wolves. Chen Xiangdong said, pulling Doggy along. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This werewolf is really Aunt Wang's son? No way. Xiangdong, you're not pulling our leg, are you? So many years have passed, how could he still be alive? If this werewolf really is Doggy, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Many people surrounded Godan. For the first time in so many years, he was being stared at by so many people. He felt extremely uncomfortable and scared. Godan kept hiding behind Chen Xiangdong, too scared to look at them. Xinxin tugged at the leaves covering his body. Doggy, don't be scared. Big Sis will protect you. Only then did Godan lift his head to meet everyone's gaze, though his eyes still darted nervously. Is he Aunt Wang's son? Take him back so she can identify him. Chen Xiangdong took Godan to Aunt Wang's house, with the villagers following along the way. This was a truly extraordinary event in the village, and everyone was curious. Before long, they arrived at Aunt Wang's house. Uncle Li hadn't left the house all day. He was worried Aunt Wang might get agitated, run out, and hurt someone, so he stayed home to watch over her. Uncle Li. Aunt Wang. Chen Xiangdong called from the doorway. Uncle Li hurried to open the door. The sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. Xiangdong, you really brought a monster back. This isn't a monster. Look closely, who is this? Chen Xiangdong asked. Uncle Li looked utterly bewildered. This wild-looking creature, who could he possibly be? How should I know who he is? He looks terrifying. I think you should get rid of him quickly, before he hurts someone in the village. Uncle Li, take a look at the thing around his neck, Chen Xiangdong continued. Uncle Li looked and his expression began to change. Could it be? Uncle Li quickly grabbed the long lifelock hanging around Godan's neck to examine it. Flipping it over, the words Li Fugue came into view. Instantly, tears blurred his vision. Your Doggy? Our Doggy? Godan nodded. Then, overcome with emotion, he cried out, Dad. Chapter 35, Win-Win Cooperation. It really was Aunt Wang's son. This was nothing short of a miracle. Carried off by wolves over a decade ago, and he's still alive. Chen Xiangdong actually managed to bring him back. This feat would be talked about in the village for generations. Uncle Li and Aunt Wang never had any children after that. They've had it tough. Their son, whom they had believed dead, had returned. Uncle Li clutched Doggy in his arms, weeping like a child. The villagers were deeply moved by the scene. With Godan back, the Li family finally has an heir. That couple was so pitiful. Now their child is finally back. Seeing them reunite like this, I couldn't help but cry too. Chen Xiangdong really is amazing. He even found the Li family's only son. Chen Xiangdong is truly their family's benefactor. He's not just a great benefactor to their family, but also to deaf Li Er's family. If Chen Xiangdong hadn't gone into the mountains to rescue him, his son would never have come back. Many villagers were moved to tears. Uncle Li wiped his tears. Go see your mother. She'll be overjoyed to know you're alive. He led Doggy into the house. At that moment, Aunt Wang still lay listless, unaware of what had transpired. Old woman, look who I brought back, Uncle Li said excitedly as he approached her bedside. Auntie Wang lay silent, not even glancing at Uncle Li. Our son Godan is back. Uncle Li continued. At those words, Aunt Wang instantly transformed. She shot upright. Really? Our Godan is back? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Doggy was snatched away over a decade ago. He's long been devoured by wolves. Godan, that's your mother. Go to her. Chen Xiangdong motioned to Godan, who obediently walked over. Afterward, old Zhang, the village barber, gave Godan a haircut while many villagers gathered around to watch. After the haircut, he changed into a clean set of clothes. This werewolf Godan now looked like a proper human being. The team leader called a meeting to commend Chen Xiangdong. Now Chen Xiangdong was the village's great hero. That evening, Xinxian sat on Chen Xiangdong's lap, her eyes sparkling. Our daddy's a big hero. From now on, whenever I go out, I'll tell everyone my daddy's a hero. Daddy, now that you're a big hero, what reward will you give Xinxian? Xinxin pouted. Shouldn't it be Xinxian giving daddy a reward? Chen Xiangdong said with a hint of grievance. Oh. Xinxin immediately understood and planted a quick smack on Chen Xiangdong's cheek. Xinxin's reward is here. Seeing her sister kiss Dad on the cheek, Nian Nian climbed up and planted a kiss on his face too. Their sparkling saliva left traces on his face. After kissing Chen Xiangdong, the two went to help their mother and great-grandmother prepare dinner. Chen Xiangdong opened his spatial pocket and checked on the 3 wild piglets in the pen. One glance left him stunned. In such a short time, the 3 piglets had already grown to about 100 pounds each. At this rate, they could be sold for cash in just a few more days. The sow had also grown considerably larger than before. Previously estimated at around 200 pounds, she now weighed approximately 300 pounds. However, he had no intention of selling the sow. Since she was fertile, why not let her produce more piglets? But he'd need to find a boar for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to have piglets. Pigs naturally avoid mating with their mothers through scent recognition and dispersal instincts. Catching a healthy wild boar in the mountains wasn't easy. But the commune's collective pig farm had a boar, and Chen Xiangdong had his eye on that pig. He'd need the team leader's help for that. Currently, there were 3 sika deer in the space. Tomorrow, he could take the deer to see Aegon. He calculated in his mind how much grain this could fetch. At noon, after lunch, the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. Your satiety value has reached 100 points. Your level 2 divine space has upgraded to level 3 divine space. Space capacity, 6 cubic meters. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following rewards: biogas technology, biogas lamps, and biogas stove materials. This reward is truly excellent. Biogas hadn't caught on yet in this era. Rural areas weren't electrified either. If he built a biogas digester, he could light biogas lamps for bright illumination. Chen Xiangdong checked the details. Both the biogas lamp and stove require self-assembly. The materials must be exchanged using satiety points. A set of biogas lamp materials required 10 points of satiety to exchange. Eventually, he could provide biogas lamps and stoves for the entire village. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong called over Godan and had him start digging a pit. Then he set off for the county seat. Wang Yoshi spotted Chen Xiangdong passing by their house with a bamboo basket on his back. He called out to Chen Xiangdong, "Xiangdong, wait up. I'll take you to the county town with my ox cart." Wang Yoshi happened to be heading to the county town to buy some things himself. Seeing Chen Xiangdong carrying a bamboo basket, he knew he was headed there too. After Chen Xiangdong followed Wang Yoshi to the county town, he told Wang Yoshi not to wait for him after finishing his shopping and to go back first. He still had important business to attend to and couldn't risk being seen. Chen Xiangdong went straight to Aegon's house to find him. But when he arrived, Aegon wasn't home, so he had to wait downstairs. After waiting for about 2 hours, he finally saw Jen return. "Arjun." Chen Xiangdong waved at him. "Brother Dong, you're here. What good stuff did you bring today?" Arjun asked with a smile. "What I brought today is one of the few good things." "What is it?" Arjun couldn't wait to find out. "Let's talk inside." The two went upstairs and entered the room. Only then did Chen Xiangdong say, "Sick deer and antlers. This is fantastic. How much do you have?" Aegon's face lit up with delight. He needed both items, and he had a market for the antler velvet. Buying them from Chen Xiangdong, he could sell them at a premium and make a decent profit. 3 sick deer, which means 3 pairs of antlers. "Brother Dong, you're amazing to have secured so much." Arjun's tone became much more polite. Previously, when dealing with Chen Xiangdong, Aegon had treated him like an ordinary hunter. But now, he had sensed Chen Xiangdong's true capabilities. To procure so much meat in such a short time, he must be an extraordinary hunter. "Just got lucky, Arjun. Are you taking all of this? If not, I'll take the rest to sell on the black market." "I'll take it all. I have more than one restaurant that needs it. 3 deer carcasses? I can sell them all. How much are you charging for the venison and antlers?" "Antlers are expensive to begin with. Since we're regulars, I'll sell you a pair for 400 yuan. How about it?" Chen Xiangdong knew well that for long-term cooperation, both sides must benefit mutually to sustain the partnership. Chapter 36, Dividing the Meat. "Alright, that's fine. What about the meat?" Arjun felt he'd made a profit. At this price, he could buy another 100 or 200 yuan worth of goods elsewhere. 2 yuan per jean. I waited 210 jean total. "Alright, no problem. But this time, I'd still like to trade for grain wheat flour, rice, cabbage, potatoes, and such." "Arjun, I calculated it, 150 jean of wheat flour, 200 jean of rice, 200 jean of potatoes, 200 jean of cabbage, plus 30 coupons each for salt, oil, cloth, and shoes and 1 sewing machine coupon. Nowadays, food and agricultural products, things that fill your belly, are worth more than money. Even with money, you can't buy these things without ration tickets. Even with the coupons, if the goods aren't available, you still can't buy them. I considered sending Aegon to get a bicycle ration card, but in this situation, acquiring a bicycle would only bring trouble. Better to endure it for now." After hearing this, Ajin weighed the options in his mind. This deal was worth doing, so he agreed. "Alright, I'll arrange everything for you. The fact that he could procure so many things demonstrated Agen's capabilities. Only with resources, connections, and capability could one secure such supplies. That's precisely why Chen Xiangdong preferred to secure long-term cooperation with Arjun at lower prices for meat, rather than pay premium prices to unstable clients on the black market. After all, he wasn't short on meat, but connections were another matter. Alright, Arjun, I really appreciate it. No need to thank me, we're just exchanging goods. The quantity is substantial, so I'll arrange it. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Arjun said. No problem. I'll go get the meat now. Alright, I'll send the guys over to help you carry it. No need. I brought a shopping cart. I can manage on my own. No need to go to all that trouble. Chen Xiangdong quickly declined Arjun's offer. His meat was in the storage space, he couldn't possibly have his men tag along. So Chen Xiangdong came out alone, while Arjun went to handle the grain arrangements. By the time Chen Xiangdong brought the meat over, Arjun had returned. Brother Dong, go to this place and find a man named Ague. He'll hand those things over to you. Arjun handed Chen Xiangdong an address. Alright, I'll head over. Chen Xiangdong trusted Agen implicitly. He followed the address Arjun gave him to find a man named Ague. There, he received the items in exchange. Chen Xiangdong also stopped by to buy some items. Previously, he had only purchased coarse salt. Coarse salt contained no iodine, so it was better to eat refined salt, which had iodine added to prevent goiter. Xinshin was still young, and he genuinely worried they might develop goiter. After buying the refined salt, he went to the herbal shop for spices. Star anise, cardamom, cinnamon, galangal, bay leaves, angelica root. With these spices, the meat he cooked would be so fragrant it would make Xingxinian's mouth water. Chen Xiangdong didn't head straight home after his errands. Instead, he went to the mountain lake to fish. He had already prepared his fishing gear and stowed it in his spatial storage before leaving. This time he caught 10 fish, each one huge, weighing over 10 or 20 pounds. He placed 4 in his spatial aquaculture farm for breeding, intending to submit the remaining 6 to the commune for the team leader to distribute among the villagers. By the time he returned to the village, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Carrying a heavy bamboo basket on his back, he made his way straight to the commune. Team leader, I went fishing today. These are for the commune. Chen Xiangdong set down his basket. The team leader was visibly moved. Xiangdong, you're the one who brought me to our village. I thank you on behalf of all the villagers. Even as the team leader, he hadn't managed to provide much meat for the villagers. But this kid, Chen Xiangdong, had already delivered meat to the commune twice. His contribution was immense. The villagers were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Uncle, let's go to the commune, I heard they're distributing fish. Xiangdong came back carrying 6 big fish on his back. Each one weighs about 20 pounds. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. Villager Wang Wu rushed to call his second uncle. Really? That's wonderful. We'd better hurry over and see. His uncle set down his work and hurried with him to the commune. The team leader also notified everyone to come to the commune to share the fish. Villagers arrived at the commune holding plates, waiting to be served fish. Several women, bowls in hand, hurried over together, their faces beaming with joy along the way. Xiangdong, this is wonderful, we get to eat meat again. That last time with the roe deer meat, the taste still lingers in my memory. It's been so long since I've had fish. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I'll bring him something later. He goes hunting in the mountains, who knows how dangerous that is? Exactly. That work is so dangerous. If my husband went into the mountains, I'd be so worried I couldn't sleep at night. That's why when we eat what they bring back, we should remember their kindness. Of course. I'll bring them some of my homemade pickles later. Every household in the village had someone waiting at the commune. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. Wang Suihua also carried her bowl to the commune. Everyone else was cheerful, chatting and laughing. Only she felt a bit uneasy inside. Her son had caught so many fish. He didn't even share any with them first. Chen Xiangdong clearly didn't think about his own parents. Aunt Suihua, your eldest son is truly remarkable. If I had such a capable son, I'd burn incense in gratitude. An auntie approached and said. She was envious of Wang Suihua for having such a good son. What good is a capable son if he doesn't honor his parents? He might as well be thrown into the sea, utterly useless. Wang Suihua complained. Immediately, someone called her out. Aunt Suihua, what are you saying? Xiangdong is a sensible child. Isn't he filial enough? I've seen him bring things to your house often. It's you who've broken their hearts. Exactly. You two only have eyes for the 4th, 5th, and 2nd sons. Where's the eldest in your hearts? You always made him run errands, but he has his own family to support. Yet you just kept squeezing him dry, taking everything from his household. Sister Suihua, since you brought it up, I must speak my mind. You've been too harsh on Xiangdong's family. He's in the right, and I'm on his side. The village women chimed in one after another, leaving Wang Suihua flushed with embarrassment. Before, they'd only gossip behind his back, but no one dared criticize him to his face. Now that Chen Xiangdong had become powerful and influential, they would stand by him and vent their anger on his behalf. Whether in the old society or the new era, people are always like this. When you're weak, even if you fight back against the one oppressing you at home, others might still side with that person. But when you grow strong, you don't even need to lift a finger, others will naturally point fingers at that person for you. The captain shook his head at Wang Suihua. Auntie Suihua, they're right. You should reflect on your actions. Chapter 37, if the technicians can't do it, how could you? Ugh, you're all picking on me. Wang Suihua wiped away tears and stormed off without taking the fish. The team leader sighed deeply. That woman, her ideological awareness is so lacking. Sister Xiujuan, could you deliver her family's portion of fish over there later? Fine. That Aunt Suihua will reap what she sows someday. Sister Xiujuan muttered under her breath. Having lived in the mountains for so many years, Godan was incredibly strong. In just one day, he single-handedly dug a 2-meter deep biogas pit. Spotting Chen Xiangdong returning, he rushed over to boast, "Brother Xiangdong, it's done. Good job, Godan. Take this fish home and cook it for your parents tonight." Chen Xiangdong gave Godan a large fish. Doggy carried the fish home, overjoyed. Chen Xiangdong had already purchased cement and other materials today, so the biogas pit would be completed soon. As he stood beside the freshly dug pit, the village party secretary passing by noticed the enormous hole beside his house and was quite curious. He asked, "Xiangdong, what's this huge hole for? Don't you already have a pit for Ting?" Chen Xiangdong chuckled, "Uncle, I'm building a biogas digester. It's also a pit for poop. In the future, we'll be able to use biogas lamps and stoves, so convenient." Hearing this, the village chief scoffed. What on earth was a biogas digester? Could someone like Chen Xiangdong, who hadn't had much schooling, really build one? He'd heard that back in 1958, even the state's technical experts had tried building biogas pits. But they never succeeded. Those are the nation's professional technicians, and even they couldn't pull it off. And Chen Xiangdong? He's just a farmer. How could he possibly pull this off? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Xiangdong, stop messing around. Even the state's technical experts couldn't make this work. How could you possibly succeed? You must be dreaming. The village party secretary scoffed at him, refusing to believe he could build the biogas digester and actually use biogas lamps and stoves. Uncle, you don't believe in me. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but this thing requires real technical expertise. It needs professional technicians. They've studied extensively, know a lot, and have the skills, yet they've all failed in their experiments. I don't believe an illiterate farmer could pull it off. The village chief chuckled, treating it as a sideshow. Uncle, haven't you heard the saying? You can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. Well, go ahead and tinker away. Just don't end up wasting all your time and effort, only to find you've squandered your wife and kids' food rations in the process. Gossip spread like wildfire, and the village news of what anyone was up to could circle the entire hamlet in no time. The villagers all knew Chen Xiangdong was building a biogas digester. At that time, biogas hadn't yet become widespread. To be precise, biogas lamps and stoves hadn't even been invented yet. Those familiar with the national situation, like the village party secretary, knew about the concept but hadn't managed to make it work. Most villagers, however, had never heard of such things. What's this newfangled thing? These days we can barely afford to eat, and Chen Xiangdong's messing around with this? Isn't that just wasting money? What's biogas? Never heard of it. Don't know what it's for. I heard that when you flush the toilet, it releases gas. You can use that gas to cook or light lamps. Really? That amazing? But can Chen Xiangdong really build it? He's top-notch at hunting, but this is technical work. He's no good at that sort of thing. Anyway, he's just messing around. He'd be better off going to work and earning his labor points properly. The villagers didn't understand this novel contraption. They all thought Chen Xiangdong was just messing around, unlikely to make any real impact. Only Xingxingyi sat beside him, her mind completely focused. "Daddy, are we gonna poop in this pit from now on?" Xin asked. "Yes, when you poop in it, gas will come out. Once the gas comes out, we'll be able to light lamps at night in our home, bright and cheerful," Chen Xiangdong explained. The villagers didn't believe he could pull it off, but he'd make them green with envy when the time came. Just then, his cousin Chen Xiangyuan approached. "Xiangdong, I hear you're working on some biogas project? That huge pit looks like a major project. You'll definitely need extra hands. When you start work, call me, I'll come help." My dad said he'd come to help too. Alright, once I get the cement and gravel delivered, we'll start construction. Cement and gravel must cost a fortune. With the economy being tough these days, maybe we should try to save a bit. Hearing about the need for cement and other materials, Chen Xiangyuan kindly advised Chen Xiangdong once more. Of course, he meant well. "Brother Xiangyuan, don't worry about that. We won't starve. If we get hungry, we'll go hunting in the mountains for meat. I just want the kids to be able to stay in a brightly lit room at night. Later on, I want everyone to use biogas, too more advanced than any other village. Fine, do as you wish. Anyway, if you need labor, just call me and my dad. My dad specifically asked me to tell you, you've helped our family. We want to help your family too. We don't have money, but we can offer our labor. Don't think we're bothering you or refuse our help. All right. Tell my second uncle I appreciate it. I will. Chen Xiangdong chatted with him for a few more moments before leaving. He knew Chen Xiangdong was stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, no one could change it. As the lady of the house, Lin Yueshio supported Chen Xiangdong and naturally said nothing. She was also quite willing to assist Chen Xiangdong. Shoveling dirt and cement, these physical tasks were right up her alley. Though over 80, the old lady also wanted to contribute her share to Chen Xiangdong's project. While Godan dug, the old lady carried baskets to help transport the soil. As one grows old, the greatest fear is being dismissed by family is too frail. Helping out like this made her feel useful and brought her joy. Just after Chen Xiangdong left, several village women arrived at his house carrying baskets. Xiangdong, you're busy figuring out your biogas system, aren't you? One of the women said with a smile. Chen Xiangdong nodded. Aunties, what brings you here? Since we had fish for dinner tonight, we brought you some things. Though we don't have much to spare at home right now. These dried sweet potatoes are just a little token of our appreciation. The woman said. Then the others brought out what they'd brought. Potatoes, tree bark, scraps of cloth. With every household struggling equally hard these days, how could Chen Xiangdong possibly accept their gifts? Aunties, I appreciate your kindness. There's no need to bring things over. Life is hard for everyone, and your family is also short on food. Take these things back home and save them for your children to eat. Winter is here, and it's bitterly cold. The children mustn't go hungry. Chen Xiangdong absolutely refused to accept their offerings. He had his system, he wasn't afraid of famine. But they were different honest farmers who could only earn grain and money through their labor points. All year round, they barely got anything in their hands. They needed these things far more than he did. Xiangdong, you're a good man. We remember your kindness. Yes, we remember your kindness. If you need labor for your biogas digester, come find Auntie, she's still got strength. Though they didn't believe Chen Xiangdong could make biogas work, having received his kindness, these villagers were willing to help. Chapter 38, Making the Villagers Drool. Of course, with so many people in the village, while some remembered his kindness, others grew envious. They ate the meat he gave them, yet envied his good fortune, their hearts filled with resentment. As the women were leaving, Nong Jinhua passed by carrying a basket. One of them spotted her and teased, Jinhua, you brought Xiangdong something too? Just take it back. Xiangdong understands how hard life is for us, he won't accept it. Nong Jinhua felt extremely uncomfortable seeing all the other women carrying baskets. People were bringing him gifts now. This Chen Xiangdong had really made something of himself. But she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled warmly and said, these are for Tsuewa's third daughter. Good stuff, 5 pounds of potatoes and 3 feet of Dacron fabric. Polyester? You've probably never heard of it. It's high-end fabric, very expensive, you can't even buy it if you wanted to. The sender wants our daughter to make herself a new dress with it. Nong Jinhua's words piqued the curiosity of the others. Who would give that girl such expensive things? Not long ago, she'd been bullied by that pockmarked boy from the neighboring village. Though it hadn't come to pass, she'd still earned a bad reputation. If someone gave her a gift, it must mean someone was proposing marriage. Who would actually send her such a nice gift? One person asked gossipily, if the gifts have already been delivered, does that mean it's settled? Of course. As long as my fourth brother and sister-in-law agree, the match is sealed. These days, finding a good family to marry into isn't easy. Our girl just has good luck. Chen Xiangdong grew angry upon hearing Nong Jinhua speak this way. He didn't believe that second Aunt Jinhua could find a reliable match for his third sister. These days, if a family couldn't afford such expensive gifts, their son must be either a fool or near death, marrying a wife to ward off bad luck. Could she possibly marry someone like that? Second aunt, whose family are you talking about for my third sister? A cousin from a distant relative's family. They all live in the city. Both parents work in government offices. That's not an opportunity just anyone gets. Given what happened to third daughter, marrying my cousin is already a blessing for someone in her situation. The relatives over there asked Nong Jinhua to help arrange the match in the village, promising her a generous reward if it succeeded. The only catch was that the cousin was mentally impaired, acting erratically and unable to recognize people. To secure the generous reward, she planned to trick this third niece into marrying him. My third sister is pretty and clever with her hands. She's no worse than anyone else. How could you make her marry a simpleton? Even if that family brought a chest of gold, I wouldn't agree. Second aunt, you needn't trouble yourself over third sister's marriage anymore, nor arrange matches for her. I'll find a match for my own sister. Others didn't know about Nong Jinhua's relatives, but Chen Xiangdong, having lived an extra lifetime, knew all too well. Her relatives were wealthy in the city, but later they became collaborators and were arrested. It was during their arrest that Chen Xiangdong learned they had a mentally disabled son. Oh, Xiangdong, don't be so presumptuous. If you're setting up third daughter, it'll only be with some rural farmer. A mud-legged peasant all his life. What money could he possibly earn? How could that give third daughter a good life? Don't underestimate him just because he's mentally challenged. If third daughter marries him, she'll be going to live in luxury. Then why don't you go enjoy that fortune, second auntie? You could divorce my second uncle and go live with that simpleton. You. Nong Jinhua was so furious she couldn't speak. If you dare mention this to my third sister, I'll stop at nothing. See that hunting rifle hanging on the wall? It can shoot animals, and it can shoot people. Chen Xiangdong threatened Nong Jinhua, who trembled in fear. She hurried straight back home, too scared to even think about going to the matchmaker. The other women watched and snickered. Sister-in-law Jinhua is so unreliable, introducing a simpleton. She must be favoring third daughter. If she dares to match my daughter with a simpleton, I'll chase her out of my house with a broom. After teasing her a bit, they turned to Chen Xiangdong. Leave your sister's matchmaking to me. I'll find her a good family. Chen Xiangdong quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, aunts, but I'll handle finding a match for my sister myself. Well then, with a big brother like you, third daughter is truly fortunate. With that, the aunts headed home to prepare dinner. Tonight, Chen Xiangdong planned to stew meat for them. Their family hadn't always eaten well, and in recent years, meat had become an even rarer treat. Of course, they couldn't afford to buy spices for cooking either. It wasn't just Chen Xiangdong's family, everyone in the village was the same. Cooking with few seasonings was the norm. Having salt and oil was already considered a luxury. So they'd never experienced the aroma of meat stewed with spices. Chen Xiangdong first simmered a light fish broth, then added napa cabbage. Finally, he removed the meat, cut it into chunks. He heated oil in the wok. Once hot, he tossed in the meat chunks. The sizzling sound filled the kitchen. Then he added the spice blend he'd prepared earlier, followed by rice wine, soy sauce, salt, and finally water. He covered the pot and let it simmer. Before long, the aroma became rich and fragrant. Dad, what are you cooking that smells so good? I'm starving. Little foodie Nian Nian reacted instantly, chattering away while sucking her thumb. Chen Xiangdong gently pulled her fingers from her mouth. I'm cooking meat. Nian Nian, don't bite your fingers. Little germs can get into your tummy and make you feel sick. But barely a moment later, Nian Nian started nibbling her fingers again. It seemed this habit had already become ingrained. It would require patience and long-term correction. Little Coral slowly crawled onto Nian Nian's lap. Chen Xiangdong started correcting her again. Nian Nian, be good. No finger biting. Fearing her father's anger, Nian Nian immediately withdrew her fingers. She played with Little Coral for a moment, but within a minute, she forgot and tried to bite her finger again. This time she genuinely forgot, mistaking Little Coral's tail for her own finger and putting it in her mouth to chew. Squee! Little Coral let out a shriek, and only then did Nian Nian realize what she was doing. She let go. Little Coral quickly hopped off her and crawled away, looking hurt. This little owner was too cruel. The aroma grew stronger and stronger, several times more fragrant than when meat was cooked before. Those in the village living closer to Chen Xiangdong's house could all smell it. What a delicious smell! What is Chen Xiangdong cooking? It smells so good. I've never smelled anything this fragrant before. Absolutely. It's so tempting. Just the aroma alone could make me eat 3 whole steamed buns. Chapter 39, Bread will come, milk will come. Neighbors gathered at Chen Xiangdong's doorstep, naturally asking questions. After Chen Xiangdong had just shared fish with them today, they dared not ask for more freebies. It smells to die for. Xiangdong, what on earth are you cooking? Chen Xiangdong called back from the kitchen. Meat stew. I added some spices, that's why it smells so good. You'll get to try some later. Oh, no thanks. You already shared fish with us today. We couldn't possibly ask for more. Exactly. We'll just smell it. Just smell that aroma. It'll make tonight's dinner taste better. Xiangdong, I never knew you were such a good cook. You Eshio and the kids are so lucky. Unlike the men in our families, their cooking is just to fill our bellies. This auntie was just venting a little. Truthfully, having food to eat made her feel incredibly fortunate. But seeing how deliciously Chen Xiangdong's dish smelled, she couldn't help but compare it to her own husband's cooking. It's nothing special, hardly good cooking. If you want to make something this fragrant, you can too. Just add some cardamom, galangal, bay leaves. The villagers listened with interest, but quickly shook their heads. Those ingredients cost money. We'll stick to simple meals. Besides, we only get to eat meat once or twice a year. Just being able to smell the aroma at your place is good enough for us. The cost of those spices would buy several caddies of grain. It's not worth it at all. For us, just catching a whiff of the aroma is enough. The reality was exactly that. Forget other seasonings. Some people couldn't even afford salt, eating only plain boiled food. If we hadn't been reborn, we'd all be the same. But having come back, hearing them say this suddenly made Chen Xiangdong feel a pang of heartache. Life was just too hard for people living in those times. What if we could eat meat regularly in the future? Xiangdong, don't joke like that with us. We're barely scraping by day to day. Eating meat regularly? That's only in our dreams. Ah, forget about eating meat regularly, just having enough to eat every day would be more than enough for me. In these hard times, they dared not even dream of such things. Uncles and aunts, don't speak so absolutely. If we keep working hard, someday we'll have bread, milk, and everything else. Chen Xiangdong said. Xiangdong, you sure are optimistic. I'm heading back to cook dinner. Hopefully, things will turn out just like you said. Bread will come, milk will come, everything will come. Haha, bread will come, milk will come, everything will come. I'm off to cook dinner too. The gathered villagers dispersed, still teasing Chen Xiangdong about his words as they left. But in Chen Xiangdong's heart, he knew all of this would surely come true. The longer the meat simmered in the pot, the richer its aroma became. The lazybones Zhang Fuchuan sat slumped on the Kong, where clothes, quilts, and baskets were piled in utter disarray. On the small table atop the Kong lay his share of fish for the day, just a small piece, about 2 liang. He lived alone and was always sluggish at work. He still owed money to the collective, so when the fish was distributed today, some was deducted to cover his debt. That's why the team leader gave him only 2 ounces. But they couldn't deduct it all. If the whole village got fish to eat and he didn't, that would be truly pitiful. But when the aroma wafted over from Chen Xiangdong's house, Zhang Fuchuan felt utterly resentful. They had so much meat to eat, damn it, and he only got 2 ounces. What kind of world is this? Suddenly, the steamed fish chunks in his bowl lacking oil and salt tasted utterly bland. Chen Xiangdong braised the meat for about an hour before serving it. Xinxing couldn't wait any longer. Daddy, is it ready yet? Can we eat? Xinxing asked, sniffling. Daddy! Daddy! Nian Nian stamped her feet excitedly, desperate to taste it right away. Little Coral, hearing Nian Nian call for Dad, reflexively darted under the table to hide. Terrified Nian Nian might accidentally hurt her tail again. Once great-grandma arrives, we can start eating, Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Xinxin and Nian Nian immediately called out loudly, Great-grandma! Great-grandma! Dinner's ready! The old lady was weaving a basket when she heard them calling her to eat. She quickly replied, got it, then immediately set down her work. The aroma had been tempting her for ages. Xinxin, go call third aunt and sixth aunt over to eat with us, Chen Xiangdong added. Although fish and meat would be distributed at mom and dad's house today, third sister and little sixth definitely wouldn't get any. Okay, Dad. With the 2 little ones on her mind, Xingxinyan ran out to call third auntie and little sixth over for dinner. When the 2 little ones arrived at Grandpa and Grandma's house, Xinxing saw third aunt standing at the door and went over to pull her arm. Third aunt, Dad wants you and little sixth aunt to come over for dinner. Third auntie won't be going. If third sister went, there'd be no one to cook dinner tonight, and she worried her parents would scold her. Little Lou heard this and immediately shot out. No one knew where she'd come from. I'm going. Little Lou didn't think twice. The aroma of meat wafting from her older brother's house filled her mind. Now all she could think about was meat. Parents? Who had time for them? Auntie Lou. Xinxing grabbed her hand. Then she turned to third sister. Dad said if third aunt doesn't come over for dinner, he won't let me eat tonight. Her pitiful gaze looked utterly convincing. Third sister believed her. Alright then, I'll go tell your grandparents. No need. Let Xinxin tell them. With that, Xinxin called out into the house, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm bringing third auntie and little sixth auntie home for meat. Our meat smells so good. After that, she often dragged third aunt and sixth aunt back home. Nian Nian's little legs trailed behind them. Wang Suihua felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. She stormed out the door and yelled, You 2 dead girls. Once you leave, don't ever come back to this house. Go stuff yourselves silly. What a great eldest daughter. The house smells so good with meat cooking, yet she doesn't even invite her own mother over to eat. It was infuriating. Oomph. Ungrateful brats. Even if they invited me, I wouldn't go. Who needs it? As she turned away, the aroma drifting over from Chen Xiangdong's house made her swallow hard despite herself. Third sister and little six arrived. Seeing the steaming plates of meat laid out on the table, their stomachs growled involuntarily. You must be starving. Come eat quickly. Chen Xiangdong beckoned them over. They gathered around the worn octagonal table. Xinxin, lost in thought, said nothing and buried her head in her food, devouring the meat quickly. The old lady still couldn't relax when eating meat. Grandma, why aren't you eating? Chen Xiangdong asked. My teeth are loose. You young folks work hard, the meat is for you. The old woman replied with a smile. That's how most elders of that generation were, after all. They couldn't bring themselves to eat the good stuff, even when the table was laden with meat. Chapter 40, Third aunt marries into our family. Grandma, old folks need meat just like young people. Tonight's stew is cooked until it's tender. Even with bad teeth, she can manage it. Grandma, haven't I told you before? We won't be short of meat in this house anymore. You really shouldn't hold back. Don't ever do this again. If you don't eat meat, I'll get upset. Chen Xiangdong scolded playfully. Meanwhile, Lin Yuexiu had already placed several pieces of meat into the great-grandmother's bowl. The old lady chuckled, You 2 are the most filial. Grandma will eat it, don't get upset. She had just taken a bite of the tender stewed meat when little Lu and third sister began to sob at the sight of the meat before them. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. They were eating just fine, so why were they crying? What's wrong with you two? Big brother, you're so kind. At home, even when there's meat, we're not allowed to eat it. If we took even one bite, Mom would scold us and hit us. Only at your place can we really enjoy eating meat. Sanmei wiped away her tears. Chen Xiangdong understood third sister and little sixth's feelings. At home, they were treated like worthless things. They had to do all the work, yet never got to eat the good food. When they reached marriageable age, they'd be married off to earn a dowry. Third sister and sixth sister were both girls with hard lives. If you ever get hungry, just come to Big Brother's place for a meal. You don't need your parents' permission, understand? Chen Xiangdong said tenderly. Third sister and little sixth nodded. Chen Xiangdong added, Xiaolu, from now on you'll go to school with Xinqing. You're still young, you must study. Only through education can you escape a life of farming. Xiaolu shook his head. School costs money. Mom and Dad won't let Xiaolu go to school. Don't worry, little Lu. Your older brother will cover your tuition. As long as you study diligently, it'll be worth every penny. Big brother. Xiaolu was so moved she couldn't find words. Big brother truly was the kindest person in the world to her. Just listen to me, big bro, don't worry about Mom and Dad, I'll handle them. After talking to Xiaolu, Chen Xiangdong turned to Sanmei and asked, Sanmei, did second aunt not come to our house today to arrange a match for you? No. That second aunt was trying to marry you off to some simpleton. I scared her off, she won't dare bring it up again. As soon as Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, Xinqing hurriedly swallowed the meat in her mouth and interjected, second auntie is so mean. Third auntie is so beautiful, she shouldn't have to marry into that fool's family. Dad, let third aunt marry into our family instead. Xinqing loves it when third aunt eats dinner at our house. Xinqing's words nearly made everyone burst out laughing. Chen Xiangdong teased her, if third aunt marries into our family, who would she marry then? To everyone's surprise, Nian Nian piped up enthusiastically, Mommy can have a baby brother. If Mommy has a baby brother, third auntie can marry him. Ha ha ha. Little Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her earlier sniffles vanished instantly. How could third aunt marry big brother's child? Third sister also burst into laughter. These two little rascals are such bundles of joy. Why hadn't Chen Xiangdong noticed in his past life that these two were such bundles of joy? Third sister, don't worry about your marriage. Trust big brother, he'll find you a good match. We won't settle for anything less than perfect. MHM. Third sister nodded. After the incident last time, her confidence had been shaken. She subconsciously feared other men might easily reject her. If her eldest brother hadn't spoken up, she might have hastily agreed when others came to propose, unable to overcome her inner resistance. But now, with her eldest brother standing by her, she saw hope again. Alright, let's eat. The food's getting cold. Chen Xiangdong said, and they all picked up their chopsticks. This is so delicious. Big brother's meat is amazing, the best I've ever tasted. Xiaolu stuffed a large chunk of meat into her mouth, chewing it with such gusto that grease dripped from the corners of her lips. Daddy makes the best meat. Nian Nian popped meat into her mouth, then licked her fingers, not leaving a single drop of grease behind. After a few more words, the room fell silent. They all buried their heads in their plates, the room filled with the sound of satisfied munching. Little Coral crawled out from under the table, perched on the edge, and chewed her meat in tiny bites. When third sister and sixth sister returned home, Wang Suihua gave them a cold reception. After they had taken off their coats and gone to bed, Wang Suihua slipped into their room. She searched the pockets of their coats, looking for any meat they might have brought back from Chen Xiangdong's house. She found no meat, but in their pockets, she discovered some big white rabbit milk candies. These candies were undoubtedly given to them by Chen Xiangdong. Big white rabbit milk candies were still quite expensive in those days. Most children in the village couldn't afford such candy. Wang Suihua quickly unwrapped a piece and popped it into her mouth to chew. Naturally, all the big white rabbit milk candies in their pockets were stolen by Wang Suihua. Around 9 o'clock that night, everyone had gone to sleep. Chen Xiangdong pulled Lin Yueshio close and said, Honey, I have a surprise for you. What kind of surprise? Lin Yueshio asked, puzzled. We need to close the door first, so no one sees, Chen Xiangdong said. Hearing this, Lin Yueshio's face suddenly flushed. Close the door so others can't see? Could it be, the surprise Xiangdong was talking about was that kind of thing? The more she thought about the surprise, the redder her face grew. Maybe I should just take a shower first, Lin Yueshio murmured softly. I was shoveling manure today, and I smell awful. Chen Xiangdong was completely baffled. No need. You can shower later. You're in such a hurry. Lin Yueshio turned away, preparing to take off her coat. Only then did Chen Xiangdong realize. Oh my. His wife thought he was going to give her that surprise. Chen Xiangdong took the chance to tease her. Honey, what's going on in that little head of yours? So that's what you've been thinking about? Don't be so impatient. Let me tell you something serious first. Hearing this, Lin Yueshio realized she'd misinterpreted Chen Xiangdong's words. Right now, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I didn't. How could you be so mean? Lin Yueshio clenched her little fists and playfully punched Chen Xiangdong's chest a few times. Just kidding. Chen Xiangdong caught her hands. I said lock the courtyard gate. I want to show you something. After locking the courtyard gate, Chen Xiangdong led her to the kitchen. See what's here. Chen Xiangdong lifted the straw mat in the corner. Bag after bag came into view. Lin Yueshio was astonished. Is this grain? Yes. 150 gene of wheat flour, 200 gene of rice, 200 gene of potatoes, and 200 gene of cabbage. What do you think? We'll trade for more later. You won't have to worry about anything from now on. Chen Xiangdong brought out these provisions to show her, hoping to ease Lin Yueshio's mind. Lin Yueshio could hardly believe her eyes. Acquiring this much food in these times was no small feat. Her husband was amazing. Xiangdong, you're amazing. To get so much food in such a short time. We and our daughters are so blessed. I told you, trust me. Our life will only get better. Yes, I believe you. Lin Yueshio beamed with happiness as she nestled into Chen Xiangdong's embrace. By the way, should we share some with mom and dad? I give them 20 gene of grain every month. That's my filial duty as their son, and it's enough. These things belong to us, why should we give them to them? Alright, I'll listen to you. Lin Yueshio locked the grain away in the cupboard. The potatoes and cabbages were hidden in the cellar. In the dead of night, while everyone slept, he went to the biogas digester, took out the cement, sand, and gravel he'd exchanged from his spatial pocket and placed them nearby. Because the next day, he would start construction, so he wanted his wife and children to enjoy the light of the night. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong went to wake up Chen Xiangyuan and Chen Jiangwo. Second uncle, brother Xiangyuan, you guys won't be going to work today. Come help me build the biogas digester. Alright, we'll be over shortly. They had just gotten up, so they could only come over later. Chapter 41, Fifth brother's cornbread dad ate like a pig. Chen Xiangdong had already prepared breakfast, a pot of congee, 7 boiled eggs, and cornmeal pancakes. Few families in the village could afford such a breakfast. Usually, it was just sweet potatoes with a few grains of rice boiled into a thin porridge eaten hastily. Or they'd skip breakfast altogether, going hungry. Chen Shanghai and Chen Jiangwo usually skipped breakfast, theirs was reserved for the womenfolk. They came to help without eating anything to fill their stomachs. Chen Xiangdong knew they usually skipped breakfast to save grain. So early in the morning, he cooked extra breakfast for the two of them. Having enlisted their help with the work, how could he possibly let them go hungry? Xiangdong, we're coming over. Just as Chen Xiangdong placed the boiled eggs on the table, he heard his second uncle's voice. Second uncle, brother Shanghai, please come inside first. Chen Xiangdong called back from inside. The two men entered the room and saw the eggs and cornmeal flatbreads on the table, causing them to involuntarily swallow hard. Uncle Chen, brother Shanghai, come over and have breakfast. We'll get to work after eating. Chen Xiangdong smiled and gestured for them to come sit down. We'll skip breakfast. Let's get to work right away. Chen Jiangwo replied politely. Chen Xiangdong's household was also quite large. Now that his elderly mother lived with him, there were 5 people in total. Chen Jiangwo couldn't possibly join them for breakfast. Uncle Chen, you're being too polite. Don't worry about Xinqing and the others going hungry. I cooked plenty more than enough. They can eat when they wake up. It was still early, just dawn. Winter mornings were bitterly cold, and they were still snuggled up asleep on the heated kong. Chen Xiangdong didn't wake them either, letting them sleep in a little longer. They'd have breakfast when they woke naturally. Uncle Chen's family were all honest folk, unlike Nong Jinhua who always tried to take advantage of him. If he didn't personally bring breakfast to second uncle and brother Xiangyuan, they'd feel too embarrassed to eat. Chen Xiangdong got up and handed them eggs. Just eat. If you don't, then I won't ask you to help with the work either. Alright, fine. Chen Jiangwo's hand trembled. Only after Chen Xiangdong insisted did the two of them finally eat their breakfast. After breakfast, they went to the back of the house. The biogas digester was built behind the house. In today's countryside, outhouses are either built behind the house, on the side. In some southern areas, houses were even partitioned into 2 levels with wooden boards, the upper level for living, the lower level for the toilet, and also for raising chickens and ducks. Chen Jiangwo noticed cement and other materials beside the dugout pit. He asked in confusion, Xiangdong, where did you get all this stuff? It's expensive and hard to come by. You'd better be careful, lest someone report you as a capitalist. Uncle, don't worry. I traded for them with game I hunted. Chen Xiangdong wasn't afraid. At this time, bartering was allowed. So what if he traded hunting goods for supplies? However, materials like steel bars were strictly regulated. Displaying them openly among the villagers would indeed draw unwanted attention. This was something he needed to be cautious about. Fortunately, he was building a small biogas digester. The basin walls didn't require rebar, and the vaulted roof used plain concrete construction. Only the flat cover plate on top needed it. He could just sneak out in the middle of the night to make the slab cover himself. Uncle Chen, when the time comes, I'll build one for your family too, Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. We'll see about that later. First, let's get this one finished. Chen Jiangwo chuckled. Alright, once you've enjoyed the brightness of biogas lamps, you won't be able to stand kerosene lamps anymore. The kerosene lamp's light was indeed dim even after lighting it, the room remained gloomy at night. Nothing compared to the comfort of a bright electric light. Xianghai helped shovel out the sand. Chen Xiangdong began directing them on how to proceed. The villagers had little experience with this kind of thing, they had no idea how to handle it and needed Chen Xiangdong's guidance. They had finished the pond bottom that morning, and Chen Xiangdong had also asked the old lady to help with the cooking. Today, they invited Uncle Air and Chen Xianghai to stay for dinner at his place. After lunch, they resumed work, laboring until nightfall. After a full day's labor, the entire pond structure was finally completed. They would remove the formwork in a few days. In the middle of the night, Chen Xiangdong got up to make the flat cover. The cover needed to air dry for several days to harden naturally. For safety, he placed the flat cover in the open space. Everyone saw Chen Xiangdong building the biogas digester. Chen Jianmen noticed his second brother and Chen Xianghai were both helping out. Truth be told, he felt a bit resentful inside. After all, they were the real family. Why call his second uncle to help with this, yet never call his own father over to assist? That kid, he wouldn't actually hold a grudge against them, would he? When Chen Jianmen got home, he saw the fifth son reading again. He snapped, "Don't you know your eldest brother is building a biogas digester? Why aren't you helping him?" "I'm busy. I have a ton of practice problems to do. When would I have time?" "But Dad, why didn't you go help him yourself?" The fifth son shot back, leaving Chen Jianmen speechless. But hearing his father say that, old five immediately felt uneasy. Once he got into college, landed a good job, and became a city dweller, wouldn't the family be counting on him? How could his father treat him like this? But his anger quickly subsided. He needed money from his father to treat his wealthy friend to a meal. So he said ingratiatingly, "Dad, it's cold out now. Make sure you wear warm clothes when you go out so you don't catch a chill. Once I land a good job, I'll take you to the city and put you in a cozy little house with central heating." The fifth son was painting him a rosy picture. Chen Jianmen was pleased. "Lao Wu, you're the most sensible one. Just focus on your studies. Don't worry about anything else. As long as you get into college, we'll have hope of escaping this poverty." He was a smooth talker, a few well-chosen words could wrap anyone around his little finger. "I'll work hard to give you and Mom a better life. Dad, give me $20. I need some cash." "What do you need so much money for?" "To buy practice questions from a teacher. He sells them privately. I heard those questions are really effective. 70% of the exam questions come from there. A lot of classmates have bought them. If I don't buy them, I'll fall way behind everyone else." "Fine." Chen Jianmen felt the pinch, but for his son's sake, he'd pay no matter how much it hurt. What he didn't know was that old five wasn't using the money for study materials at all. Instead, he was using it to curry favor with the rich kids, to keep hanging around in their wealthy circle. The money was for treating them to meals. "Thanks, Dad." Satisfied, old five flashed a delighted smile. Chen Jianmen went to his room to get the money, but Wang Suihua saw him. She quickly stopped him. "What are you doing? Trying to sneak money to support your deadbeat mother? We only have a little over 20 yuan left in the house, and you're taking 20 of it? I'm telling you, don't even think about it." Chapter 42, Swapping Brides? Wang Suihua was all claws and fangs, ready to fight tooth and nail if Chen Jianmen dared to take it. "This isn't for Mom. It's for old five. He said he needs to buy study materials." Chen Jianmen explained. "That much money for study materials? Didn't we just give him over 2 yuan for them last time?" He said this time it's important materials, most of the exam questions come from there. "Fine, then hurry up and give it to him." Wang Suihua also pinned her hopes on old five. Having given birth to such a bright son, she hoped he would make something of himself. Old five took the money and said he had business to attend to. In truth, he took the money to visit his wealthy classmate. The day came to remove the mold from the biogas digester, but Chen Xiangdong didn't call his second uncle and the others to help. Second uncle Chen Jiangwo asked Chen Xianghai to come help. Chen Xianghai arrived and climbed into the pit. "Xiangdong, let me down. You stay up top and just hand me the boards." "Alright, thanks for your help, brother Shanghai. We're all brothers. No need for such formalities that just makes things awkward." Chen Xianghai gave a simple, honest smile. After removing the formwork, Chen Xianghai sat on a plank, puffing on a cigarette hastily rolled from tobacco and paper. He exhaled smoke with a worried look on his face. "What's up? Brother Shanghai, you look like you've got something on your mind." Chen Xiangdong noticed his expression and asked. "It's all because of my dad. Sigh, it's all about being poor. He's worried I won't find a wife, so he agreed to an arranged marriage with Zhang Dianyan's family in Daping village." Xia is to marry Jiang Dianyan, and in 2 years, when Jiang Dianyan's youngest sister comes of age, she'll marry me. Xia doesn't want to, and neither do I. But my parents forced her to marry him. Chen Xiangdong had a girl he admired, but he was too poor. Her parents looked down on him. They forbade their daughter from seeing him. Now approaching 30, he still hadn't married. His parents were desperate, fearing he'd remain a lifelong bachelor. So they agreed to the arranged marriage. Chen Xiangdong felt helpless upon hearing this. In this era, many marriages were arranged. Some were born of pure love, others of lifelong sorrow. Sigh, if our family weren't so poor, we wouldn't have to sacrifice Xia. And I wouldn't have to marry someone I don't love. Chen Xiangdong sighed again. Brother Shanghai, stop sighing. There must be a way. Chen Xiangdong didn't want Chen Xiangdong and Xia to become victims of their times. You have a solution? Chen Xiangdong immediately pinned his hopes on Chen Xiangdong. Before, he thought Chen Xiangdong was just average like everyone else, showing up on time for work and doing as he was told. But lately, he discovered Chen Xiangdong was quite capable, far from ordinary. His solutions must be far more effective than his own. Sure. Once you're not so poor, girls will be willing to marry you. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. That's like saying nothing at all. In this environment, just having enough to eat is good enough. Improving your financial situation? That's nearly impossible. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in his heart was instantly extinguished. That's not necessarily true. What if things change? Brother Shanghai, don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. You and Xia just keep holding out, and things might turn around. Chen Xiangdong said. Naturally, he wanted both his cousin and his cousin's sister to find good matches. Once their family's circumstances improved slightly beyond the others in the village, matchmakers would likely line up to propose. For now, this is all we can do, Chen Xiangdong sighed. His greatest act of defiance now was to delay. Chen Xiangdong kept this matter firmly in mind. Later, he built a simple thatched hut over the biogas digester. He planned to build a proper outhouse later when he constructed the main house. After about a week, Chen Xiangdong's biogas digester was operational. Of course, the waste from just 5 people wasn't enough to produce significant gas. Without sufficient gas, neither the biogas lamp nor the biogas stove could function. He had to add some grass to let it rot and produce gas. Or pig and cattle manure could be added. But that stuff belonged to the production team, it was communal property. He couldn't take it privately, so he had to go cut grass to put in instead. Later, the manure water from the biogas digester could be used as fertilizer for the vegetables. Daddy, can I go poop over there? Xinxin stood outside the outhouse, pointing. Of course you can. This biogas only works when you poop in it. Chen Xiangdong patted her head. Okay, then Xinxin won't hold back on pooping anymore. Huh? You've been holding back? I used to. Back then we didn't have enough to eat. Every time I went, I'd stop halfway through. After finishing, I'd get hungry even faster. Chen Xiangdong found it both funny and heartbreaking. He'd wronged them before. Xinxin, from now on, go to the bathroom freely, don't hold back. Xinxin nodded and dashed off to the outhouse. After about a week of rotting grass piling up in the biogas digester, Chen Xiangdong decided to test whether it had worked. He connected a hose to draw out the gas, then attached it to a biogas lamp. After flipping the biogas switch, Chen Xiangdong lit the lamp's wick with a match. Once the wick burned through, it emitted a bright glow. Instantly, the room brightened considerably. Wow, it's so bright, just like daytime. Daddy, you're amazing. The light's on. Seeing such a bright light for the first time, Xinxinian was thrilled, bouncing around the room. Lin Yueshio and the old woman were also astonished Chen Xiangdong had truly succeeded. Xiangdong, you're so clever, you actually made this happen. Lin Yueshio excitedly hugged Chen Xiangdong. By the next morning, word had spread throughout the village. Chen Xiangdong's biogas really worked. His room was lit up right last night. That kid Chen Xiangdong is something else, he's practically an inventor. Village secretary, you said Chen Xiangdong couldn't make biogas, look, his house has lights now. Xiangdong is no ordinary kid, he's a skilled hunter and knows such complex knowledge. He managed to make biogas work, something even the experts haven't succeeded at. When the news reached the village party secretary, he froze in disbelief. Something the experts couldn't accomplish, he'd actually pulled off. This kid really has some skills. That evening, Chen Xiangdong's house was the brightest in the entire village. Curious villagers flocked over to see what this biogas lamp looked like. The courtyard of Chen Xiangdong's house was packed with people. Wow, it's really bright. Much brighter than a kerosene lamp. How amazing. To make something like this is truly impressive. That Xiangdong kid's practically an inventor now. Bright and cheerful, so comfortable. How much does it cost to build a biogas digester like this? Everyone was filled with nothing but envy. The village party secretary also came over to see how Chen Xiangdong had made it. Having a villager who could build something like this, while others hadn't managed it, was a source of pride for the village. Spotting the party secretary among the crowd, Chen Xiangdong called out, "Secretary, what do you think?" I did it. Chapter 43, Borrowing Pigs from the Brigade. Wow, Xiangdong, you really pulled it off. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? The village chief couldn't help but praise him. His gaze toward Chen Xiangdong had changed. When you hadn't succeeded, people didn't take you seriously at all. But once you actually pulled it off, their expressions changed completely faster than turning a page. Our village has successfully built a biogas digester, the first successful one in the entire country. Once word gets out, it'll bring immense prestige to our village among the others. The team leader chimed in at this point. He found himself increasingly impressed by this guy, Chen Xiangdong. Xiangdong, how much did this biogas project cost you? A villager asked. 1 wild boar. Chen Xiangdong replied. He certainly couldn't go into detail about how much he spent these days. Everyone's pretty much equally poor. Even if some families were slightly better off than others in the village, the difference wasn't significant. If the gap was too big, that would be dangerous. People would say you were accumulating capital. Right now, Chen Xiangdong's best excuse was that wild boar. He hunted it himself. It was the fruit of his own labor because he'd already handed over a portion to the commune. Even if people wanted to criticize him, they wouldn't have much ground to stand on. A wild boar. Good heavens, we can't afford this biogas. Xiangdong, you're the real deal, a true hunter. Hearing this, the villager quickly shook his head. He'd briefly considered digging a biogas pit to make life easier for his family. But upon hearing it would take a wild boar to trade for all those materials, he immediately backed down. In times like these, who could even think about luxuries? Just filling their stomachs was good enough. Sigh, better focus on filling our bellies first. This stuff is just something to envy. You're right. Life's tough. Best just to look. The villagers shook their heads one by one, all sharing only envy. Fellow villagers, don't lose heart. Only through our hard work will the day come when every household in our village can use biogas. At that moment, the team leader stepped forward to speak. As the production team leader, he naturally wanted to improve the villagers' lives under his guidance. Though the journey had always felt arduous, he never wavered. Now, seeing Chen Xiangdong consistently deliver unexpected results, he saw hope in Chen Xiangdong, believing him to be someone who could work alongside him to improve the villagers' lives. Team leader, it's easier said than done. The grain we get each year isn't even enough to feed a family. With basic sustenance unresolved, who has time to think about biogas lamps? As long as we have enough to eat, I can endure groping around in the dark at night. Exactly. But Captain, when will my grain yield increase? Let us out of this famine already. Better left unsaid. Once mentioned, the villagers started complaining. Leading the grumbling was a villager named Zhao Manchang. Once he started grumbling, many others joined in. Can you all stop just complaining? I trust the captain anyway. Disperse already. Go home and cook your meals. Chen Xiangdong stepped in to defend the team leader. The weather was bitterly cold, and crops in many areas were damaged by frost, some unable to sprout at all. This was a natural disaster beyond the captain's control. Compounded by national policies, the grain produced must be surrendered to the state. Yields were already low, yet a large portion had to be surrendered. This was a national policy beyond the captain's control. Yet this team leader has been doing his utmost. Whenever villagers faced hardship, he stepped in to help. Take the case of Li'er the deaf-mute. Deaf and mute, Li'er was often looked down upon and bullied. The team leader would step in to protect him, telling the villagers not to bully Li'er. After Li'er the deaf married, his wife couldn't produce enough milk for their baby. The captain took the baby directly to his own wife to nurse. At the time, his own children were still nursing. Sometimes there wasn't much milk either, so the two babies would share it. The team leader was a kind-hearted soul. In his previous life, he too lacked good fortune. Framed by others, he eventually succumbed to the psychological pressure, succumbing to guilt and depression until his death. Though the mastermind behind it was never uncovered, everyone knew who it was. After Chen Xiangdong gave the order to disperse, the villagers returned to their homes. Only the team leader remained. Thank you for covering for me earlier, the captain said gratefully. With such terrible weather and low grain yields, it's hardly the team leader's fault. Besides, quite a few people in the production team were slacking off. They show up for work every day, but they don't get much done. This kind of problem is all too common in collective labor. Those who slack off know it in their hearts. Yeah, with this weather, come spring, none of the seeds we planted will sprout. I wonder when this disaster weather will finally pass. The team leader sighed. I do have a good solution, but I'm not sure if the team leader will cooperate with me. Chen Xiangdong pondered for a moment before speaking. What's the solution? The team leader eagerly awaited Chen Xiangdong's answer. Greenhouse cultivation. These 4 words were still very unfamiliar to them. At this time, there was no specialized greenhouse cultivation. Only a few places had experimented with it, but limited materials and villagers' unfamiliarity with the technique meant the results were far from ideal. Chen Xiangdong was different. In his previous life, he had experience with greenhouse cultivation. Although materials were scarce now, he understood the principles and knew what substitutes could be used for greenhouse materials. Implementing this should boost grain yields. What is greenhouse cultivation? The team leader asked, puzzled. It's a modern agricultural production method that utilizes artificially constructed sheltered structures, greenhouses or plastic tunnels to create optimal environmental conditions for plant growth inside, enabling crop cultivation. Chen Xiangdong explained. So it's about controlling the environmental temperature to cultivate crops? Exactly. Is that really feasible? Absolutely. Even in the dead of winter, you can grow vegetables, grains, and other crops inside a greenhouse. That sounds great. If it can boost yields, people won't have to worry about food shortages. I think it's worth a try. The team leader was intrigued by Chen Xiangdong's proposal. With grain yields so low now, it's worth a shot even if it's a long shot. What if greenhouses really can produce high-yield crops? Alright, then. When the time comes, Captain, you handle the arrangements. I'll guide the villagers on how to proceed. Agreed. As the conversation concluded and the team leader prepared to leave, Chen Xiangdong called out to him. Captain. What else is there? The team leader asked, turning back. I'd like to ask you for another favor. You know that boar we have in the production team? I want that boar. That's the collective's pig. I know that, which is why I'm asking you first. The pig weighs about 100 gene. Think of it as me borrowing it. In a few months, I'll repay the team with 400 gene of pork. What do you say? Chapter 44, Spreading Rumors. Borrow 100 pounds, repay 400 pounds. That's a huge bargain. The team leader was naturally tempted, but could Chen Xiangdong really repay 400 pounds by then? Repay it in a few months? And can you really guarantee you'll repay 400 pounds? The captain asked carefully. 3 months, I'll definitely pay it back. Chen Xiangdong declared confidently. Alright, I'll discuss it with the others tomorrow. The team leader trusted Chen Xiangdong, just as Chen Xiangdong trusted him. Meanwhile, the lazybones Zhang Fuchuan, who happened to be passing by, overheard bits and pieces of Chen Xiangdong mentioning the production team's pigs and such. He hadn't really heard the actual conversation. On ordinary days, when he went to work, the villagers always accused him of being lazy. They could always find a whole list of faults to point out. Of course, people didn't pick on him for no reason. It was because he cut corners at work, half-heartedly rushing through tasks. Whatever he did, people found fault with it. But all the criticism he received went in one ear and out the other. After enduring constant criticism, he subconsciously started picking on others too. Even the slightest flaw in others would draw his criticism. Especially those weaker than himself. Now, upon hearing Chen Xiangdong mention taking fish from the production team, without a second thought, he concluded there must be something fishy going on between the team leader and Chen Xiangdong. The team leader and Chen Xiangdong must have formed a clique, whoever started it first. If this were reported to higher-ups, they'd be finished. Especially for the team leader, a cadre, the implications would be extremely serious. Zhang Fuchuan began to gloat inwardly. To see how formidable these two would be this time. After finishing his conversation with Chen Xiangdong, the captain headed home. Zhang Fuchuan didn't go home quietly. Instead, he found someone to gossip with. Our so-called good captain has colluded with Chen Xiangdong. They're planning to pocket the production team's pigs. No way. The captain isn't that kind of person, and Chen Xiangdong can't be either. You don't believe me? I heard it with my own ears. Chen Xiangdong said he wants the team's top boar. The captain agreed they must be in cahoots. Once Chen Xiangdong gets the team's pigs, the team leader will definitely get his share. Zhang Fuchuan spoke with conviction, though he embellished parts of the story. It's true, don't doubt me. Many people look respectable on the surface, but they're truly dark inside. There aren't many old-timers like me, Zhang Fuchuan. Is that really how it is? Absolutely true. Zhang Fuchuan declared with certainty. And so the rumor was born. Once a rumor is born, its speed of transmission is beyond question. Before long, the entire village was abuzz with rumors that Chen Xiang had colluded with the team leader to seize the team's boar for themselves. Early the next morning, Zhao Manchang led the villagers to the brigade office to make a scene. Where's the team leader? Has he arrived yet? Zhao Manchang stormed into the office and demanded of the accountant. He hasn't come yet. What's gotten into you today, Zhao Manchang? Did you eat gunpowder? The accountant hadn't heard the rumor, so he had no idea why they'd come so early. Worse than eating gunpowder. That bastard team leader doesn't treat us like human beings. The pigs raised by the production team belong to everyone. What right does this so-called captain have to pocket them for himself? Zhao Manchang shouted in fury. His voice carried loud and clear, audible even hundreds of meters away from the brigade headquarters. The team leader happened to be walking by when he heard it. Hearing Zhao Manchang's words, he hurried to the brigade office. What are you all doing so early in the morning? The captain asked as he approached. Captain, you made it clear that the production team's pigs belong to the collective. Don't even think about pulling any tricks to claim them as your own. Zhao Manchang retorted irritably. Where did you get the idea that I want to claim the collective pigs as my own? As the production team leader, don't you think I know the pigs belong to the collective? Do you think you can just throw around accusations like that? Don't you realize that if this false accusation is taken seriously, what will happen to me as a cadre? The team leader was furious. Who the hell started this rumor? Is there any truth to this? You, the team leader, search your conscience. What should I examine? I've been the production team leader all these years. Tell me, have I ever stolen anything from the collective? The captain grew angrier as he spoke. Last night, you and Chen Xiangdong made a deal. The two of you conspired to target the production team's boar. A villager stepped forward, speaking with indignation. Now the captain finally understood what was going on. So that's what it was. It seems someone had overheard their conversation last night. And that person hadn't heard clearly, catching only fragments of the conversation before spreading it according to their own subjective interpretation. Just then, Chen Xiangdong walked in. He had heard the villagers were causing trouble at the brigade office and rushed over. I do want the production team's boar. But I'm not taking it for myself, I'm borrowing it. Borrow? The villagers fired off a barrage of questions. Zhao Manchang, however, passionately addressed Chen Xiangdong. Don't think that just because you're the village hero now. You're just looking for convenience, using that convenience to steal from the collective. Do you realize that what you're doing is illegal? Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Uncle Zhao, you didn't even hear me out. You're already judging me? Do you really think you're the law enforcer now? Uncle Zhao, don't you know that acting as a law enforcement officer without proper authority is also illegal? This retort silenced Zhao Mansong. Chen Xiangdong had never had a favorable impression of this man. In his previous life, after the captain was forced to step down, Zhao became the new leader. Under his leadership, the villagers' lives only grew worse. He did nothing to help the community, yet exploited his position to line his own pockets. Fellow villagers, when I say borrow, I mean I'm borrowing this boar from the team, and I will return it when the time comes. This boar weighs over 100 pounds now, and I'll take it. In 3 months, I'll return 400 pounds of pork to the team. If raised for 3 months under current feeding conditions, it's unlikely to gain more than 20 pounds. Yet I'm promising to return 400 pounds. What do you say? After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, the team leader chimed in. Last night, I was discussing this very matter with brother Xiangdong. Some bastard overheard us discussing taking the pig for ourselves. I was planning to call everyone together this morning to discuss it, but instead, you all came to settle scores with me without hearing both sides of the story. Hearing the explanation, the villagers finally quieted down. And upon hearing Chen Xiangdong say he'd repay 400 jin of meat in 3 months. When they did the math, it actually seemed like a good deal. Food was scarce these days, let alone pigs. They could only gather pig grass, but in the dead of winter, there wasn't much to be found. Raising them consumed grain, and even after a year of feeding, they might not reach 200 pounds. If Chen Xiangdong truly delivered as promised, they would be the ones benefiting. In this era of grain scarcity, it was hard for the villagers to refuse such an offer. Chapter 45, Trying to Eat for Free? In the end, everyone agreed to lend Chen Xiangdong their pigs. That same day, Chen Xiangdong drove the pig back to his home. He then placed it in his spatial pocket to raise, intending for it to breed with the wild sow. He took a moment to check on the piglets. By his estimate, each one weighed about 200 jin. The livestock are ready for market. He has now finalized the delivery schedule with Arjun. Deliveries are made every 3 days, and tomorrow he'll have to make another trip. This time he can slaughter one of the wild boars from the farm. Wild boar meat naturally doesn't fetch the same high prices as venison. But Arjun needs it too. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong had Wang Yoshi drive them to the county town in an ox cart. This time, Chen Xiangdong took Lin Yueshio and Xingxinian with him. Lin Yueshio had only been to the county once before, and Xingxinian had never been there at all. They had only ever stayed in Nang village, unaware of what the outside world looked like. In Xingxinianian's eyes, the outside world was just like the countryside. Upon arriving in town, Chen Xiangdong gave Wang Yoshi 10 jin of grain coupons. Wang Yoshi was so delighted he immediately went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy rice. Yueshio, wait here with the children. I have something to attend to and will return shortly. Chen Xiangdong went to find Agin first, so he had Lin Yueshio wait with the 2 children under a large tree outside a noodle shop. It was the children's first time in the city, and they were fascinated by everything around them. Their 4 eyes darted around constantly. As usual, Chen Xiangdong went to find Ajin. Arjun was very pleased with the pork brought today. Chen Xiangdong's wild boar meat looked much better than that of other hunters. Exchange it for grain again this time? Arjun asked him. Yeah. Chen Xiangdong replied. He needed to keep stockpiling grain. Stockpiling extra grain wasn't a bad idea. Interested in anything else? Like work quotas? Arjun's uncle worked at a textile factory. Now that he was getting old, he wanted to sell his work quota back to secure his retirement. He wanted to get a higher price, so he asked Agin to help inquire. So Agin casually mentioned it to Chen Xiangdong. See if Chen Xiangdong had any interest. Work quotas for what? Factory floor worker at a textile mill. It sounded decent enough. These days, being a factory worker was far better than being a farmer. You could earn 34 yuan a month. Farming in the countryside might not even earn that much in a whole year. How much would it cost to buy this job quota? Chen Xiangdong asked. It's cheap, this wild boar will do. Arjun chuckled. Chen Xiangdong thought it over. Trading one wild boar for a work quota wasn't a bad deal. Once breeding succeeded at the farm, he wouldn't have to worry about pork. Brother Xiang Yuan could really use a job like this. If he had a job like that, he wouldn't have to trade his daughter. He wouldn't have to suffer, and Sia wouldn't have to suffer either. Alright then. When can the work quota be secured? I'll just need to talk to my uncle about it. I'll let you know when it's settled. Alright. After confirming the job quota, Chen Xiangdong left to find his wife and child. Half an hour later, Chen Xiangdong returned. He picked up Nian Nian and said cheerfully, "Come on, Daddy's taking you to the state-run restaurant for dinner." Lin Yueshou's expression immediately changed. She had never been to a state-run restaurant. She'd heard the dishes there were very expensive, something only the wealthy could afford. Farmers rarely frequented such establishments. The food at the state-run restaurant is so expensive. We can just buy some cornbread to fill our stomachs. Lin Yueshou was naturally reluctant to spend so much money. Although Chen Xiangdong could hunt, they weren't an exceptionally wealthy family. If we were just buying a few corn cakes to stave off hunger, we might as well have steamed them at home, no need to come into town at all. I brought you all out this time so you could have a proper meal. The food at the restaurant smells so good. Don't feel bad about it. Today, the four of us are going to enjoy a proper meal, and then we'll get some takeout for great-grandma. If it weren't for her poor mobility, he would have brought great-grandma along too. But it was just too far. Such a long journey would be too taxing for her. Yay, yay, we get to eat yummy food. At the mention of good food, little Nian Nian was overjoyed. Little Coral suddenly poked her head out of Xingxinyi's pocket. Chen Xiangdong promptly shoved her back in. Little Coral, don't stick your head out. Stay put in the pocket. People might get scared if they see you. Hearing this, little Coral scurried back into the pocket, not daring to emerge again. Haha, little Coral is such a good girl. I'll give you a chicken drumstick as a reward later. Xinshin smiled and patted her pocket. The family of four entered the state-run restaurant. The waitstaff inside could tell at a glance they were from the countryside and didn't come out to greet them warmly. Waiter, we're ready to order. After Chen Xiangdong led them to an empty table, he waved to the waitstaff. Xinshin and Nian Nian, dining at a restaurant for the first time, curiously surveyed the interior layout. The waitress approached with a look of disdain. What do you want to eat? Don't order if you can't pay. We don't offer credit here. Chen Xiangdong detested people like this. He was just a worker himself, yet she looked down on fellow laborers. Bring us your best dish. Whatever you recommend, that's what we'll have. Chen Xiangdong declared. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be something you're not. Looking at you too, you clearly can't afford our signature dishes. I suggest you stick to plain noodles. The waitress crossed her arms, her expression haughty and arrogant. A fashionably dressed young woman at the next table, wearing a pearl necklace, shot Chen Xiangdong and his group a disdainful glance. Bunch of hicks, talking big about ordering the best dishes here, they must be planning to dine and dash. Even if you're broke, you shouldn't act like this. Please don't make things difficult for this waitress. The dishes here are expensive, you can't afford them. You look down on your luck, yet you talk big, you're trying to dine and dash, aren't you? Waitress, come over here and take our order first. Do you think you can afford to keep us waiting? The waitress immediately walked over with a beaming smile. Miss Lin, please don't be upset. Whatever you'd like to order, I'll tell the kitchen right away and have them prepare your dishes first. This Miss Lin was the daughter of the textile factory's deputy director and a frequent diner here. As a long-time customer here, and because her father was the deputy director of the textile factory, everyone treated her with great courtesy. Moreover, people didn't want to offend someone in such a position. They needed to build connections and expand their networks. Miss Lin, however, looked down on them with utter disdain. At her words, Chen Xiangdong saw Lin Yueshou's expression darken. They felt humiliated by this so-called wealthy person. She was just a little girl, yet she was acting all special. Chapter 46, Securing the Job Quota. There's always a first-come, first-served rule. We arrived first, and that lady came later. How can we let her order first? Chen Xiangdong stood up, locking eyes with Miss Lin. Miss Lin had been spoiled since childhood. Though famine-stricken times had come, they hadn't affected her in the slightest. Instead, she felt a particular sense of superiority in front of the poor who were starving. Because I'm the daughter of the textile factory's deputy director and a long-time customer here. Miss Lin retorted indignantly. What kind of people are you? No manners whatsoever. Poor peasants from the countryside pretending to be rich and coming here to eat. Seeing you lot here is ruining my appetite. Today, this restaurant is either for me or for them, not both. Miss Lin declared angrily. The waitress grew anxious and hurried to appease her. Miss Lin, please don't be angry. I'll have them leave immediately. Calm down, please don't let this spoil your meal. After saying this, the waitress instructed Chen Xiangdong and his group to leave. Seeing Chen Xiangdong on the verge of a confrontation, Lin Yueshio quickly grabbed his elbow. Let's just leave. This restaurant isn't even hers. What right does she have to make us leave? She really thinks she's high and mighty, so precious. She's nothing but a shallow fool. Chen Xiangdong cursed. Who's he calling names? Go get your manager out here. Get rid of this arrogant jerk who doesn't know his place. Miss Lin was furious. Manager, some penniless bums are causing trouble and disturbing Miss Lin's meal. The waiter hurried off to fetch the manager to handle the situation. Go take a look. The manager followed the waiter out. That manager was Arjun. He'd assumed some troublemakers were causing a scene. Turns out it was his business partner, Brother Dong. Miss Lin saw Jen emerge and said to him, Manager, hurry up and kick these penniless bums out. They're sitting here ruining our meal. After speaking, she shot Chen Xiangdong a contemptuous glance. Now they were definitely going to be kicked out. Miss Lin, if you feel our customers are affecting your meal, then perhaps you should leave instead. Arjun retorted. This statement stunned Miss Lin. She was a regular customer and the daughter of the deputy factory manager. How dare he ask her to leave? Manager, we can't offend Miss Lin, the waitress whispered from the side. Arjun grew even angrier. How dare you speak up? This gentleman is our restaurant's biggest supplier. Instead of treating him well, you want to kick him out. Huh? The waitress gasped in surprise. She hadn't recognized someone dressed so plainly as their restaurant's major supplier. This was trouble. Miss Lin hadn't expected that the man who looked so shabby was actually a supplier for this restaurant. But so what? So what if he's a supplier? My dad's the deputy factory manager. Miss Lin retorted angrily. Your dad's deputy factory manager position is going down the drain, and you're still acting all high and mighty here. Please leave. Stop causing trouble for your father. Arjun said helplessly. This woman has no manners. She's truly annoying. Brother Dong, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you were dining here, and this whole scene has erupted. Order whatever you want. This meal is on me. Arjun apologized. Chen Xiangdong's meat supply was the most reliable, and he could even hunt other more valuable animals. These days, meat was indeed hard to come by, and he couldn't afford to lose the supplier right now. Thanks, Agan. No need to thank me. I'll go tell them to hurry up with the food. Brother Dong, you guys wait a moment. All right. The waitress followed Arjun, pleading, Manager, I didn't know he was our supplier. I know I messed up. I won't do it again. Next time? You're fired. Go pack your things now. Arjun snapped, turning away. The state-run restaurant offered an extensive menu, filled with dishes they'd longed to try but had never tasted or even seen before. A total of 11 dishes were served, making for an exceptionally lavish spread. They ate until their bellies were round and full. Even little Coral's tummy had grown plump. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Chen Xiangdong took them shopping. They bought clothes, and Xingxinianian got toys and candy. That evening back home, Lin Yueshio inquired about a Jen. Are you close with that manager? Yeah, I'm close with him. I trade him the game I hunt. Today he even got me a work assignment, a job as a factory worker at the textile mill. Chen Xiangdong casually mentioned the work quota to her. That's great. Does that mean I can go work at the factory? Lin Yueshio asked. Hearing this news, she was overjoyed. For rural people, securing a job was no easy feat. The 8 essential occupations of that era: sales clerk, waitress, ticket agent, nursery worker, barber, mail carrier, cook, and typist. Without connections, it was nearly impossible to secure any of these positions. And the position of factory worker was also extremely difficult for rural people to find. Moreover, it was a secure job, and competition was fierce. You should just stay home. With me here, you don't need to work. Xinxin is still young and needs someone at home to look after her. I'm often out hunting in the mountains, and I can only feel at ease knowing you're home. Chen Xiangdong didn't want his wife to go out and work herself to exhaustion. Although Lin Yueshio really wanted to work at the factory, the thought of being away from her 2 children made her reconsider. She dismissed the idea. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's words warmed her heart. He cared for her and for their daughters. In the past, he would never have considered them at all. Their conversation was overheard by Lao Si, who was eavesdropping beneath the window. Big brother actually got a work quota. If that work quota could be given to him, then he would be a working man. He could move to the city. With a job, the Zhang elders would surely approve his marriage. All the problems he faced now would be solved. Lao Si hurried home to discuss it with Chen Jianmen. Earlier, Wang Suihua had a major falling out with the eldest brother. His attitude toward their mother had already changed significantly, and now he was utterly fed up with her. Therefore, he didn't seek Wang Suihua's help, fearing she would only make things worse. Father still held some authority at home. If father spoke up for him, it might just work. Dad, I've got something important to tell you. Chen Xiangdong was rolling cigarettes when the fourth son rushed in and shut the door. What is it? Something so important it requires shutting the door? I overheard Big Brother and Big Sister talking earlier. Big Brother said he got transferred to a work quota. He's going to be a worker at the textile factory. Lao Si lowered his voice, worried that Lao Er and Lao Wu might hear. Are you absolutely sure? You didn't mishear? It's true, it's true. Big Brother told Big Sister himself. My sister-in-law said she wanted this job quota, but my brother didn't give it to her, saying she should stay home and take care of the kids. Chapter 47, Scheming for a Job. Dad, go talk to my older brother. Tell him to give me the job. That way, I'll have work and be able to marry a wife. Even if I talk to him, he might not give it to you. He's not the same as before. Now he's nothing but an ingrate. Chen Xiangdong took a drag on his cigarette and said indifferently. Now that the eldest son had become so successful, he truly regretted letting their relationship grow so strained. It's all that damn woman Wang Suewa's fault. If he hadn't listened to her, their father-son relationship wouldn't have ended up like this. As they discussed this, the second son's wife happened to walk by and overheard. The second son's wife heard everything but made no sound. Instead of pushing open the door to beg her father-in-law for jobs, she returned to her own home. Back home, she immediately shut the door and pulled her husband aside. Husband, I need to tell you something important. Big Brother traded his hunting skills for a job at the textile factory. Now the fourth son has his eye on it. We need to figure out a way to get the job quota from the eldest brother. Will Big Brother really give it to us? If he gets a job, he'll definitely take it himself. Besides, if he doesn't take it, it'll go to his wife. How could it possibly come to us? Second brother said calmly. Can't you show some backbone? Act like a man, will you? You're such a wimp. If it weren't for me all these years, you wouldn't have gotten any favors from mom and dad. The second son's wife was exasperated by his lack of urgency, as if she were trying to straighten out a stubborn piece of iron. Ever since second brother's wife joined the family, she's been calling all the shots. Every decision is hers. The second son was a pushover too. He'd always been afraid of his wife whenever she spoke like that. Then what do you want me to do? Big Brother used to think of mom and dad in everything he did, but now it's different. All he cares about is his wife and kids. If we get mom and dad involved, it'll only make things worse. It's better for us to fight for it ourselves. Before, we stood with mom and dad. Now, we need to win him over and stand by his side. Sure, he's been acting weird lately, short-tempered, unwilling to give mom and dad anything. But he's a soft-hearted man. If we stay on his good side, he'll surely remember your brotherly bond and give us some benefits. If we can't get the job, we can at least get some grain and meat from him. Tomorrow, take the bag of Debata milk candies mom gave you and give them to them. Xingxinianian will definitely love them. Things are different now. Currying favor with those two little ones means currying favor with Big Brother. The second wife unlocked the cabinet and pulled out a bag of big white rabbit milk candies, containing about 20 pieces. These are snacks mom gave for Xiaojia and Xiaodong. What will they eat if you take them? The second son was reluctant. These candies were expensive. After receiving them, he always made the two little ones ration them out. He'd only let them have one every once in a while. Utterly hopeless. No foresight whatsoever. A bag of candy could win Big Brother's favor, but Xiaojia and the others would just waste it. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll bring something over tomorrow. The next morning, fourth brother woke up plotting how to get a job from Big Brother. He'd spoken to their father last night, and judging by his reaction, he wasn't going to put in a good word for him. Rather than waiting for his father to secure the job for him, it would be more practical to handle it himself. Shortly after 9 o'clock, fourth brother headed to Chen Xiangdong's place to butter up his older brother and smooth things over. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was slicing wild boar meat. He set aside several pieces, one of which was meant for teacher Lu. He had promised earlier that as long as Chen Xiangdong taught Xinxin to read and write, he would regularly bring him meat. Lately, Xinxin had been going to his house for lessons, with Nian Nian tagging along. It was like teaching two children to read. He was probably on his way to deliver the meat to teacher Lu now. He cut off about 5 pounds of meat and packed it into a bag. This portion was for teacher Lu. He packed another bag for his second uncle's family. He also planned to give meat to the team leader to smooth things over. He'd need the team leader's help later, and building good relations with the leadership would make life in the village easier. Daddy, are you taking these to give away? Xinxin gazed at the bags of meat arranged on the table. Yes, we can't eat it all. We're giving it to Uncle Air and the others. Xinxin pouted. Dad, if you give it all away, won't little Coral have no meat to eat? Dad, I want to save some meat for little Coral too. Sure. Chen Xiangdong never stopped Xinxin from doing what she wanted. Xinxin placed a 3-gene piece of meat into the bag she'd prepared for little Coral, tied it up, and set it aside. Just then, old Fourth strode over. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the old lady stopped him. You little rascal, what are you doing here? The old lady knew the character of the boys from Chen Jianmen's family. Old Fourth coming over now probably meant he was up to his old tricks again. The old lady held her cane out in front of him. Grandma, what are you doing? I've been thinking about them constantly and came to see them. Why are you blocking me outside with such a fierce look? The fourth son grabbed the old lady's cane. You little rascal. Do you think you'll do any good in there? Don't think I'm too old to know what you're up to. The old woman gave fourth son a stern look. This grandson was just as selfish as his parents. Grandma, what are you thinking? I'm my brother's blood brother, can't I come over to hang out? Old fourth smiled and spoke gently. But inside, he'd cursed the old hag 1,000 times over. This old hag was so damn nosy, always sticking her nose where it didn't belong. If it weren't for her suicide attempt last time drawing the whole village's attention, he'd have shown her a thing or two. Grandma, look over there, Nian Nian has fallen. Fourth brother distracted the old woman. As she looked over, he swiftly snatched her walking stick and tossed it aside. He then hurried into the house. Good morning, big brother. Busy at work? Fourth son greeted Chen Xiangdong with a fawning smile. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was slicing meat. Seeing all that meat, old fourth naturally started drooling. Now, he was eyeing both the man's work quota and his meat. What's up? Chen Xiangdong didn't even lift his head. Nothing much, just bored out of my mind. Thought I'd swing by for a chat with you, big brother. Lao Si chuckled. Before, he always acted like he was ordering his big brother around. Now he was completely different. Chen Xiangdong was taken aback by his demeanor. What wind was blowing today that fourth brother was actually speaking to him in such an ingratiating manner? You've got time for small talk? Aren't you going to work today? Chen Xiangdong barely acknowledged him. It's too cold today. I'll head to work a bit later. Big brother, I heard you switched to a textile factory work quota. Old four was impatient after just a few words, he brought up work. Chen Xiangdong finally understood why fourth brother had been acting so obsequious today. It all came down to his work targets. Chapter 48, No Money, No Marriage. This fourth brother sure has his sources. Fourth brother, don't even think about my work quota. I've got my own plans. Brother, look at you now, you hunt like a pro and make more than factory workers. You definitely won't take this job. Your wife takes care of the kids, she can't go work in the city herself. Neither of you needs this job. It's better to give it to family than outsiders. Big brother, if you let me take this job, I'll give you 5 yuan every month when I get paid. Honestly, it's not a bad deal, you're selling the job to someone else. That's a one-time deal, sell it for 100 or 2, and that's all you'll ever get. Give it to me, and you'll still get $5 every month. Fourth brother laid out his reasoning bluntly. Old fourth sure knew how to work the numbers for himself. I could give you the job. But if you take it, you pay me $25 a month. We'll sign an agreement. How's that? 25 yuan? Big brother, I only make about 30 yuan a month. If I give you 25, what will I have left? If you won't pay up, then forget about this job. Fourth brother. Big brother is really hard to deal with these days. Who would agree to his demands? Working for free? Seeing he couldn't persuade big brother anytime soon, fourth brother dropped the subject. He changed the subject. Big brother, you hunted another wild boar? With all that meat, it'll take forever to eat it all. Big brother, how about sharing some with me? You know my marriage has been delayed, and the Zhang family elders won't budge. Where am I supposed to find that much money? Big brother, give me some meat. I'll take it to them as a gift, so they'll have a better impression of me. Who knows? Maybe I can even get the dowry lowered. Then take this bag with you. I've cut the rest into big chunks for trading with others. This one's a bit smaller, but take it. Chen Xiangdong handed the bag of meat in front of Xinxin to Lao Si. Lao Si took it, opened the bag, and peered inside. The meat looked fresh. He bounced it in his hand. It was surprisingly heavy, at least 5 or 6 pounds. Nian Nian watched Chen Xiangdong give the bag of meat to Lao Si and felt very angry inside. Daddy, that's for little Coral. Why did you give it to Uncle Si? If you take it, little Coral won't have anything to eat. Nian Nian, sweetie, we have plenty of meat. Little Coral won't starve. Let Uncle Si take that bag of meat. Xinxin was much older than Nian Nian and naturally knew more than her. Right now, she was covering her mouth and giggling. Fourth uncle carried the bag of meat, feeling overjoyed. He hadn't gotten the job, but getting a bag of meat wasn't bad either. Finding work couldn't be rushed, he'd have to figure something else out. Taking this bag of meat to Zhang Xiaoy's house would surely make her parents happy. Since he couldn't afford the dowry now, he'd just have to work harder, visit their home more often, and bring gifts for the elderly couple. They'd surely be persuaded to lower their dowry demands. Old Fourth chuckled to himself as he walked along the road. He was truly clever. He headed straight for Zhang Xiaoy's house. Zhang Xiaoyi was washing clothes in the courtyard when she spotted Lao Si approaching. She didn't give him a friendly look. What are you doing here? If you can't afford the dowry, stop coming to my house. Who says I can't? I'm working hard to raise the dowry right now. Xiaoyi, trust me, I'll definitely bring the dowry and marry you. You said that before too, but did you bring it? Let me tell you, if you don't have the money, don't even think about marrying me. Zhang Xiaoyi turned her head away angrily, refusing to look at Lao Si. Lao Si quickly tried to soothe her. Xiaoyi, don't be angry. I'll get the dowry as soon as possible. Look what I brought you today, wild boar meat. Lao Si waved the bag of meat in front of Zhang Xiaoyi. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyi's attitude softened immediately. You're not tricking me, she asked, surprised. I'd be a dog if I did. Look, real meat. I'm not lying, am I? Old Fourth opened the bag to show Zhang Xiaoyi. As soon as he opened it, a piece of bright red meat appeared before her eyes. This delighted Zhang Xiaoyi immensely. My big brother hunts, there's no game he can't catch in the mountains. Anyway, he's my big brother. If you stick with me, you'll never go without meat. Lao Si beamed with pride. Back when they were discussing the betrothal gift, he hadn't dared lift his head in their presence. Now, boasting with a straight face, he radiated a sense of superiority. These words struck a chord with Zhang Xiaoyi. The thought of marrying into Fourth Brother's family and having meat every day brought a blissful smile to her face. Remember what you said today. Don't ever let me down. I'll tell my parents that I, Zhang Xiaoyi, won't marry anyone but you. Zhang Xiaoyi shyly carried the sack of meat into the house. Fourth Brother hummed a tune on his way home. Wang Suihua saw Fourth Son humming as he entered and asked, Did you find money today? Why are you in such a good mood? When my future in-laws are in a good mood, of course I'm in a good mood too. Lao Si said smugly. They said no dowry, no marriage. Now you're treating their parents like your own in-laws. Mom, your son is so clever. Zhang Xiaoyi has said she won't marry anyone but me. If she starts throwing herself around, her parents won't be able to make the decision. Then, with just a little dowry, I'll marry Zhang Xiaoyi. Son, you're doing it right, persuade Zhang Xiaoyi. Wang Suihua listened with a smile. If her son could marry without paying a dowry, that would be even better. Meanwhile, at Zhang Xiaoyi's home, her parents heard that Fourth Brother had sent them a bag of meat. Zhang's mother happily told Zhang Xiaoyi, Old Fourth is actually a decent kid. He's willing to bring meat over at a time like this. Over 5 pounds of meat, we can't finish it all at once. I'll cut it up, divide it into portions, and pickle it. She opened the bag and reached in to take out the meat. But she felt something strange. Why was it sticky underneath the meat? Zhang Ma dumped the entire sack of meat into a basin. But as soon as she did, she nearly gagged. Beneath the meat chunks were nearly rotten redworms and earthworms, utterly disgusting. This guy, sending them this stuff? He must be playing a joke on them. Xiaoyi, come see for yourself what your sweetheart sent us. This is infuriating. That little bastard wants to marry my daughter? No way. Zhang Xiaoyi hurried over to look and saw a basin full of nearly rotten earthworms and redworms. The sight was disgusting enough to make anyone vomit. This stuff was meant to feed little Coral. Originally, it was full of bloodworms and earthworms that Xinqing had scooped out of the sewage ditch. Earlier, when he saw his father cutting meat, he wanted to save some for little Coral too, so he slipped a thin slice into the bag. The meat was covering the redworms. The Zhang family was utterly disgusted. Just as the mother and daughter were feeling pleased with themselves, Zhang Xiaoyi stormed through their door, bag in hand. Fourth Brother, come out here. Are you trying to disgust us all to death? Chapter 49, Pouring Oil on the Fire. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Fourth Brother looked puzzled. Look for yourself. What did you send us? If you can't afford to marry, at least don't come disgusting people. Zhang Xiaoyi flung the bag of items at Lao Si's feet. Fourth Brother picked it up and opened it. He couldn't control himself, he nearly vomited. He quickly tossed it aside and ran out after Zhang Xiaoyi. Wang Suihua was still baffled. She picked up the bag and took one look before rushing to the side to retch. What's wrong with Fourth Brother? Giving this to someone? He must be out of his mind. Lao Si caught up with Zhang Xiaoyi, grabbed her arm, and explained, I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. I had no idea that disgusting thing was in that bag. My older brother gave it to me, it's all his fault. Please don't be angry, okay? You said your big brother was a great hunter, and if I followed you, I'd get to eat meat every day. Well, I guess we'll be eating redworms and earthworms every day instead. Listen to me, Fourth Brother. If you have no money, don't come looking for me. I won't marry a penniless beggar like you. Zhang Xiaoyi cried tearfully, her voice full of hurt. Xiaoyi, listen to me. That bag of meat must have been a mistake by my older brother. Just forgive me this once. If you don't marry me, you'll regret it later, because I'll be working at the textile factory soon. You can work at the textile factory? Zhang Xiaoyi's mood instantly stabilized. Yes, I'll be honest with you, don't tell anyone yet. My older brother switched jobs, he got a position at the textile factory. What does that have to do with you? It's your brother's job, not yours. My older brother won't take that job, and neither will my sister-in-law. I'm his younger brother, he'll definitely give me that job. But the second brother is also his younger brother. Why should he give it to you? How can he compare to me? Second brother is a yes man who can't handle anything. How could he possibly earn more than me? That job is definitely mine. Xiaoyi, if you marry me, your husband will have a job, and you'll be a city dweller too. Truth be told, that job was nowhere near a sure thing for fourth brother. I'll trust you one more time. Under his persuasion, Zhang Xiaoyi softened her heart, and the two reconciled as if nothing had happened. Just as Chen Xiangdong was about to leave, second brother arrived. No need to guess, Lauer was undoubtedly here for work too. In the past, they never visited his home. Now they were suddenly eager to visit. Big brother, I brought some candy from home for Xinxianian. The second brother entered and handed Chen Xiangdong a bag of candy. Debato milk candy? Wasn't this the same candy he'd given to third sister and little sixth before? How did they end up at his second brother's house? But it made sense. Mother must have confiscated all their candy and given it to second brother's two kids. It had always been like this. His parents would constantly ask him for things, then distribute them among their sons. Isn't this the candy I gave to Xiaolu and the others? Second brother, why did you bring them back? Hearing this, second brother's face burned with embarrassment. People need their dignity, trees need their bark. Facing such a situation, the second son naturally felt embarrassed. His smile was so forced his mouth twitched. If he hadn't listened to that woman, would he have ended up looking so foolish? Mom gave these to us. We didn't know they were yours. Just put it on the table, second brother. You don't need to worry about the textile factory's work quotas. That job is meant for brother Xiang Yuan. Big brother, how could you give the work quota to brother Xiang Yuan? The work quota is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Is this something you need to meddle in? I'm your own flesh and blood younger brother, while brother Xiang Yuan is just a cousin. You have a quota but won't give it to your own brother, instead you give it to an outsider. Your brother needs work. Big brother, how can you not consider your own flesh and blood and give the job to someone else? Hearing his second brother's reproach, Chen Xiangdong sneered inwardly. When he needs something, he treats him like a real brother. When he doesn't, he's nothing. Second brother, the job quota is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Not giving it to you makes me the bad guy? Think you can get something for nothing? Dream on. If you want work, earn it with your own hands. Stop scheming about job quotas. I've got work to do. Chen Xiangdong shooed him out, shut the door, and went to find the team leader. Second brother was furious. Not only did he fail to get the work quota, but he also lost a bag of milk candies. What really got him was that the boss had actually given the quota to someone else. Chen Xiangdong arrived at the team leader's house, plotting how to implement greenhouse cultivation. Zhao Mansan watched Chen Xiangdong enter the team leader's house and felt deeply resentful. Now that Chen Xiangdong had the clout to advise the team leader. If the team leader kept excelling, Zhao Mansan would have even less chance of unseating him. Zhao Manchang headed straight for Zhang Fuchuan's house. You bastard, still sleeping at this hour? Zhao Mansan pushed open the door to Zhang Fuchuan's house and roused him. What's up, brother Zhao? Just checking if you've starved yourself to death. Brother Zhao, did you bring me food? Zhang Fuchuan suddenly sat up, his eyes lighting up. Truth be told, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday morning. Now it was already the next morning, and he'd only been drinking water to stave off hunger. My family's short on food, how could I possibly bring you any? Look at you, it's terrible. The team leader hasn't even brought you any relief rations. I think he just wants to starve you to death. So you won't drag everyone else down. Zhang Fuchuan was notoriously lazy and always slacked off during work assignments. Zhao Manchan's visit this time was clearly meant to sow discord. He wanted to deepen the conflict between the lazybones and the team leader so he could reap the benefits. Every time they distribute grain, they only give you a tiny bit. I think he's doing it on purpose. You have work points too, yet while others get so much, you only get a pittance. As the team leader, he's a cadre. He should be serving the people, helping villagers in need. But has he ever helped you? Sigh, it's nothing if he doesn't withhold your grain. The more Zhao Manchang spoke, the more Zhang Fuchuan's emotions flared. What right does he have to withhold my grain? They only distribute rations once a year, and he still skimmed off my share. He's clearly out to get me. Zhang Fuchuan fumed. Brother, this is just between us. Don't go spreading this around. You don't want to cross the team leader and make your life even harder. I, Zhang Fuchuan, am not afraid of him. He deliberately withholds my grain rations. Oh, this life is unbearable. Better be careful. If you cross him, he'll withhold even more grain. Anyway, when it comes to grain distribution, he's the one who decides. I heard he and Chen Xiangdong are planning some greenhouse farming project. He might still give you some grain now, but come harvest time, he'll find excuses to withhold every last grain. Zhao Manchan continued to fan the flames. He'd dare. If he dares, I'll report him to the commune. Get lost. I won't swallow this humiliation. Don't push an ordinary farmer to the edge. Under Zhao Manchan's provocation, Zhang Fuchuan's emotions grew increasingly extreme. Chapter 50, the rumor proves true. Seeing that Zhang Fuchuan had been provoked into a rage, he quickly left Zhang Fuchuan's home. He couldn't let others find out. He secretly stoked the fire, intensifying the conflict between Zhang Fuchuan and the team leader. Otherwise, even if the captain stepped down, his tarnished reputation would prevent him from winning the captaincy. Once he became captain, he'd have the chance to pocket some grain for his family. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was explaining to the team leader how he planned to build the greenhouse. In 1960, plastic film was still in its experimental phase, especially agricultural plastic film, which wasn't produced at all. Plastic production was extremely limited, sufficient only for packaging certain goods. At that time, it was also quite expensive. But even if you wanted to buy it, you couldn't get it. Therefore, Chen Xiangdong planned to cover the greenhouse with straw mats at night and mica sheets during the day, which would allow light to pass through. This method was very low cost, made entirely from discarded materials. Only cold-tolerant vegetables like chives and spinach could be cultivated. Even so, it was worth a try. After all, even these cold-tolerant vegetables like chives and spinach were struggling to grow now. He checked the description of his spatial realm. Once upgraded to level 4, it would contain spirit spring water. Spiritual spring water enables plants to thrive in harsh environments. Once he obtained the spiritual spring water, all the plants he cultivated would survive. However, the higher the level, the more satiety points required, making it increasingly difficult. Reaching level 4 would demand 1 million satiety points and take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, for now, simple greenhouse cultivation could temporarily address some of the vegetable needs. After Chen Xiangdong shared his idea with the team leader, the leader mobilized everyone to cut reeds for making straw mats. Do you think Chen Xiangdong's idea will actually get us vegetables this time? The team leader heard him talking about greenhouse farming and wondered if it was even reliable. Who knows? He managed to get biogas going. Maybe he can boost our village's vegetable yield too. That's not the same thing, okay? We can't grow vegetables because of the natural environment, it's a natural disaster. Can Chen Xiangdong change natural disasters? That's still pretty tough. The team leader trusts him, and I trust the team leader. Let's just do as they say and work hard. If we didn't have to go cut reeds, we could process more bark. What I dread most is being tied up with this project. If we end up with nothing to show for it, that'd be a real disaster. The villagers hadn't heard of this before. To them, it seemed like some kind of magic. Whether it works or not is anyone's guess. In this bitter cold, farmers knew it would be tough to grow crops. They remained skeptical that following Chen Xiangdong's method could actually boost vegetable yields. Everyone went out to cut reeds, gathering in large groups to work together. Gossip, of course, was never far behind. So news spread about Chen Xiangdong switching work quotas. The news also spread that Chen Xiangdong hadn't given the work quotas to his 2 younger brothers, but instead gave them to Chen Xianghai. I heard Chen Xiangdong gave the textile factory work quota he traded for to Chen Xianghai, not even to his own 2 younger brothers. Those 2 brothers deserved it. Look how Wang Suihua treats Xiangdong. Her 2 sons learned from her example. They deserve to be left out of the job. But it's unbelievable that Chen Xiangdong would pass up such a rare job opportunity and give it to Chen Xianghai instead. Chen Xiangdong's pretty sharp. He'd make over $30 a month at the factory. What he gets from hunting is far more than that. 1 wild boar could get him plenty of grain. No need for him to work at the factory. Sigh, I really envy Chen Xianghai for snagging that job. When Chen Xianghai heard this rumor, he was puzzled. What work targets? Chen Xiangdong hadn't had a chance to tell him about it yet. The younger brother had intended to curry favor with him, but to spite him, he mentioned the work quota to Chen Xianghai instead. Of course, Chen Xiangdong had originally intended to give these work targets to Chen Xianghai to resolve the issue of their arranged marriage between siblings. Chen Jiangwo also found it strange and naturally didn't believe it. After all, securing a work quota in the countryside was extremely difficult. He didn't believe Chen Xiangdong had actually secured a work quota. After work, on their way home for dinner, Chen Jiangwo asked Chen Xiangyuan, I heard Xiangdong gave you a job quota. Is that true? That's nonsense. They're just making things up. Who knows where they heard that? Besides, even if Xiangdong did get a job quota, he wouldn't give it to me. He still has 2 younger brothers. You're right. As they were talking, Chen Xiangdong walked over. Uncle, you're still eating? Xiangdong's here. Come join us for dinner. No thanks, uncle. I already ate earlier. I just came to tell brother Shanghai. Tell him to start working at the factory in a few days. The 2 froze upon hearing this. Chen Xianghai's chopstick slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. The rumors circulating outside were true after all. Chen Xianghai felt a surge of excitement. Having a job was better than farming in the village. At the village construction site, everyone worked together and their labor points were used to distribute grain. After a year, the income was meager. If Chen Xianghai became a factory worker, his family's financial situation would improve significantly. Xiangdong, are you really giving me this job? Chen Xiangyuan asked again for confirmation. Yeah, why? Don't you want the job? Of course I want it, I've been dreaming about it. But this job is hard to come by. Aren't you keeping it for yourself? I don't like working in a factory. It's not for me. I still prefer hunting, it's so much more free and easy. But if you give the job to me, second brother and fourth brother will be furious. Why do you care so much about them? I earned this job, I decide. Do this job well from now on, and Uncle Heir won't make those two brothers swap brides. For them, exchanging brides is pure torture. Chen Xiangdong said. Xiangdong, I can't thank you enough. You really helped me resolve the marriage swap issue. This job was hard won, and I can't accept it for nothing. But given our family's situation now, we don't have anything valuable to trade with you. How about this, once I start working and get paid each month, I'll give you 10 yuan. Chen Xiangdong wasn't the type to seek personal gain. He voluntarily offered to share part of his monthly salary with Chen Xiangdong. There's no need to share your salary with me. Xiangdong, just have Shan Yuan give you $10 a month. You're always sharing your good stuff with us, we can't keep taking advantage of you. Chen Jiangwo interjected. Since both father and son agreed, they would follow Chen Xianghai's suggestion. After all, they weren't the same kind of people as his parents and younger brother. If he didn't accept that money, brother Shanghai wouldn't feel at ease. Fine, but you don't need to give so much. My monthly salary is only around 30-something yuan. If you give me 10, you won't have much left. 5 will do. Chapter 51, A Murderer in the Mountains. Alright, it's settled then. Xiangdong, thank you so much for giving me such a great job. Chen Xianghai expressed his gratitude once more. No need to be so formal. Here's the letter of introduction. Take it. When you go tomorrow, just say you're Uncle Zhang's nephew. Chen Xiangdong handed the letter of introduction to Chen Xianghai. Alright, but I'm still a bit scared. Chen Xianghai gave a nervous laugh. Chen Xiangdong understood why his uncle was nervous. He'd spent his entire life in the village, working the fields. Suddenly having to enter a factory, encountering a new environment and unfamiliar work, it was only natural to feel apprehensive. Brother Shanghai, it'll be fine. You'll get used to it after working a few days. I'll take you there tomorrow, but once you're inside the factory, you're on your own. Alright. After dropping brother Shang Yuan off at the factory tomorrow, Chen Xiangdong planned to bring some mountain produce to Agen. He'd just given them wild boar meat last time, so he didn't plan to bring any this time. Agen and his crew were running a business, and a variety of mountain goods would be better than just one type. So Chen Xiangdong planned to head into the mountains today and see how his luck held up. After returning from his second uncle's place, Chen Xiangdong prepared his gear and headed for the mountains. Just then, the team leader spotted him and, looking delighted, gave Chen Xiangdong a hearty slap on the shoulder. Captain, what's got you so happy? Chen Xiangdong asked curiously. Good news about you. The team leader teased him. My business? What good news could possibly be about me? You built a biogas digester, and word has reached the higher-ups. Leaders from the Ministry of Agriculture are coming down for an inspection, and I hear they're going to commend you. Our village is about to become famous and we've got a celebrity too. Really? When will the officials arrive? This was an honor. Even though Chen Xiangdong had lived an extra lifetime, he still felt a strong sense of accomplishment. His little vanity was satisfied too. It should be within the next couple of days. Make sure you're well prepared. Got it. Oh, Captain, tell the villagers to hurry up and finish those straw mats. I'm heading into the mountains. Heading into the mountains again? Be careful up there. Though your hunting skills are excellent, this kind of life-risking work to secure food is dangerous. You absolutely cannot let your guard down. The captain reminded him to stay safe. Yeah, I'll be careful. With that, Chen Xiangdong set off into the mountains. But as he neared the mountain's base, Chen Xiangdong glanced over and saw several people standing at the foot of the mountain, each carrying a hunting rifle. Before he even reached the base, he heard them shouting at him. Comrade, don't go into the mountains these days. It's dangerous in there. They stopped Chen Xiangdong in his tracks. Aren't there always wild beasts in the mountains? Danger is natural. I'm a hunter, I go in regardless of the risk. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. Why were militia stationed at the mountain's base today? There's a criminal in there, a murderer. He's ruthless. That guy's got nothing left to lose. Sometimes people are scarier than beasts. So, for your own safety, it's best to avoid the mountains for now. A murderer? Yes. He stole cattle in Lower Stone Village. Villagers spotted him and several gave chase to apprehend him. He ended up killing 4 villagers and seriously injuring 2 others, who are still in the hospital. This man is extremely dangerous, brother. I advise you not to go into the mountains. The mountain terrain is complex, making it easy for the criminal to ambush you. We've considered this risk, which is why we haven't rushed into the mountains to search for him. Our current strategy is to seal off all access points at the mountain base, forcing him to remain trapped inside. With the militia's explanation, Chen Xiangdong finally grasped the situation. Indeed, sometimes people can be more terrifying than beasts. But Chen Xiangdong wasn't afraid of this murderer. If he really encountered that cattle-stealing murderer in the mountains, he'd be eager to test his mettle. Taking advantage of a moment when the militia wasn't paying attention, Chen Xiangdong dashed into the mountains. What should we do? That villager ran into the mountains. Report the situation to the police immediately. We can't recklessly enter the mountains now. We must await orders from higher-ups. Though they were militia, they were organized and disciplined, obeying superior orders. Searching the mountains would require significant manpower and posed extreme risks. The police department needed to arrange personnel for the mountain search, which also required submitting a detailed report to higher authorities for approval. They were now on standby, ready to enter the mountains the moment orders were received. News of villagers entering the mountains reached higher authorities, escalating the urgency. That murderer, Lu Lauda, has already killed several villagers. This is a major case. Further casualties must be prevented. Given the urgency, the police immediately dispatched armed police into the mountains to search for and protect Chen Xiangdong while pursuing the murderer, Lu Lauda. Upon receiving the notification, the militia immediately joined the armed police in the mountain search and rescue operation. There are still innocent villagers in the mountains. Everyone must memorize Lu Lauda's appearance and avoid firing at innocent villagers by mistake. Before entering the mountains, the sniper team leader Ding Zhuchang reminded everyone. They then split up and entered the mountains. By this time, Chen Xiangdong had already been in the mountains for over half an hour. After circling the area, he found no trace of the criminal. This guy was hiding deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave halfway up the mountain, a man was digging a pit with an iron shovel. Beside him sat a gray-haired old woman, her hands bound with rope. "Son, turn back now. Turn back now. Don't commit any more sins." The moment the old woman spoke, the man approached and stuffed a rag into her mouth. "Shut your rotten mouth, old hag." He was extremely agitated. This man was the murderer Lu Lauda, and the old woman beside him was none other than his own mother. He had dragged his mother into the mountains to use her as a hostage. If they pursued him in the mountains, he would use her as a human shield to save his own life. If they didn't pursue him into the mountains and he managed to escape, he would bury her corpse atop the stolen jewels. For he had heard that even when hidden, jewels still radiate their aura. Professional treasure hunters are highly sensitive to such things and would easily detect them. Blood essence was needed to suppress the aura of treasure, which is why old Lu had this idea. After burying the jewels, Lu Lauda went out in search of food. To survive in the mountains, he could only hunt wild rabbits and pheasants to stave off hunger. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong also spotted his prey. A bear. First, take down this bear. A full-grown bear packs a punch exceeding 1 ton, can run at 50 kilometers per hour, and poses a significant threat to humans. Even with the system's assistance, Chen Xiangdong had to proceed with extreme caution during the hunt. The bear was massive, weighing nearly 400 kilograms, and far from easy to handle. It quickly detected humans nearby. Sensing danger, it launched an attack on Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong took off running, drawing the bear's full attention to himself. Chapter 52, Feint East, Strike West. The bear was highly alert. If he used the auto-tracking crossbow for a direct frontal attack, the chances of killing it would be low. Therefore, Chen Xiangdong used himself as bait to lure the bear, then deployed the auto-tracking crossbow unexpectedly to catch it off guard. True to his plan, after running about 100-200 meters, the bear was struck down by the crossbow. Today's trip up the mountain had paid off again. A bear weighing around 400 kilograms. Inside the bear's body lay the precious bear gallbladder. As Chen Xiangdong approached to check if the bear was truly dead, old Lu returned from foraging. Hearing the commotion, he immediately hid to observe. What he saw was a bear lying dead before Chen Xiangdong. The bear had been shot in the head, blood streaming freely. Even a fierce man like old Lu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight. First, it was undeniably gruesome. Second, because Chen Xiangdong was terrifying, a man who had single-handedly shot down such a massive bear. Back in 1958, bears were classified as one of the 4 pests and considered ferocious beasts. Hunters dared not go alone. They always formed teams to surround and kill them. Even in a group hunt, one could easily be killed by the bear in retaliation. Witnessing this scene, old Lu could only marvel at Chen Xiangdong's sheer bravery. If he ever crossed paths with this man, escape would be nearly impossible. Lu Lauda knew that after taking so many lives this time, the uproar was immense. He was undoubtedly wanted citywide. Many likely knew he'd fled to hide in the mountains. This man before him might recognize him as the murderer at a glance. Therefore, he must eliminate this man in secret to ensure his own safety. As Chen Xiangdong examined the bear, he sensed something amiss. Ever since activating the system, his hearing and sense of smell had become exceptionally keen. This was precisely why he could swiftly locate prey in the mountains. By the time old Lu spotted him, Chen Xiangdong had already detected him first. The moment Chen Xiangdong approached the bear, he heard the sound of human footsteps. Most people might not have noticed it. But Chen Xiangdong could pick up on the nuances of sound. Now that the militia were stationed at the mountain's base, no one could enter the mountains. Therefore, the footsteps he heard were most likely those of the murderer, old Lu. The bastard was lurking, likely planning to take him out. Still, Chen Xiangdong remained silent. First, he wasn't sure of the killer's strength and couldn't afford to act rashly. Moreover, Chen Xiangdong anticipated that Lu Lauda wouldn't initiate an attack. He was currently in a defensive posture. Lu Lauda wasn't stupid. If he were, he wouldn't have killed 4 people while being pursued. He surely understood that a reckless assault without intelligence advantage was suicide. Although Chen Xiangdong knew Boss Lu was lying in wait for him, he couldn't pinpoint the boss's exact location. Instead, it was Chen Xiangdong who had exposed his position. Still, Chen Xiangdong believed he could capture his opponent. Since Boss Lu wanted to play, he'd play along for now. Chen Xiangdong planned to use a feint tactic, a decoy maneuver, to lure Boss Lu into revealing his position. Chen Xiangdong crouched down, the nearby weeds providing perfect cover. From Boss Lu's vantage point, he was now obscured from view. Next, Chen Xiangdong picked up a large rock and tossed it toward the bushes on the other side. He created the sound of fleeing. Sure enough, the alert Lu Laoda heard the noise and immediately went out to investigate. Oh no, the other party must have spotted him and was trying to escape. Or perhaps they'd pinpointed his location and were circling around to ambush him. Boss Lu immediately gave chase. Chen Xiangdong's lips curled into a smug smile. This killer was surprisingly easy to fool. Just a large rock had made him misjudge the situation, thinking he'd moved his position. But soon, Lu Laoda realized he'd fallen into a trap. Damn it! That bastard tricked me. Just you wait, I'll make him pay. Lu Laoda realized his position was now exposed, while Chen Xiangdong had retreated to a concealed spot. Originally, he had the advantage of being in the shadows, but now he was out in the open while Chen Xiangdong remained concealed. He had no advantage whatsoever. And this man could take on a bear single-handedly. That was no small feat. So Lu Laoda dashed into the cave, where the old woman was held captive. He could use her as a hostage. With a hostage in hand, no matter how formidable his opponent, he'd be temporarily out of reach. Lu Laoda pushed aside the branches covering the cave entrance and fled inside. Chen Xiangdong pursued him inside. Trapped within the cave's narrow confines, Lu Laoda had no escape route. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Brother Lu pressed the gun against the old woman's head. This was the last thing Chen Xiangdong had expected, that this murderer would actually kidnap an old woman and bring her into the mountains with him. Don't be rash! Chen Xiangdong shouted. What followed left Chen Xiangdong utterly stunned. Please, don't shoot my son, the old woman pleaded. It turned out this old woman was Lu Laoda's mother. How cruel of this son to take his own mother hostage. And even now, at this moment, she was still speaking up for her son. In this world, there are truly all kinds of people. You're such a devoted son, sacrificing your mother's life to save your own. Don't you have a shred of conscience left? Don't talk to me about conscience. Can conscience put food on the table? Can it stop my stomach from growling? Can it make my life any easier? Ha! When you're starving to death, what good is conscience? His words left Chen Xiangdong speechless for a moment. True, in the face of survival pressures, morality and shame are luxuries. But Boss Lu was outright breaking the law. Brother, conscience won't feed you. But abandoning it means you'll carry the weight of 4 lives on your shoulders. 4 lives. Even if you escape tonight, how could you ever sleep soundly again? Shut up. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Go ahead, kill her if you want. She's your mother, not mine. Killing your own mother won't affect me in the slightest. Go ahead and kill her. Chen Xiangdong showed not a trace of nervousness. This thwarted old Lu's scheme. Damn it, this guy's even more cold-blooded than I am. No wonder he could kill a bear without batting an eye. Threatening him with a life was utterly useless. Chen Xiangdong advanced step by step. Now it was Lu Laoda who should be nervous. Don't push me. Take another step and I'll really kill someone. Lu Laoda bellowed. Go ahead then. Kill me. Do it. Chen Xiangdong continued his advance. Seeing that threats wouldn't intimidate Chen Xiangdong, Boss Lu had no choice but to go for it. He immediately fired at Chen Xiangdong, who dodged the bullets with a few quick steps. Lu Laoda's entire focus was now on Chen Xiangdong. He was determined to hit him. Chen Xiangdong rolled several times to evade skillfully, then released his crossbow. The arrow pierced through Lu Laoda's back, striking his heart. Blood gushed from his chest as Boss Lu collapsed to the ground. Chapter 53, Taking the Murderer's Life. The old woman, overcome with grief at Lu Laoda's death, fainted. Chen Xiangdong noticed a patch of freshly dug earth in the cave, which had been covered back up. It was likely dug by Lu Laoda to hide something inside. This guy was a habitual thief. He might have hidden some valuable stolen goods there. Chen Xiangdong placed a stone over the spot to cover it, intending to return later to see what it was. With old Lu dead and the old woman unconscious, she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. His bear was still outside. He had to retrieve it quickly. If someone else picked it up, he'd be out of luck. Chen Xiangdong hurried outside and stowed the bear cub into his spatial pocket. Meanwhile, militia and police were combing the mountain. We've been up here so long and haven't found a single trace. That Lu Laoda really knows how to hide, remarked one public security officer. That Lu Lao must know some tactical strategies. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many people at once? Everyone, don't let your guard down. And we need to find that villager who went into the mountains as soon as possible. Once Boss Lu spots him, he won't let him off easy. Footlong, rifle in hand, spoke while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Sigh, that villager really had to go into the mountains to meet his end. Not only is he courting death, but he's also hindering our efforts to catch the criminals. The officer who had spoken first grumbled. Cut it out. Stop talking like that. We're public security officers, serving the people is our duty. And now you're complaining? Captain, I'm just stating the facts. The terrain here is complex, and we have no idea where Old Lu might be hiding. Without knowing the terrain or a solid plan, we could come back empty-handed or worse, with casualties. It's all because that villager disobeyed orders and barged into the mountains, forcing us to advance our operation and disrupt our pursuit plan. Enough. Save the talk. Rescuing people is our mission. Don't undermine morale here. The foot chief shot him a withering glance. Then, they heard movement ahead. Someone up ahead. Everyone stay alert. We must confirm if it's the criminal before firing. Roger that. Chen Xiangdong also sensed someone approaching, and it wasn't just one person. He guessed it must be the militia and public security officers. Therefore, he needed to reveal his identity now. If they mistook him for Boss Lu, with so many of them, each firing a shot, he'd be in serious trouble. He shouted, "Friendly! Friendly! I'm a villager from the nearby village." Hearing this, Longlegs quickly led his men over. Of course, they remained vigilant. Who knew if this was Lu Laoda's trick? Only after approaching and confirming he wasn't Lu Laoda did they relax their guard. We've finally found you. Follow us closely and don't wander off again. Otherwise, if Lu Laoda catches you, we won't be able to apprehend the real criminals. The officer who had complained earlier shot Chen Xiangdong a dismissive glance. Chen Xiangdong could certainly sense the officer's hostility. "Oh, Big Boss Lu? I already killed him," Chen Xiangdong said casually. Surprise flashed across all their faces. They had been trying to capture Boss Lu for ages without success. They simply couldn't believe a mere villager could have killed Boss Lu. "You? Don't be ridiculous. Several of us public security officers chased him and couldn't catch him. He escaped into the mountains. How could you, an untrained farmer, possibly kill him? Comrade, this is a serious matter. Please don't joke about it here." Zhu Chang also found it hard to believe. "I'm a hunter. You really don't believe me?" "It's not that we don't believe you, but Lu Laoda is just too cunning. He's been stealing for 7 or 8 years, always escaping after each crime. He's even cunning enough to slip away right under the noses of our police officers. He's a criminal we've struggled to apprehend. How could you possibly have subdued him? Just because they can't catch the criminal themselves, they assume no one else can? Follow me. I'll take you to see the body," Chen Xiangdong said. Curiosity got the better of them, so they followed. They followed Chen Xiangdong into the cave. Inside, they saw a corpse lying in a large pool of blood. Beside it, a stone ledge held an old woman. "Chief, this is the body of old Lu." The group was stunned once more. The man on the ground was indeed Lu Laoda. A public security officer crouched down to examine the body, pulling back Lu Laoda's clothes to inspect the wound. Seeing the wound, he couldn't help but marvel at Chen Xiangdong's skill. This is indeed Lu Laoda. Time of death was approximately half an hour ago. There was only one wound on his body, and it was this wound that caused his death. Judging by the wound, it was caused by an arrow shot from behind. The archer was highly skilled. A single arrow pierced through Lu Laoda's heart and exited his body. Such marksmanship is extraordinary. I doubt anyone else in the country could match this level of skill except for the brother standing before us. The police officer analyzed the scene in detail. After examining the body, the look in his eyes as he turned to Chen Xiangdong had shifted to one of genuine admiration. "Impressive, young man." Footlong could tell from his own experience that the killer possessed genuine skill. He himself couldn't have pulled it off like that. Such talent wasted outside the military would be a shame. At that moment, Footlength had already secretly decided to recruit Chen Xiangdong into the department. With such a talent in the unit, his team would undoubtedly become the most formidable. As for that public security officer who had complained from the start and looked down on Chen Xiangdong, he didn't dare utter another word now. Who would have thought this kid actually killed Boss Lu? And with a single arrow, he struck the vital spot, killing him instantly. Having served in the military for over a decade and experienced actual combat, he knew it was incredibly difficult to shoot someone right through the heart with a rifle, let alone a bow and arrow. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I spoke out of turn earlier because I was so eager to find the criminal. Please forgive me." The officer immediately apologized to Chen Xiangdong. He despised those who played the hero, but he respected true heroes. If he hadn't apologized to Chen Xiangdong, he'd likely have berated himself for a long time afterward. "It's fine. It's understandable you wouldn't believe us. After all, we're just professional police officers hunting in the mountains to support our families," Chen Xiangdong said with a smile, not holding the apology against him. After all, they shared the same goal, to capture Boss Lu. "What's your name?" asked Footlong. "Chen Xiangdong, a villager from Taoshi village." Chen Xiangdong introduced himself. "Comrade Chen Xiangdong, you've done a great service this time. I'll report this to higher-ups and see you properly rewarded. Zhu Chang patted Chen Xiangdong's shoulder, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Chapter 54, A Major Contribution. Thank you, team leader. Chen Xiangdong saluted in response. Shaoli, blow the whistle to notify the militia and police still searching the criminals been captured. Now hurry and carry the body down the mountain, the team leader ordered. The Lu Laode case was serious in nature. Now that the criminal had been apprehended, they could close the case and avoid further criticism from their superiors. They carried Lu Laude's body and his mother down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they escorted Lu Laude's mother home and instructed the production team leader of their village to properly care for this elderly widow. Xinxin followed the adults down to the foot of the mountain to watch the commotion. Sister, did Dad really kill the bad guy? Dad killed someone. Does that mean he'll go to jail? Nian Nian asked anxiously. Dad killed a bad guy. He's a hero. How could a hero go to jail? Xinxin replied. I'm taking you two home. Don't stand around watching the commotion, Lin Yueshio said, pulling them both along. Lin Yueshio feared that seeing the body might leave psychological scars on Xinxian. But the two little kids refused to go home without seeing their father. Nian Nian won't go back. Nian Nian wants daddy. Nian Nian just wants daddy. Nian Nian whined. At that moment, a middle-aged man in ragged clothes was staring intently at Nian Nian. Yueshio, hurry and take the kids home. I heard the body is covered in blood, we can't let the children see it. The team leader approached Lin Yueshio. Got it. Lin Yueshio nodded. But the two little brats refused to budge. Just then, Lin Yueshio spotted Godan nearby. Godan, help take them home. Because Chen Xiangdong had saved Godan, Godan was utterly loyal to him. As Chen Xiangdong's wife, Lin Yueshio naturally earned his loyalty as well. Hearing Lin Yueshio's words, he hoisted both children onto his shoulders and carried them home. Little Coral was forced to fall off Xinxi's back. She crawled along behind, looking dejected. As the body was carried down, many villagers gathered to watch. Xiangdong really killed the criminal, he's rid the village of a menace. Our village will be famous now we've produced a great hero. It's becoming clearer and clearer that Chen Xiangdong is no ordinary man. All those police couldn't catch this murderer, but Chen Xiangdong went up the mountain and killed him with his bare hands. He's become so formidable, he's not the Chen Xiangdong I used to know. That's because he was holding back before. Besides, no criminals ever came to our village back then, so he couldn't show off his skills. Haha, well, that's because our village has such good public security. That's because the captain manages things well, that's why security is good. Truth be told, the team leader really cracks down on petty thieves. Steal an egg and he'll lock you up for a lesson. So while there might be lazybones in their village, petty thieves? Absolutely none. Now, when the villagers saw Chen Xiangdong, they gathered around him too. Xiangdong, you've done something great, that's amazing. That murderer was so ruthless, how did you manage to take him down? Tell us the whole story. The villagers were all eager to hear the heroic details. Well, there's not much to describe. I just caught him off guard and delivered the fatal blow. Chen Xiangdong didn't want to boast about his achievements. He only briefly mentioned it to the group. As the village leader, the captain expressed gratitude on behalf of the villagers to the police officers and militia members. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate your swift action in sealing off the mountain base. You ensured the safety of our villagers. Their village was closest to the mountain. If the criminal had remained hiding there, the villagers would have been in constant danger. Fortunately, that guy Xiangdong proved his mettle by taking down the criminal outright. We were merely supporting him. The real thanks should go to Comrade Chen Xiangdong from your village. He apprehended a high-priority fugitive and performed a great service. Your village has produced a hero, the team leader said with a smile. Don't underestimate that youngster Xiangdong, he's quite the force. Wild boars, wolf packs, he can hunt them all down single-handedly, the captain praised with a hearty laugh. Chen Xiangdong's capture of the criminal was his glory, but also the collective's glory. Comrade Xiangdong has boundless potential, the team leader remarked with a smile. After that, they brought the body back. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was the village's most honored figure. Lin Yueshio and the others were immensely proud of him. Villagers who encountered Chen Jianmen on the road would enviously exchange a few words with him. Old Chen, your eldest son has done you proud, he's performed a great service. If only my son had such capability, I'd be smiling in my grave. Hearing such words, Chen Jianmen should have felt happy, but instead, a strange ache welled up inside him. His son was doing so well now, having earned recognition. In the future, when relief grain was distributed, his son might receive more than others. But right now, his relationship with this very son was strained. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became at that old woman, Wang Suihua, at home. She kept telling him to pin their hopes on the fifth son, while relentlessly demanding more from the eldest. Seeing how well Chen Xiangdong was doing now, he was starting to regret it. As soon as the police had carried away the body, the captain came over to Chen Xiangdong and said, the leaders from the Ministry of Agriculture will arrive in the county town early tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning, he'll use an ox cart to fetch the leaders. There was no other way. This area was backward, transportation was inconvenient, and the fastest way to the county seat was by ox cart. Understood. I'll make sure to give those officials a proper welcome. He had no idea how long the Ministry of Agriculture officials would be staying. But Chen Xiangdong wasn't nervous. He had been building biogas digesters for so long that he was now more knowledgeable than those experts. Before dawn the next day, the team leader set off for the county seat with the ox cart. The director of the Ministry of Agriculture came personally, bringing his assistant along. His assistant was also an expert in this field. He had led the previous biogas experiments and was the project manager. When he heard that a farmer had successfully built a biogas digester and lit a biogas lamp and stove, he found it utterly unbelievable that a farmer could achieve such a feat. Several years prior, his team had spent over a year researching and conducting field experiments without success. How could an uneducated farmer possibly have a method to achieve this? It must be a simple modification, the kind that wouldn't work very well. The villagers just hadn't seen anything like it before, so they thought it was a success. The assistant could only console himself with this thought. On the ox cart, the director noticed his assistant staring blankly, lost in thought. He remarked, "This trip to the village is crucial for learning absorb others' knowledge. We must study Comrade Chen Xiangdong's approach." Hearing this, the assistant felt a pang of resentment. He was a researcher at the Ministry of Agriculture, highly educated. Was he really supposed to learn from an illiterate farmer? Chapter 55, Appointment. The assistant felt deeply resentful, but in front of the director, he dared not show it. He merely smiled without emotion and agreed. "Yes, director." The entire journey left the assistant in a foul mood. The ox cart was unbearably bumpy. Before arriving, he had never imagined conditions would be this dire. The production team leader would use an ox cart to haul them around. They were leaders, after all. For an inspection visit, they should at least have used a tractor. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the village. Both the director and his assistant looked a bit disheveled. Chen Xiangdong was waiting for them at the village entrance. As soon as the ox cart arrived, he stepped forward to help the bureau chief down. Seeing Chen Xiangdong so proactive, the assistant's impression of him worsened. The director was being overly enthusiastic, just like those sycophants. "You must be Comrade Chen Xiangdong," the director asked with a smile. "Yes, director," Chen Xiangdong replied. "A farmer who developed biogas that's impressive," the director praised. Though he offered praise, he himself didn't believe Chen Xiangdong could perfect biogas technology. Because this thing is still quite challenging at present. Of course, their purpose in coming this time was to draw inspiration from Chen Xiangdong and refine their current biogas project based on his ideas. In northern winters, temperatures drop to 20 C, freezing biogas digesters solid like ice cellars and halting gas production entirely. In this bitter cold, how could your digester possibly generate combustible gas? You wouldn't be using some shortcut or trick to falsely report biogas production in sub-zero conditions, would you? The assistant launched straight into a challenging question without any preamble. Of course, this was a problem they themselves couldn't solve. He deliberately raised this issue to challenge Chen Xiangdong, while also testing the farmer's true capabilities. The director made no move to stop his assistant's provocation, effectively tacitly approving it. Chen Xiangdong hadn't expected them to throw such a difficult question at him right off the bat. Logically speaking, the assistant's point was valid. With temperatures below freezing and everything frozen solid, gas production was impossible. This was precisely the challenge future generations would need to overcome. Of course, when the system granted him this reward, it had already considered this issue. The system solved it in its own way. The entire construction principle was already in his mind. This problem posed no challenge to him. These two intellectuals still want to see him fail? Fine, I'll play along with you intellectuals. In temperatures below -20 degrees, it really does freeze solid. I tried many methods, and finally one worked. First, the soil temperature in the permafrost layer is 5 to 8 degrees Celsius, which is over 20 degrees higher than the upper layers. So you have to dig deep, while utilizing composite insulation structures, solar-oriented heating, and fermenting with cold-resistant bacterial strains? Chen Xiangdong spoke at length, rattling off a string of concepts most of them had never heard before. These were concepts that researchers would only arrive at much later. Now Chen Xiangdong was using them prematurely to show off. The two of them were completely baffled, yet they felt Chen Xiangdong's arguments made sense. Moreover, his ideas sounded incredibly sophisticated and high-tech, even more professional than what they researchers themselves had proposed. After listening, the director grew even more eager to see the biogas digester at Chen Xiangdong's home. His assistant had intended to make Chen Xiangdong look foolish, but instead found himself feeling utterly useless in comparison. "Comrade Chen Xiangdong, you're a man of great vision and expertise. Please take us to your home right away," the director urged impatiently. The team leader stood by, utterly dumbfounded. How did this kid Chen Xiangdong become so smooth? He spouted some jargon that none of us understood, and he even fooled the director of the Ministry of Agriculture. When they arrived at Chen Xiangdong's home, they saw his biogas system was remarkably advanced. It was something they had tried to research before but never managed to achieve. Word spread among the villagers that high-ranking officials were inspecting Chen Xiangdong's biogas system, drawing a crowd eager to see it. The higher-ups have taken notice of Xiangdong's biogas system and are here to inspect it now. Everyone, hurry over and take a look. Getting the attention of higher-ups Chen Xiangdong's really something. Many villagers gathered to watch, and the presence of village leaders made everyone feel quite excited. After inspecting the entire biogas system, the bureau chief grasped Chen Xiangdong's hand with excitement. Comrade Chen Xiangdong, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, I present you with this commendation banner. Thank you. After shaking hands with the director, Chen Xiangdong accepted the banner. Comrade Chen Xiangdong, your outstanding performance has earned you a position as a researcher at the Ministry of Agriculture. Our nation needs talents like you. The achievements you've made now are of tremendous help to the nation. Applying your technology to urban pig farms would save a tremendous amount in electricity costs and energy consumption. The director grew increasingly animated as he spoke. When he saw no immediate response from Chen Xiangdong, he grew concerned that Chen might refuse. He continued, this role isn't demanding. You'll only need to provide guidance when they encounter issues. You'll only need to visit the site when they require your presence. You can stay in the village most of the time since our main focus is agricultural research. Living in the countryside allows you to draw on local resources and facilitates your research. The state has hired you, so you'll be a research staff member from now on, with a monthly stipend of 200 yuan. 200 yuan a month was considered a very high income in those days. A researcher's salary was 3 to 5 times higher than that of urban workers. This clearly demonstrates that scientific talent was highly valued in this era. Great! Chen Xiangdong agreed immediately. First, the salary was genuinely attractive, and he could conduct independent research while stationed in their village. Second, if biogas became standard across pig farms nationwide, he'd be a national hero. Such honor was certainly worth pursuing, especially since he had children to provide for and a future to pave. What a heartbreakingly universal parental sentiment. Most parents must share this desire. Excellent. Welcome Comrade Chen Xiangdong to the National Agricultural Research Department. The director shook his hand once more. Standing nearby, the team leader listened with intense emotion. Had he really heard correctly? The director of the Ministry of Agriculture was actually appointing Chen Xiangdong as a researcher. An ordinary farmer suddenly became a researcher. Their village was about to produce a big shot. Xiangdong, you've made it big, the team leader exclaimed excitedly. The gathered villagers were filled with envy. Chen Xiangdong's become a researcher. Now he's an official too, with such a high salary. I'm so jealous. Impressive. We're all farmers, but he's the one who's made something of himself. Aunt Suihua, your eldest son has done you proud. Now he's a researcher, earning 200 yuan a month. Aunt Suihua, if only I had a son as accomplished as yours. Becoming an administrative staff member at a state agency was something Chen Xiangdong never could have imagined. This was purely by accident. Later, they discussed having the two leaders join them for dinner, but the bureau chief had to rush back for an important meeting regarding the biogas project. So he declined their invitation, and after exchanging pleasantries, they hurried back. Lin Yueshio and the old lady were also delighted for Chen Xiangdong. Just as they were celebrating, the old lady remembered the two children. Where are Xinxing and Nian? Where did those little ones run off to? I haven't seen them all day. Chapter 56, Kidnapping. Chen Xiangdong had been entertaining the two leaders all day and hadn't paid attention to the children. Did Xinxian say where they were going when they left this morning? Chen Xiangdong asked Lin Yueshio. They said they were going to the ditch to dig for red worms to feed to little coral. Those little rascals are always off exploring somewhere else. They still haven't returned, and it's really worrying. Just then, an older woman chimed in. This morning, I saw Xinxian with a man by the ditch. He was a stranger, not from our village. Chen Xiangdong's heart sank. He now had a strong premonition. Xinxin Nian might have been abducted. Auntie, are you sure you didn't mistake him? Was he truly a stranger? Yes, a stranger, a middle-aged man. He was making them both laugh so happily. After the woman finished speaking, a villager ran over holding a hat. Xiangdong, isn't this your daughter Nian's hat? I found it on the frozen river. How did a perfectly good hat end up there? Chen Xiangdong took the hat. It was indeed Nian's. A bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. His heart was already far from calm. Nian might be in trouble. Captain, could you make an announcement over the loudspeaker and ask the villagers to help search? I'll go right now. The situation was urgent, and the team leader headed straight for the team office. Chen Xiangdong and Lin Yueshio both went out to search. Nian, where are you? They searched the entire village but found no sign of them. The team leader also shouted through a megaphone. Villagers, villagers. Has anyone seen Xinxin today? If you have, report to the team headquarters immediately. Villagers, villagers. Chen Xiangdong's two daughters, Xinxin and Nian, are missing. Let's all help search for them. The villagers all went to help search for the children. Chen Xiangdong couldn't fathom who would be bold enough to steal children from the village in broad daylight. Once he found the kidnapper, he would tear him limb from limb. Xiangdong, don't worry. They might not have been abducted. Perhaps they just got carried away playing and wandered off somewhere. They'll likely return later. The team leader could only offer this consolation. No sooner had the team leader spoken these words of comfort than Wang Suewa's wails pierced the air. My darlings, please don't let anything happen to you. If anything happens to you, Grandma won't want to live anymore. It's all Grandma's fault for not watching over you. It's all Grandma's fault. Wang Suewa knelt on the ground, wailing and crying out to the heavens. Earlier, she had bullied those two little ones. Today, Chen Xiangdong had been appointed as a researcher at the Ministry of Agriculture, earning a high monthly salary. She bitterly regretted her impulsive actions that had soured their relationship, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. It wasn't too late to mend things now. Hearing that Xinxian might have been abducted, she came out crying, weeping more bitterly than anyone else. Several older women nearby couldn't help but feel moved by her sorrow. Aunt Suehua wasn't entirely indifferent to those two granddaughters. The other women comforted her. Aunt Suehua, stop crying. We don't know what happened yet, but Xinxianian will be fine. That's right. You can't break down now. Aunt Suehua, get up quickly. Don't just sit there crying. Hearing Wang Suewa's sobs, Chen Xiangdong felt intensely annoyed. He knew this old woman was surely putting on an act. But he couldn't be bothered to deal with it now. His mind was consumed solely by Xinxianing. Nothing could happen to them. Captain, keep an eye on the house for me. Doggy and I will go search the nearby villages. Chen Xiangdong was now worried that Lin Yueshio might do something reckless. Alright, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the old lady and Yueshio. Chen Xiangdong took Godan to search for the missing person. Having lived as a hermit for over a decade, Godan's senses and awareness were undoubtedly sharper than those of ordinary people. His sense of smell and alertness were undoubtedly sharper than most. Right now, the only one who could help Chen Xiangdong was Godan. In an abandoned wooden shack near Taoshir village, Xinxin and Nian were locked inside. Earlier that morning, the two girls had been digging for red worms by the ditch. A man named Wang Erden approached them, striking up a conversation and playing with them. Though Xinxin was usually quite clever, she was still just a child, innocent and trusting. Wang Erden lured them to a deserted riverside, laced candy with a sedative, and gave it to both of them to eat. Nian ate the candy while also feeding some to Xiao Shanhua. Eventually, both Xinxian and Xiao Coral were knocked unconscious. Afterward, they were locked inside this abandoned shack. Wang Erden even stuffed little Coral into a bag, planning to stew it for soup. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Daddy, Daddy, come save us. Xinxin Nian awoke, bound hand and foot in an unfamiliar place. The two of them cried and screamed. Stop screaming. Keep it up, and I'll cut out your tongues and braise them to drink with my wine. Wang Erden entered to intimidate them. The two little ones immediately fell silent upon hearing about having their tongues cut out. Seeing they'd quieted down, Wang Erden locked the door again. He hadn't wanted to kidnap the children in the first place. If they had anyone to blame, it was their father. After all, their father had killed his sworn brother and blocked his path to wealth. A man who doesn't avenge such a wrong is no gentleman. He wanted revenge on Chen Xiangdong, so he kidnapped the girl he'd been obsessing over. He also planned to sell the two children. Sister, will that bad uncle outside eat us? Great-grandma said lots of people are starving now, with no meat to eat. Some might even eat human flesh. Nian, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. I won't let that bad uncle eat you. Xinxin was always brave, even now that she'd been kidnapped. Unlike other children, she didn't cry and whine. Instead, she was thinking of how to escape. Little Coral. Little Coral. Xinxin called out. But little Coral didn't appear. Seeing this, she muttered to herself, little Coral hasn't been eaten by the bad guys, has she? Pa, what nonsense. Little Coral must be safe now. Hua Nian suddenly burst into tears. If Nian dies, she won't be able to see her mom and dad anymore. Shoo! Stop crying, or the bad guys will come in and cut out your tongue to drink with their wine. Xinxin said. Nian stifled her sobs, afraid to make a sound. Chapter 57, Bullying the Weak, Fearful of the Strong. Xinxin racked her brain for ideas when suddenly, the burlap sack across from her shifted. She immediately realized that the sack must contain little Coral. Nian, big sister is about to do something important. You mustn't cry, it'll draw that bad uncle over. Okay. Nian nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. After eating the candy that bad uncle gave them today, they felt extremely sleepy. What happened afterward, she couldn't recall. She only remembered sleeping for a very, very long time before waking up. Little Coral had licked the candy too, so it must have passed out as well. It probably hadn't woken up yet. Her limbs were bound, making walking impossible. She could only roll over to untie the bag. Once little Coral was free, it would protect them. Because she remembered Dad saying that little Coral usually acted timid and meek around them. But it still had its aggressive side, like when it encountered bad people. Xiangdong rolled desperately toward the burlap sack, struggling with every inch. Though clumsy, she managed to untie it. Little Coral, wake up. Little Coral, hurry up and wake up. Xiangdong lay down and gave little Coral a firm nudge. Only then did little Coral stir awake. Opening its eyes and sensing danger for its young masters, it immediately crawled over to Xiangdong's side. Little Coral, can you help us untie these ropes? Little Coral then crawled to the ropes binding Xiangdong's hands and began gnawing at them, bite by bite. Little Coral had developed sentience while at Chen Xiangdong's breeding farm. Both in intelligence and combat prowess, it surpassed ordinary snakes. An ordinary snake couldn't bite through the rope, but it could. Before long, the rope was severed. Little Coral, you're amazing. I'll reward you with a chicken leg when we get back. Xiangdong quickly untied the rope from her own foot. Then she immediately went over to help Nian Nian untie her rope. Nian Nian finally stopped crying. Big sister, you're so amazing. Let's go find Daddy. Then, Xiangdong started banging on the door as hard as she could, making as much noise as possible. She just wanted that bad uncle to hear. The door was locked from the outside. They couldn't open it themselves, only the bad uncle could unlock it. You two little girls won't get away that easily. I'm going to sell you to a brothel. Wang Erden heard the commotion and immediately opened the door to come in. You dare. My dad's really tough, he'll kill you. Xiangdong yelled. So what if he's tough? He won't find you too. You two little girls are clever, managing to untie the ropes. But do you really think you can run away now? Think again. Wang Erden walked over to try and tie them up again. Suddenly, little Coral flashed before him, opening its mouth wide to bite him. Terrified, Wang Erden bolted out the door. Holy cow! Isn't this supposed to be a dumb snake? Why is it so vicious? Wang Erden was relieved he'd run fast enough to avoid being bitten. But little Coral wasn't about to let him go, chasing him frantically with its fangs bared. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangdong and Godan were searching for their trail. Godan's keen sense of smell quickly picked up the scent they'd been searching for. Brother Dong, we should find Xingxinian soon. Follow me. Godan led Chen Xiangdong along. Brother Dong, they should be over there. Godan pointed toward a dilapidated shack in the distance. Chen Xiangdong immediately sprinted over, his heart filled with concern for Xingxinian's well-being, running like the wind. Sure enough, he heard Xingxinian's curses and Nian Nian's laughter. Wait, weren't they kidnapped? What the hell? Upon reaching the shack, the scene before him eased Chen Xiangdong's mind. A man was tied to a chair, his body wrapped in ropes like a cocoon. His face bore several bite marks, swollen like a pig's snout. The man whimpered pitifully, begging Xiangdong for mercy. Though he saw that his two little darlings were safe, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but embrace them, his heart aching. Thank goodness you're both okay. It's all Dad's fault for not taking better care of you, letting the traffickers get their chance. Daddy won't be careless anymore. Daddy will protect you both. Before finding Xingxinian, his mood had been complex and deeply depressed. He had genuinely feared losing them again. Now that he saw them safe, he couldn't help but hold them tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Daddy, don't cry. Don't cry. We're super strong. The bad guys are scared of us. Xiangdong and Nian Nian are both okay. The two little ones each wiped one of Chen Xiangdong's cheeks. Okay, Daddy won't cry. But Xingxinian, you can't run off like that anymore, okay? Okay, we'll listen to Daddy. We won't run off anymore and make Daddy and Mommy worry. Just then, little Coral crawled over and climbed onto Chen Xiangdong, eager to claim credit. She had the biggest part in catching the bad guy. Daddy, it was little Coral who hurt the bad uncle. If it weren't for little Coral, we would have been sold into a brothel. Xiangdong said. Alright, we'll give little Coral a nice reward when we get home. Chen Xiangdong patted little Coral on the head. Wang Erden spotted Chen Xiangdong and became wildly agitated. You bastard. You're blocking our money-making path. I'll kill you. Chen Xiangdong set down Xingxinian and glared at Wang Erden. You dare kidnap my daughter? You'll pay for this. Chen Xiangdong landed several heavy punches on Wang Erden's face. In an instant, his face was a bloody mess. You killed my older brother. So what if I kidnapped your daughter? Your older brother? You mean Big Brother Lu? Yes. You killed him. Otherwise, he'd still be taking me along on heists. It's all your fault for blocking my path to riches. Only then did Chen Xiangdong realize this man was one of Big Brother Lu's associates. His partner came for revenge. No wonder so many children were playing in the village. Instead of kidnapping anyone else, they had to kidnap his daughter. What you're doing is illegal. Turn back while you still can. Illegal? We can't even put food on the table. Year after year, it's always the same. We'll never escape this misery. What do you expect us to do? If we don't steal or rob, our whole family will starve to death. We don't want to live like this either, but this life is unbearable. Wang Erden burst into tears. Go Dan, take him back. Have the team leader notify the police to arrest him. Let the authorities handle it. Hearing this, Go Dan grabbed Wang Erden by the collar and dragged him toward the village. At that moment, the villagers still didn't know that Chen Xiangdong had found his long-lost loved one. They continued searching. Lier, go search the foothills nearby. Brother Xiangdong is our benefactor. Now his child is missing. No matter how difficult it is, we must help find him. Lier's wife gestured to the deaf Lier. Lier nodded. Zhang Fuchuan had just gotten up and stepped out of his house when he saw the two of them. An uneasy feeling immediately washed over him. No wonder he felt off today, seeing these two must have jinxed his luck. Just then, Zhao Manchang walked over and casually teased him. Look at him, deaf, mute, and poor, yet he managed to find a wife. And she's not only pretty but capable too. You, with all your limbs intact, haven't even managed to marry one. Zhang Fuchuan felt miserable inside. He couldn't stand the sight of that deathly Ertzi any longer. Who says I'm not as good as him? I'd even dare to flirt with his wife. With your cowardly nature. Zhang Fuchuan refused to accept this, so he walked over. Oh, Lier the deaf, out looking for someone with your wife? Saying this, Zhang Fuchuan brushed Lier's wife's cheek. Sis-in-law, your skin is so smooth. You pervert. Lier's wife cursed him angrily. Seeing his wife being harassed, deaf Lier flew into a rage and lunged at Zhang Fuchuan. But the guy slipped away quickly. After running off, he even turned back to mock him. You deaf mute, can't even protect your own wife, what good are you? With that, he ran off triumphantly. In the village, he only dared bully weaklings like deaf Lier. As Zhang Fuchuan passed through the village, a sudden thought struck him. Almost everyone in the village was off searching for Rinrun now, and this area was especially deserted. Team leader, are you deliberately targeting me? I'll make sure you can't explain this to anyone. Chapter 58, Trouble at the Production Team. The more Zhang Fuchuan thought about Zhao Monsong's words, the angrier he grew at their brigade leader. The rage stuck in his throat, refusing to subside. The brigade kept 10 oxen for plowing. Zhang Fuchuan mixed pesticide into their feed. He also soaked all the grain seeds stored in the brigade's warehouse in hot water, rendering them completely useless. Upon hearing that the long-awaited person had been found, everyone hurried back to the village. Go Dan also brought Wang Dan back to the brigade headquarters. Seeing this, the brigade leader knew immediately that these must be the ones who had abducted Xinxin and Yanyan. He immediately grabbed the megaphone, preparing to call everyone to the brigade headquarters for a meeting to criticize them. Chen Xiangdong stopped him. Captain, don't notify them. Notify the police instead. This is one of Boss Lu's associates. He's here to get revenge for me killing Boss Lu. Alright, notify the police. Let them handle it. For now, lock him up in the warehouse at the station. The captain ordered Godan to put Wang Dan in the warehouse. Before long, a villager ran over, urgently saying, Captain, it's bad. The ox seems to be dying. It was fine this morning, but now it's lying down and can't get up. For the villagers, the ox was vital. Without oxen to help plow the fields, farming became much harder. Besides, a single ox cost over 100 yuan to purchase. They had spent a large sum to acquire it earlier. If they all died, it would be a huge loss for the village. The team leader hurried over, and Chen Xiangdong followed. They arrived to find the oxen lying limp on the ground, foaming at the mouth, barely clinging to life. Where's the village doctor? Did you call him? Yes, he's on his way. No sooner had he spoken than the village doctor arrived. Step aside, let me see what's going on. The doctor examined the animals and shook his head. Poisoned. There's no saving him. The village doctor was the village's barefoot practitioner, treating both people and poultry. If he said there was no hope, then there was likely no hope. Can't we try some folk remedy to save them? These oxen are vital to us. The team leader pleaded. These oxen are barely hanging on. There's nothing I can do to save them, sighed the village doctor, clearly regretful. What? These draft oxen can't be saved? Without them, how will we plow and plant our fields? A single ox is so expensive, and the production team doesn't have enough money to buy new ones now. Life was already hard enough, and now we've lost our oxen too. What are we supposed to do from now on? Zhao Manchang came out wailing. Then he added, they were fine this morning, but now they're gone. And all of them at once? That can't be a coincidence. They must have eaten something wrong. They didn't eat anything wrong. We only fed them grass. With our current economic situation, how could they have access to anything else? Said the villager responsible for feeding the cattle today. Then it's obvious someone poisoned them. Zhao Manchang declared. I didn't poison them, the villager in charge of feeding the cattle insisted. Not you, but you can't rule out suspicion either. Captain, aren't you the one who manages the team's public property? How could someone sneak in poison? This is your failure to manage properly. You owe us all an explanation. Zhao Manchang seized the chance to shift all blame onto the team leader. He knew exactly who was responsible, secretly gloating over his own cunning. stirring the pot in front of Zhang Fuchuan, just a little provocation, but the kid actually took the bait. Just then, another villager approached. The seeds. All the seeds are gone. Whoever did this is utterly despicable. They were all soaked in hot water, the seeds are ruined. The villagers couldn't help but think about the coming spring without seeds. How would they survive the days ahead? These seeds were their livelihood, now they were gone. The thought brought tears to their eyes. What's going on? Who's sabotaging us? The team leader roared. But Zhao Manchang retorted, isn't it because of your poor management? If you'd managed things properly, how could this have happened? The cattle are gone, the seeds are gone, what are we supposed to do now? Captain, your management has caused the village such huge losses. You must give us an explanation. He was directing all the villagers' suspicions toward the team leader. The team leader was the one responsible. Now that everything was lost, it was the team leader's fault. Chen Xiangdong stood by watching as a similar scene played out before him once more. In his previous life, the team leader had been framed. Though the timing and events didn't match, the outcome was the same. Chen Xiangdong guessed that everyone would soon turn against the captain. They would blame him for poor management. Unable to defend himself, the team leader would sink into deep self-reproach, convinced his failures had caused the village's heavy losses. Not long after, he would succumb to depression and take his own life. In the end, Zhao Manchang became the new captain. Chen Xiangdong couldn't let the captain die, he was a responsible leader. His own family struggled, but seeing how hard it was for Li Erlongzi to raise his wife and children, he often brought them food. In short, he always had the village's best interests at heart. Yet there was one person who disliked him and sought to oust him. The team leader is the head of the production team, but when something like this happens, is it all the team leader's fault? Chen Xiangdong stepped forward to speak up. He's the captain, the leader of our production team. Now that trouble has struck, he should bear the responsibility, Zhao Manchang retorted defiantly. Exactly. When things go wrong, the team leader must take responsibility. We depend on our oxen and seeds for our livelihoods. A villager chimed in. Chapter 59, Defending the Team Leader. Once someone sets the tone, others inevitably follow. Now, some people weren't blaming the one who caused the damage, but only criticizing the captain for poor management. Faced with such an incident, the captain found it hard to defend himself. If everyone shared this view, his explanations would carry little weight. This time, it was indeed my poor management that caused losses to the village. I apologize to everyone. I will find the troublemaker as soon as possible. The captain was an honest, hard-working man. He began by apologizing to everyone. The other villagers said nothing more, but Zhao Manchang pressed relentlessly. He seized upon the captain's poor management and refused to let it go, determined to make a big deal out of this incident. What good will it do to find the troublemaker? We're all still just as poor. Even if we find that person, they can't repay the 10 oxen or all the seeds stored in the warehouse. Team leader, you've got to figure out how to make up for these losses. Otherwise, what are we supposed to do? Now Chen Xiangdong seriously suspected Zhao Manchang might be behind it. But there was no evidence to prove it. Or maybe you shouldn't be the team leader anymore. I suggest our production team elect a new one. Zhao Manchang pressed on. No one is more suited for the role than our current captain. I won't agree to replace him, Chen Xiangdong stated. Everyone knows you and the captain are close. Xiangdong, you can't just oppose this because of your relationship. If the captain leads poorly, we'll always go hungry. Don't defend the captain just because of your personal connection. At that moment, the village party secretary also spoke up. The production team leader has indeed mismanaged things this time, causing enormous losses. No other brigade captain has ever managed things so badly that all the oxen died and all the seeds were lost. This constitutes gross negligence and warrants punishment. So if the oxen hadn't died and the seeds hadn't rotted, would that mean the team leader wasn't responsible? Chen Xiangdong retorted. With the cattle in this state and the seeds gone, the damage is already done. How can we possibly salvage the situation? I might be able to treat the oxen. As for the seeds, I'll work with the team leader to find a solution. Now is the time to minimize losses, not to fixate on the captain at this moment. Chen Xiangdong recalled that his spatial farm possessed healing properties for animals and operated fully automatically. Perhaps placing these cattle inside could allow the system to treat them. If these losses could be recovered, no one would blame the captain. You're not a vet, and besides, the vet already said it's beyond treatment. That's not necessarily true. What if I really could cure them? Hope is better than despair. Treating them might kill them, or it might save them. Not treating them means certain death. Xiangdong's right. It's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. We'll need these plow oxen to till the fields come spring. Uncle Li said. Uncle Li naturally hoped Chen Xiangdong could cure the ox. He also didn't want the team leader to lose his position over this incident. Well, we'll just have to try it then, the village party secretary said after a moment's thought. You all step aside for now. I need to assess the current condition of these oxen. Go Dan, escort them out and keep watch outside. Don't let anyone come in and disturb us. Chen Xiangdong instructed. Everyone, cooperate with Xiangdong. Step outside, the village secretary helped coordinate. Right, step outside. Let Chen Xiangdong try to revive a dead horse, maybe these cattle still have a chance. Zhao Manchang feigned concern. Those cows ate pesticide, it's highly toxic, and so much time has passed. There's no way to save them now. In the end, the team leader would still have to step down. All the onlookers left, leaving only the team leader behind. Team leader, trust me, I'll cure these cattle. Don't blame yourself, this wasn't your fault to begin with. Don't be too moralistic, it only gives opportunists leverage over you. So you're saying someone dislikes you and doesn't want me to be captain? Hearing Chen Xiangdong say this, the captain also felt that someone didn't want him to continue as captain. It's clear someone covets your position. But don't worry, they won't succeed easily. As long as you don't blame yourself for this, they won't be able to manipulate you. Yeah, you're right. Xiangdong, hearing you say that actually makes me feel a lot better. But what about these cattle and seeds? Even if you cure the cattle, the seeds are still a problem. The team doesn't have enough money to buy new seeds right now, and my family can't afford that much either. Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Captain, rest assured, wait outside for my good news. The team leader now pinned all his hopes on Chen Xiangdong. Godan stood guard outside, ensuring no one entered. He needed to put the cattle into his spatial pocket. If anyone walked in and saw him make the cows vanish into thin air, it would be trouble, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Chen Xiangdong hadn't paid much attention to the farm lately. This time, upon opening the farm, he was surprised to see the wild sow was already heavily pregnant. It seemed she would give birth soon. This was happening way too fast. At least he wouldn't have to worry about pork in the future. However, the few young pigs he'd raised earlier had already grown to over 300 or 400 pounds. If he kept raising them, the meat would become tougher. He needed to sell them quickly. Next, Chen Xiangdong moved all the oxen into the spatial farm. The farm immediately detected that the oxen had been poisoned. The treatment function was activated immediately. 10 minutes later, the oxen vomited, expelling everything they had eaten. The system automatically performed gastric lavage and detoxification. After about half an hour, their symptoms subsided and they were able to stand up. The system indicated treatment completion. All 10 oxen had been successfully detoxified. Great! This way we won't lose so many cattle. Chen Xiangdong led the oxen back into the corral. Then he let them come inside. The oxen really look more energetic now they can stand up. Who knew Chen Xiangdong was also skilled in veterinary medicine? He managed to cure them when the village doctor couldn't. Maybe I can ask Chen Xiangdong to treat me next time. He's treating the oxen, are you an ox? Ha ha ha. Seeing the oxen improve, the villagers' spirits lifted. Impossible, impossible. That ox was practically dying, how did you manage it, Chen Xiangdong? The village doctor watched the scene in utter disbelief. In his eyes, it was nothing short of a miracle in the veterinary world. Acupuncture. As for the specifics? That's a trade secret. Chen Xiangdong casually dismissed the question with a vague explanation. After all, traditional Chinese medicine was profound and mysterious, they'd believe it anyway. The village doctor naturally didn't press further. Medical techniques weren't something you just handed out casually. As a village doctor himself, he understood this principle. Back in the day, he had to seek out a master before his teacher would impart the knowledge. That's incredible, Xiangdong. Looks like I'll have to ask you to take me as your apprentice. Chapter 60, To Err is Human. I only know how to treat cattle. I wouldn't dare take you as a disciple, Chen Xiangdong joked. The oxen's poisoning has been cured. They're fine now. Just feed them carefully for the next few days. What I just don't understand is who these oxen have such a grudge against that someone would feed them pesticide. It wasn't me. I still need them for plowing. And definitely not me. I'm an upright gentleman, why would I do something that brings me no benefit? The villagers scrambled to defend themselves. This is an egregious act causing immense damage to everyone. We must find the culprit. Who is it? Come forward before 10 p.m. tonight, and the brigade will not pursue charges. If you don't come forward tonight and are caught, you'll go to jail. Don't think you can get away with it. As the saying goes, if you don't want it known, don't do it. The team leader declared sternly. Zhang Fuchuan felt panic rising within him upon hearing this and hurried home. Though he'd acted on impulse, he was still terrified. He was lazy, but he'd never done anything truly terrible in his life. Now, his conscience was already gnawing at him. After the others dispersed, only the captain and Chen Xiangdong remained. Xiangdong, will what I said actually work? We'll see. If that person is cowardly, he's probably pacing restlessly right now. If he's truly wicked, he'll be perfectly calm. But it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. As long as it's man-made, we'll find the culprit. Right. Whatever you decide to do next, I'll follow your lead. The captain now placed immense trust in Chen Xiangdong. Just carry on as usual, work normally, live normally. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chen Xiangdong preferred to focus on easing the captain's mind. Because in his previous life, the captain had died due to psychological issues. What about the seeds? Don't worry about the seeds. I'll handle them tomorrow. Tomorrow he'd head to the county seat and trade meat for them. That wasn't a major issue. The seeds stored in the warehouse included potatoes, soybeans, sorghum, and wheat. These seeds are easy to find, just go trade for ready-made ones. That's not hard. The real challenge for the villagers is that they have no money. Thanks, Xiangdong. Without you, I really wouldn't have known what to do. That loss would have been too much for any one person to bear. Captain, you're too kind. If someone with bad intentions had become the team leader, the villagers in the production team would have suffered even more hardship. Alright, now that things are settled, you'll need to keep an eye on these cattle for the next few days. I'm heading home to be with my wife and kids. With that, Chen Xiangdong headed home. Around 8 or 9 o'clock that night, Zhang Fuchuan lay in bed early, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Now he was beginning to regret it. By sabotaging things, he'd made life difficult for the team leader, for the villagers, and for himself. How could he have been so foolish? Guilt gnawed at his conscience, his heart pounding with remorse. At 10 o'clock that night, Chen Xiangdong turned off the light and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. Who could be coming to see him so late? Chen Xiangdong got up to open the door and saw Zhang Fuchuan standing there. The moment he saw Zhang Fuchuan there, he already guessed why he was standing at his door. Go apologize to the captain. Chen Xiangdong said. Xiangdong, help me out. I really didn't mean to do those things. I just lost my temper and acted impulsively. I may be lazy, Zhang Fuchuan, but I'm not a bad person at heart. If I hadn't heard Zhao Manchan's words, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Zhang Fuchuan explained. Now Chen Xiangdong understood the whole story. So that's how it was. That Zhao Manchang wanted to use someone else's knife to kill. At first, he thought Zhao Manchang had poisoned the food himself. What a sly bastard. If someone like that became the team leader, it would be no surprise if he didn't embezzle the production team's resources. You know you're lazy, right? Blaming the team leader for your meager grain rations just because you're too lazy to work? If I were the team leader, I'd starve you to death and you'd have only yourself to blame. See those words on the mud wall over there? Labor is the most glorious. You don't want to work but still want more? If you don't starve to death, who will? I suppose you're right. I realize my mistake now. I don't want to antagonize the villagers, I don't want to go to jail, and I certainly don't want to starve to death. Zhang Fuchuan scratched the back of his head, his face flushed crimson with shame. Talking to me won't help. Please, you're the only one who can help me now. Zhang Fuchuan nearly dropped to his knees. Chen Xiangdong could even revive a dying cow. He was a man of great skill. If he went to speak well of him to the team leader and the village officials, they would surely overlook it. I'll help you, but I have one condition. What condition? Stop being a lazy bum, or you'll never find a wife in this lifetime. Even if I stop being lazy, I still can't find a wife. I'm too poor. Where would I find a bride? When girls hear I'm too poor, they won't even listen to the matchmaker's pitch. You know being too poor means no wife. Since you're poor, change that, make yourself better off. Once you're better off, you won't have to worry about finding a bride. Easy for you to say. We've had 2 years of natural disasters. Crops won't grow, food is scarce, how can we get rich? So listen to me. Tomorrow, go with them to harvest reeds for greenhouse farming. Once crops grow and food isn't scarce, wives will come naturally. But you must have a pair of hard-working hands. Look at how lazy you've become. Look at your home, the pots are caked with layers of grime and you won't even wash them. Trash is everywhere on the floor, and you sleep with your food. Even an old woman would run away if she stepped inside your door. After hearing this, Zhang Fuchuan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Chen Xiangdong was right about everything. Every word hit home, stinging like a needle. It hurt, but every word was true. If I want a wife, I have to change. To change, I need a pair of hard-working hands. I won't be lazy anymore. Xiangdong, help me out. I still want to live in this village. Zhang Fuchuan pleaded once more. It seemed that this time, after doing something wrong, Zhang Fuchuan was truly afraid. He was lazy, but he wasn't a thoroughly bad person. Now that he's had a change of heart, it's not too late. No one is perfect, the important thing is to know how to repent. Alright, come with me to see the captain now. Alright, thanks, Xiangdong. You're a good man. I'll listen to you. I won't be lazy anymore. I still want to marry a wife. Want to marry a wife? Then get up early tomorrow and go cut reeds with them. No slacking off at work. Got it. I won't slack off, I promise. Zhang Fuchuan followed Chen Xiangdong with a smile. Before long, they arrived at the team leader's house. Team leader, are you asleep yet? I need to talk to you. Chapter 61, Showing Doggy the World. The captain had already gone to bed, but upon hearing the voices, he immediately came out to open the door. Seeing Chen Xiangdong and Zhang Fuchuan standing at the doorway, he was quite puzzled. Why were they together? Chen Xiangdong and Zhang Fuchuan usually didn't have much to do with each other. What's this about? Hurry up and apologize to the captain. Chen Xiangdong shoved Zhang Fuchuan forward. Captain, I was wrong. I put pesticides in the cattle feed. It was a moment of foolishness that led me astray. I won't make this mistake again. Please don't send me to jail. Captain, I'm not human, damn it, please forgive me this once. Zhang Fuchuan knelt down immediately as he spoke. Damn you, Zhang Fuchuan. Not only are you too lazy to work and holding everyone back, but you go and do something like this. The team leader yelled. Captain, I'm begging you on my knees. I know I was wrong. This time I'll listen to Xiangdong and truly turn over a new leaf. Xiangdong, you have to say something for me. Captain, I can see he's truly resolved to change. We've recovered the losses this time. Look. Chen Xiangdong spoke slowly. Alright, we won't pursue the matter further. But Zhang Fuchuan, you must shake off that lazy habit of yours. Labor is the most glorious thing, you must work. And you must never again harbor such malicious thoughts that harm the collective interest. The disciplinary action is waived, but you must attend a collective criticism meeting. Fine, as long as I don't go to jail, I'm willing to face collective criticism. But Captain, could I ask you not to criticize me too harshly? Why didn't you think of that earlier? If you're afraid of harsh criticism, then don't do bad things. Go home now. We'll hold the meeting tomorrow. The captain waved him off. Zhang Fuchuan returned home. Though he would have to admit his mistakes in front of everyone tomorrow and face their criticism. His heart felt incredibly light now, free from the unbearable torment he'd felt before. As he lay down to sleep, free from anxiety, the image of Chen Xiangdong suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiangdong's actually a pretty decent guy, he thought, and then drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, the captain announced the meeting over the loudspeaker. Chen Xiangdong didn't attend. Instead, he took pork and bear meat to the county town. This time he didn't set out alone, he brought Godan with him. Godan was utterly loyal to him, and he had no worries about betrayal. As the supply of meat grew, he needed an assistant to help haul and deliver it. First, if he kept appearing alone with such large quantities of meat in town, it would arouse suspicion. Having Godan as his assistant meant he could pay him a reward, which would also ease the financial strain on Uncle Li's family. Second, he genuinely needed help. While earning money, he had to make time to be with his wife and children. He already felt guilt and regret toward them from his past life. If he neglects them again in this rebirth, it would only compound the regret. This rebirth would become utterly meaningless. Brother Dong, where are we headed this time? To the county seat. What's the county town? Godan asked, puzzled. Though he'd been tamed and could adapt to his current life, he still struggled to communicate with others. But with over a decade of human life missing from his memory, he remained unfamiliar with many things he'd have to learn through gradual exposure. The county seat is the county seat. You'll know what it is when you get there. Sometimes Chen Xiangdong found explaining things exhausting, so he'd just throw out a casual remark. Once they reached the county town, Chen Xiangdong needed to find a secluded spot to retrieve the meat from his spatial pocket. Godan, wait here for me. I'll go get something. Got it. Chen Xiangdong went to a deserted corner. Before long, he emerged pushing a cart. On the cart lay a 400-pound bear covered with cloth and straw mats. As he pushed it out, Gooden caught the scent of blood from the mountains, suddenly stirring his animal instincts. He grew excited and leaned in to sniff the cart. Chen Xiangdong gave him a sharp tap on the head. You'll scare passers-by like this. Behave yourself, you're human now, not some wild beast eating raw meat in the mountains. Godan snapped back to his senses and dared not sniff any further. Now that he was domesticated, even though he retained some animalistic habits, he wouldn't harm people without reason. Godan looked at Chen Xiangdong pitifully. Got it. Come help push the cart. We'll find someone to sell this bear. Okay. Gooden obediently came over to push the cart. Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but worry that Godan might suddenly stop pushing the cart to take a few bites of the bear meat. This time, Agen was already waiting for them at the main gate downstairs in the residential complex. Brother Dong, you finally brought something over. How'd it go this time? What kind of meat is it? Arjun greeted them warmly. With meat shortages plaguing the slaughterhouses, Chen Xiangdong's steady supply made him their god of wealth. Bear meat. Chen Xiangdong whispered into his ear. At the mention, Agen's eyes lit up. He hadn't misjudged the man at all. Arjun gave him a thumbs up. Brother Dong, you're amazing, you can even get a 400-pound black bear. I told you working with me won't disappoint you, Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Is this your new guy? Arjun glanced at Godan. Yep, my little brother. He'll help me deliver meat when I'm busy. Alright, make sure he delivers to me on time from now on. Arjun trusted Chen Xiangdong implicitly now. What do you want to trade this time? We need both cash and grain. Let's figure out how much we can get together. Alright. The two began discussing. This bear could fetch several hundred pounds of grain, plus ration tickets. After tallying it up, 100 pounds of flour, 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of pumpkin, 20 Class A tobacco coupons, 30 liquor coupons, plus coupons for daily necessities. At this time, buying liquor required both liquor coupons and cash. As for money, Chen Xiangdong had no worries. The Ministry of Agriculture provided him with 200 yuan monthly, so funds were never an issue. Still, most of the meat had to be traded for grain to stockpile. Go Dan watched from the side, his eyes fixed intently. Brother Dong was so impressive. With just a few words, he could trade for so many things. Go Dan, keep an eye on things. When I'm busy, you'll bring meat over to Brother Jen. Chen Xiangdong patted Go Dan on the back. Got it, Brother Dong. Go Dan was a skilled hunter. If it were anyone else, Chen Xiangdong might worry about losing his client. But this was Go Dan. He was 100% loyal. That wasn't a concern. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiangdong said, Jen, you manage several restaurants, right? Are you hiring waitstaff? You wouldn't be thinking of working in a restaurant, would you? You're not suited for restaurant work. Your talents shouldn't be confined to being a waiter. Arjun teased. Chapter 62, Opening Up the Network. I'm not thinking of working as a waiter myself. I'm looking for a job for my third sister. She farms in the village, and you know that's communal land. It doesn't pay much. It's hard work, yet they can barely afford food. That's why I want to find her a job. A steady paycheck could improve her life. Chen Xiangdong explained. I see. Donga's sister is like my own sister. I'll definitely save a spot for her, but... Arjun trailed off. Of course, he did this deliberately, knowing Chen Xiangdong would understand his hesitation. Don't worry about that. If you can get her a job, I'll trade you a bear gallbladder for it. Bear gallbladders couldn't be traded privately anymore. They were under centralized management, purchased by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. But the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives offered very low prices. On the black market, the price was dozens of times higher, but the risk was extremely high. Even so, they were virtually impossible to obtain on the open market, as all supplies were prioritized for medical institutions. Ordinary people simply have no chance to obtain it. For someone like Arjun, such items are incredibly valuable. For him, it was worth enough to secure a job. Chen Xiangdong had his reasons for having Sanmei work at the restaurant. These were famine years, and working at the restaurant provided room and board. With food and shelter taken care of, he didn't have to worry too much. While he could certainly support his sister, providing for her was one thing. She also needed a job that paid well enough to stand on her own 2 feet. That was the only way to ensure her security. Besides, she would eventually marry and need to support her own little family. No problem, third sister can start anytime, Jen said cheerfully. Alright, thank you, Arjun. No need to thank me, we're close friends, like brothers. By the way, after supplying me with meat, do you still have a lot of leftover meat? Arjun trusted Chen Xiangdong's capabilities. He couldn't possibly have only the amount he supplied. You could say that. I can guarantee the supply. Even after supplying you guys, I still have quite a bit left. Go Dan helps out too. If he claimed to hunt that much meat alone, people might question its source. But with teammates, multiple people, the haul would naturally be larger than if he hunted alone. That way, they wouldn't question it. That's how Chen Xiangdong explained it. I happen to have a director I'm on good terms with. They need me too. Arjun was introducing clients to Chen Xiangdong. Having gained his trust, he was naturally willing to make the connection. Moreover, offering timely help when others are in need could strengthen their relationship. Where? Director Chan at the steel mill. He mentioned it to me. But I'm short on meat myself and can't spare any for him. Even if I could get some for them, the price would be too high for them to accept. I think you'd be perfect for this. Arjun also wanted to get into this business to boost the restaurant's profits, but under these conditions, he was powerless. He was already buying meat at high prices elsewhere, and the price he'd have to charge them would inevitably be even higher. They have a budget too, they simply couldn't afford it. Arjun's move also served as a favor to the two of them. Upon hearing it was a steel mill, Chen Xiangdong saw potential in the venture. Of course, this kind of thing had to be done on the sly. In 1960, the nation prioritized industrial development, with steel production being the top priority. Therefore, steel mills were significantly larger in scale compared to other factories. Naturally, they employed more workers than other factories. With more people, the demand naturally increased. Sure thing. Could you write me a letter of introduction? Certainly. Wait a moment while I prepare it for you. After saying this, Jen went to prepare the letter of introduction. 20 minutes later, Jen handed the letter to Chen Xiangdong. Here's your letter of introduction, but you'd better supply me with the best cuts first. Alright, no problem. After collecting the items, Chen Xiangdong departed. As the grain was being dragged along the road, Chen Xiangdong said to Go Dan again, Go Dan, wait here for me. I'm going to stash the grain. He went to a secluded spot and stored the grain in his spatial pocket. After stowing it away, he took Go Dan to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Go Dan, here are the grain coupons, salt coupons, oil coupons, and cloth coupons. Use them to buy some things for home. Chen Xiangdong handed several ration tickets to Go Dan. Thanks, Brother Dong. Go Dan was delighted to receive the coupons. His parents would surely be overjoyed with these provisions. He hadn't been by his parents' side for so many years, never showing them filial piety. Now that he was home, he wanted to properly care for them both. Make sure to buy more things for your parents from now on. You help me out and I won't shortchange you, Chen Xiangdong said. Got it, brother Dong. Godan knew that by following Chen Xiangdong, he could provide a better life for his parents. Chen Xiangdong helped Godan buy daily necessities. It could be said this was Godan's first time shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, so he still needed Chen Xiangdong to guide him. After a trip or two, Godan would be able to manage on his own. Godan wasn't clueless about life here, he wasn't stupid. He was actually pretty sharp. After buying the daily necessities, he asked the salesperson, "Do you have cigarettes?" "Yes, what kind would you like?" The Manhwa and Piety brands on the counter were premium cigarettes, while the entrance was lined with cheaper, more common brands. Chen Xiangdong needed them as gifts, so naturally he'd buy the premium brands. Unfortunately, Manhwa and Piety cigarettes were subject to purchase limits, only a few packs per month. Still, buying a few packs of premium cigarettes would suffice for now. How many packs of Zhenghua can I get? We're out of Zhenghua, the salesperson said with a blank expression. Huh? They were clearly displayed on the counter. The salesperson was blatantly lying. Aren't there still a few cartons on the counter? They've already been reserved. Besides, we don't sell such high-end brands to farmers like you. If you want to buy, stick to the commoner brands. They're cheap and affordable, just your price range. So many pre-orders? That's not fair. What fairness? Blame being a commoner, we won't sell you that brand. The salesperson's attitude was extremely poor. Since the salesperson refused to sell, Chen Xiangdong couldn't do anything about it. He didn't want to waste his time arguing with someone who looked down on him like a dog. So Chen Xiangdong headed to the black market to see if he could get his hands on some Huazi cigarettes. After the salesperson clocked out, she stowed away the cigarettes. She had set aside those cigarettes because she'd heard the Ministry of Agriculture had hired a new researcher, a brilliant one who had perfected the entire biogas system. Now the ministry had enlisted him to oversee the biogas project. And that researcher lived right in the neighboring village. She figured she could use a few cartons of Huazi to build a good relationship with him, hoping to secure an assistant position for her son later. As she tucked the Huazi cigarettes into her bag, she silently cursed the person who tried to buy them today. Who does he think he is, trying to buy Huazi? Some poor guy wants to buy Huazi? Dream on. This is the precious stuff she's saving to pave the way for her child. Chen Xiangdong managed to trade for 3 packs of Huazi on the black market. After getting the cigarettes, he headed to the steel mill according to the address Arjun had given him. Chapter 63, Haggling. Godan tagged along, and Chen Xiangdong brought along a wild boar. The two of them pulled a cart to the steel mill. At this point, Godan proved extremely useful. He was strong and pulled the wild boar the entire way without breaking a sweat. Brother Dong, can we really sell this pork to that director guy? Godan asked curiously. Of course. Everyone's short on meat right now, and with Agan's letter of introduction, Director Chen won't be able to refuse our pork. Godan, once we sell this batch of pork, I'll give you 20 yuan. Thanks, Brother Dong. Godan was overjoyed. Originally living in the mountains, he had no concept of money. Now back in human society, he'd developed a certain attachment to this necessity. So, if you're coming out to work with me, you'd better listen. You must listen to Brother Dong. If someone asks what's in the truck, what will you say? Pork. Godan answered honestly. Everyone's short on meat these days. If strangers ask, don't say pork, you'll draw unwanted attention. Then what should I say? Godan was as clueless as a monk who'd lost his way. Cow dung. All right. Godan scratched his head. They pushed the cart to the steel mill gate. Godan, watch the cart and wait here. I'll go inside to find Director Chen. All right. The steel mill was a large facility with guards stationed at the entrance, making it difficult for an unfamiliar person to gain access. As soon as Chen Xiangdong approached the guardhouse, he was stopped by a man in his 50s, the security guard on duty. No outsiders allowed on the premises. Uncle Guard, I'm here to see Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong smiled ingratiatingly. The guard, seeing his demeanor and the dog he'd brought along, instantly recognized they were country folk. This gave him an air of superiority as a city dweller. He lifted his chin, looking down his nose at them. Director Chen isn't someone you can just see whenever you want. I've seen plenty of country bumpkins like you trying to climb the social ladder. Young man, I'll be honest with you, this kind of connection is hard to make. You're destined to be a farmer. Don't waste your time. Chen Xiangdong didn't respond immediately. He knew exactly how to silence this kind of person. So he pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and waved it in front of the security guard. Sure enough, the moment the guard saw the Huazi in Chen Xiangdong's hand, he suddenly fell deep in thought. This kid looked plain enough, but he could afford Huazi cigarettes. He must be no ordinary fellow. His attitude did a complete 180 from looking down his nose at Chen Xiangdong to now. He grinned. Whoa, I really didn't know what I was looking at. So you're the guy who smokes Huazi. Want one? Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Fine, here's a whole pack. Chen Xiangdong tossed a pack of Huazi cigarettes onto the desk in the guardhouse. The security guard bounced up and down, bowing and scraping at Chen Xiangdong. Goodness, young man, you're so generous. Just register and you're good to go. Director Chen works in that office building, in Office 3 on the second floor. The security guard also told Chen Xiangdong where Director Chen's office was. That would make it easier for him to find. Alright, thanks for your help, uncle. Chen Xiangdong immediately headed toward the building and went straight to the second floor. Office 3 was open, with only a desk inside and a middle-aged man sitting there. Chen Xiangdong guessed that must be Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong knocked on the door. Director Chen, hello. Who are you? Director Chen inquired. My name is Chen Xiangdong. I'm a friend of a Jen's. He recommended that I come see you. Chen Xiangdong introduced himself. Ah, Jen's friend, huh? Come in. Hearing that he was recommended by Agen, Director Chen invited Chen Xiangdong inside. Arjun was a capable man, and Director Chen knew he wouldn't casually introduce just anyone. Here's the letter of introduction from Arjun. Chen Xiangdong handed Director Chen the letter. Then Chen Xiangdong added, I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. I'm a hunter. I have wild boar meat available about 400 jin per boar. I was wondering if Director Chen might have a need for it? Director Chen oversaw the procurement of production materials and also managed the factory canteen's supplies. Meat from the supply and marketing cooperative was rationed now. Their cafeteria hadn't seen any meat in ages. The workers were doing heavy labor, and after months without any meat, their motivation had dwindled. The factory had considered adding meat to their meals, but the supply was simply too scarce. They resort to purchasing from the black market, but what they manage to procure is only enough for management. The rank-and-file employees get nothing. Director Chen had been agonizing over how long this situation would persist. Hearing Chen Xiangdong mention he had meat, Director Chen was thrilled beyond words. But as the buyer, he hadn't yet gauged the other party's capabilities. He couldn't let his inner joy show. So when Chen Xiangdong mentioned the meat, his expression remained calm and unruffled. Wild boar meat isn't as tasty as domestic pork, Director Chen picked at it. But this was intentional. If he didn't find fault, how could he negotiate a lower price? It's true it's not as good as domestic pork, but slaughterhouses are currently short on domestic pork, and wild boar meat is scarce too. Chen Xiangdong smiled and continued, Director Chen, I'm looking to establish a long-term partnership with you. I won't inflate the price unreasonably. You're worried about the price, right? Arjun is a good friend of mine. He referred me here because he trusts me. As for the price, what I pay him is pretty much what I'll pay you. Director Chen knew that if he sourced meat through Agen, the price would be double what he paid now. If that were truly the case, then the price would be acceptable. So how much per pound? If you're buying in bulk, it's 1 yuan 50 per pound. If you're buying less, it's 2 yuan per pound. Chen Xiangdong did the math in his head. This was the nation's largest steel mill, employing over 100,000 workers. If he could secure a steady supply to their cafeterias, they'd be a massive client. If they actually partnered up, the daily purchase volume would far exceed what Arjun procured. For bulk purchases, isn't 1.5 yuan per pound a bit pricey? Director Chen remarked. Chen Xiangdong had anticipated Director Chen's reaction. As a procurement officer, he naturally tried to drive down the price. Therefore, Chen Xiangdong had built-in room for negotiation. If you're purchasing in bulk, the price is certainly negotiable. Director Chen's eyes lit up. The supply and marketing cooperative is selling pork at 60 cents per pound right now. If your price doubles, we might as well buy from the black market. If we're procuring for over 100,000 people, we'll definitely buy in bulk. We're actually taking a risk by buying from you. If we get caught, I'm finished. So regarding the price, I can only accept the same rate as the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 64, Beware of that man. While selling at a low profit margin could increase volume, this was an era of meat scarcity. Selling a pound of meat for just 60 cents was something Chen Xiangdong naturally refused. He was taking risks venturing into the mountains himself. Even though he had a farm in his spatial pocket, he still had to venture into the mountains. So naturally, he didn't want to sell at this price. Add a little more. We risk our lives going into the mountains. Besides, meat is hard to come by these days. Alright, I'll add 2 cents. That makes it 8 cents per pound, but... Director Chen didn't continue, leaving only a meaningful look for Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong understood perfectly. Director Chen, 90 cents per pound. The extra dime is yours. Chen Xiangdong's words made Director Chen overjoyed. Alright, it's settled. Where's the meat? Director Chen was now bursting with impatience. This kind of relationship is a fundamental aspect of human nature, existing since ancient times, not something that emerged only in later generations. It's still outside. I'll take you to see it. Chen Xiangdong weighed his options. Though this price was significantly lower than what he could get on the black market. But it was unstable, with few customers, just carrying a basket every day. Partnering with a major factory would be a different story. Chen Xiangdong led Director Chen outside. Go Dan had been waiting outside the whole time, guarding the trailer without daring to leave for even a minute. Naturally, his appearance at the factory gate drew plenty of curious stares. The security guard was curious too. That young man surnamed Chen smoked Huazi cigarettes and he was so generous, even giving him some. He was genuinely curious about what Chen had brought to meet Director Chen. He walked over and asked Go Dan, "Is the stuff in the car what your boss brought for Director Chen?" "Yes." Go Dan replied. "Then what's in the truck? It's covered up so tightly." Go Dan kept Chen Xiangdong's words firmly in mind. "It's cow dung from our village." "Huh?" The gatekeeper was utterly shocked. "Cow dung as a gift for Director Chen? No way. Never heard of giving cow dung as a gift. What on earth is this young man up to?" The guard pinched his nose and returned to the guardhouse to sit down. Before long, Chen Xiangdong and Director Chen emerged. Seeing them walking and chatting with beaming smiles on their faces, the security guard knew Chen Xiangdong must have had a great chat with Director Chen inside. He was a shrewd man who knew exactly who to butter up. "Director Chen, it's right over there." Chen Xiangdong led him over. Director Chen lifted a corner of the cloth to peek underneath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. We're in for a real treat today. Looks so fresh, must be delicious." The guard hadn't seen the meat, only heard Director Chen's words. He was puzzled. Fresh? A real treat? So Director Chen had a taste for this sort of thing? Food and meat were scarce now, but surely they wouldn't eat this stuff? That's just too much. Ugh. Later, Director Chen had them push the trailer to the cafeteria warehouse. After weighing it, the total came to 410 jin. Afterward, Director Chen secretly settled the payment with Chen Xiangdong. Of course it had to be done secretly. Villagers weren't allowed to engage in private transactions anyway. This was to protect Chen Xiangdong and also to protect himself. After leaving the steel mill, Chen Xiangdong gave Go Dan 20 yuan. "Go Dan, take this 20 yuan and keep it safe, don't lose it." "Thanks, brother Dong." Go Dan immediately tucked the money into his pocket. By the time they returned to the village, it was already around 6 in the evening. At the village entrance, they happened to run into the village chief. The village chief asked anxiously, "How's it going?" "It's taken care of. The seeds are on the trailer." "Great. Xiangdong, I can't thank you enough for this huge favor. I don't even know how to repay you. I'm part of Taoshi village too. When the village faces difficulties, it's my duty to help. If everyone had your sense of responsibility, our village would only get better and better. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. I'll do whatever I can." "Understood, Captain. I'll take the seeds to the warehouse first." "Oh, and the Ministry of Agriculture sent over a bicycle today. They said it's for your use. Since you still need to conduct research and running around is unavoidable, they provided you with a 28-inch bicycle to make things easier for you." "Great." Chen Xiangdong had long wanted a bicycle, but they were too conspicuous now. Bringing one home to ride would surely get him reported. But if it came from the Ministry of Agriculture, that was different. He could ride it around everywhere without fear. The seeds he'd ruined earlier had all been replaced. The village had suffered no further losses, and everyone knew Zhang Fuchuan was responsible for the incident. So they haven't harped on the team leader's poor management since. "Team leader, this issue is resolved for now, but we can't guarantee nothing else will happen. You need to watch out for Zhao Manchang. If he hadn't stirred things up, Zhang Fuchuan wouldn't have lost his temper and done something foolish." "Are you saying Zhao Manchang wants to get rid of me so he can take over as team leader?" "Yes. So keep your guard up. I suggest assigning someone to specifically oversee the collective property." Chen Xiangdong cautioned the captain. Usually, someone manages the warehouse items like keeping records for borrowed goods. But there was no strict surveillance, they'd just head home to sleep when their shift ended. "That's a good suggestion. I recommend Old Sher to temporarily oversee the warehouse and the pig and cattle pens. He's in his 50s now. He once broke his arm while working on the river embankment, an injury sustained for the collective good. In recent years, his health has deteriorated, and he can't earn many points working. He's one of the most needy households in the village. If we assign him guard duty and give him a few more points, it would be a little better for him. At least he won't starve to death." "Xiangdong, you share my thoughts. That's exactly what I had in mind." "All right then. I'll take the bike home." "Oh my, look at you pushing that bike, how impressive." Even the team leader couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. "What's a bicycle? Soon we'll be driving cars." Chen Xiangdong chuckled, then rode off from the brigade headquarters. The villagers watched Chen Xiangdong ride away, filled with envy and amazement. Bicycles were extremely rare in the countryside. At best, the commune headquarters might have one assigned bicycle, and only village officials were allowed to ride it. The villagers could only watch. When someone in the village acquired a rare bicycle, who wouldn't want one too? Chen Xiangdong's got a bicycle now, life's really good these days. Thanks to Xiangdong, we get to eat meat more often too. He hands over part of his hunt to the commune office. I say, listening to Chen Xiangdong is always the right move. If we build those greenhouses properly, maybe we won't be short on vegetables anymore. At that moment, Zhang Fuchuan, carrying 3 large bundles of reeds on his back, smiled. Yeah, listening to Xiangdong is always the right move. Hard work is the most glorious thing. If you have a pair of diligent hands, maybe a wife will come knocking on your door. Chapter 65, I want a wife too. Zhang Fuchuan carried 3 bundles on his back, while the others managed only 2. Compared to before, he was a changed man. Wow, Zhang Fuchuan, you're really something now, carrying 3 bundles in one trip. Because I want to marry a wife too. I want to be like Xiangdong, riding a bicycle. Laughter erupted all around. Chen Xiangdong returned home and Xinxin, bursting with excitement, ran over. Before he even dismounted, the 2 girls were already touching the bicycle. Xinxin pressed the bell on the handlebars with all her might. Wow, Daddy has a bicycle. So cool. Nian Nian can ride it to play too, hee hee hee. You 2 move aside so Daddy can get off. Then Daddy has to teach Xinxin how to ride a bike. Sure, but right now, you're still too short, your legs are too short. You won't be able to reach the pedals on a 28-inch bike. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Xinxin pouted, putting on a pitiful look. Daddy thinks my legs are too short. Xinxin, stop fussing. Let Daddy put the bike away. The old lady came out and laughed. This grandson really made her proud. In her lifetime, she'd even see a bicycle added to the family. Without thinking, the old lady walked over and stroked the bicycle. Just as Chen Xiangdong pushed the bicycle inside to store it, a middle-aged woman arrived. It was the saleswoman they had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative that morning. Grandma, is this the home of researcher Chen Xiangdong? Seeing the woman's cheerful expression, the old lady assumed she had business with Chen Xiangdong. She responded warmly, yes, it is. What brings you here to see Xiangdong? I just came to pay him a visit. My son, well, he'll need his help in the future. The old woman was Chen Xiangdong's family member, and the woman was equally warm toward her. He's inside. I'll take you in. Xiangdong. Someone's here to see you. As they walked in, the woman pulled out 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes from her bag. This time she was really splurging, giving 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Though it hurt her wallet, for her son's future, she had to bite the bullet. Researcher Chen, hello. I brought 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Before she could finish, Chen Xiangdong turned to look at her. At that glance, the woman froze. Wasn't this the guy who came to buy cigarettes earlier today, the one she refused to sell to? Not only had she refused to sell him, but she'd also insulted him, implying he was a country bumpkin unworthy of buying Huazi. So you're researcher Chen. The woman was filled with regret. Chen Xiangdong recognized her instantly too. Wasn't this the rude saleswoman from the supply and marketing cooperative? What a coincidence. Sorry, I don't accept gifts from others. Chen Xiangdong flatly refused. Ashamed of her behavior at the supply and marketing cooperative earlier, the woman felt too embarrassed to stay any longer. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were researcher Chen today. Please accept this gift. With that, she turned to leave. Chen Xiangdong grabbed the cigarettes and rushed after her. Take these cigarettes back with you. Don't leave them at my place. The woman took the cigarettes and left in a hurry. It was dinner time, and Lin Yueshio and the old lady had already prepared the meal at home. On the table sat cabbage and pork soup, braised fish, and stir-fried potatoes with pork slices. A dinner of this caliber was considered quite luxurious at this time. While eating, the old lady suddenly sighed, this meat is truly delicious. But even the game Xiangdong brings back, we still have to give some away. Grandma, don't sigh like that. Even after sharing some meat, we still have plenty to eat. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Though he too felt it was unfair, this was simply how things were. Living in this era, one had to accept it. The old lady sighed again. Seeing this, Lin Yueshio picked up a piece of meat for her. Grandma, eat your meat. Let's not talk about this anymore. If someone passing by hears us, it won't be good. Meat. The old lady stuffed a whole piece into her mouth and chewed slowly. After dinner, Chen Xiangdong packed some meat and went to find third sister. Third sister was sitting in the courtyard weaving a bamboo basket. This was for the collective, so it counted toward her work points. Third sister, still busy? Big brother, you're here. Seeing her elder brother, third sister felt very happy inside. Big brother, I heard they assigned you a bicycle. Yes, with a bicycle, it'll be easier to get around from now on. Have you eaten yet? Here's some meat and vegetables for you guys. Hide it well, don't let mom and dad see it. You and little Lu can have an extra meal. Chen Xiangdong placed the bag of meat dishes into third sister's arms. Thanks, big brother. Third sister hid it immediately. Little Lu spotted Chen Xiangdong at the door and knew meat was coming. She always looked forward to big brother coming over because whenever he did, meat was guaranteed. Big brother, you're here. Little Lu came out to greet Chen Xiangdong. Little Lu, you finally put on a little weight, Chen Xiangdong chuckled, pinching her cheek. That's all thanks to you, big brother, little Six beamed. Does that mean we get to eat meat again? Shoo. Keep your voice down, don't let mom and dad hear you. Third sister quickly covered her mouth. Third sister, I found you a job as a waitress at a restaurant. You found me a job? Is it confirmed I can start? Sanmei jumped up excitedly. Yes. It's a waitressing job at a restaurant. They provide meals and lodging. Once you start working there, you won't have to worry about food anymore. That's wonderful. Then I won't have to earn work points in the village anymore. I'd have to earn work points just to see my parents' faces. Third sister looked as if she were about to be set free. Big brother, when would be the best time for me to start working? The day after tomorrow. I'm heading into town then too. I'll take you with me. Chen Xiangdong had arranged with director Chen to deliver another wild boar to him. He'd bring third sister along to register for work then. Alright, I'll tell mom and dad tonight. Alright, but don't tell anyone else yet. Once you start working, the villagers will find out gradually. Understood. The second son's wife happened to pass by and overheard Chen Xiangdong securing a job for third sister. Her heart began to ache with envy. When would Chen Xiangdong find a job for her husband, the second son? In any case, she couldn't afford to offend Chen Xiangdong now. If she wanted to gain favor from him, she'd have to keep him happy. The second son's wife didn't come over to greet him, she went straight back to her own home. The fifth son heard Chen Xiangdong's voice from his room and came out to greet his eldest brother. He hadn't always been like this. Now it was because Chen Xiangdong had a bicycle. He had his eye on that bicycle. Chapter 66, Hand over the job. Big brother, you're here. Fifth brother's tone was gentle, lacking the arrogance he'd once shown toward Chen Xiangdong. Back then, he believed he would take the college entrance exam and pass it. After that, if he didn't become a big official, he'd at least land a good job. That put him worlds apart from these farmers. MHM. Chen Xiangdong merely gave a perfunctory reply. Seeing his brother's indifference, Old Five didn't give up. If he could borrow his brother's bike to visit his classmates, it would make him look pretty good. Bro, your bike looks pretty nice. Can I borrow it for a day? If you want to ride a bike, buy your own. Mine's company issued. If I wreck it, I'll never hear the end of it. You're being so stingy, big bro. You won't even lend me a bike. Who needs it anyway? When Chen Xiangdong refused, Old Five started grumbling. Old Five, what's with you? How can you talk to your brother like that? That bike was issued by the authorities. If you wreck it, it really would be hard to explain. Think about your big brother too. Chen Jianmen had just returned home when he heard Old Five criticizing the eldest brother. Chen Xiangdong was surprised even their father was siding with him now. In the past, his father had always shielded Old Five. No matter how unreasonable Old Five's words were, he'd tell everyone to tolerate him and always took Old Five's side. Dad, it's my older brother who's in the wrong. As the eldest in the family, he should look out for his younger brothers. That's his fault. Why are you defending him? Fifth brother looked furious. Hold your tongue. Your brother has it tough too. He risked his life hunting in the mountains to get us where we are today, Chen Jianmen scolded. The fifth son couldn't adjust to this side of his father. Why was dad suddenly siding with big brother just because he'd become a researcher? It was just luck he happened to build a biogas digester. Someone like him, with no education, would be exposed soon enough. Ultimately, the Chen family's long-term prospects still depended on him. Once he truly squeezed his way into the wealthy circle, became one of them, had a respectable job, and mingled in high society, the villagers would be green with envy. Fifth son stormed off to his room in anger. Big brother, Old Five is still young and doesn't know better. Please bear with him. Chen Jianmen addressed Chen Xiangdong politely once more. This sudden politeness from his father actually felt unnerving to Chen Xiangdong. I can't be bothered with him. He's not my son. But you, Dad, you need to keep a close eye on him. Don't wait until he's drained you dry before you regret it. Chen Xiangdong didn't spell it out, just hinted at it. The fifth brother's vanity, coupled with his inability to afford his own extravagance, was bound to cause trouble someday. Third sister, sixth brother, I'm heading back. Chen Xiangdong informed third sister and sixth brother before leaving. Chen Jianmen, unaware of the deeper meaning behind Chen Xiangdong's words. He knew the eldest brother had come to see either third brother or little sixth. Third brother, did big brother need something? Yeah, big brother helped me find a job at a restaurant. I start the day after tomorrow. Dad, I won't be working in the village anymore. Third brother looked delighted. First thing tomorrow morning, he'd go find the village officials to get the necessary paperwork. What? Your older brother found you a job? At a restaurant? Third brother, Dad wants to discuss something with you. Chen Jianmen only had to say that much for third sister to know what he wanted to discuss. Dad, you want me to give up the job for fourth brother, right? This job was arranged by my eldest brother, I can't possibly give it up. Third sister said to Chen Jianmen with emotion. You're a girl. When you get married, you'll need to take care of the family, look after the children and your husband. This job won't be of use to you. It's better to give it to your fourth brother. If he has a job, it'll be easier for him to find a wife. He can take care of us in our old age. But you, as a girl, once you marry, you're like water poured out. You belong to someone else's family and won't be of much use to us anymore. Third sister now hated it most when Chen Xiangdong said things like this. She had endured her mother's brainwashing and suppression for so long, but now she wanted nothing more than to control her own life. Dad, you're being so selfish. Is it that sons are your children, but daughters aren't? Look at how things are after the family split. Only our eldest brother sends you anything. Second brother has also split off and moved out. Has he ever brought anything over to show his filial piety to you? It's still you two old folks hauling things over to their place. As for the fourth son, he's waiting for you to pay his dowry. No, he's waiting for us. And the fifth son? His own household is dirt poor, yet he spends money without restraint. Do you really think you can count on them to treat you well in your old age? You ungrateful brat. How dare you speak that way about your own father and brothers? You're stubborn as a mule. You'll regret this later, old man. I won't give up this job. Third sister stood her ground. Seeing third daughter absolutely refuse to give up the job. So he softened his tone. Third daughter, don't blame dad for being biased. Once a daughter marries, she truly becomes water poured out. We gave birth to you and raised you. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be so poor. Try to understand dad's position. If you won't give up your job, then so be it. You're closest to your eldest brother. Could you help your fourth brother find a job? Your eldest brother is capable now. He's even managed to secure 2 job quotas. Getting one more shouldn't be a problem. Third daughter, I'm begging you, please help out this once. Third sister wasn't exactly heartless. Seeing her father pleading with her in such a subdued tone, her own heart softened. I'll try, but whether big brother helps or not is entirely up to him. Stop always trying to exploit him. After saying this, third sister took the finished baskets to the brigade office. Chen Xiangdong returned home, opened the spatial farm, and checked its status. In just a few short days, the sow had given birth to piglets, 18 little piglets in total. In the spatial farm, the sow was remarkably prolific. In reality, it was extremely rare for a sow to give birth to 18 piglets. It seemed that in another half-month or so, these piglets would all grow to 300 or 400 pounds. He wouldn't have to worry about pork supply. Of course, with only one sow producing piglets now, he still needs to go hunting in the mountains. Arjun and Director Chen both require substantial meat supplies. Especially Agan, who specializes in diverse foods. Pork alone simply wouldn't satisfy him. If he could capture other live animals in the mountains and raise them in his spatial farm, that would be even better. Therefore, he needed to thoroughly study trapping techniques to capture game. Once he had a male and female pair living in the space farm, he wouldn't have to worry about what kind of meat to sell in the future. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong headed into the mountains. This time, he planned to capture smaller game like wild pheasants and rabbits alive. He brought tools for setting cloth traps and some grain to lure prey. Before hunting, Chen Xiangdong first visited the cave where he had shot Lu Laoda. After returning earlier, he'd been occupied with other matters and hadn't yet had time to investigate what old Lu had buried there. Chapter 67, The Most Loyal Dog. When he left, he had covered the cave entrance tightly with branches. Now, upon his return, the branches remained exactly as he had left them. Chen Xiangdong pushed the branches aside and tossed them to the ground. He approached the spot where old Lu had buried something and began digging through the soil. Sure enough, at a depth of 20 centimeters, he discovered a wooden box. A padlock still hung on the box. Chen Xiangdong smashed the lock open with a rock. Inside was a stack of ration tickets, grain tickets, oil tickets, cloth tickets, sewing machine tickets, salt tickets, bicycle tickets totaling about 500 yuan. Beneath the tickets lay a piece of cabbage green jade. Old Lu sure knew how to steal. He'd actually managed to pilfer something this valuable. If he wasn't mistaken, this cabbage-shaped jade was the very one favored by Empress Dowager Cixi. 2 cabbage-shaped jade pendants were among the Empress Dowager Cixi's burial offerings. Even back then, they were incredibly expensive. By later generations, their value was beyond measure. Who knows if old Lu had planned to steal this piece, or if it was just a lucky break. In the end, however, Lu Laoda became the victim, and the jade fell into Chen Xiangdong's hands. In another 20 or 30 years, these pieces will be even more valuable than before. Chen Xiangdong planned to keep it well. In these famine years, grain was the most precious commodity. He had no intention of trading it for grain anyway. Besides, even without using this jade to barter, he could still obtain plenty of food. Chen Xiangdong stowed the item away and left the cave. Today's targets were wild rabbits and pheasants. If he got lucky and encountered larger game, that would be even better. This time, he intended to capture them alive. Therefore, after setting the traps, he would have to keep watch, ensuring the rabbits and pheasants didn't remain trapped for too long and die. Chen Xiangdong scouted an area where rabbit activity was most intense, following the clearest tracks. The footprints were dense, showing signs of gnawing, and nearby were shrubs and tree bark, all sources of food for rabbits. Setting traps here would greatly increase his chances of success. Chen Xiangdong began setting an H-shaped snow hole trap. Wild rabbits love burrowing into snow caves during winter. The figure 8 snow hole trap utilizes deep snow and gravity. Dig a hole in the snowdrift, use a trigger mechanism to support a heavy weight, and when the hair triggers the mechanism, the weight falls and traps it. He selected a snowdrift on a sunny, leeward slope. Chen Xiangdong dug a hole about 15-20 centimeters in diameter into the side of the snowdrift, angled downward. Above the hole entrance, a trigger mechanism was set flush against the snow surface. 3 wooden sticks were carved, 2 crossed vertically to form a cross, and 1 slanted stick served as the trigger arm. Scatter beans and cabbage near the entrance and inside the hole to lure rabbits in. Once the rabbit entered, pulling the switch would cause the snowdrift to collapse on top of it. Chen Xiangdong set 2 traps simultaneously, then hid to wait for the wild rabbits to appear. After about 20 minutes, the wild rabbit finally appeared. In this frozen wasteland, food was scarce for rabbits on the mountain. The scent of food must have held a deadly allure for them. First, one rabbit cautiously crawled over. After tasting the cabbage, it relaxed its guard and began to feast heartily. Seeing their companion eating, the other 2 rabbits that hadn't moved yet quickly ran over to eat. After devouring the cabbage outside the burrow, they burrowed inside to continue eating. 1 rabbit slipped into one trap hole, while 2 rabbits slipped into the other. Seeing the moment was ripe, Chen Xiangdong pulled the rope in his hand. Boom! The V-shaped snow burrow collapsed, trapping 3 rabbits beneath it. Chen Xiangdong hurried over to check the situation. He dug the rabbits out, and because he had arrived in time to rescue them, the rabbits were unharmed, though clearly startled. Chen Xiangdong checked each rabbit's hind legs. What a coincidence, 2 female rabbits and 1 male. Chen Xiangdong then placed the rabbits into the spatial breeding system. From now on, these 3 rabbits would become breeding stock. Upon entering the breeding space, Chen Xiangdong discovered a new feature of the farm. It allowed him to trigger mating with a single button, meaning he could now control the breeding cycles of the animals in the farm. This feature was truly remarkable. With these 3 rabbits now in the spatial breeding facility, they could mate and reproduce. Next, it was time to capture the wild pheasants. Soon, Chen Xiangdong located the wild pheasants trail. He set 3 traps simultaneously. Just as he finished setting the traps, Chen Xiangdong heard faint, sorrowful moans. It wasn't a human voice, but an animal's. Chen Xiangdong guessed an animal must be injured, so he followed the sound to investigate. What he found was a hunting dog lying in the snow, covered in blood. The hound still had a collar around its neck. This hound must have followed its owner up the mountain for a hunt. Judging by its injuries, its owner hasn't shown up. It's likely its owner met with misfortune. Sure enough, a bloodstained shoe lay nearby, likely belonging to its owner. It seemed certain the owner had met with misfortune. Wolf the hound panted, weakly barking at Chen Xiangdong. It seemed to be pleading with Chen Xiangdong to save it. You're lucky today you met me. You won't die. Chen Xiangdong crouched down and spoke to the hound. Yet the hound struggled toward the bloodstained shoe. Even in its weakened state, it crawled painstakingly toward it. Chen Xiangdong understood its intent. This hound was a loyal dog. The trail of blood it left behind in the snow as it crawled painfully forward was a testament to its loyalty. Your master is lost. I couldn't save him either, Chen Xiangdong said. Wolf the hound responded. But Chen Xiangdong couldn't understand. After reaching the shoes, the hound dug frantically in the snow with all its might. Now Chen Xiangdong understood. The hound meant that its master was gone, it couldn't save him, and it wanted to build a symbolic grave for him. You're nearly dead already, stop moving. Let me do it. Chen Xiangdong walked over and helped the hound dig the hole. Once the hole was ready, he placed the shoe inside and buried it, creating a symbolic grave. After the symbolic grave was finished, the hound extended its front paw, its eyes moist, as if wanting to shake Chen Xiangdong's hand in gratitude. Given such loyalty from this dog, he had to save it. Chen Xiangdong reached out and shook its paw. No need to thank me. Your master is dead. From now on, I am your master. Follow me, and you'll never go hungry. Then he placed the hound in the spatial breeding facility and activated the healing function. In an hour or 2, it should recover significantly. When Chen Xiangdong brought the hound inside, he saw 3 rabbits darting about energetically. Now that they were lively, it was time to get to work producing baby rabbits. Chen Xiangdong locked onto his target and activated the aphrodisiac. Then he went to check if the pheasant traps had yielded any results. Chapter 68, Hunting the Tiger. Returning to the scene before him, Chen Xiangdong was utterly stunned. Perhaps because of his system, his hunting trips up the mountain always brought him good luck. All 3 traps had caught pheasants, which were struggling in the snares. Chen Xiangdong hurried over to free them before the snares could strangle them. What incredible luck, all 3 were female. He could sell both the wild eggs and the birds later. Of course, when he had time, he'd go to the market to buy some chickens and ducks to raise. Then he'd have plenty of poultry to sell, both wild and domesticated. Thinking of this, he needed to upgrade his space quickly. Otherwise, once these animals multiplied, the space wouldn't be able to hold them all. Chen Xiangdong set 3 more traps, hoping to catch a male pheasant. Afterward, he scanned the surrounding area for any other animal tracks. He discovered clover-shaped paw prints nearby, unmistakably those of a tiger. This meant tigers were active in the area. It was highly likely the hunting dog had been injured by a tiger and its owner might have been taken by the predator as well. Tigers, mighty beasts that demanded utmost caution. Chen Xiangdong heightened his vigilance. Liju, come over here. What should we do? Are we going to die in the mountains? Stop talking nonsense. We need to run now. We have to get down the mountain immediately. Ah! 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 Help! Don't leave me behind. Voices echoed from the dense forest, several of them. Chen Xiangdong guessed they must have encountered a tiger and were fleeing. He sprinted toward the commotion and indeed saw a massive tiger chasing several young people. Chen Xiangdong drew his hunting rifle and fired a shot at the tiger. It was moving too fast and the shot missed. But the gunshot drew its attention. The tiger's target instantly shifted to Chen Xiangdong, exactly what he had hoped for. If the tiger attacked those people, they would surely meet their end in its jaws. If it attacked him, he could fight back. Someone's coming to rescue us. Let's find a place to hide. One of the men said. Seeing the gun in that man's hand, he must be a hunter. Appearing near the tiger now would only cause trouble for him. So his first instinct was to get everyone to a safe place. After Chen Xiangdong lured the tiger away, it was just him and the beast, locked in combat. Chen Xiangdong had a gun, and the tiger was still somewhat afraid of it. It too was waiting for the right moment to bite Chen Xiangdong to death. Chen Xiangdong sensed the hunting dog in the space growing increasingly agitated. It kept growling, as if it wanted to join the fight. It was possible the hound had actually been injured by this tiger, which had also killed its master. He suspected it had detected the scent within the space. To let the hound vent its anger, he released it from the space. The hound had been treated at the breeding farm and was nearly healed, though it still limped slightly. But that didn't stop it from joining him in battle. Doggy, that tiger is your enemy, right? Let's hunt it together. Chen Xiangdong shouted to the released hound. Woof! The hound no longer looked weak, it had regained its ferocity, its bark resounding with strength. Woof woof! The hound crouched low, eyes narrowed. It lunged at the tiger, leaping onto its back and tearing into its flesh. The tiger grew frantic, charging wildly and thrashing about, trying to shake the dog off. Chen Xiangdong was stunned. Had the hunting dog become this formidable after treatment at the spatial breeding farm? And look at it now, truly ferocious. It seemed to be venting all its pent-up hatred. Chen Xiangdong rushed to assist, chambering around in his hunting rifle and firing several shots in quick succession. He hit one of its front legs and one of its hind legs. The tiger's weak spot was its spine, a hit there would quickly paralyze it. Truthfully, Chen Xiangdong could have used his auto-tracking crossbow. But with Guzi's cooperation today, he wanted to experience the thrill of hunting it himself. Chen Xiangdong retrieved a spear from his spatial storage. With both front and hind legs shot and having expended considerable energy wrestling with Guzi, it was no longer as fierce as it had been at the start. Doggy, jump down. Let me finish it. Hearing this, the hunting dog leaped off its back. Woof woof. He had made it jump down because he feared he might accidentally injure it. Chen Xiangdong, spear in hand, leapt forward and thrust it fiercely into the tiger's spinal column. The spine is the pathway for the central nervous system. With this strike, paralyzed its nervous system. The tiger collapsed instantly, unable to move a muscle. With the tiger dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young people hurried out to thank Chen Xiangdong for saving their lives. This group consisted of 3 men and 2 women, their faces still bearing traces of youthfulness, and their skin was fair. They looked like students from the city. Thank you, great hero. If you hadn't saved us, we'd probably be the tiger's meal by now, one of the boys said. The others followed suit, offering their thanks. Knowing you might become the tiger's meal, you still went up the mountain. You look like you couldn't lift a chicken with your bare hands, clearly never done any hard labor. You're from the city, right? What brings you into the mountains? Chen Xiangdong sized them up. The girl with 2 braids and fair skin replied, we're all students from Manhwa Forestry College. We haven't graduated yet and have been assigned here as educated youth. We heard there are many valuable plants in these mountains, so we formed a team to explore them. You're going into the mountains for research without any safety gear? This area is dangerous, wild beasts roam here frequently. You really shouldn't wander into the mountains like this. They all lowered their heads, realizing their mistake. Get off the bus with me in a moment. Don't go anywhere alone. Chen Xiangdong said. Sure thing. Might I ask your name, hero? The girl with the braided hair asked. Chen Xiangdong. Hello, brother Chen. My name is Jiang Liju, and this is Li Pingsheng. The girl introduced everyone. Brother Chen, you're so amazing killing such a huge tiger. I'd only heard the story of Wusong fighting the tiger before. Killing a tiger barehanded like that only happens in books. Never imagined I'd witness the real-life version of a lone man taking down a tiger today. Li Pingsheng looked at Chen Xiangdong with utter admiration. That's why I dared to go up the mountain alone. If you don't have the ability to kill a tiger, you shouldn't come into the mountains in the future. Flattered by the praise, Chen Xiangdong felt a little thrill inside. Could you guys do me a favor? What kind of favor? Help carry the tiger down the mountain. With them around, he couldn't just stow the tiger in his spatial pocket. Sure thing. Carrying this tiger down the mountain? We'll be bragging about this for the rest of our lives back in town. Li Pingxing chuckled. Before heading down the mountain, Chen Xiangdong went to check the pheasant trap again. Wow, 3 more. 1 male, 2 females. The group helped Chen Xiangdong carry the tiger down the mountain, with the hunting dog limping along behind them. As soon as they reached the village entrance, the villagers spotted Chen Xiangdong carrying a tiger and immediately shouted, "Breaking news! Breaking news! Chen Xiangdong is incredible, he's brought back a tiger." Chapter 69, Marry a Man, Clothes and Food. Chen Xiangdong brought back a huge tiger. Zhang Fuchuan even grabbed a copper gong, beating it as he shouted through the village. "Everyone, come see the tiger. Chen Xiangdong brought back a huge tiger. Chen Xiangdong brought back a huge tiger." Zhang Fuchuan beat the gong, secretly delighted. Chen Xiangdong is truly amazing, we'll have meat to eat again today. Listening to him is definitely the right choice, he'll surely be able to marry a wife. Hearing the commotion, villagers rushed over to see, children running to join the crowd. The children were even more curious than the adults about what a tiger looked like. The village, usually quiet in the depths of winter, suddenly came alive with activity. "Big sis, your dad really did come back from hunting a tiger. How impressive." Fan Xiaoming, 2 years younger than Xinqing, used to call her sister Xinqing but now addressed her as big sister. This change came after an incident at the collective farm where they watched the hens lay eggs. Fan Xiaoming had been chased by a hen, and Xingxingyi had kicked the bird away to save him. Ever since, Fan Xiaoming had followed her around, calling her big sister. "Oomph. I told you my dad's amazing. He can hunt lots and lots of tigers." Xinqing placed her hand authoritatively on Fan Xiaoming's shoulder. Fan Xiaoming was slightly taller than Xinqing, so he promptly crouched down a bit to match her height. Nian Nian had argued with Zhang Xiaozhuang before, the two of them bickering. Nian Nian claimed her dad could fight tigers. Now she ran to Zhang Xiaozhuang's house, shouting, "Little brother Zhang, my dad caught a tiger. My dad caught a tiger. Your dad can't beat tigers, but mine is the strongest." Nian Nian bounced around in front of Zhang Xiaozhuang, who wore a thoroughly defeated expression. Villagers of all ages gathered to see the tiger, creating a spectacular scene. A tiger this big must weigh at least 500 pounds. Even though it's been bitten on the back, that tiger skin is still worth a fortune. Chen Xiangdong is so brave he even hunted down a tiger. "Grandpa, can we eat tiger meat today?" A child was already swallowing hard. "I want the tiger tail. I want the tiger ears. I want the tiger's front legs." The children were already discussing it, making the adults laugh heartily. "Captain, have the villagers come help carry the tiger to the brigade headquarters. We'll distribute the meat to everyone today." Chen Xiangdong stroked the tiger's back fur. "Have a few educated youths help carry the tiger down. Take them to rest and get something to eat." "All right." The captain asked his wife to take the educated youths back to their home to rest. He himself followed several villagers as they carried the tiger to the brigade headquarters. The villagers also moved toward the team headquarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters, everyone discussed slaughtering the tiger and cleaning its entrails. "Xiangdong, this tiger is huge. Let's split it in half, one half is yours, the other belongs to the collective." The team leader proposed to Chen Xiangdong. "Just cut off a few pounds for me to take home for my family to try. The rest can be distributed to the villagers. As for the tiger skin, we can trade it for grain and share that with everyone too. Every little bit helps us all get through this harsh winter." Chen Xiangdong now had ample meat and grain. Giving some to his fellow villagers and doing a good deed didn't feel like much of a sacrifice. Sometimes, giving up something brings something else in return. Taking a loss can be a blessing in disguise. Sometimes, the more you haggle, the more you lose. Those who refuse to take a loss often end up suffering greater losses later on. Besides, he was destined for greater things. He must broaden his perspective. All right, exclaimed the team leader, visibly moved. If it weren't for Chen Xiangdong, they wouldn't have had meat so often. The team leader felt an indescribable wave of gratitude. "Xiangdong is such a good man. Ever since he came back from the mountains, we've had meat to eat. The village has truly gained a great person. We used to mock Chen Xiangdong for having 2 daughters and no son. Oh dear, I really should have kept my mouth shut. I need to go apologize." The gathered villagers all praised Chen Xiangdong. Meanwhile, at Uncle Li's house, since Doggy helped Chen Xiangdong with his work, he brought back a lot of things for the family. Their life was much better than before. After Godan returned home, Aunt Wan's illness miraculously disappeared. The couple wasn't watching the commotion, they'd gone out to chop firewood. "Old woman, take these 2 bundles back to Xiangdong's place first. From now on, we'll take care of their firewood." Uncle Li tied up the freshly cut firewood. "All right then. We owe Xiangdong big time, he found our doggy and brought us all sorts of goodies. Now we've got oil and salt to eat. His kindness is something we'll carry in our hearts for the rest of our lives. If only Godan could find a wife to marry, then I'd have no regrets left in this life." Another hope blossomed in Aunt Wang's heart. But our Godan lived in the mountains for over a decade. I worry other girls might look down on him. Uncle Lee shared the hope, though he knew his son had once been a wild man. There must be someone who won't. When I married you, I wasn't exactly thrilled about your poverty either. Maybe we should have the matchmaker try her hand at finding a bride for him. Auntie Wang hoisted a bundle of firewood onto her shoulders and walked briskly toward the village. Just as she reached the village entrance, an auntie called out to her, "Sister Wang, hurry up and stack that firewood, then head to the brigade office to wait for the meat distribution. Xiangdong hunted a big tiger today, and they'll be distributing the meat soon." That Xiangdong lad is quite the hunter. I'll take the firewood to his house first. Hearing the good news made Auntie Wang even happier. Nong Jinhua yanked Chen Xiangdong off the bed. She scolded him in a fury. "Xiangdong caught a tiger. We're about to divide the meat. Get dressed and go wait for us." Seeing her husband curled up on the heated bed the moment it got cold made her fume. They say marrying a man means having clothes to wear and food to eat, but it seemed she'd spent her whole life without decent clothes or good meals. And now she had to wait on this man. They were all married to men, yet why did she end up with such a useless husband? Thinking of her own nephew, Chen Xiangdong, and his wife, Lin Yuexiu. Lin Yuexiu was truly blessed she'd married well. The more she thought about it, the more her anger simmered, and the more worthless the man before her seemed. Seeing Zhang Fuchuan off to work today, laboring so diligently, only fueled her anger further. Look at that village slacker Zhang Fuchuan, now he's even working hard at his job. You can't even hold a candle to him. This is infuriating. How dare you compare me to a lazy bum? This is infuriating. If you want to get up, then get up. Lazy people aren't what they used to be. I see Zhang Fuchuan has become diligent. You'll just have to take his place as the village slacker from now on. Nong Jinhua sighed heavily, wanting to give him a good thrashing. But this was just their daily routine. After decades of living together, she'd long since grown accustomed to it. After a moment, she calmed down and said, "Xiangdong has really made something of himself now. He found work for Xiang Yuan and even got a job for third daughter. They start tomorrow. We can't treat him like we used to. Not long ago, he made a rule for all of us. We have to send 10 pounds of grain to mom every month. We can't drag our feet like we did with mother at eldest brother's and fourth brother's houses. We'll deliver the 10 caddies tomorrow." Chapter 70, from now on, call it Nyonyo. You stubborn woman. You always have to have your way. Before, when I wanted to take grain over, you held it back. Now you're the one pushing me to deliver it. Chen Xiangdong pulled on a cotton coat so old it had several holes. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Back then, what help could your eldest brother and fourth brother really offer our family? Look at your eldest brother, he's dead now, and I doubt we'll even keep in touch with his kids. And your fourth brother? They're selfish as hell. When you need help, they won't lift a finger. Xiangdong is different. He's got the clout now. If we don't build a relationship with him, why would he help us for nothing? If our family hadn't listened to me, who knows what state we'd be in? Nong Jinhua turned her head away in anger. Chen Xiangdong first picked up a plate, thinking that since the tiger was so big, he'd get more meat, so he switched to a basket. He carried the basket out the door. Everyone was busy waiting for the meat distribution. Chen Xiangdong went to find third sister. Their family had sent Wang Suewa to the brigade office to wait for the meat, but third sister was still weaving bamboo baskets. "Third sister, did you get the stamp yet?" "Done. Look, big brother." Sanmei immediately set aside her work, stood up, wiped her hands on her clothes, and pulled a neatly folded square of paper from her pocket. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Pack your things first. I'll drive you there early tomorrow morning." "Got it, big brother. I don't have much stuff. It'll be packed in no time." Chen Xiangdong glanced at her tattered clothes. Her luggage was indeed sparse, barely any garments. She only had 1 or 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of cotton shoes and a pair of felt boots. The felt boots were stitched from a single piece of cowhide, padded with felt grass inside. The magic of this grass was that it formed an insulating layer when stepped on. He had no idea how many years third sister had worn these 2 pairs. They were patched up when torn, then worn again. "Here, take these," Chen Xiangdong said, handing third sister 3 cloth coupons, 2 cotton coupons, and 2 shoe coupons. Seeing the ration tickets, third sister hesitated to accept them. "Big brother, keep the coupons. My wife and grandmother need them too. You should keep them. I can't accept these." She knew deep down how hard it was to support a family. Her brother had 2 children to raise too, it wasn't easy for him either. "Take them when I tell you to. Stop hesitating. If mom and dad see you refusing, they'll start complaining again. When you get to town, buy some fabric to make yourself a few outfits and get some things for little Lu too." Chen Xiangdong forced the money into third sister's pocket. Seeing her brother's angry expression, third sister dared not refuse any longer. She'd take it now and repay him later when she earned her own money. "Alright, I'll take it for now. By the way, big brother, yesterday dad wanted me to give my job to fourth brother." "What did you say?" "Of course I refused. I'd never give up my job. So dad asked me to talk to you. Could you find jobs for second brother and fourth brother too? Chen Xiangdong shrugged. They want jobs too? When they had good opportunities, why didn't they think of me? Tell dad we'll see about the jobs later. Alright, get back to work. Remember to get up early tomorrow. MHM. Chen Xiangdong returned home to find Xingxingyan crouched in his usual spot. Across from them sat the hunting dog he'd brought back from the mountains. A pair of dog eyes met the 4 human eyes. The hound crouched motionless. Little Coral darted back and forth beside the hound, looking gleefully satisfied, as if saying, finally, someone to share the burden of these 2 kids doting. Though when I say motionless, it's more accurate to say the hunting dog dared not move, terrified that the slightest shift in position would send those 2 human children pouncing on him. What are you 2 doing? Don't bully the dog. He hunted tigers with Daddy. He's a hero. Daddy, does he have a name yet? Asked Xingxing. No. Then can I name him? Sure. It's called Nyonyo. From now on, call it Nyonyo. Xingxing danced with joy. Chen Xiangdong was utterly speechless. A fierce male dog named Nyonyo? Wasn't that an insult? But as long as the 2 kids were happy, that was all that mattered. Nyonyo, from now on, these 2 are your little masters. You must listen to them. Woof woof. Nyonyo whimpered twice in protest. I'm a male dog, my entire reputation ruined by this name. You 2 better not bully Nyonyo, got it? Got it, Dad. Nyonyo is part of our family now, and we'll take good care of him. No sooner had Xingxing finished speaking than Nian went over, grabbed Nyonyo by the ears, and pulled it closer. The next scene showed Nyonyo being spun around by her front legs, doing centrifugal motion. Nyonyo is our family now. Nyonyo's happy, giggle giggle, Nyonyo's so much fun. Chen Xiangdong couldn't bear to watch any further. Because just as Xiao Shanhua had been so wronged at the beginning, Nyonyo was now suffering the same injustice. Leaving the 2 little ones to play on their own, he headed to the kitchen, already scheming in his mind about what delicious meal to cook for them. The more they eat, the more satiety points he gains. Braised tiger meat, chicken soup, and sweet and sour fish, tangy and sweet, the kids will love it. Chen Xiangdong got to work immediately, starting by mixing the sweet and sour sauce for the fish. Eager to see their dad start cooking, the 2 little ones washed their hands and came over to help on their own. Daddy, I'll stoke the fire for you. Dad, I'll wash the pots for you. The 2 little ones moved with surprising agility. You 2 are such good kids. In moments like this, Chen Xiangdong's heart overflowed with happiness. Cherish these moments spent together while they're young. Once they grow up, they won't be quite so adorable. Dad, when you're done with your work, the 2 of us will cook for little Coral and Nyonyo. Chen Xiangdong prepared the sweet and sour sauce using sugar, vinegar, and tomatoes. Once it was ready, he began frying the fish. The aroma filled the room, and little foodie Nian couldn't resist the temptation. Though she was supposed to be tending the stove, she sneaked a sip of Chen Xiangdong's sweet and sour sauce. By the time Chen Xiangdong saw and tried to stop her, it was too late. She'd already taken a big gulp, her mouth rimmed with orange-red sauce. Chen Xiangdong scolded playfully, "You little rascal, sneaking snacks again. You're going to get your bottom spanked." He was just trying to scare Nian. But the old lady overheard and thought Chen Xiangdong was really going to spank her. She rushed over and hugged Nian. "It's just a little soup. If you're going to spank anyone, spank me first. You can't spank Nian." Seeing great-grandma standing up for her, Nian grew bold. She wriggled free from her great-grandmother's embrace, hands on hips, chest puffed out proudly. "That's right. It's just a little sneak drink. If you're going to spank anyone, spank me. Don't you dare spank great-grandma." Chapter 71, The City Folks' Obsession. Seeing her defiant stance, Chen Xiangdong nearly burst out laughing. "You little minx, talking tough." Chen Xiangdong pretended to swat her bottom. Nian immediately hugged Chen Xiangdong. Daddy would never hit Nian. Nian is always Daddy's little treasure. Daddy wouldn't hit his own little treasure. Her voice was soft and sweet, though her speech was still stuttered and unclear. Her cuteness melted Chen Xiangdong's heart. "Is Nian Daddy's forever little treasure?" Yes. "Mommy's the big baby, Xingxing's the second baby, and you? You're the little baby." Chen Xiangdong gently tapped Nian's little head affectionately. "Alright, you 2 step aside. Daddy's cooking." The fish fried to a golden crisp, its aroma filling the air. Plated and drizzled with the prepared sweet and sour sauce, the dish was both hot and fragrant, making Chen Xiangdong's mouth water. The potatoes stewed with tiger meat, seasoned with cardamom, were so tender the bones fell apart, making one's mouth water. With these 2 dishes done, the chicken soup was also simmering. Xingxing, eager to help, automatically fetched the bowls and chopsticks and set the table. Xingxing then served each person a bowl of chicken soup. Then the family gathered around the table, slurping their soup. Chen Xiangdong's cooking was so delicious that every dish was devoured clean. With each burp, a notification sound echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind. Eldest daughter Xingxingyan's fullness +2. Younger daughter Nian's fullness +2.5. Daughter-in-law Lin Yueshou's fullness +1.8. Grandmother's fullness +1.9. They really ate their fill today. Chen Xiangdong checked the storage space. It still needed 100 points to level up, so it would take a while longer. The next day, before dawn, Chen Xiangdong rose early. He prepared breakfast and kept it warm in a pot. Just as they finished eating, third sister's voice came from the doorway. "Big brother, are you heading out?" Third sister stood at the door, carrying a large bag of luggage. "Come in quickly and have some eggs and corn cakes." Chen Xiangdong had prepared a breakfast for her. No need to guess, third sister definitely hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Eat up before heading into town. No need to rush. Okay. Third sister set down her luggage and sat down to eat. To save food at home, she usually skipped breakfast, quenching her hunger with water when she felt hungry. Now, eating eggs and corn cakes felt like the most delicious thing in the world. Finish all 3 eggs and both corn cakes. If you don't, we're not going into town today. Chen Xiangdong knew third sister well. If he didn't push her to eat, she'd only save it for him. Only after he issued that ultimatum did third sister obediently finish her eggs and corn cakes. "Big brother, I'm still a bit nervous. What if I go in and mess everything up with my clumsy hands?" Her nervousness mirrored Chen Xiangyuan's back then. Now that guy was so used to it, he'd even refused to work in the fields. "I understand your worries. You were just like brother Xiangyuan at first. After 2 days on the job, he got the hang of it and now handles everything with ease. Besides, our third sister is clever and hardworking. A restaurant hiring someone like you would be lucky. Don't worry at all. Once we're in the city, I'll take you to the restaurant. I know the manager there." Big brother, I'm so glad you're here." Though she lacked her parents' affection, having her big brother's care was enough to satisfy her. Chen Xiangdong pulled out the bicycle and helped third sister onto the back seat with her luggage. Even riding a bicycle made third sister nervous now, as it was her very first time on one. She didn't know where to put her feet and felt completely uncomfortable. "Hold on tight." "Okay." Third sister gripped the back seat tightly with both hands. Bicycles were much faster than ox carts. In less than an hour, they reached the city. It was still early, with few people on the streets. Most were having breakfast, and the breakfast stalls were bustling. "This city is so different from our village," third sister remarked. "Well, of course. There's a reason so many people are scrambling to become city dwellers. Once you buy a place here, you'll be one of us too." Becoming a city dweller, this was the obsession in the hearts of so many rural people. Generation after generation, rural folk lift each other up. After a few cycles of accumulation, their children naturally rise to higher ground. Chen Xiangdong now hoped Sanmei and Xiaolu would leave the countryside too. "I'd rather not entertain that dream. How could a country girl like me ever have that kind of ability? Why wouldn't it be possible? Don't limit yourself. If big brother says you can, then you can. When you're at work, focus on your job. After work, you'll study on your own to build your knowledge. I'll bring you some textbooks in a few days." "Alright, big brother." "Thank you." With big brother's encouragement, third sister seemed to glimpse a bright future ahead. She now had new hopes. Chen Xiangdong brought her to the state-run restaurant, which served lunch and dinner. It was too early now, and no one had arrived for work yet. Staff would start trickling in around 9 o'clock. But Ah Zhen was already waiting for them at the restaurant. Seeing them approach, Agan stepped outside to greet them. "Brother Dawn, you're up early. You must have left home before dawn. Did you have breakfast? If not, let's grab something to eat first." "I ate before coming. This is my third sister. It's her first time commuting to work, and she's still unfamiliar with the workplace environment. Could you kindly look out for her for the first few days? Big brother Dawn's sister is like my own sister. Taking care of her is a must." Arjun smiled as he took his third sister's luggage. This sister of his is quite a looker. Arjun couldn't bring himself to look at her for more than a few seconds. It was third sister's first time interacting with a man from outside the village, and she couldn't help but feel shy. She glanced at Arjun once before bashfully lowering her head. "Third sister, let me explain the work schedule here. We have 2 shifts, the morning shift from 9 to 4, and the evening shift from 4 to 10. You'll rotate between them." "Okay." Third sister nodded, still avoiding direct eye contact. "I'll take you to the dorms now. They're not far from here, about a 15-minute walk. Very convenient." Arjun escorted them there and helped them settle in. After that, Arjun took third sister to work for her first day, while Chen Xiangdong went about his own business. He had arranged to deliver pork to Director Chen this morning. Since he was bringing third sister along, he didn't bring doggy this time. As usual, he found a secluded spot, retrieved the wild boar from his spatial pocket, and pulled the cart toward the steel mill. "Oh, Comrade Chen, you're here." The security guard greeted him with unusual warmth this time. Chen Xiangdong's arrival meant they'd have pork to eat today. Chapter 72, A Chance Rescue. Chen Xiangdong offered him a cigarette. "Uncle, I'm going in to see Director Chen." "You can go in after registering, but Director Chen hasn't come to work today." Strangely, he didn't show up yesterday either. The security guard said. "Will he be coming in later?" "Not sure. It's almost 11 now. He probably won't come in this morning. You won't catch him this morning. If he doesn't show up this afternoon either, I'll have waited for nothing. Comrade Chen, you're here to deliver meat, right? The security guard asked, glancing at the handcart. Last time, he couldn't figure out why that young guy who looked kinda dim-witted had such a grudge against him. He had to trick him into thinking the cart was loaded with cow dung. Yes. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's reply that he was indeed delivering pork, the guard felt a surge of joy. Today they would truly have pork to eat. But Director Chen isn't here, so we can't deliver the meat. What? If Director Chen doesn't come today, won't all the employees in our factory area go without meat? The security guard looked utterly dejected. Without meat, today would mean cabbage and corn gruel again, not a single morsel of meat. It was unbearable. Director Chen handles this. If he's not here, I naturally can't deliver the meat. Chen Xiangdong didn't want to make the trip for nothing, but strictly speaking, what he was doing now was essentially profiteering. One more person involved meant one more complication. Do you know where Director Chen lives? I want to go see him. Only with his approval can I get the meat delivered. Chen Xiangdong planned to try his luck at Chen's residence. He couldn't be sure if Director Chen was genuinely unavailable or had simply changed his mind about the deal. After all, he hadn't shown up for work and hadn't even left a message for his subordinates. Chen Xiangdong still found the whole thing rather odd. The security guard was already thinking about lunch and dinner, how he could add a little meat to his meals. Of course, he wasn't just thinking about himself. He'd only have a tiny taste, just enough to get a hint of meat flavor in his mouth. He planned to take the meat home for his little grandson. His little grandson had rarely eaten meat. At 4 years old, he was skinny as a rail. It broke his heart. He couldn't bring himself to eat it, saving it all for his grandson. The day before yesterday, the little grandson had meat, and today he was clamoring for more. If Chen Xiangdong could meet Director Chen today, then his little grandson could have meat to eat. You've come to the right person. Director Chen lives right across from us. Usually, he practices Tai Chi at the doorstep early in the morning every single day without fail. But today was strange, he wasn't practicing Tai Chi at the door. Maybe he had to go out for something. The security guard scribbled an address on a piece of paper and handed it to Chen Xiangdong. Alright, thanks a lot, uncle. I'll go check. If he's home, I can just say hello and bring the meat over. Chen Xiangdong thanked the security guard and offered him a cigarette. As he was about to leave, he noticed two individuals who looked like delinquents near the factory gate, talking to a well-dressed man. Too far away to hear their conversation, Chen Xiangdong watched as the well-dressed man handed them a large envelope. He then walked into the factory, meaning that man was someone from the steel plant. Chen Xiangdong was in a hurry to find Director Chen and didn't dwell on it, merely noting it with curiosity. He hurried to find Director Chen. Once they were out of earshot, he stowed the handcart and meat in his storage space. His home wasn't far from the factory, just over 10 minutes by bicycle. Chen Xiangdong located Director Chen's door number and knocked on the door. He knocked several times, but no one answered. No one was home after all. What a wasted trip today. Just as Chen Xiangdong was about to leave, he heard faint, labored breathing coming from inside the house. If he weren't a hunter and hadn't been listening carefully, he wouldn't have noticed this faint sound. Someone was home. But why did that breathing sound so strange? Could Director Chen have fallen ill at home? Without a second thought, Chen Xiangdong kicked the door open. The scene inside left him speechless. The room was in utter disarray. Clearly, someone had broken in. Amidst the chaos, Chen Xiangdong spotted Director Chen. He lay there amidst the chaos, barely clinging to life, his injuries severe. Director Chen! Director Chen! Chen Xiangdong rushed over to check on him. Director Chen opened his eyes slightly but couldn't speak. He was immediately rushed to the hospital for treatment. At the hospital, after receiving treatment from the doctors, Director Chen regained consciousness. His left foot had been broken by the thief, and his head had sustained a mild concussion from the impact. That's why he had passed out, and the neighbors hadn't noticed. Had Chen Xiangdong not come looking for him and rushed him to the hospital in time, he might not have survived. Director Chen lay in the hospital bed, his condition much improved from when he first arrived. Even though he was confined to a hospital bed, he still refused to acknowledge the severity of his injuries. Young Chen, thanks to you coming to find me, you saved my life. You're my lifesaver. Director Chen, how did thieves suddenly break into your home? Chen Xiangdong asked curiously. Yesterday, two young men suddenly broke in. They had slicked back hair and long sideburns. As soon as they entered, they locked the door. I tried to fight back, but they beat me up like this. Did they take everything in the house? Probably. Chen Xiangdong didn't know what Director Chen originally had at home, but judging by the mess, they must have taken quite a lot. Those bastards. Robbing me in my own home. Director Chen was seething with rage, itching to jump out of his hospital bed and hunt them down. His stashed bills and cash were undoubtedly gone. They robbed the place in broad daylight? Chen Xiangdong thought those two Fei were incredibly bold. In those days, hoodlums referred to young men who dressed flashily bell-bottoms, flowery shirts, exaggerated hairstyles and behaved frivolously, loafing around with a hint of thuggery. Their audacity was undeniable. Though economic hardship might stir social unrest, robberies and thefts were becoming more common. But breaking into a private residence in broad daylight? That wasn't exactly common. They probably figured out Director Chen's situation, knowing he lived alone. They likely studied when the neighborhood was least populated. That's why they were so bold. This is the steel mill's employee housing complex. Director Chen was assigned a room here. His family lives in the countryside, so he lives alone. His neighbors all left for work around 8:30. That is to say, from 9 in the morning until noon, and then again from a little past 1 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening, everyone is at work, leaving the place nearly deserted. This is precisely why Chen Xiangdong, being more observant, connected these details. If this had been premeditated, the robbery wouldn't have been so straightforward. Director Chen, you haven't offended anyone, have you? Me? Well, I haven't exactly offended anyone, but then again, I have. Having reached this position, even if I haven't offended anyone, others might still think I have. Director Chen's position at the steel mill was neither particularly high nor low. In short, he was responsible for scheduling the procurement of nearly all materials for the plant. If he didn't offend the suppliers, he'd inevitably cross someone within the factory. Chapter 73, Speculation. Director Chen's words suddenly reminded Chen Xiangdong of the two delinquent youths he'd spotted near the factory earlier that day, both sporting slicked-back pompadours. A bold thought struck Chen Xiangdong: could those two be the ones who robbed Director Chen? If that were the case, this incident would be far from simple. After all, they had connections to the factory's workers. Could it be that someone at the factory disliked Director Chen and hired thugs to beat him up? But these were merely Chen Xiangdong's speculations. Without confirmation, he dared not jump to conclusions. Therefore, he kept his suspicions to himself and didn't share them with Director Chen. Those bastards really went all out, every blow landed hard. If I ever track them down, I'll skin them alive. Director Chen continued venting his anger. Director Chen, do you remember what they looked like? They had their faces covered with black cloth. I could only see their eyes. I couldn't make out their features. Director Chen shook his head. The incident had been reported to the police, but they'd likely struggle to track down those two. Alright, thugs like Fei are running wild these days. We really need to be more careful. Oh, Director Chen, since you're hospitalized now, do you still want that wild boar you mentioned earlier? Of course I still want it, but I'll need you to deliver it again tomorrow. I can't make it to the factory today, but I'll be able to go tomorrow. Ha? You're pretty badly injured. Shouldn't you be resting properly in the hospital? They say it takes 300 days to heal broken bones and sprains. With that leg injury, you'll need to stay in bed for 3 months. You're going to work tomorrow? Director Chen, you're way too dedicated. If I don't show up for 3 months, someone else will take my position. So I can't give them an opening. Luckily, the fracture is in my lower leg. I can still get to work in a wheelchair. If it were my thigh, I'd really have to stay in bed. But you've got a concussion too. I don't care about concussions. All I know is that if I lose this job, I won't be able to make ends meet. My wife and child wouldn't have any money to live on. I can't even imagine what that life would be like. Director Chen worked in procurement at the steel mill and usually made a decent side income. Of course, his position also came with a decent salary. He earned a lot, so his everyday expenses were high too. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, returning to poverty would be unbearable. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose this job. Alright, I'll come find you at the factory tomorrow. Chen Xiangdong didn't try to persuade him further. Director Chen, please get some rest. The hospital has notified your family, and they'll be here soon. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Alright. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. Sai, you saved my life this time, and I don't know how to thank you enough. I always repay kindness. How about this? There's a production quota for a workshop worker at the steel mill. I'll give you that quota. You can either do the work yourself or sell the quota to someone else. Director Chen felt terrible physically, but he still managed to smile. Chen Xiangdong was naturally eager for the work quota. Moreover, he knew this incident had brought them closer together. For him, this was a good thing. Thank you, Director Chen. I really do need a work target. You're welcome. You saved me, so it's only natural I repay you. Go ahead and get back to work. I need to rest more now. After leaving the hospital, Chen Xiangdong headed straight for the Xinhua bookstore. He had deliberately exchanged several book vouchers beforehand. He planned to buy a few books for his third sister, Xingxinyan, and also for Xiaolu. He selected 2 cultural books for third sister. She had never attended school, which was awkward because she couldn't read. However, he could enroll her in night school. Although resources were scarce in 1960, the country was in the midst of a peak literacy campaign. Night schools were established in both urban and rural areas, with educated youth, grassroots cadres, and elementary school teachers volunteering to teach. Of course, night schools faced unique challenges at this time, but third sister could still attend. As for their heart's desire, Chen Xiangdong bought them fairy tale books, and the same for Xiao Lu. Even though they couldn't read much yet, they could take them home and have teacher Lu read them aloud. After browsing for over half an hour, Chen Xiangdong finally emerged from the bookstore. Afterward, he headed to the state-run restaurant to find San Mei. By then, dinner time had passed, and third sister wasn't as busy. She was washing dishes with a few other women. When a colleague mentioned someone was looking for her, she immediately guessed it was her big brother. She hurried out. "Big brother, it really is you. So, how's it going? Getting used to it?" Chen Xiangdong asked with a smile. "Well, washing dishes, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, wiping tables, serving food, none of these tasks are particularly tiring. It's really not as exhausting as farming back in the village. I've gotten the hang of everything else, but serving the dishes still feels a bit unfamiliar." "You've only been on the job less than a day, it's normal to be unfamiliar. Just work hard here, and you'll never have to worry about food again." "Yeah, you're right, big brother." Here, third sister was noticeably more cheerful and in better spirits than back in the countryside. "Here, take these books." Chen Xiangdong handed her 2 volumes. Not just 2 cultural books, but also a Xinhua dictionary. Though third sister couldn't read, she'd heard big brother talk about knowledge and now yearned for it herself. She understood that knowledge was the only way to change her fate now. These 2 books were the best gift he could give her. "Thank you, big brother. I'll study hard. Even if you can't read, you can look up words in the dictionary. I'll go find Agan later and have him help you enroll in night school." "Yes, thank you, brother. You should get back to work. It's during office hours, and I don't want to keep you too long." With that, Chen Xiangdong went to seek Arjun's assistance. Chapter 74, Mom, I want to go to school. Arjun was a man of honor. Without hesitation, he agreed to handle the matter. This put Chen Xiangdong at ease, but the future of third sister's life would still depend on her own efforts to change it. After all, he couldn't support third sister for the rest of her life. He went to the supply cooperative and bought 3 school bags, stationery, and other school supplies before heading home. Back home, he called Xingxinyan over. "Come see what Daddy bought you as a gift." Nian Nian had been cradling Nyonyo while playing, but upon hearing about the gifts, she promptly tossed Nyonyo onto the floor. Little Coral happened to be curled up asleep on the floor. Half asleep, it was suddenly crushed by a massive weight. "Daddy, what's the present?" The 2 little ones excitedly tugged at the bag Chen Xiangdong was holding. "Ta-da, a backpack for each of you." Chen Xiangdong was genuinely delighted to see how eager they were. He pulled the backpacks out of the bag. There were 2 of them. The current trend was for single shoulder bags. Double shoulder backpacks were rare, and Chen Xiangdong couldn't find any. Moreover, the styles and patterns of the backpacks were extremely monotonous. Made of canvas, the colors were mainly army green, navy blue, khaki, or black. All 3 backpacks Chen Xiangdong bought were army green. One featured a 5-pointed star pattern. One had the words "Serve the People" printed on it. The third one had the slogan "Study hard, strive for progress every day." "You guys pick which backpack you want." "I want this one." Xinxing chose the backpack with the "Serve the People" inscription. "Then I'll take this one." Nian Nian picked the backpack with the red 5-pointed star. So the backpack with "Study hard, strive for progress every day" went to Xiao Lu. Chen Xiangdong scratched his head and pulled out a few more items. "I also bought you some books. Take them to teacher Lu later. He'll read them to you and teach you to recognize the characters." The 2 little ones were still very fond of books. As soon as Chen Xiangdong took them out, they both scrambled to grab the books. Then they divided the books among themselves and packed them into their respective backpacks. "Tomorrow we can go to teacher Lu's house for class with our backpacks." Xinxing happily paced back and forth in the room with her backpack on. Seeing the 2 little ones so happy, Chen Xiangdong also left the house cheerfully. He intended to take the backpack and books to give to little Lu. On the way, he encountered Xiao Lu returning from gathering firewood. She was bent over under the weight of a large bundle of wood, which seemed heavy enough to topple her over. Chen Xiangdong hurried over, took the bundle off her back, and carried it for her. "Why did you go gather firewood again?" "I'm delivering firewood to the brigade. Maybe I can earn some work points." Xiao Lu wiped her nose. "It's freezing out. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold gathering firewood? You're still a child, your body isn't built like an adult's. If I don't earn work points, Mom and Dad will be upset." Xiao Lu pouted, venting his grievances. "When I grow up a bit more, I want to work outside like third sister." "If you want to work outside, you need to study hard first. See what big brother brought you?" Chen Xiangdong handed the bag to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu pulled out a school bag and spotted several books inside. Her excitement lasted only a few seconds before her eyes immediately dimmed. Big brother said Xiao Lu should go to teacher Lu's house for lessons. Xiao Lu went, and teacher Lu taught us to read and write. Xiao Lu really liked it. But after just one day of class, Mom came over, twisted my ear, and dragged me home. As she spoke, Xiao Lu began to sniffle. Don't mind her. Just keep going to Teacher Lu's classes. If she tries to drag you home again, come find Big Brother. Okay. Chen Xiangdong helped her deliver the firewood to the brigade office, then went to check on the reed blinds the villagers were weaving. Xiao Lu had a school bag, and she happily slung it over her shoulder as she walked home. The moment she entered the door, Wang Suihua noticed the backpack slung over her shoulder. Furious, Wang Suihua rushed over to snatch it from her. Where did you get this backpack? You think you can waste time going to school? Mom, you can't take my backpack. Big Brother bought it for me. Xiao Lu fought back against Wang Suihua, clutching the bag tightly with both hands. You good-for-nothing brat. You're so cheap eating and drinking at home, yet you don't want to work. What good is going to school? Studying won't help us with the housework. When Wang Suihua couldn't pull the backpack free, she turned and grabbed a broom. I'm going to study. Why can't girls get an education? I'm 10 years old now. My brother said I should study so I can make something of myself someday. Xiao Lu said stubbornly. Did your big brother give birth to you, or did I? Did we raise you, or did he? Just because he says you can go to school, does that mean you can? I may be your child, and you raised me, but I started helping sweep the floor and tend the fire at 3. At 4, I went out to cut pig grass and gather firewood. At 5 and 6, I helped cook and glean in the wheat fields. Later, I followed you both to work. Kids earn fewer work points, but I earned them myself. I raised myself too. Xiao Lu wasn't convinced. You're really rebelling now, just like your eldest brother. You're a girl you'll marry someday. Married women all do the same, bear children, manage the household, and support their families alongside their husbands. Look at your mother. Once you marry, you'll be just like me, revolving around this household day after day. If I had gone to school, it wouldn't have done me any good either. What good would studying do you? I will study. I will learn to read and write. I will become an educated person and leave this little mountain village. I said you can't study, so you can't study. There's so much work to do around here. You have to do the housework and help earn work points. As long as you live under this roof, you have a mouth to feed, and you must earn work points. I don't care. Big Brother said I can study, so I will. Fine then, go live with your big brother. Don't stay in this house. Go on, get out. And if you ever leave, don't you dare set foot in this house again. If you dare set foot in here again, I'll break your legs. Wang Suihua pointed at Xiao Lu and yelled, her emotions running high. How could everyone have changed like this? Fine, I'll leave. I'll never set foot in this house again. Xiao Lu wiped away tears and ran to Chen Xiangdong's house. Chen Jianmen returned home just as he saw Xiao Lu running out crying. What happened now? Why did you make Xiao Lu cry? That good for nothing. She's an ungrateful brat. Thinking she can go to school like everyone else. Wang Suihua was so furious she nearly fainted. Chapter 75, Xiao Lu, who's bullying you? The boss told little Lu to study with Teacher Lu. You shouldn't meddle so much. If that girl really moves in with the boss, who knows what the villagers will say about us? You can't keep acting like you used to, okay? You need to change your temper. Xiangdong isn't the same kid he used to be. Among all our children, he's the most capable now. We raise children to care for us in our old age. Isn't that exactly why we need someone capable like the eldest? Easy for you to say. Now that the eldest is doing well, everyone knows they should curry favor with him. But little Lu still needs to eat at home. If she goes to study with Teacher Lu, that means she'll have to do a lot less work from now on. You want me to do housework day in and day out? Are you trying to work this old woman to death? Little Lu went to tell on us to the eldest. That's not good. Now the whole village is on the eldest's side. Chen Jianmen said this, and Wang Suihua didn't say anything more. She held back, considering how much money the eldest son was making now. Old man, did you know our eldest son earns 200 yuan a month as a researcher? When the time comes, won't he buy us nice things? Wang Suihua began scheming in her mind again. Old Fifth overheard her and leaned in, wrapping his arm around Wang Suihua's. Mom, I want a bicycle. Ask Big Brother to buy me one, okay? With a bike, my classmates will definitely want to hang out with me. Their parents are all important people. Who knows? Maybe one day I can get a government job through them. Of the 6 children, old 5 was the sweetest, talking to his mother. Every affectionate gesture and filial remark managed to charm Wang Suihua into happiness. Alright, now that your big brother's so loaded, I'll definitely find a way to get him to buy you a bike. Whatever old 5 wanted, she'd find a way to make it happen. And among the children, she always demanded more from the eldest, and for good reason. Because she believed the eldest owed her. Even before he was born, he owed her. This story goes back to before she married Chen Jianmen. Back then, she was only 19. Chen Jianmen's production team went to a neighboring village to help haul soil. Chen Jianmen was among them, and Wang Suihua immediately noticed his hard work. She took the initiative to hand him water and towels. The production team worked in that village for a whole week straight. Wang Suihua and Chen Jianmen gradually became acquainted. Later, they often made plans to hang out together. And so, they became a couple. During their courtship, a handsome man approached Wang Suihua's close friend to propose marriage. Not only was he handsome, but it was said his father was the factory director, meaning his family was quite well off. However, Wang Suihua's best friend already had someone in her heart. No matter how good the man's conditions were, he couldn't make her heart flutter. But Wang Suihua was intrigued. In terms of both background and looks, this man surpassed Chen Jianmen. At the time, Chen Jianmen's family was truly destitute, living in a bare-walled shack. She had second thoughts and no longer wished to be with Chen Jianmen. She deliberately arranged chance encounters with the man, and through her efforts, he decided to marry her. Even before the wedding, Wang Suihua began dreaming of the good life she would have once she was married. But just as she was lost in these fantasies, she discovered she was pregnant. It happened when she was with Chen Jianmen. The two of them went out together, lost in passion and confusion, and secretly tasted the forbidden fruit in a cornfield. She tried to terminate the pregnancy to marry the other man, but ultimately failed and was discovered by him. In a fit of rage, he called off the engagement. Pregnant, Wang Suihua had no choice but to marry Chen Jianmen. She blamed all her misfortune on the unborn child. If not for it, why would he have broken off the engagement? She believed it was the child's fault, that it was the child who had ruined her life. Thus, even before the child was born, she harbored hostility toward it. And that child was Chen Xiangdong. Wang Suihua believed he was born owing her, so he had to pay. Old woman, don't do anything rash. Don't provoke the boss. Chen Jianmen quickly cautioned. It was this old woman who had strained the relationship between the eldest son and them in the first place. It was infuriating. I know what I'm doing. Mind your own business. Wang Suihua didn't like hearing Chen Jianmen talk like that and stormed off angrily. Xiao Lu came crying to Chen Xiangdong's house. Lin Yueshio was hanging laundry when she saw Xiao Lu running over in tears. She quickly dropped the clothes and rushed over to hug him. Why are you crying, Xiao Lu? Did someone bully you? Mom bullied me. I'm going to find Big Brother. Xiao Lu sobbed as he spoke. Lin Yueshio turned and called out, Xiangdong, come out quickly. Xiao Lu was crying. Chen Xiangdong was recording the expenses from the past few days. Hearing Lin Yueshio call him, he came out immediately. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Big Brother, Mom won't let Xiao Lu go to school. She even said she won't let Xiao Lu into the house. Xiao Lu has nowhere to go. Xiao Lu wailed loudly. It's okay. If little Lu has nowhere to stay, he can live at Big Brother's house. From now on, I'll take care of you and raise you up. Xiao Lu's life at home was far from easy. It was exhausting. With his current means, taking in another child posed no problem at all. He had wanted to take Xiao Lu in before, but since the boy was his parents' child, it was truly difficult to bring him home. Now that things had turned out this way, bringing Xiao Lu home meant the villagers wouldn't criticize him. Instead, they'd blame his parents. Can Xiao Lu really live at Big Brother's house? Xiao Lu was worried that his sister-in-law and the others might not be happy if she came to live with them. Of course she can. Once little Lu lives here, no one will be able to bully her anymore. Lin Yueshio wiped away her tears. Stop crying. Let's go inside. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Xiao Lu stopped crying and followed them inside. By evening, Wang Suihua hadn't seen Xiao Lu come home and assumed she must be at the eldest brother's place. That little brat, she hasn't really gone to stay at the eldest brother's place, has she? At such a young age, she thinks she's grown wings and can disobey now? Once she found her and brought her home, she'd give her a good scolding. Wang Suihua stormed over to Chen Xiangdong's house. Oldest brother, is little Lu at your place? She yelled at the doorway. Chen Xiangdong and Xiao Lu both came out. Mom, from now on, Xiao Lu will live at my place, eat my food, and study with teacher Lu. You don't need to worry about her anymore. Xiao Lu is my daughter. I make the decisions. Big Brother, you're not allowed to interfere in this matter. Wang Suihua's tone toward Chen Xiangdong was no longer what it used to be. It had softened considerably. Now that the eldest son had power, she naturally had to be more polite. Xiao Lu isn't your slave. Stop treating her like a servant, okay? She's at the age where she must study. From now on, Xiao Lu will live with me. You don't need to worry about her eating your family's food or spending your family's money. Chapter 76, A New Beginning for Xiao Lu. Hearing the eldest son speak thus, Wang Suihua's mind sparked with an idea. With famine raging, the boss helping raise Xiao Lu wasn't out of the question. They'd actually be relieved. No matter how much a child helped around the house, they still consumed food. Besides, this girl kept clamoring to go to school. Once she grew up, she'd be like water poured out. If she kept causing trouble like this, their family would be ruined. Besides, hadn't old Five been wanting a bicycle? Using that as leverage was the only way they'd agree to keep little Six here. If the eldest brother actually agreed, wouldn't that be a win-win? Little Six is my daughter, she must live with us. If you, the eldest, truly want little Six to live with you, that's fine. But there's one condition, you must buy me a bicycle. Wang Suihua had the nerve to say it. Chen Xiangdong never imagined his mother would make such a demand when deciding whether to raise the young Xiao Lu. However, it didn't affect Chen Xiangdong's plans. Once little Lu moved in with him, the system would automatically register her as family, and she could provide satiety points. Fine. Chen Xiangdong turned and went into his room. Moments later, he emerged and handed her a bicycle ticket. Take this bicycle ticket. You won't have to worry about Xiao Lu's affairs anymore. He had taken 2 bicycle tickets last time, and they came in handy now. Wang Suihua accepted the ticket with wild delight. Fine. Whether Xiao Lu goes to school or not, I won't interfere anymore. Seeing this, Xiao Lu felt both happy and disappointed. He was happy because he could go to school now and wouldn't have to go home hungry. He could even eat meat at his older brother's place. Disappointed that his own mother would abandon him like this. Tears welled up uncontrollably, but he quickly wiped them away. Big brother, from now on, Xiao Lu is part of your family. When I grow up, I'll repay you and sister-in-law for everything. You silly girl, dinner will be ready soon. Go with Xingxinian to teacher Lu's house. Okay. The two walked back into the house, laughing. Wang Suihua was thrilled all the way home. She'd never seen a bicycle ticket before, and now she had one in her hands. Once she bought a bicycle with it, their family would have won 2 the second in the village to own one. The first one belonged to Chen Xiangdong. Of course, she wasn't worried about drawing too much attention and getting reported, because this ticket came from Chen Xiangdong himself. Chen Xiangdong now worked as a researcher with a high salary. Although it hadn't been a full month yet, so he hadn't received his salary. But she could tell others it was a bonus from the government. Wang Suihua skipped home cheerfully, eager to share the good news with Old Five. The moment she entered the door, she grabbed Old Five and exclaimed happily, "Old Five, look what Mom brought you." Ah! A bicycle ticket. Old Five snatched the ticket from Wang Suihua's hand and examined it happily from all angles. Old Five, now you'll have a bicycle to ride too. But remember, this belongs to our family, it's not just yours alone. I, your father, and your 4th brother can all ride it. Okay. Though Old Five felt a tiny twinge of disappointment, he still smiled happily. Where did you get the bicycle ticket? Asked 4th brother, puzzled. Such expensive tickets were impossible for ordinary farmers to obtain. From your eldest brother, of course. Wang Suihua said with a laugh. Wow, our eldest brother really has connections, he can even get bicycle tickets. Old 4th beamed with delight. Once they bought that bicycle, everyone would see their family's solid financial standing. It would also make it easier to find a bride. Just like in later generations, where people buy cars and houses to appear glamorous on the outside, unaware of the hardships hidden behind the facade. But when it came to matchmaking, people would judge one's worth based on whether they had a car or a house. As long as you owned a house and a car, your chances of success increased. But Chen Jianmen didn't want any bicycle tickets. The more you use a bicycle, the more worn out it gets, and the less it's worth. Instead, he hoped Chen Xiangdong could provide them with work quotas. A work quota meant a steady monthly salary, something that could generate income. At this moment, he looked down on Wang Suihua for her short-sightedness. The day before yesterday, he sent the 3rd son to sound out the eldest brother. The 3rd son returned saying that the job would depend on the situation. That response meant there was still a chance. After all, the eldest son was still a Chen. No matter what, once he made it big, he'd help the family out. Today, the eldest son had gone into town again. It seemed he needed to keep a closer eye on things and go ask how it was going. Just after seeing Wang Suihua off, Chen Jianmen arrived. Chen Xiangdong assumed he was here about little 6. The moment he saw Chen Jianmen walk through the door, he said, "Dad, I've made it perfectly clear to Mom. Little 6 will be staying here from now on." Fine. Since you're okay with Xiao Lu staying here, then he'll stay here. We're all family anyway, Chen Jianmen said with a casual air. Only then did Chen Xiangdong realize the old man hadn't come for Xiao Lu. Then what else do you need? If nothing else, head back. We're about to eat. Didn't I ask 3rd brother to help inquire about that job the day before yesterday? So the old man was here about the job after all. Truth be told, this old man was more considerate of his 3 sons than Wang Suihua ever was. The old man thought more long-term, while Wang Suihua only focused on the surface. About that job. Chen Xiangdong hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "There is a job quota available, but it costs money. I didn't get it for free from someone else. If you want the job quota, you'll have to pay for it." How much for this job quota? This job quota is for a steel mill workshop worker, 400 yuan. The government is heavily investing in the steel industry now, so there's no fear of unemployment in this field. Meals and lodging are provided, with a monthly wage of 35 yuan, pretty decent pay. So naturally, it commands a higher price. Chen Xiangdong asking for 400 was actually cutting them a deal. What? That's so expensive. If you think it's too expensive, I'll give the job quota to someone else. No, please don't. Your 2nd and 4th brothers need jobs. And if your 5th brother doesn't get into college, he'll need work too. Chen Xiangdong looked at Chen Jianmen and smiled. In his previous life, the 5th son had passed the university entrance exam. Back then, university students either didn't pay tuition or received subsidies. But this good-for-nothing fifth brother, in his quest to climb the social ladder and join the upper class. The subsidy wasn't enough, so he demanded a monthly allowance from home. He claimed he needed to learn an instrument, so Chen Xiangdong earned money to pay for his lessons. In short, he'd come up with all sorts of excuses to convince his family he was becoming a better university student. His family was fooled into believing they were investing in his future, expecting him to repay them once he succeeded. In his previous life, Chen Xiangdong had no idea that the fifth son was merely chasing vanity by forcing his way into wealthy circles. He had willingly sacrificed for him and worried endlessly. Now, Chen Xiangdong wasn't taking on that mess anymore. Let Chen Jianmen and Wang Suihua deal with it themselves. They'd have their hands full from now on. Chapter 77, Whoever has the money gets the job. So do you want this job or not? Chen Xiangdong sounded impatient. The job quota was expensive, but Chen Jianmen also worried someone else might snatch it away. For ordinary farmers like them, there was no way to buy work quotas normally. This was clearly a golden opportunity. Of course we want it. But we need to discuss it with the others. If we raise the money, we still don't know which son to give it to. Chen Jianmen was at a loss. After all, it was just one job. Besides, he couldn't raise that much money right now anyway, so he'd just have to stall for now. Alright, tell the second, fourth, and fifth sons let's have a family meeting. Chen Xiangdong said. He'd set the job target out there and let them fight it out themselves. Chen Jianmen immediately called second brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother, urging them to come to eldest brother's house. Hearing their father mention urgent business, second son quickly threw on a thick coat to head out. His wife asked curiously, "That's strange. Why would dad suddenly want you all to go to the eldest brother's place for a family meeting? Who knows? But it must be truly urgent, otherwise he wouldn't summon us so suddenly, especially to the eldest brother's place. Could it be work-related? No idea. We'll find out when we get there." Air left. The fourth and fifth sons arrived at Chen Xiangdong's house one after another, with the second son being the last to arrive. At that moment, the old lady was braising meat. When Chen Xiangdong was busy, she'd often help with the cooking. The rich aroma of the stewing meat filled the room, making their mouths water. All three unconsciously assumed they'd been summoned for a meal. "Now that all three of you are here, I'll get to the point," Chen Xiangdong said. "Alright, go ahead." Chen Jianmen chimed in from the side. "I currently have a work assignment." Before Chen Xiangdong could finish, the fourth brother immediately cut in. "Give it to me, big brother." Chen Xiangdong paused, ignoring him. Chen Jianmen shot him a disapproving look. "Fourth brother, what's the rush? Do you think you're the only one here?" Chastised by Chen Jianmen, fourth brother quieted down. "It's a job as a steel mill workshop worker. I didn't get this quota for free, it cost me $400. Whoever wants this job, hand over 400. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, fourth brother and second brother lost their composure, while fifth brother remained expressionless. He simply didn't care for the job of a factory shop worker. He's going to college, this kind of work isn't fit for him. But the second and fifth sons were different. The second son said with concern, 400 yuan? That's so expensive. Our family only saves a little over 10 yuan a year. How many years would it take to save that much? So you're saying you think it's too expensive and don't want this job? If that's the case, I'll tell the factory tomorrow that we're giving up this job quota. Chen Xiangdong said it casually, and the two grew anxious. Big brother, please don't. I definitely want the job, but that's just too much money. I need time to raise it. Alright, I'll give you a few days. Whoever raises the money first gets the job. That's settled. Dad, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, you can go home now. Chen Xiangdong dismissed them to return to their respective homes immediately. But the aroma of the food tempted them to linger. By now, the table on the heated bed was laden with several dishes. Braised chicken with potatoes, kung pao chicken, stewed spare ribs, preserved eggs, braised fish, cabbage soup. Even old Five had only seen such dishes at his wealthy friend's house. Only wealthy families could afford such extravagance. Yet the dinner spread at his eldest brother's house was already on par with those wealthy households. Old Five couldn't help but feel envious, swallowing repeatedly. Fourth brother, second brother, and even their father Chen Jianmen stared longingly at the dishes. Why hadn't the eldest brother invited them to stay for dinner? None of them moved, hoping Chen Xiangdong would notice dinner was ready at his house and say, "Don't rush off so quickly, stay for dinner with us." But their hopes were dashed. Instead, they heard, "Hurry along, you lot. There are too many of us eating here, and the food won't be enough. We can't keep you for dinner." Only then did they awkwardly leave Chen Xiangdong's home. When two people fight over one job, it inevitably leads to unpleasantness between them. The second son returned home and immediately asked his wife, "Li Qi, do you have any money?" His wife was puzzled. "What's this about? Asking me for money? Where would I have any? I spend everything on this household. You're useless, and now you're asking me for money?" His wife was both frustrated and angry. "Calm down, it's good news. Big brother said he has a job opening, but it costs 400 yuan to get it. Now it's a race between me and the fourth brother to see who can raise the money first. The job goes to whoever does. It's a job at the steel mill, paying over 30 yuan a month. Here in the village, we farm collectively for work points, then get grain shares at year end. We barely earn anything, saving over 10 yuan is already pretty good. But if we work at the factory, we'll earn over 30 yuan a month plus grain coupons. Work 7 or 8 months, and you could earn over 400 yuan. Even if you had to borrow it, you could pay it back in a few months, and everything after that would be pure profit. The second son was really tempted by this job, but he just couldn't come up with that much money. Really? Working in a factory would be great. Second brother's wife beamed with delight. I've saved 20 yuan. Take it. She had just said she had no money, but now that this opportunity came up, she voluntarily offered the money she had been saving. If second brother could get that factory job, life would be much easier for her and the kids. But then she added with a hint of irritation, your older brother is really something. We're all family, yet he's asking us for money. And it's only one job, making you two brothers fight over it? It just feels a bit unethical. Oh, you. Stop saying things like that. Your older brother isn't getting this job for free. He'll have to pay for it too. We don't usually get opportunities to buy job quotas. Those jobs are usually passed down within the family or sold to relatives. Right now, we only have a chance to get jobs because of Big Brother. Don't say things like that, Big Brother might hear and get upset. Do you really think I'm stupid? I'm just venting to you. Sigh, I really courted the wrong person back then. I thought if I served the mother-in-law well, I'd get the family's favor. Who would have thought Big Brother was the one we should have been currying favor with all along? I'll head to my parents' place and see if I can borrow some money. Chapter 78, Conflict Amidst the Struggle. We can't let fourth brother get the money first. Right, you go ask mom and dad for money. Fourth brother lives with them now, so they'll favor him more. We can't let them give all the money to him. After the second brother's wife finished speaking, she went to her parents' home to borrow money. The second son had saved 30 yuan, plus his wife's 20, making 50 yuan total. He still needed to borrow 350 yuan. He hurried to find Wang Suihua, knowing his mother managed the household finances and held the purse strings. Therefore, approaching his mother about borrowing money would be more effective. When second son arrived at his parents' house, Chen Xiangdong and Wang Suihua were sitting in the inner room, having just discussed this very matter. They hadn't expected the second son to arrive so quickly. Too anxious to exchange pleasantries with his parents, he cut straight to the point. Mom, could you lend me some money from the household fund? I have 2 boys to raise, and the pressure is immense. The fourth son isn't married yet, so he can wait for an opportunity later. If the eldest brother can find a job quota now, he'll surely find one later too. The second son pleaded. He was the only one who had given the Chen family grandsons 2 of them, in fact. The eldest son had 2 daughters, and it was still uncertain whether he could produce a son. The fourth son hasn't married yet, but he's given us 2 boys. He hasn't let the Chen family be looked down upon, he's earned his place. He brought up the 2 grandsons precisely to use them as leverage against Wang Suihua. The fourth son had just quarreled with them. The family had little money to spare, and Wang Suihua wanted to save some for the fifth son's living expenses since he was preparing for the college entrance exam. But if the other 2 sons could find jobs, that would naturally be wonderful too. The second son had 2 sons, bringing honor to Wang Suihua. The fourth son hadn't married yet, and she worried he wouldn't earn enough to find a wife. So now, no matter who she asked to borrow money from, she'd end up in a bad spot. That eldest son really. If he'd just secured 2 job quotas, things wouldn't be this difficult for them. Go raise some money first. See what you can come up with. 400 yuan isn't a small sum, and we don't even know if we can raise it. We'll borrow some too. We'll see who raises more, and then we'll add our borrowed money to whichever one of you has more. Chen Xiangdong spoke up. This was the only option now. It was impossible to decide who to give it to. With the temperaments of his 2 sons, giving it to either one now would just lead to a fight. For now, he was stalling. He just explained this to fourth brother, who stubbornly insisted they didn't want to give him money and were only thinking of second brother's family. After all, he could only borrow from friends and relatives, while the second son's wife could also borrow from her own family's relatives. It was obvious the second son's family had the upper hand. Mom and dad clearly favored the second son. Furious, fourth son slammed the door and stormed off to find his own way to borrow money. He asked several people, but they all said they had no money. At this time, everyone was equally poor and had no money to lend. If anyone was slightly better off and could lend anything, it would only be a few yuan or a dozen yuan at most. Yet fourth brother had thick skin. He sought out Zhang Xiaoyi to figure out a way to make money together. Seeing old fourth, Zhang Xiaoyi felt her anger welling up. He had given her family red worms, deceived her into believing his older brother would secure her a job at the textile factory, only for that position to go to Chen Xiangdong instead. She was already deeply disappointed in Lao Si, and now he had the nerve to come looking for her. In a fit of rage, Zhang Xiaoyi splashed a basin of her father's foot washing water right in his face. The cold air instantly froze the water into frost on his face. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've turned so feisty. Lao Si said with a smirk. When you have no shame, you're invincible. Fourth brother was convinced that as long as he was shameless enough, he'd definitely get the money. You still have the nerve to say that? What trick are you trying to pull this time? Zhang Xiaoyi huffed indignantly. What do you mean trick? Last time wasn't my fault either. This job, as long as there's money involved, it's a done deal. Money? Fourth brother, you're getting worse. Get out of here. You piece of trash, I never want to see you again. Don't ever come back to my house. Zhang Xiaoyi prepared to throw another basin of water at him, her grandmother's foot washing water. Stop. Stop. Don't pour it. Listen to me, every word I say is true. The fourth brother rushed forward and grabbed the basin of water just in time, preventing it from being poured over himself. My older brother said he still has one job opening left at the steel mill. He said he needs 400 yuan. If I can come up with 400 yuan, that job is mine. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyi calmed down considerably. 400 yuan? That's so expensive. It's no small sum, and you don't have that kind of money. I don't have that much money, but I still have you, Xiaoyi. Help me borrow the money. After we get married, I'll put all my salary under your control. I'll cherish and love you. What do you say? These days, it's not easy for a girl from the village to marry a young, strong man with a job in the city. If I can get this job, I'll save up the dowry you want in no time. Plus, your husband will have a city job. We'll move to the city and never live in this godforsaken village again. Old Fourth's words stirred a flicker of interest in Zhang Xiaoyi. But this time, she'd learned her lesson. Having Lao Si with a job wasn't as good as her having a job herself. If she had a job and earned her own money, Lao Si wouldn't dare say a word to her. How much more do you need? Zhang Xiaoyi asked. I only have 10 yuan. Lao Si said sheepishly. Only 10 yuan, yet you want to take on a 400 yuan work quota? Dream on. You could borrow it. Borrow from whom? Who would have that much money to lend you? That's why I came to you for help. Xiaoyi, believe me, I truly love you. You're the only one I'll ever love. I'll make sure you live a good life from now on. Just help me borrow the money. I can help you borrow money, but I have one condition. What condition? Once I get the money, you have to sign an IOU with me, and that work quota is mine. Once we're married, we'll be family. Whether you have a job or I have one, it won't matter. I want to leave the mountain village and have a job of my own. Don't worry, even though you'll write the IOU, after we marry, I'll help you pay it back. Zhang Xiaoyi was also calculating her own advantage. Give you the job? Well. Lao Si's expression showed reluctance. No? Then don't expect me to help you borrow money, and don't expect me to marry you either. Zhang Xiaoyi snapped angrily. To be precise, Zhang Xiaoyi had set her sights on this job. If fourth brother helped raise the money and repay it, it would make things much easier for her. This. If you keep hesitating, don't ever come see me again. Alright, fine. The job quota is yours. Chapter 79, Fourth brother, you're being foolish. But you must marry me, no backing out. Faced with the choice between love and career prospects, Fourth chose love. As long as Xiaoyi married him, whether she took the job or he did, the work would still be within their own family. If you secure the job, I'll marry you. But I can't cover all the expenses myself, you must borrow half. The thought of holding the purse strings in the future made Zhang Xiaoyi less resistant to marrying fourth brother. She did love Lao Si, but he couldn't afford the betrothal gift and his family was poor. Therefore, if she could secure a job, she would certainly be willing to marry him. Fine. I'll go borrow the money right now. Old Fourth was full of energy, immediately setting off to shamelessly beg for the loan. Changing his perspective, he figured marrying a wife who could support the household made the deal worthwhile. He borrowed a little from a childhood friend who'd grown up with him, then went to ask relatives on his mother's side for more. During this famine, grain was the most precious commodity, and even the supply at the cooperative store was rationed. Even with cash, you couldn't necessarily buy grain, you needed grain coupons. Lao Si promised to repay the borrowed money within 4 months, and when he did, he would repay them in grain coupons. They agreed to lend him the money. However, scraping together funds only yielded 100 yuan. That was the absolute limit. While borrowing, someone suggested he sell blood. For this, Old Five was determined to go all out. Through connections, he contacted a blood broker. The blood broker acted as an intermediary, taking him to sell blood and taking a cut. The first time, he sold 400 milliliters for 7 yuan. He planned to sell again in a few days. After Zhang Xiaoyi explained the situation to her parents, they helped her borrow money. Between her parents' contribution and what she borrowed, she had a total of 110 yuan. As for the second son, he only had a little over 90 yuan between his own savings and borrowed money. The fourth child considered that his mother, Wang Suihua, still had a bicycle voucher worth 180 yuan. He hadn't used it to buy a bicycle yet, so he had to hurry and get it from them. Lao Si hurried back from Zhang Xiaoyi's house. Dad, I've borrowed over 200 yuan. Second brother definitely hasn't borrowed more than me. You said whoever borrows more gets your money added to their share first. Mom still has that bicycle voucher, right? It'll make up the difference for me. Fifth brother immediately objected, you can't touch the bicycle ticket. That ticket was incredibly hard to get, you can't just get one whenever you want. Of course a job is more important than a bicycle. Can a bicycle earn money? But a job can. Fifth brother, how can you be so short-sighted? And you're even planning to take the college entrance exam. Your job is just for you, but a bike benefits the whole family. Fifth brother couldn't accept fourth brother's words. To him, fourth brother was just selfish, only looking out for himself without considering the family. Seeing his brother's attitude, fourth brother dismissed him and continued talking to Wang Suihua. Mom, do you really want me to get married? Xiaoyi said if I get this job, she'll marry me. I've already borrowed over 200 yuan from 2 people. All I need now is that bicycle voucher. Once Xiaoyi starts working, she'll immediately get married to me. Wang Suihua and Chen Xiangdong froze, sensing something off in fourth brother's words. They exchanged a glance before Wang Suihua asked, fourth brother, you said Xiaoyi will get married to you right after she starts work. Does that mean if we chip in money to get you the job, it becomes Zhang Xiaoyi's? Not exactly. Once we're married, it'll belong to both of us. Mom, I won't marry anyone but her. If you don't agree, I'll stay single forever. Old fourth resorted to his old threatening tactics again. Fourth brother, you're being foolish. Your wife will always be an outsider. Giving her your job will only bring you trouble later. I won't agree to this. Wang Suihua and Chen Xiangdong both disagreed. In their minds, a daughter-in-law was a daughter-in-law, an outsider. How could they possibly give a job to their daughter-in-law? Chen Xiangdong walked over just as he heard their argument. Of course, this was precisely the outcome Chen Xiangdong had intended. 400 yuan was no small sum. Borrowing from others plus what they had on hand would barely cover 100 yuan, and they likely wouldn't even get that much. His mother negotiated terms with him, demanding a bicycle ticket. This way, she wouldn't even get to hold on to that bicycle ticket for long before she'd have to obediently hand it back to him. This was precisely what he had anticipated. What Chen Xiangdong hadn't anticipated was that fourth brother would give up his job for Zhang Xiaoyi. In his previous life, fourth brother hadn't managed to marry Zhang Xiaoyi. Due to the dowry issue, Zhang Xiaoyi's parents firmly opposed their marriage, and in the end, the engagement fell through. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaoyi married the son of the village chief from the neighboring village. This woman was quite formidable, selfish and self-serving, showing no regard for her husband or in-laws. In short, she turned that household upside down. Her father-in-law lost his position as village chief due to her reckless actions, and her mother-in-law was driven to swallow poison and commit suicide. As for her husband, she beat him into submission until he became a complete wreck. Finally, Zhang Xiaoyi moved their household belongings back to her parents' home, leaving them for her parents and 2 older brothers. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaoyi were to marry Lao Si, Chen Xiangdong would not object. After all, he had already separated from them, and their family affairs were none of his concern. Bringing a wicked daughter-in-law into the family wouldn't affect his household. So the bitter consequences would be borne solely by Lao Si and his family. Their marriage suited him just fine. Chen Xiangdong stepped inside. Have you raised the money? You'd better hurry. If they take back the job quota, it'll be hard to get another chance like this. Big brother, give me the job. I've borrowed the money. As long as mom hands over that bicycle ticket, it'll be enough. The bicycle ticket is worth 180 yuan, right? Said the fourth son. Of course it can. Chen Xiangdong continued, Mom, Dad, if we can't raise the money by tomorrow, they won't give us the job. Since fourth brother has secured the loan, you should give him the job. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Besides, with that salary, we'll recoup the investment in just over half a year. And this job can last a lifetime. Honestly, it's not a bad deal at all. Chen Xiangdong spoke the truth. His few words made fourth brother anxious, and both Chen Xiangdong and Wang Suihua grew uneasy. Dad, Mom, I beg you give me that bicycle ticket. From now on, Xiaoyi and I will take good care of you. We'll send part of our wages home to support you in your old age. Chapter 80, Experiment Succeeds. The fourth son made all sorts of promises, vowing how he would do this and that in the future. In the end, they had no choice but to hand over the bicycle ticket to the fourth son. If they didn't, then this work quota would be lost to them entirely. If the ticket had gone to the second son, his funds wouldn't have covered the full 400 yuan. Now fourth brother was overjoyed, but fifth brother already saw him as someone who'd snatched what was rightfully his. He'd been fantasizing about cruising around on a bike in front of his classmates, basking in their envious stares. But now, the ticket had been taken by fourth brother to secure his own job. The second brother arrived just then, finding everyone gathered and the fourth brother looking pleased again. He knew he'd arrived too late. The job quota had surely gone to fourth brother. Looks like I'm too late. Mom and Dad have already given fourth brother the subsidy money. Second brother said in a sarcastic tone. Second brother, listen to us. Chen Jianmen tried to explain. What's there to say? You can give your money to whoever you want. With that, second brother stormed off in a huff. The two elders only cared about the fourth son, and he too began to resent Chen Jianmen and Wang Suihua. Seeing them fight over a job like this, Chen Xiangdong felt a secret satisfaction. Alright, fourth brother, hand over the money and the letter. Tomorrow, you go get the team's stamp on it. Then take this letter of introduction to report for duty. Alright, big brother. Thanks, big brother. The fourth son grinned inwardly and hurried off to find Zhang Shaoyi. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong went early to check on the progress of the straw mats the villagers were preparing. The villagers also wanted a good harvest, and this time many actively cooperated with Chen Xiangdong. During this period, he had already gained authority in their eyes. However, some still doubted that Chen Xiangdong's idea could succeed in such bitter cold. So they refused to cooperate. While others cut reeds and wove straw mats, they sat at home, unwilling to help. They stayed holed up at home, waiting to see the joke play out. Those willing to cooperate started working early in the morning, hoping to grow vegetables as soon as possible. Hey, Xiangdong's here, Zhang Fuchuan spotted Chen Xiangdong first. Not bad, starting work this early. You're getting diligent, no more calling you lazy Zhang from now on, Chen Xiangdong teased Zhang Fuchuan. Didn't you say you needed a pair of hard-working hands? Only through diligence can you marry a wife. Anyway, I believe that if we work hard now cutting reeds and weaving straw mats, we'll definitely see results. Zhang Fuchuan said earnestly. A nearby villager chimed in, teasing Zhang Fuchuan, hey, now you're getting all talkative and philosophical. It's all because Xiangdong scolded me awake. I'm done being that lazybones, let whoever wants to take it. Zhang Fuchuan's words had everyone roaring with laughter. The work atmosphere became much livelier. Chen Xiangdong surveyed the scene and said, let's weave as many straw mats as we can today. We'll get the shed built today. Alright, Xiangdong, you've got the most experience. Whatever you say, we'll follow. The team leader said with a smile. With the team leader backing him, the other villagers would surely follow Chen Xiangdong's lead. Don't worry, everyone. We'll definitely grow these vegetables. If we don't, I'll pay out of my own pocket to treat you all to a meal. I can't let everyone work for nothing. Chen Xiangdong said. Then he picked up several straw mats and headed toward the field. Zhang Fuchuan also grabbed some straw mats and hurried after him. Not only did he prepare straw mats, but he also collected scraps of cloth. Chen Xiangdong had replaced all of Lin Yueshio and the others' clothes with new ones, leaving the old garments unused. He donated these old clothes to be sewn into a large piece of fabric. The outer layer and edges of the straw mats were wrapped in cloth, with the inner straw mats serving as an insulating layer. This time, they were growing cold-resistant vegetables, cabbage and carrots. Under normal conditions, such cold hardy vegetables would struggle to survive in this weather. But inside the greenhouse, they could grow normally. Chen Xiangdong had them plant the vegetables first, then use bamboo to construct the makeshift greenhouse. Though his design couldn't match modern plastic greenhouses, it still provided some insulation. This time, they were only using 1 or 2 plots for the experiment. If successful, they could scale up to large-scale cultivation. Within a day, the group finished setting up the greenhouses on both plots. Finally, they're all covered. I really hope those seeds sprout in a few days. The team leader gazed at the 2 fields, muttering to himself. If they grow well, we could even trade them for grain later, an elderly villager said, his eyes brimming with hope. They should grow fine under normal conditions. No major issues, right? Chen Xiangdong chuckled beside him. But you must strictly follow my instructions. We will follow them to the letter. Ah, we have no grain to eat. These 2 fields feel like we're nurturing our own children. The elderly villager sighed. Meanwhile, the few villagers who'd been watching the commotion knew the shed was finished. In their spare time, they'd hang around someone's house, teasing and joking. Heard that shed's finished and they've already planted cabbages and carrots. What a fool to mess with this in such lousy weather. Even though Chen Xiangdong is some kind of researcher now. In this freezing cold? I'd never bother with such nonsense. Ends up being all work and no pay. You're right. Seems like they're pinning big hopes on Chen Xiangdong. Let them muddle through. We'll just sit back and watch the show. The villagers followed Chen Xiangdong's instructions to the letter. By the 3rd day, a cry of surprise pierced the cold winter air, shattering the quiet morning stillness unique to the countryside. They're sprouting! They're sprouting! It wasn't just that sprouts had appeared that thrilled them, the germination rate was significantly higher than before. Previously, when they planted seeds, only a handful would sprout. Most of the seedlings that did emerge couldn't withstand the harsh cold, either growing slowly or freezing to death outright, resulting in extremely low yields. But now, a vast expanse had sprouted and sprouted well. Upon hearing the news, the team leaders all hurried to the experimental field to take a look. This is excellent. This is excellent. Look how robust these sprouts are. The team leader was practically bursting with joy. For the past 2 years, they hadn't managed to grow high-yield vegetables during the harsh winter months. When they tried growing radishes in open fields, the yield was only about 100 pounds, far too low. If vegetables could grow well from now on, yields would surely increase several-fold. Then everyone wouldn't have to worry about running out of vegetables or starving to death. Hurry and see the test field. I heard it's sprouting like crazy. Really? That means it worked? Wonderful. Wonderful. Many villagers happily went to sea. Meanwhile, the few villagers who hadn't helped build the shelters were kicking themselves with regret. They really sprouted. Can we really grow vegetables well? If we didn't cooperate, will the team leader still give us our share? That kid's the real deal, his experiment actually worked. Don't worry, we're just skipping work, we're not sabotaging anything. We'll definitely get a share of the vegetables he grows later. Come on, let's go check it out. If they need a hand, we'll lend a hand. Chapter 81, Stealing Money. Just as everyone was happily watching the sprouting carrots and cabbages by the field's edge, a stooped old man came trotting over, calling out, "Get a few people to help carry Chen's fourth son back home. He collapsed by the roadside yesterday after selling blood, his body couldn't handle it." Where is he? Selling blood and collapsing? That's dangerous. With the poor nutrition these days, selling blood too? No wonder he's weak. How could Chen Xiangdong and his wife let their son sell blood? Sigh, they used to rely on Xiangdong's blood, now they're probably relying on their fourth son's blood. I heard they'd pinned all their hopes on their fifth son before. That's why they treated Xiangdong so badly. They're so biased. The fourth son fainted from blood donation, giving the villagers fresh gossip to chew on. Different people had different theories. The rumors that spread were all over the place. Chen Xiangdong heard about it but couldn't be bothered to care. At least they found him early. Carrying him back, feeding him, and he'd pull through. Of course, seeing him like this, Chen Xiangdong felt a secret satisfaction deep inside. In his past life, he'd shouldered too many responsibilities. Whenever trouble arose, his older brother was always there to help. Now, in this life, let him taste the bitterness of having no one to rely on. Old Chen, Aunt Suihua, hurry up and make some sugar water for your fourth brother. Several people carried the fourth son into the house as if he were a piglet. Wang Suihua heard the commotion and immediately sensed something was wrong, rushing out of her room. What happened to fourth son? Why is he like this? She rushed over, filled with worry. Your fourth son went to sell blood. These days, with nutrition already scarce, selling blood is too much for his body to handle. How could you let him do that? Exactly. Old Chen, Aunt Suihua, I don't even know what to say to you. How could you be so biased? The villagers who carried fourth brother back chattered away, all words of blame. Words can be just as sharp as knives. Hearing these words, Chen Jianmen and Wang Suihua felt utterly heartbroken. Fourth son must have sold his blood to scrape together money for that job. Sigh. For the sake of a job, this family has been torn apart, and now a son has collapsed from selling blood. This job isn't worth having at all. Stop blaming them. The priority now is to get fourth son some nourishment. The situation was urgent, the team leader quickly interjected. They then fed fourth brother some sugar water. The village doctor soon arrived too. Step back, everyone. Let me give him an 4 drip. Without glucose replenishment, he could easily go into shock and die. At that time, glucose injection was extremely precious, classified as a critical medical resource. County hospitals in many areas received only 20 boxes of glucose solution per month, roughly 240 bottles prioritized for edema treatment centers. Commune health clinics could barely get 1 bottle approved after 10 requests. The village doctor had obtained this bottle of glucose by sheer coincidence. He had hoarded it for a long time, but today, compelled by the need to save a life, he finally contributed this precious bottle. He quickly hooked up the 4 drip for fourth brother. 10 minutes later, Lao Si's pallid complexion began to improve, and the grayish-white color of his lips slowly returned to normal. Then, Lao Si regained consciousness. What happened to me? He asked, seeing the crowd gathered around him with 4 needles still in his arm, completely unaware of the events that had unfolded. Earlier, he'd simply felt a wave of darkness wash over him, then the surrounding sounds grew louder and louder, then fainter and fainter. You sold too much blood, lost your strength, and passed out. Luckily we caught it in time and saved your life. The village doctor said while adjusting the drip rate. Then he turned to look at the fourth son on the bed and continued, glucose solution is precious stuff. Today, it saved your life. If it hadn't replenished your energy in time, you'd be reporting to the king of hell right now. This time, I'll charge you 20 yuan. What? 20 yuan? You're robbing me. Old Fourth nearly jumped off the bed, but his strength failed him, leaving him lying there listlessly. I saved your life from the king of hell, and you call this robbery? Your life is worth far more than 20 bucks. Charging you 20 is actually a bargain. This medical fee, you absolutely must pay it. The village doctor snapped irritably. Though this glucose solution sold for just over a yuan to 2 yuan in medical institutions. But he only had 1 bottle, how precious. Once used, it would be gone forever. He was lucky to have managed to get his hands on a bottle of glucose solution. Some barefoot doctors had never even seen one. He heard from a village doctor in a neighboring village that he'd only seen glucose once when a county doctor came to the village to treat a model worker who'd fainted from starvation. That bottle was so precious that even the empty vial, after every drop was used, was collected by the clinic to be sterilized and reused. Lao Si accused him of extorting money, but he felt he was asking for too little. I don't have any money. Lao Si had spent all his cash on securing the job, how could he have any left? You must pay even if you don't have it. If you don't have it, you can pay later, but you must pay. The village doctor's tone was firm. He treated patients to earn his living, not as some savior. Lao Si instantly felt utterly depressed. He'd sold blood to get the job. He thought selling blood might net him a few yuan, but unexpectedly, he earned 7 yuan only to lose 20. Dad, Mom, I have no money. Lao Si looked tearfully at Wang Suihua and Chen Xiangdong. Wang Suihua hurried back to their room and retrieved 20 yuan to give to the village doctor. This 20 yuan had been saved by their family over 2 years. Now it was all gone in an instant. Wang Suihua felt the sting of loss too, but the villagers' pointed remarks earlier had already cut deep. Lin Yueshio tended the fire in the stove room. She'd heard about the trouble at her parents' place. She knew the 3 brothers had fallen out over a job. She understood Chen Xiangdong. She guessed he must have deliberately put out one job opening to make them fight over it. Ever since Chen Xiangdong changed, his heart was entirely devoted to his own little family, while he despised his mother-in-law with utter contempt. Long ago, when demands and excesses came from that side, he either saw no issue or remained silent under moral pressure. Later on, he changed his attitude and came to despise their behavior. He must have felt they'd always picked on his little family before, so this time he seized the chance to stir up trouble over there. Xiangdong, 4th brother, nearly passed out today. Did we go too far this time? Lin Yueshio regretted saying it the moment the words left her mouth, worried Chen Xiangdong might be upset. Besides, it was only natural to teach them a lesson for bullying their little family. You're just too kind-hearted. Now you're feeling sorry for them. Kindness is good, it's a virtue. But when kindness becomes blind, letting others push their advantage, when kindness turns into weakness, that's foolish kindness. Honey, we should be kind, no question about it. But our kindness must have a bit of edge to it. Otherwise, we'll give so much that others take it for granted or even think we haven't done enough. Chapter 82, entering the room to get things done. His wife was the epitome of kindness. Outsiders always thought she had a wonderful personality. Whether at her parents' home or her in-laws, she was always the obedient one. She was also the one who was easily bullied, pushed around, and taken advantage of. Xiangdong, you've changed so much, you're a completely different person now. Isn't that a good thing? Now we only have you 2 in our hearts. Shouldn't we get a little reward? Chen Xiangdong teased. Really, do you really want a reward? Lin Yueshio glanced toward the inner room. Neither Xiao Lu nor Grandma were there. Then, her face flushing, she leaned closer to Chen Xiangdong. Usually, Chen Xiangdong was the one who took the initiative, whether in bed or around the house. Taking the initiative herself felt rather embarrassing. But then she thought about how hard Chen Xiangdong had been working lately. Couldn't even a little reward satisfy him? Blushing, Lin Yueshio gave Chen Xiangdong a quick peck on the cheek. Chen Xiangdong had only said it offhandedly, never expecting his wife to take it seriously. That little peck actually sparked his interest. Chen Xiangdong pulled Lin Yueshio close, his lips meeting hers in response. The old lady was already at home, sewing clothes in her room. When she finished her sewing and stepped out of her room, there she saw Chen Xiangdong and Lin Yueshio kissing in the kitchen. The old lady immediately softened her footsteps, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Oh my! These 2 young ones, can't they even wait until they're in a room to kiss? Knowing her place, she didn't want to disturb the young couple. She retreated back to her own room. Then, Chen Xiangdong picked up Lin Yueshio. Lin Yueshio's heart raced. What are you doing? Let's go inside and get things done. Chen Xiangdong had just received notice that he needed to visit the research institute in the provincial capital tomorrow. He estimated it would take 4 or 5 days, plus travel time, meaning he'd be gone for several days. He had to make the most of the time they had now, or else they'd have to wait a long while. It's broad daylight. They'll be back soon. Xin and the others are having a blast. They won't be back anytime soon. And the old nanny's out for a while, she won't return for ages. Chen Xiangdong kissed Lin Yueshio again and carried her into the room. The old lady was eavesdropping in her room, smiling and shaking her head. These young lovebirds, really doing it in broad daylight. Better for her, the old lady, to go out instead. Worried about disturbing them, she tiptoed out of the house, leaning on her cane, to find Candace Shan, an elderly man about her age. After finishing, the 2 of them tidied their clothes and emerged from the room. Are we delivering the pork later? Lin Yueshio asked. Yes, we must deliver it today. Tomorrow we'll be at the research institute in the city for a long time, and this meat can't be kept too long. After delivering the meat today, I won't be coming back. I'll head straight to the provincial capital. This trip will take several days before I return. If you need anything, go to the team leader. I told him to look out for you while I'm gone. Okay, I understand. Lin Yueshio's eyes were already brimming with reluctance. Though back when Chen Xiangdong hadn't changed for the better, he'd been distant and indifferent toward them. He'd never been away from home for this long. Now that their bond had grown stronger, Chen Xiangdong was setting off on a long journey. She truly couldn't bear to see him go. But he was off to accomplish something important, and she had to support him. Lin Yueshio embraced Chen Xiangdong, burying her face against his chest. Focus on your work there. Don't worry about us. Once you're gone, I'll take good care of this home. She walked over to the wooden chest in the room, opened it, and pulled out a military green quilted coat. This was the coat Lin Yueshio had just finished sewing yesterday. She had made it especially for Chen Xiangdong. She used the cotton and fabric Chen Xiangdong had bought not long ago. She emerged holding the coat and draped it over Chen Xiangdong's shoulders. It's cold outside. You must take this coat. A newly made coat is warm. Chen Xiangdong could feel the value in this coat. You used all the cotton we bought to make this coat? Yes, more padding means more warmth. Chen Xiangdong truly thought his wife was foolish, yet he couldn't help but feel tender toward her. He'd bought quite a lot of cotton last time, enough for one adult coat and 3 children's coats. Turns out she'd used it all to make his coat. That's why this coat was so thick and warm. Silly girl, you get cold too. Why didn't you make one for yourself? You used all the cotton to make clothes for me. Chen Xiangdong tapped her nose playfully. You go hunting in the mountains and often run errands in town. It's cold on the road, so your clothes must be thicker than ours. If we get cold, we can always build a fire to warm ourselves. You really are silly. That cotton was bought specifically to make thick clothes for you all. When I return, I'll buy another bale of cotton. You, Xinxian, Xiaolu, and Grandma also new cotton coats for all of you. It's getting late. I have to go out. Chen Xiangdong pulled Lin Yueshio close again, planted a firm kiss on her forehead, and then stepped out the door. After delivering meat this time, he wouldn't be able to bring more for several days. So this time, Chen Xiangdong planned to bring extra meat. 3 pigs for Agan and 5 pigs for Director Chen. At the breeding farm, the piglets born earlier now weighed over 300 gene each, with even the smallest ones tipping the scales at over 200 gene. Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but marvel at how productive the space farm was. Moreover, a new batch of piglets had just been born. Chen Xiangdong would need to keep more sows for breeding. The pheasants had also hatched chicks, a whole flock of 40 or 50 little chicks. The rabbits had also given birth to young ones. The little bunnies were scampering about everywhere. There were 20 of them. Watching these walking banknotes, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but feel delighted. Chen Xiangdong arrived at Godan's doorstep and called out, "Godan! Godan!" The moment Godan heard his name, he knew it was time to head out. "Brother Dong, heading into town?" "Yeah, hop on the bike. I'll give you a ride." Godan plopped down on the back seat. Luckily, Doggy was skinny. If he'd been a big guy, riding 10-odd kilometers would have been a real slog. They arrived at the spot where Godan usually waited for Chen Xiangdong. "Godan, get off the bike. Wait for me here. Keep a close eye on the bike. Don't let anyone trick you into giving it away." "Got it, Brother Dong. I'll keep a close eye on the bikes." Chen Xiangdong walked to a secluded spot and retrieved 2 carts from his spatial storage. One cart held 3 pigs, the other 5. He first pushed the cart with 3 pigs out to Godan. "Godan, take these 3 pigs to a gen. Don't wait for payment. We'll settle up with the next batch of meat. After delivering the meat, head back first. I need to run an errand in the provincial capital." It wasn't that he didn't trust Godan, but the boy's math skills were still at an elementary school level. Even if he got the money, he wouldn't be able to count it properly. Collecting payments was still something he had to handle personally. Besides, he trusted a gen he wouldn't stiff him. "Got it." Godan pushed the cart away first. Chapter 83, Educating the Well-Connected. This place was very close to the state-run restaurant, only 2 kilometers away. Godan was strong and walked fast. While others took nearly half an hour to get there, he made it in about 12 minutes. It was now exactly noon lunchtime, the peak dining period. Arjun managed several restaurants, and this delivery was meat for the restaurant where third sister worked, so he delivered it directly there. Arjun was currently reprimanding an employee who acted like he owned the place. A young man in his early 20s worked as a food runner at the state-run restaurant. After working for a month, he was either absent or slacking off during shifts. He came here to earn money, yet he still acted like a spoiled brat. Getting hired at a state-run restaurant usually required some connections. This young master's uncle was a leader at the Finance and Taxation Bureau, responsible for tax-related operations. After the founding of New China, a separate tax bureau was established. From 1958 to 1978, tax bureaus in most provinces, cities, and counties were merged into finance bureaus and renamed Finance and Taxation Bureaus. That young master assumed his uncle's high position and solid connections gave him the right to act that way. With his uncle backing him up, the state-run restaurant wouldn't dare do anything to him. "You dare scold me," the young man retorted indignantly. "You're an employee here. If you don't do your job right, what's wrong with me scolding you?" Arjun couldn't stand people who acted all high and mighty just because they had connections. "You're just a lowly manager at a state-run hotel. What makes you think you're so important? My uncle got me this job to give me work, not so you could yell at me." The young man wore a look of contempt, still positioning himself as superior. "I'm the boss here. I don't care about your uncles or whatever. If you work here, you follow our rules. If you can't handle it, then you don't need this job. We don't keep freeloaders like you around. Think you're some kind of big shot? Quit if you want, I don't need you around. The young man stripped off his uniform, flung it at Arjun, and stormed out of the state-run restaurant. In the end, Arjun reported the incident to higher-ups, citing the man's unsuitability for the job due to his problematic mindset. Consequently, the young man was sent to the countryside for re-education. Seeing Aiken busy arguing, Godan didn't go over to disturb him. Only after the young man had left did Goodan approach. Brother Aiken, I brought the meat delivery 3 pigs today. Did Brother Dong not come today? Arjun placed his work clothes on a chair and glanced around. He's delivering meat elsewhere. He told me he'd be in the city for a few days handling business and wouldn't be able to deliver meat for a while, so I brought extra this time. You can pay for this batch next time. Alright, Brother Dong really thinks ahead. Meat's hard to come by these days. If he hadn't delivered extra this time, I wouldn't have known how to manage the next few days, Ah Jin said with a smile. He called out to the kitchen assistant, Xiao Su, move the meat into the kitchen. Weigh it and give the total to Brother Godan. Got it. The kitchen assistant called over a few others to help carry the pork. Before long, the man emerged and announced 3 pigs, totaling 850 pounds. Alright. Arjun told Godan, go tell Brother Dong this batch weighs 850 jin. Got it, Brother Aiken. Just as Godan finished speaking, someone tapped his shoulder. Godan, you're here. Where's my brother? It was third sister, who had been clearing dishes in the kitchen and came out just as she saw Doggy. He's delivering meat elsewhere. Hearing this, third sister felt a pang of disappointment at not seeing her eldest brother. Third sister, wait a moment. Like the other adults, Godan addressed her as third sister. Godan hurried out of the restaurant, leaving Sanmei wondering what he was up to. After a few days at the state-run restaurant, she had grown quite adept at the work here. The earlier nervousness and fear had vanished. She had hoped to share this joy with her eldest brother if he came, but he hadn't shown up. Before long, Godan returned and thrust a bag of candy into third sister's hands. Third sister, don't be upset that Brother Dong didn't come. I bought you candy. Godan often played with Xinshin and Yanyan, and seeing how much they loved candy, he assumed all girls loved sweets. Candy is expensive. I can't accept it. Take it back for Uncle Li and Auntie Wang. No, you must take them. Brother Dong helped me earn lots of money. I bought candy for my mom too. Godan pulled out another pack to show third sister. Regardless of whether she accepted it, he placed the candy on the table and walked away. Sanmei had no choice but to accept it, watching Goodan walk away. Chen Xiangdong hauled the pork to the steel mill, where Director Chen had indeed started working. Chen Xiangdong entered his office to find him sitting in a wheelchair with his lower leg in a cast. Director Chen, you actually came to work? Has your concussion cleared up? If I don't show up, others will eye my position. As long as I'm not dead and still breathing, I'll come to work even if they have to carry me in on a stretcher. Director Chen chuckled, making light of his own situation. Chen Xiangdong certainly understood his mindset. The workplace was like a battlefield, especially for those in permanent positions like them. Those connections were like a mountain standing in the way. If you lack ability and don't keep your wits about you, you'll be pushed out in no time. We brought in 5 pigs today, but it'll be several days before the next meat delivery. I have to make a trip to the city. 5 pigs. That's great. More employees will get to eat meat this time. In those days of planned economy, meat was scarce. As the canteen's procurement manager, without meat, the meals suffered, and the workers couldn't perform well, directly affecting productivity. Chen Xiangdong's large meat delivery solved a major problem for him. It also allowed him to demonstrate his capabilities and value to superiors who paid higher prices. However, they needed far more than just that small amount of meat. With tens of thousands of workers, the current supply could only feed about a quarter of the factory's employees. Therefore, employees couldn't have meat every day. Departmental staff took turns. Getting meat just once a week was already a huge improvement. To him now, Chen Xiangdong was practically a hot commodity. Director Chen assigned several strong men from the kitchen to help Chen Xiangdong carry the pork. Before long, the kitchen staff came over and said to them, "These pigs are really well fed. Each one is big and fat. These 5 pigs weigh a total of 1,500 jin." Director Chen promptly settled the payment with Chen Xiangdong at the same rate as last time, 90 cents per jin. In reality, he paid Chen Xiangdong 80 cents per jin, pocketing the extra 10 cents himself. Here's a total of 1,200 yuan. Count it over. Director Chen handed Chen Xiangdong a stack of bills after deducting the extra amount. Chapter 84, Don't Stir Up Trouble. No need to count it. I trust you completely, Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong stuffed the money into his pocket and tossed a pack of Zhenghua cigarettes to Director Chen. "Zhenghua, kid, I like your attitude." Director Chen tore open the pack and tucked a cigarette behind his ear. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back," Chen Xiangdong said. "Don't rush off so quickly. Didn't we agree last time I treat you to a meal? Come on, let's grab dinner at the restaurant." Director Chen, are you sure you're free right now? Chen Xiangdong asked with a smile, glancing at Director Chen's foot still encased in a cast. As long as I'm not dead, I can eat. Come on, it's almost 1 o'clock now. You must be hungry. Director Chen insisted on treating Chen Xiangdong to lunch today, and Chen Xiangdong didn't refuse. With injuries like that, yet still so enthusiastic, this meal was a must. Chen Xiangdong helped push the wheelchair out the office door. Director Chen was now a burden. Without an elevator, he had to be carried down the stairs. As Chen Xiangdong pushed Director Chen toward the main gate, a man in his 30s approached to greet him. Director Chen, I brought you a pigeon. You need to replenish your nutrients now and get well soon. The man seemed genuinely concerned for Director Chen. These days, pork was hard to come by, let alone pigeon. Yet he'd managed to procure one to help Director Chen regain his strength. Thank you, Ah Xiang. You can leave it in my office. Director Chen smiled at the middle-aged man, clearly pleased. Chen Xiangdong felt he had seen this man somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place him. Alright, I'll put it in your office. Ah Xiang said before heading upstairs. Director Chen, you seem to have a pretty good rapport with this colleague. Ah Xiang? He's been working under me since he was 20. Come to think of it, it's been about 10 years now. The kid's diligent, quick-witted, and quite capable. I see. After Director Chen said that, Chen Xiangdong suddenly remembered where he'd seen Ah Xiang before. Wasn't that him handing something to those two punks at the factory gate the other day? From the distance, Chen Xiangdong couldn't make out exactly what he was handing over, but it looked like an envelope. He guessed the envelope probably contained money or some kind of document. Piecing everything together, Chen Xiangdong suspected Director Chen's injury might be connected to Ah Xiang. But he couldn't be certain that the two thugs he'd seen at the gate, who were connected to Ah Xiang, were the same ones who had injured Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong tentatively asked, so you're like his mentor? You two must be close. To be honest, he's my right-hand man. He's the one I trust most in this factory. You trust him that much? He's been with me for so many years, handled countless matters for me. He's a reliable man, of course I trust him. Director Chen held Xiang in high regard, treating him as one of his own. Director Chen, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. What is it? Director Chen's curiosity piqued. The day I delivered the meat, the same day I took you to the hospital, I saw two thugs talking to Ah Xiang at the factory gate. I couldn't hear what they were saying, it was too far away. But I saw Ah Xiang seem to hand them an envelope. I don't know what was inside the envelope either. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. Are you saying Ah Xiang is in cahoots with those two thugs who beat me up? I can't say for sure, since I don't know if the two thugs you saw are the same ones I saw. But you should keep an eye on this guy. In matters of mutual interest, ignorance can sustain trust indefinitely. But once certain truths emerge, even the most solid bonds can crack in an instant. Hearing Chen Xiangdong say this, Director Chen also grew suspicious. In his eyes, Chen Xiangdong was a formidable figure. He wouldn't make baseless accusations. He chose to trust Chen Xiangdong. Since you say so, I'll definitely keep an eye on Ah Xiang. Right. Ah Xiang is your confidant, but in the factory, he's just a lowly assistant. Exactly. He just runs errands for me, gets paid the same as any ordinary worker, and has no real authority. If Ah Xiang really hired someone to attack you, there are two possible reasons: either he harbors resentment toward you, or he was driven by some huge profit motive. Hate me? I doubt it. Back then, he was just a beggar. I was eating out when a thief stole my wallet, and he helped me catch the thief. Seeing how pitiful he was, I let him work for me. All these years, I've treated him well. I never saw him do anything to betray me. He was obedient and never complained about his work. If we rule out the first possibility, that leaves the second. Is some profit tempting him? That seems more likely. If that's the case, Director Chen, don't tip your hand just yet. Find out who's pulling the strings behind him. Xiao Chen, you're right. Thank goodness you reminded me. No need to thank me, I'm just sharing what I observed. Who would have thought that person I saw that day is actually connected to you like this? If it really is Xiang, then all these years I've been feeding the dogs for nothing. Being betrayed by someone you personally nurtured from scratch, that feeling is truly unbearable. Ah, never mind that. Just thinking about raising an ingrate like that really gets my blood boiling. Let's just go eat first. Alright, let's go. Chen Xiangdong pushed Director Chen toward the restaurant. The waiter noticed them entering and immediately attended to Director Chen. They seemed quite familiar, suggesting Director Chen was a regular here. The waiter led them to a better table. Xiao Chen, order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price, I'm treating today. Well, I'm actually starving right now, so I won't hesitate. Steamed fish, braised beef, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, I'll have those 3. Meat at state-run restaurants was genuinely expensive. Ordinary workers couldn't afford to dine here, let alone farmers. For ordinary wage earners and farmers, dining at a state-run restaurant was a luxury in itself. Ordering a plate of pure meat dishes was a rare treat, a real feast. Just these 3 dishes, plus a plate of stir-fried lamb and a bottle of Mao Tai. Director Chen was quite generous with this meal, even ordering a bottle of Mao Tai. Even by today's salary standards, Maotai was expensive back then. At 4 yuan a bottle, ordinary people simply couldn't afford to drink it. Before long, the waiter brought the Maotai to the table. Director Chen uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for Chen Xiangdong first. Xiao Chen, don't be so polite. Chapter 85, Heading to the Provincial Capital. To be honest, since his rebirth, Chen Xiangdong hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. He certainly wasn't going to be polite now. Of course, reciprocity was key. Director Chen had treated him to dinner this time, so next time he returned, it would be his turn to host Director Chen. This give and take would only strengthen their relationship. After about half an hour, they were full. After dropping Director Chen back at the factory, Chen Xiangdong headed to the bus station. The provincial capital was a 4-hour bus ride away, requiring a long-distance coach. Chen Xiangdong bought a ticket for the 3 p.m. bus, arriving in the provincial capital, Sijiacheng, around 7 p.m. It was the height of the 3 years of difficulties. Even in the provincial capital, food shortages remained a pressing issue. Residents' food rations were strictly rationed. Despite being the capital, the citizens' lives remained impoverished. At this time, the 10 major buildings had just been completed, and several important projects were underway. The city center remained dominated by the old Ming and Qing dynasty structures, while the outer industrial zones and newly built residential areas were expanding, albeit at a slower pace. Most ordinary citizens still live primarily in Hudong courtyard houses. It was already past 7 in the evening, right around dinner time. After a bumpy ride, he didn't feel particularly hungry, but he still needed to eat something. So Chen Xiangdong ate simply, grabbing a quick bite. For some reason, he spotted a mobile food stall on the street. He chose to eat at a cooperative canteen, small eateries run by neighborhoods or collectives. Similar in nature to small state-run restaurants, but on a smaller scale and with more rudimentary facilities. Give me a bowl of congee and some pickles. Chen Xiangdong ordered as he entered. These small eateries didn't offer much variety, usually just simple fare like congee and pickles. After eating, he had to consider where to stay. The higher-ups had only notified him to come, without mentioning any reception arrangements. He guessed the institute staff, seeing he was from the countryside, didn't expect to host him with the same care they would someone important or influential. Chen Xiangdong had no time to dwell on such matters and headed straight for the state-run hotel. In the city, one could stay at guest houses or state-run hotels. Ordinary citizens, workers, or technical staff on business trips typically stayed at guest houses, which cost 2 yuan per night. State-run hotels catered to foreign guests or high-ranking officials. Chen Xiangdong didn't want to stay at a guest house, so he headed to the state-run hotel. But as soon as he approached the front desk, the clerk eyed him and said, "Sir, have you made your arrangements? Am I in the wrong place? Isn't this a state-run hotel? I'd like to check in." Chen Xiangdong was deeply offended by the clerk's remark. "I'm sorry, sir, but this hotel accommodates foreign guests and high-ranking officials. You're just an ordinary citizen. If you need lodging, go to a guest house. How dare you speak to me like that? You say this place is for foreign guests and high-ranking officials. Does it say no ordinary citizens allowed at the entrance? You're splitting hairs. If an ordinary person like you stays here and happens to offend a leader staying here, can you handle the consequences? So you're saying even breathing here would offend the officials? At least you know your place. Just don't go around tarnishing the image of our state-run hotel." Chen Xiangdong sneered. This girl had been here so long she'd forgotten who she was. "Researcher Chen, it really is you." Chen Xiangdong turned at the sound of his name being called. To his surprise, it was the director of the Agriculture Bureau. The front desk staff immediately froze in their tracks at the director's arrival. "Director, hello." Chen Xiangdong greeted him. "I heard you were having a disagreement with the staff here. Did they invite you over but fail to arrange accommodations for you?" The Agricultural Bureau comprised several departments, each managed by its own leadership. The director naturally had no knowledge of such reception arrangements. "They said I should arrange it myself, with lodging expenses reimbursed." "How can they run things like this? You came alone, unfamiliar with the area, and they didn't even arrange a reception or sort out your lodging," the director said angrily. "They have their own work to attend to, so I can't blame them. I'll just make do with whatever lodging I can find," Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. The director had personally appointed him as a researcher, but he remained fundamentally different from the others. Having spent his life in the countryside with little formal education, he seemed to them inferior in every way, yet suddenly he'd been thrust into their ranks. Yet he held the same rights and drew the same salary as them. He could guess many felt resentful. He could guess they'd reject him and deliberately make things difficult. Human nature was like that. Some people, even those with minor positions or small amounts of power, would exploit their limited authority to make life as difficult as possible for newcomers. They did it to demonstrate their own strength, their ability to allocate resources, and to satisfy some inner need. Chen Xiangdong, having lived an extra lifetime, had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Just then, the bureau chief snapped at the staff member, "What kind of work attitude is this? He's a researcher at our Agriculture Bureau and has made significant contributions to the nation. Realizing she was speaking to the director, the staff member knew better than to cross such a figure and immediately apologized. My apologies, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm truly sorry. Sir, please present your letter of introduction so I may process your check-in. Before leaving, Chen Xiangdong had obtained the letter of introduction from the commune. You needed a letter of introduction everywhere. Without one, you couldn't even stay at a guest house. How many nights will you be staying? 5 nights. Alright, that'll be 50 yuan total for 5 nights. Alright. Chen Xiangdong placed 50 yuan on the counter. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on the clerk's earlier attitude. After all, she'd surely be polite to him every day from now on. After collecting the payment, the clerk said, "Your room is ready, room 410. The room's ready now, researcher Chen. Get some rest tonight. I've got work to attend to." The director chimed in at that moment. Alright, director. You go ahead with your work. After the bureau chief left, Chen Xiangdong returned to his own room. Chapter 86, A Chance Encounter with a Down-to-Countryside Youth in the Provincial Capital. Meanwhile, researchers at the institute were working overtime on projects while also discussing some gossip. I heard the researcher from the countryside arrived in the provincial capital today. No one's going to pick him up. How's a country bumpkin supposed to find a place to stay on his own? Why not send one of your colleagues to meet him? He's an adult, not a child. He should be able to find a guest house. I really don't get why the director would hire someone from the countryside with barely any education as a researcher. Either the director lost his mind, or this guy has connections so powerful even the director has to give him face. We worked our butts off for years just to get our permanent positions. He's never done this work, yet he got permanent status right after joining. And he doesn't even have to come to the institute to work. It's so unfair. I absolutely refuse to accept the director's decision this time. Does having powerful connections mean he doesn't have to put in any effort? Director Wang, you tell me, does that make any sense? And now they say he's coming to mentor us? Just hearing that some uneducated farmer is coming to guide us makes my blood boil. Exactly. What qualifies him to mentor us? In terms of seniority or research achievements, we're all superior to him. If things keep going like this, he might even take your position, Director Wang. Director Wang, the department head, was already dissatisfied. Now, with everyone chiming in, he grew even more resentful toward this unseen researcher from the countryside. Enough. Stop talking. If people with ulterior motives hear this, who knows how they'll twist your words. Director Wang said this before heading to the restroom to smoke. Having had a few drinks at lunch and then rushing onward in the afternoon, Chen Xiangdong lay down on the bed after his shower. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the possible scenarios awaiting him at the research institute tomorrow. He knew this trip to the provincial capital's research institute would lead to one of two outcomes. Either he would firmly establish himself within this circle, or he would be utterly disdained by its members. But Chen Xiangdong wasn't overly concerned. After all, what they couldn't achieve, he could accomplish. Lost in these thoughts, he drifted into a hazy daze before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong ate 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk at the state-run hotel's cafeteria before heading to the research institute. When he arrived at the research institute office, all the other researchers were already present. None of them greeted him proactively when they saw him. Chen Xiangdong was now a man of steady temperament. Upon entering, he proactively greeted everyone. Their failure to greet him was their own discourtesy. Chen Xiangdong had no intention of emulating them. If he acted like them, wouldn't that make him no better than them? If a dog bites you, you can't go and bite the dog back. That's the point. You're from the countryside. Did you even get an education there? What do you know? And you want to teach us? A balding man wearing black-rimmed glasses declared without restraint. Farmers are the producers of grain. The grain you eat comes from the countryside. You sit here working in the city, supplied with food. Farmers produce the grain, yet the grain they receive isn't even as much as those working in the city. You eat the food others produce, yet look down on them for being farmers. Chen Xiangdong retorted. As he spoke, the office fell silent. The researcher who had spoken earlier now dared not utter a word. Alright, Daji, he's still new here. Cut the sarcastic remarks, it doesn't help team spirit. As the department head, Director Wang felt compelled to offer some positive words at this moment. Regardless of what he thought or how he acted, he had to put on a show. Alright, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Comrade Chen Xiangdong, who has just joined us. Director Wang said insincerely. Everyone obliged with applause, though not a single soul was convinced. Chen Xiangdong, naturally, looked down on them as well, finding a seat and sitting down. These self-important people wouldn't be intimidated unless he showed some real skill. If he didn't need this job to expand his network and resources, he wouldn't bother competing with this bunch. This was an age of constraint, where letters of introduction were required everywhere. Without one issued by the commune, the educated youth sent to the countryside would be considered people without identity. Many things depended on connections. With the right connections, what seemed impossible to others became remarkably easy. Comrade Chen Xiangdong, you're new here. Take some time to familiarize yourself. We'll hold a workshop this afternoon. Director Wang addressed him. Understood. Before long, noon arrived. At 12 o'clock, everyone headed to the unit cafeteria for lunch after finishing work. Chen Xiangdong didn't go there. Instead, he ate at a state-run restaurant outside. The provincial capital's restaurants offered a wider variety of dishes than elsewhere. Chen Xiangdong ordered a plate of roast duck, a serving of cabbage, and 2 steamed buns. As soon as the food arrived, Chen Xiangdong spotted a familiar figure. The person was seated diagonally across from him. It seemed as though he had spotted Chen first, as he held his bowl to shield his face, acting furtively, as if trying to avoid being seen. Chen Xiangdong looked closely and recognized the man. Wasn't that Li Pingsheng, the educated youth who had been sent down to their commune? Although they had only met once, he was tall and well-built, quite handsome. Chen Xiangdong remembered him distinctly. Shouldn't he be in the countryside? How did he end up here? Had he pulled strings to get transferred back to the city? Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. He stepped forward. Li Pingsheng. Brother Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng knew he'd been spotted and responded with a resigned sigh. Chen Xiangdong had saved him in the mountains and was his benefactor. He wouldn't just walk past his benefactor without a word. But his status was delicate. If he was discovered after escaping back to the city, he'd be taken back. That's why he kept hiding and avoided meeting people. Chen Xiangdong saw his face weary, dust-covered, and as soon as he spotted him, Li Ping's eyes darted nervously, his movements frantic. He had already guessed what had happened. Li Pingsheng must have escaped back. You escaped back? Chen Xiangdong sat down in front of him and asked. Li Pingsheng nodded. Brother Xiangdong, please don't take me back. They make you live in collective housing, farm the land, and work. There's no food to eat. It's too hard. I can't live like that. I don't want to go back. You know, escaping like this makes you an undocumented person, right? But I really couldn't stand that life. When would that suffering ever end? But this makes you a deserter. It's too extreme. It'll ruin your whole life. I had no choice. You do have choices. If you perform well, you could be transferred back to the city sooner. Xiangdong, you have no idea how many educated youths in our collective household feel the same way. Everyone wants to get transferred back to the city as soon as possible. Everyone's fighting for a spot. They're cozying up to the village committee leaders and sabotaging you behind your back. I'm not as smooth talking as they are. I just don't see any hope, Brother Xiangdong. Don't be so pessimistic. Just because you're not a smooth talker doesn't mean you have no advantages. There's this thing called emotional intelligence. People with high EQ know how to navigate relationships well, and naturally, they get ahead. The term high emotional intelligence hadn't been coined yet, so Li Pingsheng probably looked completely bewildered. They're smooth talkers and good at networking. That means they have high EQ. They've got high EQ, and I've got low EQ. How am I supposed to compete with them? Chapter 87, Shock at the Research Institute. Being smooth talking and a sycophant isn't true emotional intelligence. True emotional intelligence means knowing when to keep quiet. You'll learn that over time. Li Pingsheng, you can't spend your whole life stuck in the countryside. But if you run away like this, you'll become an undocumented person. Finding a place to settle down will be tough. Do you think a wonderful life awaits you after escaping? You fled without any identity. You won't find a decent job, and even securing a place to stay will be a struggle. Listen to me, go back. Don't be a deserter. Chen Xiangdong pleaded with him earnestly at the crossroads. At this point, running away really wasn't the best choice for an educated youth. After much persuasion, Li Pingsheng finally agreed. Have a smoke. It'll help ease your mind. Chen Xiangdong offered him a cigarette. I don't smoke, Li Pingsheng shook his head. Just try it. 1 cigarette will ease your mind. Chen Xiangdong lit the cigarette. Li Pingsheng took a drag, only to cough uncontrollably. You haven't eaten enough yet. Stay and finish your meal with me before heading back. Chen Xiangdong invited him to join them for dinner and added 2 more meat dishes to the table. Li Pingsheng had been sent to work in another village's brigade, not Chen Xiangdong's. Naturally, he hadn't gotten any of the meat Chen Xiangdong had distributed. Their brigade hadn't had meat in over half a year. Today, he'd only ordered a cheap bowl of plain noodles. Now, seeing the meat on the table, he dug in like a starving wolf, devouring it voraciously. He practically devoured nearly all the meat dishes he'd ordered. Brother Xiangdong, if you hadn't treated me, I wouldn't have gotten a taste of meat at all. This meat is so delicious. When I get back, I'm applying to transfer to your brigade. Li Pingsheng thoroughly enjoyed his meal this time. Living in a collective household during his down-to-the-countryside years, the village cadres never let him eat meat, but Chen Xiangdong had made it happen. When he saw Chen Xiangdong hunt down a tiger, he already knew the man was formidable. Now he found him even more extraordinary. In any case, he had made up his mind about Chen Xiangdong and was determined to get a piece of the action. Chen Xiangdong chuckled, dismissing Li Pingsheng's words as idle talk. After lunch, Chen Xiangdong handed Li Pingsheng 4 yuan. Guess you're running low on cash yourself. Take this to buy your way back. Once you're here, work hard and show what you're made of. Chen Xiangdong patted his shoulder. Li Pingsheng felt a lump in his throat as tears welled up. Brother Xiangdong was truly a good man. Meeting him was pure luck. A real man doesn't shed tears easily. What are you crying for? I'm just moved. No one's ever treated me like this besides my parents. Brother Xiangdong, I'll never forget this kindness. It's just a few bucks. No big deal. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Chen Xiangdong hurriedly said. He felt sorry for the young man, a college student who, had he been born in a later era, could have graduated smoothly and found a decent job. But born in this era, his fate had been completely altered. Besides, from their interactions so far, the young man seemed genuinely kind-hearted. At this moment, he must be suffering inner torment as well. Life is bitter. If one day this tiny act of kindness, just 4 yuan, can help someone whose heart is in tatters regain the will to live, then it would be worth it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xiangdong returned to the office. Soon after, all the researchers gathered for a meeting. In their eyes, Chen Xiangdong's ideas were pure nonsense. Before Chen Xiangdong could even begin, they started mocking him. Researcher Chen, you've been stuck out in the countryside, so all you've come up with are low-grade biogas digesters, right? We already know everything you're about to say. Same old theories, we've heard them until our ears are calloused. He Jilin, the researcher who had clashed with him earlier that morning, was venting his pent-up anger. What do you mean low spec? I dug a pit, got the lights working, and got the stove burning, and you call that low spec? I've heard stories about earlier biogas projects where they just dug a pit but didn't know how to vent it. What do you call that? Everyone here, what do you call that? Chen Xiangdong wasn't about to let them push him around. With the technology now in his hands, what did he have to fear? This is what you call confidence born of real capability. They'd never seen the finished product, otherwise they wouldn't be talking like this now. Anyone can talk big on paper. Once you've truly mastered your craft, then come back and lecture us. Don't you know your own limitations? Yet you dare to lecture us professionals? They only saw Chen Xiangdong as a farmer, a weakling in their eyes. That's why they dared to be so brazen. If the person across from them were the bureau chief, they'd be as timid as turtles hiding in their shells. You call this armchair theorizing? Well, today I'll show you armchair theorizing. Chen Xiangdong pulled out the blueprints he had prepared earlier from his bag. Take a look first. After you've reviewed them, we can discuss the biogas project. Chen Xiangdong had clearly labeled the principles and details on the diagrams. The first page showed a schematic of the biogas digester, drawn with remarkable precision. But they didn't think it meant much. The first person to pick up the blueprints glanced at the first page and immediately began making snide remarks. Nice drawing, but isn't this pretty simple? The principle is just that principle. Just copying existing work. With that, he tossed the drawing aside. Fine, if you think it's simple, then tell me what's the principle behind a biogas lamp emitting light? Chen Xiangdong asked. You're pulling my leg, right? Even the most authoritative experts haven't figured it out yet. You're deliberately trying to stump me. No sooner had he finished than a researcher beside him suddenly recited, the principle behind biogas lamps emitting light utilizes the high temperatures generated by biogas combustion to heat a specially designed gauze cover. This causes the cover to reach incandescence, thereby emitting a bright light. Everyone stared in shock at the researcher holding the blueprints, especially He Jilin, whose eyes widened in astonishment. How is that possible? No one has even researched this discovery yet. It's right here in black and white. You haven't figured it out, but you can't even grasp the basic principles of someone else's work? Chen Xiangdong silenced He Jilin with his words. Hearing this principle piqued everyone's curiosity, including Director Wang's. This kid really has some skills. Director Wang took the blueprints and studied them carefully. Every diagram was meticulously labeled, and many of the technical terms were unfamiliar to him. Though he hadn't seen the finished product, the descriptions were thorough enough that he could successfully deduce the principles outlined. These concepts were beyond his own imagination. It was only after reviewing Chen Xiangdong's blueprints that he grasped them. Now he finally understood why the higher-ups had assigned Chen Xiangdong, a man of peasant origins, to guide them. Chapter 88, The Fools Were Themselves. Now, no one dared to challenge Chen Xiangdong. It turned out they were the clowns themselves. They actually designed this thing. No wonder the director brought him in to guide us. I thought he was just the director's crony, but turns out he's a top-tier talent. This is incredible. The designs are so meticulously thought out. It's truly remarkable that someone could conceive of this. The researchers at the institute immediately adopted a different attitude. They were clearly dealing with the same person, but their attitude toward him was completely different when he was still weak versus after he demonstrated his true capabilities. Director Wang felt a pang of envy toward Chen Xiangdong, yet he couldn't help but admire his talent. He asked excitedly, theoretically, it's possible. This is an excellent idea. But I have questions. What materials would be needed to build these? And the manufacturing process must be incredibly difficult. It seems utterly impossible. They'd never even seen such things before in this era. The manufacturing difficulty was undoubtedly immense. Here are the materials and manufacturing methods I've compiled for each component. Technically, it is a challenge, but there must be a way to make it happen. Chen Xiangdong tossed another document at them, stunning them once more. It detailed the production process and materials. Director Wang quickly scanned through it, his immediate thought being, how could Chen Xiangdong have come up with such an excellent plan? The materials and manufacturing processes are all detailed here. It must have taken a lot of time to compile all this documentation. You bet. With so much content, it naturally took a lot of time. If we succeed with this biogas project, their entire research team will be honored. Researcher Chen, those colleagues weren't being deliberately rude earlier. It's just that they're not convinced, which is why they're acting this way. I'm apologizing on their behalf now. You're a big-hearted person, please don't hold it against them. After Director Wang spoke, everyone apologized to Chen Xiangdong. We're sorry, Researcher Chen. It was all a misunderstanding. The director didn't explain things clearly. I thought you were just doing ordinary renovations in the village. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Please forgive me for my petty offense. Worried about being punished, Jilin immediately stepped forward to apologize. Enough. I came here to teach you how to do things, not to listen to apologies. Chen Xiangdong said. Once he brought out these materials, they immediately had questions for Chen Xiangdong. Next, they needed to secure an experimental base. The plan was to conduct a pilot test in rural areas first. If successful, the technology could be implemented. Of course, that would only happen once the entire system was ready for production. Chen Xiangdong knew they needed to establish a testing site, so he immediately approached Director Wang with a request. Director Wang, I believe our village is the ideal location for the trial. It's cold there. If we can succeed in such a harsh environment, then we can succeed anywhere in the country. This was also a way to secure benefits for his own village. Alright, Researcher Chen. You know this best. I'll take your suggestion. Over the next few days, Chen Xiangdong guided them through the process. He had already provided the manufacturing processes for those devices. These items would be produced by specialized factories. On the 5th day, he returned to the village. After being away for several days, he missed his wife and children dearly. Of course, before heading back, he planned to visit the department store. The department store carried a wider variety of goods items unavailable at their local supply and marketing cooperative could often be found there. Rarely getting the chance to travel far, he browsed around and picked up gifts for his wife and children back home. He bought several tubes of snowflake cream. They even sold skin care serums here, so Chen Xiangdong decided to buy some for his wife. The ready-made clothes here were more stylish than anything available at their local supply and marketing cooperative. After all, the way people dress in the provincial capital is different from back home. Folks here tend to be more fashionable. He also bought woolen sweaters, coats, and socks. Now that the weather had turned cold, they all needed warm clothes. Wool sweaters were luxury items back then, not sold in ordinary supply and marketing cooperatives. Only large department stores in the provincial capital carried them. After making his purchases, Chen Xiangdong hurried home by bus. The 4-hour journey meant he arrived in the county town at 3 in the afternoon. After getting off the bus, he found a secluded spot and retrieved his bicycle from his spatial pocket. Having a bicycle made things much more convenient. Taoshi Village. Nian Nian began wailing again. She cried 3 times a day upon waking, before lunch, and before dinner. This was all because, on the day Chen Xiangdong left, that bastard Zheng Fuchuan told Xinqing and Nian Nian that their father had abandoned them. The 2 little girls believed him. They came home and kept crying to Lin Yueshio, "We want daddy. We want daddy." For the next few days, they took turns crying. No matter how Lin Yueshio tried to explain, they wouldn't listen. Lin Yueshio and the old lady were utterly exhausted from their constant torment these past days. It was past 4 in the afternoon, and Nian Nian was still crying. Suddenly, the ringing of a bicycle bell echoed through the air. That's the bicycle bell. It must be daddy coming back. Nian Nian, stop crying. Let's go out and see. Nian Nian heard it, sobbing loudly while wiping her tears. She jumped off the Kong, ran out without even putting on her shoes. Xinxin also came running out, still crying. At the door, they saw Dad dragging his bicycle home. Seeing the 2 of them crying, Chen Xiangdong felt a genuine ache in his heart. After parking the bicycle, he hurried over to hug them both. Xinxin and Nian Nian, why are you crying? If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up and won't go down. You won't be pretty anymore, and you won't be able to get married later. Xinxin doesn't want to get married. Xinxin wants to stay by daddy's side forever. I won't be someone else's bride. Being someone else's bride is so unfair. Xinxin just wants to be daddy's little treasure. Nian Nian doesn't want to be a bride either. I just want to be daddy's little treasure. You 2 little ones, when you grow up, find someone just like daddy to be his bride. Then you won't have to put up with anything. Chen Xiangdong wiped their tears. Tell daddy why you're crying. Uncle Quan said you don't want us anymore. We miss Daddy and want him to come back, so we cried. Xin answered. Then she added on her own, Uncle Quan is lying. Uncle Quan is so mean. How could Daddy ever abandon Xinxianian? You're my precious treasures. Who could bear to abandon their own precious ones? Then when Daddy goes out in the future, can you please tell us first? Don't just disappear suddenly, okay? Xin said with hurt. Hearing Xin's words, Chen Xiangdong paused to reflect. This time, he really hadn't told Xinxianian before rushing out. Okay, this time it was Daddy's fault. How about Daddy brings you a gift to make it up to you? Wow, Daddy bought something again. What did you get? The two little ones flashed smiles, their sparkling tears glistening on their cheeks. Nian laughed so hard her nose suddenly blew a big bubble. Chapter 89, Let the Dogs Bite Your Butt. I bought you wool sweaters and socks. Wool sweaters keep you nice and warm in winter. Chen Xiangdong pulled the sweaters out of the large bag. Daddy, are sweaters made of sheep's wool? Nian suddenly blinked her eyes and asked. Yes, they're warm to wear. The socks are made of cashmere too, they're warm. Ha! But if you wear wool, won't you turn into a sheep? If you become a sheep, people will slaughter you. Silly girl, who told you that? Wearing wool sweaters won't turn you into a sheep, it'll just keep you warm. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Nian was still young, at that age where kids ask a million questions. But some questions were just too bizarre. Fortunately, he had been given a second chance at life, allowing him to witness her most innocent moments. Uncle Quan said wearing a tiger skin cape turns you into a tiger. So if you wear wool, wouldn't you turn into a sheep? He hadn't expected Nian to make such a logical leap. Now he finally understood why she disliked the tiger skin cape he'd sewn for her. That Zhang Fuchuan, always trying to scare the kids. You silly little thing. You can wear the tiger cape, and you can wear the wool sweater too. Uncle Quan is just fooling people, don't listen to him. This smallest one is for Nian. Chen Xiangdong placed the little woolen sweater in Nian's hands. This one is for Xinxing. Thank you for the gift, Daddy. Xinxin loves it so much. Xinxin happily planted a kiss on Chen Xiangdong's cheek. Seeing this, Nian came over and planted another kiss on Chen Xiangdong's cheek. Xiaolu leaned against the mud wall, smiling as he watched. He couldn't help but feel envious of Xinxin and Nian. To have parents who love you, to have Dad buy you clothes. Watching them, she couldn't help but wish she had parents like that too. How wonderful it would be to have such a father and mother. Deep down, Xiaolu lamented her own misfortune, feeling like a child without parental affection. Her gaze fixed on Xinxin and Nian, her thoughts drifting off to who knows where. Suddenly, she heard, Xiaolu, this wool sweater is for you. Take it quickly. Also, I noticed you don't have many clothes. That cotton coat is all torn up, who knows how many years you've worn it. It probably doesn't keep you warm anymore. Big brother also bought you a cotton coat. It's cold, hurry up and put it on. Xiaolu hadn't expected Big Brother to buy her a wool sweater and a cotton coat too. They both looked so warm. She had never seen clothes that looked so warm. That warmth from her big brother melted away all the lingering resentment she'd felt about the imbalance of parental love. Thank you, Big Brother. Such warmth was something Xiaolu rarely experienced. Overwhelmed, she felt tears welling up. Chen Xiangdong quickly noticed and pinched her little cheek. No crying, little one. Big Brother's little sister is a strong girl. Xiaolu nodded vigorously, then promptly slipped on the cotton coat. Wearing new clothes truly made her so happy. Yueshio, your wool sweater and that skincare essence. Serum? I don't need anything that fancy. Just some snow cream is fine for me. I'm giving it to you, so you use it. What woman doesn't love beauty? Just focus on looking your best. Indeed, Lin Yueshio did love beauty. But with her tough living conditions and the exhaustion from working, she never had the energy to fuss over such things. Still, having a bottle of high-end skincare made her genuinely happy. She imagined that applying it to her face would make her skin become beautiful. But this is expensive. Wool sweaters cost a fortune, this serum must be pricey too. Honey, just wear and use whatever you like now, don't worry about the cost. Spending money on things for you both makes me happy. After saying this, Chen Xiangdong handed the woolen sweater to the elderly woman. Grandma, even with that serum, you won't regain your youthful, dewy skin. So I won't get you the serum. But once you have this sweater, don't hesitate to wear it. You little rascal, your grandmother looks 18 when she dresses up, the old lady said with a playful scold as she took the sweater. Just then, Xinxing leaned close to Nian's ear and whispered something. Then, the two children donned tiger skin capes and headed out with little Coral and Nyonyo. Seeing them head out, Chen Xiangdong asked, where are you two off to? We're going to play. Don't wander too far, understand? Got it. The villagers were shoveling fertilizer, and Zhang Fuchuan was among them. He no longer skipped work without reason, nor did he slack off when he was on the job. Xinxin, who had been thinking of him all along, spotted Zhang Fuchuan and called out loudly, Uncle Quan. Hearing Xinxin's voice, Zhang Fuchuan looked up happily and replied, Uncle's here. But soon, he sensed something was off. Xinshin, please don't stare at Uncle like that, okay? Uncle is afraid. Nyo up. Xingxin waved her hand. What? What are you two up to? Set the dog on your butt. Uncle Quan is a bad guy. Xinshin stood with her hands on her hips, her tiger skin cape fluttering in the breeze. Ah. No, don't come over here. Zhang Fuchuan saw Nyonyo running toward him and grabbed his shovel to flee. Nyonyo chased after him, leaving Zhang Fuchuan gasping for breath. The villagers nearby burst into laughter. Now Zhang Fuchuan knows better, doesn't he? You shouldn't tease kids, but you just wouldn't listen. Zhang Fuchuan got chased like a scared rabbit, ha ha ha. Think he'll dare tease kids again? Seeing this, Xinshin couldn't help but giggle. Nyonyo, stop chasing him. Come back. Chen Xiangdong walked over, saw the dramatic scene, and called Nyonyo back. Playing around like this could lead to an accidental discharge, and there's no rabies vaccine available for him right now. Nyonyo obediently trotted back and crouched at Chen Xiangdong's feet. Xiangdong, you're back. Xiangdong, you're finally back. Our cabbages and carrots have a high germination rate and are growing really well. The villagers immediately told him about this upon seeing Chen Xiangdong. This was exactly what Chen Xiangdong had expected. Xiangdong, I was just about to go to your place to see if you'd returned. It's good you're back. I wanted to discuss something with you. The vegetables in the greenhouse are growing so well now. Why don't we start planting more? His partner approached and said. Absolutely. As long as we follow the guidelines strictly, the yield will be much higher than before. Alright, I'll make the arrangements then. Alright. Actually, we can plant more. Our village can grow vegetables that other villages can't produce in such quantities. Later on, we can trade the extra vegetables for some grain. Alright, I'll take your word for it. The team leader was now full of enthusiasm. But Zhao Mansong felt uneasy inside. The better the team leader performed, the less relevant the position became to him. And then there was Chen Xiangdong. That kid used to be nothing special, but now he was suddenly so capable. His family lived the best life in the village, and Zhao Manchang couldn't help but feel envious. Chapter 90, Gift Giving. Oh, right. I've got some good news to share after returning from the provincial capital. Chen Xiangdong addressed the group. What's the good news? Asked the team leader. Of course it's good news, otherwise, why would I call it good news? I applied to the leadership to designate our village as a pilot site for the biogas project, and they've approved it. So that means the higher-ups will allocate funds for biogas here? The team leader inquired. Yes, soon every household in our village will have free access to biogas. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, the villagers erupted in cheers. Though biogas won't fill empty stomachs, it will make daily life much more convenient. Nights lit only by kerosene lamps were too hard to endure. That's wonderful. Xiangdong, you're truly amazing. You've brought so much to our village. You've helped us eat meat and vegetables, and now you're getting us biogas tanks. We're so lucky to have you here, ha ha ha. We're finally going to have brightly lit nights too. Zhao Manchang stood among the crowd, his smile forced and insincere. He enjoyed the gifts others gave him, yet envied their excellence. He returned home with a gloomy expression. His wife, Zhang Zhaodi, was cooking congee. Seeing her husband return, she hurriedly stood up, lifted the pot lid, and handed him a steaming corn bun. Husband, eat your steamed bun quickly. Zhao Manchang took the steamed bun, bit into it, and asked irritably, how much grain do we have left? We have 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour left. This will only last us a few more months. With colder weather ahead, I don't know how we'll make it through this winter. Zhang Zhaodi sighed deeply. Where's the key? Zhao Manchang asked. Zhang Zhaodi's expression turned tense. What key? Don't you have the key to the front door too? You woman, playing dumb? I told you to bring me the cabinet key. Zhao Manchang snapped. Manchang, you can't take any more grain from the house. This is all we have left to get through the winter, Zhang Zhaodi pleaded. She had no idea whose advice Zhao Manchang had been listening to lately, what had gotten into him. He claimed he needed the grain to curry favor with his superiors and had already hauled away dozens of pounds. Now only this little bit remained. If he took any more, there would be nothing left for the family to eat. You ignorant woman, what do you know? This is called investing, do you understand? How else can I get a government position? I'm going to be the team leader. Your narrow-mindedness shouldn't hold me back, got it? Hand over the keys. With that, Zhao Mansong reached out to grab the keys. Zhang Zhaodi was a woman, her strength was no match for a man's. Zhao Manchang took the keys, unlocked the cabinet, and took out 20 pounds of rice along with 5 pounds of flour. Only 5 pounds of flour remained in the cabinet. He sent 40 pounds of rice to Director Wu at the commune. That Director Wu was a sly fox too. He accepted the rice but never gave any feedback. It seemed those 40 pounds of rice had gone down the drain. He didn't want the previous gifts to go to waste, so he decided to send another batch. This time, he was determined to go all out. After taking the 20 jin of rice and 5 jin of flour from home, he planned to buy cigarettes and liquor at the supply and marketing cooperative. Manchang, stop being so stubborn. We're not cut out for officialdom. Right now, saving our lives with food is the priority. Don't go messing around with this anymore. Zhang Zhaodi grabbed the rice sack, refusing to let Zhao Mansang take it. Look at you, always the same. Don't stop me. You damn woman, did you hear me? Don't stop me. If you keep this up, I'll really lose my temper. Go ahead then. If we have no grain to eat, you might as well beat me to death. You damn woman. You really think I won't do it? Zhao Manchang kicked Zhang Zhaodi, sending her stumbling to the ground. Zhao Manchang, you've gone too far. You damn woman, I told you not to stop me. Do you really think I want to do this? I know taking the grain means there'll be nothing left to eat at home. But if I don't climb higher, we'll starve to death. Zhao Manchang spoke his mind, then walked out, snatching out the family's only chicken as he left. Don't take the chicken. It's for our daughter-in-law who's recovering after childbirth. No matter how loudly Zhang Zhaodi shouted, Zhao Manchang paid her no mind and walked out the door. Zhao Manchang bought cigarettes and liquor at the supply and marketing cooperative, then rushed off to find Director Wu. He timed his visit for when Director Wu was leaving work. With so many people around, he couldn't risk causing any trouble for Director Wu by asking for help. He sat waiting under a tree at the commune gate. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Director Wu finally emerged from the commune office. Director Wu! Director Wu! Zhao Manchang called out the moment he saw him emerge. Hearing someone call his name, Director Wu looked over and recognized Zhao Mansang, the man who had delivered rice to him last time. He instinctively pretended not to see and kept walking. Zhao Manchang grew impatient and hurried over to grab Director Wu's arm. Director Wu, I need to speak with you. It'll only take a moment. Oh, it's you. Didn't I tell you last time to just wait? You don't need to keep seeking me out. It's not good if people see us. Director Wu said impatiently. Just 50 pounds of rice and he expects me to help? Nice try. Director Wu, give me a chance. I brought something over. Just take a look first. Hearing this, Director Wu glanced around. Fortunately, the area was deserted. His attitude softened. What is it? Today I brought 20 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 5 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of Fin liquor, and a chicken. Zhao Mansang never dared to smoke or drink before because he had no money or coupons. He'd been saving these all along, and today was the day he'd finally bring them out. Director Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That was more like it. Seeing Director Wu didn't speak, Zhao Manchang feared he might find it too meager. He quickly added, Director, rest assured I'm a grateful man. I remember every holiday throughout the year. He was hinting that he should bring gifts during future celebrations. Director Wu was quite pleased with Zhao Manchang's attitude. He was getting on in years and would retire in 2 months. He wasn't stingy about helping Zhao Manchang now, because soon he wouldn't be able to help anyone at all. Zhao Manchang was fortunate to approach him at this moment. Alright then. Your village party secretary is getting on in years and will step down at the end of this month. You'll take his place. But remember to observe every monthly festival. Got it, got it. Zhao Manchang nodded quickly. Though inwardly thinking he was being forced to give too much, he was willing to make the sacrifice if it meant getting by. Have the items delivered near my place. You'll need to prepare over the next few days. Understood, Director. Zhao Manchang had managed to climb his way to the position of village party secretary. He secretly rejoiced at his good fortune Director Wu had been willing to promote him. Now his position was higher than the team leaders. From now on, both the team leader and Chen Xiangdong would have to speak to him with respect. All the resentment Zhao Manchang had been harboring inside finally found its outlet in this moment. If the team leader performed well, Zhao Manchang feared he might pose a threat. Even before taking office, he had already devised ways to humiliate the team leader. Chapter 91, The Lazy Trio. Director Wu, preparing for retirement, moved with unprecedented speed, finalizing the matter the very next day. The former village party secretary retired a month early. Zhao Manchang became the party secretary of Taoshi Village, transforming overnight into the highest-ranking official in the village. New broom sweeps clean. He immediately convened a meeting of village cadres. The team leader was surprised by Zhao Manchang's appointment as village party secretary, but since it was an arrangement from above, he kept his astonishment to himself and didn't voice any objections. However, he had a bad feeling about it, because Zhao Manchang had long coveted his position as team leader. It was his instigation that had driven Zhang Fuchuan to commit those acts, leading to his own downfall. Now that Zhao Manchang was the party secretary, it seemed his days ahead wouldn't be easy. Several cadres sat in the brigade office. Zhao Manchang had suddenly taken this seat, and to be honest, it felt quite unfamiliar during this first meeting. Ahem. Zhao Manchang cleared his throat, picked up the enamel cup emblazoned with a large red award character, and took a sip of water. He slowly announced, "Let's begin the meeting. The former village party secretary has retired, and I will now serve as the village party secretary. To ensure the village develops more effectively, I will enforce strict management. Team leader Liang, some members of the production team aren't working diligently and often slack off. Why haven't you addressed this?" He immediately criticized the team leader. The team leader had his own grievances about this matter. Some people inevitably slacked off during collective work. But he accepted responsibility for this, as it was his duty to manage them, yet he hadn't managed to motivate those lazybones to work. It's those few slackers who always hold the team back. Lately, Zhang Fuchuan has become more diligent. He used to be the laziest, but now Chen Xiangdong is the laziest. He constantly uses his health as an excuse to skip work, and when he does show up, he slacks off. Then there's Widow Li, who spends all day flirting with the men. Then there's Wang Guobao, who rarely shows up for work. These three should be placed in a separate work group. They must be dealt with. Team leader Liang, you are responsible for reforming them. If you fail, your work points will be deducted. These three were already difficult to manage. Putting them together in one group would only make things worse. The team leader gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, I'll take charge of reforming them. The order had been issued directly. Refusal wasn't an option. Besides, the captain believed that with Chen Xiangdong's advice, the task could succeed. Alright, it's settled. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, the captain returned home. His wife noticed he looked troubled and asked, "What kind of meeting was that? You've changed since you came back. Zhao Manchang is now the village party secretary, right? He's put Chen Xiangdong, Widow Li, and Wang Guobao into a group and assigned me to oversee their re-education. If they keep acting like this, they'll dock my work points. You didn't agree to it, did you?" "Yeah." "Good heavens. How could anyone manage those lot? Putting them together? That'll cause an uproar. If I take this on, how will our family ever get by?" "Honey, don't worry. I'll go talk to brother Xiangdong later. He's a smart guy. With his help, it should be fine." The captain's wife gave a wry smile. "You wish. This won't be that easy." The captain didn't want to listen to his wife's nagging, so he headed to Chen Xiangdong's house. Xinxin was playing in the courtyard and she spotted the captain first. "Uncle Captain is here," she called out. Then she called out toward the house, "Daddy, Captain Uncle is here to see you." "Hey, little one." The captain ruffled Xinxin's hair before stepping inside their home. "The captain's here. Stay for dinner with us later." "I won't be staying for dinner. I'm here to ask for your help." "What kind of help? Tell me." Chen Xiangdong had already guessed when he saw him enter. That Zhao Manchang had just taken office. A guy like him? Chen didn't believe he wouldn't cause trouble for the captain. "Zhao Manchang formed a work team with 3 lazybones from the village and put me in charge of reforming them. You know these guys, they're tough to handle. Getting them to work harder is no easy task. You've got more experience with this than I do. You even managed to persuade Zhang Fuchuan. That's why I'm asking you, brother Xiangdong, for your help." "Sure, Captain, no problem. Having your help is fantastic. I have an idea. Would you be willing to consider it?" "What idea?" "I want to make you the leader of the 3 lazybones. That way, you'll have authority within the group, and your words will carry more weight when getting things done." "Deal." The captain wasn't stupid. This way, he'd have to put his heart into helping. "Thanks a million, brother Xiangdong. You go ahead. I gotta head home and smooth things over with the wife. We had a bit of a spat over this today." "All right." After the captain left, Chen Xiangdong pondered how to deal with the 3 of them. Of course, they weren't the only ones slacking off in the group. They just happened to be the most obvious. That's the downside of group work: low motivation. If tasks were assigned individually, people would be far more motivated. But that wasn't an option right now. The first task at hand was to convince them to agree to work. After eating, he went to find his third uncle, Chen Xiangdong. If he hadn't promised the team leader he'd help, he wouldn't have bothered with his family at all. As he approached their courtyard, he could already hear Nong Jinhua's shouts. "You old fool, why don't you just die? Lying on the con all day, not lifting a finger to help. Is this house mine alone?" The clatter of pots and pans crashing to the floor accompanied her curses. It must be Nong Jinhua throwing them. Zhang Jianjun rolled over, ignoring her. Her shouts were like background noise to him. They didn't faze him in the slightest. This only made Nong Jinhua even more distraught. "Uncle San, Auntie San." Chen Xiangdong stepped into their home. Nong Jinhua was quite surprised by Chen Xiangdong's arrival. Lately, she'd been treating Chen Xiangdong's family with courtesy, even delivering the grain for the old lady's support on time. Could it really be that his attitude toward them had changed because of this? Now he was even taking the initiative to visit. Nong Jinhua felt a quiet thrill inside. This meant the relationship between their 2 families was growing closer. She immediately stepped forward warmly. "Xiangdong has time to visit today? Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water." Only upon hearing Chen Xiangdong had arrived did Chen Jianjun rise from the con. "Xiangdong, what brings you here?" "Of course I have business. I'm here on the captain's behalf to do some ideological work with you." "What?" Chen Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. "The Lazybones group has been formed, and you're one of them." Chapter 92, Persuasion. "Damn it, I may be a bit lazy, but that doesn't mean I should be assigned to the slackers group. I have my pride, you know. What's Captain Liang playing at? Is he deliberately trying to humiliate me? Chen Xiangdong was visibly upset, deeply resentful of the captain's grouping decision. You're lazy yourself, yet you blame others? I think the captain made the right call. You lazybones belong in the slackers group. Nong Jinhua retorted. Her husband never went to work, and no matter how harsh she was with him, it never made a difference. Getting him into the lazybones group might finally motivate him to work. For years, she'd been the one supporting the family. She wished the production team would tie him down and make him work non-stop. You're still my wife. Don't you know I have tapeworm disease, malnutrition, poor health, and vertigo? All you do is nag me. Chen Xiangdong spoke to Nong Jinhua like this, but his tone lacked any real conviction. He still feared Nong Jinhua, but when it came to getting him to work, he was utterly helpless. Third uncle, if you have pinworms, just take medicine for them. Stop making excuses to slack off. If you don't go to work, someone like you would have starved to death long ago if third aunt hadn't been supporting the family. Chen Xiangdong was speechless. He felt guilty, and when she hit the nail on the head, he dared not say another word. Just think about it. If you went to work and earned more labor points, wouldn't life be a little easier than it is now? I'm 50 this year. How many more years do I have left? I might be lying in a coffin in a few years. Why should I put myself through that exhaustion? If I did, wouldn't that make me crazy? You're already sick, your brain's infested with worms. Auntie San, go find a carpenter tomorrow and have him make Uncle San a coffin. Starting tomorrow, let him lie in it. No work, no meals, how comfortable would that be? If you don't have the money for the coffin, take it from me. I'm happy to pay for Uncle San's coffin now. Uncle San, what do you think? Pretty relaxing, huh? How can you say such things? I'm not dead yet. But as you just described, what's the difference between that and being dead? Just cooperate with the team tomorrow. Once you're in the slackers group, there'll be rewards and punishments. If you perform well, your life will naturally improve. Xiangdong is right. You have to go this time, understand? If you refuse, I'll follow Xiangdong's advice and buy you a coffin to enjoy your final days in comfort. Nong Jinhua reached up and twisted his ear. Buying a coffin is going too far. Fine, I'll go. Chen Xiangdong said, tilting his neck. Remember what you said today. I've got things to do, so I'm leaving now. Chen Xiangdong stood up. Xiangdong, stay for dinner at Auntie San's place. Nong Jinhua said warmly. Chen Xiangdong replied coldly, no thanks, I've already eaten. With that, he walked out of their home. Nong Jinhua called after him, trying to persuade him to stay. In the past, she would never have been so eager to invite Chen Xiangdong to eat. It truly is, when you're poor in the city, no one cares. When you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives appear. After leaving Chen Jianjun's house, he headed to Widow Li's place. It was only around 8 o'clock at night. Visiting the Widow Li at this hour was still safe. Any later, and it might be misunderstood. Chen Xiangdong arrived at her doorstep. The light inside was on. He could hear a man's voice and laughter coming from inside. Sister Li. Chen Xiangdong called out. Oh, Xiangdong's here. Widow Li greeted him warmly, her voice tinged with a hint of allure. You two should head back. Brother Xiangdong and I need to talk. The Widow Li shooed the two men out of the room. One of the men teased, oh, you're rejecting us? How hurtful. Not at all. But if you don't come help fix the earthen stove tomorrow, I'll truly be disappointed in you. Widow Li laughed so hard she shook like a leaf. Alright, I'll definitely come fix the stove tomorrow. The two men walked out laughing. The widow deliberately moved closer to Chen Xiangdong, who quickly shifted away. He dared not provoke such a tempting woman. Sister Li, I said I'd leave once I'd said what I needed to. You've joined the slacker trio now, so no more slacking off at work. Fine, I'll join the slackers trio. I'm not going to work. Being out in the wind and rain every day will make my skin age quickly. The Widow Li's enthusiasm vanished instantly. You have a daughter. Now only daughters work. How can you bear to let your daughter toil so hard? I gave birth to her, so she should repay me. She's nothing but a money-losing burden. Sister Li, weren't you also your mother's money-losing burden? If she said that to you, would you be happy? Widow Li was speechless. Ever since childhood, she had hated her mother speaking to her this way and had never received her mother's love. All she ever did was work for them. After having a daughter, she became exactly like the mother she despised. Sister Li, your daughter is flesh of your flesh. Do you want her to suffer the same pain you endured? Who says that? Don't speak out of turn if you don't understand. How could I not love my own daughter? If you love her, why call her a money-losing good for nothing? Sigh, what do you know? Go home. Sister-in-law, I'm going to sleep. If you don't leave, do you want to sleep with me? The Widow Li began to tease Chen Xiangdong. Sis, please behave yourself. Oh, you men are such killjoys. Seeing Chen Xiangdong remain unmoved, the Widow Li found herself losing interest too. You guys earn your money with hard work, it's clean money. Don't laugh at me, but I'll be honest, I earned mine with my body. It's not clean money, but it's mine. If I could earn money on my own, why would I go to work? Besides, how much could I really earn working a job? My husband passed away early, leaving just me and my daughter. My in-laws never cared about us. My mother passed away, but my father is still alive. He kicked us out, saying we were holding him back. He even said I should go out and sell myself to earn money to support him. I've endured this life until now and you want me to go work? This is the helplessness many women face in this era. Chen Xiangdong couldn't stand on high ground to criticize her. That environment, those people, those events, they shaped her into who she was. Sisterly, to be honest, your life has been bitter. I understand your actions. Really? No, people like us only get mocked. You're just pitying me, aren't you? I don't need pity. When survival pressures loom, morality and shame become luxuries. Who can remain untouched? All along, Widow Li had been the subject of gossip and scorn. Even the men who came to her felt nothing but contempt. She was merely their tool. No one ever understood her. The money she earned sustained her daughter, yet her daughter never understood her. She longed to live peacefully with her daughter, but the girl saw her as a filthy mother. Her daughter needed to stay far away from her. So when her daughter turned 17 and could earn her own work points, she sent her away. Chen Xiangdong's words struck her right in the heart. Chapter 93, The Secret from 2 years ago. Alright then, I'll agree to go to work, Widow Li said. Alright, sisterly, that's all then. I'll head back. With that, Chen Xiangdong set off to find his third target. The last one, Wang Guobao, would likely be much harder to persuade. He had some history with the team leader dating back 2 years. Originally, he and the team leader had been close friends since childhood. Later, when the production team held elections for team leader, the current leader frequently helped the villagers, making him the most popular choice among the people. Most people wanted him to be captain, but he didn't run for the position. Because his best friend had run for the position, and he too wanted to be captain. At the time, Wang Guobao had talked to him, saying he wanted to be captain and asking him not to run. The current captain had agreed. But later, for reasons unknown, he re-entered the race and ultimately won the position. It was from that moment on that Wang Guobao began to harbor resentment toward him. For the past 2 years, Wang Guobao has avoided him like the plague. When working, he slacks off whenever possible. The villagers disapproved of his behavior, but they felt there was little they could do about it. Chen Xiangdong arrived at his house and knocked on the door. Wang Guobao came out to open it. Though Chen Xiangdong was usually close with the team leader who had brought many benefits to the village, Wang Guobao disliked him just the same. He disliked anyone associated with the team leader. Seeing Chen Xiangdong, he snapped, "What do you want?" "To discuss the slackers group. The team leader sent you, didn't he? Why doesn't he have the guts to come himself? He's probably too ashamed to face me. That bastard. I'll hate him forever. He wants to form a lazybones group? I refuse to join. What can he do about it?" Whenever that guy came up, Wang Guobao stiffened his neck and spoke with defiance. "You can leave now. I won't cooperate with this." With that, Wang Guobao slammed the door shut. Chen Xiangdong sighed in resignation. It seemed he couldn't push Wang Guobao too hard. The rumors about his affair with the team leader were circulating throughout the village and they were true. In Wang Guobao's eyes, he had betrayed him. But Chen Xiangdong didn't see it that way. He trusted the captain's character. He knew he wouldn't betray his own good brother. Perhaps the captain had his own reasons. This matter needed the team leader himself to resolve the misunderstanding. So he went to the captain's house. The captain emerged from the house carrying a kerosene lamp, heading to the outhouse, and happened to see Chen Xiangdong approaching. "Xiangdong, coming over so late, is there something you need from me?" "Yes." Chen Xiangdong glanced at the captain, who clearly needed to relieve himself urgently. He continued, "If you're in a hurry, go to the outhouse first." "Alright, wait for me a moment." With that, the captain headed toward the outhouse beside the house. About 10 minutes later, the captain emerged. By then, Chen Xiangdong had already taken a seat in the inner room. "Xiangdong, what's up?" "It's about Wang Guobao. He's still angry that you betrayed him back then. We've already mobilized Widow Li and my third uncle. Now we just need him. But he's not someone you can easily reason with." Hearing this, the captain sighed. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't betrayed him back then, he wouldn't have turned out this way. He used to be such a hard worker. I failed him as a brother." The captain was deeply self-reproachful. "Captain, tell me honestly, you didn't betray him on purpose, did you?" Chen Xiangdong asked. "Xiangdong, don't ask about this anymore. I can't answer you. It's my own fault." The captain shook his head. Seeing the captain's helpless expression, Chen Xiangdong felt even more certain that something significant must have happened. "Captain, if you don't speak up, Wang Guobao's heart will remain forever closed. I trust you, you must have your reasons. But this incident has deeply affected Wang Guobao. He once regarded you as his closest brother. Your betrayal has deeply scarred him. Now he's tormenting himself. Do you want him to wallow in this forever? Truthfully, this is the worst possible outcome for Wang Guobao." The captain hesitated, unable to find the words. Captain, trust me, I won't say a word. Only by speaking up can we figure out how to help Wang Guobao turn things around. Sigh, honestly, I don't want things to be this way either. I used to really want him to become captain. He used to be a man with ambition. He wanted to lead the village well, he wanted to keep climbing higher, he wanted to make a difference. But I had no choice. I couldn't bear to suffer anymore. Captain, what exactly happened? This is a secret I've kept buried inside. And it absolutely must not get out. Truthfully, I didn't want him to carry the burden of his background. What do you mean? The truth is, Wang Guobao is his mother's child with another man, not his father's biological son. His mother told me this, and that's how I found out. Back then, his mother was gravely ill, and her greatest concern was Wang Guobao. Knowing he was about to become a team leader, she feared the higher-ups would investigate him. If they discovered his biological father had a problematic background, then he would inevitably be implicated too, branded with the same problematic background. She didn't want that to happen, so despite her illness, she came to beg me, pleading that I must not let Wang Guobao become the team leader. If he didn't become the team leader, they could keep his background hidden. But as a village cadre, his identity would be thoroughly investigated by the higher-ups. Though this was a secret and unlikely to be uncovered, she feared that no wall is completely airtight. What if it were discovered? So I agreed to her request and ran for team leader. His father was bourgeoisie? Yes. When his mother was young, she worked as a maid in a wealthy merchant's household. But then, she lost her mind. She listened to the master of that house and became pregnant with his child. The child is Wang Guobao. But the main wife wouldn't tolerate her staying, so she was driven out. She returned to this village and married honest old Wang. At the time, rumors were rampant over there. She feared that if anyone investigated, the truth would come out. So that's how it was. Wang Guobao's misunderstanding is a huge one. Xiangdong, you mustn't tell anyone. If word gets out, Wang Guobao will be in serious trouble. I know. In those days, for various reasons, people with certain family backgrounds still faced significant hostility. So what do we do next? The captain asked. He didn't want his brother to be labeled that way. What else can we do? We have to tell Wang Guobao the truth. But this matter, as long as it doesn't get out, it'll be fine. Wang Guobao has been stuck in this state for too long. It's not good for him. Society won't stay like this forever. Things will get better. Yeah, Xiangdong, I trust you. The captain said. Then I'll go talk to Wang Guobao tomorrow. Chen Xiangdong said. Chapter 94, Reconciliation. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong went to find Wang Guobao again. Wang Guobao was cleaning his teeth with wood ash water. Most villagers couldn't afford toothpaste, so many used wood ash water instead. This wood ash water, also known as alkaline water, was alkaline and could neutralize the acidic environment in the mouth, inhibiting bacteria. Spotting Chen Xiangdong approach, he quickly rinsed his mouth with clean water and said, "What brings you here again? I made myself perfectly clear last night." You really don't want to know the truth about what happened back then? Chen Xiangdong asked. That's how it was. What truth is there? The truth is he betrayed me. I treated him like a brother, and what did he do? He stabbed me in the back. For the rest of my life, if he says east, I'll say west. I'll never cooperate with him. Wang Guobao was furious again. You really don't want to know the truth about your origins? Seeing Wang Guochan's stubbornness, Chen Xiangdong cut straight to the point. My origins? Wang Guobao perked up at the question. Yes. Let's go inside and talk. Chen Xiangdong walked straight into Wang Guobao's room. Wang Guobao followed him inside, and Chen Xiangdong even closed the door behind them. You wouldn't be making up some bull story to trick me into joining the slacker squad and completing your stupid mission, would you? Wang Guobao retorted. I don't have the time or inclination to deceive you. I couldn't be bothered. Your brother didn't betray you, he just didn't want to be labeled as having a bad background. He's making sacrifices too, you know? Yet you've gone and made enemies with him. I'm a poor peasant, what kind of label could they possibly pin on me? Wang Guobao snapped angrily. Old Wang isn't your biological father. Your mother conceived you while working as a servant for the wealthy He family, with Master He. If you want to be the team leader, the higher-ups will dig into your background until they turn you upside down. Hearing this, Wang Guobao staggered backward several steps and collapsed onto a rickety wooden chair. I couldn't possibly be. Your mother told the team leader herself. Back then, she was the one who begged him. He only ran for team leader because they both wanted to keep your origins hidden. Is this true? Wang Guobao looked utterly incredulous. This truth came so suddenly, he was completely unprepared. Of course it's true. Whether you choose to let go of your hatred now is entirely up to you. You were once a man with ambition. Whether you choose to persevere or give up is entirely your decision. As for me, I've said all I need to say. You figure it out yourself. After speaking, Chen Xiangdong left, allowing Wang Guobao to be alone with his thoughts. At 9 in the morning, Widow Li and Chen Jianjun arrived at the brigade headquarters. Chen Xiangdong had summoned them for a small meeting. Where the hell is Wang Guobao? Chen Xiangdong grew impatient. Is he coming or not? If he doesn't show up, we can't form the slacker group, right? Don't tell me I came all this way for nothing. Widow Li also looked impatient. What are you two yelling about? Don't mess with our morale. The captain overheard and walked in to address them. Truthfully, the captain wasn't sure either. He didn't know if Chen Xiangdong could persuade Wang Guobao. Here I am. Who said I wasn't coming? We're the slackers team now, but who knows about later? Wang Guobao walked in, looking completely different from before. Once a deflated balloon, he had now pumped himself up. Seeing Wang Guobao like this, the captain felt a surge of joy. Guobao. Ergotzi. That's how Wang Guobao had always addressed the captain. But since that incident 2 years ago, he'd never used that nickname again. Hearing it, the captain felt tears welling up in his eyes. His good brother had finally returned. Wang Guobao embraced the captain. Ergotzi, it's my fault. I know everything now. You did nothing wrong. I'm the one who owes you an apology. Don't say that. It's in the past. Let's not bring it up again. Alright, everyone's here. Let's get down to business. Chen Xiangdong walked in and said. You lot can't slack off like you used to from now on. You'll work in groups of 3, but tasks will be assigned individually. Each of you has specific responsibilities. You must handle your own tasks well. Whoever performs excellently will receive rewards later. Chen Xiangdong explained to the 3. We can only use rewards to motivate them now. Isn't that just subcontracting to individuals? Chen Xiangdong asked. Yes. From now on, you'll be responsible for your own tasks with rewards for excellence and penalties for failure. We'll assess the results later. Rewards for excellence, penalties for poor performance. Well. Chen Xiangdong scratched the back of his head, looking reluctant. Uncle San, what's this what about? Once you're in this team, you must follow the team's rules. Chen Xiangdong told him. So how much will the reward be? Widow Li asked. She was still very concerned about how much she'd get in the end. She despised the countless men who had taken advantage of her, but she had to survive. If she had money in her hands, she could earn a living without selling her body. She wouldn't choose that path. Sister Li, rest assured. The reward will be calculated based on your work output. The better you perform, the more you'll receive. Fine, I'm in. Widow Li declared. I'm in too. Wang Guobao chimed in. Chen Xiangdong was reluctant, but having joined this small collective, he had no choice but to comply. Alright, it's settled then. Captain, take them to work. After giving his instructions, Chen Xiangdong had to attend to his own affairs. Just then, Li Pingsheng walked in. Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng? What brings you here? I applied to come to your village and the higher-ups approved it. So from now on, I'll be working in your production team. You kid, you're something else. I thought you were just joking around. I'm serious. I want to follow you, brother Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng was determined to tag along with Chen Xiangdong to get his share of the spoils. It's not about following me or not. I don't have the authority to let you tag along. Now that you're assigned to this production team, just do your best. Do well, and you might get back to the city sooner. Got it, brother Xiangdong. Really appreciate you. Last time if you hadn't talked me out of it, I would have made a big mistake. No need to thank me. You're still young. Who knows what policies will come in the future? Anyway, there'll be plenty of opportunities down the road. After the reform and opening up, there would be plenty of opportunities and chances to turn things around. Of course, Chen Xiangdong couldn't reveal any of this to them prematurely now. Alright, thanks, brother Xiangdong. I'll do my best. Brother Xiangdong, I'm off to work. Alright. Watching Li Pingsheng's retreating figure, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but feel he had the persistence of a leech. After wrapping up these matters, Chen Xiangdong had to deliver the meat. This couldn't be delayed any longer. He called Godan and headed into the county town. Director Chen was in his office, wondering when Chen Xiangdong would finally deliver the meat. Chapter 95, Putting on Airs. Since Godan was already quite familiar with Arjun's place, Chen Xiangdong sent him over to deliver 10 rabbits and 5 pheasants. However, he instructed Godan to tell Agin to exchange them for 500 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of flour, 500 pounds of cornmeal, and 100 pounds of sweet potatoes. Such a large exchange meant Arjun probably hadn't made arrangements. Therefore, he told Godan to inform Arjun first, asking him to calculate how much money would remain after the exchange. They would settle the payment when collecting the grain. At the steel mill, Ashang entered Director Chen's office. Director, Chen Xiangdong has delivered the meat. All right. My leg is still not fully recovered. Go arrange for the meat to be weighed, then tell little Chen to come to my office. Following Chen Xiangdong's advice, Director Chen pretended to be unaware of recent events. He still had Xiang handle his errands as usual. Only tasks that could easily leave him vulnerable did he refrain from assigning to Xiang. Understood. Ashang didn't notice Director Chen's growing suspicion. He went downstairs and handed Chen Xiangdong a cigarette. Brother Chen, have a smoke first. Chen Xiangdong took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear. He smiled and said, "Thanks, brother. No need to thank me. What kind of game did you bring today?" Ah Xiang asked with a smile, casually lifting the cloth covering the cart to take a peek. Pheasant, rabbit, wild boar. Seeing these, Ah Xiang's thoughts were complex. All prime cuts a shame he was only helping with the weighing. This thought made him feel even more resentful. After all these years working alongside Director Chen, he'd watched him pocket bribes time and again. Yet he himself had never received a single benefit. "Brother Chen, you're amazing. Getting so much meat at a time like this." Ah Xiang offered a token compliment to Chen Xiangdong. He hoped to collaborate with Chen in the future, so it was best to stay polite. "It's nothing special, it's just our hunting team that's exceptional," Chen Xiangdong replied casually. With someone like Ah Xiang, it was best not to say too much. "I'll have the kitchen staff bring the meat inside to weigh it." Director Chen said to come to his office after the meat is weighed. "Got it." Two men emerged from the kitchen to help push the cart, with Chen Xiangdong following behind them. Just then, Zhang Xiaoi and several female workers were moving supplies to the warehouse when they spotted Chen Xiangdong. The female workers beamed with delight upon seeing Chen Xiangdong. "He's here again. We'll get meat today. I've been waiting for him every day. Only when he comes does the cafeteria have meat. That way, I can bring some meat home for the kids." Many workers at the factory were like this. They'd bring home their meals, not finishing them or skipping them altogether, just to give the food to their children. Zhang Xiaoi had only been there a few days and didn't know Chen Xiangdong delivered meat to this area. "Curious," she asked, "he's here? Does that mean we get meat?" The woman beside her smiled and said, "Yes, we can get meat now. Before, our cafeteria went months without any meat. Later, he brought us wild boar meat, and that's how we got to eat meat. I heard he's a hunter and really good at it." Only then did Zhang Xiaoi understand the situation. With the factory so desperate for meat, Chen Xiangdong's deliveries naturally made him a prized asset. No wonder he managed to secure a job quota. Fourth brother really couldn't hold a candle to his eldest brother. If old four could be half as capable as his older brother, her life wouldn't be so hard, and her parents and siblings back home could benefit a little too. "That man is my older brother," Zhang Xiaoi said with a smile. Now everyone at the factory was counting on Chen Xiangdong to deliver meat. To the factory, he was naturally an important figure. His relationship with the local leadership must be solid too. Working at the steel mill with such an influential brother, her co-workers treated her with extra courtesy. Plus, it feeds her vanity. "He's your older brother? No way, you two don't look like siblings at all," one of the women asked doubtfully. "You're pulling our leg, right? There's no way you have such an impressive older brother," another female worker who wasn't particularly fond of Zhang Xiaoi remarked. "I'm not lying to you. My fiancé is his fourth brother, and we're getting married soon. He's my fiancé's eldest brother, so naturally he's my brother too," Zhang Xiaoi declared with a touch of pride. Then she walked over to Chen Xiangdong and the others. "Big brother, you came to deliver something?" Zhang Xiaoi's expression was flattering. "MHM. Chen Xiangdong replied coldly. He didn't want to engage with this woman too much. "Big brother, thank you for giving me this opportunity." Zhang Xiaoi kept chatting, smiling brightly. Her face was turned toward the female workers, while Chen Xiangdong had his back to them. No matter how cold Chen Xiangdong was, as long as she smiled brightly enough, it created the illusion that she and Chen Xiangdong were indeed on good terms. This angle certainly led the female workers astray. Zhang Xiaoi chatting and laughing like that, it must be true. "You girls better be nice to Zhang Xiaoi from now on. Don't cross her, maybe we can even get some meat out of her. I'm so jealous of her. Her brother hunts, so her family must never run out of meat. She probably gets some from her fiancé too." The female workers all looked at Zhang Xiaoi differently now. Chen Xiangdong, still facing away from them, continued speaking in a flat tone, not even glancing at her. "You're welcome. You're marrying my fourth brother soon, it won't matter which of you does this job." With that, Chen Xiangdong followed the kitchen staff into the back storage room. Zhang Xiaoi walked over to the other female workers with a satisfied look. "Xiaoi, you seem to get along quite well with your fiancé's eldest brother." "Of course. We'll be family soon, so naturally we'll get along well." Zhang Xiaoi chuckled. Moreover, she no longer sensed the previous hostility from them. Sure enough, having some connections meant they wouldn't look down on her anymore. Zhang Xiaoi gazed thoughtfully toward the kitchen. The kitchen staff weighed the items and recorded the weights. 3 wild boars, 700 jin. 20 pheasants, 150 jin. 10 rabbits, 120 jin. Afterward, Chen Xiangdong headed to the office to find Director Chen. Director Chen had been waiting in his office for quite some time before finally seeing Chen Xiangdong enter. "Hey Chen, you finally made it." He had already brewed tea and was waiting. As soon as Chen Xiangdong entered, he poured him a cup. "Director Chen, is your foot feeling any better?" "Much better, but I still have to wait a while before they remove the cast." Director Chen chuckled. This broken leg was a real pain, sometimes it hurt like hell. Director Chen endured the pain, never missing a single day of work. He stayed at his post. This is today's meat delivery. Chen Xiangdong handed Director Chen the paper with the weight recorded on it. Chapter 96, Director Chen's Crisis? Chicken, rabbit, pork pretty good haul. Pork at the regular price, chicken and rabbit at black market rates. Chicken on the black market is about 2 yuan per gene, and rabbit is around 1 yuan 20. Director Chen said with a smile. Director Chen, let's settle the chicken and rabbit meat at 1.2 yuan per gene. We're in it for the long haul. Mutual benefit is key to lasting partnerships. Haha, Xiao Chen, you really have a big picture mindset. You're cut out for big things. You'll surely achieve great success in the future. Director Chen, you flatter me. I just want to earn enough to support my family and ease the hardships for my wife and children. A good man who loves his wife and children. You're destined for greatness. Director Chen praised. Then he motioned for Chen Xiangdong to close the office door. Then, lowering his voice, he said, after observing him these past few days, I feel like Xiang really has some issues. I suspect some factory leaders are behind this. The factory wants to replace you? Chen Xiangdong asked doubtfully. Not the factory, someone specifically wants me gone. My department is a lucrative one, everyone's eyeing it greedily. I just don't know who it is yet. Director Chen didn't treat Chen Xiangdong as an outsider, speaking without much reservation. Then you'd better be extra careful these days. Chen Xiangdong suddenly recalled a case from his previous life, a steel mill incident. The newspapers hadn't specified which steel mill it was, just reporting it as a certain steel mill. So Chen Xiangdong didn't know which steel mill it was. The case involved the purchasing department director of a steel mill who accepted exorbitant kickbacks to procure substandard materials. This led to workers being poisoned during production, causing massive losses for the factory. Now, upon reflection, it was likely Director Chen's steel mill. If that was the case, then the person arrested was Director Chen. Having interacted with him over these days, Director Chen was indeed quite corrupt. Setting aside that corruption, he wasn't entirely a bad person in other respects. If Chen Xiangdong's suspicions prove correct, it's possible Director Chen later lost control of his desires, allowing those seeking to frame him to exploit the opening. After they came to beat people up last time, we naturally have to be extra careful. Director Chen finished speaking and took a sip of tea. Chen Xiangdong could see the unease in his eyes. He recalled that in his previous life, though he hadn't known which steel mill had the accident. But he later learned that the director had purchased a batch of substandard gas masks. During electric furnace steelmaking, these inferior masks failed to provide adequate protection. This led to workers in the entire electric furnace workshop inhaling large amounts of metal dust and toxic gases, resulting in mass poisoning. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. After receiving Director Chen's permission, a young woman around 25 pushed open the door and entered. She was a clerk in Director Chen's department, carrying a document. Director Chen, the supplier has provided the price quote for the protective masks. Please take a look. At the mention of protective masks, Chen Xiangdong grew alert. Was it really that coincidental? Chen Xiangdong recalled that incident had also occurred not long after. Could this batch of masks be the problematic one? Anything posing a risk, Chen Xiangdong had to stop. Because if those faulty masks were used, who knows what trouble Director Chen might face? And many innocent workers would be caught in the crossfire. Director Chen took the quotation sheet, glanced at it, and found the price relatively reasonable. He was satisfied with their pricing. Did they bring samples? Director Chen inquired. Yes, they did. I'll go get the samples for you to review. The assistant stepped out and returned shortly with several face masks. Director Chen, these are the samples they provided. Director Chen examined the masks. The quality seemed fine. Materials were scarce now, despite the nation's massive investment in the steel industry. Certain materials remained scarce. This was especially true since the Big Goose government had suspended contracts for multiple projects with Huaxia this year. Many materials previously reliant on the goose were now scarce. Without materials, projects progressed slowly or even ground to a halt. Yet quotas were imposed from above, creating immense pressure for Director Chen. Take the current situation, without face masks, they cannot produce steel. Materials are scarce, yet the quotas remain. Solving these problems would earn him credit and demonstrate his capabilities, ensuring no one could displace him from his position. He might even get promoted if he performed well enough. So Director Chen turned to the black market, hoping to find some useful supplies. Sure enough, he found some. This is the batch the assistant brought over with the price quote. Director Chen, may I also take a look at these protective masks? Chen Xiangdong inquired. In his previous life, after Lin Yueshio and her daughter passed away, he joined the special forces. He knew quite a bit about those gas masks. Go ahead. I didn't expect you'd be interested in this sort of thing. My wife cooks meals over an open flame, and there's a lot of smoke. I'm wondering if she could wear one so she wouldn't have to breathe it in. Chen Xiangdong quipped. Sure thing, ha. If you really want some, I'll give you a few. Director Chen said with a smile. Chen Xiangdong inspected the masks. The quality and the filters inside were both fine. If this batch had issues, then where exactly did things go wrong? These masks are decent quality, Chen Xiangdong remarked. Exactly. I plan to purchase a batch. Supplies are tight right now, and the items allocated by higher-ups aren't enough. Shortages in these supplies will affect our ability to meet our targets. Director Chen, aren't you worried about defective goods? Chen Xiangdong inquired. As long as what they deliver matches the samples, there won't be any issues. For supplies outside the planned economy, we must conduct rigorous inspections. We'll conduct rigorous inspections, so any issues will be caught promptly. It seemed Director Chen had great confidence in this shipment. Chen Xiangdong couldn't even say for certain that the goods would turn out to be problematic later. He could only remind him that there would definitely be problems with this shipment. Director Chen, since these aren't allocated supplies, you really need to be careful. Don't forget, last time someone stormed into your home and beat you up. Right, thanks for the reminder. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have paid attention to this shipment. Director Chen looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. He really needed to be careful during this period. Still, it should be fine. Better to be extra vigilant. After all, these protective masks are meant to shield the workers, to safeguard their health. If the quality is subpar, the toxic fumes from steelmaking could be inhaled by the workers. That's a serious matter. If something goes wrong, we'd be looking at jail time. You're absolutely right. Director Chen gave Chen Xiangdong an appreciative look. Chapter 97, Dog Egg, I've made a mess. So for protective materials like these, we conduct rigorous inspections. They're generally fine unless something unexpected happens during transit. Director Chen understood the stakes involved. As the department's chief supervisor, he maintained strict oversight over raw materials and other supplies. Over the years, not a single item he handled had ever been problematic. Even materials allocated by the state were treated with utmost seriousness. Anything substandard was promptly returned. Therefore, Director Chen remained highly confident in the inspection process. As long as nothing goes wrong, that's all that matters. It's unexpected incidents we fear. Chen Xiangdong's words always made Director Chen's heart skip a beat. His words always made him stay alert. You're right. Besides, those lurking in the shadows have grown quite brazen. I won't let Xiang get involved in this matter. If he really wants to stir trouble over this, it doesn't matter whether he directly interferes with this shipment or not. He could still find other ways to meddle. Better to let him be part of it. So you mean, if there's something wrong with this shipment, we could use it as bait? Pretty much. Of course, that's just my guess. With something that could cost lives, taking precautions is definitely the right move. Xiao Chen, you really think ahead. I was just throwing it out there. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. That's what he said, but Director Chen didn't see it that way. Instead, he found Chen's words quite reasonable. After that, Director Chen settled the payment with Chen Xiangdong. When Chen Xiangdong received the money, he noticed Director Chen hadn't deducted the previously discussed kickback. Director Chen, this. Before Chen Xiangdong could finish, Director Chen knew exactly what he was going to say. It's all yours. It'll stay that way going forward, but your supply chain better not let us down. Director Chen stated. Truth be told, when Director Chen first took office, he never bothered with such schemes. He simply collected his salary from the factory and did his utmost to maximize its profits. Later, with his child starting school and his mother falling ill, household expenses ballooned. Money became tight, and he began to entertain shady ideas. He accepted numerous gifts, but little did he know that once he touched that thing, it would unleash an endless desire. What Chen Xiangdong had told him today suddenly made him realize with crystal clarity that when desire reaches a certain point, it becomes an abyss. When you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. Therefore, he could no longer allow himself to be driven by his own desires. Alright, thank you, Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong replied with a hearty laugh. He knew Director Chen was now protecting himself too. So he agreed readily. No need to thank me. Get back to work, I've got things to do too. Alright, I'll be going then. Chen Xiangdong exited the office. After stepping outside, Chen Xiangdong spotted Go Dan crouched at a nearby intersection waiting for him. Spotting Chen Xiangdong emerge, Go Dan immediately ran over. Brother Dong, I've gotten myself into trouble. What happened? Chen Xiangdong asked. Did something happen when you delivered goods to Arjun today? I hit someone. Who did you hit? They were picking on Arjun, so I beat them up and ran out. Arjun was bullied? Chen Xiangdong felt pretty down hearing this. Logically speaking, someone like Arjun shouldn't get bullied. He was decisive and had his own connections, plus a few underlings to back him up. Tell me exactly what happened. Chapter 98, Back to the Black Market. I delivered the meat and relayed your instructions to Brother Agan. Brother Agan had people make arrangements, but then a big shot from the state-run restaurant showed up, someone higher up than Agan, no less. He was accompanied by a young guy who had a falling out with Agan before. The big shot ordered Brother Agan to leave and go to the countryside for re-education, while the young guy mocked him. Arjun got into a fight with him. When that guy tried to hit Arjun, I beat him up. I broke both his arms and legs. From Godan's rough account, Chen Xiangdong grasped the gist. Arjun must have offended someone, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent to the countryside for no reason. Brother Dong, are they going to come arrest me? Godan asked. Back when he lived in the mountains, he wasn't afraid of such things. Now that he was back in the city, his parents treated him well, and he had friends around him. He feared he might bring trouble upon them. No, not with me here. I won't let them take you away. You go home first. I'll go find a Jen. Chen Xiangdong told Godan to go home first while he went to check on a Jen and see what was really going on. Before long, Chen Xiangdong arrived at a Jen's residence. Fortunately, Arjun was home at that moment. Arjun heard the knock and got up to open the door. Seeing Chen Xiangdong standing at the doorway, he was quite surprised. Brother Dong. I heard about it from Godan. What exactly happened? Chen Xiangdong asked. Brother Dong, please come in first. Arjun invited Chen Xiangdong inside. Chen Xiangdong sat down on the sofa as Agin poured him some tea. Brother Dong, please thank Godan for me when you get back. He stood up for me today and beat that little bastard. If he hadn't done it, I would have beaten that little bastard myself. Arjun said angrily. Did you cross someone important? Chen Xiangdong asked. A while back, a young guy started working as a busboy at the restaurant. He acted like a big shot around the place, thinking he had powerful connections. I couldn't let that happen in the restaurant I manage, so I gave him a talking to. When he refused to change his ways, I requested his dismissal. In cases like this, the higher-ups would send him straight to the countryside for re-education. I never expected to stumble this time and get caught up in this mess. Looks like this kid really has some powerful connections. Not only did they save him from being sent to the countryside, but they even managed to pull one over on you afterward. His uncle works at the Finance and Taxation Bureau, but so what? People like him just need to be dealt with. The time just hasn't come yet. Let him strut around for now. I'm not afraid of being sent to the countryside, but I won't be able to afford your meat anymore. Don't worry about that. But you've been assigned to the countryside, and it'll be tough to turn things around now. You know a lot of people. See if you can pull some strings to get out of it. I know people, sure. We chat and joke like friends. But at a time like this, who wants to stir up trouble? His uncle is a big shot. No one wants to get dragged into trouble by helping him. Going to the countryside isn't a big deal, but I just can't stand that kind of person. If I see him again, I'll do the same thing. Arjun, you're a real man. As long as you keep your head above water, you'll always find a way. You're still young, with a long road ahead. You're a capable man. We don't know what policies will come next. If policies change and you can strike out on your own, you'll definitely carve out your own path. After the reform and opening up, it was an era where opportunities were everywhere. Arjun might be a bit hot-headed now, but you have to admit he's got real talent. After gaining some experience, he's bound to succeed. Thanks, Brother Dong. You're a friend worth having. You're not kicking me while I'm down. Arjun chuckled. Chen Xiangdong sat chatting with him for a while longer before leaving. His visit was mainly to gather information. Only with a clear understanding of the situation could he figure out how to help. Now, there was only one method he could try. After leaving Jen's house, he mailed a letter to the provincial capital. Then he headed to the black market. He hoped to exchange some tickets, as Arjun was currently facing difficulties and couldn't trade with him. As for Director Chen, he too had been targeted by certain individuals, making it difficult to exchange much through him at this time. Chen Xiangdong arrived at the bustling black market. He scanned the area, looking for someone to trade tickets with. Suddenly, a young man who looked somewhat unscrupulous approached him. Are you selling or buying? Buying, Chen Xiangdong replied. Buying, huh? Well, you're in luck then. I've got tickets to sell. Interested in swapping? The young man said, pulling several bills from his pocket to show Chen Xiangdong. How do you want to trade these notes? Money, grain, or other valuable items, anything goes, the young man replied. What kind of tickets do you have here? Whatever notes you want, I've got them, the young man chuckled. That impressive? Anyone who can get their hands on this many tickets these days is no ordinary person. Chen Xiangdong sized up the young man. The young man chuckled, nothing special, just scraping by. Running errands, making a little profit to support my family. Chapter 99, Expanding Connections. Seeing his manner, Chen Xiangdong knew the tickets weren't from his own connections. There was definitely someone behind him, and he was merely the one retrieving and selling the tickets. Therefore, the person behind him must have extensive connections, and those connections were no ordinary ones. If he could meet the person behind him, that would be a high-quality resource. Chen Xiangdong was quite interested in meeting them. How many tickets do you have left on you? Chen Xiangdong asked. It was already afternoon. If this young man had started selling tickets early, he probably wouldn't have many left now. Only about 20 left, boss. These tickets won't last much longer. If you wait any longer, they'll be sold out. You won't be able to get any. The young man was pushing for a sale. Alright, I'll take all the remaining tickets. Chen Xiangdong declared generously. This time, the young man didn't even blink, staring blankly at Chen Xiangdong. He'd hit the jackpot with this customer. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy all of them? There are sewing machine tickets, grain coupons, fabric coupons, and some daily use tickets. Altogether, it comes to about 400 yuan. In those days, 400 yuan was no small sum. For this young man, it was a major deal. Here's the cash. Give me the coupons." Chen Xiangdong pulled out 400 yuan. Seeing the cash in Chen Xiangdong's hand, the young man finally believed this big brother was buying over 20 coupons in one go. He quickly retrieved the tickets from various pockets sewn into the lining of his clothes. He specialized in selling ration tickets, and for convenience, he had sewn multiple pockets into his clothes. After receiving the tickets, Chen Xiangdong counted them exactly 400 yuan. Among these tickets, sewing machine tickets were the most expensive, costing over 100 yuan each, and there were 2 such tickets included. Moreover, sewing machine tickets weren't easy to come by. That they had managed to get them was truly remarkable. Can you get radio tickets, blanket tickets, and national grain coupons? The types of tickets Chen Xiangdong mentioned were all notoriously difficult to obtain. National grain coupons were even harder to obtain. Grain coupons were divided into local and national varieties. The ones they used daily were local grain coupons, valid only within their region and not transferable across provinces. National grain coupons, as the name suggests, were valid nationwide. They were the king of ration tickets. Obtaining national grain coupons required strict approval and special justification. If he could actually get all these tickets, that person would be truly formidable. Chen Xiangdong was testing his capabilities. Whatever tickets you need, big brother, we can get them. But these tickets are in high demand and hard to come by, you'll have to wait a while. How about this, come back in a week, and I'll be waiting here for you. The young man said. Alright, I'll come back in a week. Chen Xiangdong took the tickets and left. The young man immediately went to find his boss. He went to a nearby room to wait. Before long, a middle-aged man entered. "How were ticket sales today?" the middle-aged man asked. This middle-aged man was Yang Chang. He was well-dressed, wearing glasses. He appeared well-educated and refined. "They're all sold out. There were about 20 left, and a man in his late 20s bought them all. And among the remaining tickets were 2 sewing machine tickets. He bought them without even looking. He must be loaded." The young man reported to him. He also wanted radio tickets, blanket tickets, and national grain coupons. He'll come pick them up next week. I'd say he's got deep pockets. Yang Chang listened and agreed that the young man must be wealthy. The tickets he wanted were both hard to get and expensive. Ordinary families couldn't afford such things. To them, Chen Xiangdong was now a major customer. They had to serve him well and not let this client slip away. After all, they weren't the only ones buying tickets on the black market. "Next time he comes, I'll go with you." Young people can be impulsive sometimes. For important clients purchasing large value tickets, Yang Chang would usually handle it personally. "Got it, Brother Yang. I've scheduled him for next Monday afternoon." "Got it." After that, Yang Chang left to prepare the tickets Chen Xiangdong had requested. After leaving the black market, Chen Xiangdong didn't go straight home. Instead, he stopped by the pharmacy to buy spices for braised meat. Noticing that this year's ration tickets included tofu and vegetable coupons, he bought some tofu. This time, luck was on his side. He even managed to find spinach for sale. Though expensive, Chen Xiangdong didn't hesitate to buy it. At this time of year, green leafy vegetables were extremely rare, almost impossible to find throughout the entire winter. Therefore, they were considered precious. After buying the greens, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up some other necessities. He also bought malted milk powder, milk candies, and brown sugar. The 2 children at home loved to satisfy their sweet tooth with candy. Whenever he came home with big white rabbit milk candies, the 2 little ones would happily gather around him. Half an hour later, Chen Xiangdong returned to the village. As he neared his own doorstep, he habitually rang the bicycle bell. Every time the doorbell rang, the 2 little ones knew he was back and would come running out to greet him. Chapter 100, Returning the Pork. Several children came to the courtyard today to play with Xinqing and the others. They were playing tag, filling the yard with bursts of children's laughter. It was Zhaoli, the captain's youngest daughter, who spotted Chen Xiangdong riding his bicycle back. Her face lit up with excitement. "Big sis, your dad's back!" she shouted, and the other children joined in the excitement. Because everyone knew by now that whenever Xinqian's dad went to the city and came back, he always brought candy. "Daddy, Daddy!" Xinqin and Nian ran forward. A group of children clapped happily in the courtyard. "Big sister's dad is back! Big sister's dad is back!" Because they knew they might get to eat the candy they'd been dreaming about. After parking his bike, Chen Xiangdong crouched down, scooped up one child in each arm, and planted a smacking kiss on each of their cheeks. "You two had a blast today, didn't you?" Then he pulled out a bag of big white rabbit milk candies from his large sack. "Xinqin, take these candies to share with your friends." The 2 little ones took the candy in their hands. Their friends gathered around them. Xinqin Nian was generous with her treats, giving each friend several pieces. After receiving the candy, it wasn't long before the entire courtyard echoed with the sound of swallowing. Chen Xiangdong placed the tofu and spinach he'd bought in the kitchen. These two items were rarely seen in the village. If other villagers saw them, they'd be green with envy. The old woman couldn't hide the smile spreading across her face. Tofu, leafy greens. I never thought I'd get to eat tofu in my old age. Pa. Who says you're about to die? May you live to be 100 years old. Grandma, you can't die so soon, you'd miss out on all the good food. Chen Xiangdong quickly interjected. You're such a good grandson. Those uncles and aunts of yours all think I'm too old and wish I'd die. Just thinking about those unfilial children made her blood boil. Grandma, don't dwell on the past. Thinking about it too much will make you unhappy, and unhappiness won't help you live to be 100. Every day from now on is precious. Focus on happy things. Chen Xiangdong tried to console the old lady. I'll go wash the vegetables. The old lady picked up a bunch of spinach and placed it in the basin. On the way home today, Chen Xiangdong had already made up his mind. A few days ago, he had borrowed a pig from the collective farm. He'd said he'd return it in 3 months, but now he didn't need 3 months. He could repay them with pork today. After they divided the pork, they'd be able to celebrate a prosperous new year. Chen Xiangdong went to a secluded spot and loaded the 400-pound pig onto a handcart. Then he pushed it into the village and straight to the team office. Team leader. I'm here to repay the pork. He shouted. The team leader hurried out to see what was happening, watching as Chen Xiangdong pushed the cart through the gate of the team headquarters. A cloth covered the cart, but it couldn't hide the fact that it was completely full. You're really returning the pork? Didn't you say 3 months? How much time has passed? The captain said with a smile, already walking over to help push the cart. I'm returning it early. Now that it's back, everyone can have meat to eat during the new year. Alright, I'll notify everyone. We'll distribute the meat later this evening. 400 pounds of meat divided among 60 households meant each family would get 6 or 7 pounds. With over a month left until the new year, the villagers would surely freeze this meat to save for the holiday feast. The team leader announced over the loudspeaker. Attention, everyone. Xiangdong has repaid 400 jin of pork. The meat distribution will begin shortly. Hearing the announcement, villagers gathered at the team office to watch the pig slaughter. Once the pig was taken away, Chen Xiangdong's work was done. He headed home to prepare dinner. He hadn't seen Lin Yueshio since returning home today. He had no idea where his wife had gone. Chen Xiangdong guessed she must have gone to the foot of the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Sure enough, just as Chen Xiangdong had guessed, Lin Yueshio had indeed gone to the nearby mountain foothills to gather wild vegetables. Although their family's living conditions had improved, she didn't want Chen Xiangdong to bear the burden alone. She felt she had to share the burden of life with him. So she too would go out searching for wild greens. Covered in deep snow during the harsh winter, any visible wild greens had already been dug up by nearby villagers. In truth, leafy greens like these were nowhere to be found. She could only try her luck, hoping to dig up the bulbs of wild onions or wild garlic still buried in the ground. Lin Yueshio crouched down, brushing aside the snow, and dug with her small hoe. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Chapter 101, Communal Braised Meat. The sudden sound of footsteps in the quiet foothills was startling. Lin Yueshio turned to see a middle-aged stranger. The man grinned lecherously upon seeing her. Hey, pretty girl, what are you doing out here alone digging for wild vegetables? The lecherous man slowly approached. You, what do you want? I'm not afraid of you. Lin Yueshio said, holding up her small hoe. But she was already trembling with fear. Oh, a feisty little thing. I like that even more. Don't come any closer. If you do, my husband won't let you off easy. Lin Yueshio warned. Here? I'm afraid of your husband? It's freezing out, no one's out at this hour. Out here, you're all alone with no one to turn to. Your man coming to save you? Yeah, right. The sleazy man lunged forward to grab Lin Yueshio. Help! Help! Lin Yueshio screamed. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed the man from behind, flinging him violently to the side. His butt landed squarely on a sharp, protruding rock. Ouch, my butt. My butt hurts like hell. Lin Yueshio opened her eyes to see Chen Xiangdong had arrived. Xiangdong, you're finally here. She ran over and threw her arms around him. Chen Xiangdong held her close, soothingly saying, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Then, Chen Xiangdong kicked the man again, snarling, you think you can bully my wife? You're asking for it. Seeing Chen Xiangdong's fury, Lin Yueshio feared he might kill the man in his rage. Xiangdong, stop hitting him. If someone dies, you'll go to jail. At that moment, the man knelt down begging for mercy. Brother, I didn't know she was your wife. I offended you earlier. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I'll never dare again. You'll have no future, I doubt you'll even be able to walk. Chen Xiangdong said. Only then did the man realize the excruciating pain in his lower body. This guy really went all out, his little brother was probably done for. Today he'd truly met a ruthless man. Please spare me, big brother. His life was more important than his manhood now. You're lucky today I'll spare your life. Chen Xiangdong said, then dragged Lin Yueshio away. Back home, Lin Yueshio dared not speak. All the way home, she sensed Chen Xiangdong was angry. He must be blaming her for going out to dig wild vegetables. Xiangdong, please don't be angry, Lin Yueshio approached him, taking his hand. You knew I'd be upset, yet you still went off alone to pick wild vegetables at the foot of that desolate mountain. Didn't I tell you not to go out picking wild vegetables anymore? Just stay home. Chen Xiangdong said, deliberately sounding angry. Truth be told, he couldn't possibly be angry with his wife. He just wanted her to stop wandering off next time. In these famine-stricken times, when hunger reaches a certain point, people turn to cannibalism. A woman with no strength to lift a chicken, going alone to deserted places, it was truly dangerous. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. I know I was wrong. I'll never go digging for wild vegetables at the mountain foot again. Lin Yueshio threw her arms around Chen Xiangdong. Now that we don't need to eat wild greens anymore, couldn't you just leave them for others to dig? Chen Xiangdong teased. But you work so hard supporting the family all by yourself. Lin Yueshio said with concern. It's not hard. I'm happy to provide you with a good life. Honey, look what I bought today. What good things did you buy? Lin Yueshio asked. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong pulled out a bottle of brown sugar. Brown sugar. You can use it to boil eggs, it's nourishing and especially good for women. Once your body's nourished, we'll be ready to make a baby. Chen Xiangdong grinned mischievously. Of course, he was just teasing Lin Yueshio. Brown sugar was still quite precious at this time. Women recovering after childbirth would drink brown sugar water to nourish their bodies. Many women barely got to drink it for a few days after giving birth. Lin Yueshio blushed at the teasing, smiling quietly with her head bowed, offering no reply. I also bought malted milk powder, Chen Xiangdong said, pulling out a box. Each box contained 4 bottles of malted milk. Malts is such a nutritious treat. Seeing the malted milk powder, Lin Yueshio was also very pleased. Given the current circumstances, almost no one in the village could afford malted milk powder. Even if they had a little extra money, they wouldn't spend it on nutritional supplements. In their eyes, it was something only the wealthy could afford. Ordinary people struggled just to survive who had time to worry about nutrition. Lin Yueshio picked up a bottle and felt its surface. This one is for grandma to drink. The other 2 are for the children. Lin Yueshio was a good daughter-in-law, thinking of her grandmother even at a time like this. What a wonderful daughter-in-law we have. Grandma will be so happy to get her malted milk, Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Lin Yueshio emerged carrying the malted milk powder. Grandma. What is it, Yueshio? The old lady was carrying a few sticks of firewood into the kitchen from the doorway. Xiangdong bought something wonderful today. Come see. Oh my, what good thing did he buy? The old lady set down the firewood and walked into the inner room with a smile. Grandma, look, it's malted milk powder, a nutritional supplement. Take this bottle for yourself, it'll help build your strength. The old lady beamed from ear to ear. I've been eating meat every day lately, that's nourishing enough for me. I'll save it for the little ones who've been longing for it. They're still young and need nourishment. My old bones are practically ready for the coffin. Her grandchildren's filial devotion was more than enough to satisfy her. They gave her meat to eat and bought her warm clothes. That was more than enough. Why would she even think about nutritional supplements? Grandma, you can't say that. Who says old people shouldn't take nutritional supplements? As we age and our bodies weaken, we need nutritional supplements even more to rebuild our health. Grandma, I'll put it on your bed for you. You must drink it. Otherwise, both I and Xiangdong will be upset. Lin Yueshio placed it down and returned to her own room. The old lady placed the malted milk powder in the cupboard like a precious treasure. Grandma can't even bring herself to take it out yet, Lin Yueshio remarked to Chen Xiangdong upon returning to their room. You're the same, you can't bear to drink it either. You're definitely saving all 3 bottles for Xinxian. Chen Xiangdong didn't need to guess, he knew Lin Yueshio would do just that. They're children, they still need to grow. Of course I'm saving them for the girls. Lin Yueshio replied. And then? You won't even give yourself some nutrition. Don't worry about running out of malted milk powder. We'll buy more when it's gone. You need to eat too, understand? Chen Xiangdong tapped Lin Yueshio's head playfully. I'll get mad if I don't get any. Don't get mad, I'll drink it. Lin Yueshio was scared. All the way home today, Chen Xiangdong had been angry and silent, and that made her feel so uncomfortable. She worried that if he kept acting like this, he might leave her. Chen Xiangdong was very different now compared to before. He was much more accomplished than he used to be. He could hunt, was a researcher, and had a respectable job and salary. Out in the world, even if he didn't pursue other women, they pursued him. Lin Yueshio saw herself as just a country woman. What right did she have to compare herself to others? That's why Lin Yueshio had recently been working hard to learn to read and improve her education. By evening, the meat had been distributed throughout the commune. Although Li Pingshang had only recently arrived as a sent-down youth, he too received a portion of meat. However, his portion was no larger than that of the villagers. He received only 2 pounds of meat. Carrying the meat home, he felt quite pleased. Following Chen Xiangdong had indeed been the right choice. He'd gotten to eat meat right after being assigned to their production team. Other production teams weren't nearly as generous. At Chen Xiangdong's house tonight, there was tofu, spinach, and he was even having braised pork feet. Eating delicious food could lift one's spirits. He naturally hoped his family would enjoy it too. He took out the marinade packet he'd mixed himself at the pharmacy. 1 packet was enough to braise about 8 pounds of meat. While simmering the marinade, he had already caramelized sugar to create a rich, golden glaze. Once the marinade was ready, he poured in the caramelized sugar and added seasonings. Then he added the chopped pork knuckle pieces to braise. The pot bubbled and gurgled, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The aroma drew the neighbors. "Xiangdong, your braised meat really is better than ours. How do you get it to smell so good?" "Yeah, it makes your mouth water. It smells even better than the meat dishes wafting from the state-run restaurants in the city." Last time Chen Xiangdong bought some spices to stew meat, but that aroma wasn't quite the same as the braised meat he's making now. The meat braised in the marinade had a much richer flavor. Use the marinade made from the spice packet to braise meat. You can bring your meat to braise with mine. Or take the spice packets and make your own marinade to braise meat. Chen Xiangdong handed them the remaining packets. "Aunt Zhang, take these spice packets home. The marinade you make with them will be so fragrant enough for several neighbors to braise meat together." "Really? That's wonderful. We'll finally get to eat fragrant meat too." "How about this?" suggested an elderly gentleman. "We'll take these marinade packets to the team headquarters canteen to prepare the marinade. Anyone who wants marinated meat can come over to cook together. That way, everyone in the village can enjoy such delicious meat." "That's a great idea. I've given you the seasoning packet, you guys can organize it yourselves," Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. No one in the village had ever tasted braised meat before. Tonight's communal braising would surely fill the village with an irresistible aroma. Chapter 102, Wanting to Back Out. Before long, the village was bustling with activity. They'd just received a small portion of pork today, only a few pounds, which they planned to save for the new year. But since meat was so rare, they'd still cut off a small piece to boil and eat tonight. After Chen Xiangdong handed out the braised meat packets, the team headquarters canteen had already lit the stove. Most families brought their meat, marked it with their own symbols, and waited for it to be braised. By around 8 o'clock that evening, the sky had grown pitch black. Villagers still carried kerosene lamps, following the aroma as they waited for the braised meat to finish cooking. That night, the entire village was filled with the aroma of meat. Any villagers from neighboring villages passing by the village entrance who caught that scent would surely be green with envy. Yet the aroma from Chen Xiangdong's home was even more enticing. Previously, they'd eaten chicken, fish, and pork, but today they'd cooked tofu and leafy spinach. Xinxin picked up a piece of braised tofu. "This tofu is so good. After eating so much meat, I'm getting tired of it. Having tofu again is just perfect." These days, only their family could say such things. Other families couldn't even get a single bite of meat for months on end. "The greens are so good." Nian Nian chimed in. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to the Divine Tier Space System. You have now reached Level 3 Divine Tier Space System with a capacity upgrade to 10,000 cubic units. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Spirit Spring Water." Hearing this voice, Chen Xiangdong was overjoyed. With the expanded space, he could raise more pigs and chickens. And that Spirit Spring Water was also a valuable resource. It could accelerate plant growth, meaning he could now cultivate crops. However, to cultivate plants within the space, he'd need to reclaim wasteland into fertile fields, a process requiring satiety points for exchange. Currently, the space had already consumed all his satiety points, so he'd have to wait a while before reclaiming it. When that time comes, he'll be walking tall with confidence. No worries about meat or grain. After finishing dinner, they rested for a while. Chen Xiangdong then helped Nian Nian bathe. Still young, she needed adult assistance with her bath. After a nice, clean bath, the little one fell into a deep, sound sleep. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong rose early to prepare breakfast for them. Xiao Lu was very considerate. Hearing the sounds, she knew her big brother had gotten up to cook breakfast. She got up to help. Chen Xiangdong was tending the firewood when he heard soft footsteps. He turned to look. He saw the tiny figure approaching. "Xiao Lu, why get up so early? Why not sleep a little longer?" "No more sleep. Little Lu wants to help big brother cook breakfast," Xiao Lu said, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Seeing her like that, he knew she must still be very sleepy. "Go back to sleep. You don't need to help your big brother." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yuexiu emerged from her room. Seeing her like that, she was also getting up to make breakfast with Chen Xiangdong. "Xiao Lu, go back to bed and sleep a little longer. Your sister-in-law is making breakfast with your brother, you don't need to help. You're still growing, get plenty of sleep so you can grow tall. Go back to sleep." You can eat breakfast when you wake up. But little Lu isn't sleepy anymore. Xiao Lu wouldn't listen to them and insisted on coming over to help. They had no choice but to let him tend the fire and such. Breakfast was ready, but the two little ones were still fast asleep. Chen Xiangdong didn't wake them, letting them sleep a little longer. Chen Xiangdong placed part of the breakfast in a pot, covered it to keep it warm. He brought the rest to the table, and the three of them ate breakfast first. Xiao Lu, why haven't I seen you drink the malted milk? It's right there on the table. Have some whenever you want. Xiao Lu shook her head. No, thank you. This is for Xinxianian. Xiao Lu was very sensible and understood that what Big Brother had given her was already more than enough. It's yours too. Drink it with them, okay? In Big Brother's house, this is your home. As Chen Xiangdong spoke, Lin Yuexiu had already prepared a cup of malted milk and pushed it toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, you must drink this. If you don't, you'll have to go out to work with us. Lin Yuexiu feigned a scolding tone. Xiao Lu quickly grabbed it and gulped it down. Zhang Xiaoyi had taken the day off. On her way back, she happened to pass by Chen Xiangdong's house. Through the door crack, she saw them having breakfast. On the table were eggs, corn porridge, and corn cakes. To save grain, villagers usually skipped breakfast on days off. Their breakfast was truly abundant. Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, she thought again of her good-for-nothing fourth brother. If it weren't for discussing the marriage today, she wouldn't have wanted to come back. She had promised fourth brother that they would discuss marriage once she secured a work assignment. He'd been pestering her about it these past few days, so she had no choice but to return. She had once thought about securing a work quota, but now that she had it and was working normally. But she still craved a better life, and a wicked thought began to take root in her mind. Why should Lin Yuexiu get to marry such a great man when she couldn't? When Zhang Xiaoyi returned home, her parents were already up. The moment she stepped inside, they broached the subject of marrying Lao Si. Xiaoyi, you promised him, so you have to marry him. We must keep our word. Otherwise, people will talk. I think we should hold the wedding in the next few days. Mom, don't be so impatient. Zhang Xiaoyi felt a pang of reluctance. What do you want to do? Back out? They've already given you the job. If you don't honor your promise now, how will people talk about you? Zhang's mother snapped. It's not like he's paying for it all alone. We're contributing too, aren't we? So you're backing out now? Refusing to marry fourth brother? Mom, can't I make my own decisions about my marriage? Zhang Xiaoyi retorted irritably. Chapter 103, Humiliation. You agreed to it yourself at first. Sure, we contributed money, but if fourth brother hadn't given up his job for you, you wouldn't have gotten that job at the steel mill. Now you're backing out of marrying him. If you ever want to marry someone else later, who would dare take you? Though Zhang's mother had initially looked down on fourth brother, he had at least secured a job quota for Zhang Xiaoyi. She had already promised them before. She's a rather traditional woman. Once she gives her word, it's final, and she must keep her promise. Otherwise, people would laugh at them. Mom, stop nagging me. Did I say I wouldn't marry him? Can you just let me be? Zhang Xiaoyi snapped. Then she stormed off to her room. After being snapped at, Zhang Ma could only shut her mouth and stay quiet. What's gotten into this girl? She seemed perfectly agreeable before, but after just a few days at work, she's changed completely. Back in her room, the more Zhang Xiaoyi thought about her mother's words, the angrier she became. Why had she been so impulsive back then, agreeing to fourth brother? If only she'd taken a step back then, not made her promise so absolute. Ah, never mind. At least she wasn't married to fourth brother yet. Lin Yuexiu could still divorce Chen Xiangdong. After that, Zhang Xiaoyi changed into her best outfit and spruced herself up before heading out. She already had her own plan. Today, many villagers went to the brigade office to weave reed screens. They planned to plant large quantities of carrots and cabbages. Chen Xiangdong was there too, usually too busy to attend. With nothing pressing this morning, he joined the others in weaving the reed screens. His real purpose was to join them in the work and, while laboring alongside them, subtly offer some motivational encouragement. He wanted them to believe that someday they really would have more vegetables than they could eat, so they'd work harder and avoid internal conflicts in the village. At the same time, he could keep an eye on the three lazybones. Zhang Xiaoyi knew Chen Xiangdong was at the brigade office today, so she went there too. Oh, Xiaoyi. I thought you were working at the factory now. You have a job. Why come over to work with us? An auntie teased her. Today's a day off, so I'm not working. Not working means I'm free, and being free is too boring. It's more fun to work with everyone here. Zhang Xiaoyi said with a smile. She put on the airs of a good woman. However, her eyes never left Chen Xiangdong's every move. Chen Xiangdong, however, had no desire to engage with her. About half an hour later, Chen Xiangdong got up and headed toward the team headquarters restroom. It was obvious he was just going to the bathroom. Before long, Zhang Xiaoyi followed him. There were two restrooms in the team headquarters, side by side. Zhang Xiaoyi entered the one next door. After finishing his business, Chen Xiangdong emerged from the restroom. He then heard a sound of someone slipping in the adjacent restroom. The door to the adjacent restroom was slightly ajar, leaving a small crack. He peered through and immediately understood. Earlier, when he stood up and walked over, Zhang Xiaoyi had followed him. In his past life, she had been a scheming woman. This life was no exception. Yesterday, when she came over to greet him, she seemed quite calculating. He needed to keep an eye on this woman. Chen Xiangdong didn't immediately push the door open. Instead, he bellowed, "Hey, ladies! Come help out." Zhang Xiaoyi seems to have fallen into the outhouse pit. Hearing this, the women rushed over at top speed. They charged straight into the outhouse to rescue her. Upon pushing the door open, Zhang Xiaoyi was frantically pulling her clothes on. In her panic, she hadn't fastened her clothes properly, exposing her snow-white shoulder. Sure enough, this woman was far too calculating. If he had just barged in earlier, she might have thrown herself at him. Then the villagers would have all come to see. In the end, they assumed he had bullied Zhang Xiaoyi. In such situations, people naturally tend to side with the woman. If that had happened, he truly wouldn't have been able to explain himself, and in the end, his own innocence would have been lost. In those days, a woman's chastity was held in the highest regard. People would pressure him to take responsibility. It wasn't impossible. That woman was utterly despicable. Those women, unaware of what had happened, genuinely believed Zhang Xiaoyi had fallen into the outhouse. They asked with concern, "Xiaoyi, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" A few men who had followed along to gawk also appeared. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyi actually putting on her top, they teased her. "Xiaoyi, your pants are a jumpsuit. Why do you have to take off your top to use the restroom?" Ha ha ha. Her carefully laid plan had gone awry. Instead of reacting like a normal person and rushing in to help, Chen Xiangdong had pushed open the door. The plan had fallen apart, and being surrounded by all these onlookers left her mortified. "How I go to the bathroom is none of your business. I just like taking off my top, so what?" Zhang Xiaoyi snapped at the man who teased her. What a feisty woman. If Chen's fourth son marries her, he's in for a rough ride. The man retorted. Zhang Xiaoyi stormed back home in a rage. This is infuriating. I was hoping to use this opportunity. Make everyone think Chen Xiangdong was bullying her and ruin her reputation. Then she'd cry, make a scene, and threaten suicide to force Chen Xiangdong into divorcing his wife and marrying her. But instead? Not only did it fail, she became a laughingstock. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoyi had fallen into the outhouse, Lao Si hurried over to check on her. "Xiaoyi, are you okay? I heard you fell into the outhouse." Lao Si asked anxiously. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyi grew even angrier. How had she never noticed before just how foolish this fourth brother was? Already boiling with rage, he'd just walked right into her trap. "You're the one who should fall into the outhouse, you useless piece of trash." Zhang Xiaoyi snapped. Fourth brother felt wronged. "Xiaoyi, what did I do wrong? Please don't be angry. I've already talked it over with your parents. We'll have the wedding banquet in a few days. My parents are on board too. Xiaoyi, trust me, marry me, and I'll cherish you." Lao Si kept trailing after Zhang Xiaoyi, pleading. Zhang Xiaoyi was so furious she couldn't utter a word. Xiaoyi's plan had failed, and her parents at home were pressuring her again. In the end, she had no choice but to marry fourth brother. Fourth brother knew Zhang Xiaoyi was somewhat reluctant, so to avoid complications, the next day, they went to the commune to obtain their marriage certificate. On the third day, they held the wedding banquet. Of course, in those days, everyone was struggling. The banquet was kept simple. It was just the two families gathering for a meal. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangdong received a reply from the provincial capital. At the time, when he wanted to help Agan, the only person he could think of was the director of the Agricultural Bureau. So I decided to write him a letter. I asked him for help, and unexpectedly, the bureau chief gave him considerable face, helping him smooth things over. Ah Zhen had already packed his bags, preparing to head to the countryside for the Down to the Countryside movement. Suddenly, he received notice that his transfer order had been revoked by higher-ups, and he would continue serving as director of the state-run hotel here. At first, he was puzzled who could have intervened on his behalf. In such circumstances, without connections, one would inevitably be sent to the countryside. It was unchangeable. But then he remembered Chen Xiangdong had come to see him earlier. Arjun surmised that Chen Xiangdong must have smoothed things over for him. Who exactly was Brother Dong? Was he really that influential? Arjun felt a newfound respect for Chen Xiangdong, yet he also began to wonder about the man's true identity. After receiving the letter, Chen Xiangdong wrote another one to the provincial capital expressing his gratitude. The letter had to be mailed from the city, so on his way to post it, Chen Xiangdong stopped by to see Agan. Arjun staying on as restaurant manager was entirely beneficial to him. First, it made selling meat more convenient. Second, as the restaurant manager, third sister wouldn't be bullied by others. Chen Xiangdong arrived at Ajen's house and knocked on the door. Ajen guessed it must be Brother Dong coming over. He opened the door and indeed saw Chen Xiangdong standing there. "Brother Dong, you're here. Come on in and have a seat." Arjun greeted him warmly. "Brother Dong, you know I haven't been assigned to work in the countryside, right? Aegon asked deliberately. So it was you who helped me out, Brother Dong. I had no idea your network was that powerful. I happened to help someone influential recently. I tried reaching out to him and surprisingly, he was actually willing to assist. Of course, Chen Xiangdong didn't come out of this entirely unscathed. The bureau chief over there made a demand that Chen Xiangdong absolutely had to fulfill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quick to lend a hand. Chapter 104, Proven Capabilities. Chen Xiangdong had to put in the effort for this matter. He absolutely had to ensure the biogas project experiment succeeded and could be implemented in various locations. He had originally planned to hold back some knowledge, but now that seemed impossible. He had to personally guide them every step of the way. This project absolutely had to succeed. I can't thank you enough this time. If it weren't for your help, Brother Dong, I'd be back in the countryside tilling the fields right now. I really need to show my appreciation properly. Arjun said. Chen Xiangdong replied, sure thing, treat me to a nice meal. He knew that by helping Aegon now owed him a debt of gratitude. And what debt is hardest to repay? A debt of gratitude, of course. Arjun was a capable man, and he would surely be of great help to him in the future. Alright, I'll treat you to a nice meal right now, Arjun said with a smile. Let's save it for next time. We'll have a proper meal when we have time. Chen Xiangdong declined. He'd only come by today to check on Arjun. He still had business to attend to. Alright then. Since Brother Dong is busy, we'll have to wait until next time. Oh, and about that grain you asked for last time, it's being prepared and will be ready tomorrow. Once we get the grain, we'll also give you an extra 1,000 yuan. I'll hand it over when you collect the grain. Arjun said. Alright, I trust you anyway. I should head back now. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. Arjun went to open the door and was surprised to see who stood before him. Third sister, what brings you here? I came to see you. I heard you don't have to go to Xinjiang for re-education anymore. Third sister said cheerfully. Arjun, however, looked awkward, for Chen Xiangdong was still inside. He worried Brother Dong might misunderstand him. Third sister was still a maiden. Suddenly coming to his place alone was bound to raise suspicions. What's wrong? Aren't you happy I came to see you? Unaware her older brother was inside, third sister feigned anger and scolded Arjun. Nothing, it's just. Just what? Sanmei walked straight into the room and saw Chen Xiangdong sitting on the sofa. She suddenly felt awkward and her expression turned uneasy. Big brother, what are you doing here? I'm friends with the general, why can't I be here? But you, a young lady, what are you doing alone in a guy's place? Chen Xiangdong said deliberately. From third sister's tone earlier, Chen Xiangdong could tell she had developed feelings for the guy. The question was whether Ajen felt the same way about her. I just came to see Arjun, third sister stammered. Then she added, big brother, you two talk. I'm off to work at the restaurant. She was worried her brother might scold her or forbid her from visiting Ajen in the future. So she quickly made an excuse to leave. With that, third sister vanished without a trace. Chen Xiangdong turned to look at Aegon, who immediately tensed up. Brother Dong, I treat third sister like my own sister. Don't get the wrong idea. You truly see her only as a sister? No other feelings? Chen Xiangdong pressed. Arjun nervously replied, yes. But your eyes gave you away, you little rascal. You've got your sights set on my sister, haven't you? Brother Dong, you've seen right through me. I'll be honest. I want to pursue third sister. Do you approve? Young people should be free to love as they choose. I won't interfere. But there's one thing I won't tolerate: if you dare mistreat third sister, I won't go easy on you. Big brother Dong, so you're giving me the green light to pursue third sister. Thanks, brother Dong, for giving me the green light. Arjun was so excited he nearly hugged Chen Xiangdong. Because of his relationship with Chen Xiangdong, he'd always been cautious around third sister. Even when he developed feelings for her, he kept them hidden because their partnership was sensitive. Now, hearing Chen Xiangdong's words, that weight lifted from his heart. He could now pursue his love openly and freely. Alright, I'll head back now. You go about your business. Chen Xiangdong said before leaving. After Chen Xiangdong left, Aegon went to find Sanmei. He first went to the Xinhua bookstore to buy a copy of How the Steel Was Tempered before seeking out third sister. Sanmei wasn't scheduled for the morning shift, she was working the evening shift today. After returning from Ajen's place, she had been reading in the dormitory. Suddenly, she heard Ajen's voice calling her. Hearing his voice, third sister was overjoyed. She glanced in the mirror, smoothed her hair, and then went out. Ah Jen, what's up? Did my brother leave? Donga has returned. Come out for a moment, I have something to give you. Sanmei emerged from the room with a beaming smile. What is it? How Steel Was Tempered. It's for you. Many educated young people enjoy reading this book nowadays. Arjun handed the book to third sister. Third sister blushed and lowered her head as she took the book from his hands. Thank you, brother Aegon. She held the book as if it were a precious treasure. Third sister, do you have feelings for me? Arjun was perfectly capable in business matters, but when it came to romantic affairs, he seemed to lose his sharpness. He blurted out that question to the girl. Girls were easily shy, especially in this era where bashful young women were the norm. How could she possibly answer such a direct question? Third sister blushed and said, "Nonsense." Then she ran into the house. Nonsense? Could it be that third sister had no feelings for him? Arjun had assumed third sister wasn't interested in him. Having already secured Chen Xiangdong's approval, he was quite pleased. But now he felt nothing but disappointment. For the first time, he'd developed feelings for a girl. For the first time, he'd asked a girl such a question only to be rejected. But third sister didn't think that way. She'd just been too shy and said the opposite. She was the type to say one thing and mean another. Back in the dorm, she happily spun around holding her copy of How the Steel Was Tempered. After leaving Ajena, Chen Xiangdong headed straight for the black market. He had an appointment to pick up some documents. Sure enough, when he arrived at the designated spot, the young man was already waiting there, accompanied by a middle-aged man with piercing eyes, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of refined politeness. Chen Xiangdong approached, and the young man greeted him warmly. "Big brother, you finally made it. I was starting to think you wouldn't show up. I made a promise, how could I not show up? Let me introduce you. This is Brother Yang. He's the one who arranged all the tickets you ordered." The young man introduced. "Nice to meet you, Brother Yang," Chen Xiangdong greeted him with a smile. Yang Chang nodded with a smile. "What should I call you?" "Just call me Xiao Chen," Chen Xiangdong replied. Then Chen Xiangdong asked, "Did you bring the tickets?" "I've got them every single one." Yang Chang pulled out the tickets. "Alright, thanks, Brother Yang. How much for these tickets?" "2 blanket tickets, 1 radio ticket, and 30 Gene of national grain coupons. Total is 365, Yang Chang replied. Chapter 105, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. "Alright." Chen Xiangdong took out the money, counted it, and handed it to Yang Chang. "Brother Yang, this is exactly 365. As Yang Chang took the money, Chen Xiangdong noticed a burlap sack beside him. "Do you sell other things too?" Chen Xiangdong glanced at the sack. Through the opening, he glimpsed what appeared to be face masks. Director Chen's mask had been sourced from the black market. So he asked curiously. Brother Yang thought he wanted to buy something and said, "These are factory-use masks. You won't need them. Can I take a look?" Chen Xiangdong asked. "Sure," Yang Chang replied. Chen Xiangdong pulled a protective mask out of the burlap sack. He examined it closely. Wasn't this exactly the same type of protective mask Director Chen had planned to purchase? Chen Xiangdong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Chang. "I'm no expert, but I know a little divination and can read faces. I did a quick calculation, and Brother Yang's mask has a recent order. The buyer shares my surname, Chen, right?" Hearing this, Yang Chang wore an expression of utter disbelief. Though it seemed a bit like he was putting on airs. But his finger-counting prediction was spot on. Chen Xiangdong was skilled at reading people's expressions and noticed the subtle surprise on Yang Chang's face. He was now certain this was the man collaborating with Director Chen. What a coincidence to run into him like this. But Chen Xiangdong hesitated. Those two words piqued Yang Chang's curiosity. Though Yang Chang lived in the north, he was originally from Lingnan. He had followed his father here at 18 and stayed for over 20 years. People from the coastal areas of Lingnan often engage in rituals like burning incense and worshipping Buddha when doing business. Now that Chen Xiangdong had mentioned it, a knot formed in his stomach. But what? This business is good, but if you're not careful, you could easily get into trouble. Brother Yang, you'd better be careful. Brother Yang, if you don't believe in this stuff, you can ignore what I said today. Just treat it as nonsense. But if you take it seriously, you'd better be careful. Don't try any funny business this time, trouble is bound to happen. Chen Xiangdong said cautiously. Our goods are all genuine, we'd never tamper with them, Yang Chang retorted angrily. That's good to hear. I'm just reminding you business requires caution. Don't be careless. Chen Xiangdong added. Brother Yang, you have an exceptionally auspicious face, a sign of great fortune. If you could just be a bit more cautious, you're bound to achieve immense wealth and prestige in the future. Chen Xiangdong continued his flattery. After hearing these flattering words, Yang Chang's anger subsided. After all, he was the type to believe in that sort of mystical stuff. Chen Xiangdong's words actually made him more vigilant. Heightened vigilance was no bad thing often, the smallest details could lead to major problems. Brother Chen, I've taken your words to heart today. Thank you. Yang Chang spoke with gentle politeness and humility. Chen Xiangdong observed him and didn't see him as someone who would harm others. These protective masks were meant for factory workshops. He must have known that if they were counterfeit, countless innocent victims would suffer. After exchanging the tickets, they quickly departed the black market. The black market was no place to linger. Chen Xiangdong headed straight to Director Chen, delivering some meat to their factory along the way. Following the usual procedure, after weighing the meat, Chen Xiangdong went to settle the payment with Director Chen. Director Chen, here to collect payment, Chen Xiangdong said with a smile as he entered the office. Director Chen took the receipt, calculated the amount, and handed him the money. 900 yuan. Count it to make sure it's correct. No need to count. Any extra is your treat for dinner and cigarettes, Chen Xiangdong chuckled, stuffing the money into his pocket. Another 900 yuan today, not bad at all. Though money wasn't worth much these days, you couldn't buy grain even if you had cash but no ration tickets. But this money, it still comes in handy. Director Chen, I've got a question for you. You've got to tell me the truth. Go ahead. The batch of protective masks you're planning to buy, is that a deal with someone named Yang Chang? Huh? How did you know? Heh, what a coincidence, I actually ran into him. I went to the black market today and ran into a guy named Yang Chang. I saw protective masks in his burlap sack. They looked exactly like the ones you showed me before. I figured the person you were working with must be him. Turns out, I was right. What a coincidence, Xiao Chen. So, you think this shipment is safe? Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem like the type to do business without any principles. Maybe this shipment really won't have any issues. However, during inspection, strict standards must be enforced, and it is necessary to check each box individually. Typically, when inspecting large shipments, only a proportionate number of boxes are randomly selected for opening and inspection. Not every box is opened. This time, however, Chen Xiangdong advised Director Chen to open every single box for inspection. Moreover, this time, they might finally uncover who was behind the scheme to frame Director Chen. Chen, you're right. I've been giving serious thought to what you said last time. These days, I really need to be cautious about everything I do. Following your advice will definitely be the right move. Director Chen smiled, trusting this young man he had only recently met. Director Chen, if it turns out as I suspect, the problem lies with this shipment. If the goods themselves are fine, then the problem must have occurred after they entered the factory. If that's the case, we can catch the culprit red-handed. Ah, Xiao Chen, I truly didn't misjudge you. You're sharp cut out for big things. What do you say? Would you consider working for a state-owned enterprise? My classmate holds a high position at a textile factory and could secure you a procurement director role there. Shall I put you in touch? Thanks, Director Chen, but I'm just too used to freedom, not sitting in an office. Besides, I'm already on secondment at the Agricultural Bureau's Research Institute. Seconded to the Research Institute? You're a researcher, little Chen? You've been keeping that under wraps. I thought you were just a hunter. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. I'm still just a hunter at heart. I just happened to end up at the Research Institute. Director Chen felt a newfound admiration for Chen Xiangdong. This man always managed to surprise him. That was precisely why he placed such trust in Chen Xiangdong's current proposal. After chatting for a while, Chen Xiangdong took his leave. What needed to be said had been said. What happened next was up to Director Chen to handle. Having worked in the corporate world for so many years, he was now a seasoned veteran in the workplace. After his warning, Chen should know what to do. Today he just got the blanket vouchers and radio vouchers, so he must go to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase these two items. In this kind of weather, they really need blankets. Especially the children and the elderly, their bodies are relatively weaker, making them more in need of warmth. Chapter 106, plans to build a house. But with only 2 blanket coupons now, he can only buy 2 blankets. Later, he'd have to find more coupons for these kinds of warm items. After buying what he needed, Chen Xiangdong rode his bicycle home. This time, when he returned home, neither Xingxianming nor Xiao Lu were there. The house was quiet. Lin Yuexiu hadn't gone to work for some time. Their household no longer depended on the village production team for sustenance. They didn't receive rations from the production team, and Chen Xiangdong even frequently contributed to the team. For instance, he would always give some of the game he hunted back to the production team. Therefore, even though no one from their household went to work, they weren't considered a burden on the collective. Since they weren't holding the production team back, the villagers naturally had no complaints about their family not participating in the work. Xiangdong, you're finally back. It's freezing outside, quick, have a bowl of sweet soup to warm up. Lin Yuexiu had been waiting for her husband's return, offering him a bowl of sweet soup. Brown sugar water? Didn't I tell you to drink it? Boil some eggs to eat. I even bought some red dates at the pharmacy last time. Throw a few in when you're boiling it. Seeing how reluctant Lin Yuexiu was to drink the brown sugar water, it seemed he'd have to feign anger again. That's such a waste. I'm not working now, so I get to rest every day. My health is much better than before. It's meant for you to drink. What waste? It only has value when you consume it. After saying this, Chen Xiangdong took a big gulp of the brown sugar water but didn't swallow it right away. Instead, he leaned in and kissed her lips. He was going to be a little rogue for once. Does it taste good? Lin Yuexiu's heart pounded wildly at Chen Xiangdong's sudden move. Where on earth did Chen Xiangdong learn to be so skilled now? Next, Chen Xiangdong pulled 2 eggs from the cabinet. He brought the brown sugar water in the pot to a boil, added red dates, and cracked the eggs into it. Once the eggs were cooked, he ladled the egg brown sugar mixture into bowls. Honey, did you see that? This is how you make it from now on. Brown sugar water, eggs, and red dates. Eating these three together is very nourishing for women. It'll make you look younger the more you drink it. Chen Xiangdong handed the brown sugar water to Lin Yueshio. Lin Yueshio was utterly touched. Marrying such a thoughtful husband made her truly happy. What? Not eating? Do you want me to feed you like I did earlier? No, I'll drink it myself. Lin Yueshio quickly took the brown sugar water. She placed it on the table and sat quietly to drink it. Just then, Chen Xiangdong headed toward the door. Lin Yueshio asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the door to get something. I just came back, it's left at the door." A moment later, Chen Xiangdong carried a blanket and a radio into the room. "I bought 2 blankets today, one for Grandma and little Lu to share, and one for Xinxianian. This winter, they'll be nice and warm. In a while, I'll go get a few more quilts and blankets. Then we won't be short of warm bedding at home." Chen Xiangdong placed the blanket on the heated bed. Lin Yueshio set down her bowl, walked over, and touched the blanket. "It's so warm, great quality. Our family is truly blessed. While others are still sleeping under straw quilts, we get to cover ourselves with blankets. Xiangdong, don't go blabbing about this. I'm afraid people will get jealous. People have been envious of us for a long time, but so what? We live our own lives. Still, it's wise to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. With the high salaries at the research institute, it's no wonder we can afford this kind of spending now. Oh, and honey, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Our house is old and drafty everywhere. I'm thinking of rebuilding it. That way, we'll live more comfortably." "Rebuild the house? But that'll cost a fortune. There's a famine now, and who knows when it'll end. If we spend money on a new house, we won't even have enough to eat afterward." Lin Yueshio expressed her worries. "Our stored grain is enough to last us. There's no need to worry. Right now, I just want you all to eat well, live comfortably, and have good clothes. Even after building the house, I'm not worried about running out of money. You've forgotten I still have my salary. Alright, I'll listen to you." Lin Yueshio agreed with Chen Xiangdong. Because she knew Chen Xiangdong, once he made up his mind about something, he would see it through. When he consulted her, it was simply out of respect. "Alright, I'll go procure the building materials during this time. Looks like we can start construction in a few days." Chen Xiangdong planned to build a 2-story house. In the village, it might stand out, but he'd earned it through his own efforts. He wasn't afraid. Then he took out the radio. "Honey, if you get bored, you can listen to the radio." "A radio?" Lin Yueshio happily stroked the radio. What a rare thing. Once something she thought only wealthy families could afford, now her family had one too. Chen Xiangdong tuned in to a singing program. Lin Yueshio was thrilled to bits. Now she had entertainment too. When bored, she could hum along to the radio and even catch the news. "Daddy's home. What did you buy today?" Xinxin dashed into the house. Nian Nian's legs were shorter, so she ran slower, trailing behind like a little shadow. Fortunately, both Little Coral and Nyonyo were sensible enough not to push past the director, so they both followed behind Nian Nian. Xiao Coral crawled inch by inch, while Nyonyo slowed her pace, walking step by step like a catwalk model. Nyonyo, she really looked a bit girly at that moment. He bought a radio. "Now you can listen to the children's channel," Chen Xiangdong said. "Yay! Yay! We can listen to the radio now." Xinxin and Nian Nian bounced excitedly around the radio. Nian Nian even pressed her ear right up against the radio speaker. "Nian Nian, if you hold it that close, you'll go deaf." Chen Xiangdong gently pulled her away, and she obediently stood beside it to listen. With the radio sounds filling the house, the home felt even livelier. The neighbors, hearing the radio, found it quite novel. They came over one after another to see the legendary radio. "This thing is really great, Xiangdong. Could you leave it by the door sometimes? So we can catch some radio too? This thing is rare, it plays Peking opera and even the news." This novelty had everyone fascinated, all wanting to get a closer look. Villagers returning from work today passed by, hoisting their hose. Hearing that Chen Xiangdong had acquired a radio, they gathered around with envy to take a look. Nong Jinhua stared wide-eyed, wishing it were hers. Lin Yueshio really hit the jackpot marrying such a great man. When she got home, she saw Chen Jianjun lying on the Kong again. She immediately rushed over and twisted his ear. "Why are you lying on the Kong again today? If you don't make a good impression in front of Chen Xiangdong, how will he ever think highly of you as his third uncle? You're such a disappointment. Even Xiangdong's family has a radio now. That radio is so beautiful and the sound is so clear." Chapter 107, Breaking Ground. "I've been working non-stop for 4 days straight. I'm exhausted. I'm malnourished, can't I even get a break?" Chen Jianjun muttered, burrowing deeper under the quilt. "You bastard. You eat more than me at every meal. I should be the one complaining about malnutrition." Nong Jinhua flared up at his words. "You're a woman, how can you compare to a man? Men have bigger bodies than women and burn more calories. So now you know you're a man. Why didn't you remember that when you were working? Listen to me carefully, you can't slack off under Chen Xiangdong's watch. Otherwise, he'll have no regard for you or our family. Look at our own children, they all need his help as a relative. Among all our relatives, only Chen Xiangdong has the means to help us. Gnome Jinhua was more scheming than Chen Jianjun, and her calculations were just as sharp. Hearing Gnome Jinhua's words, Chen Jianjun abruptly sat up straight on the Kong. You're right, old woman. I can't afford to mess up now. Everyone in the village is pretty much equally poor, but seeing Xiangdong's family prosper, eating well, living comfortably, even though he's our relative, it still rubs me the wrong way. But now that he's willing to help our Mang, that's our shortcut. Once my sons grow up and make something of themselves, I'll eat and drink well every day without having to work. Gnome Jinhua's words struck a chord with Chen Jianjun. He felt energized, throwing on his coat and heading out. Old woman, cook the rice and wait for me. I'm off to cut some reeds. Xiangdong said that among us 3 lazybones, whoever brings in the best harvest today gets a reward. I'm going to win that reward. All right. Gnome Jinhua replied. She was delighted by Chen Jianjun's change, wishing the old man would work even harder so she could have an easier time. Before long, the old woman and Xiao Lu returned, each carrying a bundle of firewood on their backs. Seeing this, Chen Xiangdong was furious. When the old lady had come over earlier, he had already made it clear to her that she shouldn't do any heavy work. If she really wanted to help, she could just burn some firewood or heat water at home. After all, the elderly woman didn't want to sit idle, she always sought something to occupy herself. But going out to gather firewood in this bitter cold? What if she fell? And then there was little Lu, he didn't want the child to be burdened with chores at such a young age. But this little girl is so sensible it breaks your heart. Grandma, Xiao Lu, you two mustn't go out gathering firewood anymore. On such a cold day, it's so much more comfortable to stay cozy indoors by the fire. Big brother, I just want to help lighten your load. Supporting the whole family by yourself is too much. Xiao Lu said with a pout. Chen Xiangdong ruffled her hair. Big brother is the head of the household, it's his responsibility to provide for us. Besides, your big brother has the ability to provide for you all. You're still young, just be a kid. Don't worry about grown-up matters. Just play well and study hard, that's enough. Grandma, you're the same. I've told you so many times, but you just can't sit still. You insist on going out to do some work. You're over 80 now, and your legs aren't as steady as they used to be. What if you trip and fall outside? The old woman stood silently by. She knew her grandson worried about her, had her best interests at heart, and didn't want her to struggle. But she'd worked her whole life and was used to being active. My dear grandson, I just love to work. Let me do it. If I don't work, I feel restless all over. The old woman said. All right, come inside and see your new blanket. Chen Xiangdong couldn't persuade the old lady to stop working. A blanket? Is it warm? The old woman asked excitedly. Xiao Lu had already trotted inside to look at the blanket. Seeing the fluffy blanket, she was so delighted she flopped right down on it. So warm, so soft. She pressed the fluffy blanket against her face. At her parents' house, she could never enjoy such a life. Xiao Lu, I just got back from gathering firewood. Don't get big brother's new blanket dirty. The old lady hurriedly said. Grandma, it's okay. Let Xiao Lu warm up. Grandma, you and Xiao Lu can share this blanket from now on. Chen Xiangdong said. A blanket? I already have a blanket. The old lady smiled, revealing her missing front tooth. Whether she lived with the eldest son or the fourth son, she always slept on straw. They'd just lay straw on the bed, cover it with a quilt, and sleep right on top of it. The cotton quilt was too thin, so they stuffed straw inside to make it warmer. Now in the East, they have heated beds, new quilts, and new woolen blankets. If she hadn't come to live on the eastern side, she'd probably never have covered herself with such a fluffy woolen blanket in her entire life. Grandma, come feel it, it's really warm. Xiao Lu called out. The old woman walked over, sat on the edge of the heated bed, and gently stroked the blanket. Her hands, as withered as old tree branches, trembled slightly. Meanwhile, good news arrived in the village. Chen Xiangdong received a letter from the provincial capital stating that the biogas project in Taoshi village could begin construction tomorrow. The materials would be allocated from above and were expected to arrive in the village the day after tomorrow. Chen Xiangdong hurried to share the good news with the team leader, urging them to organize preparations within the next couple of days. Chen Xiangdong went to the team leader's house, where his wife informed him that the leader was at the team office. He immediately headed to the office, where he found the team leader waiting. Team leader. Xiangdong, what's up? Of course. I'm here to share some good news. The higher-ups said the materials for the biogas pilot project will be allocated the day after tomorrow. We can mobilize everyone to start construction. Soon, all our fellow villagers will have access to biogas. That's fantastic, Xiangdong. This is all thanks to your efforts. I'm thanking you on behalf of the villagers. The team leader smiled. No need for thanks. I'm just a member of Taoshi village. It's an honor to serve my hometown. Well said. I'll make an announcement right away. The team leader went to the broadcast room and announced the good news to everyone. Free stuff like this would surely keep the villagers happy. That evening, just after Chen Xiangdong finished his meal, villagers began arriving to ask him about digging biogas pits. Of course, Chen Xiangdong patiently explained everything. After all, this was now part of his job. He had to ensure the villagers could successfully use biogas. His courtyard was packed with villagers. Xiangdong, tell us what should we do first tomorrow? How do we dig it right? Uncle, your question is everyone's question. Each household's land is different. Well, I'll mark out the digging areas for every household. I'll personally guide you during the process. As for scheduling the start of work, that's up to the team leader. Chen Xiangdong said. This matter also requires the team leader's coordination and support, which will make his job much easier. Under the current circumstances, everyone would certainly help each other dig the biogas pits. Chapter 108, The Feisty Wife. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's response, the villagers finally dispersed. The next morning, the team leader announced a meeting over the loudspeaker to assign tasks. The team leader divided the production team into 3 groups. Villagers within the same group would work together to build their group's biogas pits. Chen Xiangdong went door to door marking out the locations and guiding the digging process. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm, following Chen Xiangdong and the team leader's instructions throughout. Zhao Monsong watched from the sidelines, but none of the villagers paid him any mind. He could only point out that this villager hadn't dug properly, that one was too slow, and nitpick in various ways to assert his presence. He spoke up for the villagers, only to be dismissed. Zhao Manchang was utterly frustrated. How could he, the village party secretary, hold less sway than Chen Xiangdong? It was utterly frustrating. Now that Zhao Monsong was village party secretary, his position had risen. He no longer wanted to work the fields like before. All day long, he was either directing this person or that person. Even the 3 lazybones joined in the work. Wang Bagua and Shen Jianjun were both working hard. When Widow Li carried soil in her basket, she'd secretly dump half of it out. Zhang Fuchuan caught her doing it. Zhang Fuchuan grinned as he approached her. Sister Li. Zhang Fuchuan, what are you up to? You can't take advantage of the crowd here. The widow shot him a withering glance. Who'd take advantage of you? I'm barely 30, and you're almost 40, way too old for my taste. Zhang Fuchuan chuckled. Oh, come on. You deliberately came over here to take advantage, and now you're complaining I'm too old? The widow Li fluttered her eyelashes habitually. Well, I leaned in to tell you this, cutting corners at work? I used to do it all the time. Don't follow my example. I'm going to tell Chen Xiangdong, let's see how he punishes you. Zhang Fuchuan tugged at the widow Li's basket, pointing out that it contained only a tiny bit of soil. You lazy bum, now you're telling others what to do? The widow shot him another withering glance. Oh, come off it. I, Zhang Fuchuan, am no longer a lazy bum. It's you, Sister Li, who's in the lazy bum group. Villagers nearby burst into laughter. Zhang Fuchuan's gotten pretty cocky now, supervising the lazybones himself. Sister Li, you should learn from Zhang Fuchuan, he's working hard to earn a wife with his own 2 hands. As the villagers teased him, Chen Xiangdong approached. Upon seeing Chen Xiangdong approach, the widow Li quickly refilled her basket with soil and carried it off to dump it. Not far away, Zhao Monsong muttered under his breath, that woman. When I'm right here criticizing her, she rolls her eyes at me. But the moment Chen Xiangdong walks by, she suddenly changes her tune and works diligently. Put. Who does Chen Xiangdong think he is? As he spat, he casually flicked a glob of phlegm that flew 2 meters away. That spit landed on Wang Suewa's foot. Who the hell is so disgusting, spitting on my feet? Damn it, what a lack of manners. Ugh, disgusting. Wang Suehua cursed and ranted for quite a while. Zhao Manchang realized he'd accidentally spat on someone and quickly pretended nothing had happened as he walked away. That day, everyone was digging the pond. The next day, the materials did indeed arrive in the village. Trucks loaded with cement, sand, and other materials rolled into the village. Truck after truck in the countryside at that time, it was quite a sight to behold. They rarely saw trucks carrying goods in the village. So many trucks. Let's go see them. Let's go see the trucks. The village children lined up at the village entrance to watch the trucks, and Xingxinyi was no exception. Sister, will our dad buy a big truck like this someday? Nian Nian asked, holding her sister's hand. Dad's so awesome, he'll definitely buy a big car, Xinxing replied. Big sis, when your dad buys that big car, I'll be your driver. Fan Xiaoming immediately offered with flattery. I don't want you as my driver. I'll drive the big car myself. Xinxing declared, chest puffed out proudly. You little brats, stop loitering by the roadside. If you get hit by a car, you'll be dead. Zhang Fuchuan came over to scare them. Uncle Quan's just trying to scare us again. Don't listen to him. Nian Nian no longer believed Zhang Fuchuan's words. Nyo. Xinxing called out. Having witnessed Nyo's endurance tactics last time, Uncle Fuchuan took off in a flash the moment he heard Xinxing call her name. Villagers rushed over to unload the materials as soon as they arrived. How wonderful! Free stuff! If we had to pay for this ourselves, it would cost a fortune. That's right. We owe it all to Chen Xiangdong. The villagers worked with increasing vigor, chatting and laughing as they labored, their faces beaming with joy. Zhang Xiaoyi had just gotten married and hadn't gone to work today. She stayed home, passing the morning cracking sunflower seeds she'd bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. Everyone in her family had gone out to dig soil. At noon, Wang Suihua and the others returned from work. They saw Zhang Xiaoyi leisurely cracking sunflower seeds by the stove. Oh my, Xiaoyi. Food is scarce these days, and you still spend money on sunflower seeds? That's too extravagant. Wang Suihua complained upon seeing this. She had hoped that fourth brother marrying a wife would ease the family's financial burden, but she never imagined this girl would splurge on sunflower seeds. What's wrong with buying sunflower seeds with my own money? I married into your family, and now I can't even eat sunflower seeds without looking at your faces? Zhang Xiaoyi retorted angrily. Old Fourth had just reached the doorway when he heard their quarrel. He hurried inside and said to Wang Suihua, "Mom, Xiaoyi just loves these. Could you please stop meddling?" Wang Suihua was truly exasperated by her dutiful son. "How dare you speak to your mother like that? As her mother-in-law, don't I have the right to manage my daughter-in-law? A mother-in-law looking after her daughter-in-law is only natural. Fourth brother, look at your mother, she clearly doesn't want me staying here." Zhang Xiaoyi feigned tears. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyi cry only made fourth son side with her even more. He'd worked so hard to marry her into the family. If he didn't support her now, what if she ran away? "Xiaoyi, stop crying. Mom was just venting in the heat of the moment. Don't take her words to heart." After saying this, he turned to Wang Suihua and said, "Mom, how could you treat Xiaoyi like this? She's just married into the family and is now my wife. I won't let you bully my wife." Lao Si addressed Wang Suihua. Hearing Lao Si's words, Wang Suihua felt truly disappointed. Old Fourth wasn't like this before. Getting married changed him. Now he even dared to talk back to her. "Fourth son, you're actually turning against your own mother for the sake of this daughter-in-law? You heartless fool. You married a wife and now treat your own mother like this." Wang Suihua stormed into the kitchen, only to find lunch hadn't been cooked. "Fourth son, look at the kind of wife you've married. We're all out working. She's just sitting around cracking sunflower seeds and didn't even cook lunch." Zhang Xiaoyi overheard and her anger flared even more. "Why should I be the only one cooking for your whole family? When you married me, your family didn't give me any dowry. Besides, I'm the only one with a job now, and I'll be supporting your entire family in the future. You're freeloading off me, and now you want me to be your slave?" Chapter 109, The Feisty Daughter-in-Law and the Wicked Mother-in-Law. Heaven help us. What sin did the Chen family commit to deserve such a daughter-in-law? Wang Suihua was nearly driven mad by Zhang Xiaoyi. "You old hag. Your son marrying me is his good fortune from a past life. Oomph. What sin? I say you're the wicked mother-in-law. You're practically 1 foot in the grave and you still have the energy to pick a fight with me? Let me tell you straight, you old hag, Zhang Xiaoyi isn't afraid of you." Zhang Xiaoyi wasn't the least bit afraid of Wang Suihua. She'd heard stories about how Lin Yuexiu had been tormented by this very same mother-in-law when she first married into the family. Now that Chen Xiangdong was doing well, they dared not provoke Lin Yuexiu anymore. In short, she wasn't afraid of this wicked mother-in-law. If it came to it, she'd just fight her. Could her old bones even beat her? Wang Suihua trembled with rage. She resorted to her old trick again, deliberately collapsing to the floor. Oh my goodness. What kind of daughter-in-law is this, bullying her own mother-in-law? Seeing this, fourth son rushed over. "Mom, are you okay? Don't get angry. Xiaoyi has just been married here and hasn't adjusted yet. Don't blame her. She'll get the hang of things soon enough. Fourth son, what a fine daughter-in-law you've married. She's driven your mother to this state. You don't stand up for your mother, you even defend her. Are you still my son?" Wang Suihua cried. This time, she truly felt wronged. She recalled how Lin Yuexiu had been so obedient when she first married into the family, never treating her this way. "Fourth son, you're my husband. In this household, I'm the only outsider. If you keep siding with your mother, how am I supposed to live here? If you think your mother is better, then go live with her. Let's get a divorce." Zhang Xiaoyi wasn't afraid of divorce. She was still young and had some looks. If they divorced, she wasn't worried about finding another man. She casually used this threat without worrying about it actually happening. The moment fourth son heard Zhang Xiaoyi threaten divorce, he immediately let go of Wang Suihua, whom he had been supporting, and rushed over to Zhang Xiaoyi. Wang Suihua nearly stumbled again. "Xiaoyi, don't make things hard for me. I'm on your side, didn't I just speak up for you?" His job depended on Zhang Xiaoyi, and he still owed the money borrowed to buy it. If they really divorced, he'd be the one losing out. This marriage couldn't end. Lao Si was frantic with anxiety. "Make it clear to your mother, you married her to be your wife, not to be her slave. I work at the factory and spend most of my time in this city. When I come home, I don't cook. I don't cook, I don't do laundry, and I don't clean. And when we have children, you'll be in charge of raising the child and you must handle the laundry and cooking. Zhang Xiaoyi laid down a whole list of rules. Fourth brother's head was pounding from listening. Hearing no response from Lao Si, Zhang Xiaoyi pressed on, if you don't want to do it, fine, let's get a divorce. Xiaoyi, please stop bringing up divorce. I never said I wouldn't do it. I married you, so I'll definitely treat you well. Then you must do what I say, and you must make things clear with your mother right now. Otherwise, we're going to get a divorce certificate immediately. Zhang Xiaoyi snapped angrily. Lao Si had no choice but to agree. He told Wang Suihua, Mom, Zhang Xiaoyi is the wife I married. I didn't marry her to do your housework. Mom, please don't order Xiaoyi around anymore. Lao Si, what's so great about Zhang Xiaoyi that you're so smitten? You do whatever she says, are you even a man anymore? Wang Suihua felt like slapping him. Precisely because I am a man that I must take responsibility for my wife. Mom, mind your own business. Fourth son snapped impatiently. Now you complain I meddle too much, but when I used my bicycle ration tickets to get you both jobs, you didn't mind my fussing. And you gave that job to that little vixen. Who the hell are you calling a vixen, you old hag? Zhang Xiaoyi immediately shouted angrily. Chen Xiangdong had just reached the doorway when he heard them arguing. Shut up, both of you. Stop this nonsense. Making a scene like this just makes us look like fools to the neighbors. Don't you feel ashamed? Chen Xiangdong yelled. If it weren't for that job, fourth brother wouldn't have been able to marry Zhang Xiaoyi. He'd only been married to Zhang Xiaoyi for a few days, and already things had turned out like this. Fourth brother was living with them now, and he had no idea how they'd manage this life going forward. Chen Xiangdong found himself complaining about that steel mill job. I thought Xiangdong was bringing good news, but who knew things would turn out like this? What he didn't know, however, was that this was all Chen Xiangdong's doing. He wanted them to experience the feeling of being bullied by their own family. Chen Xiangdong's roar finally silenced the three of them. Zhang Xiaoyi stormed off to her room in a rage, while Wang Suihua seized the opportunity to complain to her husband about their daughter-in-law. Old Fourth had no choice but to prepare lunch to prevent Xiaoyi from starting another fight with his mother later. Smelling the aroma of cooking, Zhang Xiaoyi knew lunch was ready. She called out from her room, Fourth brother, I don't want to eat with that old hag. I'll eat in my room. Bring my meal in here. Zhang Xiaoyi, you worthless piece of trash. How dare you treat your mother-in-law like this? Don't you fear retribution? I'll beat you to death. Wang Suihua, enraged, lunged toward the room to strike Zhang Xiaoyi. Fourth son quickly pulled her back. Mom, please don't take it so hard. Xiaoyi just married into the family. She's the new daughter-in-law. Try to understand her. Don't put me in a difficult position. You still recognize me as your mother? Look at you, letting her boss you around. The way you treat me, and the way your wife treats me, you'll get your comeuppance. Zhang Xiaoyi called out from inside the room, karma? If karma exists, you're the first one who'll get it, you old hag. You never treated your eldest sister-in-law like a human being, and you treated your own eldest son like a beast of burden. Zhang Xiaoyi's words struck Wang Suihua right in the heart. You. Wang Suihua was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Mom, please calm down. Xiaoyi is telling the truth. You treated my eldest brother and sister-in-law so badly back then, and now you expect Xiaoyi to treat you the same way? You're driving me mad. You're taking sides against your own family. I've raised you for nothing. Wang Suihua shoved fourth son aside and sat down on the Kong herself. The fourth son carried the food inside for Zhang Xiaoyi. Their earlier shouting match had been loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Soon, news of Wang Suihua's quarrel with her new daughter-in-law spread throughout the village. Several women sat chatting beside the biogas pit they'd only half dug that morning. Didn't you hear today? Wang Suihua and her newlywed daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiaoyi, had a fierce argument. Just looking at Zhang Xiaoyi, she's no delicate flower. Wang Suihua's found her match this time. Anyway, their house is in complete chaos now. It's hilarious. Back when Wang Suihua was bad-mouthing Lin Yueshio. That girl Yueshio has such a good nature, it's just that Wang Suihua is such a terrible mother-in-law. Chapter 110, Kindness Gets You Stepped On. Exactly. Wang Suihua just didn't know how to appreciate her luck and treated their eldest son's wife badly. Now look, they've got a sworn enemy in the house. We'll have plenty to watch from now on. As they chatted, Lin Yueshio passed by carrying a basket. The basket contained eggs she was taking to Li Erlongzi's family. Li Erlongzi's wife was pregnant again, and the little one needed care. Before, she could carry the child while working, but now that she was pregnant, Li Erlongzi had her stay home to rest and care for the baby. Thus, only Li Erlongzi worked, and it was easy to imagine the hardships his family faced. Ever since Chen Xiangdong saved Li Erlongzi's child, he occasionally dropped by to see if they needed any help with labor. Sometimes he gathered firewood for them. When Chen Xiangdong wasn't home, he'd come over to help carry heavy loads. He's a good man, but fate has been unkind to him, leaving him deaf and mute from birth. Yueshio, where are you off to with that basket? Among the group of women who had been chatting earlier, a square-faced woman greeted her warmly. Chen Xiangdong had contributed greatly to the village, and the villagers now held Lin Yueshou in high regard. Combined with her naturally kind disposition, she had always been well liked in the village. To Def Li's wife's house. "Oh, Yueshou, you're so kind." They knew she was carrying a basket to deliver something. Lin Yueshou just smiled. Then another auntie chimed in, "Yueshou, have you heard about your mother-in-law arguing with her new daughter-in-law?" Lin Yueshou hadn't heard about it and shook her head. Besides, her mother-in-law's quarrel was none of their business. She couldn't be bothered to watch the drama unfold. Other daughters-in-law might have seized the moment to kick her while she was down. But Lin Yueshou's nature was simple: if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. Since her mother-in-law hadn't caused trouble for her, they could each mind their own business. She certainly wouldn't go around spreading rumors about her. "Your mother-in-law? Serves her right. She treated you badly before, and now someone's finally getting back at her." "Yueshou, didn't you see how she was arguing? She was practically dying of anger over Zhang Shaoi." And fourth son actually listened to his wife that just broke Wang Xuewa's heart even more. The group of women chatted and laughed heartily. They always found such gossip incredibly entertaining. Lin Yueshou said nothing, merely smiling in response. Her mother-in-law was reaping what she had sown, and Lin Yueshou had no intention of getting involved. She didn't want the villagers to gossip about it again. They were masters at exaggerating stories. By the time it got passed around, who knew what kind of twisted version of her words would surface? At times like this, a silent smile was the best response. "Aunties, I'll head over to Sister Lier's place first. If I wait too long, she'll be out again." "Alright, go ahead," the square-faced auntie said with a smile. Lin Yueshou walked away, and the group watched her retreating figure before resuming their gossip. "Yueshou really is a good daughter-in-law. If it were me, I'd be venting by saying 1,000 bad things about my mother-in-law right now." "You're right. Xiangdong married a good woman who won't cause him any trouble." Lin Yueshou arrived at Lier Longzi's house, where his wife was soothing their crying child. "Sister-in-law Li. Yueshou, you're here," Lier's wife said with a smile. "I brought you some eggs. Sister-in-law, you're pregnant now, you need to eat nutritious food." As she spoke, Lin Yueshou stepped in to help distract the child. The baby stopped crying the moment he saw her. Hearing that Lin Yueshou had brought eggs, sister-in-law Li was deeply touched, yet she couldn't keep accepting gifts from others. "Yueshou, thank you so much. You already gave us 5 pounds of flour last time. We really can't accept these eggs. Besides, Xiangdong saved our child, and we haven't even repaid him yet." "Now." Before Sister Li could finish, Lin Yueshou interrupted her. "Sister, just take them. If you really feel bad about it, you can pay us back later when the famine is over and life gets better. The most important thing right now is to get through these days. If you won't take these eggs, I won't take them either. Throw them away, let whoever wants them take them." "Alright then, I'll take them." Unable to persuade Lin Yueshou otherwise, sister-in-law Lier took the eggs. She had fled to Taoshir village nearly starved to death, and it was Lier the Deaf who fed her and saved her life. She married him because she believed he was a good man. After they married, the village chief often helped their family too. Now Lin Yueshou and the others also frequently brought things to share with them. Here, she felt the warmth of human kindness. "Oh, Sister Yueshou, bringing eggs for Sister Lier?" Suddenly, the voice of the second son's wife came from the doorway. Seeing her own sister-in-law bringing eggs to a complete stranger while their own brother received nothing, she felt bitter inside, yet now she wanted to curry favor with Chen Xiangdong and the others. Now wasn't the time to let her emotions get the better of her. "Sister-in-law, you're not at work. What brings you here?" Lin Yueshou asked. "I was passing by and saw you here, so I dropped in to say hello," the second son's wife said as she peered into the basket to count the eggs. Exactly 10. Her heart ached even more. 10 eggs. Why give 10 eggs to an outsider? If only those 10 eggs had been meant for her family instead. "Sister-in-law Li, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Lin Yueshou knew that staying any longer might cause trouble for sister-in-law Lier. After all, the visitor was the second son's wife, her own sister-in-law. Giving the items to sister-in-law Lier and not to them would surely upset the second son's wife. The Lier Deaf family was among the village's weakest, and anyone dared to come and scold them. Every village had its share of impoverished families, and everyone felt entitled to walk all over them. If the second son's wife grew resentful, she would surely pick on Lier's deaf son's family. After Lin Yueshou left, the second son's wife naturally couldn't stay at the deaf Lier's house. Returning to her own home, she immediately began complaining to her husband the moment she stepped inside. "Your eldest sister-in-law really doesn't know how to behave. Today she took 10 eggs to deaf Lier's house. They're not even related to her, yet she keeps bringing them gifts. What about us? We're her own blood relatives. You're Chen Xiangdong's own brother. Why give to outsiders instead of your own family?" The second son's wife felt deeply resentful, yet never considered that they themselves had always taken from Chen Xiangdong's family without ever giving anything in return. Even though they hadn't received anything from them, she still harbored resentment. But our family hasn't given anything to Big Brother's household either, the second son muttered timidly, not daring to speak up. What about those big white rabbit milk candies I made you take over last time? Those expensive candies, we just gave them away for free. The second son's wife snapped. You still bring that up? I was mortified when I delivered them. That candy belonged to the eldest brother's family to begin with. Sigh. Chapter 111, The Second Son's Thoughts. Hearing the second son speak like that, his wife felt awkward too. But she was the type who refused to be shortchanged, yet also didn't want others to reap the benefits. When outsiders received gifts meant for Chen Xiangdong's family, she saw it as them snatching away the advantage she could have claimed. Husband, you're Chen Xiangdong's younger brother. Why don't you send us the good stuff? You're letting others reap the benefits. Can't you stand up for us? Xiao Jia and Xiaodong want eggs too. Chen Xiangdong's family has so many eggs, isn't it only right they give us one or two? The second brother's wife just wanted eggs specifically, the ones from Chen Xiangdong's family. So you want me to beg my brother for eggs? Like I'd do that, retorted the second son. A real man knows when to bend and when to stretch. What's wrong with asking your big brother? What's wrong with begging your older brother so your kids and wife can have eggs? You're a grown man, isn't it your duty to make sure your kids and wife live well? You promised to take good care of me, that's why I married you. Now, what kind of life have you given me? You could easily get eggs, but you won't, leaving us to suffer. Seeing his reluctance, the second son's wife began to morally blackmail him. Second brother was usually dominated by his wife, and he sometimes felt frustrated, especially during arguments. Sometimes he'd vent his pent-up frustration, like snapping back right now. But you're always taking things back to your parents' place. You're using our household money to support your family. At this point, the second son's wife cut him off before he could continue. They're my parents. Is it wrong for me to support them? I married into this family to take care of your parents too, didn't I? If your parents ever get sick, won't I help look after them? You're just too stingy. Back then, you promised me a good life when I married into this family. I gave you 2 sons, but what kind of life have you given me? If you can't give me and the children a good life, you'll owe us for the rest of your life. Before they were married, the second son had indeed promised to give her a good life. After marriage, life didn't turn out as he promised. The second son's wife would constantly bring this up to pressure him, making him feel guilty so he'd obey her and serve her without complaint. Sure enough, these words worked like a charm on the second son. The second brother dared not say another word. He silently left the house and headed for his eldest brother's place. As he entered Chen Xiangdong's home, his expression was unnaturally strained. From childhood onward, their mother had always bossed around the eldest brother, and he had learned to do the same. His status at home had always been a notch above his elder brothers. When they were young, it was always the eldest brother who begged him to share things. There was never a time when he begged the eldest brother. Even as they grew up, the second son maintained this mindset of being a notch above his older brother in the family hierarchy. He held his head high in front of his older brother. Now, the thought of having to beg his older brother filled him with deep discomfort. Second brother, what is it? Chen Xiangdong was drawing blueprints when he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw second brother. Big brother. The second son hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Usually, their mother would ask the eldest brother for things, then bring them over, or the eldest brother would bring things to their house himself. But begging his older brother for food? That was something he'd never done before. What is it? Chen Xiangdong asked impatiently. I heard you still have plenty of eggs at home, so I came to get a few. Take? Chen Xiangdong emphasized the word take. Xiao Jia and Xiaodong want eggs, so I came to get some. The second brother either didn't understand Chen Xiangdong's meaning or simply didn't grasp the implication. Even when taking things from his own older brother, it was always taking, never borrowing. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiangdong wouldn't mind his brothers taking things from him. But with second brother's attitude, he'd seen it in his past life. Therefore, there was no longer any unquestioned taking between them. Second brother, we're in a famine now. Everyone's food is scarce. You act like my place is an egg factory. Just take eggs whenever you want. My family needs eggs too, we need to live. Even brothers need to keep clear accounts. Here's the deal, I do have eggs left. 90 cents per pound. How many do you want? Ha! Second brother exclaimed in surprise. He'd come just to take them, never expecting to pay. If he had to pay, he might as well buy them at the supply store outside. What ah? I bought these eggs with money too. You take them, you pay me, isn't that only fair? Chen Xiangdong retorted. Bro, we're family. You're charging me for eggs? That's just going to hurt our relationship. I told you, brothers should keep accounts clear. If you don't want to pay, you can't take the eggs either. If old second didn't bring the eggs home, his wife would surely call him a wimp again. I have my pride too, so gritting my teeth, I said, fine, give me a pound. I'll pay you. He didn't have ration tickets to buy eggs from the supply cooperative, so his only option was to buy them from his eldest brother. If only we had a few hens at home. We could take the eggs to the supply store to trade for goods, or keep them for ourselves. Then I wouldn't have to look at my older brother's face. The second brother gave Chen Xiangdong 90 cents, and he got a pound of eggs. Cluck cluck cluck. Suddenly, the second brother saw Xinqing carrying 2 young hens inside to play. The hens looked only about 3 months old, not yet laying eggs. These are the 4 little creatures Chen Xiangdong brought for Xinqing to raise and play with. Nian Nian was carrying the other 2. Seeing the 4 little chicks, the second son started daydreaming. Dad, why did you give so many eggs to Uncle Air? Xinqing asked, noticing the bag of eggs in Air's hands. Xinqing was already 7 years old. She could sense that second uncle and second aunt had never been fond of them. She wondered why her father was giving Uncle Air so many eggs. Uncle Air bought them from us. Oh, I see. Xinqing turned to Uncle Air and said, Uncle, if you need eggs next time, just come by some. The little girl knew that as long as she paid, her father could earn money. Uncle Air carried a bag of eggs home. When his wife saw them, she was overjoyed. So if you go ask your older brother for eggs, he'll feel awkward refusing. We should ask him for things more often, otherwise he'll just give them to others. Seeing his wife so pleased, old second didn't tell her the truth. If he told her the truth, she'd scold him again. Honey, I saw 4 young hens at my brother's place earlier. If we had hens, it'd be like having a chicken but bank. The second son's wife caught his meaning. Chapter 112, The Second Son's Family Plan. You mean we should steal them? The second son's wife whispered, still wary of being overheard even in their own home. It's not stealing. We'll raise them. When they lay eggs and hatch chicks, we'll give the chicks back to them once they grow into young hens. That's borrowing, not stealing. Didn't our eldest brother borrow pigs from the collective before? If he can borrow pigs, why can't I borrow his chickens? My husband's gotten clever lately. Honestly, I think you're right. The second son's wife was also charmed by the 4 little hens. If we ask my eldest brother to borrow the chickens, he'll never agree. So we'll just have to go get them in the middle of the night, said the second son. He too harbored an extreme, twisted desire for the 4 little hens, which led him to think this way. The main reason was that he'd seen his older brother get eggs from their father, and he figured he'd have to keep going back for more. His male pride wouldn't let his wife know he couldn't even handle such a simple task. Besides, he refused to grovel to his older brother for a few eggs. Besides, it wasn't a matter of begging now. His older brother simply had no intention of giving him eggs for free. With the chicken but bank, they wouldn't need to ask anyone for eggs anymore. Fine, we'll go get them tonight. But I need to scout the place out first. Otherwise, if we rush around in the middle of the night and can't find the little hens, we'll be in big trouble if they catch us. Getting caught stealing would mean being dragged out for public shaming. Machem, we'll do it your way. The second son agreed with his wife's suggestion. Not long after second brother left Chen Xiangdong's house, the team leader arrived. Xiangdong. The tone in the team leader's voice clearly indicated he was seeking Chen Xiangdong's help. Captain, what's up? Chen Xiangdong was still drawing blueprints when he was interrupted again. Xiangdong, I need your help. My mother-in-law's place has mice, they're starving and going wild. You know that hen my mother-in-law keeps? She finally hatched 10 chicks. 5 of them were bitten to death and eaten by the rats. She asked me to come over and help get rid of those rats. But I can't handle it alone, so I'm calling you in. Oh, I see. Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but suspect the team leader was scared of mice asking him to catch them and even needing to bring him along. Brother Xiangdong, I beg you to come with me. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone and will embarrass myself in front of my mother-in-law. Captain pleaded. Fine. Since the captain was begging, Chen Xiangdong could only give him face and go alone. Chen Xiangdong put away his blueprints. Just then, the captain noticed the drawings he'd been working on. Xiangdong, what are you drawing? House blueprints, of course. I want to build a house. This one's 2 dilapidated drafts come in at night. The captain wasn't surprised to hear this. Truthfully, most houses in the village were in poor condition. Anyone who had money would naturally want to build a better house for more comfortable living. Now that Chen Xiangdong had a high salary and could hunt for himself, he was bound to be much better off financially. He didn't find it strange that Chen Xiangdong was building a house. Of course, he was happy for him and secretly envied him too. Getting ready to move into a new house, I'm genuinely happy for you, and I envy you too. Captain, once your finances improve, you'll build a new house too. I don't know what the policies will be in the future, but as long as we follow the party, things will get better. By the way, when will you start construction? I'll definitely come help then. Captain laughed. Building a house isn't something 1 or 2 people can handle alone. We'll definitely need to call on the villagers for help. Nowadays, it's collective labor. The villagers who come to help will earn work points. Alright, but I'll call you to help. Nyonyo, come with me outside. The 2 of them walked out the door laughing, with Nyonyo running behind them. The team leader's mother-in-law lived in another village, about 3 kilometers away. If the team leader went over, he'd borrow the team's ox cart for the trip. Now that Chen Xiangdong was going too, they rode his bicycle. Chen Xiangdong rode the team leader into his mother-in-law's village. Bicycles were still a novelty back then. People walking along the road would give them extra glances as they rode by. Children would even chase after them to get a better look. Xiao Liang, you're here and riding a bicycle. His mother-in-law greeted the team leader with a warm smile. The bike belongs to Xiangdong. He came over and gave me a ride. Upon hearing it belonged to that young man, she was quite enthusiastic toward Chen Xiangdong. A bicycle. That's something. We don't know why there are so many rats in our house. They've already eaten several chicks. Liang, I'm the only one at home, so I'm counting on you to help out. Mom, you're too kind. I'm your son-in-law isn't helping just what I should do? The team leader usually looked out for his mother-in-law's family and often came over to help. Where's the chicken coop? Let's go take a look. Chen Xiangdong surveyed the house. It's over here. His mother-in-law led them over. The chicken coop was inside the outhouse, just a bamboo enclosure beside the pit, where the chickens roamed freely. Chen Xiangdong stepped inside to take a look. The outhouse was also built with mud walls. The roof was covered with tiles, and the eaves provided ventilation, allowing rats to crawl freely in and out. No need to guess, at night, the rats crawled in from the eaves. Therefore, the rats wouldn't nest in the outhouse. Nyo, your chance to shine has arrived. Upon hearing this, Nyo immediately sniffed around the chicken coop. Then, she began searching by scent. Since the mice were active here, their nest must be nearby. Nyo dashed into the old woman's house, sniffing here and there. Finally, she seemed to pick up a scent in one room. This room didn't have a heated Kong, it had a wooden bed instead. Nyo crawled under the bed and didn't emerge for quite some time. Emerging, she barked at Chen Xiangdong several times. Woof woof. Nyo, you think there's a mouse hiding under the bed? Woof woof. Good girl. You're right. I'll reward you with a mouse tonight. At this, Nyo gave an unhappy bark. Captain, Nyo's sense of smell never fails. The rat nest must be in this room. Let's close the door and seal every escape route. They won't get away. Alright. The two prepared their tools and sealed the doors and windows. Then they moved the bed aside. As soon as the bed was moved, they were stunned. The space beneath was filled with dirt from the rats' burrows and chicks' feathers. The rats must have been hiding here. And not just one nest, there were 3 nests in total. How could they have let rats build nests under the bed? They poured water down into the holes, forcing the mice out. Thanks to Nyo's efforts, every single rat was bitten to death. 10 mice in total, big and small. Chen Xiangdong's hair stood on end at the sight. Finally, the captain stuffed all the rats into a wire cage. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. Captain, why put them in a wire cage instead of just throwing them away? They'll come in handy later, the captain replied with a smile. In times like these, when food was scarce, some people even resorted to eating house mice. But he suspected the captain wasn't planning to eat them. He must have some use for them. Meanwhile, in Taosher village, as evening fell, the second son's wife came to Chen Xiangdong's house to sound things out. Oh, you're so worried your father hasn't come back yet. She feigned concern, but her eyes were scanning the room. Dad said he'd be back after dark, Nian replied. Then Xingxinyan's voice could be heard. Chickies, it's getting dark, time for you to go back into your coop. Xinxin gathered all the little hens into a wire cage. Then she and Nian carried the cage into the bathroom to set it down. Chickies get cold at night. Let's cover them with a blanket. Nian draped a cloth over the cage, covering it completely. The second wife's lips curled into a smug smile. She now knew exactly where the little hens were kept at night. Chapter 113, A Thief? At 9 o'clock that evening, Chen Xiangdong and the team leader finally returned home. Chen Xiangdong's house was closer to the village entrance, so they stopped there first. The team leader's house was still several hundred meters away. The team leader carried a wire cage and said awkwardly, Xiangdong, can I leave this at your place for now? Your wife is afraid of mice, and I'm worried that suddenly bringing this thing over might scare her to death. Fine, but you must take it away first thing tomorrow morning. I'll come get it first thing tomorrow morning. The captain followed Chen Xiangdong into the courtyard. Xingxinyan and Xiao Lu were already asleep, and the old lady had also retired. Only Lin Yueshio remained seated indoors, sewing gloves as she waited for Chen Xiangdong's return. Wife. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's voice, Lin Yueshio shushed him. Keep your voice down. They're all asleep. As she spoke, Lin Yueshio noticed the team leader behind Chen Xiangdong. Lowering her voice, she greeted him, the team leader has come too. Yeah, just dropping stuff off. I'll pick it up first thing tomorrow morning. Worried that leaving the items here might upset Lin Yueshio, the captain smiled and assured her he'd come back first thing tomorrow morning. Only then did Lin Yueshio notice the cage he was carrying, and it genuinely gave her goosebumps. Captain, what are you doing with that thing? I have a use for it. I promise I'll come get it first thing tomorrow morning. Though Lin Yueshio found it utterly repulsive, she was a reasonable person. Fine, put it in the bathroom. I'm afraid if it stays in the house, the kids might see it when they get up early tomorrow and get scared. Alright, I'll put it there. The captain smiled as he walked toward his home's bathroom. Chen Xiangdong followed behind, carrying a piece of cloth. It looks creepy like that. Cover it with this cloth. All right. The captain took it and draped the cloth over the cage. As Chen Xiangdong left, he glanced at the cage beside it. He carried the cage with the young hen inside into the house. He didn't want Xingxian to come looking for the little hen and accidentally grab the cage with the rat in it. After the captain left, Chen Xiangdong washed himself with hot water and soon fell asleep. At 3 in the morning, the second son's wife woke him up. "Honey, wake up. It's already 3 in the morning." The second son hadn't dared to sleep too deeply. His wife's call roused him. They had planned during the day to head to the eldest brother's house around 3 o'clock. At this hour, everyone would be fast asleep, making it less likely they'd be discovered. They got dressed and slipped out into the darkness. They climbed into the yard and headed straight for the outhouse on the side, opening the door. "Honey, the little hen is here. Let's just carry her away." The second son's wife pointed to the cage covered with cloth. "Got it." The second son picked up the cage and started walking out. Wolf Nyonyo heard the commotion and ran inside to investigate. She saw the two of them carrying the cage of mice. "Doggy, quiet. Quiet. We're all family here," second brother said. Nyonyo tilted her head to watch. Before long, she walked to a corner and lay down silently. Probably thinking about how Chen Xiangdong promised to reward it with a mouse to eat. But she didn't care for mice anyway. With these two taking them away, she wouldn't have to eat them. Nyonyo lay there watching the two of them leave. After leaving Chen Xiangdong's house, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the dog's pretty dumb and can't guard the house. Otherwise, we'd have been bitten for sure. Lao Er remarked with relief. The little hen was quiet too, didn't cluck at all. Probably sleeping by now. Midnight really is the best time for this sort of thing. Lao Er's wife agreed. The two walked back one after the other. They placed the cage inside the house, not daring to leave it in the yard for fear of being discovered. Back home, they fell asleep quickly, as they had to rise early for work the next day. They'd been digging the biogas pit all day and were exhausted, so they dared not sleep too deeply in the early hours. By now, they were utterly exhausted and fell asleep the moment their heads hit the pillow. The next day, as dawn broke, the team leader arrived at Chen Xiangdong's home. "Xiangdong, are you up yet?" Chen Xiangdong had just gotten up himself. He'd only finished brushing his teeth when he heard the captain calling. He went to open the door. "Captain, so early? I told you last night I'd be here first thing tomorrow morning." Saying this, the captain walked into Chen Xiangdong's bathroom. "Xiangdong, did you take that thing out?" Not seeing the cage, the captain asked. "No, I put it in last night. No one's even used the bathroom yet." "Then how did it disappear?" "No way. How could it be gone? Could it have been stolen?" "No way. Who would steal it? Even mice wouldn't steal it." Chen Xiangdong was utterly speechless. The items were in his house, no one had entered, and no one had taken them out. They must have been stolen. Xiangdong, who's so disgusting they'd steal a mouse? The captain was equally speechless. Chen Xiangdong shrugged helplessly. "I have no idea who'd have such a twisted hobby. Actually, I wanted to feed it to that big yellow dog at Woodingpo with both hind legs broken. I felt so sorry for it losing both legs, crawling around, and barely getting any food. That big yellow dog had been a hunting dog, often accompanying hunting parties up the mountain. It had even saved people. It had been a great help in the mountains. It was mauled by a wild beast in the mountains that left it like this. After the hunting party disbanded, no one took care of the hound. Because it had saved several lives, no one slaughtered it for food. They left it in a small hut on Wadding Hill, where kind souls occasionally tossed it scraps. But now, with people barely feeding themselves, few brought it anything. The team leader finally thought, rat meat is still meat, it shouldn't go to waste. Feeding it to the big yellow dog would at least give it a few satisfying meals. Who would have thought that in these times, someone would actually steal rats? Stealing is stealing, no matter what's taken, it's despicable. If it's someone from our village, that person must be reprimanded, the captain declared angrily. Chapter 114, Stealing Chickens Only to Lose a Handful of Rice. It's truly strange. Nyonyo guards the house every night. If someone came in to steal, she'd definitely bark like crazy. Besides, Nyonyo is so sharp ordinary people couldn't possibly steal under her watch. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled too. Maybe Nyonyo was too exhausted yesterday and slept through the night, the team leader could only speculate. Theft is no small matter. I must broadcast a warning to the villagers to stay vigilant and lock up their belongings at night. The captain sighed as he headed to the station to make the announcement. Attention! Attention! A thief has been spotted in the village. Last night, even the dead rat we'd set out to feed the big yellow dog was stolen. Everyone, please secure your property at night and lock your doors. The broadcast echoed throughout the village. Early that morning, some villagers were still half asleep on their heated beds when they heard the news about last night's dead rat theft. Life is truly hard these days. If people steal dead rats, what else might they take? I dug up some clay yesterday and brought it back. I'd better hide it well in the cupboard. Otherwise, if it gets stolen, I won't even have dirt to eat. Who would steal dead rats? Surely not someone from our village. Xiangdong has given meat to the brigade headquarters several times recently for everyone to share. Every household should have some meat stashed away now. There's no need to steal dead rats. It must be someone from another village who has nothing to eat, coming here to steal dead rats. Stealing dead rats? If word got out, people would laugh themselves silly. Auntie, you know what? If Xiangdong hadn't given us that meat, I was actually planning to catch a few house rats to eat. Everyone discussed this as if it were a joke. But catching house mice to eat during famine years was nothing new. But stealing dead rats? That was something they'd never heard of. Second brother and his wife had stayed up late last night and were still lying on the kong. Hearing the broadcast, second brother's wife couldn't help but burst into laughter under the quilt. These days, someone actually steals dead rats? That person must be starving to death to do something like that. Stealing dead rats? That's disgusting. Wife, we'd better hide those chickens. Lock them in the outhouse and don't let them out. Got it. Like I need you to tell me that? You should build a chicken pen in the outhouse first. Fine, I'll get up now and build the pen. I'll finish it before heading to work. Second brother got up from the kong as he spoke. After dressing, he went to the outhouse to figure out how to build the pen. Lao Er's wife also got up to cook breakfast. Zhang Fuchuan lives next door. He sat by the doorway, munching on a coarse cornbread bun. Suddenly, he heard Er call out to him, "Old Quan, lend me those 2 long wooden poles by your door first. I'll return them another day." The second son poked his head over the wall. "What do you need them for?" Zhang Fuchuan asked, still chewing his cornbread. "It'll come in handy. Just bring them over quickly," the second son insisted. Zhang Fuchuan grew curious. What could he possibly need them for? Still, they were neighbors after all. Since second brother had asked to borrow them, he wouldn't refuse. He was just curious. Fine. I'll bring it over right now. No need to come over. Just toss it over the fence." The second brother hurriedly added, afraid Zhang Fuchuan would discover he was fencing off a chicken coop in the outhouse. Zhang Fuchuan shot him a look. He grabbed 2 wooden sticks and headed straight for Lao Er's house. "Your wife's cooking something? Smells delicious." Zhang Fuchuan entered and saw Er's wife preparing breakfast. He greeted her with a smile. Worried he might try to freeload, the second son's wife retorted, "There's no portion for you. Don't even think about eating our breakfast. I'm following Chen Xiangdong now. I've got cornbread to eat, I don't need your breakfast." Zhang Fuchuan sneered, his disdainful gaze landing on the cloth-covered basket inside the room. He set down 2 long wooden sticks. "Oh ho, what's that thing in there? Covered so tightly with cloth?" Hearing this, the second son and his wife panicked. They hurried to the cage. "Nothing much. Just some wet cloth we spread out to air dry." The second son's wife hurriedly explained. "That cloth looks familiar. Isn't it from the Xiang family? Old Quan, you must be mistaken. I saw Xinqing playing with it just the other day. It's definitely his family's. I couldn't be mistaken." Zhang Fuchuan stood there dumbfounded, about to step forward to verify his memory. The second son's wife, thinking he was about to pull back the cloth, turned in panic to shield the cage and prevent it from being uncovered. After all, she was doing something she knew was wrong, and her panic made her hate herself. In her panic, she crouched down and accidentally caught the cloth dragging on the floor with her foot. The covering cloth fell off. A cage full of dead rats appeared before her eyes, causing the second son's wife to jump up in fright. "Ah! Dead rats? How could this be? Where are the chicks?" the second wife wailed. The second son was also startled. They had clearly gone to retrieve the young hen last night. How had it turned into dead rats? "Ha! So the dead rats the team leader brought were stolen by you too? Everyone, come see. Second brother and his wife stole dead rats." Zhang Fuchuan shouted upon seeing this. "What? The Chen family's second son and his wife are the ones stealing dead rats? They actually did something like this? I never imagined they'd steal dead rats. Have the second son and his wife of the Chen family lost their minds? They just got their share of meat a few days ago, and now they're stealing dead rat meat. The second son and his wife of the Chen family are too ruthless, they even snatched the yellow dog's food. Let's go to the second son's place and see the commotion." The neighbors heard about it, and word spread instantly. Soon the whole village knew. Mom, it was second brother who stole the dead rat. How embarrassing. Upon learning this, the fifth son rushed home to tell Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua nearly choked on her anger at the news. What was second brother thinking? What else could he have stolen? He had to go and steal a dead rat? How could he do that? He's brought shame on the Chen family. I'll be too ashamed to admit I have a son like that when I go out. Listening to Wang Suihua berate second brother, fifth couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Without a doubt, both of them were dragged to the brigade headquarters for criticism before starting work. Back home, second son's wife was furious and berated him relentlessly. What kind of thinking is that? You bring things back without checking them first? You've made me look like a complete fool. Old Second was also furious. How dare you lecture me? You were the one who suggested we go scout things out. And what did you find? You couldn't even tell a mouse from a hen. The two began arguing at home. After the scolding, while everyone got back to work, some people still whispered about it privately. Chen Xiangdong hadn't expected second brother to be the one behind it. That guy must have come to steal chickens, but ended up losing more than he gained. Chapter 115, More Educated Youth Arrive. After instructing the villagers on how to build biogas digesters, Chen Xiangdong returned home to continue drawing his blueprints. With the entire village still focused on the biogas project, it seemed his house building plans would have to be postponed for a while. Once all the biogas installations were complete, he would begin construction. Before long, he had sketched out the entire design for the house he planned to build. Lin Yueshio returned from outside and saw Chen Xiangdong studying the blueprints. She asked, "Xiangdong, what are you looking at? You're so engrossed I didn't even notice I came in. Come here, dear. I have something special to show you." Chen Xiangdong smiled. "What's so good? You'll see when you come closer." Lin Yueshio walked over to take a look, only to see the blueprint in Chen Xiangdong's hands, nothing else. She couldn't make out what the blueprints depicted. After all, she'd never seen anything like it before, and even if she had, she wouldn't have immediately recognized it as a house blueprint. "It's the design for our future house. I plan to build a two-story house, like the ones in the city. Both the first and second floors will have rooms, so our family won't feel cramped. Once the house is built, I'll add some sofas and such, and place them right here," Chen Xiangdong described to Lin Yueshio. Just listening made Lin Yueshio feel incredibly happy. Such a nice house, you only see those in the city. And now Chen Xiangdong was going to build them one just like that. But soon, a look of worry crossed her face. "But building such a nice house will cost a lot of money. Honey, I've told you so many times money matters are my responsibility. You don't need to worry. Don't you trust your husband's capabilities? Do you think I'm incapable? That's not what I meant. I just worry you'll work yourself to exhaustion trying to earn enough. You really are my good wife. Don't worry." With Chen Xiangdong's reassurance, Lin Yueshio stopped dwelling on the money, but her worries lingered. "But everyone else in the village is still living in mud houses. If we build a two-story concrete house, won't the villagers gossip about us? Say we're capitalists? I'm using my salary to build this house, it's perfectly reasonable. Why should I care what they say?" Chen Xiangdong wasn't afraid, because he could now bring benefits to the villagers. "Honey, you don't need to worry about that. If anyone in the village reports me, they'll be the ones who never get to eat meat." That's how he put it, but some people, even after he helped them improve their lives, would turn around and throw stones at the very person who'd helped them. He just needed to be careful around these people. Lin Yueshio knew that once Chen Xiangdong set his mind on building a house, he would definitely go through with it. After hearing all he had to say, she felt a little more at ease. Her mind began to wander, picturing how she would decorate the rooms once they were built. "Xiaodong, Xiaodong." Li Pingsheng came looking for Chen Xiangdong. Spotting Lin Yueshio upon entering, he greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law. I need to speak with brother Xiangdong about something." "Alright, you two talk." Lin Yueshio went back to her own business. "Li Pingsheng, what did you need?" "I need your help inspecting the biogas digester. Ours has the cement walls already built, and now we're working on the roof. We need your guidance on this." "Alright, I'll go with you." Chen Xiangdong followed Li Pingsheng over. The educated youth who had been sent down to the countryside lived in the collective housing at the village entrance, the buildings next to the threshing yard. There were several mud-walled rooms there, which had previously served as grain storage. Li Pingsheng was the only educated youth in the village, so one of the warehouses was cleared out for him to live in. Although he was an assigned youth, he was still registered and could get a biogas digester. Living there would make things much more convenient for him later. After Chen Xiangdong arrived, he built a movable cover to demonstrate for them. They could simply follow his method to build their own later. Once the cement hardened, it would become solid enough to remove the formwork. Just as he finished one movable cover, he spotted 3 young men entering the village, each carrying luggage. "Li Pingshan. Li Pingshan. Yijigao, Li Xiaoting, Fang Tianlin, what brings you 3 here?" Li Pingsheng asked in confusion. "We applied to join the Taoshi village production team too, and our applications were approved," Li Xiaoting explained. Just then, the team leader came over to greet them. He introduced them to everyone. "These 3 young people are educated youth who've come to join the production brigade. The 2 boys will share a room with Li Pingsheng, and Li Xiaoting will stay in the room next door. Please help tidy up the room next door." After the team leader finished speaking, several villagers began clearing out the belongings from the room intended for Li Xiaoting. Li Pingsheng was puzzled. Why had the 3 of them applied to come here? Originally, he had been the only one sent here, and he had felt quite content. Now that these 3 were coming, he couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't be so peaceful from now on. "Brother Xiangdong, remember me? I was with Li Pingsheng on the mountain when you saved us." He Jigao spotted Chen Xiangdong and immediately went over to greet him. The other two educated youths also came over to greet him. I remember. Chen Xiangdong replied indifferently. He could tell at a glance that He Jigao was very different from Li Pingsheng. They were two entirely different kinds of people. Brother Xiangdong, these are honey dates I brought back from my hometown during my last visit. Just a small token of my appreciation. He Jigao handed Chen Xiangdong a packet of honey dates. Thanks, but I don't have much to eat right now. You educated youth have a tough life too. If you have something, you should keep it for yourselves. Chen Xiangdong declined. First, there were too many people around. Accepting it in front of everyone would be awkward. Second, he couldn't be sure whether He Jigao was offering this as a token of gratitude for saving his life earlier, or if it was merely an attempt to curry favor. He reasoned that if it were truly gratitude for saving his life, he wouldn't have waited until now, after being sent down to the countryside, to give him dates. After all, this place was only 2 kilometers from their production team. If it were genuine gratitude, it wouldn't have taken so long for him to come deliver the dates. Chen Xiangdong couldn't shake the feeling that this man was trying to curry favor with him. So Chen Xiangdong instinctively refused. Brother Xiangdong, it's just a bag of dates. Please take them. I feel terrible that you saved me last time and I haven't given you anything in return. He Jigao said. Little he, keep them. Food is more important than anything else right now. Chen Xiangdong declined again. He Jigao could only give up, awkwardly taking the honey dates back. He then gave a bag of dates each to the team leader and the village party secretary, Zhao Manchang. The team leader declined as well. Zhao Manchang wanted to accept, but since the other two had refused, he felt awkward taking it in front of everyone. Though he didn't receive anything, Zhao Manchang remained quite warm toward He Jigao. This guy clearly knew how to handle things. Younghe, why don't you go inside and put your things away? You've just arrived, so get some rest first. Zhao Manchang said. Thank you, secretary. I'll work hard here. He Jigao was equally warm toward the village party secretary. Compared to the other two educated youths, he was clearly much more articulate. Chapter 116, First Impressions. After He Jigao and the others settled in, evening arrived, and the villagers finished their work. The 3 new arrivals were also exempt from work that day. He Jigao and the other male youth went to Li Xiaoting's room to help clean. Now alone in the room with no outsiders present, they began sharing their private thoughts. Jigao, do you think coming here to join the commune will really be better than our old production team? Li Xiaoting asked. They had come with He Jigao, who told them that in Taoshi village, there was a man named Chen Xiangdong who could provide meat for the villagers. That's why they came. They had all lived in the city before and were completely unaccustomed to village life. Back at their old production team, they still had to work every day even in the bitter cold. Not only did they labor non-stop, but they couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone meat. They'd never endured such hardship back in the city. This place is definitely much better than the old production team. Didn't you see them digging biogas pits today? I heard it was Chen Xiangdong who applied for it. Building biogas pits in their village didn't cost them a dime. All the materials were allocated from above, no out-of-pocket expenses. Just for that alone, he's better than the old production team. He Jigao explained. If they weren't his best friend and the girl he secretly admired, he wouldn't have brought them along to apply for relocation. Back in his old production team, he'd cultivated excellent relationships with the village cadres. And after he made a few more connections, the 2 of them were able to come with him. What does that Chen Xiangdong do? How come he's so powerful? Li Xiaoting asked again. He's a man who can take down a tiger single-handedly. He's incredibly capable. I also heard he's been appointed as a national researcher. It's precisely this status that brought this project to Taoshi village. In short, he's a formidable figure. Look at Li Pingsheng, he's clearly after him. That guy is incredibly selfish. When he applied to come here, he didn't even invite us along. He Jigao couldn't quite stand Li Pingsheng. He sensed that Li Xiaoting might have a slight interest in Li Pingsheng. He always regarded Li Pingsheng as a rival. Jigao, please don't speak of Li Pingsheng like that. Li Xiaoting frowned when she heard He Jigao badmouthing their fellow down-to-the-country youth. Xiaoting, look at you defending Li Pingsheng again. You just can't stand it when others speak well of him. He Jigao retorted irritably. Jigao, it's not what you think. I just feel that since we all came here as educated youth together, we're all the same. There's no need to single anyone out. My feelings for him aren't what you imagine. Li Xiaoting hurried to explain. She had followed him here hoping for a better life. Her transfer order had come through He Jigao's connections, and she didn't want to offend him either. Hearing Li Xiaoting's explanation and her distancing herself from Li Pingsheng, He Jigao's jealousy finally began to subside a little. After helping Li Xiaoting tidy her room, the 2 boys finally returned to their own quarters. By the time they finished eating, it was already late. He Jigao was still preoccupied with the matter of giving gifts to the village officials. If he gave them gifts today and they refused, it would be awkward. But upon reflection, he realized his approach had been ill-advised. Offering gifts in front of so many people would naturally make them uncomfortable accepting them. If they had accepted, some villagers might have gossiped behind their backs. He Jigao deeply regretted his actions that day, yet he hadn't given up on currying favor with the village officials. Before heading to the countryside, his mother had repeatedly urged him to cultivate good relations with the officials, as that would make it easier to transfer back to the city. In truth, he had been influenced by his mother's teachings. He Jigao glanced at the time. Now would be the perfect moment to find Secretary Zhao. When he and Chen Xiangdong delivered the honey dates earlier, he sensed that Zhao wasn't easily swayed by such gestures. Perhaps their relationship hadn't yet reached the point where gifts would be accepted, so he felt he couldn't rush things with Chen Xiangdong. The team leader was much the same. Gaining favor through gifts proved difficult. But the village party secretary was different. Today, he'd noticed the look in his eyes. He was clearly eager to accept the gift. Therefore, He Jigao decided to seek out Zhao Mansong. After all, as the village party secretary, he was the highest-ranking official in the village. If he could curry favor with this big shot, why worry about the team leader's connections? I'm heading out. Keep the door open for me, He Jigao said, then headed out carrying his gifts. Li Pingxing knew exactly what he was up to, nothing more than gift-giving and brown-nosing. Back in his previous production team, that's exactly how he operated. And because of his cozy ties with the village officials and He Jigao's personal grudge against him, Li Pingxing had been constantly suppressed in that old team. Li Pingxing couldn't stand people like him. He'd finally escaped that production team, only to find He Jigao had come here too. He Jigao arrived at Zhao Mansong's door and knocked. Zhao Mansong had already gone to bed. Hearing the knock, he felt irritated. Who the hell is knocking at this hour of the night? He muttered curses under his breath but still got up, threw on a thick cotton coat, and went to open the door. Oh, it's you. What brings you here so late? When Zhao Manchang saw it was He Jigao, the educated youth who had recently arrived to work in the countryside, standing at the door, he didn't show his irritation. Secretary Zhao, I came to bring you some honey dates, He Jigao said, handing him 3 packets of honey dates. At this sight, Zhao Manchang suddenly perked up. He immediately accepted the 3 packets. Well, I won't stand on ceremony, Zhao Manchang replied. Secretary Zhao, no need to be polite. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll be at your service anytime, He Jigao assured Zhao Manchang. Haha, alright, I won't hesitate, Zhao Manchang responded with a smile. He liked young people like this, they'd come in handy when the time came. Zhao Mansong suddenly asked, has the captain delivered it yet? He was just testing He Jigao. Captain, I'll pass on going. He doesn't seem easy to get along with. Heh, he really isn't easy to deal with. I've been through it all, I see things more clearly than you young folks. If you can avoid provoking him, just don't provoke him. He and Chen Xiangdong are very close like brothers. Chen Xiangdong has done a lot for our village, and the villagers hold him in high regard. If you cross the captain and Chen Xiangdong backs him up, you'll have a rough time here. Zhao Manchang deliberately led He Jigao to believe both Chen Xiangdong and the team leader were people not to be trifled with. This way, He Jigao would form a preconceived notion that both men were difficult to deal with. Chapter 117, Caught. If He Jigao formed that preconceived notion, it would make it much easier for Zhao Manchang to stir up trouble later. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Secretary. Hearing Zhao Manchang's response, He Jigao concluded his gifts had paid off. He felt quite pleased with himself, impressed by his own resourcefulness. He had won over the village party secretary so quickly, extracting crucial information from him. Since the village chief had said so, he would still need to keep an eye on the team leader. And Chen Xiangdong too. Though he had initially targeted Chen Xiangdong in hopes of improving his own circumstances. But he was new here and didn't really know him yet, so caution was still needed. In short, He Jigao had already formed preconceived notions about the two of them during this visit. Chen Xiangdong was busy with village affairs, while Director Chen was also preparing to deliver his shipment. Yang Chang was also preparing his shipment, and this transaction was putting significant pressure on him. Previously, it had only involved transaction documents. To be honest, he had never handled a large shipment before. This was his first time. After hearing what Chen Xiangdong had said during their last black market deal, he was now being exceptionally cautious. He'd smuggled this shipment in from the Big Goose through his connections. Logically, with China and the Big Goose now openly at odds, the Big Goose had withdrawn their research personnel and cut off all scientific supplies. Under these circumstances, there should be no material exchanges between the two countries. Yet somehow, he had the connections to source those items from outside. Yet the risks were ever present. He had been confident about this deal, but after hearing Chen Xiangdong's words, his focus shifted to the quality of the goods. Steel workshops frequently emit toxic metallic gases. If the protective masks were substandard, it could genuinely lead to fatalities. Any fatalities would significantly increase his own liability. Therefore, before delivery, he had the goods inspected again. How did the inspection go? Yang Chang asked Zhenbao. Zhenbao was the young man who had traded bills with Chen Xiangdong on the black market. Everything's been checked. The goods are fine, Zhenbao replied. Are you sure? Yes. We checked every single box as you requested, Brother Yang. Everything is indeed in order. Alright. After that, Yang Chang took Zhenbao to deliver the goods to the steel mill. Director Chen had been waiting for their delivery. Upon hearing they had arrived, he personally came to the main gate to greet them. Director Chen, everything you requested is right here. We've conducted our own quality inspection. There are absolutely no quality issues with these items. Once you've inspected and confirmed everything is in order, we'll sign a no quality defect agreement. Yang Chang stated. Although their transaction could be considered a private deal, he still insisted on signing this agreement. Alright. Director Chen replied. Then they hauled the goods into the warehouse. Representatives from both sides were present as Director Chen's team unpacked the goods box by box. After the inspection, everything was indeed in order. Director Chen, the inspection is complete. Everything is in order, said one of Director Chen's female assistants. Good. Director Chen then signed the agreement with Yang Chang. Yang Chang finally felt at ease, at least both parties had now confirmed the shipment was flawless. Director Chen paid Yang Chang according to the previously agreed upon price, then departed. Xiang, store this batch properly. Bring it out tomorrow for the workers to use. Director Chen instructed. He deliberately assigned the task to Xiang, eager to see what they would do next. Upon receiving Director Chen's instructions, Xiang directed the workers to stack the goods neatly. Director Chen returned to his office and summoned Godan. A few days earlier, Chen Xiangdong, wanting to ensure nothing went wrong on Director Chen's side. Now inside the factory, the situation was treacherous. Director Chen was in plain sight, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Now inside the factory, the enemy was visible while they remained hidden. Director Chen was in plain sight, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Even Xiang, who had followed him for so many years, had betrayed him. He didn't know who else he could trust within the factory. Therefore, placing Godan within the factory was a wise decision. Director Chen accepted Chen Xiangdong's suggestion. Director Chen. Godan didn't even nod before pushing the door open. Having never worked in a factory before, he lacked the basic awareness to nod before entering. He just barged right in. But Director Chen didn't mind. At this critical juncture, what else could he do? Godan, those face masks are already in the warehouse. You must keep a constant eye on them. Got it, Director Chen. I'll handle everything Brother Dong asked me to do. Earlier, Chen Xiangdong and Director Chen had discussed how to handle the situation. If the goods were uncompromised, they would keep a close watch on that shipment. They couldn't let anyone tamper with it. So when Chen Xiangdong left, he'd already briefed Godan on what to do once the shipment arrived. They planned to catch the turtle in the jar. Godan was different from ordinary people, he could keep a better watch than anyone else. They were just waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Alright, go ahead then. Got it. After leaving the office, Godan went into hiding in the warehouse. The warehouse contained more than just face masks, other goods were stored there too, so hiding among them was relatively easy. No one dared make a move during the day. Come midnight, all lights in the factory went out, leaving the entire steel plant work area deserted. Godan remained alert and focused. His mission was to keep watch over the shipment, so he dared not slack off. Sure enough, at 1 o'clock in the morning, someone unlocked the warehouse door with a key. Carrying a flashlight, he entered the warehouse and swiftly made his way to the pile of masks. He opened the box and proceeded to destroy the masks inside. Godan didn't rush out to catch him immediately. To make an arrest, he needed evidence to be convincing. So he waited until the man had destroyed 2 or 3 boxes of masks before signaling. After the signal was sent, Director Chen immediately brought people over. Xiang realized he'd been discovered and tried to flee, but how could his movements possibly outpace Doggy's? Doggy caught him. Director Chen and his team stormed into the warehouse. Upon entering, they saw Xiang pinned down by Godan, unable to move. Director Chen fumed, Xiang, what the hell are you doing? Do you even realize what you're doing? Although Director Chen had long suspected Xiang's involvement, seeing him caught red-handed still made him feel like he was dealing with a disappointment. After all, he had personally mentored Xiang. From a beggar to the assistant purchasing director at the steel mill. This position isn't just handed out to anyone, especially considering he used to be a beggar on the streets. Director Chen, I'm innocent, Xiang protested. With witnesses and evidence against you, you still try to wriggle out of it? But I believe you. You must have been manipulated by someone else and lost your head in the moment. Tell me the truth, who made you do this? Director Chen pressed. Xiang hesitated, wrestling with himself. The mastermind behind the scenes was also a cautious individual. Before today, he had already approached Xiang. Chapter 118, Winning Hearts. He produced a sum of money and tickets to show Xiang, telling him that if his failure were discovered, and if Xiang was willing to take the fall for him and keep the matter quiet, then all those things would be his. The man even promised Xiang that after serving his sentence, he would arrange a stable job for him. In other words, as long as he didn't reveal the person who had ordered him to do this, even if he went to prison, he would be taken care of. As he hesitated, Xiang thought of his children. Shortly after starting work at the steel mill under Director Chen, he married a woman 2 years his junior through an introduction. They had 2 sons and 2 daughters. If he had this money, his wife and children could live a better life, free from such hardship. Moreover, he had agreed to cooperate with that person in the first place precisely because he wanted to earn more money. No one told me to do this, Director Chen. I hate you. I hate that you get paid so much in that position. We all work hard, why should you get paid more than us? I refuse to accept it. Xiang didn't name the person who instigated him, he took full responsibility himself. According to his account, it was pure jealousy that drove him to this act. Director Chen naturally didn't believe Xiang acted alone. But since Xiang wouldn't name names, there was nothing he could do. Soon after, the police arrived and took Xiang away. The next morning, the steel mill's senior management immediately convened an emergency meeting. A solemn atmosphere permeated the conference room. The appearance of such an employee within the factory would undoubtedly infuriate the plant manager. Known for his explosive temper, no one dared speak before he did. Director Chen, how have you managed your subordinates? The plant manager demanded. Director, this incident is indeed my fault for poor management. I hired someone of questionable character. I apologize to everyone here. As long as no one had been killed, Director Chen would likely escape serious consequences. At worst, he'd receive a disciplinary action for poor management, but he could still keep his job and wouldn't lose his livelihood. Director Chen, you must be more careful with your hiring from now on. If we hadn't caught this in time, the workers would have used those defective masks. The consequences would have been unimaginable, it could have cost lives. The deputy plant manager added indignantly. Then he turned to the factory director. Director, I believe Director Chen has made significant contributions to the factory in his professional capacity. His professional competence is beyond question, but his management skills, particularly in personnel matters, fall just short. I suggest that for future hiring in his department, I should have the final say in whether to hire candidates. The deputy director was clearly using this incident to undermine Director Chen's authority. Director Chen listened with mounting anger, yet he couldn't afford to lose his temper at this moment. Moreover, resisting the deputy plant manager at this point would be futile. After all, an incident had indeed occurred, and Director Chen recognized his own shortcomings. Therefore, he had no choice but to concede. Very well. From now on, we'll follow the deputy plant manager's instructions. He will oversee and take charge of the recruitment process for the procurement department, declared the plant manager. Hearing this, the deputy factory manager felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. In the end, Director Chen received a disciplinary record. Fortunately, no major losses had occurred, and Director Chen wasn't directly responsible. Thus, it was only a disciplinary record, not a suspension. Xiao Xiang also ended up in jail over this incident. When Chen Xiangdong arrived at the steel mill, Director Chen and the others had already concluded their meeting. Go Dan had already briefed him on the sequence of events. He walked into Director Chen's office. Director Chen, can you handle it? Chen Xiangdong quipped. Just a little energy drain. No big deal. Thank goodness you reminded me. Otherwise, something bad would have happened. Just thinking about it now gives me chills. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have gone to monitor that shipment. That would have definitely gone wrong. Thankfully, we dodged a bullet. I'm certain Xiang was acting on someone's orders. I can't afford to let my guard down yet. Director Chen, you must be extremely careful moving forward. Chen Xiangdong had no idea who was behind the scheme. After all, in his previous life, Director Chen was convicted after this case unfolded. Naturally, the mastermind behind it succeeded. Who could have known who that person was? Oh, right, I brought some meat over today. Consider today's meat a gift to the steel mill. Director Chen, you can use this pork to build goodwill among the factory workers. Chen Xiangdong casually mentioned it. You're absolutely right, Chen. You really know how to get things done. At a time like this, I need to win people over. Director Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. But you've sent so much pork over all for free. I really feel bad about that. We're in it for the long haul. This batch is on the house, no big deal. I won't charge for this one, but every batch after this, I'll definitely charge. Money can be repaid, but favors are harder to return. This way, Director Chen now owed Chen Xiangdong a debt of gratitude. For Chen Xiangdong, his pork was highly productive. Giving away a few £100 wasn't a big deal. One must think big when doing things. Alright, Director Chen, I've got work to attend to. I'll be heading out now. After delivering the goods, Chen Xiangdong reminded Director Chen again. Since there was nothing else for him to do, he took his leave. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong left than the finance director walked in, holding an enamel cup. Oh, delivering meat again? Director Chen, we'd be hard-pressed to get any pork without you. Director Wang really knows how to get things done. The finance director's tone was dripping with sarcasm, making Chen Xiangdong feel uneasy. Director Chen couldn't fathom why the finance director harbored such hostility toward him. Director Wang, you flatter me. We received a new shipment of meat today. It'll be distributed in the cafeteria later. Remember to pick yours up after work. Director Chen replied with a smile. Having been around for so many years, he'd seen situations like this countless times and remained composed. Before Xiang was arrested, few at the factory would speak to him with such sarcasm. Now that something had happened and his authority had been slightly curtailed by the deputy factory manager, it seemed those who had disliked him all along were now lining up to kick him while he was down. That's just how it is in the real world. When you're on top, everyone fawns over you. When you're down, they rush to kick you while you're down. And this was just a minor hiccup, yet some were already itching to pounce. Really? Alright, I'll swing by after work. The finance director's expression changed instantly upon hearing about today's meat distribution. He was happy about the meat distribution, but he still didn't like Director Chen. Today, while distributing the meat, who knows if he'd secretly stash some for himself. Director Chen called over his female assistant. Lian, go notify the factory workers. Meat distribution after work today. Have everyone pick it up in the cafeteria. The pork delivered by Chen Xiangdong today weighed about 800 pounds. That was enough for their factory district to get half a pound each. Getting half a pound of pork at this time was already considered quite good. Chapter 119, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. The kitchen staff worked quickly to process the meat, which had already been portioned out. After work, the employees lined up at the cafeteria to collect their meat portions before getting their dinner. This way, they could take some home to share with their families, which made them incredibly happy. The kids at home are always hungry. Getting half a pound of meat this time will make them so happy. Yeah, usually when we get food at the cafeteria, there are only a few scraps of meat in our bowls. We can't bring ourselves to eat it, and even if we pack it up to take home, it's not enough for the kids. With Director Chen heading the procurement department, we get to benefit a little. If someone else were in that position, us regular employees wouldn't get a share of this stuff. You're telling me? I heard Director Chen got disciplined this time. What does Director Chen have to do with his department's wrongdoing? Director Chen's really unlucky that Xiang Dai totally set him up. Yeah, I heard that from now on, any hiring in the procurement department has to go through the deputy plant manager. Director Chen doesn't have that authority anymore. Sure enough, perks quickly win people over. Many employees lining up for their meat portions were praising Director Chen. Meanwhile, a hot-tempered factory director had just reprimanded Director Chen today. Now that Director Chen was arranging meat distribution from the kitchen without spending a single cent of the factory's money, he was pleased. With employee benefits secured, they'll work harder. Harder work meant better profits for the factory. Director, isn't it a bit harsh to reprimand Director Chen? Xiang is just someone from his department, he doesn't represent him, said the factory director's secretary, Wu. Secretary Wu was a middle-aged woman who still looked quite youthful and retained her charm despite her age. I know he's capable, but some punishment is necessary. Otherwise, some people in the factory won't accept it. Besides, I need to establish my authority. The factory director took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. As always, Director, you're so insightful. This move of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys is brilliant. Secretary Wu had originally intended to plead for Director Chen, but upon hearing the factory director's words, she promptly flattered him instead. After that, Secretary Wu also went to the cafeteria to collect her meat. By now, most office staff had gone to the cafeteria, leaving the room nearly empty. She descended the stairs in silence. Suddenly, voices came from around the staircase corner. Director Chen just got disciplined today, and now he's handing out meat to everyone. Clearly trying to curry favor with the factory director. The voice belonged to a woman. Secretary Wu recognized the voice. It belonged to Zhang Xiuli, the deputy factory manager's niece. The deputy factory manager had pulled her in to become the head of the warehousing department. He's just good at taking shortcuts. The factory director still thinks he's competent. You need to work harder. If you become the purchasing director later but can improve your professional skills. The voice speaking afterward belonged to the deputy factory manager. Secretary Wu wasn't the only one who overheard this conversation. Director Chen, standing behind her, also overheard it. Secretary Wu then stepped forward. Deputy Director, what are you two discussing? Seems like such a lively conversation. Director Chen isn't retiring anytime soon. Some people should stop daydreaming about becoming purchasing director. She said this without any mercy. Director Chen had overheard the deputy factory manager's conversation earlier. He was still wondering if the deputy factory manager was the one who had ordered Xiang to do something. Just as he was about to walk down and catch them off guard, Secretary Wu beat him to it. And she even spoke up for him. Secretary Wu had been by the factory director's side for over a decade and was also a worker under him. She carried some weight within the factory. She wasn't afraid to speak up even to the deputy factory manager. With the factory director backing her up, the deputy director dared not take any action against her. Oh, it's Secretary Wu. We were just joking around, the deputy factory manager said awkwardly. Both he and Liang Xiujuan felt awkward, thinking they were in the office building when they brought up this topic. It certainly wouldn't be good if anyone overheard such talk. Director Chen has brought such tremendous benefits to the factory. If not for his hard work, we wouldn't even get to eat meat at the factory now, let alone get free meat. Deputy Director, please be more careful with your words in the future. If others overhear and embellish the story, it won't reflect well on you. I won't repeat what I heard today to the factory director. But please be more responsible with your words going forward. Secretary Wu said with a sour tone. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Wu, the deputy factory manager said with a forced smile. He felt terrible inside, a deputy factory manager having to be polite to the factory director's secretary. Then, he pulled Liang Xiaojuan by the arm. Let's head to the cafeteria. Director Chen? Why are you still here? You didn't happen to overhear that earlier, did you? Secretary Wu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Director Chen coming down the stairs. Secretary Wu, thank you, Director Chen said. He had previously disliked the Secretary Wu. Relying on the factory director as her backing, she spoke rudely to both senior and mid-level leaders. Today, however, had changed Director Chen's opinion of her. We're all working for the factory's good, no need for formalities, Secretary Wu replied with a smile. By the way, don't dwell too much on the disciplinary record. The factory director only gave you a warning, but he truly recognizes your capabilities. Secretary Wu added. This was undoubtedly meant to encourage Director Chen. Got it. I won't let the director down in the future. I need to head over to the logistics department to make some arrangements. I'll be off now. All right. Secretary Wu watched Director Chen's retreating figure with a meaningful look, her eyes conveying an indescribable complexity. All the way back, Director Chen kept thinking about sharing what he'd overheard between the deputy factory manager and the director with Chen Xiangdong, asking him to help analyze the situation. After leaving the steel mill, Chen Xiangdong bought some fruit and pastries before heading to the state-run restaurant to visit his third sister. He hadn't seen third sister in quite some time and wondered how she'd been lately. Xiao Chun, a handsome man is here to see you. He's waiting outside. Fei Fei, a new young girl, said to third sister with a smile. Okay, I got it. Third sister was washing dishes. She quickly set down her work and wiped her hands with a dry towel. The new girl teased her, he's really handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Sanmei chuckled, don't be silly, he's my own big brother. Sister San didn't even have to think about it, the man outside was definitely her older brother. Fei Fei, let me tell you this, my brother is married. Don't get any ideas about him just because he's good looking. Sanmei knew Fei Fei well, the kind of girl who openly liked men and was relentless in her pursuit. So she had to establish clear boundaries for her brother. Sure, I like good-looking guys, but I don't go for just anyone. I prefer someone like our director, young, accomplished, and quite handsome too. Fei Fei said without hesitation, and the director she was referring to was a Jen. Chapter 120, Third Sister's Happy Choice. Hearing Fei Fei so bluntly express her feelings for Aegon, third sister naturally felt uncomfortable. Ever since that last incident, their relationship had become awkward. Arjun always seemed to be deliberately avoiding her, and she couldn't figure out what he was really thinking. After much overthinking and analysis, she concluded that Arjun probably didn't feel anything for her. She wondered if he might be interested in this Fei Fei instead. Her brother came over to find him, temporarily diverting her attention. She stopped overthinking it and walked into the living room. Big brother. Third sister, it's been a while. How's the adjustment over here? How's night school going? Everything's going well. I can recognize a lot of characters now and write many more. Reading those novels you bought me isn't hard anymore. Third sister smiled. When third sister first came from the village, she was like a country bumpkin. Now, both in her appearance and speech, she's become a different person. Education truly transforms a woman's demeanor. Her current state seems manageable, and he worries about third sister's basic needs being met. But he doesn't know how her romantic situation stands. So, how are things with you and a Jen? Chen Xiangdong asked directly. That guy asking him like that the other day, he must have made his move. Ah. Big brother, please don't misunderstand, there's really nothing between us. Third sister hurried to explain. At the same time, she felt uneasy inside, but she wanted to hide it, not wanting her big brother to notice. But how could a young girl's secret thoughts escape the notice of this soul who had lived through an entire lifetime? What? You don't like a Jen? Chen Xiangdong pressed further. I. Such a direct question was overwhelming for third sister, who was still mortifyingly shy about matters of romance. She was so flustered she didn't know how to respond, her words stumbling out shyly and haltingly. So you do like him? Why be shy? You haven't gotten over that incident with Potface back in the village, have you? Chen Xiangdong genuinely worried that third sister hadn't let go of the past. In this era, it was understandable to be unable to move on, given the pervasive feudal mindset. People took such matters very seriously, and it was easy to become the subject of gossip. Chen Xiangdong added, I've told you before, look forward. It's as if it never happened. You did nothing wrong. You need to let yourself off the hook, you can't keep dwelling on it. Big brother, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. What's past is past. I just don't think Aegon likes my type. How do you know? Looks like Aegon still doesn't know how to pursue girls. I just know. Silly girl, if you truly like someone, go for it. You have to take control of your own happiness. Because happiness won't just come to you, it's better to go out and fight for it yourself. But I'm a girl. So what if you're a girl? Worried you'll end up in a lowly position? Chen Xiangdong didn't even have to think to guess what his third sister was thinking. It wasn't just third sister, many people thought this way. Third sister, if you like him, be brave. Love needs to be mutual. Besides, if you like someone, just say it. What's there to be afraid of? Saying it won't put you at a disadvantage. When two people truly love each other, lasting forever, there's no such thing as a dominant or submissive position. If a power dynamic does emerge and you find yourself in the weaker position, then you can walk away. People have choices, it's not like they can't choose. If you've committed to being together, even if you part ways later, there'll be no regrets. The greatest regret is bottling it up inside, never speaking up, and missing your chance. That's the real heartbreak. Chen Xiangdong also tried to console her with some modern perspectives. He feared third sister wouldn't grasp her own happiness. In her previous life, she had died because of love. After marriage, her life was miserable. Her husband treated her badly, yet she dared not divorce him. In the end, she succumbed to depression. Such an outcome was profoundly tragic. I understand, brother. Third sister replied thoughtfully. Oh, I bought something for you. Here, take it. Chen Xiangdong handed the purchased item to third sister. Wow, pastries. Thanks, big brother. Third sister was delighted to receive them. Alright, you're working now. I won't disturb you. With that, Chen Xiangdong left the state-run restaurant. Sanmei was easily influenced by Chen Xiangdong's views because she believed her big brother was amazing. So much of what he said was spot on. After Chen Xiangdong left, Sanmei worked while pondering his words. The more she thought about it, the more sense it made. Why not be brave just this once? Sis Chen, could you cover my shift today? I have plans tonight and need to take leave. Fei Fei looked genuinely happy. I'll cover your shift tomorrow night. Fei Fei continued. Since third sister sometimes had to attend night school, she was always willing to cover her colleagues' shifts. When she needed them to cover hers, they'd return the favor. Alright, go ahead. Thanks a lot. Fei Fei took off her uniform and went to the restroom to freshen up, even applying makeup. She was going to meet Agan. If third sister knew that, she definitely wouldn't have covered for Fei Fei. Fei Fei had already found out that Agen hadn't been at the state-run restaurant these past few days because he was hospitalized with an illness. When a person is sick, they are vulnerable, and lonely men are no exception. Fei Fei wanted to take advantage of this vulnerability, so she deliberately took time off work to come to the hospital alone to care for Agen. In the hospital, Agen lay in bed receiving in-4 drip. He'd come in the night before last after a severe coughing fit, only to be told by the doctor he'd contracted pneumonia and needed hospitalization. He wouldn't have stayed if he could have avoided it. Lying in that hospital bed made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, he saw Fei Fei, the new waitress at the restaurant, walk into the ward. Director, are you feeling any better? I made some kanji for you. How did you know I was in the hospital? Arjun was still young, but he knew exactly what to make of women who threw themselves at him. He could tell this Fei Fei wasn't exactly a saint either. I heard about it, Director. You're my boss. Since you're sick, it's only right for an employee to come visit. Without Agen's permission, Fei Fei ladled the kanji into a small bowl. An employee's responsibility is to work diligently at the restaurant, not to play tricks or scheme. Arjun retorted bluntly. Fei Fei was furious inside. She'd come to see him out of kindness, and here he was, a sick man, giving her the cold shoulder. But Fei Fei wanted a better life from now on. She could endure this little bit of anger. She swallowed her pride, but she learned to be smarter. She put on a pitiful act. Chapter 121. Do you really believe that charlatan? Director, I. Fei Fei immediately gathered her emotions, tears welling up in her eyes. You're sick now, your body is weak. Bringing you porridge is just my way of showing concern. Seeing her like this, Arjun couldn't help but give in. Alright, just put the porridge on the table. I'll eat it later. Though he didn't drink it immediately, the porridge remained. Fei Fei felt secretly pleased. As long as he accepted her gifts, she knew she could eventually win his heart. It's fine. You can go back now. There's no need to stay here. The restaurant needs you more. Arjun continued. Director, I specifically took time off work. I'll stay at the hospital tonight to keep him company. You? Who are you taking care of? You, of course. Look at you, no family by your side, alone in the hospital. That won't do. When someone's sick and hospitalized, they absolutely need someone to be there. This startled Arjun. He already had someone special in his heart. If Fei Fei was really at the hospital with him and third sister found out, she would surely grow even more distant. No, I don't need you here. You're a girl, it's not right for you to stay at the hospital with me. Go home right away. Director, I'm really worried about you. Please let me stay. Before Fei Fei could finish, Arjun cut her off. You don't want this job anymore, do you? If you insist on staying to care for me, I'll have to fire you. Jobs aren't easy to come by. You finally have one, please cherish it. With that, Fei Fei could only storm off in anger. She was no plain Jane, yet this director showed no appreciation for her charm. Even when someone was practically handed to him on a silver platter, he wouldn't take a bite. Fei Fei returned to the dormitory, her bad mood written all over her face. She even threw her washbasin on the floor. By then, Sanmei had already gotten off work and was reading a book. The sound of the basin hitting the floor startled her. Fei Fei, what's wrong? You seemed fine when you got off work. Why are you in such a bad mood now? Sanmei asked. That damn director. I went to the hospital to check on him out of kindness, and he actually tried to fire me. In her fury, Fei Fei spoke without restraint, pouring out all the pent-up anger in her heart. And that's how she let slip about a Jen's hospitalization. What? Brother A Jen's in the hospital? Third sister exclaimed in surprise. I didn't say that. What hospitalization? Only then did Fei Fei realize she'd let the cat out of the bag. People tend to project their own flaws onto others. Someone with poor character will doubt the integrity of others. Someone who is unfaithful to others will also suspect others of being unfaithful to them. An unprincipled or unscrupulous person tends to misinterpret others' actions. Because that's the kind of person they are, they assume others are the same. Right now, Fei Fei was like that. She wanted to use her beauty to seduce Arjun when he was vulnerable. Likewise, she assumes other female employees at the restaurant harbor similar intentions. So she quickly backtracked on her earlier words. Sanmei didn't press Fei Fei further, she knew exactly what kind of person she was. Sanmei went straight to the hospital to inquire about Agen's condition herself. Sure enough, Arjun was genuinely hospitalized and he had pneumonia. Sanmei made her way straight to Arjun's hospital room. Brother Agen. Third sister, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I? You got so seriously ill without telling us. Who's taking care of you all alone here? I didn't want to trouble everyone, Agen said. Seeing how worried third sister was, he felt a little pleased inside. You only wanted to bother Fei Fei, didn't you? Was that porridge on the table brought by her? Third sister was brimming with jealousy. She was genuinely worried that Arjun had gotten close to that Fei Fei. Because she'd heard that when a man pursues a woman, it's like climbing a mountain, but when a woman pursues a man, it's like parting a veil. Now, third sister's mind was filled with her eldest brother's words. She felt as if some force was driving her forward. Third sister, don't say another word. Third sister snapped. It was the first time Agen had ever seen third sister like this, and he dared not speak. Now listen to me, brother Agen. Do you want a wife? I want to date you. Do you dare to date me? If you won't, then we're done being friends. Third sister steeled herself and blurted out everything on her mind in one breath. After hearing this, Agen was so overjoyed he nearly embraced Sanmei, but with an 4 drip attached, it was simply inconvenient. Sanmei, you're not joking with me? Who's joking with you? Do you want to date? If not, I'm leaving. Of course we'll date. Alright, then let's properly date. After getting that off her chest, third sister finally felt at ease. And to her surprise, Agen actually had feelings for her too. If she hadn't listened to her older brother, the misunderstanding between them would only have deepened. Arjun was hospitalized alone, and third sister felt so sorry for him that she stayed overnight to keep him company. In a house near the black market. Brother Yang, I heard that the batch we sent over some insider at the steel mill sabotaged our shipment. Zhenbao reported what he'd uncovered to Yang Chang. What's the situation over there now? Yang Chang asked. The guy got busted by the police. He's facing jail time. Director Chen got a disciplinary record, but it won't affect his purchasing authority. That's good. If they hadn't discovered their own people sabotaging the shipment, it would have implicated this shipment. But even if that had happened, we were prepared in advance. The impact on us isn't significant either. That Chen Xiangdong is really something. He even predicted this shipment would run into trouble. When the incident actually happened, Yang Chang grew even more convinced of Chen Xiangdong's abilities. I always knew he was no ordinary man. Who else could come up with that much money? He spends money without batting an eye. Zhenbao chimed in. This guy really is something else. We need to treat him with respect from now on, got it? Got it, brother Yang. But with someone this capable, we still need to check out his background. Keep an eye on him for now. If he's clean, we can continue working with him. Brother Yang was someone who valued his own reputation. Though he dabbles in speculation, he has his principles. Anyone he partners with must pose no threat to him. Got it, brother Yang. Once you've verified the details, report back to me immediately. Yang Chang currently had another thorny issue on his hands, and he considered asking Chen Xiangdong to help him figure it out. But they'd only just met, and he worried Chen might be unreliable. So he decided to have Zhenbao investigate first. After Zhenbao left, a woman in her 30s walked in. She knew exactly what Yang Chang was thinking. Brother Yang, you actually believe that charlatan? Rather than believing in fortune-telling, you'd be better off seeking help from someone influential. Chapter 122, Reallocating Private Farmland. Upon returning to the village, Chen Xiangdong heard the village broadcast. Attention, villagers! Attention! The village is redistributing private plots. Reallocating private plots? Chen Xiangdong guessed this must be Zhao Mansong's doing, since their family's previous plot had been in a less than ideal location. Someone like him would certainly exploit his position to secure advantages for his own household. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to become a village official. Chen Xiangdong thought it over. Redistribution was actually a good thing. He had already set his sights on that idle plot on the hillside behind the village. It belonged to the collective, and he couldn't just take it for himself. Now that the land was being redistributed, he could ask the team for that hillside plot. Everyone gathered at the threshing yard for a meeting after hearing the broadcast. Chen Xiangdong didn't go home but headed straight to the meeting at the threshing yard. Xiangdong, you're back just in time. We'll be redistributing the private plots shortly. The team leader saw Chen Xiangdong approaching and walked up to him. The village party secretary was speaking on stage. I heard the announcement at the village entrance, so I came straight here. Was this Secretary Zhao's idea? Chen Xiangdong asked. Yes, it was Secretary Zhao's idea. Just as I thought. Chen Xiangdong's hunch was spot on. He's the village party secretary now. We other officials can't interfere with the decisions he makes. The team leader whispered. After that, the two didn't mention the topic again. Chen Xiangdong stood there, overhearing some villagers murmuring complaints. Hey, why are they suddenly redistributing the private plots? This time, the one they give me won't be mine for sure. Everyone sees how fertile my plot is and wants to snatch it away. Mine isn't the most fertile, but its location is pretty good. I'm just thinking about this plot, I don't want it redistributed. I've put so much fertilizer into the land I've been farming. The soil quality is gradually improving, and I really don't want it to end up in someone else's hands, letting them reap the benefits. Secretary Zhao's family's plot never produces good vegetables. He's definitely hoping for a redistribution so he can grab a better one for himself. That's because they don't know how to farm. They skimp on fertilizer, so their crops fail, and then they want someone else's. Shoo! Stop talking. If word gets out about this, you'll be in big trouble. A sharp-looking woman cut in, and the others stopped complaining. To ensure fairness and impartiality, we'll allocate the land by lottery this time. Team leader Liang, you take a few people to measure the plots, and I'll handle the drawing. After Zhao Mansong finished speaking on stage, he assigned tasks to team leader Liang. Since he had proposed this redistribution of private plots, many villagers would inevitably suspect him of using his position to secure the best plot for himself. While that was indeed his intention, he couldn't let others perceive it that way. Thus, he devised this lottery system. To demonstrate his impartiality yet still secure the most fertile and desirable plot, he had to oversee the lottery himself. Understood. Captain Liang gathered a dozen men and prepared measuring ropes, though they would draw lots first before surveying the plots. Let's draw lots now. Zhao Mansong produced a box with a hole cut into it, containing neatly folded slips of paper. Whoever drew a slip would claim that particular plot of land. The villagers lined up to draw one by one. When it was Chen Xiangdong's turn, he shook his head and said, Secretary Zhao, I won't draw. Isn't there a piece of abandoned land on the back hillside? Could I have that plot as my private plot? As Chen Xiangdong spoke, the villagers looked at him in astonishment. All usable land in the village had already been utilized, some for building houses, others for farming. There was indeed an empty plot on the hillside, but it lay at the foot of the mountain, strewn with rocks and poor soil utterly unsuitable for cultivation. That's why it remained unused. Xiangdong, that land is completely unsuitable for cultivation. Besides, the weather has been terrible these past few years, with constant natural disasters. There's no chance anything would grow there. Besides, that place is haunted. What on earth do you need that land for? Team leader Liang quickly interjected. He was worried that Chen Xiangdong would suffer a major loss if he took that plot. Captain, I've made up my mind. There's no need to dissuade me. Chen Xiangdong declared. The captain hadn't managed to dissuade him, but he was puzzled nonetheless. Chen Xiangdong was usually such a smart guy, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the drawbacks of that plot of land. He truly couldn't fathom what Chen Xiangdong was thinking now. But then again, if Chen Xiangdong chose that plot, he must have his own reasons. The captain pressed, if you can't farm it, what's the point? Build a house. Chen Xiangdong replied. This statement left the villagers even more stunned than before. Trying to farm it was one thing, maybe something would grow. But building a house? That was truly spine-chilling. Legend had it that the place was haunted. The village elders said that long ago, a woman in the village gave birth to a baby boy, but the child was born without eyeballs. Though a boy, how could anyone raise a child without eyes? So she abandoned the child on the hillside behind the village, where the baby starved to death. The child was abandoned, and after his death, the place became cold and gloomy. It's said that on rainy days, some still hear the sound of a child crying from that direction. Thus, the villagers say the abandoned child harbors deep resentment, lingering there, refusing to leave. Because of this, even in broad daylight, few people venture there. And now Chen Xiangdong wants to build a house in this haunted place? Xiangdong, did I hear you right? That spot is even less suitable for building, it's an unlucky place, Uncle Li said. Uncle Li didn't want Chen Xiangdong to invite that kind of bad luck upon himself. There's nothing unlucky about it. As long as you have nothing to hide in your heart, what ghosts could possibly exist? Chen Xiangdong said it with a casual air. He knew the village rumors, but they were just that, rumors. The rumor originated from a lame old man in the village. Truth be told, in his previous life, he had believed the rumor too. Later, he learned it was because there were gems buried beneath that plot of land. And that rumor? It was just nonsense spread by the old man. There was never any truth to it. He learned the truth after saving the old man's life in his previous life. At the time, the area was rich with wild vegetables and some valuable medicinal herbs. The old man didn't want the villagers competing with him, so he made up that story. And the tale of hearing children's cries on rainy days from the hillside? That was his fabrication too. So it was all his doing, playing tricks and conjuring up ghosts. Later, treasure hunters discovered gems buried beneath the site. Eventually, they began mining the site. The jewelry company paid the villagers a pittance to settle the matter. The valuable gems were taken by the jewelers. Chapter 123, Our Family's Resilience. Chen Xiangdong, reborn, had initially thought of mining something himself. But in this era, the land and mountains belonged to the village collective, and he couldn't dig privately. Moreover, even if he did uncover a gem, it would be confiscated. Therefore, to obtain this gemstone, he would have to wait until the reform and opening up era. If he built a house there now, that land would eventually belong to him. Once it was no longer collectively owned, he could mine it himself. This piece of land, now shunned by everyone, was actually a coveted prize. Chen Xiangdong, are you absolutely sure about this? I'm warning you up front, that place is cursed. Are you still going to build there? No regrets, asked Jiamont Song. Regret what? I'm tough. My whole family is tough. We can handle it, Chen Xiangdong quipped. Fine. Since you want that land as your private plot, you can have it. It was land nobody wanted, so Chen Xiangdong taking it wouldn't affect anyone. Moreover, he offered up his previously allocated plot for redistribution. Why wouldn't everyone be happy about that? No sooner had this been settled than Li Erlongzi's wife rushed over to Chen Xiangdong's house to find Lin Yueshio. Carrying her child on her back, she entered the Chen family courtyard. Yueshio. Yueshio. Home? What is it, sister-in-law Li? Lin Yueshio was knitting a sweater. Hearing her call, she got up and stepped out the door. Hurry and go talk some sense into Xiangdong. What's wrong with him? Xiangdong actually wants to trade that plot on the back hillside for a private allotment and build a house there. That place isn't fit for human habitation. Auntie Li said anxiously. What? Isn't that place contaminated? How can they build a house there? Lin Yueshio was also puzzled by Chen Xiangdong's actions. She hurriedly followed Sister Li to the drying yard. Upon reaching the drying yard, Lin Yueshio pushed through the crowd and approached Chen Xiangdong. Xiangdong, I heard you traded your allocated private plot for land on the back hillside? Lin Yueshio tugged his arm as she asked. Yes. The plot we got is only a few mu. It's better to trade it for the land on the hillside. The hillside is much larger and more valuable. Just let your husband decide, my dear. Chen Xiangdong glanced at Lin Yueshio. Seeing the look in Chen Xiangdong's eyes, Lin Yueshio had intended to persuade him, but now she no longer felt inclined to do so. Because Chen Xiangdong had said to let him decide for himself. Lin Yueshio deeply respected Chen Xiangdong's choice, just as he respected hers. Though she still harbored reservations about that plot of land. Alright then, it's up to you, Lin Yueshio's tone softened. The villagers didn't object either, since it was something useless to them anyway. After the lottery, everyone moved to the private plots. Chen Xiangdong had exchanged his plot for land on the back hillside, so he didn't need to follow them over. So he took Lin Yueshio back home. Chen Xiangdong knew Lin Yueshio must be puzzled and uncomfortable inside. So as soon as they got home, he said to her, honey, building a house there is a sure win. You needn't fear any evil spirits there. Those are all lies. The story about a baby dying there never happened. And there's no such thing as hearing a baby's cry on rainy days. It's all made up by that lame old man. He used to spread those stories just to keep others from competing with him for the wild vegetables there. Is that really true? Lin Yueshio asked doubtfully. Yes, none of it is true. I'd stake my head on it. Hearing this, Lin Yueshio quickly covered Chen Xiangdong's mouth with her hand. Don't say such nonsense. I believe you, I believe you. You mustn't stake your head on it. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Alright, you have to believe me. And even though it's near the mountain foot, it's not far from our village, just 600 or 700 meters away. Plus, the land there is spacious enough to build a big house with a large courtyard. We could even grow vegetables in the yard. The soil there isn't great, but I'm confident I can improve it. Chen Xiangdong planned to build a 2-story house of about 100 square meters, with the area where the gems were buried fenced off as a courtyard. That way, future mining wouldn't affect the house. He could even dig secretly in the middle of the night after the house was built. It would all be quite safe. As Chen Xiangdong spoke, the old woman entered the house with Xin Qingnianing and Xiaolu. They had just returned from their stroll outside. They had overheard Chen Xiangdong's entire conversation. "Daddy, are we moving to the back hillside?" asked Xingxinyan. "Yes. In a little while, Daddy will build a new house over there, and we'll move to live there." Chen Xiangdong crouched down and pinched Xingxinyan's little cheek. With better meals lately and extra nutritional supplements, Xinxin's cheeks had filled out, making her face round and plump. It wasn't just Xinxin and Xiaolu had also gained weight. Seeing his daughters and younger sister, whom he had helped grow plump, Chen Xiangdong felt a deep, contented happiness. "But there are ghosts there, Daddy," Nian suddenly said. "Do you know what ghosts look like, Nian?" Chen Xiangdong turned and ruffled Nian's little head. "Ghosts are scary. They have long tongues and no eyeballs." Nian snuggled into Chen Xiangdong's embrace as she described. "Have you seen one, Nian?" Nian shook her head. "No, I haven't. I heard it from the grandmas at the village entrance. They said ghosts eat children, 1 bite per child. They say little kids like Nian, so tender and soft, are exactly the kind ghosts love to eat." "Silly girl, how could ghosts possibly eat people? Every ghost is someone else longs for day and night but can never see." "Nian, don't be afraid. There are no ghosts on the hillside behind the village either." After calming Nian, Chen Xiangdong turned to ask Xinxing and Xiaolu. "Do you fear ghosts, Xinxing?" "Ghosts? What are they?" Xinxing isn't scared at all. "I'm the toughest girl in the village." Xinxin was quite brave, even pumping her fist as she spoke. Then she added, "We'll get to live in a new house over there. This old house is too run down. When the wind blows hard, it whistles right through the walls. It's so cold, so cold." Xinxin wasn't afraid of ghosts, she just dreaded living in a dilapidated house. "What about Xiaolu? Are you scared?" Chen Xiangdong turned to look at Xiaolu. "Little Lu isn't scared either. As long as Big Brother is there, little Lu doesn't care where she lives." Xiaolu saw her big brother as her pillar of strength. Wherever he went, she would follow. "Good. Little Lu is a brave girl too. I'm just an old bag of bones. I'll be a ghost soon enough, and I'm not afraid either." Before Chen Xiangdong could ask the old lady, she spoke up herself. At her age, she no longer feared such things. Chen Xiangdong chuckled and teased, "I know you're not afraid, Grandma. When you become a ghost, you'll be a cute one." Chapter 124, Catching Smallpox? Since the whole family wasn't afraid to move there, Chen Xiangdong naturally had no reservations either. "Dad, will they build really wide houses over there?" Xinxin asked. "Yes, the land is spacious there. We can build big houses, 2-story ones. You'll each have your own room and your own heated brick bed to sleep in." Xinxin's face lit up with anticipation. "A building? A 2-story one? Living in a building must be so comfortable." Chen Xiangdong had taken her to the city for a meal before, and she had seen buildings there. Even though the city buildings were low-rise and few in number, for a rural child who had never been outside her village, such buildings still seemed magnificent and novel. Xinxin had longed to see a building, while Xiaolu had never been to the city. The best house he'd ever seen was the mud-walled office across the street. "Are we going to live in a high-rise building?" Xiaolu was also full of anticipation, though his excitement differed from Xinxin's. He was more eager to see what the house would look like. "Yes, but it'll be quite a while before that happens," Chen Xiangdong replied. Besides the villagers having their own plots, the 4 educated youths who came to the commune were also given their own plots. Li Pingsheng got lucky and drew a plot with relatively fertile soil, while Li Zhigao wasn't so fortunate, he drew the worst piece of land. His plot lay right beside the riverbank, in a low-lying area. Truth be told, the soil there was actually quite good and easy to cultivate. However, during the summer rainy season, it would often flood, which made things quite troublesome. Seeing Li Pingsheng get a good plot, He Zhigao naturally felt bitter inside. His resentment toward Li Pingsheng grew considerably. After the plots were divided, Li Pingsheng felt unwell and went home to rest. That evening, Li Pingsheng developed a fever, with red, swollen rashes and small blisters appearing on his face. He didn't even get up to eat dinner. "Li Pingsheng, are you running a fever?" Fang Tianlin, who lived with him, noticed his absence and asked with concern. "I'm fine, just feeling very cold." Li Pingsheng had been lying on his side with his back to Fang Tianlin. He hadn't seen Li Pingsheng's condition. But when Li Pingsheng turned to respond, Fang Tianlin suddenly saw his face. "Good heavens, Li Pingsheng, what on earth happened to you? Your face is red and swollen, and you've got blisters." Fang Tianlin exclaimed in alarm. He Zhigao, standing by the doorway, heard the commotion and hurried inside to investigate. He Zhigao was also startled by Li Pingsheng's appearance. He had seen this condition before. Li Pingsheng's face now bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandfather's during the same illness years ago. Both were feverish, and He Zhigao recalled the doctor's diagnosis back then. Grandpa had contracted big head plague. Could Li Pingsheng have contracted the legendary smallpox? Fang Tianlin couldn't help but sigh. He had never seen smallpox himself, but the descriptions he'd heard matched Li Pingxing's current condition perfectly. He Jigao heard Fang Tianlin's question and couldn't help but grit his teeth as he spat out a few words. It's smallpox. Then he added, I've seen smallpox. Li Pingxing had it. We need to get out of here fast. Staying here will get us infected. Ah! Smallpox. Startled, Fang Tianlin bolted out of the room, followed by He Jigao. Smallpox struck fear into everyone. It was contagious, difficult to treat, and often fatal if left untreated. Fang Tianlin immediately rushed over to Li Xiaoting and said, Xiaoting, don't go to our room. Li Pingxing has smallpox. How could that be? He seemed perfectly fine just today. I have to go see him. Hearing this, Li Xiaoting looked deeply concerned. Despite knowing Li Pingxing had smallpox, she was determined to go inside and check on him. He Jigao quickly stopped her. It's smallpox. Not just any ordinary illness. It's contagious. No matter what, he wouldn't let Li Xiaoting go in. Why should he get Li Xiaoting's concern? Li Pingxing has a high fever now. It's dangerous, Li Xiaoting insisted. But if you catch it, you could die, He Jigao insisted, pulling her back forcefully. Li Xiaoting was blocked at the doorway. Tianlin, go report to the village secretary. Tell him Li Pingxing has contracted smallpox and warn the villagers to be cautious. He Jigao ordered. Got it. Catching smallpox was no trivial matter. Fang Tianlin hurried over to find Zhao Manchang. Panting heavily, Fang Tianlin knocked on Zhao Manchang's door. Secretary Zhao, Secretary Zhao. What's the rush? Li Pingxing has contracted smallpox. How could he catch smallpox? It's a plague. This is serious. Zhao Manchang was terrified himself upon hearing the word smallpox. Secretary Zhao, what should we do? We used to live with Li Pingxing. Where are we supposed to stay now? You and He Jigao can stay in the brigade office for now. All right. After that, Zhao Manchang went to find the village doctor and accompanied him to check on Li Pingxing. Of course, he only stood at the doorway, too afraid to go inside. News of Li Pingxing contracting smallpox spread quickly, and the villagers were terrified upon hearing it. That educated youth Li Pingxing has smallpox. It's so contagious. Terrifying. He was working right beside me this morning. Suddenly I feel so cold. I hope I haven't caught it. Don't speak such words carelessly. If you get smallpox, you'll be driven out. The villagers became trembling with fear, all dreading Li Pingxing. The village doctor went in to examine Li Pingxing. Seeing how severe his condition was, he didn't dare stay inside long. After coming out, he shook his head at Zhao Manchang. The way he looks, there's no hope for him. Is it really smallpox? Zhao Manchang asked. The village doctor was a barefoot practitioner and his skills were limited. He couldn't definitively confirm whether it was smallpox or some other illness. The symptoms looked very much like smallpox, yet they didn't quite match the classic signs, so he couldn't be certain. It looks like smallpox, but I can't say for sure it is, he explained. Though the village doctor said this, the villagers had already convinced themselves it was smallpox. Secretary Zhao, smallpox is a deadly plague. Now Li Pingxing has it. If he stays in our village, we'll all be doomed. One villager said. In truth, his thoughts echoed those of the entire village. And this was precisely what He Jigao wanted to see. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Fang Tianlin to find Zhao Manchang, nor would he have claimed Li Pingxing had smallpox. He knew full well it wasn't smallpox. After that villager spoke, the others chimed in agreement. That's right, Secretary Zhao. For the village's sake, we must drive Li Pingxing out. He can't stay here any longer. We can't let him infect us all. Smallpox kills people. Drive Li Pingxing out. We absolutely must drive Li Pingxing out. Chapter 125, Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. The villagers unanimously wanted to expel Li Pingxing. Given his current condition, being driven out of the village would leave him with nowhere to go. His physical condition meant he would simply freeze to death out there. In plain terms, expelling him meant leaving him to fend for himself. The village doctor said it only looks like smallpox. He can't even confirm it's smallpox. What if Li Pingxing doesn't have smallpox? Driving him out is like pushing him toward certain death. Li Xiaoting spoke up for Li Pingxing at this moment. This made He Jigao deeply uncomfortable. Xiaoting, stay out of this. If Li Pingxing really has smallpox, it could cost the entire village their lives. Can you bear that responsibility? He Jigao's words silenced Li Xiaoting. The villagers were now all discussing the matter. Chen Xiangdong was too exhausted today and went to sleep after dinner. He remained completely unaware of the unfolding events. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong woke up to hear the old woman telling Xingxinianian, don't go wandering around outside today. Stay home. There's a plague going around now. Chen Xiangdong asked curiously, Grandma, a plague in the village? Yes, you went to bed early last night and didn't know. Last night they found out Li Pingxing caught smallpox, and the whole village is buzzing about it. The village doctor went to see him, but I heard there's no cure. The villagers want to drive him out. Ah, such a fine young man, what a cruel twist of fate. Xiangdong, don't go meddling in this. It's a plague, don't touch him. Smallpox, really? Chen Xiangdong remained skeptical. Although the smallpox virus hadn't been eradicated yet, it wasn't as prevalent as it used to be. Moreover, in 1961, nationwide smallpox vaccinations had eradicated the disease domestically. Now it was 1960, and smallpox outbreaks were rare. How could Li Pingsheng have contracted smallpox so conveniently? Could it be a misdiagnosis? Grandma, you watch the little ones. I'm going out for a bit. Are you going to Li Pingsheng's place? You mustn't go there. Everyone says you shouldn't meddle in his affairs. Grandma, I know what I'm doing. Chen Xiangdong had already walked out at a brisk pace. In this bitter cold, sending a gravely ill man out into the elements, how could he possibly survive? Li Pingsheng was still so young. If it wasn't smallpox, but he was being treated as if it were, that would be such a waste. On the way, he ran into Zhang Fuchuan, who grabbed him by the arm. Xiangdong, don't go over there. You'll catch it. Zhang Fuchuan guessed Chen Xiangdong was heading to see Li Pingsheng. Zhang Fuchuan, let go of me. No way. I won't let you go. I can't just watch you walk into your own death. If you die, who's gonna help me find a wife? Zhang Fuchuan grabbed Chen Xiangdong. That mouth of yours is asking for a beating. You think I'll die just for going over there? You're cursing me. Seeing Zhang Fuchuan acting like a complete jerk, Chen Xiangdong didn't hold back either. No, Xiangdong, that's not what I meant at all. I just don't want you to catch smallpox too. Smallpox? What is that thing? Everyone fears it like they'd fear a ghost. Now everyone in the village is avoiding anyone who came into contact with Li Pingsheng last night. You, of all people, had to go and meddle in other people's business. Secretary Zhao already said they'll carry him into the mountains and leave him there soon. Carrying him into the mountains? That's just letting Li Pingsheng die. Anyway, the village doctor said he's so sick there's no saving him. It's just a matter of when he dies. They haven't even confirmed if he really has smallpox. Taking him up the mountain without confirmation is murder. Let go. Chen Xiangdong gave Zhang Fuchuan a sharp shove, sending him reeling back, then quickened his pace toward Li Pingsheng's house. Zhang Fuchuan jogged after him. Several villagers stood at Li Pingsheng's doorstep, bundled up tightly in protective gear, masks and gloves, clearly preparing to carry him away. What are you doing? Chen Xiangdong approached. Xiangdong, you're not wearing a mask. Stay away from here, there's an infectious disease. One of them said. Xiangdong, hurry back home. Li Pingsheng has smallpox. We're taking him up the mountain. Don't linger here. Zhao Manchang waved him off. Seeing Chen Xiangdong meddle in others' affairs, Zhao Manchang found him irritating. With an epidemic now in the village, as the party secretary, he had to prioritize the villagers' safety and handle the situation immediately. Was even this simple task being disrupted by Chen Xiangdong? Secretary Zhao, I heard the village doctor isn't even certain it's smallpox, just a suspected case. And now you're carrying him up the mountain to be left to die? Chen Xiangdong asked. If it really is smallpox, that's a plague. It could kill the entire village. Haven't you heard the saying? Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. If we let Li Pingsheng stay in the village now, it would be like leaving a plague in our midst. The villagers are already in a panic. Carrying Li Pingsheng up the mountain is the best choice. Chen Xiangdong, you should stay out of this. If you interfere further, you'll become the village's scapegoat, Zhao Manchang said impatiently. But Chen Xiangdong paid no heed to Zhao Manchang's words. Instead, he rushed straight in to check on Li Pingsheng's condition. Seeing this, He Zhigao's heart sank. He truly feared the villagers might not carry Li Pingsheng up the mountain after all. Xiangdong. Xiangdong. Come out now. No one could stop Chen Xiangdong once he entered. Brother Dong, is that you? Li Pingsheng lay on the bed, his consciousness hazy. Seeing him like this, forget about carrying him up the mountain. If no one tended to him, he'd waste away and die alone in this room. It's me. Brother Dong, you should still go out. They all say I have smallpox and it's contagious. My time is up. You should leave quickly, or you'll catch it too. Li Pingsheng spoke weakly. Don't talk. Drink the water first. Already sick, if he didn't drink water or eat, his body would grow even weaker. When Chen Xiangdong touched him, he felt the man's entire body was burning hot. He had a high fever, blisters on his forehead, and red, swollen areas. It resembled smallpox, but now one side of his parotid gland just below his earlobe was swollen without any pus. His face was swollen like a toad's, which set it apart from smallpox. Chen Xiangdong had seen this illness before in the military. It wasn't smallpox, but rather big head plague. Carrying Li Pingsheng up the mountain would truly be a waste of a young life. Li Pingsheng, don't panic. I'm telling you, this isn't smallpox, it's big head plague. You must stay strong and finish this bowl of hot water. Brother Dong, is it really like you say? Then I won't have to go up the mountain. Truthfully, I don't want smallpox, nor do I want to infect the villagers. If I really had smallpox, taking me up the mountain would be best for everyone. I wouldn't blame them. Chapter 126, Can he be cured? Don't think so badly of it. This is just a severe fever. I won't let them carry you up the mountain. Going up there in your condition would be suicide. Chen Xiangdong dipped the towel in warm water, wrung it out, and wiped the sweat from Li Pingxing's face. Chen Xiangdong, don't interfere with our work. Zhao Manchang entered with several others. By now, word had spread that Chen Xiangdong was protecting Li Pingxing, drawing a crowd of villagers outside to watch the commotion. How could Chen Xiangdong be so foolish this time? That's smallpox, not some ordinary illness. Does he want to bring disaster upon our entire village? If he keeps blocking us and we get infected, who are we supposed to hold accountable? Him? Can he even handle that responsibility? Chen Xiangdong has done a lot for the village, but that doesn't mean he gets to decide everything. He doesn't care about our feelings at all. We don't want his kind of benefits anyway. Some villagers who resented Chen Xiangdong seized the moment to voice their discontent. But faced with the pandemic, most people shared this sentiment. Some voiced it openly, while others kept it quietly to themselves. It hasn't been confirmed that Li Pingxing actually has smallpox, Li Xiaoting interjected in his defense. How could it not be smallpox? Smallpox looks exactly like that. Young lady, you're too young to have seen smallpox. Keeping Li Pingxing alive would bring disaster upon our entire village. We don't want this either, but when faced with life itself, do we really have a choice? Exactly. We can't sacrifice the entire village for him. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Li Pingxing has a severe case of meningitis, not smallpox. Hearing this, the villagers remained skeptical. Smallpox looks exactly like that. Xiangdong, don't let your sympathy for him make you think it's not smallpox. Exactly, Xiangdong. Please, for the sake of everyone in our village, don't stand in our way. Seeing everyone's agitated state. Have any of you seen Li Pingxing now? He asked. I see you're all just standing outside. Not a single one of you dared to go inside and look, did you? How can you be so sure it's smallpox without even seeing Li Pingxing? Everyone's saying it, and the village doctor confirmed that Li Pingxing has a fever and blisters on his face. What else could it be but smallpox? I've seen smallpox before, and that's exactly what it looks like, said an old man in his 60s. Listen, old man, you didn't see it yourself, you're just repeating what you heard. Even the village doctor hasn't confirmed it's smallpox. You think your age gives you the right to diagnose someone with smallpox? If Xiangdong says it's bulbar plague, then it's bulbar plague. I trust Xiangdong. Zhang Fuchuan immediately retorted. Though he'd once lived a reckless life, everything changed after Chen Xiangdong gave him a chance and encouraged him to rebuild his life. He'd always admitted he was a jerk. But he believed those who had sent Li Pingxing into the mountains without even trying to figure out what was wrong with him were even bigger jerks than he was. In any case, he was now on Chen Xiangdong's side. Zhang Fuchuan, look at you. You don't know. You're just trying to cozy up to Chen Xiangdong. To curry favor with him, you'll believe anything he says. The old man sneered contemptuously. You old fart, say another word and see if I don't beat you. Zhang Fuchuan had a temper too. Zhang Fuchuan, stop messing with him. I'll cure Li Pingxing and prove he doesn't have smallpox. Chen Xiangdong interjected. The village doctor said Li Pingxing's illness is severe and incurable. Xiangdong, do you still think you can cure him? Xiangdong, don't think that just because you once cured the ox at the brigade headquarters, you can cure Li Pingxing. Cattle are cattle, people are people, they're not the same. Exactly. How can cattle be the same as humans? Would a veterinarian treat people? Don't be reckless. What if you can't cure him and end up infected yourself? If you get sick, that's one thing, you'll just die and be done with it. But what if you infect your own wife and children? Then your family line would be cut off. When Chen Xiangdong claimed he could cure Li Pingxing, the villagers gathered around couldn't believe him. Even those trained in medicine couldn't save him. How could someone who'd only treated a cow once? Whether he can cure him or not is one thing, but if he stays in the village after contracting smallpox, that would be a disservice to the villagers. Though it hasn't been confirmed if he has smallpox, it looks very much like it. What if it is smallpox? What then? One villager spoke up. Alright, since everyone's uneasy, I'll take Li Pingxing to Wuliting, 2 kilometers from here. There's an abandoned shack there with no one living in it, just a big yellow dog with a broken leg. There aren't many houses nearby, so it won't affect anyone. Once Li Pingxing recovers, he can return to the village. What do you think? Chen Xiangdong proposed. Sending Li Pingxing there would indeed minimize the impact on the village. Moreover, Li Pingxing hadn't been definitively diagnosed with smallpox. The villagers had little to say against Chen Xiangdong's proposal. Fine, then take him away. Zhao Manchang said dismissively. Soon after, Li Pingxing was taken to a dilapidated hut in Wuliting. Before long, Ling Yuexiu arrived carrying a quilt. Xiangdong, Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong stepped out to see his wife carrying a quilt. Wife, why are you here? I came to bring Li Pingxing a quilt. This place is so dilapidated, it can't block the wind at all, and we can't heat the bed. With just that one quilt, he can't possibly withstand the cold, especially now that he's sick. My wife always thinks of everything. Aren't you afraid of catching it? If you're not afraid, why should I be? I trust my husband. If he says it's big head fever, then it's big head fever. With that, Lin Yueshio carried the quilt inside. Li Pingsheng, add another quilt, it'll help keep him warmer. Lin Yueshio spread the quilt over him. Sis, thank you. Your family has been so kind. I'll never forget this kindness, Li Pingsheng replied gratefully. Enough talk. If it makes you uncomfortable, don't say anything. Rest is what you need most now. I trust your husband will cure you. Lin Yueshio didn't share the villagers' doubts. Back then, when the cattle at the brigade headquarters were near death, Chen Xiangdong managed to save them. This time, he would surely cure Li Pingsheng too. Oh, dear, tend the fire to keep Li Pingsheng warm. Go fetch some coal from home. I'll head to the town pharmacy to get some medicine. In his past life, when Chen Xiangdong was in the army, a comrade had contracted meningitis. With no doctor available, they cured him using their own folk remedy. Later, when other comrades fell ill with the same disease, they used the same formula and were all cured. That's why Chen Xiangdong needed to go to the pharmacy now. Chapter 127, Treating the Epidemic. Alright. Lin Yueshio turned to fetch firewood and coal. Back home, after filling a sack with coal, Xinxin followed her and asked, Mommy, are you going with Daddy to save that brother? Mommy's gathering firewood to warm the brother. I want to go with you to save the brother too. Xinxin tugged at her clothes. No, you must stay home. You're a child, your resistance isn't as strong as ours, and you're more likely to catch the disease. Lin Yueshio refused to let her come along. Big head plague was also a contagious disease, though not as terrifying as smallpox. Children have weaker immune systems and are easily infected. Listen to your mother and stay home. If you get sick, you'll need a shot in the butt. Xinxin was usually brave, but the mere mention of a shot scared her. Truth be told, few children aren't afraid of but shots. Alright, I'll listen to Mom and stay home. Mom, you have to protect yourself too and not get sick. Otherwise, Xinxin will feel so heartbroken. Mei-chem, Mom understands. It's cold outside, hurry inside and stay warm. After saying this, Lin Yueshio loaded the coal and a bundle of firewood onto the sled and pulled it away. Xinxin obediently went inside and curled up by the stove. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangdong quickly arrived in town. He followed the prescription in his head to gather the herbs, then hurried back immediately after obtaining them. It had only been a little over an hour when Chen Xiangdong returned. Upon his return, the stove inside was already stoked, making the room much warmer than before. My dear, you've worked hard. It's nothing. You're the one who had to run to town, that's harder work than mine. Oh, I've already cooked the porridge. I'll take care of whatever needs doing next. Lin Yueshio stepped forward to greet him. Boil the herbal medicine. Li Pingsheng has been drinking the formula I prepared these past few days. He should recover soon. Chen Xiangdong placed the herbs into a bowl, rinsed them, and soaked them for half an hour. Soaking the herbs for half an hour before boiling allows them to absorb water, soften, and expand their cells, making it easier for the active ingredients to dissolve into the water. Is this medicine really that effective? Lin Yueshio examined the unfamiliar herbs. Of course. I've seen others recover from big head plague using precisely these herbs. Treatment for large head plague focuses on clearing heat and detoxifying, combined with dispersing nodules and reducing swelling. Chen Xiangdong had purchased both sets of formulas. Well, that puts my mind at ease. If it doesn't work, I was worried the villagers might come after you. Lin Yueshio's expression was heavy with worry as she spoke. Don't worry. They won't be able to cause me trouble. Wife, you should go home first. One person here is enough. Your resistance isn't as strong as mine. It wouldn't be good if you got infected. Although they were both wearing protective gear now, Chen Xiangdong genuinely feared Lin Yueshio's fragile constitution might make her more susceptible to infection. I want to stay a little longer, see if there's anything else I can help with. I can handle the rest myself. Listen to me, honey. Alright then. Take care of yourself when I'm gone. I knew my wife would worry about me. If Li Pingsheng weren't lying beside them right now, he'd kiss Lin Yueshio's cheeks a few times. Lin Yueshio pulled the sled home, while Chen Xiangdong began preparing the herbal decoction. The villagers were all discussing the incident now. The second son's wife and several other women huddled together in her courtyard, warming themselves by the fire, chatting about it too. Can your eldest brother really cure people? It's so serious, and he still meddles in other people's business. I don't know what he's thinking. I just hope he doesn't end up getting himself into trouble. My eldest brother, though, seems a bit ungrateful. He's trying to screw over the whole village, the second son's wife remarked casually. She might be sucking up to Chen Xiangdong now, but when it came to gossiping about him, she had plenty of nasty things to say. He puts on one face in public but acts differently behind the scenes. Heard he went to town to buy medicine. Wonder if it'll work for Li Pingsheng. For now, it's best to keep your distance from Yueshio and the others. After all, Chen Xiangdong has spent the most time with Li Pingsheng lately. And he must be seeing his family too. The risk of infection is still pretty high. Yeah, we should keep our distance for now. If we catch it, we're done for. Our family can't afford treatment. Getting infected would mean waiting to die. My daughter always plays with Xingxinian. I'm worried she'll go hang out with them again. Nong Jinhua sat there, finding it harder and harder to listen. Though she too had sought favors from Chen Xiangdong, feigning warmth toward him all along. But now, faced with this situation, even those sitting here were avoiding him and his family. What are you talking about? Chen Xiangdong got us meat to eat. Now we're about to have greens again, and biogas will be delivered soon. Have you all forgotten? Now you're scheming to avoid his family. Lin Yueshio hasn't caught the disease either, yet you're all running around avoiding him. Why not avoid He Jigo and Feng Tianlin instead? Those two are even living with Li Pingsheng. By all accounts, they should be quarantined too. Nong Jinhua retorted irritably. Aunt Jinhua, you talk so easily. If you were infected, you wouldn't be saying such things. An older woman shot Nong Jinhua a dismissive glance. Ahem. Enough chatter, Yueshio is coming this way. The second son's wife reminded everyone. Then, without any prior arrangement, the others all went inside, leaving only Nong Jinhua sitting outside. Needless to say, they feared Lin Yueshio might carry the virus and infect them. Yueshio's back. How are things over there? Nong Jinhua asked with a smile. Things are a bit better than before, auntie. I won't stay long today, I'm heading home. Lin Yueshio smiled. From a distance, she saw the others gathered together, chatting happily. The moment they saw her approaching, they all hurried inside. Lin Yueshio understood why they feared she might carry the virus and infect them. She understood, so she didn't linger. Once she got home, she stayed indoors for the next few days, avoiding going out as much as possible. He Jigao felt inexplicably irritable. If Chen Xiangdong hadn't appeared, Li Pingsheng would have been carried into the mountains long ago to fend for himself. Big head plague was easier to treat than smallpox, yet now he was actually thinking Chen Xiangdong couldn't cure Li Pingsheng. Then no one would come to compete with him for Li Xiaoteng. He Jigao couldn't resist seeking out Zhao Montong again. At that moment, Zhao Montong was tilling the soil on his newly allocated private plot. He had finally gotten his wish, the best plot of private land. Secretary Zhao. Little he, what brings you here? Secretary Zhao, isn't it a bit problematic to keep Li Pingsheng in that shabby little hut over there? Tuberculosis is highly contagious. If Brother Xiangdong can't cure him, our village will be in big trouble. He Jigao was adamant it was smallpox. You know Chen Xiangdong's influence in the village. People will give him face to some extent. I'm worried too, but there's nothing I can do right now. Secretary Zhao, I actually have a solution. Chapter 128, Looking for Trouble. What could you possibly do? Zhao Montong dismissed the idea. This educated youth was still young, his ideas were probably just some harmless notions. A plague is such a serious matter. If we report to higher-ups that a certain educated youth ignored warnings and deliberately spread the virus to villagers, wouldn't they take it seriously? He Jigao said. His motive was simple, he wanted to drive Li Pingsheng away. Li Pingsheng was the one who got sick, and Li Pingsheng would be the one kicked out. Upon hearing this idea, Zhao Montong considered something quite different from He Jigao. When He Jigao voiced his plan, his sole aim was to get rid of Li Pingsheng. But when Zhao Manchang heard it, he saw that this plan could also teach Chen Xiangdong a lesson from above. His eyes lit up the moment he heard it. That's a brilliant idea, why didn't I think of it? Should we report this immediately? He Jigao asked anxiously. Yes, we can report it to the commune first. The commune will naturally send someone to handle it. If the situation is serious enough, the commune will escalate it further. Then I'll draft the report, that's my specialty. He Jigao was a college graduate, this was indeed second nature to him. Alright, I'll leave the letter to you. Once it's done, bring it to me and I'll take it to the commune. Got it. With Zhao Montong's approval, He Jigao hurried back to the brigade headquarters to draft the letter. Before long, He Jigao finished the letter and promptly handed it to Zhao Manchang. Zhao Manchang promptly delivered the letter to the commune. The former commune director who had previously used Zhao Manchang's connections had already retired early. The newly appointed director, Wang Guosheng, had only been on the job for 3 days. Zhao Manchang entered the commune office, greeted Director Wang, and handed him the letter written by He Jigao. Director Wang, we've had a case of smallpox in our brigade. This is the report letter, all the details are written inside. Wang Guosheng's expression turned serious. He had only been on the job for 3 days, and already a smallpox outbreak had occurred in one of the subordinate brigades? He quickly opened the report to understand the specifics. In truth, the letter contained exaggerations, claiming that Li Pingsheng had contracted the disease and was refusing to cooperate with village officials. Currently, some villagers had already begun running fevers. Though exaggerated, the letter made no mention of Chen Xiangdong. Why is this only being reported now? If a large-scale outbreak occurs, it will be troublesome. Director Wang read the letter and felt a sense of urgency. Facing a major epidemic right after taking office, in other words, this was a test for him. If he mishandled it and the outbreak escalated, he could face disciplinary action from higher authorities. He certainly didn't want to be ousted so soon after taking office. It's not that I didn't want to report it, it's because a villager blocked me. He stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it's smallpox and has even carried the patient to a nearby dilapidated hut to treat that educated youth with smallpox. He wasn't even a barefoot doctor, how could he possibly treat patients? He just wants to show off how capable he is in front of the villagers. Director Wang, you've got to help me with this. Zhao Manchang embellished the story in his letter, omitting that Chen Xiangdong was fine, he had a mouth, after all, he could have said so. Is that so? That villager has no sense of propriety. This constitutes obstructing village officials in the performance of their duties. What kind of power does this villager have? How dare he be so arrogant? Director Wan was already fuming just listening. Oh, him? His name is Chen Xiangdong. He was recently appointed as a national researcher, so he's gotten a bit arrogant. Zhao Manchang was spouting nonsense, but that was his specialty. No wonder he's a permanent staff member. But that doesn't mean he can disregard the lives and safety of the villagers. He doesn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation at all. I'll go with you to the village later to take a look. After hearing Zhao Manchang's account, Chen Xiangdong was now firmly etched in Wang Guosheng's mind as an arrogant man. After finishing his tasks, Wang Guosheng followed Zhao Manchang to the village. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was simmering traditional Chinese medicine. Upon learning that Director Wang of the commune had arrived, villagers came out to greet him. Meanwhile, private whispers circulated. I hear Director Wang is here to handle the Li Pingsheng situation. Honestly, even though Li Pingsheng was carried into that shack, I still think the virus could drift over here. You're right. But since Chen Xiangdong said to send him there, then so be it. Even though we say it's okay, it still feels unsettling. I feel the same way. That plague virus is terrifying, it can spread easily even over a kilometer or two. Now that President Wang is here, we should be able to have Li Pingsheng sent somewhere farther away. The villagers initially agreed with Chen Xiangdong's suggestion. But it was an infectious disease, and everyone remained deeply apprehensive. The farther away someone with an infectious disease could be sent, the better. After offering his condolences to the villagers, Director Wang asked Zhao Manchang to lead him to the dilapidated hut. The team leader, worried that Wang Guosheng might give Chen Xiangdong a hard time, followed along and spoke well of Chen Xiangdong in front of him. Chairman Wang, what Chen Xiangdong is doing is also saving lives. But before the team leader could finish, Wang Guosheng cut him off. You call that saving lives? That's throwing everyone's lives to the wind. Upon hearing Wang Guosheng speak, the captain immediately shut up. Seeing how furious Wang Guosheng looked, the captain knew that saying another word might only cause more trouble for Chen Xiangdong. Who knew why Wang Guosheng harbored such intense anger toward Chen Xiangdong? The captain could only follow behind them, with the villagers trailing along to see what was happening. Chen Xiangdong! Chen Xiangdong! Zhao Manchang bellowed in front of the dilapidated hut. Chen Xiangdong was still simmering the herbal medicine when he heard Zhao Manchang's irritating voice. What was that guy up to now? Chen Xiangdong rose and walked to the doorway. A group of people appeared before him. Standing beside Zhao Manchang was a neatly dressed man who clearly held an official position. What do you want? Chen Xiangdong asked. Are you Chen Xiangdong? Wang Guosheng inquired, his tone anything but friendly. Yes, I am. And who are you? Chen Xiangdong didn't recognize this newly appointed commune director. Chen Xiangdong, how dare you speak to the director like that? Look at your attitude. Zhao Manchang quickly scolded. So you're the commune director. What brings you here? Chen Xiangdong wasn't the type to bow and scrape before officials. Wang Guosheng's initial sharp tone seemed tied to Li Pingsheng's illness. Since he'd come, he was clearly looking for trouble. Chen Xiangdong saw no reason to be polite. This was Wang Guosheng's first interaction with Chen Xiangdong, and this was the attitude he received? The label of arrogant and conceited was firmly cemented in his mind. Don't you understand the severity of smallpox? Disregarding the villagers' safety and acting on your own whim. Do you realize how many lives you could endanger? Did Secretary Zhao only tell you about the smallpox outbreak? Did he not mention it might not be smallpox? Director Wang, I act with discretion. My actions are meant to spare the villagers from bearing karmic debt. What do you mean? How can you justify yourself like that? How does this involve the villagers' karmic debt? Driving a man to his death, isn't that a sin? No doctor said Li Ping had smallpox, yet everyone insisted he did and wanted to send him into the mountains. He could have been saved, why abandon him? Li Ping didn't have smallpox and he could have been cured. If they had driven him into the mountains to die, the villagers would have been his murderers. Aren't I just trying to spare everyone this calamity? How can you be certain Li Ping didn't have smallpox? Wang Guosheng demanded. At that moment, everyone heard movement inside the room, and the broken door slowly creaked open. Chapter 129, the village chief asks for help. I don't have smallpox. Li Pingsheng emerged from inside. Seeing him come out, everyone instinctively stepped back. Li Pingsheng, you should have stayed inside. Why come out and scare everyone? Zhao Montsung said. Just then, the team leader exclaimed in surprise, Li Pingxing's face has no blisters. He's cured. Look, he really is cured. Only then did everyone look closely at Li Pingxing's face. There really aren't any blisters on his face anymore, just a slight redness. So Chen Xiangdong really cured Li Pingxing? That's incredible. Even the village doctor said it was untreatable, but Chen Xiangdong managed it. The crowd murmured among themselves, and Zhao Manchang stared in stunned silence. How could this be? Does Chen Xiangdong truly possess healing abilities? He Jigao was equally astonished that Li Pingxing had recovered so swiftly. I told you, Li Pingxing didn't have smallpox, it was a type of meningitis. While contagious, it's not fatal like smallpox. I've given Li Pingxing several doses of medicine and he's nearly recovered now. Why are you all standing so far away? You don't need to worry about catching it yourselves. Chen Xiangdong said smugly, glancing at Zhao Montsong. Chen Xiangdong knew Zhao Montsong must have summoned the commune chairman. With his character, that was exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Everyone, there's no need to fear me. I've recovered quite well now, my fever's gone, and I feel much more energetic. Brother Xiangdong, I can't thank you enough this time. I owe you another favor. Li Pingxing turned to look at Chen Xiangdong. Don't talk about debts. Just being alive is what matters. Then Chen Xiangdong continued, everyone saw today that Li Pingxing has recovered quite well. He can return to the village tomorrow. Chairman Wang, you saw it yourself, this isn't causing trouble, is it? Chen Xiangdong said with a smile to Wang Guoshang. Instantly, Wang Guoshang looked at Chen Xiangdong with newfound respect. This cocky kid actually had some skills, he'd cured Li Pingxing's illness. However, Wang Guoshang sought confirmation from Chen Xiangdong. Are you certain it was indeed big head fever? He asked because recently, his wife had mentioned that people in her mother's village had also contracted big head fever. It started with one person, but without timely treatment, it spread to several others. Medical supplies were scarce at the time, and even their village doctor was helpless. If it wasn't controlled, more people in their village would continue to contract big head fever. Today, he came over and was astonished to see Chen Xiangdong had actually cured the big head plague. So he needed to confirm once more whether this was indeed big head plague. What else could it be? Director Wang, you still don't trust me? You still want to drive Li Pingxing away? Chen Xiangdong said, speechless. Seeing Chen Xiangdong's expression, Wang Guoshang hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. I just wanted to double check. Several people in my wife's maternal village have contracted big head plague too, and none have been cured yet. Their village doctor can't treat this disease, and the sick people there don't know what to do either. That's why I'd like to ask you to go there and help treat them. Hearing this, Zhao Montsong stood nearby, his face twisted in discomfort as if he'd been slapped. He'd hoped Director Wang would give Chen Xiangdong a piece of his mind, but instead, Director Wang was begging Chen for help. I can help with this, but buying medicine costs money. I can provide free consultations, but you'll have to cover the cost of the medicine yourselves. Chen Xiangdong stated. Alright, that's no problem. The village production team will cover it. You should go with him now. Wang Guoshang grabbed Chen Xiangdong and started pulling him along. Chairman Wang, am I in such a hurry? Yes, saving lives is the priority. Alright, I'll go now. With that, Chen Xiangdong turned and called out to Li Pingxing, your medicine is ready. Pour it out and drink it yourself. Got it, brother Xiangdong. I'll take my medicine like a good boy. Chen Xiangdong followed Wang Guoshang out. The reversal happened so abruptly that the villagers stood frozen in place, taking a long moment to process what had just occurred. Is Xiangdong bringing honor to our village? Even the commune chairman sought his help. And it's to help treat patients and save lives. That Xiangdong kid is pretty impressive after all. We've been misunderstanding him these past few days. Zhang Fuchuan grinned broadly now. I told you all to trust Xiangdong. A guy as capable as him wouldn't do anything foolish. Mark my words, trust him. Sooner or later, we'll prosper too. The villagers cast envious glances toward the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshio and the others hadn't even left the house today. They were worried the villagers would say they'd been in contact with the sick and were still wandering around outside. So naturally, they knew nothing of what had transpired in the village today. They had only overheard the villagers passing by their doorstep earlier. They said village chief Wang had arrived and was heading toward Wulading. Hearing these words, her heart leapt into her throat. Heading to Wulading, it was obvious he was going after Li Pingxing and Chen Xiangdong. This couldn't help but set her mind racing. Yueshio. Suddenly, the voice of second sister-in-law Li came from the doorway. Second sister-in-law Li, what is it? You can speak from outside, don't come in. Lin Yueshio called out loudly. Lier's wife knew exactly why Lin Yueshio was speaking that way. She smiled, pushed the door open herself, and stepped inside. Yueshio. Sister-in-law Li, why did you come in? You should leave right away. You're afraid that if I come in, the villagers will avoid me when I go out. But I'm not afraid. Let me tell you, Chen Xiangdong went with Director Wang. Lin Yueshio was too anxious. Hearing her husband had left with Chairman Wang, her first thought was that he'd been taken to the commune for criticism. Xiaodong won't be beaten, will he? No, I have to go see him. Sister-in-law Li hurriedly pulled her back. I haven't finished yet and you're already panicking. Xiangdong went to treat someone's illness. Chairman Wang invited him. How impressive. Xiangdong is truly amazing. He cured Li Pingsheng. Chapter 130, A Deceptive Quack Doctor? Sister-in-law Li, you're not lying to me, are you? Lin Yueshio finally exhaled in relief. Why would I lie to you, Yueshio? You married such an outstanding husband who dotes on you. I'm so jealous of you, Sister Li said with a smile. Ouch. Help me sit down. The baby's kicking heart must have been startled from walking too fast earlier. Mrs. Li's right hand cradled her belly as Lin Yueshio hurried to help her sit down. In Xiaosha village, patients with the big head plague were confined to their homes, forbidden to go out. 5 villagers had already fallen ill, 3 middle-aged women, a young man in his early 20s, and an elderly man in his 50s. The young man was still so young. How could his family just stand by and watch him suffer like this? His mother went again to seek out the village doctor, whose home stood at the village entrance. Dr. Lu, please go see my son again. I beg you. The mother pleaded. It's not that I don't want to see him, but I'm powerless to help. I've used every medicine available and there's nothing more I can do. Your pleas won't change that. Dr. Lu sighed helplessly. He wanted to save them, but their illnesses were so severe that they were simply beyond cure. Dr. Lu, please try other methods. Maybe a miracle could happen. There won't be any miracles. Go home and feed him something better. Just then, Director Wang appeared beside the elderly woman. Auntie, your son can be saved. I've brought a miracle doctor. He'll definitely cure your son. Auntie, take me to see your son, Chen Xiangdong said from the side. All right. The woman exclaimed excitedly, suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Dr. Lu shot Chen Xiangdong a dismissive glance. Mr. Wang, who exactly did you bring? Is he reliable? He doesn't look like a doctor to me, more like a merchant from the old days. Dr. Lu still held some standing in the village. Villagers turned to him when they fell ill. Now that someone in the village had contracted the big head plague and he couldn't cure it, no one would think his medical skills were lacking. After all, he was the only one who could be considered a doctor here. There was no one else to compare him to. Suddenly, Chairman Wang brought someone else, claiming he was highly skilled. This left a bitter taste in his mouth. Subconsciously, he began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Dr. Lu, just because you can't cure it, does that mean no one else can? This young man truly possesses exceptional medical skills. Don't greet him with such an attitude the moment you see him. After President Wang finished speaking, he left with the elderly woman. Chen Xiangdong paid no mind to Dr. Lu either. He'd seen plenty of people like him and couldn't be bothered. Of course, Dr. Lu wouldn't stay home in this situation. He followed along too. He wanted to see just how skilled this guy really was. Mother of the child, Director Wang brought a miracle doctor. He says he can cure your illness. Mother of the child, did you hear that? There's hope. An old man stood at the doorway, shouting joyfully. His wife was gravely ill and beyond cure. These past few days, he'd been preparing her funeral arrangements. Unexpectedly, today brought good news. Cough, cough, cough. Only a faint coughing sound came from inside the room. The villagers had all heard that Director Wang had brought someone over, and now they were all talking about it. Chairman Wang brought a miracle doctor, a true healer whose skills must surpass Dr. Lu's. I saw that young man. He looks so young, hardly like a skilled doctor. Most doctors rely on experience for their skill. He's so young. Could he really be that good? Could he be some quack trying to swindle people out of their money? According to Director Wang, the medical fees will be deducted from the production team's funds. If he's a quack, then he's just swindling everyone out of their money. Sigh, who knows where Director Wang found this guy? Let's go check it out. If he's a fraud, we'll beat the crap out of him. Alright, let's all go check it out. The villagers gathered in groups to watch Chen Xiangdong treat patients. Chen Xiangdong examined the young man first, conducting the diagnosis inside the room. Truthfully, it was just to show he didn't know how to treat illnesses. He just knew that mixing a few specific herbs together could cure the big head plague. Since village chief Wang had already crowned him with the title of miracle doctor, he had to at least pretend to examine patients. Otherwise, he'd be unworthy of that divine healer title. Director Wang and the old woman waited outside. Just then, a crowd of villagers gathered. Chairman Wang, you didn't bring some quack charlatan to swindle our production team out of money, did you? One villager asked. I saw him cure a patient with hydrocephalus with my own eyes. Do I look like I have nothing better to do than bring you a fraud? Chairman Wang sighed helplessly. If he can't cure us, we won't pay for the treatment, the production team leader chimed in. If it weren't for the contagious nature of the disease, considering the villagers' well-being, they wouldn't be using collective funds to subsidize the medical expenses of infected villagers. If he can't cure it, I'll reimburse you personally. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong emerged from the house. You're being way too arrogant, the villager snapped. Who's the arrogant one here? Me or you? I'm trying to help people out of goodwill, and this is the attitude you give me. After speaking, Chen Xiangdong didn't linger. He turned away and retrieved 2 packets of medicine from the bag he'd brought. He had bought several doses during his last trip to town and now gave them to the villagers in need. Auntie, these are Chinese herbal medicines. Boil them and give the decoction to your son. 1 packet makes 3 doses. I'll bring more tomorrow. Once he finishes the medicine I brought, he'll be cured. Thank you, kind soul, the woman replied gratefully. Afterward, Chen Xiangdong visited several other patients, giving them 2 doses of medicine each. After his visits, the villagers were all curious, would he truly cure their illnesses? Leaving Xiaxia village, Chen Xiangdong headed straight to town to procure the herbs. As he stepped out of the pharmacy, a familiar voice called out to him. Brother Xiangdong. Chapter 131, Cast a divination for me. Chen Xiangdong looked up. Wasn't that Zhenbao? How on earth did he end up here? Zhenbao, what are you doing here? I came to find you. Well, actually, Brother Yang sent me. He said he needs to see you. What does he want with me? Chen Xiangdong asked, puzzled. I don't know either. He just told me to find you. I'm just a lowly soldier, how could I possibly know all that? Zhenbao replied with a pout. Alright. Chen Xiangdong was curious why Yang Chang wanted to see him, so he followed Zhenbao to meet him. Yang Chang had already ordered food at the state-run restaurant and was waiting for him. Last time, he'd asked Zhenbao to look into Chen Xiangdong's background. He hadn't found any criminal record for this man, nor any unsavory connections in society. Moreover, he was an influential figure in the village. This eased Yang Chang's concerns considerably. Therefore, he wanted Chen to cast a divination for him. He truly believed Chen Xiangdong possessed this ability now, as the previous incident had already proven it to him. About an hour later, Zhenbao brought Chen Xiangdong into the state-run restaurant. After completing the task, he left. Only Chen Xiangdong and Yang Chang remained seated at the table. So Brother Yang invited me for a meal? I won't stand on ceremony then. After exchanging greetings, Chen Xiangdong quipped. Thanks for the heads up last time. That shipment really did run into trouble afterward, Yang Chang chuckled. He continued, Xiao Chen, I'd also like to ask you to read my fortune today. Chen Xiangdong stifled a chuckle inside. He had only pretended to be a fortune teller to trick him into paying attention to that shipment. Turns out this guy actually believed he could predict the future. What do you want to know? Just say it. But I can't guarantee it'll be accurate, just consider it a rough idea. This time, Chen Xiangdong wasn't so sure. He'd have to make something up. I only came to you because you seem reliable. To be honest, I'm in a bind. Some influential big shot wants to buy 200 fox pelts from me. I can't afford to offend this person. If he wants them, I have to deliver. I originally had a reliable source, which is why I had the confidence to take on this deal. But then my supplier screwed me over, and now I can't get the goods. The weather's bitterly cold now, making game hard to hunt in the mountains. And with the famine these past 2 years, crowds have flooded the mountains to hunt, decimating the fox population. Finding 200 fox pelts in a week is truly difficult. If we had more time, 200 fox pelts wouldn't be hard to get, but now we only have a week left. This stuff is just too hard to come by. Little Chen, help me figure out where I could more easily get that many fox pelts. Securing that many in such a short time is indeed difficult. The black market is expensive and doesn't have much stock. Spending a week scouring the black market daily, getting 30 or 40 would be pretty good, let alone 200. For Yang Chang, this was indeed a tough task. However, from Yang Chang's words, it was clear that this big shot was no ordinary figure, a real tough customer. Chen Xiangdong was now deeply curious about Yang Chang's true identity. He could handle business with such a formidable figure. At first, Chen Xiangdong thought he'd have to make something up. But unexpectedly, this was exactly his forte, something he excelled at. That place is right here in this restaurant. Chen Xiangdong chuckled, deliberately playing coy with Yang Chang. This restaurant? Little Chen, you mean you want me to get fox pelts from this place? How could they possibly have fox pelts here? Little Chen, you must have miscalculated. Why don't you try again? If a state-run restaurant had large quantities of fox pelts, why would they need him to calculate? Brother Yang, I haven't finished yet. That person is far away in the sky, yet close at hand. You mean, you? Yang Chang exclaimed in surprise. Right. I can get you 200 fox pelts within a week. That's the price. See how much you're willing to pay. If you can really deliver 200 fox pelts, I'll pay you the black market price, 50 yuan per pelt. 200 pelts would total 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was a huge sum back then. Even by 1980, households with 10,000 yuan in the village were still few and far between. This was a major deal. Alright, but I want part of it exchanged for grain and vouchers. I want cash, vouchers, and grain, all of it. In those days, fox pelts were luxury goods, but to ordinary people, grain was more valuable. Yet within certain circles, those needing gifts or possessing special connections, they held scarcity and high value. No problem, as long as you can get the goods. Yang Chang said happily. He hadn't picked the wrong person this time. He'd originally intended to have Chen Xiangdong cast a divination, but unexpectedly, he could procure the items directly. Then it's settled. We'll meet here in a week. Alright, Chen, dig in. Don't be so polite. With the deal sealed, Yang Chang urged Chen Xiangdong to eat. After the meal, Chen Xiangdong packed up some meat buns and a portion of roast duck. These were for his family to try. Then Chen Xiangdong headed home. He arrived home just as evening fell. Lin Yuexiu had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Chen Xiangdong's return. Chen Xiangdong carried the roast duck and meat buns into the house, and the aroma quickly filled the room. Daddy, what did you buy? Something so delicious. The little foodie asked, drawn by the aroma, then ran over and hugged Chen Xiangdong's leg. Meat buns and roast duck. Wow. Nian Nian loves meat buns and roast duck. Daddy, tonight Nian Nian will eat the meat buns and give the duck legs to sister and Auntie Lu. Nian Nian reached into the bag herself, pulled out a meat bun, and stuffed it straight into her mouth. Niao Niao came running over too, crouching beside her and staring intently at the bun in her hand. Little Coral seemed interested in the buns too. She climbed onto Niao Niao's back, stretching her head out longer than Niao Niao's. Niao Niao, get some too, share a bite of your bun with her. Nian Nian pinched off a small piece and tossed it in front of Niao Niao. Xiao Shan Corals get some too. She pinched off another tiny piece and popped it into Xiao Shankoral's mouth. Sister, Auntie Lu, come quickly and eat the duck legs. Then she called out to Xin and little Lu. Soon, Xin and Liu Liu each had a duck leg in hand, and of course, Nian Nian had one too. Chen Xiangdong had bought 3 duck legs, one for each of them. Xiangdong, you must be starving today. Hurry up and eat. I was so worried sick today. Thank goodness you're okay. Lin Yuexiu ladled a bowl of hot soup for Chen Xiangdong. What could possibly happen to me? They should be thanking me. 5 villagers in Xiaxia village were infected with the big head plague. I suspect Li Pingxing caught the virus from them. Their village is doomed, but at least I went over. Are they okay now? I gave them 2 days worth of medicine. They'll be fine. Suddenly, Lin Yuexiu gazed at Chen Xiangdong with an admiring look. Why are you looking at me like that? It's making me feel weird. Chen Xiangdong said this casually, though inside he was overjoyed. His wife's admiration was like a mental tonic for him. Because you're amazing. All the women in the village are so jealous of me now, Lin Yuexiu beamed with happiness. The old lady, who had been munching on a piece of roast duck, saw the young couple showing off their affection and tactfully looked away. Take that piece of duck meat into the room to gnaw on. By the way, Yuexiu, I need to tell you something. I'm heading into the mountains later. It's already dark out. You still want to go hunting in the mountains? Please don't go into the mountains tonight. I'm worried. Lin Yuexiu looked at Chen Xiangdong with pleading eyes, looking pitifully vulnerable. Someone wants to buy a fox pelt from me, a bold customer. I have to go into the mountains tonight. Once I deliver it, we won't have to worry about food for the next 2 years. Chapter 132, Night in the Mountains, Unexpected Delight. As expected, Lin Yuexiu couldn't stop Chen Xiangdong from going into the mountains. After resting for a while, Chen Xiangdong went to find Godan. When he arrived at Gooden's house, he overheard Auntie Wang whispering to him. Godan, you're no longer a child. If you meet a girl you like, tell your mother. I'll arrange a match for you. Having grown up among wolves, Godan knew nothing of worldly romance. Aunt Wang worried about this, so she often brought up the topic whenever she had the chance. Mom, I don't have a girl I like. I just like being free and easy. But that won't do. You're our only child. If you don't marry, how will our family line continue? This was a belief ingrained in people's bones for thousands of years. Auntie Wang was no exception, especially since this was her long-lost child returned to her, and Godan was their only child. If their child didn't marry and have children, they as parents would be disgraced in the village, subject to gossip and unable to hold their heads high. Thus, this heavy responsibility rested entirely on Godan's shoulders. Godan! Godan knew the moment he heard Chen Xiangdong calling his name that Brother Dong had another task for him. Finally, he wouldn't have to stay here listening to his mother nag. Mom, Brother Dong came to get me for work. I'm off. Godan said cheerfully. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Don't leave. Aunt Wang frowned. Auntie Wang, I need Godan for something urgent, Chen Xiangdong called from the courtyard wall. Xiangdong. Help me out with Gooden. Find him a wife. Auntie Wang called out so loudly the neighbors could hear. An elderly woman from next door stepped out and smiled at Auntie Wang. Sis, I happen to have a girl I could introduce. Hearing this, Aunt Wang's mood lifted. Really? Old lady, which village is she from? My 4th sister from my mother's side. She lives alone now, and I think she'd be quite suitable for Doggy. Your 4th sister from your mother's side? Isn't she your contemporary? Yes, but my mother struggled for years before finally having her. She's only 50 now. Her husband passed away just last year. My 4th sister is incredibly strong and works like a horse. Stop. Old lady, you're losing your mind. You're not right in the head, are you? You're trying to find a mother for my Doggy. Don't say another word. Auntie Wang couldn't take it anymore. She knew full well that the old lady next door had some dementia, sometimes lucid, sometimes not. She'd been so preoccupied with finding a wife for Doggy that she'd actually believed the ramblings of someone with dementia. Godan walked to the doorway and asked Chen Xiangdong, "Brother Dong, where are we going? Hurry up and grab your gear. We're heading into the mountains to hunt foxes." "Got it." Godan immediately dashed inside to grab his gear. With time running short, Chen Xiangdong couldn't guarantee they'd catch a fox tonight or tomorrow. Godan had lived deep in the mountains before, and hunting had become second nature to him. With his help, they'd catch the fox faster. The snow had stopped falling, and what remained had long since melted. The difficulty of their journey into the mountains was no greater than when it was snowing. Soon, the two men reached the mountains. "Godan, we'll split up. Remember, don't kill the fox if you can help it. I need it alive. I'll pay you 5 yuan for each fox you catch." "Got it, Brother Dong." Then the two split up. Chen Xiangdong searched for animal tracks as usual. Nighttime was far more challenging than daytime, but luckily he'd used his ration coupons to buy several flashlights. He handed one to Godan. "Nyonyo, check the area for foxes." As soon as Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, the hunting dog Nyonyo dashed forward. Chen Xiangdong continued deeper into the mountains, scanning his surroundings. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly stumbled as if tripped by a vine. He shone his flashlight and made a major discovery. Tonight's outing was turning out to be quite lucky. What had tripped him was the withered branch of a wild ginseng root. Its leaves had dried and crumbled beyond recognition. Someone with less experience might not recognize it as wild ginseng. Judging by its appearance, this ginseng must be quite old. Chen Xiangdong searched around the area, hoping to find more wild ginseng besides this one. Sure enough, he spotted 2 more nearby. It was late at night, and the situation was rather dangerous. Chen Xiangdong quickly dug them up, determined to accomplish his purpose for coming to the mountains today and return home promptly. He retrieved bamboo picks from his spatial storage. Harvesting wild ginseng was a skilled craft, and the process was also known as lifting ginseng. He then tied a red string around the ginseng stem. This was done with care, following the rules of ginseng lifting. Tying it this way was said to prevent the ginseng from escaping. He meticulously cleared away fallen leaves and loose soil around it, then used the bamboo stick to carefully chip away the earth, taking care not to damage a single rootlet. Finally, he unearthed the first ginseng root. It looked quite large, weighing at least 8 ounces. Wild ginseng grows slowly, taking decades or even centuries to mature. As the saying goes, 7 ounces is ginseng, 8 ounces is treasure. The one he dug up was a treasure. Judging by its size, it must be a century-old ginseng. After carefully placing the first ginseng root aside, he dug up a second one, and after the second, a third. The latter 2 ginseng roots were slightly smaller than the first, but still substantial, at least 50 to 60 years old. After stowing all the ginseng in his spatial pocket, he set out to search for the fox. Before long, he discovered the carcass of a wild rabbit. It had been bitten to death at the neck, with the internal organs being the first parts consumed. Judging by the feeding pattern, Chen Xiangdong surmised it was likely the fox's hunting trail. Moreover, the blood on the carcass was still bright red fresh. The fox must be nearby. Chen Xiangdong followed the trail. As he neared a thicket, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him from the side. Chapter 133, Rescuing the Wild Child. Fortunately, Chen Xiangdong reacted swiftly and dodged the attack. Chen Xiangdong saw what the shadow was. Its body was covered in long fur, resembling a half-evolved ape-man. However, it was small in stature, resembling a child. It must be an immature wild child. This must be the legendary wild man. This wild man was quite different from the dog-like werewolf. Even though it was nighttime, when Chen Xiangdong locked eyes with the wild man, he could still see the vicious glint in its gaze. The wild man glared at Chen Xiangdong with hatred, preparing to attack him again. The young wild man lunged viciously. Chen Xiangdong dodged again, leaping to the other side, but the young wild man pursued relentlessly. Suddenly, the little savage stepped into a trap set by other hunters. He was ensnared by the net and hung from a tree. "Woo woo woo!" the little savage wailed. Hearing the wail, Chen Xiangdong felt a pang of pity and turned to look at the little savage. The little savage, dangling from the tree, bared his teeth and grimaced fearfully as he saw Chen Xiangdong approaching. "Hey, little guy, you're hanging there all defiant. Keep that up, and I'll boil you up for dinner." Chen Xiangdong threatened him. Suddenly, the little wild man fell silent, his face contorted with fear. So even the seemingly fierce little savage wasn't immune to fear. "Woo woo. Now you know fear, huh? If you'd known this would happen, why act so fierce earlier?" "Woo woo." The little wild man howled again. Chen Xiangdong couldn't understand a word it was saying. But such a young little wildling, now facing danger, it must be calling for its mother. These were all Chen Xiangdong's guesses. "Little wildling, if you stop fidgeting, I can set you down. Understand? If you do, stick out your tongue." Just then, the little savage suddenly stuck out its tongue at Chen Xiangdong. Did this little savage actually understand human speech? You're lucky to have met me today. Who knows who set this trap? If that person comes tomorrow and finds their trap has caught a little savage instead of a human, your life would be over. After I put you down, you'd better get out of here fast. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, the little wild man actually stuck out his tongue. Judging by the little savage's demeanor, he didn't seem entirely ruthless. Besides, it was just a young wildling like a child. He hadn't harmed anyone in these deep mountains, so Chen Xiangdong saw no reason to kill him outright. Chen Xiangdong cut the rope net to shreds, and the little wild man emerged. The first thing he did upon emerging was to kowtow to Chen Xiangdong in gratitude. Language barriers prevented communication between the young savage and Chen Xiangdong. He could only express himself through actions. It seemed this wild man still knew gratitude. Get up. Let's leave this place quickly. Be more careful in the future, don't get caught in someone else's trap again. Woo woo woo. The little wild man let out a few cries before running off. Chen Xiangdong continued searching for the fox. He hoped there wouldn't be any more little incidents. If these kept happening, he might not find the fox by dawn. Just then, Nyo came running over. She didn't bark, but tugged at Chen Xiangdong's pant leg with her mouth. Chen Xiangdong knew exactly what she meant. Nyo must have found the fox's trail. Nyo led the way, guiding him forward. Sure enough, they discovered the fox's den. Chen Xiangdong placed some fruit and food near the burrow. Then he found the best hiding spot, concealed himself, and waited for the fox to emerge. In winter, animals in the mountains also found it harder to forage. Now, the fox smelled the food and began to stir restlessly. Before long, a white fox crept toward the spot where Chen Xiangdong had placed the food. After surveying its surroundings and confirming no danger, it began to eat. Just as it was enjoying its meal, Chen Xiangdong looped a snare around it, swiftly trapping the fox. No matter how much it struggled, escape was impossible. After catching the fox, Chen Xiangdong immediately placed it in the spatial breeding facility. So much time had passed he wondered how Doggy's harvest was going. He took out his whistle and blew it 3 times. This was their agreed-upon signal. When Godan heard 3 whistles, it meant Chen Xiangdong was asking him how many foxes he'd caught. After hearing the whistle, Dog Egg responded with 2 whistles. 1 whistle meant he'd caught 2 foxes. Then, Chen Xiangdong blew a single whistle, signaling it was time to head down the mountain. Upon hearing the whistle, Godan ceased hunting and carried the foxes down the mountain. Half an hour later, they met halfway down the mountain. Godan, are the 2 foxes you're carrying male or female? 1 male, 1 female, Godan replied. Good. Chen Xiangdong had caught a female fox, so now they had 2 females and 1 male. He planned to take them to the spatial breeding farm for one-click mating, accelerating both reproduction and growth. Since the last spatial upgrade, he'd discovered 2 new functions in the spatial breeding farm. One was one-click growth, and the other was one-click breeding. This meant that if he was in a hurry, he could simply activate these functions. After one-click mating, he could immediately trigger one-click birthing to have the foxes give birth to kits. And with one-click growth, the kits would instantly mature. This way, his progress in obtaining fox pelts accelerated. Arriving at Chen Xiangdong's doorstep, he brought over the 2 foxes. Then he handed Godan 10 yuan. Godan, take this 10 yuan and don't lose it. This is your earnings for tonight's work. Thanks, brother Dong. I'll give 5 to mom and 3 to dad. With that, Gooden happily walked back home. Chen Xiangdong quickly took the foxes into his spatial breeding farm while no one was looking, then retrieved the 3 wild ginseng roots he had dug up. The light was still on inside. Lin Yueshio must have left it for him. He pushed open the door and saw Lin Yueshio still sitting inside, weaving a bamboo basket. The baskets belonged to the production team and could be exchanged for work points. Seeing Chen Xiangdong return, Lin Yueshio quickly stood up, walked to the kitchen, and brought out the food kept warm in the pot. You're back so late. You must be starving. Come eat something warm. My dear, you stayed up this late just to wait for me and make sure I got a hot meal? It was already 2 in the morning, and Lin Yueshio was still waiting for him. Chen Xiangdong felt deeply touched. After working late into the night, he came home to find his wife serving him a hot meal. What a heartwarming scene this was. Truth be told, happiness is just that simple. How could I possibly sleep when you went into the mountains late at night? Eat quickly, I'll heat some water so you can soak your feet later. Alright, thanks for all your hard work, honey. To honor his wife's kindness, Chen Xiangdong immediately sat down and finished every last bite of the meal she had prepared. Because that was the best way to show his appreciation. When someone prepares a meal for another, and that person happily eats what they've made, she feels happy too. After finishing the late-night snack, Chen Xiangdong pulled Lin Yueshio close and embraced her. Lin Yueshio lowered her head and smiled, feeling strong after eating your fill? I'd have energy even if I wasn't full. Should we test that next time when you haven't eaten? You're so naughty. Who taught you to talk like that? You never say anything proper. I only say these things because I like you. If I were talking to another woman, I'd never say them. I can only say things like this to you. Lin Yueshio couldn't argue with Chen Xiangdong, so she just smiled softly with her head bowed. Honey, I've got something special to show you. Chen Xiangdong reached out and brought a wild ginseng root over for Lin Yueshio to see. This looks like ginseng. Lin Yueshio rarely saw ginseng, such a precious herb was seldom within her reach. My dear, you're such a silly girl. This is ginseng. Tonight I dug up this ginseng root in the mountains. It's a century-old specimen. There are 2 more, also quite old. Wife, your health isn't good. Take these 3 wild ginseng roots and stew them with chicken to nourish your body. That precious thing could fetch a lot of money or grain. I'd never dream of eating such expensive ginseng. Tomorrow at dawn, take them to trade for money or grain. Chapter 134. I'd even put up with stinky feet. Honey, we're not short on food now. There's no need to trade the wild ginseng. Just eat these 3 roots, okay? Chen Xiangdong said affectionately. Alright, once I've restored my health, I'll give you a few kids. Lin Yueshio smiled and stepped out of her embrace. It's getting late. I'll bring you some hot water to soak your feet. Lin Yueshio carried a basin of hot water and placed it beside Chen Ping'an's feet. Quickly put your feet in. I'll massage them for you. After walking so long in the mountains, they must be tired. As she spoke, Lin Yueshio helped Chen Xiangdong remove his shoes. Even though he'd switched to better quality footwear, the moment they came off, an odor wafted out. I'll do it myself. My feet stink. Chen Xiangdong could smell it himself, and now that his wife had caught a whiff, he felt genuinely embarrassed. No matter how smelly your feet are, I'll be happy to massage them for you. Lin Yueshio wasn't the least bit repulsed. On the contrary, she was delighted. As Lin Yueshio massaged his feet, Chen Xiangdong felt his feet instantly relax. After all that hard work on the mountain, he was truly exhausted. Now, with Lin Yueshio massaging him, he simply lay back and fell asleep. Seeing him asleep, Lin Yueshio dried his feet with a towel and gently lifted them onto the heated bed. Her movements were so gentle, as if afraid of waking Chen Xiangdong. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong rose, ate breakfast, and headed to Shasha village to deliver medicine. Lin Yueshio planned to simmer a quarter of a wild ginseng root with chicken. 3 whole wild ginseng roots couldn't be consumed so quickly, and without drying them, they wouldn't keep well. So she laid the ginseng out to dry in the courtyard. Then she went to catch the chickens in the coop. A while back, Chen Xiangdong had taken several chickens out of his spatial pocket. He had asked Lin Yueshio to raise them, letting them lay eggs naturally and hatch chicks. They proved remarkably resilient, surviving Chen Xiangdong's relentless experimentation. Grandma, come help me. I need to slaughter the chickens. Lin Yueshio called out. The old woman emerged from the inner room with a smile. We're making chicken soup today. That's right. Last night, Xiangdong dug up some wild ginseng. I want to stew it with the chicken soup. Everyone can drink it for nourishment. Lin Yueshio held the chicken by its legs, the hen hanging upside down. Grandma, come help me hold the chicken's legs. All right. The old lady walked over and took the chicken from Lin Yueshio's hands. Lin Yueshio went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl and a cleaver. She filled the bowl with water and sprinkled in a pinch of salt. Then, with practiced ease, Lin Yueshio slit the hen's throat, letting the blood drain into the bowl. After slaughtering the hen, Lin Yueshio went to boil water, waiting for it to come to a boil so she could scald off the feathers. Meanwhile, the neighbor lady had overheard their entire conversation. Her heart swelled with envy, and she couldn't help but complain to her husband. Did you hear that? Yueshio and her family are slaughtering a chicken. They're making wild ginseng chicken soup. They eat such nutritious food. When will our family ever have that kind of life? Husband, why don't you go hunting in the mountains with Xiangdong too? Look at him whenever he goes hunting. We always have meat at home. The old woman's husband looked at her with utter exasperation. Don't you know how dangerous hunting in the mountains is? You old hag, are you trying to get me killed? It's a life or death struggle with wild beasts. Not just anyone can handle that. Not much skill, but plenty of attitude. I wasn't just talking idly when I said that, and you got so worked up. Look at others, they're so capable, providing their families with a good life. Now look at you. It was because the old woman compared her life to Lin Yueshio's family and felt resentful, taking it out on her husband. A fight was inevitable. While they were plucking chicken feathers, the second son's wife passed by. Seeing them at work, she stepped into the yard to say hello. Last time she and the second son had made a fool of themselves, but she was thick-skinned by nature. With time having passed, she still walked boldly into Chen Xiangdong's home. Oh, slaughtering chickens today? Seeing the hen, the second son's wife felt a pang of envy. Soon, she spotted the wild ginseng drying in the courtyard, and her unease deepened. Wild ginseng, such a precious medicinal herb, and so much of it. If only she'd had such nourishing ginseng when she was pregnant, she wouldn't be so weak now, burdened with all these ailments. Seeing those roots made her heart ache with envy. How much good karma must Lin Yueshio have accumulated in her past life to marry so well in this one? Second daughter-in-law, what are you up to? Planning another sneaky little scheme? The old lady snapped irritably. That second daughter-in-law was someone you really couldn't get too close to. Even stepping into Chen Xiangdong's house made the old lady want to chase her away. Though she was old and didn't know how many years she had left, as long as she was still alive, she would protect the Chen Xiangdong household. Grandma, what are you talking about? Didn't I explain everything last time? It was all a misunderstanding. The second son's wife protested. So now you're eyeing our ginseng again? Second daughter-in-law, let me tell you, Xiangdong dug that up with his own hard work. If you really have any shady intentions, I'll haunt your family even after I'm dead. The old woman still gave her no sign of approval. Grandma, how did you get off on that tangent? Sigh, I just came in to say hello. Now that I've said my hello, I'd better be on my way. Seeing the old lady was impossible to reason with, the second son's wife hurriedly left. She feared the old lady might chase her out with a broom if she lingered a second longer. Grandma, we're all family. Lin Yueshio nudged the old woman's elbow. Yueshio, you're just too kind-hearted. You treat them like family, but they don't necessarily see you as family. There's no need to be nice to someone like the second son's wife. The kinder you are to her, the more likely she is to walk all over you. The old lady shook her head. Her granddaughter-in-law was simply too kind-hearted, always forgiving others. Yes, Grandma, I understand. Good. Lock up the wild ginseng tonight. Who knows if the second son's wife and her family might sneak in and steal it? Yes. Lin Yueshio nodded. Chen Xiangdong had also arrived at Xia village. As soon as he reached the village entrance, he spotted the mother of the young man from yesterday. Spotting Chen Xiangdong, she hurried toward him anxiously. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. Could it be that the medicine he gave her had no effect at all? Chapter 135, I didn't steal the vegetables. Miracle Doctor. The old woman suddenly grabbed Chen Xiangdong's hand. Auntie, did your son take the medicine? Has he gotten any better? No. It worked, the old woman laughed, her face finally free of the earlier anxiety. Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong finally relaxed. After all, his reputation as a miracle doctor was on the line. If the medicine hadn't worked, the pressure on him right now would have been immense. Then why did you look like you wanted to kill me earlier? Chen Xiangdong joked. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I came here early this morning to wait for you to get the medicine. I waited for 2 hours. As soon as I saw you, I was so anxious to get the medicine. Seeing you just made me so excited, the old woman explained. Yesterday, her son had taken Chen Xiangdong's medicine and his fever had broken. His face wasn't as red and swollen anymore. That's why she'd been waiting for Chen Xiangdong to bring the medicine, arriving early this morning just to meet him. She was worried Chen Xiangdong wouldn't come to deliver the medicine. I see. Let me check on your son's condition. The elderly woman led Chen Xiangdong to her home. Upon hearing that Chen Xiangdong had arrived, family members from several other patients' households also came along. They were afraid they'd arrive too late and the medicine would be all gone. Young man, you're truly a miracle doctor. My wife is much better after taking the medicine. Same with mine before the medicine, she couldn't even walk, but now she's up and moving around. This medicine is truly miraculous. Dr. Chen, thank you. If you hadn't come to treat us, I'd have to go buy a coffin for my wife. Dr. Chen, your medical skills are truly remarkable. At first, the villagers called you a quack, a fraud. Now, whenever someone feels unwell, they all want to come see you. Several patients' family members gathered around him, expressing their gratitude. At moments like this, Chen Xiangdong naturally felt happy. Who wouldn't be pleased by genuine recognition and admiration? Even though Chen Xiangdong had lived an extra lifetime, experiencing all the warmth and coldness of human relationships, he still couldn't escape the ways of the world. Soon, more villagers gathered to watch. Children, drawn to the commotion, followed behind, chanting Miracle Doctor. Miracle Doctor. Miracle Doctor, my child has diarrhea. Could you come take a look later? Miracle Doctor, my husband keeps getting up to pee at night. Is that a problem? Many villagers hoped Chen Xiangdong would treat their ailments. All these people were giving Chen Xiangdong a headache. If he really examined every single ailment they had, he'd truly become one of those quack doctors. Chen Xiangdong could only smile helplessly. I have other matters to attend to today and likely won't have enough time. Dr. Lu is also skilled in medicine, he can see you. Dr. Lu happened to overhear Chen Xiangdong's words. It stung him to hear it. To his ears, Chen Xiangdong was deliberately mocking him. Chen Xiangdong had successfully treated the epidemic, while he hadn't. He already felt humiliated in front of the villagers. Now, seeing everyone gathered around Chen Xiangdong, he couldn't bear to stay any longer. Some more sensitive villagers, noticing Dr. Lu's lonely retreating figure, couldn't help whispering behind his back. Look at Dr. Lu. When that miracle doctor came yesterday, I saw him talking so arrogantly. He couldn't cure it, but the other guy cured it with just some medicine. He's so full of himself. He must feel utterly humiliated right now. Honestly, Dr. Lu's skills are nothing special. This miracle doctor is truly remarkable. Looks like Dr. Lu won't be so arrogant around the village anymore. He charges exorbitant fees for his services. If he weren't the only doctor around, I'd never go to him. Exactly. Too bad this miracle doctor isn't in our village. People whispered about Dr. Lu behind his back. His reputation in the village wasn't great. Worried that villagers might drag him in for consultations, Chen Xiangdong refused to see the other patients. After handing the family the medication for the next few days, he made an excuse about needing to attend to other matters and left. After leaving Shasha village, Chen Xiangdong headed into town to shop for building materials. Even with his current financial situation, buying materials for a multi-story building was extremely difficult. Even with money, he couldn't buy everything he needed. After wandering around for a while, Chen Xiangdong decided to seek out Yang Chang. Yang Chang clearly wasn't an ordinary person, and perhaps he could help him at this time. Director Chen was currently dealing with internal enemies, so he couldn't burden him with this. However, when it came to purchasing rebar, he could turn to him. As for Arjun, his expertise lay mainly in food and dining. When it came to building materials, he would face difficulties. So, he'd stick with Yang Chang. He didn't know where Yang Chang lived. Zhenbao handled all his dealings, so he headed to the black market, where Zhenbao was always present. Chen Xiangdong arrived at the black market and headed to Gunbao's usual spot. "Brother Dong, here to buy something?" Zhenbao spotted Chen Xiangdong and greeted him first. "I'm here to see you." Chen Xiangdong replied. "Looking for me? Need to exchange tickets again?" "No, I need to see Brother Yang. Take me to him, I have business with him." "Sure. Brother Yang just happened to come by today." Zhenbao smiled and led the way. They arrived at the small hut near the black market. Zhenbao knocked on the door before pushing it open. "Brother Yang, Brother Dong is here. Quick, let him in." Chen Xiangdong's sudden arrival made Yang Chang instinctively worry about the fox. Had the guy changed his mind? He couldn't shake the suspicion, because last time he'd been set up just like this. Though he believed Chen Xiangdong was trustworthy, you never know what's in someone's heart. What happens next is unpredictable. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" "Brother Yang, I'm not here about the foxes. Rest assured, when the time comes, not a single one of the 200 fox pelts will be missing. I'm here today to ask for your help." Chen Xiangdong keenly noticed a flicker of worry cross Yang Chang's face, prompting him to explain. "What kind of help?" Yang Chang exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't about the fox pelts, anything else was manageable. "I want to buy a batch of building materials to construct a 2-story house, about 100 square meters. Can you help me source the materials?" Yang Chang paused for a moment. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Xiangdong continued, "Think of these materials as me buying them from you." After he finished, Yang Chang replied, "Sure, but I can't get them right away. I need to make arrangements first before I can get the goods." "How long will it take?" 4 or 5 days. "Alright, that's not too long. I can wait. Just make sure the price is reasonable." "Alright. Come by again tomorrow. I'll prepare a full quote for all the materials so you can see if the pricing works for you." "Alright, see you tomorrow." After Chen Xiangdong left, he headed home. He hadn't even sat down when the team leader showed up. "Xiangdong, you're famous again." "What?" "The commune awarded you a medal. They recognized you for treating patients and saving lives in Shasha village." "This director Wang isn't half bad, much better than the last one," Chen Xiangdong chuckled. He followed the team leader to the commune to receive the medal. Nian Nian didn't steal vegetables. "Daddy's so awesome." Nian Nian eats her fill and wouldn't steal vegetables. On his way back from receiving the medal, he passed by the family plot and heard Nian Nian's voice. Chapter 136, Trading Grain Coupons for Vegetables. If Nian Nian didn't steal, then she didn't steal. "You little rascal, so young and already so argumentative. You've got the spinach right in your hands and still say you didn't steal it." He Jigao grabbed Nian Nian by the hair. Chen Xiangdong hurried over. "He Jigao, let go of the child right now." Daddy, you finally came." Nian Nian cried. He Jigao, unaware this was Chen Xiangdong's child, quickly released Nian Nian. How foolish of him. The child was wearing such new clothes, he should have guessed the family was well off. How could he not have realized this was Chen Xiangdong's child? "Brother Xiangdong, so she's your child?" He Jigao said sheepishly. "She's my little daughter." "What happened?" Chen Xiangdong gathered Nian Nian into his arms to comfort her. Such a young child, yelled at by adults, she must be terrified. Especially since she wasn't as brave as Xinqing. "She stole vegetables from the community garden," said He Jigao. Stealing vegetables was never a good thing to do, and Chen Xiangdong knew right from wrong. He wouldn't defend his child in every situation. Chen Xiangdong patiently asked, "Nian Nian, did you pick the vegetables in your hands from the community garden?" Of course, he wouldn't start by yelling at her or lecturing her right away. Instead, he patiently inquired about what had happened and why she had picked vegetables from the communal plot. Nian Nian picked vegetables from the communal garden to bring home for mom and dad to eat. Nian Nian said innocently. Nian Nian is a sensible child, but things in the communal garden belong to the collective, not to us personally. You can't just take things that aren't yours. Daddy, I didn't take anything that wasn't mine. I pulled a bunch of spinach and buried the grain coupons where I pulled it. Nian Nian said with a pout. Then she rubbed her head against Chen Xiangdong's chest. Nian Nian didn't steal. Nian Nian isn't a thief. Nian Nian traded food coupons for it. Daddy understands. Nian Nian traded grain coupons for spinach. How many coupons did you use? Nian Nian can't read. Nian Nian shook her head. He Jigao heard that grain coupons were buried in the field and rushed over to dig. When he dug them up, he was stunned. 50 gene of grain coupons. Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong felt a pang of heartache. This little one traded 50 gene of grain for a bunch of spinach. It was painful. But what could he do? Kids just love that stuff. Yet at that moment, he Jigao felt deeply troubled. What kind of family were they? A child could produce 50 gene of grain coupons. In these times, even his own family in the city couldn't just casually produce 50 gene of grain coupons. Little he, stop talking nonsense. Nian Nian traded 50 gene of grain coupons for a bunch of spinach. Chen Xiangdong said. Even if Nian Nian hadn't used grain coupons, she could have easily taken that bunch of spinach without any problem. Because without him, how could these spinach plants have grown so well? It was he who got this vegetable cultivation going. After saying this, Chen Xiangdong picked up Nian Nian and headed home. He Jigao stood frozen in place, but he quickly snapped out of it and shoved the ration ticket into his pocket. No one was around to witness what had just transpired. 50 gene worth of grain coupons in this famine-stricken era, it was more than enough to tempt He Jigao. Stuffing them into his pocket meant he intended to pocket the 50 gene worth of grain coupons for himself. At the same time, He Jigao couldn't help but wonder how Chen Xiangdong had managed to do so well. Sure, he was a skilled hunter and had a government job. He'd heard Chen Xiangdong had only secured that permanent position recently. His family was eating this and that, and now they were preparing to build a new house. Had he really earned that much money in such a short time? To say He Jigao wasn't jealous would be a lie. As a college graduate, he was educated and cultured. If he were to do the same work as Chen Xiangdong, he would undoubtedly do it better except for hunting. At that moment, He Jigao began to wonder what exactly Chen Xiangdong was doing. The next morning arrived quickly. He had an appointment to meet Yang Chang today, so Chen Xiangdong set out early. This matter needed to be settled as soon as possible. After meeting Yang Chang, he still needed to deliver goods to Director Chen. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xiangdong went to the small hut from yesterday to find Yang Chang. Yang Chang was already waiting there for him. Good morning, Brother Yang. Xiao Chen, you're here. Come take a look at the quote. Yang Chang handed the quotation list to Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong took the list, glanced over it, and mentally calculated the figures. Yang Chang was a businessman, so he naturally aimed to make a profit, but the prices weren't unreasonably high. Chen Xiangdong had no objections to the pricing. Yang Chang not only listed the prices but also estimated the approximate materials needed and calculated the total cost. Brother Yang, just deliver it according to your list. Little Chen, you're a smooth operator. I love doing business with people like you, straightforward and no fuss. I'll have them speed things up and get it delivered to you ASAP. Oh, and when it comes time to settle up, do you want a separate payment or should I deduct it from the fox pelts? Deduct it from the fox pelts. But I still need to exchange some of the pelts for grain. Deduct the building materials costs from the grain exchange funds. If there's a shortfall later, I'll cover it myself. Alright. It's settled then. The two had a pleasant discussion, and now that everything was settled, Chen Xiangdong just had to wait for the goods to arrive. After leaving Yang Chang, he headed to Director Chen's office. He hadn't visited Director Chen in several days and wondered how things were going on his end. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Xiangdong arrived at Director Chen's office. Director Chen's mood brightened considerably upon seeing Chen Xiangdong. Though he was still confined to a wheelchair, it did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm. He pushed his wheelchair over to brew tea himself. Xiao Chen, I've been waiting for you. Lately, Chen Xiangdong had been too busy, so he'd had Go Dan deliver the meat directly. Director Chen had been hoping Chen Xiangdong would come see him sooner. Director Chen, how have things been these past few days? Nothing unusual, but I suspect both the deputy factory manager and the finance director are problematic. Then Director Chen relayed what he'd heard to Chen Xiangdong, asking him to analyze the situation. Chen Xiangdong listened but refrained from jumping to conclusions. Truth be told, appearances aren't always what they seem. They're just undermining you behind the scenes. They won't let you know who they are. They play dirty, never coming out in the open. This person must be someone who hides their true nature very deeply. The deputy factory manager and the finance director, their dissatisfaction with you is obvious. You have to guard against them, but I suspect the one sabotaging you from behind the scenes is hiding even deeper. Chapter 137, The House Building Issue. You really think things through, Chen. Director Chen pondered thoughtfully. By the way, Director Chen, I'm building a new house and will need to get some rebar from you then. You're building a new house? Nice. You're doing better than me. The rebar won't be a problem, I'll take care of it. Thanks a lot, Director Chen. Oh, and I brought some meat today, it's still outside. I'll go move it to the cafeteria now. Just then, Secretary Wu entered. Director Chen, we're in the middle of a discussion. As soon as she entered and saw Chen Xiangdong, her face lit up with a smile. Yes, just discussing some matters, Director Chen replied amiably. Here's the new notice from the manufacturer today. Please take a look. Also, I brought some smoked meat from home as a specialty. Director Chen, please try some. Secretary Wu handed Director Chen 2 strips of smoked meat, weighing about 3 pounds. Alright, thanks, Secretary Wu. In recent days, Director Chen and Secretary Wu had been growing closer. Secretary Wu was a trusted confidant of the factory director. If he could build a good rapport with Secretary Wu, navigating the factory would become much smoother with that connection. Alright, I won't disturb your meeting any longer. As Secretary Wu was about to leave, he glanced at Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong happened to look up just then, their eyes meeting. This woman was quite attractive. Though a bit older, she still possessed a certain charm. Her figure was excellent, and her face looked several years younger than her peers. However, her gaze wasn't particularly gentle, it carried an air of assertiveness, with a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. Seems their marriage isn't exactly smooth sailing. After Secretary Wu left, Chen Xiangdong asked, Director Chen, who was that person? I've never seen her in your office before. She's the factory director's secretary. She rarely comes to my office unless there's something important to discuss. Otherwise, she sends her assistant. I see. What's the matter? Nothing much. She's just so pretty, I was worried you might lose control. Chen Xiangdong quipped. Director Chen gave a wry smile. At my age, even if I wanted to get involved with someone, they wouldn't have me. Anyway, lust is a double-edged sword, remember that. But plenty of successful people have stumbled over it. I know, Xiao Chen. Do I really need you to tell me that? Director Chen chuckled. Truth be told, he and his wife didn't share much affection, romantic love, that is. He'd started working as a teenager, stayed in the city, and made something of himself. But when it came time to marry, his family arranged for him to take a wife from the village. As the eldest son, he couldn't defy his parents' wishes and had to obey them, marrying a girl from the countryside. But deep down, he harbored some resistance toward his wife, as she was a typical rural woman. He was the purchasing director at a state-owned enterprise, after all, and believed only an educated woman was his equal. He simply preferred women with education and knowledge. But once he was married, he couldn't dwell on it anymore. Alright, I've got work to do. Chen Xiangdong left Director Chen's office and went to a secluded spot, where he retrieved the wild boar meat from his spatial storage. This time he had taken 3 boars, and while he was at it, he also checked on the foxes. The results were impressive. What had started as 3 foxes had now multiplied into over 50. The mature foxes could now mate, meaning they would soon reach 200. It seemed they could breed to that number in less than a week. Then, he could keep a few foxes at the breeding farm to raise their young. He could then sell both fox meat and fox pelts. After delivering the meat to the cafeteria for weighing and settling accounts with Director Chen, he headed home, knowing construction materials would arrive in a few days. Now he could start preparing for the construction. So, after finishing his work, he hurried home. He called the team leader and the surveyor to head to the hillside behind the house. Chen Xiangdong showed his design blueprints to the master. Then he began laying out the lines to determine the exact location for digging the foundation. The surveyor marked the lines while the foreman listened to instructions nearby. Still, he couldn't shake his concerns. Xiangdong, are you sure you really want to build the house here? You see, once the house is built and you move in, you'll look around and see nothing but mountains. It's very quiet around here at night, and you'll be the only house on this side. Plus, I hear this place is haunted. Are you really bringing your whole family here? That's exactly why I wanted quiet to live in peace. I have nothing to hide, so why fear ghosts? Ghosts only haunt those with guilty consciences because they have something to hide. Every villager harbors this mindset, influenced by that legend playing tricks on their minds. He knew it was all nonsense, so naturally he felt no fear. As for future political campaigns targeting his property, he wasn't worried either. He'd find ways to navigate those challenges when they arose. His only wish now was for his family to eat well and live comfortably. Even if they bought a house in the city someday, they'd still return to the village occasionally. After all, rural life was different from city life. That area is for building the house and courtyard, while this side is for the private plot. There's also some vacant land nearby, though it's a bit rocky. But if we bring in more soil to fill it, we could manage to grow vegetables there. Why not expand the private plot over here a bit more, the team leader suggested. He was thinking of Chen Xiangdong, wanting him to have more private land to grow a few extra vegetables. Captain, it's not necessary. I'll take whatever the village gives me, not an inch more. Chen Xiangdong didn't want to take advantage of this, lest people later use this small matter against him. No problem. No one comes to farm this land anyway, it's just going to waste. The villagers won't say anything, they never come out here anyway. That's hard to say. Right now it's just wasteland that can't grow crops, so of course they won't say anything. But if I can grow crops here, that's a different story. Ah, you're right. Human nature is truly hard to fathom. You can never guess what others are thinking. Then I'll clear all the rocks from your plot as measured by the village. The team leader said, fetching a basket. Captain, I'd like to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Since they laid out the lines today, we'll start digging the foundation. I've noticed most villagers consider this spot unlucky. Few will likely want to dig foundations here. I doubt it. Everyone needs to eat. They'll come for the work points, and once the points are tallied, you can exchange them directly. Unlike the points from collective farm work, which aren't distributed until year end. They'll definitely be motivated. The team leader had already discussed this with others and considered the issue Chen Xiangdong raised. So he devised this plan. After each day's work, the labor points would be paid out that very evening. But my concern is whether you can handle redeeming their labor points on the same day. Chapter 138, The Strike. Building a house wasn't cheap, especially since Chen Xiangdong planned to construct a multi-story building. The costs would undoubtedly be higher, and the manpower required would be greater. With such a large sum involved, the team leader genuinely worried that Chen Xiangdong would face immense pressure. Captain, rest assured. I can handle it. The director of the Agricultural Bureau told me. I can get several months' wages advanced, so money shouldn't be a problem. Chen Xiangdong offered this explanation, ensuring no one would question the source of his funds. After all, this was during a famine era, and it was still the planned economy period. Building a house in the countryside was indeed a high-profile act, and envious people would have plenty to say. But with this explanation as a shield, a legitimate source of funds, leaving no room for criticism, he could build the house without fear of gossip. That's wonderful. I was worried at first. That bureau chief really is your benefactor. Yeah, the director's a good man. He understands the struggles of ordinary folks like me. Once he said that, the news would quickly spread throughout the village. This way, everyone would know the source of his construction funds. In their eyes, it wouldn't be money earned through speculation. Once we finish laying out the lines today, we can dig the foundation tomorrow. But there are a lot of rocks here, so digging the foundation won't be easy. We'll need to hire stonemasons, and they'll cost 1 or 2 extra work points per day compared to regular laborers. The team leader added. Yes, I understand that. We'll need to call in several stonemasons. Team leader, could you help me organize that? You know the people in the village better than I do. You're the team leader, and they respect you. Alright, I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Zhao Manchang heard that Chen Xiangdong was building a multi-story house. He felt truly miserable inside that guy actually wanted to build a house. Even though it was on an unlucky spot, he was jealous and felt miserable. Chen Xiangdong would definitely need a stonemason for his construction project. Zhao Manchang deliberately approached the village stonemason and said things meant to discourage him. A villager who usually worked as a stonemason was loosening the soil in his family plot. Zhao Manchang casually walked by and said, "Hey, did you hear? Chen Xiangdong is digging the foundation tomorrow. There are a lot of rocks there, so it'll take a lot of work. You guys could definitely go earn some work points." Yeah, the team leader said they'll settle the work points that same day. Meaning once the job's done, you can exchange them for grain right away. The stonemason was quite pleased, as the labor points could be cashed in immediately. It was better than doing collective village work. Aren't you afraid to go? Zhao Manchang asked. Then he added, you know that place is haunted. That place belongs to the abandoned child. Mess with its territory, and you'll bring bad luck upon yourself. I heard that old man went mushroom picking there once, and his wife died mysteriously afterward. How spooky is that? Zhao Manchang's eerie tone sent a chill down Shigong's spine. If it really was haunted, he might have steeled himself to go for the sake of earning some grain. But the thought of retribution falling on his family or himself made his initial eagerness vanish. Secretary Zhao, you'd better stop talking. You're giving me the creeps. Yeah, best to steer clear of unlucky things. Who knows what might happen? I'm just saying. Don't take it too seriously. Building Chen Xiangdong's house will earn you work points, and you can cash them in right away. That's not bad either. Zhao Manchang added those last few words, worried the villagers might accuse him of deliberately stirring trouble. He didn't just mention this unlucky business to the stonemason, he casually brought it up with others too. Originally, the team leader had said work points would be settled that day. Though they'd heard rumors of ghosts haunting the site, everyone was still eager to earn those points. But after Zhao Manchang spread the story, unease began to creep into their minds. They hesitated about digging the foundation for Chen Xiangdong. Honey, you really shouldn't go dig that foundation tomorrow. No matter how many extra points they offer, don't go. I heard someone went there to pick mushrooms, and the next day, his wife died for no apparent reason. We can't afford to offend that thing. You mustn't go. What if you go and it comes after me? The wife of a stonemason pleaded with her husband, determined to stop him from going. Similar situations unfolded in many households across the village, even sparking arguments. In short, no family wanted their breadwinner to take such a risk. That evening, they all came to find the foreman, refusing the job of digging the foundation at Chen Xiangdong's place the next day. The team leader rushed to find Chen Xiangdong. Xiangdong, you're not asleep yet, are you? I have urgent business to discuss. Captain, what's so urgent? Chen Xiangdong emerged from his room. The villagers who were supposed to work on the foundation tomorrow just came to tell me they won't be coming to work. They say the place is unlucky and they're afraid of disturbing something unclean. Everyone's scared, so they won't dare to dig. I suspect Zhao Manchang has been spreading rumors, which is why the villagers are acting this way. Even though he's the village party secretary now, he's got big ambitions and he's jealous of you. He's no good. The team leader spoke, his teeth gnashing with fury. I suspected him too. That guy can't stand seeing me do better than him. What he did makes him a petty villain. Even if he hadn't done this today, he'd still be a villain. Captain, do you remember when the team's oxen were poisoned? That was Zhao Manchang's doing. He's got plenty of dirty deeds to his name. He only became village party secretary by pulling strings. Otherwise, someone like him would never have a shot at that position. Having someone like him as village secretary will only bring trouble to the villagers. Captain, how about this, you take him down and become the village party secretary yourself? Chen Xiangdong suggested. He believed the team leader would be far more beneficial to the village as village party secretary. Zhao Manchang was exactly that type, sitting in that position, doing nothing yet still greedy. Moreover, his greed differed from that of other officials. His was petty and greedy for even the smallest advantage, lacking any sense of proportion. This society is too pragmatic. People without connections can hardly compete with those who have them. Zhao Manchang climbed the ladder through connections. I have no such connections. For me, the team leader position is as far as I can go. The team leader sighed. He knew Zhao Manchang was incompetent, yet he himself was powerless to change it. Someone like him won't keep his connections for long. Just wait and see. Chapter 139, Seeking Help. Alright, since you have a plan, I can rest easy. I'll head back now, no need to disturb your rest. The captain left after speaking. Lin Yueshio had overheard most of the conversation from inside the house, and now worry began to gnaw at her. Now that they needed to build a new house, the villagers were too scared to help. If they moved in later, wouldn't the villagers end up fearing them too? When Chen Xiangdong entered, Lin Yueshio said anxiously, with the villagers so frightened now, I doubt anyone will come help me build the house. Maybe we should just forget it. Let's build a house here instead. It might be a bit cramped, but at least we'll feel at ease. Even if no one comes to help, it won't stop us from building. Their fear of that place is foolish, it's a prime feng shui location. This problem will be solved tomorrow. You don't need to worry about it. You just take care of the children. Leave the household matters to me. It truly was a treasure spot because a treasure was buried there. A duck in the hand, let it fly away? Impossible. Alright, whatever you decide, I'll support you. Hearing Chen Xiangdong say this, Lin Yueshio finally felt less worried. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong leisurely cooked breakfast. If everything went according to plan, the foundation work on the hillside should already be underway. But first, he needed to find Li Pingsheng. After breakfast, he set out to find Li Pingsheng. But when he arrived, Li Pingsheng wasn't there. Only Fang Tianlin was inside. Where's Li Pingsheng? Chen Xiangdong asked. Didn't he say he was going to help out on the hillside? Brother Xiangdong, didn't you see him over there? Fang Tianlin was a bit baffled. Before Li Pingsheng left, Fang Tianlin had tried to dissuade him from going to that haunted place. But Li was stubborn, insisting he owed Chen Xiangdong a lot. With everyone else too scared to go, even willing to forego work points rather than dig the foundation, Li insisted he had to go. In any case, Li Pingsheng was impossible to dissuade. Alright, I got it. Thanks. Chen Xiangdong headed toward the hillside. When he finally reached the spot, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Not only was Li Pingsheng there, but also Def Lier and his wife, Chen Zhangwo and his wife, Godan and his family of 3, the trio of Lazybones, and Zhang Fuchuan. They were all swinging hoes and digging the earth, while the team leader stood nearby directing how to dig. Chen Xiangdong approached them. Why are you all here? Aren't you afraid disturbing the earth might provoke something? Uncle Li chuckled, I've lived my whole life doing good deeds. I've never done anything dishonest. What's there to fear? Exactly. If you've got nothing to hide, what's there to fear? Xiangdong, once this house is built, if you need help, we'll come over. I'll even bring my wife Jinhua along. Many hands make light work. Chen Jianjun paused his work and straightened his back. Since joining the trio of slackers, he had changed significantly. Xiangdong, we've got enough hands today, but we're short a mason. It'll be tougher for everyone to get things done. The foreman walked over and said. Don't worry about the stonemason. We should be able to get one today. Thanks to everyone for coming to help. Team leader, please make sure to record all the work points. Tonight, I'll exchange green for everyone. I knew it, working with Xiangdong, we won't fare too badly. We worked hard today, and tonight we'll have food. Zhang Fuchuan has been working with renewed vigor. Exactly. Since joining the Lazybones group, my life has become much more regular. Widow Li chimed in. After joining the Slackers group, she had been rewarded twice by Chen Xiangdong. With food in hand, she wouldn't have to sell her body. Alright, everyone, you've worked hard today. Li Pingsheng, you'll come with me to Taiga village later. Taiga village was where Li Pingsheng had first been sent during the down to the countryside movement. Hearing Chen Xiangdong mention going there, he was puzzled. Brother Xiangdong, what's the purpose of going there? To find someone to help. You lived there before and know the place well. Alright, let's go now. Li Pingsheng knew Chen Xiangdong was seeking assistance, and he didn't hesitate for a moment. Chen Xiangdong and Li Pingsheng set off for Taigu village. Since they couldn't find a stonemason in this production team, they'd try nearby villages. No one turns down money. If someone refused to dig foundations even when paid, it meant the offer wasn't high enough. In truth, he could offer them an extra 10 work points, meaning double pay for a day's labor. Or triple, even quadruple. Then some might disregard the rumors about this filthy thing. But Chen Xiangdong didn't want to pay exorbitant wages. He'd given the village considerable support, but not everyone would return the favor when he needed help. Human nature is like that, and reality is no different. He understood the underlying logic and accepted it, so such circumstances couldn't sway his emotions. Those who feared the work and refused to do it well, there were plenty lining up to take their place. After arriving in Taiga village, Li Pingsheng immediately sought out the production brigade leader. The team leader spotted Li Pingsheng and teased, "Hey, kid, did you get bored in Taosher village and want to come back?" "Team leader, I'm here because someone needs your help." "I brought them along, it's good news," Li Pingsheng replied with a smile. Hearing it was good news, the production team leader perked up. "What kind of good news?" he asked. "My family is building a house. We're digging the foundation today and need several stonemasons. Can your production team arrange that?" 18 work points per person, paid in full that same evening. They can choose to exchange it for grain or cash, whichever they prefer. 18 work points? Is there such a good deal? Normally, a strong laborer earns 10 work points, and stonemasonry is physically demanding work, so it's usually around 12 work points. 18 work points was already a lot, and they'd be paid in full that same day. For them, what else could this be but a good deal? The production team leader was naturally eager to accept, as he himself often worked as a stonemason. "Team leader, it truly is 18 labor points," Li Pingsheng emphasized the number 18. "Then we're in. How many men do you need?" the captain asked. 5 should be enough. But I'll be upfront, there's talk in the village about ghosts haunting that place. Ha! Ghosts? What's a ghost? These days, grain is king. Who cares about ghosts? I don't buy that nonsense. The foreman laughed heartily. Money in hand, he wasn't afraid. After all, everyone talked about ghosts, but no one had ever seen one. What was there to fear? "We're digging foundations today. Can we head over later?" Chen Xiangdong inquired. He anticipated this outcome when he arrived. Even if the villagers were scared and no one wanted to go, he could always find another village. There were plenty of people out there. It wasn't that the few stonemasons in Taosher village had quit, it was just that no stonemasons had come to help. There's no problem that can't be solved, unless the pay isn't high enough. Chen Xiangdong found some truth in that saying. "Alright, no problem. You guys rest for a bit. I'll go find someone now. Wait for me about 10 minutes or so." The foreman hurried off to relay the message, anxious that Chen Xiangdong might change his mind if kept waiting too long. Chapter 140, the first day of digging the foundation. Before long, the team leader returned with 4 men. "Comrade Xiangdong, we're ready to go," the captain said with a smile. "Alright." The group immediately set off for Taosher village. Upon entering the village, they headed straight for the hillside behind it. Their arrival drew attention, as many villagers working outside noticed them. Did Chen Xiangdong go find people from other production teams to help? Looks like it. They're heading to the hillside, must be digging the foundation. It's because of Chen Xiangdong that we get to eat meat and grow vegetables. But I've got my own troubles too. If I go digging on the hillside, who knows if I'll even make it through tomorrow. Ugh, that place is just unlucky. If he'd picked somewhere else, even without work points, I'd still have gone." A middle-aged man sighed. When Chen Xiangdong went to recruit workers from other production teams to dig the foundation, the villagers couldn't help but whisper about it behind his back. "Everyone, I've found some help," Chen Xiangdong announced. "Great. There are too many rocks here, it's too hard to dig. We need to break them up first. Those big stones buried underground are really tough to handle without a professional," Chen Jiangwo remarked. "Of course. When breaking rocks like these, brute force alone won't do. Otherwise, the fragments will fly everywhere and easily injure someone. This requires some skill," the village chief of Taigi village said, then began smashing the rocks with a sledgehammer. "Wow, there really are a lot of rocks here. It's almost like building on top of rocks. It'll take us 5 people 2 or 3 days just to break these rocks into pieces. It's not that we're trying to pad our work points by working slowly, there's just too much rock here, and it's a pain to deal with," one of the stone workers said with a laugh. He made sure to mention up front that the stones here were indeed difficult to work with, so they wouldn't be accused of taking advantage later. "I understand that," Chen Xiangdong replied. Otherwise, with Chen Jiangwo and the others helping out, why would they even need to hire stonemasons? If that's settled, then let's get to work. With that, the group got to work. Now that someone's breaking the rocks, the rest of us will haul out the rubble and dig wherever we can. the foreman directed. The group busied themselves on the hillside behind the house. By 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone could wrap up for the day. After a full day's work, the plot of land finally showed signs of change. After finishing work, Chen Xiangdong had them come to his house to settle their labor points. 1 point exchanged for 2 pounds of grain. With the grain we got today, we can have a proper meal back home tonight. If there's more work like this, come find us, said a middle-aged man from Taigu village. The moment they received the grain, their hearts were filled with joy beyond words. Same here. The grain rationed by the brigade is almost gone. Usually, we just boil a little rice with sweet potato vines to make porridge. Honestly, there aren't many grains of rice in it. Same here. With the famine, the production team's grain rations are meager. Everyone's living the same way. Several people sighed in unison, their faces reflecting the joy of receiving the grain. The sky was still hazy, not yet fully dark, as they left Chen Xiangdong's house carrying their grain. Many villagers saw them carrying the grain, and their envy flared up again. I heard Chen Xiangdong paid those stone masons 18 work points today. The few villagers who helped out got 12 work points. That's more work points than we earned doing collective labor. I'm scared, but seeing them carry grain home makes me envy them to death. They worked all day today and no one got hurt. Wow, getting over 20 pounds of grain in a single day, that's pretty sweet. You're jealous now, but when it was your turn to go, you were scared to death. Cowards like you can only watch others get their grain. Wonder if Chen Xiangdong will call in help from other villages again next time. Once the foundation's dug, we'll start building the house. Want to come next time? If working one day pays as much as working two, I'd definitely go. They started construction now, and nothing bad happened, did it? A few people gathered around, exchanging a few words. Just then, Wang Suihua arrived carrying her basket. Knowing Chen Xiangdong's strained relationship with his parents, they teased her casually. Oh, Aunt Suihua, just back from your chores? Why didn't you go help your eldest son? Everyone who helped out got over 20 pounds of grain. What? That much? Yeah, I just saw them carrying the grain back. Those sacks looked like they held over 20 pounds each. That little bastard actually gave others that much? Wang Suihua fumed. But she didn't dare pick a fight with him for no reason now. Chen Xiangdong had changed. Unlike before, forcing him to submit wouldn't work anymore. He wouldn't fall for that anymore, so she had to take a softer approach. Aunt Suihua, don't blame Xiangdong. That place is prone to haunted stuff. If you don't offer enough, no one will even want to go there to work. Ah, you two chat. I've got work to do back home. Nong Jinhua didn't linger with them, quickly making excuses to head home. Those people just wanted to see her fail, they were so mean. She wasn't about to stick around and give them the satisfaction. But once she got home, she still felt resentful. Seeing Chen Jianmen cleaning the chimney inside, she vented her frustration to him. You know, our boss gives each of those workers over 20 pounds of grain a day. He's so generous with them, yet so stingy with us. Chen Jianmen grew irritated the moment he heard Wang Suihua's complaints. Can't you just keep quiet? Those people are helping out with the work. If you want grain, why don't you go help with the work? If you worked, the boss would share grain with you too. If it weren't for this woman, would the boss treat them like enemies? He's my son, born to owe me. Without me, he wouldn't exist. The debt of giving him life is one he can never repay in this lifetime. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Children should honor their parents, but that honor comes from a father's kindness. Only when a father is kind can a son be dutiful. Mom, you're being selfish. You don't treat Big Brother like your own son at all. How can he be filial to you? Big Brother is a reasonable man. He will repay your nurturing kindness, but that debt doesn't give you the right to bleed him dry. The speaker was the third sister. She had been away recently, studying and working. She'd interacted with many city dwellers. Though gender bias remained pervasive everywhere in this era. But her Boehner's perspectives inevitably differed from those in the village. Moreover, she had read extensively, and her thoughts and perspectives were gradually shifting. Chapter 141, Uninvited Guest. Third sister, you've grown quite bold now, always speaking to your parents like this. You show no respect whatsoever. I hear you're even attending night school. I say all those books you've read have been for nothing, you haven't learned a single thing. Wang Suihua was furious enough to spit fire. She was just venting a little, but her husband turned it around on her. Even third sister, who used to be meek and submissive, was openly confronting her now. Why has everyone changed? Mom, I'm just stating the facts. When you act like this, it makes it hard for us to be filial. We suffer too. If you acted like a mother, we'd all be filial. But look at how you behave. If you end up bedridden and ignored in your old age, you'll have brought it upon yourself. Third sister was boiling with anger too, having bottled it up for far too long. Now she finally had the courage to speak up. You're going to drive me crazy. A girl like you shouldn't have gone to school. Look at what a little education has turned you into. By the way, haven't you gotten your paycheck this month? Why haven't I seen any money from you? Remember to hand over your entire paycheck to me every month. The restaurant provides room and board anyway, you can't possibly spend much. Wang Suihua seethed inwardly, but then she thought of third brother's salary. Her anger subsided a little. Mom, you still want my entire month's pay? Considering how hard you work at home, I'll give you 5 yuan a month from my paycheck. This is my way of showing filial piety. I think that's fair enough. If you want me to hand over my entire salary, that's impossible. I'll get married someday and have my own family to support my own life to live. Third sister sighed helplessly. How could her mother be so unreasonable? She even wanted to take all of her wages. You're my flesh and blood. You're not married yet. If you don't give me your salary, who else should I give it to? Now is the time for you to repay me. Once you're married, will you still be able to repay me? Besides, handing over your entire salary is just about keeping the money with me. When you get married, I'll still give it back to you. Wang Suihua declared. To her, everything she said made perfect sense. Third sister knew full well that if she handed over all her wages to Wang Suihua, she'd never see that money again. Just as third sister was about to argue further, Chen Xiangdong spoke up. You woman, this is outrageous. The money our child earns should definitely be kept by them. How can it all be handed over to their mother? Besides, third brother already contributes 5 yuan to the household each month. That's more than enough. She hardly ever comes home now, living and eating elsewhere, not consuming the family's food or spending the family's money. Why should third sister hand over her entire salary? Third sister, don't listen to your mother. Keep your salary for yourself. You'll need it when you marry and start your own family. After the strained relationship with the eldest daughter, Chen Xiangdong didn't want to let things get that way with the third daughter too. The third child now had a job, and in the future, the elderly couple might rely on her. He had come to his senses. The fourth and second children weren't particularly capable, and only the fifth was in high school, with the potential for a good job in the future. But third sister already had a steady job. He still didn't want to let things get that tense. Hey, husband, how could you be like this? She's just a daughter, after all. Wang Suihua protested indignantly, utterly shocked that Chen Xiangdong would say such a thing. Cut it out. Third son rarely comes home. Don't just think of her as a daughter, she's our child too. This time, listen to me, let third brother keep his salary for himself. Chen Xiangdong took a drag from his cigarette, feeling particularly irritable. Alright, Dad. Third sister smiled. This time, her father finally said something right. Third sister put her things away and headed to Chen Xiangdong's house. She had bought candy for Xinxin Nian and little Lu. Third auntie's back. Xing Xinyan was the first to spot third sister. She happily ran over and took third sister's hand. Xinxin is growing more and more like her older brother. Where's Dad? Dad's inside. A lot of people came to get grain earlier, and he just finished helping them. Why give away grain? Third sister didn't know Chen Xiangdong was building a new house. Because they came to help dig the foundation. Auntie didn't know, did she? We're building a new house on the hillside behind our home. Soon we'll have a big house to live in. Xinxin said happily. Really? That's wonderful. Third sister was delighted too, though she couldn't figure out why big brother chose that spot for the house. Xinxin, here are some candies for you. Take them. Wow, candy. I get to eat candy. Even though Xinxin never liked candy now, she still really wanted to eat the candy Auntie San brought and was very happy. Third sister's back. Chen Xiangdong emerged from the house and saw the two of them. Yeah, I came back tonight, but I have to go back to work tomorrow morning. Come inside quickly. Stay for dinner tonight. Xiao Lu is staying here now too. It'll be livelier with more people around. Sure. Third sister nodded with a smile. Having just argued with Wang Suihua, she didn't feel like going home for dinner tonight. Did Mom ask you for your paycheck? Chen Xiangdong suddenly inquired. Big brother, you're so sharp you can tell all that? With Mom's temperament, she'd definitely do something like that. She told me to hand over my entire paycheck, but I refused. This time Dad actually said a few things that sounded like a father should. He didn't stop Mom from taking my pay, he told me to keep it for myself. Now that I have a job, I give $5 to the family each month. Yeah, that's the way to go. You gotta keep your own pay. Don't hand it all over. Otherwise, when you hit hard times later, someone like Mom won't cough up a dime for you. I know, big brother. I understand that now. Where are Xiao Lu and Grandma? They're both inside. Third sister entered the room and immediately sought out Grandma. Grandma! Oh my, third girl's back. Come here, let Grandma see you. How have you been lately? Has anyone been bullying you out there? The old lady smiled, revealing her few remaining teeth. Grandma, I'm doing just fine out here. You don't need to worry. I've even started earning a salary now. Grandma, I rushed back and didn't have time to buy you anything. Please take this. As third daughter held the old woman's hand, she slipped 2 yuan into it. The old woman looked at it and quickly pushed it back. Third daughter, working and earning money out there isn't easy. This old woman lives with Xiangdong, he feeds and houses me, so I don't spend a penny. Keep it for yourself. Grandma, please take it. Consider it my filial offering to you. Third sister wouldn't take it back, of course. Grandma, please take it. It's third sister's heartfelt gesture. Only after Chen Xiangdong spoke did the old lady finally accept it. Before long, the meal was fully prepared, and Lin Yueshou carried plate after plate to the table. Just as they were about to eat, an unexpected visitor arrived. Chapter 142, Repaying the Debt of Nurturing. Oh, dinner's ready. The newcomer was a young woman who appeared older than Lin Yueshou, though she was actually 3 years her junior. This woman was Lin Yueshou's cousin, Lin Shurong. When Lin Yueshou was just 8 years old, her parents were swept away by floodwaters while repairing the village dam. Their bodies were never found. After that, Lin Yueshou went to live with her uncle's family. This Lin Shurong was her uncle's second daughter. What are you doing here? Lin Yueshou was not welcoming of her cousin. It could be said that since marrying Chen Xiangdong, she had severed all ties with her uncle's family. She had no desire to reconnect with them. They hadn't been in contact for a very long time, and she had no idea why they'd suddenly come knocking today. But Lin Yueshou knew well that people don't come unannounced without a reason. That's why she spoke to Lin Shurong with such a sour tone. Cousin, you seem rather unwelcoming. Even though you've married into this family, we're still family. Lin Shurong said. Her tone was polite, and she put on a show of warmth. Passers-by unaware of the situation might have thought Lin Shurong was being exceptionally kind to her. Lin Shurong, you never thought of us as family before, but now you suddenly remember we're family? Lin Xiangdong could tell they were only reaching out now that he'd made it big. This left Lin Shurong feeling awkward, for her family had indeed treated Lin Yueshou poorly in the past. They'd also heard that Chen Xiangdong had become a national researcher and was now preparing to build a house. With such a wealthy relative, they naturally wanted to curry favor. That's why her father sent her over to check things out. Brother-in-law, the past is the past, and now is now. Isn't all that behind us? After all, we're blood relatives with our cousin. Besides, after uncle and aunt passed away, it was our family who raised our cousin. We have nurtured her a debt of gratitude that demands repayment with the deepest sincerity. Lin Shurong tried to morally blackmail Lin Yueshou. But when she brought this up, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but get angry. Cousin, raising my wife? You sure remember that part clearly. And now you're telling her to repay that kindness with a spring of gratitude? Did your parents really raise my wife? She lost her parents when she was 8. The village gave 100 yuan in compensation, but that money didn't go directly to my wife, it went to your parents. Did they spend a single penny of that money on her? My wife went to work as a maid in a landlord's household at 8 years old. Not only did she have to support herself, but your parents also took her meager wages. Not a single penny of that village compensation ever touched my wife. Brother-in-law, you've misunderstood. Our family never mistreated our cousin. When she went to work for the landlord as a servant as a child, it was entirely voluntary. She was paid wages, and no one forced her. Lin Shurong refused to concede. At the time, Lin Yueshou was still young. She always felt unwanted at her uncle's house, like a guest in someone else's home the moment she arrived. Unloved and deprived of affection, she tried to win over her uncle's family. It was only after experiencing many things later that she saw clearly. After marrying into the family, she cut ties. It wasn't just Lin Yueshou who severed ties. Her family knew Chen Xiangdong was a fool for filial piety, constantly moving things to his parents' house. They saw no benefit in maintaining contact. They also feared Lin Yueshou might drag them down, so they too stopped visiting. At this point, Lin Yueshou spoke up. Xiangdong, after all that's been said, I don't owe them anything. If you insist on talking about debts of gratitude, I've already repaid them long ago. Seeing that Lin Yueshou wasn't as easy to deal with as before, Lin Shurong didn't want to continue the topic. The moment she walked in, she'd already been eyeing the food on the table. Fish, meat, soup. It was clear that Chen Xiangdong's family was living well now. I rushed over here, it's such a long way, and I walked the whole way. I'm starving. Let's eat dinner first. With that, Lin Shurong sat down to eat. Before anyone else had gathered around to eat, she picked up her chopsticks and started to pick at the meat. Just then, Xinqing and Nian rushed over to pull her back. Bad woman, stealing our meat. Xinqing declared. Xinqing grabbed the hand holding the chopsticks. Nian, being smaller, couldn't reach her hand, so she tugged at her pants instead. Pulling hard, Lin Shurong feared her pants might be yanked down, so she held onto her waistband with one hand. You two children, how rude. Your second aunt came to visit, and this is the manners you show? You're the one with no manners, sneaking into someone else's house and helping yourself to food. Xinqing retorted defiantly. She had never met this aunt before, but from the way her mother spoke about her, she knew her mother didn't like this woman. They had witnessed their own grandmother snatching food before. So now, seeing someone else trying to snatch food, they feared it would all be taken away. That's why the two sisters stepped in to stop Lin Shurong. It was a reflex, they instinctively guarded their food. Oh, little girl, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll teach you to talk back. Lin Shurong shoved Xinqing. With her tiny frame, how could she possibly match the strength of an adult? Xinxin was pushed flat onto the ground. Chen Xiangdong rushed over and scooped her up. Why are you bad woman? That really hurt. Xinxin, tell daddy where it hurts. My hand hurts here. Xinxin held out her hand for Chen Xiangdong to see. When she fell, she'd braced herself with her palm, which was now scraped raw. Lin Shirong, is this how you treat my child? Chen Xiangdong stood up, walked straight to Lin Shirong, and slapped her across the face. The force of the blow sent Lin Shirong tumbling backward onto the floor. Her head spun dizzyingly for a moment. Now it was her turn to sit on the floor, whimpering. It hurts so much. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me so hard? Get out. Get out of my house right now. Or else, my slaps won't stop. Chen Xiangdong roared angrily. Hearing this, Lin Shirong dared not utter another word. Though her head still felt dizzy, she forced herself to stand up. Fine. I never imagined you'd all turn out like this ungrateful and ungrateful. Just you wait. Lin Shirong staggered out. Her father had instructed her today to come and get some money from Lin Yueshio. Unexpectedly, not only did she fail to get the money, but before she could even ask, she was met with a hard slap across the face. Mommy will blow on your little hand. It won't hurt anymore. Lin Yueshio held Xinxin close. It doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy hit that bad woman and got revenge for Xinxian. Xinxian's hand doesn't hurt anymore. By now, Xinxin had stopped crying. Honey, your cousin came over. If I'm not here, don't be afraid of her. People like her bully the weak and fear the strong. Give her a few more beatings and she'll learn to behave. Okay, I understand. They must have heard we're building a house and that our financial situation has improved. They're trying to take advantage. That family has always been shameless. Lin Shirong got a taste of her own medicine this time, but they won't just let it go. Chapter 143, Delivery. With their kind of character, we're not afraid if they show up. If those two elders behave themselves as their son-in-law, I'd still show them respect. But the way they are? I wouldn't even give them Nuonua's leftovers. Relatives like that aren't worth keeping. They're just like our mother. Third sister chimed in. They're gone. Let's eat. Enjoy our meal and don't let those people ruin our mood. Chen Xiangdong said. The group finally sat down to eat. Third sister, do you have to go to work tomorrow morning? Chen Xiangdong asked during the meal. Yes, I'll go in the morning and start work in the afternoon. I'll be heading into town tomorrow too. I can give you a ride so you don't have to walk all the way. All right. After the meal, third sister spoke privately with Xiao Lu for a while. As they prepared to leave, third sister secretly slipped Xiao Lu several grain coupons and candy coupons. Xiao Lu, keep these tickets. Use them when you need them. Now that you're staying with Big Brother, you must be obedient. Our Big Brother is a good man, and he's been kind to us. We must remember this kindness. Don't be like our mother, always taking from him. When we're able, we must repay his kindness. Xiao Lu was still young, and third sister feared he might go astray if she didn't impress these words upon him. Third sister, I know Big Brother's family has been kind to me. When I grow up, I'll repay them. I won't be an ungrateful person. Little Six is so sensible. Alright, third sister needs to rest now. You should go to sleep too. Third sister returned home, and little Sixth went into her room, curling up on the heated bed to warm herself. The next morning, third sister came to wait for Chen Xiangdong to head into town. Chen Xiangdong rose early and immediately inspected his spatial breeding farm. Over 200 adult foxes now inhabited the space. After slaughtering and skinning them with a single command, he set off. He was heading out early to deliver the fox pelts and bring some fox meat to Agen. Agen would surely be delighted to receive the meat. As for Director Chen's share, he instructed Agen to deliver it personally. By 9 o'clock that morning, they arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Only a few people had come to work at that hour, so it was quite deserted. Fei was wiping tables in the lobby while Agen stood at the front desk doing the day's accounting. Fei, sharp-eyed, spotted third sister's arrival and immediately started stirring trouble with Arjun. She had her eye on Agen and wanted to get something going with him. But Agen had chosen third sister instead. Because of this, she now couldn't stand the sight of third sister. Jen, there's something on your head. Let me help you get it off. Fei said deliberately. She wanted to pull this little stunt in front of third sister, the kind that would bring them closer together, involve physical contact, and easily lead to misunderstandings. I'll do it myself, Agen quickly replied. But Fei ignored his refusal, leaning in to pretend to brush his hair. Watch out for that woman. She's after your man, Chen Xiangdong remarked with a glance. Yeah, I know. Fei's always restless. Third sister said, striding into the restaurant. This kind of thing was best handled by Sanmei with her strong-willed approach. Because he could stand up for third sister once, but he couldn't do it for her forever. If she wanted a good life in the future, she had to stand up for herself. Arjun, what are you doing? Third sister entered, speaking in the tone of someone addressing a proper partner. Seeing this, Agen quickly stepped back 2 paces, distancing himself from Fei, afraid third sister might misunderstand. I'm doing the accounts. Oh, the future wife of the state-run restaurant manager is back. I thought with your new status, you'd take a few extra days off. Fei Fei teased. Fei Fei, watch your mouth. Don't let your big mouth get you into trouble someday. No one will be able to save you then. Oh, and by the way, Arjun and I are dating now. Please watch your words from now on. After saying this, third sister went over and linked her arm through a Jen's. Seeing she couldn't win an argument with third sister, Fei Fei retreated to the kitchen to work. As she left, she muttered under her breath. How shameless. It's just dating, yet she really thinks she's Arjun's legitimate wife. Chen Xiangdong felt reassured seeing third sister stand up for him. Arjun, I brought some fox meat. Fox meat? That's great. We can create new dishes with it. I brought 30 this time. If you want fox meat again next time, I can bring some over. Sure thing, no problem. Brother Dong, you never disappoint me. Alright, cut the flattery. You're dating my third sister now. You little rascal, if you dare mistreat my third sister, I won't let you off the hook. Brother Dong, rest assured. I like third sister, how could I ever mistreat her? I can't even wait to cherish her. A Jen assured Chen Xiangdong. Brother, please don't put pressure on Agan, third sister chimed in from the side. You little minx, already taking sides with outsiders? Chen Xiangdong teased. Third sister's cheeks flushed crimson. Big brother, please stop teasing me. Alright, I'll stop. By the way, Arjun, tally up this batch of fox meat for me, I want to trade it all for grain. He needed to build a house, and the laborers coming to help were all short on grain. Getting more grain back would let them choose what to exchange for later. That's why he needed to get as much grain as possible now. Got it, Brother Dong. I'll get it sorted right away. I'll leave the goods here. I've got other business to attend to. Understood. Chen Xiangdong left the restaurant and headed to the black market to find Zhenbao. Zhenbao. Xiangdong, you came to see me about something? Yeah, take me to see Yang Chang. Since he'd delivered the goods early without arranging a meeting spot with Yang Chang, he had to come find Zhenbao to get to Yang Chang. He had no idea what Yang Chang's background was, didn't know where he lived, and didn't know where he worked. They always met in some shady little room nearby. Alright, wait here for me. I'll be right back. Zhenbao left for about 15 minutes before returning. When he came back, he said, we'll meet at the usual spot, the little hut nearby. Then Zhenbao led Chen Xiangdong over there. Yang Chang assumed he'd come to the building materials. Xiao Chun, the materials will be delivered soon. Don't worry. Brother Yang, I'm not worried. I came today to deliver the goods, 200 fox pelts. Ha! I estimated about a week, but you've delivered them after only 3 days. Little Chen, you're impressive. Chapter 144, Encountering a Mudslide. Brother Yang, you were in such a hurry for the fox pelts, so of course I had to speed things up. I left the fox pelts outside for Dog Egg to watch over. Wait a moment, I'll go get them now. Chen Xiangdong said casually. To avoid arousing Brother Yang's suspicion about his spatial abilities, he had no choice but to bring up Godan. After stepping out for a moment, Chen Xiangdong returned carrying 2 large burlap sacks. Brother Yang, everything's right here. Take a look and make sure it's all there. Chen Xiangdong untied the sacks and dumped all the fox pelts inside onto the ground. The foxes raised in the system farm had exceptionally fine fur with a lustrous sheen, clearly top-grade quality. Not only were there white fox pelts, but also gray fox pelts. Both colors were exceptionally beautiful. This stuff is top-notch. These are the finest fox pelts I've ever seen. Brother Yang was thoroughly satisfied with this batch. Such a fine lot. Brother Yang, if you think it's good, that's all that matters. Chen Xiangdong smiled. Xiao Chen, I'd like to ask you for another favor. Once this is settled, I'll pay you in full. Yang Chang said thoughtfully. What is it? Go ahead. Well, this shipment needs to get to the client, right? But when I was buying the fox pelts, I got double-crossed by some scoundrel. I'm worried that if this shipment passes through my hands, it might attract unwanted attention too. So, I need you to ensure it gets safely to the client. He had to find someone reliable and capable for this job. In his view, Zhenbao was trustworthy, but he still lacked sufficient capability and could be a bit careless at times. He feared Zhenbao might cause trouble if sent alone. At present, Chen Xiangdong seemed like the right choice. To procure such a large quantity of fox pelts in such a short time, he must possess a sharp mind. Alright, no problem. To secure this connection, Chen Xiangdong agreed. Good. It's settled then. Chen, you must ensure the goods arrive safely. Understood. Following the instructions, Chen Xiangdong delivered the goods to the address Yang Chang provided. They even had a secret code to ensure the package didn't fall into the wrong hands. After leaving the hut, Chen Xiangdong walked to a secluded spot and stowed the fox pelt into his spatial pocket. Fox pelts were precious items, and storing them in his spatial pocket was the safest option. Afterward, he retrieved his bicycle. The delivery location was quite a distance away, and the route involved mountain roads. He needed a mode of transportation, otherwise, the journey would be slow and exhausting. After cycling for about half an hour, Chen Xiangdong heard a chugging sound approaching from behind. "Hey, you up front. Riding so slow, deliberately blocking our path. Showing off that you can afford a bike? It's just a cheap bike, what's there to brag about?" The voice sounded arrogant and rude. Chen Xiangdong glanced back and saw several young men who looked like hooligans riding a beat-up motorcycle. Not only was the bike in shambles, but it had also been modified. It was obvious they'd scavenged the parts, rebuilt it from scrap, and it probably hadn't even worked before the makeover. And they had the nerve to mock his bike? Chen Xiangdong couldn't be bothered with them. Arguing while riding could easily lead to an accident. In any case, either they would be the ones to suffer an accident, or he would, or both would end up injured. Such incidents were far from rare in later eras of advanced transportation. Take, for instance, the luxury car driver who couldn't stand the vehicle ahead, flew into a rage, and swerved to overtake it only to crash his own car into a bridge pier, leaving him mangled beyond recognition. Besides, Chen Xiangdong had important business to attend to and wasn't about to waste time getting into a pissing contest with others. Those four lowlifes revved past him on a beat-up motorcycle, the driver flashing Chen Xiangdong a mocking grin. Then they veered off onto another fork in the road. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong suddenly remembered something crucial. Today was December 15th. He remembered that on this day in his previous life, a major mudslide had occurred. Villagers were repairing the roadside at the time, and the mudslide claimed every single one of them. Chen Xiangdong had participated in the rescue efforts back then. He remembered clearly that the accident site was precisely the road those thugs had just driven down. The accident site was just ahead on the road, and the timing was almost identical to the current hour. Those men heading that way would likely meet the same fate. These were precious lives, and Chen Xiangdong couldn't stand by and do nothing. Chen Xiangdong immediately turned his bicycle toward the diverging road. Those thugs' modified motorcycles were actually quite slow. Even when they accelerated, they couldn't match the speed of Chen Xiangdong's bicycle. Soon, Chen Xiangdong caught up with him. "Bro, that guy actually caught up on a bicycle. This guy's got some guts." The thug driving the motorcycle got fired up. What was the big deal about a speed contest? A beat-up bicycle trying to compete with their modified motorcycles? Seeing them speed up, Chen Xiangdong shouted, "Stop! Don't go any further, there's a mudslide ahead." But to them, it sounded like just another one of Chen Xiangdong's tricks. "Bro, should we believe that guy about the mudslide up ahead? Bull. That's his dirty trick, he wants us to slow down so he can pass us. You guys up front, aren't you afraid of dying? There's going to be a building collapse up ahead." Seeing he couldn't stop him, Chen Xiangdong accelerated his own pace. In no time, his bicycle blocked the motorcycle's path. The motorcycle slammed on its brakes, and the three crammed onto the back seat tumbled off. "Ouch, ouch. My ass is split open. It hurts like hell. It hurts like hell, it hurts like hell." The group sprawled on the ground in all directions. "You bastard. Trying to kill us, you piece of junk bike," one of them cursed. "You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of a kind heart. I wasn't trying to kill you, I was stopping you from meeting the king of hell." Chen Xiangdong retorted dismissively. He didn't feel like arguing with them now. They couldn't get up for a while, so they were safe for the moment. But the villagers still working by the roadside were in danger now. He had to get over there quickly and evacuate them. Chapter 145, Logging Quotas. "A mudslide is coming. Everyone, get out of here immediately," Chen Xiangdong shouted as he ran over. The villagers looked over, but none of them believed him. It hasn't rained recently. It's not even the rainy season. And there are so many trees on this slope, they've been growing for decades. How could a mudslide happen so easily, a villager said. "It looks fine on the surface because the slope hasn't been damaged externally. But there used to be a coal mine here, with many shafts dug into the ground. The slope is hollow underneath, so a mudslide is perfectly normal. Don't doubt me. Look at the ditch beside us, hasn't the water level risen? And the birds on the slope are flying everywhere, looking panicked." No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than the trees on the slope began to shift, gradually leaning at an angle. "Folks, hurry up and get out of here. The trees on the hillside are already leaning. If you don't run now, you won't get another chance." The villagers looked up and saw the trees bending now. Only then did panic set in, and they scrambled to find shelter. Just as everyone reached safety, a deep, thunderous rumble suddenly echoed through the air. In an instant, the hillside collapsed. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. "Thank goodness we got out fast. Otherwise, we'd be buried under the dirt right now. Thanks to this guy for warning us. That was way too dangerous. What a close call, we almost lost our lives." The few layabouts sitting on the ground were still shaken by what they'd witnessed. "Holy crap, if we'd gone through just now, we'd be dead for sure. That kid literally snatched our lives back from the Grim Reaper. Thank goodness we fell on our butts, otherwise." After that, everyone expressed their gratitude to Chen Xiangdong. "Kid, thank you for warning us in time. You saved all our lives today, young man." "Thank you." But Chen Xiangdong didn't linger. He had to deliver the goods on time. So he left quickly. As he pedaled his bicycle, he heard the rumble of a motorcycle engine behind him. What were those good-for-nothings up to now? Hey, benefactor. We haven't even thanked you yet, and you're just going to take off like this? The thug on the motorcycle shouted. They felt ashamed. The man truly had a big heart. They had deliberately mocked and provoked him, yet he had saved them without holding a grudge. If they didn't catch up to thank him, they'd feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Chen Xiangdong paid them no mind, pedaling his bicycle away. Their beat-up motorcycle couldn't keep up. The delivery deadline was 1 p.m., and luckily, he made it just in time. He found the contact person, who then led him to the delivery location. However, he had to be blindfolded, and with his eyes covered, he couldn't see the way at all. Finally, he was led into a lavishly decorated house. A man in his 50s was there to inspect and accept the goods. Chen Xiangdong could tell at a glance that the man was merely a subordinate. Afterward, Chen Xiangdong was escorted out. Because his eyes were covered, he couldn't recognize the way back to that place. Nevertheless, the goods had been delivered safely, and he had completed his task. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Chen Xiangdong finally returned home. Xiangdong, you're finally back. Brother Shanghai, are you off work today? Chen Xiangdong was surprised to see Chen Shanghai appear in his own home. Then he noticed the fruit and cured meat on the table. No need to guess, it must have been brought by Chen Shanghai. Brother Shanghai, why did you bring so much stuff? Take it back quickly. We have plenty to eat here. You should go back and feed it to Uncle and the others. I brought them here, there's no way I'm taking them back. Xiangdong, you gave me a job and paid me a salary. I have to thank you. Chen Shanghai chuckled. He couldn't be an ingrate. Chen Xiangdong gave him a job, so he owed him a favor. Bringing some things over was only right. If you don't accept it, I'd really feel bad. Alright then, I'll keep it. By the way, Xiangdong, you often go hunting in the mountains, right? You're skilled at it, you always bring back good game. I heard from our textile factory workers that the cafeteria staff want to buy meat from hunters. When I heard that, you were the first person who came to mind. Once I get to know that logistics director better, I'll introduce you to him. You can trade your game for grain, it's not illegal. Sounds good. I never expected his cousin to be so sharp. And he'd actually consider helping him out. Compared to his own 3 brothers, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th Chen Shanghai's actions were far more commendable. Well, no other business then. I'm heading home, my parents are waiting for me to eat. Alright. The next morning, as dawn broke, the team leader began broadcasting over the loudspeaker. Attention, fellow villagers. The higher-ups have issued a notice requiring laborers to go into the mountains for logging. The production team will organize a logging crew. Villagers whose names are read out are requested to report to the team headquarters for a meeting at 7:30 a.m. In previous years, there had been no logging quotas in this area, so the nearby mountains remained densely forested. Because of this, the mountains were home to many wild beasts. Chen Xiangdong lay on his Kong bed as the team leader called out his name. This was only natural. If he didn't go up the mountain, no one else in the entire production team would dare to go. Because of the wild beasts, a hunting team had to be formed to drive them away while the villagers cut wood in the safe zones. There's never been logging before. Why are there suddenly logging quotas this year? Once we go up to cut wood, won't we have to stay for a month or two? Lin Yueshio rested her head on Chen Xiangdong's shoulder, puzzled. Who knows? Whatever the higher-ups tell us to do, we have to do it. Chen Xiangdong stared at the ceiling, unwilling to dwell on it. Life in the mountains suited him just fine. The only downside was being away from his wife and children for so long. As for the house construction, it wouldn't be affected. Even if he wasn't there, the construction crew could continue building. Besides, Lin Yueshio and the old lady were at home, and the team leader would keep an eye on things for him. After the meeting, they decided to have Chen Xiangdong form a hunting team. Additionally, 10 others would be assigned to logging. Combined, the hunting team and the loggers totaled 15 people. Besides their regular patrols, the hunting team would also assist with logging. Xiangdong, we're heading into the mountains the day after tomorrow, and again 5 days after that. This trip will last a month. You'll also need to organize the hunting team, 5 people including you. You'll need to train them over the next few days. Given your hunting prowess, I'm confident you'll quickly teach them essential skills. Alright, no problem. I'm just curious why we suddenly have a logging assignment. I don't know the specifics either. It's a job for the steel mill in our county town logging for their fuel. They specifically requested you as the hunting team leader because they heard you're a skilled hunter. The captain explained to him. The steel mill? That's Director Chen's unit. No wonder they picked him as hunting team leader. Director Chen knew his hunting skills. Director Chen must have reported it up the chain so you could earn more work points. Alright, I understand. Now I need to mobilize the hunting team members. Incidents have been frequent in the deep mountains, and villagers are already afraid to go up there. The hunting team is responsible for driving away wild beasts and patrolling at night to ensure the safety of the loggers. To be honest, the hunting team faces greater danger than the loggers. I'm worried no one will join the hunting team. Your concerns are mine too. I'll go with you to recruit them. With this quota handed down, the team leader scrambled to organize, while Zhao Monson played the role of a hands-off manager, dumping all the tasks onto the team leader. Alright. Go Dan will come with me. We just need to find 3 more people. Chapter 146, Establishing the Hunting Team. As Chen Xiangdong and the team leader stepped out of the office, they bumped right into Li Pingsheng. Xiangdong, I'm volunteering to join the hunting team. I'll work hard to learn and won't hold anyone back. Li Pingsheng said sincerely. If you truly want recognition, you need to perform well, do something that makes a significant contribution to the village. He knew no one would want to join the hunting team because it was too dangerous. But to go up the mountain to cut wood, you absolutely need the hunting team for protection. So, a hunting team is crucial for this logging operation. Additionally, their work points would be slightly higher than those of the loggers. If they performed well on this mountain mission, they might even get their transfer orders sooner. This time, he was going to prove himself. You're from the city, skinny as a rail. The captain clearly didn't think much of him. I can do it. I'll definitely protect the workers alongside brother Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng hurriedly replied. Captain, let him join the hunting team. He's very diligent, and the team needs someone meticulous. Chen Xiangdong spoke up for him. Since Chen Xiangdong said so, the captain couldn't argue. After all, Chen was more professional in this field. After all, an expert's words carry authority. Alright, Li Pingsheng. In a few days, you'll head into the mountains with the others. That leaves us 3 more spots to fill. The captain said. Thank you, Captain. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Li Pingsheng replied gratefully. Just then, Zhang Fuchuan approached. Captain, I want to join the hunting team. You? The captain was genuinely surprised that Zhang Fuchuan would actually volunteer for the hunting squad. The captain found himself increasingly impressed by Chen Xiangdong, the man who had brought about such a dramatic change in Zhang Fuchuan. Of course, the once lazy trio had also changed considerably. They were all much more proactive than before. Captain, let him join the hunting team too, Chen Xiangdong said. For someone like Zhang Fuchuan, who had finally regained his confidence in life, he now needed meaningful work to prove himself. Awesome, Xiangdong. I knew you'd get me on the hunting team. Zhang Fuchuan, once we're in the mountains, you'd better work hard, got it? Got it. He was actually hoping to learn a few hunting tricks from Chen Xiangdong. He planned to go hunting in the mountains himself someday, because lately he'd set his sights on a woman from a nearby village. She seemed interested in him too, and he was starting to think about their future. He couldn't let her into his life only to make her suffer a life of hardship. Alright, it's settled. You two head back first. We'll get up early tomorrow, and I'll give you some basic training. If you don't meet my standards by then, you'll have to leave the hunting team. Got it. Both nodded in agreement. Later, Chen Xiangdong and the others tried to recruit some villagers, but they all made excuses to decline. In the end, Chen Jianjun and Wang Guobao, 2 members of the Lazybones clan, joined the hunting team. After assembling the hunting party, Chen Xiangdong went to find Go Dan. Go Dan was just about to head out. Go Dan, take the meat over to Director Chen. While you're there, please thank him for me for thinking of me from so far away and insisting I lead the hunting party. Got it. With that, Gooden set off. The foundation digging for the new house was completed today, marking the end of that phase. The building materials purchased from Yang Chang were delivered in batches throughout the morning. The villagers watched as truckload after truckload of materials rolled into the village, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Are all these materials for Chen Xiangdong's house? Cement and rebar, those are top-notch building materials. We build with mud, but they use cement and rebar. Their house must be so comfortable to live in. Being a researcher in another country is great, high salary, enough money to build a house. I'm just a farmer who knows when I'll ever get to live in a cement house. We can only dream about it. These days, we can barely afford to eat our fill. How could we ever hope for a nice place to live? Is Chen Xiangdong starting construction tomorrow? He hasn't asked anyone to help yet. Everyone was afraid to work over there before, but now Chen Xiangdong isn't even asking villagers to help. Besides, we've only ever built mud houses. No one in our village knows how to construct these concrete structures. I heard he hired a professional construction crew from Ali. Chen Xiangdong did indeed hire a construction crew. Building houses still requires professionals. It's the commune's professional construction crew. The team leader had applied for it on Chen Xiangdong's behalf. Even with the crew, they still needed a few extra hands to assist. These past 2 days, those helping out on the hillside behind the house hadn't encountered any issues. Yet, the work points they earned were slightly higher than usual. More and more villagers began eyeing the chance to work on Chen Xiangdong's project. Especially fourth brother and second brother, knowing how many extra work points Chen Xiangdong ultimately gave others, they were furious inside. Second brother, isn't big brother being too much? He doesn't treat us like brothers anymore. He won't share food with us, and now that his family is building a house, he'd rather pay outsiders than let us brothers earn money together. Yeah, big brother's become so selfish, only thinking about himself. He's nice to outsiders, but treats us brothers like strangers. Who knows what he's thinking? We're his real family. When there's a wedding or funeral in his family, won't it still be us brothers who have to take care of everything? Forget us, he treats mom and dad the same way. He's a heartless, ungrateful bastard. Second brother, we can't just keep quiet about this. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. We need to talk to big brother. Fourth brother, you're absolutely right. The two set off to find Chen Xiangdong. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was on the hillside behind the house when he spotted second brother and fourth brother approaching from afar. What do these two want? When they reached Chen Xiangdong, fourth brother cut straight to the point. Big brother, are you still our big brother? You'd rather let outsiders make money than let your own brothers earn it. Four's tone was filled with reproach. The second brother chimed in. Fourth brother is right. You don't treat us like brothers at all. You could have called us over here to work and earn labor points, but you hired others instead. Are Erbwa and Shanghai any closer to you than we are? You gave the work quota to Shanghai, so now he has work to earn labor points. You even called second uncle, but you didn't call us. Chen Xiangdong felt ashamed hearing them speak this way. How utterly clueless they were to utter such foolish words. Chapter 147, Setting Up Camp in the Mountains. You two brats, now you're here complaining. When the village stonemason quit this job a couple days ago, I didn't see either of you come help. Now someone else came and did it. Nothing bad happened, and they got more work points than usual. So you come here to cause trouble? Chen Jiangmo couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak up. The brothers now believed Chen Xiangdong favored them over their own siblings. He couldn't stand listening to it either. Second uncle, you came here to work, so you must be speaking up for big brother. You don't want any discord between us brothers, do you? I'm just stating the facts. Ask Zhang Fuchuan and the others, weren't we the ones who volunteered to come help in the first place? Chen Jiangwo felt wronged, being spoken of this way by his two nephews. Chen Jiangua, I'm telling you, it seems you two don't consider Chen Xiangdong your brother. When he was in trouble, you weren't there to help. But when there's something in it for you, you want to cash in. Whose fault is this? I'd say it's both of yours. The widow Li chimed in without holding back. Yeah, all of us came over to help on our own initiative. We're here to lend a hand, yet neither of you brothers has shown up. Now you're saying all this? You're just used to getting away with everything. They traded barbs back and forth, and the second and fourth brothers couldn't get a word in edgewise. You two get yourselves home this instant. Think you haven't embarrassed yourselves enough? At that moment, Chen Jianmen stepped in and shouted. Why hadn't he noticed before how foolish these two sons were? Dad, we didn't come here to cause trouble. We just wanted to help out. The fourth son protested, looking wronged. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Second brother is right. You didn't come to help the other day, and now you have the nerve to say this? Both of you get back home. Chen Jianmen snapped angrily. Both sons had inherited their mother's stubborn nature. Chen Jianmen scolded them, and the second and fourth sons could only slink home dejectedly. Eldest son, they're just immature. Don't take it too seriously. You know how your two younger brothers are, don't hold it against them. Chen Jianmen apologized to Chen Xiangdong. However, Chen Xiangdong barely acknowledged him. Seeing this, Chen Jianmen felt hurt inside. He wisely took the hint and left. That evening, Go Dan returned and immediately reported to Chen Xiangdong. Brother Dong, I thanked Director Chen as you instructed. But he said he never appointed you as the hunting team leader for this logging operation. In fact, he hadn't even participated in any meetings regarding this logging operation. He only learned about it after the factory issued the notice to our village. Director Chen asked me to relay this to you. Got it. Take today's pay and head home to rest. Thanks, Brother Dong. Go Dan took the payment slip Chen Xiangdong handed him and left happily. Director Chen must have sensed something was off, which is why he instructed Go Dan to report back to him about this matter. At first, he thought it was Director Chen. If it really was Director Chen, then naturally there would be no problem. But now it wasn't Director Chen who had specifically requested him, someone else had. He didn't know who it was, but who would single him out for no reason. Therefore, once he entered the mountains, it would be wise to remain cautious. Sometimes, people are far more terrifying than wild beasts. The next morning, the construction crew arrived and began work. Chen Xiangdong needed to train the hunting team, so he asked the captain to help keep an eye on things. Among them were Chen Jiangwo and several others lending a hand. This allowed him to focus on training the hunting team members. Before long, 5 days had passed, and tomorrow they would head into the mountains. The captain prepared the necessary supplies for Chen Xiangdong and the others to enter the mountains. Tents, warm clothing, and coal for heating, these were the essentials. For this expedition, Lin Yuexiu had also made Chen Xiangdong an extra coat and knitted several pairs of thick socks, packing them all into his bag. Daddy's going into the mountains, so Xinxin wants to go too. Xinxin knew Chen Xiangdong would be gone for a while and felt reluctant to part with him. She wouldn't see her dad for a very long time. Xinxin, stop fussing. Adults go into the mountains to work, little kids can't just tag along. But it's so cold in the mountains. What if Daddy freezes into an ice statue? Daddy said Xingxinyu is his little cotton jacket that keeps him warm. If Xingxinyu were there, she could melt the ice off Daddy. You little rascal. Daddy won't turn into an iceman. Dad didn't turn into an iceman when we dug that huge hole in the mountains before. You just relax. When Daddy gets home, you can warm him up. Chen Xiangdong wouldn't let the child come along, it was far too dangerous. Xiangdong, everything's ready. When you leave tomorrow morning, just go straight to the team headquarters to pick it up. The team leader came over to inform Chen Xiangdong. Got it. Chen Xiangdong replied. How's the training going with them? Everything okay? No problem. They've mastered all the basics. As long as they don't act on impulse, it should be fine. Chen Xiangdong had the system, and he'd bring Nyonyo along. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. The lumberjacks would enter the mountains first, as they needed to clear out the wild beasts and ensure the logging area was safe. With you on board, I feel reassured. Oh, and besides our production team, 2 other teams from nearby villages are joining this logging operation. Where there are more people, there's more potential for chaos, especially when they're from different villages. Plus, the neighboring Luyuan village had a dispute with ours before. It was over claiming that very mountain we're entering tomorrow. This mountain lies between the 2 villages, with no clear boundary defining which village it belongs to. Both villages want that hill. This time in the mountains, you must be vigilant. Among our production team heading in, you're the only one with leadership skills. So, keep a watchful eye on things. The team leader instructed. If anything goes wrong in the mountains, the village cadres will be held accountable. He naturally had to give clear instructions. If not for his injured leg, he would certainly have gone into the mountains himself. But in his current condition, he didn't meet the requirements for a lumberjack. Understood, Captain. Chen Xiangdong understood this well. In the past, people from the 2 villages had brandished hoes, nearly coming to blows. Especially in recent years, it happened so frequently that it only calmed down this year. Not that they had completely disappeared, they were merely dormant. Since they were departing early tomorrow morning, Chen Xiangdong went to bed early to rest up. In the morning, he went to the brigade office to collect supplies, while the hunting team gathered at the entrance. At 8 o'clock in the morning, they set off. Carrying their gear, the group entered the mountains. They first set up camp, which would make things easier when the loggers entered the mountains the next day. Moreover, with 3 production teams involved, if they arrived early, they could select a better spot for their camp. If they were late, they'd only get the spots others had rejected. Fortunately, they were the first hunting team to arrive in the mountains. The other 2 production teams hadn't arrived yet. Xiangdong, let's set up our base camp here. This spot has a slope for wind protection. Li Pingsheng suggested. Alright, let's set up there. So, they unloaded their gear and began pitching tents. Before long, the other 2 hunting teams arrived. A man with a somewhat intimidating appearance approached to greet them. You're Chen Xiangdong? Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. Had this man heard of him? Chapter 148, Provocation. And you are? Chen Xiangdong countered. I'm Wang Dashan, head of the Luyuan Village Production Brigade and captain of the Luyuan hunting team. Wang Dashan introduced himself. Oh, so you're Captain Wang. We arrived first, our village has set up camp right here, Chen Xiangdong replied. Don't worry, we won't take your spot. And even if we did, you wouldn't be able to take it back. This hilltop belongs to our village anyway. Wang Dashan chuckled, his smile resembling that of a smiling tiger. How can you say this hill belongs to your village? It's clearly closer to ours. If it's to be divided, it should go to our village. Wang Guobao exclaimed passionately. Back when the 2 villages fought over this hilltop, nearly coming to blows with hoes in hand, Wang Guobao had been involved. He'd always disliked the bullying ways of Luyuan village, and hearing their team leader speak like this today made his anger surge. Guobao, calm down. Chen Xiangdong grabbed his arm. Before leaving, the team leader had repeatedly urged him to keep an eye on everyone. If Wang Guobao got provoked and lashed out now, it would be their side starting the trouble. When it came to arguing the case, they wouldn't stand a chance. Held back by Chen Xiangdong, Wang Guobao managed to restrain himself. Guobao, go over there and cut some large branches. We'll need them for the lumberjacks to build shelters when they arrive. Hearing this, Wang Guobao shot Wang Dashan a glare before storming off to chop branches. Seeing that this man wasn't exactly friendly, Chen Xiangdong didn't bother with Wang Dashan any further and went about his own business. Just as Chen Xiangdong was busy organizing the items he had brought, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your divine tier space has upgraded to level 4. Storage capacity increased by 50,000 cubic meters. Reward, 5 bottles of mystical bait. Function, induces animal beast stupor. Animals consuming this bait will enter a comatose state lasting up to 8 hours. This upgrade came at the perfect time. Having spent so long in the mountains, he would certainly need to capture new species for his spatial breeding facility to enrich the variety of animals in his space farm. Moreover, these bottles of bait could also protect the workers logging in the mountains. After setting up the tent, he told Zhang Fuchuan and the others, you guys, come with me to do something. Are we going to drive off wild beasts? Zhang Fuchuan asked. He even felt a bit excited and hopeful. Pretty much. Maybe we'll even get a special dinner tonight. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. These past few days, he'd been training them, teaching self-defense techniques and strategies for dealing with wild beasts. Even before heading into the mountains, they were already itching to get started. After all that hard training, today we finally get to put it into practice. Ha ha, Li Pingsheng, you're the weakest among us. Be extra careful out there, this is the real deal. Guobao, that's not necessarily true. Li Pingsheng chuckled. Though he wasn't as strong as those who did farm work regularly. But he believed he was smarter than them. If strength was lacking, he could outsmart them. Enough with the banter. If we really have to drive off those beasts, not one of you can afford to be careless. Chen Xiangdong said sternly. Then, Chen Xiangdong led them deep into the mountains. Zhang Fuchuan, being in the deep mountains for the first time, already felt his hair standing on end. He felt like if he wasn't careful, a beast might pounce at any moment. Weren't you all excited just a moment ago? Now that we're here, your legs are starting to tremble. This won't do. If my hunting party keeps acting like this, we might as well disband now. Let those with guts take over. Chen Xiangdong understood their sudden panic. Everyone has a first time. Once they get used to it, the fear would fade. But he was telling the truth, he wanted them to overcome their fear. Who's scared? If I'm scared, I'm not Zhang Fuchuan. Zhang Fuchuan declared stubbornly. He was determined to learn hunting from Chen Xiangdong. Was he going to be scared just because they'd ventured deep into the mountains today? No way. He needed to hunt to earn money, marry a wife, and support her. Alright, you all need to conquer your inner fears. Today's task is simple. Saying this, Chen Xiangdong pulled out a bottle of poisoned bait. Each bottle held 2 jin, a substantial amount. Each of you take some. This is poisoned bait. Its scent attracts wild beasts. Once they eat it, they'll be poisoned and fall unconscious, merely unconscious, not fatally poisoned. So after you scatter the bait, time it right and find the dazed beasts as quickly as possible. Truthfully, Chen Xiangdong could have handled the bait alone, but that would have rendered their hunting team meaningless. He wasn't operating alone anymore, he was part of a team. If other members felt excluded, they'd become complacent and that would hinder the team's progress. Understood. The others responded in unison. After receiving the poison bait, they split up to find locations to place it. However, for safety reasons, Chen Xiangdong instructed them not to stray too far apart. Before long, they completed the bait-laying task and gathered at a safe location. They couldn't linger near the bait sites, it was too dangerous. If the beasts caught the scent and came scavenging, any encounter could lead to a deadly attack. Brother Xiangdong, is this poison really that effective? Li Pingsheng asked. I'm dying to know, can this stuff really catch beasts? Zhang Fuchuan was equally eager. If this medicine was truly that effective, he could stash some for himself. Then, when he went hunting in the mountains later, he was sure to have a bountiful haul. We'll find out soon enough, Chen Xiangdong replied casually. While waiting, they didn't idle. Instead, they gathered dry firewood. After all, they'd need firewood to cook meals and boil water. After gathering 6 bundles of firewood and placing them at their campsite, it should be about time, Chen Xiangdong said. Let's head over. The group grabbed their bamboo baskets and burlap sacks and prepared to move. The hunting team from nearby Luyuan village had been eyeing them with distaste. A man with a scar on his face said to Wang Dashan, Captain Wang, it looks like they're going hunting. With their build, they think they can venture deep into the mountains to hunt now? Look at that hunting team, each one of them is skinny as a rail. They don't look like hunters at all, they've never hunted before. Haven't you heard? No one from their village dares venture deep into the mountains, they're scared out of their wits. Honestly, I'm worried we'll have to protect them on our hunting trips these days. Wang Dashan said with disdain. Truth be told, he looked down on Chen Xiangdong and his crew. Chapter 149, Scavenging Game. Look down on our Taoshi village hunting team? Li Pingsheng heard this and retorted angrily. I look down on you, so what? Look at you, all delicate and soft-skinned, trying to chase away wild beasts? You're lucky if you don't get eaten by the beasts. Is Taoshi village out of people? What makes you think someone as weak as you deserves a spot on the hunting team? The scar-faced man sneered. Don't think that scar on your face makes you tough. Truth is, it's downright ugly. Zhang Fuchuan retorted on Li Pingsheng's behalf. Ignore them. We've got more important things to do. He said you couldn't hunt anything? Just bring back some game and rub it in his face. Let's go. Chen Xiangdong intervened, ending the argument. The group headed back to where they'd placed the poisoned bait, searching for game. Half an hour later, they arrived at the bait site. The poisoned bait's been eaten. Once ingested, it takes effect quickly. The animals that ate it must be nearby. Everyone, hurry up and search. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than Li Pingsheng's voice rang out. I found a pheasant, he exclaimed, holding up the dazed bird triumphantly. It really knocked it out. This poison is powerful. Zhang Fuchuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the pheasant. Tonight he could eat wild pheasant and properly nourish his body. In his current state, he needed not only to earn money but also to build up his strength. Otherwise, how could he manage after marrying a wife? Li Pingsheng, tie up the pheasant's legs and wings quickly, don't wait for the drug to wear off. Got it. Li Pingsheng immediately pulled out the prepared string and secured the pheasant. There's another pheasant here, and over there too. Holy cow, this is awesome, we're picking up wild pheasants. Wang Guobao also picked up a pheasant. It's not just pheasants that be eaten, the baited pellets, we might have some unexpected surprises later, Chen Xiangdong remarked as he picked up another bird. They had gathered 10 pheasants in one go, an impressive haul. I'll go check over there, Zhang Fuchuan said. After searching for a while, he let out another excited cry. Rabbits! I found rabbits. Plump ones too perfect for spicy rabbit heads. Zhang Fuchuan's words were punctuated by audible gulps of saliva. Although Chen Xiangdong would occasionally share some meat with the brigade headquarters, which would then distribute it to the villagers, it wasn't something they could enjoy every day. They had to wait for the meat distribution to come around. Now, seeing fresh meat, Zhang Fuchuan was practically drooling with desire. I've got a rabbit too. Finding game like this is so satisfying, no effort required, Wang Guobao remarked. No wonder Chen Xiangdong could bag so much game now, he finally understood. With this setup, Chen Xiangdong could easily bag 20 or 30 game animals a day, no wonder he never seemed surprised. Chen Xiangdong went off to search another corner by himself. Not bad. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Before his eyes appeared a large black bear and 2 cubs. It was a mother bear out foraging with her 2 cubs, all 3 of them poisoned. Chen Xiangdong quickly placed them in his spatial farm. Once they reproduced, he'd have a steady supply of bear meat anytime. Ah! Come quickly! Chen Xiangdong heard the cry, it was Li Pingsheng's voice. Thinking something was wrong, Chen Xiangdong hurried over. Upon arrival, he saw a tiger lying not far from where the group stood. The tiger was dazed, but the men still dared not approach. Fuchuan, go check it out and slaughter the tiger, Li Pingsheng said. Having witnessed the tiger's ferocity before, he now dared not approach even the dazed beast. Chen Xiangdong had explained that beasts fed the drugged bait would only be knocked out, not killed. Once the drug wore off, they would return to normal. He feared the tiger might suddenly awaken as he approached. I'm scared too. What if I stab it and it wakes up? It's not easy to kill a tiger with just one stab, it might just enrage it. Zhang Fuchuan propped his chin on his hand. Don't worry. The drug takes 7 or 8 hours to wear off. Right now, it's as still as a dead tiger. Chen Xiangdong walked over, approaching the tiger directly. He thrust his blade straight into its heart. Bright red blood gushed out as Chen Xiangdong pulled the blade free. He could locate the heart precisely, but those others certainly couldn't. Therefore, he had to handle it himself. If he'd found the tiger alone, he could have secretly placed it in the cultivation space. But with these people gathered around it, he couldn't conveniently put it in the spatial cultivation facility. Since placing it in the space farm was impossible, it was best to dispose of this dangerous beast as quickly as possible. Come on, let's carry the tiger back. That's enough hunting for today. Staying too long is risky, and besides, this meat will keep us fed for quite a while. Hearing this, the group moved to carry the tiger. The tiger was no small beast, weighing over 200 pounds. Meanwhile, the Luyuan village hunting team was still setting up their earthen stove and organizing their hunting gear. These men were seasoned hunters, having spent a year or 2 in the mountains and well aware of the dangers lurking in the deep forests. They hadn't eaten a bite since arriving in the mountains, their stomachs still growling, so they had no plans to venture deep into the wilderness for game today. Captain Wang, those men from Taoshir village still haven't returned. Could they have really gotten into trouble deep in the mountains? They went hunting on their own without permission. What's it got to do with us? That guy of theirs? He looked like he'd never hunted before. It's no surprise he got into trouble deep in the mountains. Captain Wang didn't know Chen Xiangdong was a skilled hunter. They were just overconfident, thinking that learning some theoretical knowledge would make them feel at ease in the deep mountains. The scarred man sneered. Who said we were overconfident? At that moment, Chen Xiangdong's voice suddenly echoed through the air. They turned toward the sound and froze in shock. A tiger? Not just a tiger, there's pheasant and rabbit too. So much game in such a short time? Even a tiger? They couldn't believe the Taoshir village team had managed to hunt so much game. Hunting a tiger, for instance, was an extremely difficult feat. Many hunters who set out to kill tigers ended up becoming the tiger's prey instead. Well, who was it who said our hunting team was too weak when we set out earlier? Who looked down on our hunting team? Look at this haul, pheasants, rabbits, even a tiger. Zhang Fuchuan gloated before them. You, how did you manage to be so skilled? Wang Dashan couldn't believe his eyes. We're just that good, Captain Wang. Let me give you some advice. Don't judge people by appearances. You can't tell a book by its cover, and the sea can't be measured with a bucket. Chen Xiangdong mimicked the disdainful look he'd once directed at them. Wang Dashan's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists. Chen Xiangdong waited to see what would happen. With that attitude just now, even if he hadn't received orders from others, he would still target Chen Xiangdong. Zhang Fuchuan and the others set down the tiger and happily went to build an earthen stove, fetching water to cook. Chapter 150, Savage Attack. On their first day in the mountains, the Taoshi village hunting party already had meat to eat. That night, they took turns keeping watch while sleeping. The next morning, they began driving away wild beasts to secure a safe logging area. Chen Xiangdong led Li Pingsheng and the others. With Chen Xiangdong taking the lead, they felt less afraid. The Luyuan village team and another village team also set out. Each team was assigned a designated area. About an hour later, Chen Xiangdong heard cries for help. They came from the area assigned to Luyuan village. Brother Xiangdong, did you hear that? Someone's calling for help over there. It seems to be coming from the area assigned to the Luyuan village hunting team. Li Pingsheng said. It's coming from their area. Serves them right, that's karma. Ignore them. We just need to handle our own area. Who cares about them? Wang Guobao said coldly. Because he hadn't acted yesterday, he hadn't vented his anger, and now it was still bottled up inside him. You can't say that. It's a human life. I'm going to check it out. You guys stay safe over here. Chen Xiangdong cocked his gun and headed over. Xiangdong, I'll go help too. Zhang Fuchuan cocked his own gun. Soon, the others followed Chen Xiangdong over. When they arrived, the members of Luyuan village's hunting team were already covered in blood. They'd been clawed. They were fighting a wild man. The wild beast was covered in grayish-black fur, its eyes fierce and menacing. Its claws were razor-sharp, and the hair on its hands was stained with blood, the blood it had drawn when clawing at Wang Dashan and the others. That's terrifying. What kind of monster is that? So frightening. Li Pingsheng exclaimed in fear. It's a wild man. Chen Xiangdong declared. So this is what a wild man looks like. Terrifying. He's so fierce. We're done for. Are we going to die here today? Zhang Fuchuan spoke, shivering uncontrollably. Hide yourselves well. Don't come out and slow me down. Chen Xiangdong shoved them behind a nearby bush. This time they stayed put, hiding obediently behind the cover. Chen Xiangdong took a step forward, and Nyonyo followed close behind. Woof woof woof, she barked loudly. Monster, over here. Chen Xiangdong fired his gun, drawing the wild man's attention to himself. This gave the villagers of Luyuan time to hide. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and find a safe place to hide. Chen Xiangdong shouted angrily at them. What a bunch of blind fools. Hearing the gunshot, the man lunged at Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong dodged, evading the attack. The frustrated savage grew even more enraged. This savage was enormous, easily 4 or 5 times larger than the smaller savage he had seen last time. In terms of physique, the savage held a significant advantage. After a round of fighting, neither side gained the upper hand. The wild man's strength was truly formidable. Continuing this head-on clash would put Chen Xiangdong at a disadvantage, so he decided to lure the savage elsewhere and take it down with the system's crossbow. As the savage attacked, Chen Xiangdong fired a shot, striking its arm. But with its thick, tough hide, this was merely a superficial wound. Yet the wounded savage's rage surged, making it even more ferocious. Its eyes turned bloodshot. It lunged fiercely toward Chen Xiangdong, only to have its thigh grabbed by a smaller savage. The little savage uttered a series of muffled woo-woo-woo-woo cries. Chen Xiangdong quickly recognized the little savage. Wasn't this the very same one he had saved before? Today, it had unexpectedly appeared on this mountain ridge. Judging by their interaction, the large wild man must be the little wild man's mother. After the little wild man's series of woo-woo-woo sounds, the big wild man stopped attacking Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong could guess that the little wild man must have told its mother that he had saved it, which was why it stopped attacking him. Little wildling, is this your mother? Chen Xiangdong asked. Woo-woo-woo. The little wild man nodded. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Brother Xiangdong even knows that little wild child? Li Pingsheng asked curiously. Xiangdong really has a wide network, he remarked. He even knows that little wild boy living deep in the mountains. Seeing the danger had passed, Zhang Fuchuan now had the heart to joke around. Then, the big wild man knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Xiangdong, expressing his gratitude. Oh my, the big wild man is kowtowing to Xiangdong. Zhang Fuchuan and the others were astonished, eager to understand what was happening. The villagers from Luyuan village were even more perplexed. Captain Wang, what's going on? Why is the wild man kowtowing to Chen Xiangdong? What does this mean? Could it be that Chen Xiangdong sent the wild man to attack us? Instead of immediately thanking Chen Xiangdong, they were still questioning him. Seeing the savages had lost their aggression, Li Pingsheng and the others rushed forward to get answers. Xiangdong, why did the savage kowtow to you? Wang Guobao asked. Just then, the savages adopted defensive postures again, their expressions turning fierce. Worried he might accidentally hurt them, Chen Xiangdong quickly interjected, "They're all my friends. Good people." Only then did the savage withdraw his aggressive posture. For the past few days, all 3 hunting teams had been stationed here. Today's confrontation likely stemmed from the savages mistaking them for hunters. To prevent such incidents in the future, Chen Xiangdong continued. We came to the mountains to cut timber, we won't harm you. Woo woo. The large wild man let out several cries before leading the small wild man away. Only after the savages departed did the villagers from Luyuan village emerge. Chen Xiangdong, what's your relationship with these two savages? How come they listen to you so obediently? The scarred man stepped forward, his tone coarse. If Xiangdong hadn't arrived in time just now, you'd all be dead by now. Instead of thanking him properly, you're questioning him? Zhang Fuchuan was boiling with anger. Who knows what dirty tricks your villagers would pull to get this mountain? Why did that wild man attack us yet obey Chen Xiangdong's orders? Who knows if Chen Xiangdong deliberately summoned the savage to ambush us? Wang Dashan stood with his hands on his hips, unreasonable. Is that all you've got? I should have just watched you get beaten to death by that savage. Fine, I saved a bunch of air. Let's go, guys. Chen Xiangdong said, speechless. Human nature, huh? There really are all kinds of people out there. One day, they'll pay for their ignorance. Chen Xiangdong led Zhang Fuchuan and the others back to their own territory. After a day of driving off beasts, no dangerous large predators roamed within 20 miles. They still had to patrol in shifts around the clock. Around 5 in the evening, Godan arrived at their campsite with 10 loggers from the village. The other two teams arrived one after another. 3 tents were set up on their side, with several men sharing each tent for the night. After the loggers arrived, they began cooking dinner. Wang Dashan from Luyuan village was currently discussing something with Scarface and another middle-aged man who also looked like he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chapter 151, Conspiracy? Our village's Xiangdong really knows his stuff. Thanks to him, we get to eat meat as soon as we enter the mountains. You bet. Look at the other teams, where else could they eat as well as we do? As the villagers of Taoshir village ate their meals, they praised Chen Xiangdong's generosity. Comparing their meals to those of the 2 neighboring teams, they were overjoyed. Early the next morning, they began logging. Half the hunting team patrolled while the other half assisted with logging. By the end of the morning, everyone's spirits were high. The driver had already made 2 trips to haul out the timber. Just as everyone was working in full swing, a young man from the Luyuan hunting team came running over. He shouted frantically, Captain Wang, it's bad news, Lao Gui fell off a cliff. How did he fall off the cliff? He was setting a trap over there, but his foot slipped and he fell. Captain Wang, what should we do? What else can we do? Someone come with me. Let's go check it out. Wang Dashan led his fellow villagers to the cliff's edge. Members from other production teams followed to see. Wang Dashan approached and glanced down the cliff. A drop like that no one could possibly survive. Lao Gui fell down there, and we can't even retrieve his body. Alas, it's just bad luck. How could he have been so careless? Wang Dashan sighed. What a coincidence. Last night he'd been worrying about what would happen if Lao Gui blabbed about what he'd overheard. Little did he know that today, the old man would fall off a cliff himself. It was as if the higher powers were helping him, or rather, helping their village. Captain Wang, are we really not going down to find Lao Gui's body? Asked the young man who had just run over to report. Sigh. That cliff is so high, we'd have to rappel down with ropes. Not only is it difficult to get down, but it's also dangerous and could easily cause accidents for others. Lao Gui is already gone. We can't risk losing another brother from the village. Truthfully, Wang Dashan had no intention of sending anyone down to search for Lao Gui. He feared the man might still be alive. If he was, there would come a day when he'd spill the beans. Since fate had caused him to fall, they would respect that will and let him remain at the cliff's base for eternity. At that moment, the scarred man stepped forward to speak. I support Captain Wang. That cliff is so high, going down is extremely dangerous. It might not just be Lao Gui who sacrifices himself, other brothers could lose their lives too. Lao Gui died on the job. We can apply for compensation for him. That way, we can give his family some closure. With both men speaking thus, they ultimately decided against descending the cliff for the search and rescue. Instead, they returned to their respective duties. After they left, Chen Xiangdong walked to the cliff's edge and looked down. The cliff was indeed high. At that moment, inside a cave in the cliff face, the young savage dragged the unconscious Lao Gui onto a stone slab. He tilted his head, staring at the injured Lao Gui. This man seemed familiar? When Lao Gui fell, he had landed on a branch hanging just beyond the cave entrance. The young savage had spotted him and brought him back. Lao Gui was injured, his leg broken. The young savage applied leaves to the wound to stop the bleeding. Then he left the cave. Soon after, Lao Gui regained consciousness. He wanted to leave, but his broken leg made walking impossible. Just then, the young savage returned. Seeing him, Lao Gui was genuinely startled. Seeing the young savage approaching, he scrambled desperately to crawl away. He never imagined that surviving the fall would only mean becoming the wild man's meal. Old Gui cowered in terror. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me. The little savage bared his teeth, tilting his head to get a closer look at Lao Gui. Then, he dragged him out from the corner and placed him back on the original stone slab. All the while, Lao Gui's wails echoed in sync. After the little savage placed Lao Gui on the stone slab, he was still struggling. The little savage forcibly applied the crushed medicinal residue to the wound on his foot. He then applied large leaves over the wound and bound them tightly. Lao Gui was utterly shocked the little savage was actually treating his wound. Afterward, the young savage pointed toward the cave entrance, then pointed at him and made a dragging motion. Now Lao Gui understood. You saved me? Brought me to this cave? Wolf the wild child nodded vigorously. Realizing the little savage hadn't harmed him but saved him instead, old Gui's fear began to fade. Thank you, little savage, Lao Gui expressed his gratitude. The little savage's face showed little emotion whether angry or happy, he just bared his teeth. But no matter how much he bared his teeth, Lao Gui no longer found him frightening. The little savage walked to a corner, turned his back to Lao Gui, and began drilling wood to make fire with a piece of timber. Suddenly, a large dark shadow entered the cave. Lao Gui's heart skipped a beat. That dark figure was the fierce wild man who had attacked them yesterday. The savage look from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Old Gui cowered in fear again. Yesterday, they were the ones who wanted to beat you. I didn't participate. Please don't make trouble for me, okay? Spare my life. You know Chen Xiangdong, right? The one you kowtowed to yesterday. I'm with his group. Please spare me. Lao Gui begged for mercy, his voice trembling. The wild man didn't growl or snarl. He simply handed Lao Gui a leg of some animal, charred black on the outside. The wild man didn't attack him? He even gave him meat to eat? Starving, Lao Gui grabbed the leg of some unknown creature and began gnawing on it with a satisfying crunch. Lu Yuan village campsite. The group gathered around their meal, no longer mentioning the search for Lao Gui beneath the cliff. Of course, that was also because anyone who brought it up was immediately silenced by Captain Wang. Anyo, Lao Gui's closest friend, wanted to go down and find Lao Gui's body. But Captain Wang scolded him, insisting it was for his own safety. Besides, going down alone without help would be extremely difficult. Thus, the matter of Lao Gui was effectively closed. During the break, after the workers had all fallen asleep, Captain Wang summoned Scarface and the man who had discussed matters with them that night. They went to a nearby thicket. You two need to stir up trouble with Chen Xiangdong from Taoshi village. He's always sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. If he ends up behind bars for a few years, it won't affect our bid for this mountain peak. Besides, once this is done, Taoshi village won't stand a chance against us if they try to claim this mountain. That hill will definitely belong to our Lu Yuan village. Understood, Captain Wang. Nyo's a bit dim-witted, let him take the fall this time. He's got kids to raise and parents to care for, he's got responsibilities and family ties. But he's never married. His only family is his elderly father, who's already 70. He won't live much longer anyway. Even if he dies, it won't cause much hardship for his family. Chapter 152, a mass brawl? Alright, it's settled then, Wang Dashan said. Afterward, the three quietly returned to their resting tent. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the workers finished their shifts and everyone gathered to prepare dinner together. All three teams ate around the same time. Taoshi village's dinner was the same as last night, plenty of meat and rice to fill everyone up. It was far more lavish than the other two teams' dinners. The others naturally felt uneasy seeing this. Especially Wang Dashan and his group from Lu Yuan village. If this were their village's hunting grounds, Chen Xiangdong's team would have to share their catch with them or be barred from hunting here altogether. Chen Xiangdong's group was far more skilled at hunting than the Lu Yuan villagers. Seeing the Taoshi villagers feasting on meat now made them seethe with anger. Anyo, you hauled the most wood today, you've worked hard. To reward you, I've brought out some liquor. Have a bowl. Wang Dashan offered Anyo a bowl. Anyo was a straightforward fellow who got tipsy easily. Especially when it came from the team leader himself. Brother Anyo, I'll toast you too. You've contributed the most to this team. Scarface also raised his cup. The three of them took turns praising Anyo. The more people praise you, the easier it is to get carried away. By now, Anyo was already feeling lightheaded, downing bowl after bowl of liquor. When he was nearly drunk, Wang Dashan gave Scarface a knowing glance. Scarface then handed Anyo another bowl of wine. Brother Anyo, down this bowl. Tonight we're drinking till we're satisfied. Cheers! Anyo exclaimed happily, taking the bowl and downing it in one gulp. Today was the most thoroughly enjoyable drinking session I've had in 2 years. The food was the best too, he'd never gotten to eat so many pieces of meat at home. Brother Nyo, there's still meat here. Eat up, eat plenty. You'll need the strength to work tomorrow. Wang Dashan pushed the meat in front of him over to his side. It was rabbit meat, their team had finally caught one and they'd cooked it up tonight. The portion set aside for Anyo filled an entire large plate. Anyo ate heartily, unaware of what consuming so much rabbit meat would come to mean. Captain Wang, I'll drink to you. After finishing a piece of meat, Anyo refilled his cup. Alright, bottoms up. Captain Wang stood up and downed the bowl in one gulp. After Anyo downed his bowl, the scarred man offered him another toast. In other words, they kept forcing him to drink bowl after bowl. Seeing that he was already drunk, Wang Dashan began to speak. Taoshi village has always looked down on us. They even want to claim this mountain peak as their own. Now that Chen Xiangdong's hunting skills are better than ours, he's been walking all over us. I even overheard him talking to that pretty boy next to him today. He said you, Anyo, are nothing but brute strength. But you can't even use it on your own wife. He even said he'd go check out your wife once we get down the mountain. Wang Dashan made up all sorts of things to rile Anyo up. The more Anyo listened, the angrier he grew. After drinking, hearing this only made him more prone to rage. Calling him inadequate? He was a man. What was he lacking? And now he wants to take his wife? Bastard. Anyo, we're both real men. How could we swallow this humiliation? Once they take this hill, they'll get even more arrogant and trample us into the ground. Wang Dashan continued to stir up Anyo's emotions. A man can be killed but not disgraced. He's insulting me. That little bastard, I'm going to settle this with him. Anyo charged toward the camp at Taoshi village like a raging bull. Chen Xiangdong, come out here. The rest of Lu Yuan village followed suit. Scarface, seizing the momentum, joined in. Brothers, they're stealing our territory. We can't let this slide. Let's stand with Brother Anyo and reclaim what's rightfully ours for him and for our village. The others had been drinking, and their resentment was easily stirred up. Several men moved in, intent on smashing things. You can't monopolize this mountain peak, it belongs to our Lu Yuan village. For the villagers of Taoshi village, this matter had been a thorn in their side. They hadn't gone looking for trouble with Lu Yuan village, but Lu Yuan village came looking for trouble with them. The two sides clashed violently. Anyo, however, was targeting Chen Xiangdong. He picked up a bundle of firewood from the ground and hurled it at Chen Xiangdong, who dodged it. Like a wild bull, he continued charging forward, aiming to smash his fist into Chen Xiangdong's head. This time, Chen Xiangdong didn't dodge. Instead, at the critical moment, he grabbed Anyo's fist and executed a shoulder throw. Anyo crashed to the ground. Chen Xiangdong expected him to get up and fight back. But instead, he lay on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to move, and then, no more breath. Someone's dead. Anyo's dead, a villager from Lu Yuan village suddenly shouted. The fighting stopped immediately. Wang Dashan rushed over, lifted Anyo, and checked his breath. He's really dead. Chen Xiangdong, you actually beat Anyo to death. Wang Dashan yelled. Chen Xiangdong hadn't processed it yet. How could he be dead? He only fell once. Was this guy really that fragile? Hearing this, the villagers of Taoshi village fell into a state of panic. What do we do? He's dead. We've only just arrived on the mountain, and already someone's died. How are we supposed to explain this back home? They whispered among themselves. Brother Xiangdong, did you really kill him by accident? Li Pingxing approached and asked. I only gave him a shoulder throw, and he ended up like this. I'm baffled myself. Chen Xiangdong sensed something wasn't quite right about this. He knew his limits when he struck. That shoulder throw earlier, he'd only used 50% of his strength and avoided hitting any vulnerable spots. Normally, it wouldn't be fatal. Even throwing a child wouldn't be fatal. Could it be that Anyo already had a serious illness? But to die from a single fall? Even a serious illness wouldn't progress that rapidly. What also made him suspicious was that the steel mill had specifically assigned him as the hunting team leader, requiring him to participate in this logging quota. Only Director Chen at the steel mill knew he was from Taoshi village. As for Zhang Xiaoyi, he'd paid her hush money. Though she was feisty, she wouldn't blab when it came to work and money. Of course, if Zhang Xiaoyi had been bribed, she could have leaked his information. Regardless of the circumstances, he was convinced certain individuals at the steel mill had targeted him. Chapter 153, the autopsy must be conducted. He was convinced that Anyo's death was far from simple. But given the current situation, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chen Xiangdong paused before speaking. This guy came up to me earlier and started throwing things at me without a word. Then he tried to punch me. I did give him a shoulder throw just now. But that was just a shoulder throw, I didn't touch him any other way. If this brother truly died because of my shoulder throw, I'll take full responsibility. But if his death wasn't solely caused by my shoulder throw, and was also due to his own physical condition, I'll only take partial responsibility. Because he was the one who started it. At this point, there's no question of self-defense. If it came down to it, this kind of situation where both sides were fighting would be called mutual assault. For now, Chen Xiangdong could only say this much to buy himself time. The fact remains that you killed him. Regardless of the reason, Anyo's death is on you, Chen Xiangdong. We must seek justice for Brother Anyo. Wang Dashan declared furiously. Yes, we must seek justice for Brother Anyo. Killing demands retribution. Killing demands retribution. The villagers of Lu Yuan village echoed in unison. Now, they all felt deeply wronged on Anyo's behalf. Apart from Wang Dashan and the other two who knew the truth, the rest remained unaware of what had truly transpired behind the scenes. I already said it, if his death was entirely caused by my shoulder throw, I'll take full responsibility. So first, let the authorities from above conduct an autopsy. Chen Xiangdong's words made Wang Dashan anxious. What autopsy? That means cutting open his stomach, right? Brother Aniu was already dead, that's tragic enough. Why must we put him through that torment? Don't you agree? Exactly. He's dead already. Why cut him open? Who knows how much more suffering he'll endure in the afterlife? I refuse to let them perform an autopsy on Anyo, the scarred man declared. Though he appeared tough on the outside, deep down, he was panicking. Disagree? That means you're hiding something. If there's nothing to hide, why fear an examination? Chen Xiangdong used reverse psychology. At that moment, the entire village of Taoshi stood firmly behind Chen Xiangdong. Autopsy. Autopsy. We demand an autopsy. One shoulder throw and the guy's dead? I don't buy it. No autopsy, no peace. No autopsy? That just shows you're hiding something. We know exactly what kind of people your village is made of. The villagers of Taoshi village were relentless, each of them demanding with an aggressive tone. Their stance was clear, no autopsy, no backing down. And Wang Dashan and his crew were indeed feeling guilty. This tactic was working like a charm on them. If they agreed to an autopsy, wouldn't that be admitting something fishy was going on? Who's got something to hide? Fine, let's inspect it. Wang Dashan retorted. Fine, then we'll wait for the authorities to send someone to perform the autopsy before making any decisions. Chen Xiangdong replied. Finally, Anyo's body was carried into a tent in Luyuan village and laid to rest. Meanwhile, others had gone down the mountain to report the situation, and now they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Inside the tent at Taoshi village. Brother Xiangdong, what if the autopsy shows there's no problem? You'll be labeled a murderer and sent to prison. Li Pingshang sighed. Why sigh? The results aren't out yet. I'm sure there's something fishy going on here. Our two villages have always had this feud over the mountain. This time, people from both villages crossed paths again, and it happened right here on this mountain. So, I suspect they might have been fighting over this very mountain. But that's just my guess. Chen Xiangdong couldn't do much now but wait. Of course, he didn't want to settle this privately either. He already suspected something was amiss. Settling privately would only play right into their hands. Settling privately now would only give them an excuse to demand an exorbitant price. That dead guy, Anyo, his complexion looks off. I've seen relatives of mine pass away naturally, and their faces didn't look like that. Li Pingsheng listened to Chen Xiangdong's account and grew suspicious himself. They might be targeting me, but you guys need to be careful too. Chen Xiangdong looked thoughtful. Got it. Meanwhile, back in Luyuan village. Wang Dashan and the other two men had moved to a concealed location. Captain Wang, you told them to examine the body. What if they actually come to do it? Anio died from poisoning after drinking tainted liquor. If they perform an autopsy, won't they discover the poisoning? The scarred man was deeply worried. He was the one who handed Ania the poisoned wine. If they found out, wouldn't he end up in jail? Sigh, if I'd known this would turn out so messy, I never would have gotten involved. Captain Wang, you shouldn't have agreed to the autopsy. The scarred man grumbled again. Regretting it now? It wasn't like I held a knife to your throat forcing you to do it. You wanted the money, didn't you? Scarface, let me tell you this, whether you regret it now or not, it's useless. We're already in this together. At this point, the three of us absolutely cannot turn on each other. Yeah, Scar, don't panic. Overreacting just invites trouble. The other man tried to reassure him. Sigh. Scar let out a breath and fell silent. Captain Wang, what's our next move? Asked the middle-aged man. Dispose of the body, of course. Dead men tell tales. But once they're reduced to ashes, they'll be silenced forever. Tonight, at midnight, we'll start a fire and burn down the tent where the body is kept. Captain Wang, you're the smart one. That's the best plan right now. We'll execute this plan. None of US 3 will drop the ball now. Captain Wang declared. Understood. The three continued plotting how to orchestrate the fire flawlessly. Inside the cave on the cliff, Lao Gui lay on the cold stone slab. Though the slab was padded with many dry leaves, it was still bitterly cold. His leg was badly injured. The little savage had applied some kind of medicine to it. It was no substitute for a doctor. His leg was broken and needed setting. Otherwise, even if he survived, he'd never walk again. Little savage, can you take me back? My leg is badly injured and needs treatment. Woof woof woof, the little savage nodded. You agree to take me back? Lao Gui confirmed again. Woof woof woof, the little savage nodded again. That's wonderful. Thank you, little savage. You saved my life, I don't know how to thank you. As Lao Gui spoke, the little wild man suddenly shoved a wild berry into his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was stuffed. Next, the little wild man hoisted Lao Gui onto his back, stepped out of the cave, and with a mighty leap, used the rocks on the cliff face to climb step by step upward. It was deep into the night, and the forest was pitch black. Wang Dashan and his two companions began preparing for action, crouching low and moving with utmost stealth. Just as they emerged from their sleeping tent, the sudden thud of a heavy object hitting the ground sent them scrambling back inside. The sound they heard was the little wild man bouncing to the ground. The little wild man placed a gui near the tent where Chen Xiangdong and the others were, because it only recognized Chen Xiangdong. "Thanks, little wild man," old gui smiled, patting its head. The little wild creature then pulled several wild fruits from its body, placing them nearby. It pointed to one fruit, then gestured toward the tent. Old gui understood its meaning. It was telling him these wild fruits were for Chen Xiangdong to eat. Just then, the sound of firefighting echoed from not far behind. Chapter 154, Firefighting. Fire. Help put it out. Hurry up and put out the fire. The flames spread rapidly, their light illuminating the entire hillside. The villagers of Luyuan were all busy fighting the blaze. As Xiao Yaran stood up, the villagers of Luyuan spotted him. "There's a wild man over there. That's the little savage. These little savages are much easier to deal with than the big ones," Wang Dashan remarked. He went to fetch his hunting rifle, eager to prove his mettle. To everyone, the wild man was a legendary creature. Had they not ventured into the mountains this time, they would never have seen one. They'd roamed these mountains for years without ever catching sight of one. Catching such a rare creature would showcase his prowess. At this moment, the young wild man regarded everyone here as kind-hearted people. That's why it let its guard down. Yet suddenly, multiple bullets pierced its chest, as if piercing its very heart. Lao Gui watched helplessly as the little wild man collapsed to the ground, breaking down in tears. Chen Xiangdong and the others emerged from the tents one after another. They saw not only a tent on fire in Luyuan village, but also the little wild man lying in a pool of blood. Chen Xiangdong rushed over to check the young savage's injuries, but he was already lifeless. When Wang Dashan and the others came over to carry the little wild man away, they finally spotted Lao Gui. Wang Dashan shuddered in fright. "Lao Gui? Is that you? Are you human or a ghost?" Lao Gui roared, "I'd rather be a ghost right now and take you, you heartless bastard, with me." Then Lao Gui crawled over to the little wild child and embraced it. "What did the little savage do wrong? You want to kill it? It's more humane than humans. It's so kind. If not for it, I would have died on the cliff's edge. I shouldn't have let it bring me back, then it wouldn't have died. You're the one who wronged the little wild man. I shouldn't have let it bring me back here." Lao Gui held the little wild man and wept bitterly. Chen Xiangdong felt uneasy inside. Seeing the wild fruits nearby made him feel even worse. It wasn't human, just a beast. Beasts have no hearts, they harm people. Wasn't I just worried it would hurt others? Wasn't I just trying to protect everyone? How did I become a sinner in your eyes? Wang Dashan felt wronged, but more than that, he felt guilty because Lao Gui had returned. At that moment, Lao Gui clenched his fists, wanting to avenge the little savage and expose him on the spot. Yet he was powerless to do anything. Earlier, he'd overheard Wang Dashan and the others talking, but they caught him. They threatened him, warning that if he spoke out, his family would never survive in the village. He could endure injury or even death, but his family was his Achilles heel. "Scarface, hurry up and carry Lao Gui back to recover." Wang Dashan signaled to the scarred man. Lao Gui, of course, refused. In his current state, being carried back by them, how could he possibly feel better? "I'll stay here," he declared, casting a pleading glance toward Chen Xiangdong. Of the three teams in the mountains, Chen Xiangdong stood out as the most exceptional. At this moment, Chen Xiangdong was the only one who could help him. Chen Xiangdong caught Lao Gui's glance. That look seemed to hold a secret. "Your tents are burned. Accommodating people there is now impossible. Lao Gui's injuries are severe. If he keeps freezing like this, he'll likely lose his life. Li Pingsheng, carry him into our tent and let Lao Gui rest properly. 6 Yuan village can't afford any more deaths." Chen Xiangdong was essentially forcing them to carry Lao Gui into their tent. Wang Dashan was naturally displeased, but the fire hadn't been fully extinguished yet. In fact, it was growing fiercer. If left unchecked, it could engulf the entire mountain. Allowing the mountain to burn was illegal, they'd be arrested. So he had no choice but to concede. Putting out the fire was the most urgent task for their village now. "Captain Wang, the fire is too big. What should we do? We're running out of water here, we can't put it out." A villager from Luyuan village rushed over. Now Captain Wang was truly anxious. The fire wasn't as manageable as he'd imagined. "What should we do? The fire is spreading over there. If it reaches that area, it'll be even harder to extinguish. It might burn the entire mountain." Another villager exclaimed anxiously. "Godan, you stay here and watch over Lao Gui. Don't let anything happen to him. Remember, you must never leave his side. Li Pingsheng, you and the other 6, grab your tools and come with me. We'll set up a fire break. The rest of you stay with them to fight the fire." If everyone went to fight the fire, Chen Xiangdong feared something might happen to Lao Gui left alone in the tent. That's why he assigned Godan to stay behind as a guard. Godan was quick on his feet, the perfect choice for protection. The villagers didn't understand what a fire break was, but they followed Chen Xiangdong's lead, cooperating with whatever he instructed. Chen Xiangdong now appeared seasoned and capable, and the villagers trusted him. Carrying their tools, the group headed toward the direction the fire threatened to spread. They reached the perimeter, where Chen Xiangdong stretched a rope to mark a line and commanded, "Everyone, clear the area I've marked with the rope." Then set the fire to direct the flames toward the main blaze. Everyone must be careful, don't let the flames jump outward and spread to other areas. Zhang Fuchuan was puzzled. We're supposed to put out fires, so why are we starting one now? Xiangdong, are you serious? Isn't the fire already big enough? Zhang Fuchuan had never been to school, he only knew how to farm in the countryside. He couldn't possibly know all that. I'm using fire to fight fire to create a fire break. First, I create a fire line where the flames are spreading, directing the fire toward the main blaze. The goal is to consume all combustible material within the fire break zone. Before the main fire front arrives, a wider, cleaner burned-over area forms as the fire break. That way, the fire won't keep spreading. In a situation like this, where the fire is massive and there's not enough water to extinguish it, putting out the fire is nearly impossible. Creating a fire break is our only option. Just follow my instructions. Work quickly, we must complete the fire break before the flames reach us. Xiangdong, you really know everything. Everyone looked up to Chen Xiangdong. Moreover, once they understood the principle, they worked even harder. Those battling the main blaze were utterly baffled when they saw Chen Xiangdong leading a group to set controlled fires. What's Chen Xiangdong doing? Why is there smoke over there too? Chen Xiangdong took them to the front to start fires. We're putting out fires, and he's starting them? What's the point of that? That bastard, he's just making things worse, thinking he's so clever. These men were all farmers by background, lacking any formal training in forest firefighting or prevention. Nor could they easily learn such things elsewhere. At this moment, they found it hard to comprehend Chen Xiangdong's actions. Chapter 155, The Truth. Chen Xiangdong and his team quickly established a fire break. What do we do next? Wang Guobao asked. We wait for the fire to reach us. In this situation, we can't put it out anyway. All we can do is wait. So they waited for the flames to engulf them. Why aren't Chen Xiangdong and the others coming to help? We can't hold out much longer here. We need more hands. Wang Dashan shouted. Someone just came over and told us not to fight the fire anymore. Let it burn. Just make sure it doesn't spread in other directions. What? Don't put it out? Let it burn? Does he want to burn the whole mountain down? He said they've set up fire breaks. Once the fire reaches their area, it'll burn itself out. They're still holding their positions over there. Another one of his shady tricks. Everyone, don't listen to Chen Xiangdong. Keep fighting the fire. Wang Dashan ordered. The three of them feared the mountain burning to the ground the most. Those who do wrong are always the most anxious. Finally, after working themselves to exhaustion below, with nothing left to extinguish the flames, they could only give up, watching the flames spread in despair. Just as they were preparing for the worst, someone suddenly shouted, "The fire isn't spreading anymore. The flames are weakening." After reaching Chen Xiangdong's group, it hasn't spread any further. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought? This time, it was Chen Xiangdong who saved the day. Without him, who knows how long that fire would have raged on. I used to think he was sabotaging things and took it out on him, but it turns out he's the smart one. How come we never thought of this method? Because they have brains and we don't. If only we had brains like theirs. I misunderstood him earlier. Thankfully I didn't rush over to stop him. Otherwise I'd be the one at fault. Only after the fire was completely extinguished did Chen Xiangdong lead everyone back to their camp. Fortunately, their camp was a fair distance from Luyuan village, otherwise they might have suffered the same fate. Brother Xiangdong, what should we do? They burned 2 tents. One held on Yo's body, it's charred beyond recognition. We can't perform an autopsy now. Li Pingsheng was deeply concerned. Without a body, there was no evidence. They had hoped the body might reveal something, but now it was gone. As Li Pingsheng spoke, Lao Gui overheard him. After he returned, everyone had been busy putting out the fire. No one had mentioned this matter, so he remained unaware. Hearing the news of Anya's death that day, he nearly lost control of his emotions again. What did you say? Anyo is dead? Yes. He got drunk that night and came over causing trouble. I gave him a shoulder throw, and he was gone. Chen Xiangdong said. Under normal circumstances, a sane person wouldn't speak so casually about such a thing. He said it to gauge Lao Gui's reaction. He was skilled at reading people's expressions, and tonight he saw something in Lao Gui's eyes. He could tell the old man must know something. Now that the body was gone, it was as if there was no evidence at all. Without evidence, they'd inevitably conclude he was responsible for the murder and hold him accountable. Lao Gui didn't speak to Chen Xiangdong, only weeping and blaming himself. Self-reproach? Guilt? This was crucial. If Lao Gui had nothing to hide, why would he feel such guilt? Such self-reproach? Do you know something? Chen Xiangdong pressed. Comrade Xiangdong, can you guarantee the safety of me and my family? Lao Gui asked. Yes. So, I was right, you do know something? You must guarantee it. Lao Gui pressed on. Wang Dashan and his crew were heartless bastards. They'd already killed An Yo, what wouldn't they do? I guarantee it. I can guarantee the safety of your entire family, Chen Xiangdong pledged. An Yo wasn't killed by you, it was Wang Dashan and his crew. The night before I fell off the cliff, I overheard Wang Dashan, Scarface, and the village recorder plotting together. Wang Dashan wants to put you in prison and seize this mountain. So he orchestrated everything to make one of them die by your hand. That way, you'd be convicted. Then they'd keep petitioning the higher-ups. Tao Shi village killed someone trying to seize this mountain, so they'd never win it over Lu Yuan village. That very night, I tried to expose this plot, but they caught me. They threatened my family. If I dared utter a single word, my family would suffer terribly. So I kept silent. If I had spoken up then, An Yo wouldn't have been set up to die. Lao Gui couldn't hide his grief and self-blame any longer, and he began to wail uncontrollably. An Yo was his best friend, but what could he do? If he didn't play the coward, his family would be dragged down with him. He was the weak one before them, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. So you're saying An Yo wasn't killed by brother Xiangdong, he was set up by Wang Dashan and his crew? Li Pingxing finally felt relieved. Yeah, they poisoned his drink. Why did they pick An Yo? Lao Gui, stop blaming yourself. The priority now is exposing their actions. As for your family, don't worry. No one can harm them. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, he turned to Gooden and said, Gooden, head down the mountain immediately to Luyuan village and protect Lao Gui's family. Your job is only to protect them. Don't say anything you shouldn't. This matter must remain confidential for now. At first light, the police and forensic team will arrive. Then we'll expose them. Got it, brother Dong. Go Dan immediately began descending the mountain at top speed. With doggy skills, few ordinary people could match him. Chen Xiangdong felt confident leaving the protection of Lao Gui's family to him. It was already past 5 in the morning. In just over an hour, dawn would break. Chen Xiangdong took the little wild man's body to bury it. Little wild man, rest in peace. Those who took your life will face punishment tomorrow. He then placed several wild berries on the young savage's grave. By the time he returned to the tents, dawn had broken. Wang Dashan and the others had also risen early. Now the body is gone, but we have a living person who can talk. If I'd known old Gui was beside the little savage back then, I would have just shot him on the spot. It's useless to dwell on that now. We warned him last night. For his family's sake, he'd never reveal the truth. Scarface remarked. We can't let Lao Gui stay with them. With yesterday's fire, we couldn't get him back in time. Today, everyone from our village will come and take Lao Gui back. Agreed. After that, they went back to inciting the villagers of Luyuan village. In the end, Lao Gui was carried back to the tents in Luyuan village. Although Lao Gui had made arrangements with Chen Xiangdong and the others last night, he still worried about his family's safety. Truthfully, his heart wavered at this moment. Chapter 156, Captured. Brother Xiangdong, they've carried Lao Gui away. What if they pull some trick and he ends up refusing to cooperate with us? After Lao Gui was carried away, Li Pingxing began to worry again. He might still cooperate while in our custody. You could tell he valued his family above all else. The things we're worried about aren't impossible. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, he turned to Wang Guobao and said, Guobao, you're quicker on your feet. Head down the mountain now and bring Lao Gui's family here with Godan. The police and forensic team will likely take another 3 or 4 hours to arrive. You need to hurry and bring them over. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. You can count on me. Wang Guobao immediately headed down the mountain. Truthfully, Chen Xiangdong's concern wasn't that his enemy was Wang Dashan. Rather, he was consumed by the question who had sent Wang Dashan to frame and target him. Of course, he knew the person behind it must also be the one framing Master Chen. That person probably resented him for meddling. When Lao Gui revealed the truth that he had chosen silence for his family's sake, Chen Xiangdong understood his choice. After all, his family was equally important to him, and now they were being targeted. He too feared the villains might target his family. Once, that criminal kidnapped the one he cherished most to exact revenge, a memory still vivid in his mind. Therefore, this time he would protect his own family. 3 hours later, around 9 in the morning. A warm winter sun greeted the day. The scene of last night's fire was a complete mess, and An Yo's body had been burned to ashes. Wang Dashan scooped a handful of ashes from where An Yo had lain and placed them into a cloth bag. He would present it to An Yo's elderly father as his son's ashes. Lao Gui watched his actions, seething with rage. Don't look at me like that. That's just how this world works, man eats man. As 10 o'clock approached, a group of uniformed personnel arrived at their campsite. Quite a few people had been dispatched from above, 2 forensic doctors and 10 public security officers. How did it come to this? Asked the leading officer. His name was Jiang Tao, captain of the county's first public security squad. Arriving at the scene and seeing the situation, he was taken aback. It was freezing last night. While we were roasting marshmallows over the fire, a spark accidentally flew into the tent and set it ablaze. The flames then spread to the woods behind the tents. Wang Dashan explained. You lot need to be careful out here in the mountains. The weather's dry now, and it's easy to start a fire. If the entire mountain had burned down, we'd have hauled you off to jail. Where's the body? Where is it? The body was burned too. What? Such a coincidence? How are we supposed to perform an autopsy if the body's burned? Jiang Tao snapped impatiently. If not for this incident, today would have been his day off. His eldest son was bringing his girlfriend home for dinner. Everything had been perfectly planned, but now it was all ruined. Now he was told the body had been burned too. Jiang Tao grew even more impatient. It was a pure accident. Who could have known it would suddenly catch fire? Captain Jiang, Chen Xiangdong was the murderer, everyone saw it. Our villagers are all witnesses. If even this isn't enough for you to convict him, letting a guilty man walk free, how can the dead rest in peace? Wang Dashan shouted angrily, trying to provoke Jiang Tao. Last night, you all saw Chen Xiangdong beat the victim to death? Jiang Tao asked the group from Luyuan village. I saw it. Last night, Chen Xiangdong threw Anyo to his death. I saw it too. After Anya hit the ground, he vomited blood from internal injuries. At this point, the Taoshir village side grew restless. Li Pingxing shouted, you saw Anyo being thrown, that was just the surface. Brother Xiangdong only threw him once. His death wasn't caused by the fall. He died from poisoning. It was your brigade captain and his crew who schemed to poison him. They're the murderers. You're talking nonsense. Our brigade leader couldn't possibly be that kind of person. You're just making things up to avoid responsibility. A villager from Luyuan village retorted. Others chimed in agreement. How could they believe someone from their own village, their production team leader, no less, would do such a thing? Why not? Some people are deceiving. You can't judge a book by its cover. We have witnesses. Old Gue can testify. Li Pingxing declared. Lao Gue, tell us everything you know. Everyone turned to look at Lao Gue, who was lying down. I don't know what you're talking about. Lao Gue suddenly denied it. In his mind, Wang Dashan's words from this morning echoed. This era is all about survival of the fittest. Living at the bottom means your life is worthless. Don't blame others. Lao Gue, your family is in our hands now. You know what you have to do. We're safe, you're safe, and your family stays safe. Lao Gue was torn apart inside. On one side was justice, on the other, his family. Choose justice, and he would live with guilt for the rest of his life. Choose his family, and he'd live with guilt forever. Lao Gue, why are you suddenly backing out? Didn't you promise us you'd reveal the truth? You? Li Pingxing was furious. Captain Jiang, I fell off the cliff and barely scraped by with my life. Captain Wang even applied for compensation for me. He couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Lao Gue said. How could this happen? Go Dan and Wang Guobao still haven't arrived. This is driving me crazy. Jiang Fuchuan was beside himself with worry. Chen Xiangdong, however, remained calm. Something must have happened. Originally, he'd planned to have them bring Lao Gue's family here. Seeing his loved ones safe would ease his worries. But unexpectedly, Chen Xiangdong, you killed someone and tried to evade responsibility. You even incited fellow villagers to frame Wang Dashan. This is extremely malicious. Murder is a crime, and criminals must face consequences. Everyone saw you kill someone. The evidence is clear. Come with me to the police station. Chen Xiangdong was thus taken to the police station and detained. After Chen Xiangdong was taken away, Wang Guobao and Godan finally made their way up the mountain. Where's Brother Dong? Godan panicked. He hadn't completed the task Chen Xiangdong had given him, and he felt deeply guilty. Xiangdong was taken away by the police. Zhang Fuchuan sighed, then added, has this world lost all sense of justice? The good guy gets arrested, while the bad guys walk away unscathed. Why are you just arriving now? Did something happen? Chapter 157, Good deeds don't always bring good rewards. They were drugged. When we woke up, Lao Gue's family was gone. Wang Guobao explained. They're so treacherous, Li Ping fumed. What should we do now? Xiangdong's been arrested. What are we going to do? Zhang Fuchuan was beside himself with worry. They'd only been in the mountains for a few days, yet so many things had already happened. He'd gone hunting alone in the mountains without incident, yet now, with a group, trouble had struck. People are far more complicated than wild beasts. Soon, news of Chen Xiangdong's arrest for murder spread throughout the village. Zhang Fuchuan worried that Lin Yueshio and her family wouldn't be able to handle the news and might do something reckless. He descended the mountain to seek out Lin Yueshio at Chen Xiangdong's home and recounted the entire incident to her. Sister Yueshio, you must believe that Xiangdong is innocent. He was framed. Don't you dare remarry someone else. Zhang Fuchuan feared that once Chen Xiangdong was imprisoned, he might not be released anytime soon. If too much time passed, Lin Yueshio might remarry. Brother Fuchuan, what are you saying? No matter how long Xiangdong stays in prison, I'll wait for him. Their conversation was overheard by Xinqing, who burst in crying. Did they take Daddy to prison? When will Daddy be released? Xinqing wants to see Daddy. Nian Nian heard her sister crying and knew something had happened to their father. She began crying too. Daddy, Nian Nian wants Daddy. Though Xiao Lu was already 10, she was deeply worried about her eldest brother. With Xinxian crying there, she couldn't help but burst into loud sobs too. Big brother, wah wah wah. The children's cries filled the room. Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will be fine. Keep this in mind, you must believe that Dad didn't kill anyone. Daddy will be alright. Lin Yueshio hugged both children. Daddy is the best daddy in the whole world. Xingxinyi doesn't believe Daddy would kill anyone. Daddy was framed by bad people. Bad people are the worst. Xingxinyi will find those bad people and make them eat dog. They'll have to work for our family. Xinqing clenched her fists, seething with hatred for the person who harmed her father. Meanwhile, the construction crew working on the hillside heard that Chen Xiangdong had been arrested. Worried they wouldn't earn their work points. Their motivation to work vanished. What do you think? With Chen Xiangdong gone, there's just a woman, an old lady, and 3 kids left at home. Can they even afford to pay us? We've only worked a few days, and there's still so much left to do. If he can't pay us when we finish, won't we have worked for nothing? Boss, maybe we shouldn't take this job after all? They were all discussing pulling out. When it came to wages, the foreman was an outsider. Though he was watching over things for Chen Xiangdong, he couldn't make the final call. Seeing the crew had lost all motivation to work, he had no choice but to seek out Lin Yueshio. Arriving at Lin Yueshio's home, he could still hear the sniffles of 3 children. Sister Yueshio, I need to discuss something with you. Now that Xiangdong's had an accident, the construction crew helping out is worried you won't be able to pay them. They're clamoring to stop work. They can't stop. Xiangdong was determined to finish the house as soon as possible. Besides, all the materials are already bought. We can't just stop building. Otherwise, those materials left out in the open will become unusable if they sit too long. Team leader, I'll go talk to them on the hillside. Lin Yueshio finished speaking, turned toward the kitchen, and pulled out 2 sacks of rice. These were the grains she had previously asked Chen Xiangdong to stockpile, saying they'd be useful later. Captain, help me haul these 2 sacks of rice to the hillside. Sure. The captain loaded the sacks onto the sled and pulled it toward the hillside. By the time they reached the hillside, the workers had stopped laboring and were sitting around chatting. Lin Yueshio stepped forward and said, You've surely heard about what happened to my husband. I understand your concerns right now. Xiangdong's situation is only temporary, and besides, I'm still here at home. As long as you keep working, we won't delay paying your labor points. Saying this, she walked over to the sled and lifted a sack of rice. I can guarantee there won't be any delays. Rest assured. Although today's work isn't finished yet, you can exchange your labor points for grain early. Once the grain is distributed, everyone can continue working. Tomorrow, as usual, come to my house after work in the evening to collect your grain. Those who prefer cash instead of grain may take payment now. If you still have concerns, you may choose to stop working now. But if you choose not to work now, you won't have the chance to work here next time. You may not want the grain, but there are many others who do. Lin Yueshio did this to reassure them, so they could work with peace of mind. Moreover, it instilled a sense of urgency in them. Now that they'd seen the grain and witnessed her firm stance, their attitude would undoubtedly change. If wages weren't withheld, they'd gladly work. But if they quit, they wouldn't find better work. Sis, we were just taking a break, we never said we wouldn't work. As long as your family pays on time and sticks to the original deal, we'll definitely keep working. After receiving their grain, they resumed work. The team leader remained worried. Yueshio, how long will the current grain supply last? I still have some at home. I'll bring some over to help you out. With Xiangdong out of commission, it's too much for a woman to handle alone. Team leader, I can manage. Your family doesn't have much grain. Now, those with surplus grain are hoarding it to withstand the coming famine. Keep your grain. Xiangdong had been saving up for building a house, and he's been giving me some money regularly. We'll get through this period just fine. My only worry now is Xiangdong. What if he gets sentenced to years in prison? Life in prison is no picnic. I'm genuinely worried. Yueshio, don't worry so much. Good people are blessed by heaven. Xiangdong has done so many good deeds will be rewarded. Ah, that's not necessarily true. Good people don't always get good rewards. Captain, I honestly don't know what to do to help Xiangdong right now. You're more experienced than I am. Could you help find someone to smooth things over and get Xiangdong out? I'm already looking for someone. I'll do my best with this matter. But I'm just a production team leader, my connections are limited. Hold on, I'll try approaching the commune chairman. Alright, I'm counting on you, Captain. Lin Yueshio returned home and collapsed into a slumped position. At that moment, she hadn't yet noticed that Xinqing was missing. When she finally snapped back to reality, she saw Xiaolu teaching Nian Nian to write. She asked, Xiaolu, why isn't Xinqing practicing writing with you? Where did she go? I don't know. She's been gone for a while. She said she took Nyonyo and Xiaoshuang Coral out for a walk. Nian Nian was sleeping then, so I didn't go with her. How long has she been gone? A very long time. It's almost dark now. She should be home by now. Why hasn't she come back yet? Lin Yueshio felt another ominous premonition. Where on earth had Xinqing run off to? Grandma! Grandma! Lin Yueshio called out. The old lady answered from the kitchen. What is it? Xinqing has disappeared. I'm going to look for her. Please stay home and watch over Nian Nian and Xiaolu. With that, Lin Yueshio hurried out in a panic. The old lady could only sigh again and again. She too was worried about her grandson. Chapter 158, Xinqing comes through. Lin Yueshio searched the entire village but couldn't find Xinqing anywhere. You're Xinqing? I saw her. She was following a dog heading down the main road out of the village. I thought she was just out for a walk, so I didn't go up to ask her. When was that? Hearing this news, Lin Yueshio nearly broke down. About an hour or two ago. Lin Yueshio knew immediately the girl must have gone looking for her father. Lin Yueshio hurried to find the team leader. Team leader, what should we do? Xinqi is missing. Someone saw her heading toward the main road. She must have gone looking for her father. She's just a little kid. How dangerous. What should we do? Xiangdong was just arrested, and now Xinqing is nowhere to be found. Why does everything have to happen at once? Yueshio, don't overthink it. Xinqing probably hasn't gone far. Let's go look for her now. We've already called the police. They'll help us search. The team leader immediately organized villagers to accompany Lin Yueshio in the search. Afterward, he went to report the incident to the police. On the road, Xinqing kept walking with Nyonyo. Dad had been taken away by the police. She'd heard the police station was in the city. If she could just get to the city, she could see the police. And if she could see the police, she could find her dad. Dad had taken her to the city before, so she walked straight ahead, reciting the route from her memory. Nyonyo clung close behind her. Xinqing walked along the road, such a young child. Anyone who saw her might harbor ill intentions. But Nyonyo chased them all away. After walking for about 3 hours, daylight had turned to night. Still, she hadn't reached the city. Instead, she encountered 3 men on motorcycles, revving their engines as they approached. Little sister, where are you going? Let us take you there. Xinqing looked up. You're bad guys. I won't go with bad guys. Oh, little sister, you've got a feisty mouth so adorable. Let us carry you home. You can be our little bride someday. The thugs sitting at the back grabbed Xinqing by the arm. The motorcycle sped up. Nyonyo saw Xinqing being dragged onto the bike and immediately gave chase. Bad guys. Let me down. If you don't let me go, I'll tell my daddy when he gets out, and he'll beat you to death. Xinqing screamed. Little girl, don't be so defiant. If your dad could really beat us to death, he wouldn't have given us the chance to take you away in the first place. The driver said. Bro, the dog's catching up. That dog's got some speed. Step on it. Damn dog, we can't shake it off. The driver sighed helplessly. He revved the motorcycle, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the dog off. But the dog couldn't quite catch up either. They brought Xinqing back to their place. Wah, wah. The moment the motorcycle stopped, the sound of a baby crying filled the room. Stop crying, or I'll toss you out to feed the dogs. The leader of the thugs said. The child immediately stopped crying and dared not utter a word. That child was Lao Gui's youngest son. His entire family had been brought here. Big brother, how much longer will they be staying here? We have to feed and clothe them here, yet the money hasn't come in yet. If this keeps up, we'll be eaten out of house and home. They won't release them until they get the notice. If we act recklessly now, we won't get paid later. Then all our work will be for nothing. Guys, we need to think big picture. They brought the Lao Gui family here, but they haven't mistreated or insulted them. They were just locked up, with food delivered daily. Later, they brought Xinqing into the room too. But Nyonyo caught up quickly. Woof woof woof. She charged forward, full of rage. After chasing for 10 kilometers, it finally caught up. Now, its eyes held nothing but ferocity. Woof woof woof. Nyonyo lunged forward, biting one of the men's legs. Ah! Damn dog, get off, the man yelled, but he couldn't break free from the dog's grip. The dog tore at his flesh. Seeing this, the other 2 men quickly grabbed their iron bars to fight off the dog. The leader of the thugs grabbed the iron shovel leaning against the wall. But the moment he reached for it, his hand closed around something soft and squishy. He stared in shock. Holy crap, he'd grabbed a snake. Ah! A snake, he yelled, flinging Little Coral away. Little Coral had now entered combat mode, no longer the soft, meek little creature she once was. Little Coral, those 2 are bad guys. Bite him. Xinqing clapped her hands excitedly from the sidelines. Hearing the command, Little Coral opened its wide jaws and shot forward at incredible speed, easily biting the leader of the young thugs. Damn it! A dog and a snake? Who did we cross? Seeing both of them badly injured, the other thug scrambled to flee. But it was too late. Nyo sprinted over and dragged him back, as if offering him up for her master to deal with. Little Coral naturally wanted to show off too, so it went over and bit him as well. Both men, poisoned by the snakes, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly helpless. The other lay on the ground, blood streaming from where Nyo had bitten him. Little Coral, Nyo, you both did so well. I'll give you candy when we get back. Xiangdong clapped her hands and exclaimed. Then she walked over and kicked the young thug who had grabbed her onto the motorcycle. Now you know better, huh? I warned you guys from the start, but you wouldn't listen. Still want to carry me home as your bride? Oomph, I'll kick you, kick. Xiangdong kicked him several more times, letting out all her pent-up frustration. Sis, you're so awesome. Suddenly, a little boy piped up. It was Lao Gui's youngest son. Earlier, when Nyo and Coral were fighting fiercely, they had all huddled together in fear. Were you guys kidnapped by bad guys too? Xiangdong asked, blinking her eyes. The little boy nodded. But they were still afraid of Nyo and Xiaowashashan, huddling motionless. Only the little boy dared to speak, since they were both children of similar age. Seeing the snake and dog helping Xiangdong, the boy felt a deep admiration for her. Don't be afraid. Little Coral and Nyo won't hurt good people. They only harm the bad ones. After Xiangdong said this, the woman hugging the little boy spoke up. Little sister, how did you end up captured here too? I came out looking for my dad, but they caught me on the way. Auntie, do you know where the police station is? If I can find the police, I can find my dad. Your daddy is a police officer? No. Xiangdong shook her head. My dad is the most amazing person in the whole world. Since all three were injured, their scheme was exposed. Nearby villagers called the police, and officers arrived quickly. Xiangdong stood nearby, watching the three and preventing them from causing any more trouble. Suddenly spotting the uniformed officers approaching, she sprang to her feet. Officer, take me to find my dad. Chapter 159, The Little Hero Saves His Father. Afterward, they were all taken to the police station to give statements. There are so many police officers here, but why can't I see my dad? Xiangdong looked around the police station. Little girl, you're very brave. If it weren't for you, these three thugs would still be committing crimes. Why did you come to the police station looking for your dad? Is your dad a police officer? What's his name? An officer approached and asked Xiangdong gently. Daddy isn't a cop, but he's a hero. Daddy is definitely a hero. I don't understand why the police are arresting him and putting him in jail. Xiangdong began to cry as she spoke. Is your father a criminal? What's his name? My dad isn't a criminal. He's a hero. His name is Chen Xiangdong. He's a hero, not a criminal. You're arresting the wrong person. Xiangdong glared with wide eyes, her emotions boiling over, wanting to punch the officer right then and there. Just then, Go Dan walked into the police station lobby. He had come to see Chen Xiangdong. But then he heard a familiar voice. To his surprise, it was Xiangdong. He rushed over and grabbed her arm. Big sis, there you are. You've got your mom worried sick. Go Dan, why are you here too? I came looking for your dad. Just as Go Dan finished speaking, he spotted a familiar figure. Lao Gui's family? What a coincidence. He'd been knocked unconscious back then, and it was Lao Gui's wife and child who'd been abducted. Now that he'd found them, the people who had captured them would surely be able to testify for Brother Dong. Them? Doggy was puzzled when the police officer said, oh, them. They were kidnapped by three thugs a couple days ago. They were saved because of this little girl. She's so brave. Xiangdong couldn't care less about their conversation. She'd heard Go Dan say he was looking for her father. She started clamoring, Doggy brother, don't talk to him anymore. Hurry up and find my daddy. Quickly. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was still in the holding cell. After learning the situation, the police realized the people rescued today were connected to Chen Xiangdong's case and brought him out. Daddy! Xiangdong can finally see Daddy again. Xiangdong spotted Chen Xiangdong walking out, immediately ran over and jumped into his arms. Chen Xiangdong scooped her up effortlessly. Daddy, they're all bad guys. They arrested you, they're all bad guys. Shoo! You shouldn't say that, Xiangdong. Maintaining social order is their responsibility. It's because of the public security officers that our living environment stays stable. Okay, if Daddy says it that way, then Xiangdong can only say Daddy is right. Xiangdong pouted her little mouth. Donga, those people sitting over there are Lao Gui's family. Xiangdong rescued them. Go Dan came over and said. Our Xiangdong is amazing, she's already a little hero. Chen Xiangdong kissed Xiangdong's cheek and praised her. Meanwhile, three other injured people remained on the other side. Chen Xiangdong glanced at them, feeling a sense of familiarity. Who are those three wounded men? They're the ones who kidnapped the Lao Gui family. No wonder they look familiar, I've seen them somewhere before. Chen Xiangdong stepped closer to look and finally recognized them. So it's you three. I was wondering who it could be. Think you're all that riding around on your motorcycles? Trying to kidnap people like you've seen others do? Kidnapping someone is bad enough, but kidnapping my daughter? The three of them turned to look at Chen Xiangdong and quickly recognized him. Isn't this our benefactor? Benefactor, we didn't know that little girl was your daughter. If we had, we never would have dared do such a thing. Benefactor, please spare us. The trio had intended to repay Chen Xiangdong's kindness, never expecting to end up kidnapping his daughter. What pained them most was that his daughter was just as formidable as he was. Enough. Tell the police officers the truth who ordered you to kidnap the Lao Gui family? We. The three stammered. Oof. The three of you were just dragged back here last time. And now you've gone and done it again. Chen Xiangdong said. The three remained silent, for when they accepted this mission, the person who had directed them had already made arrangements with them. If they got caught, they were not to give anyone up. They would serve his prison sentence and receive a generous compensation in return. Just a few years behind bars, and afterward, a life of financial security. They were willing to take that deal. Thus, the three remained silent without needing to coordinate. But this matter involved the benefactor who had saved their lives. Big brother. The other two turned their gaze toward Chen Xiangdong. MHM. The leader gave a short nod, and the three shared a knowing look. Then, they confessed everything to the police. Over at the mountain peak, Wang Dashan and his crew were basking in their joy. With Chen Xiangdong locked up, they'd secured their money. Over the past 2 days, they'd been negotiating which village would claim the mountain. Soon, this mountain would belong to their village. Come on, drink up. Drink heartily, eat heartily, and let's work hard to finish the logging task. Wang Dashan raised his cup. All the food and liquor were provided by Wang Dashan. In those days, eating meat was a rare treat. Everyone was grateful to Wang Dashan at that moment. Team leader Wang, thank you for letting us eat meat and drink wine. This meat you can only get it in the mountains these days. When else would we ever get to eat it? Captain Wang really knows how to lead. The villagers raised their bowls brimming with wine, each showering Wang Dashan with praise. He couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Wang Dashan, you're under arrest for murder. Suddenly, several police officers burst into the tent and forcibly handcuffed him. I didn't do anything. Why are you arresting me? You've got the wrong person. Wang Dashan protested. Still denying it? Captain Wang, drop the act. You plotted against that good-for-nothing Anyo from the same village for personal gain and kidnapped Lao Gui's family. You've been exposed. Come with us. At that moment, Scarface and the other man immediately rushed out of the tent, attempting to flee. But they were caught by the police. The others at the meal watched in stunned silence. The news sent shockwaves through the group. Captain Wang was the one who harmed Anyo? He's a monster. I can't believe it. Captain Wang, who's always led us, is actually a murderer. He's so ruthless I almost trusted him. If Anyo hadn't died, it could have been one of us. It's terrifying to think about. Wang Dashan was arrested, and the three thugs were arrested too, but their cases were different. Wang Dashan was sentenced to death outright, while the three thugs would serve several years in prison. However, Chen Xiangdong learned from Wang Dashan who had ordered the attack against him. But the man stubbornly insisted he'd only acted out of jealousy, wanting to kill him. Confronting him directly probably wouldn't yield anything. Therefore, he had to resort to another method. He bribed the prison guards to act as his informants, monitoring Wang Dashan's cell for any unusual activity and noting who visited him after his incarceration. Chapter 160, The School Reopens. After this incident, the logging crew in the mountains finally found peace. Lao Gui eventually came forward to testify, though he felt deeply remorseful for initially agreeing to reveal the truth to Chen Xiangdong only to change his mind later. This mountain peak belonged to no single village, it was communal property. They completed the logging quota within a month, after which they descended the mountain. A month passed, yet the informant Chen Xiangdong had cultivated in prison still hadn't brought him any useful intelligence. Upon returning from the mountains, Chen Xiangdong delivered meat to the steel mill on his first day back. This month, both he and Go Dan had been on the mountain and hadn't made any deliveries. Sending it every so often is fine. In this day and age, if others see you frequently delivering large quantities of meat, it's easy for them to become suspicious. Opening the spatial farm, he saw that after some time, the pigs, chickens, and rabbits inside had multiplied several times over. This time, he planned to deliver around 700 or 800 pounds of meat to the steel mill. He returned home from the mountain at 10 in the morning and headed out for the steel mill around 1 in the afternoon. As usual, when Chen Xiangdong approached the steel mill, he found a secluded spot. He retrieved a handcart and the meat from the spatial realm, then pushed them toward the steel mill. He pushed the cart to the steel mill's entrance. He happened to run into Director Chen, but this time, Director Chen was accompanied by a woman, Secretary Wu. Director Chen could now walk, though he still needed to lean on a cane. Secretary Wu was helping him walk at that moment. Chen Xiangdong shook his head. Ah, the allure of women truly devastating to men. Director Chen. Chen Xiangdong waved and called out to him. Oh, Chen, you finally brought the meat. Lately, without you coming, our factory couldn't get any meat at all. The employees are all craving meat now. They'll be overjoyed you came today. Director Chen chuckled. Director Chen, you're looking well lately, Chen Xiangdong teased. Director Chen felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Secretary Wu. Then he said, I broke my leg earlier and was confined to a wheelchair. Now I can walk again, exercise, and eat well. Of course my complexion has improved. I suspect there's more to it than that, Chen Xiangdong remarked with a knowing look. This made Secretary Wu beside them feel awkward. She quickly said, Director Chen, you two continue. I'll go handle some matters. Chen, look what you've done, you've sent Secretary Wu away. Director Chen sighed helplessly. Sis, haven't I been here taking care of you all this time? Why are you getting so close to Secretary Wu? Little Chen, you just don't understand. Your sister-in-law is a countrywoman, you've never seen her like that. You'll understand when you do. But a woman with knowledge and refinement is different, she's incredibly captivating. You don't mean you've actually fallen for Secretary Wu, do you? I'm just saying. Don't get the wrong idea. Secretary Wu and I are just good colleagues. But honestly, Secretary Wu really knows how to take care of people. Lately, since I've been having trouble walking, she often brings my meals from the cafeteria to my office. And when we go out to eat together, if we hit a tricky spot, she'll even offer her arm. Tell me, doesn't that mean something? Director Chen was clearly daydreaming. Director Chen, what are you thinking? Secretary Wu has it all, she's got looks, a great figure, and real talent. Why would she ever fancy an old geezer like you? If she really wanted to be with you, she'd definitely be after something. Otherwise, what on earth would she want with an old man who doesn't even bathe? Chen Xiangdong couldn't stand by and watch, so he spoke up. He knew Director Chen would be displeased by his words. But so what? Honest advice may be hard to swallow, but it's good for the soul. Young Chen, you're still young. You don't understand the troubles of us middle-aged folks, nor the love of us middle-aged men. Enough of this. Get back to work, go weigh the meat. We're having meat tonight. Got it. After Chen Xiangdong took the meat to the kitchen to weigh it, he went to Director Chen's office to settle the payment. After settling the payment, Director Chen said, keep delivering meat tomorrow. The other branches need me too. No problem. Should I deliver it here again tomorrow? Deliver it here. I'll arrange for it to be sent to the branch factories. Got it. By the way, Director Chen, have you heard about the incident that happened to me in the mountains? Heard about it. The whole factory's buzzing with the gossip. You've definitely been targeted. You need to be more careful from now on. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we're out in the open. One misstep, and you won't even know how you died. I understand. Alright, I won't keep you. I've got other things to attend to. After leaving the steel mill, Chen Xiangdong headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Besides stocking up on daily necessities, nutritional supplements, and snacks for the kids, he also bought school supplies like chalk, exercise books, and pencils. The village school had previously closed because they were short on grain and labor. Now, however, the village had successfully cultivated vegetables and in abundance. With more vegetables than they could consume, they could trade them for grain. This has improved everyone's living conditions. With food no longer scarce, the school could resume classes normally. In the evening, Chen Xiangdong came home, his mind still on Xiaolu. When he saw the chalk among the things he had bought, Xinxin asked happily, Dad, did you buy this chalk for us? Not just for you, it's for all the children in the village. School officially starts tomorrow. Will you help Dad carry these things to the schoolhouse? Sure. Daddy's so awesome. Xinxin wants to be just like Daddy and help others too. Then Xinxin will have to work even harder. Chen Xiangdong led the 3 children to carry the purchased school supplies to the schoolhouse. The school stood at the village entrance with 3 classrooms. The buildings were rather dilapidated, the wooden doors showed signs of decay, and wood shavings littered the ground. Tomorrow we can come here to study. There will be lots of other children too, it'll be so lively. Xinxin smiled, pulling out a chair to sit at a desk. Until recently, they had been attending classes at Teacher Lu's home. The feeling was different in a proper classroom. Xiangdong, I'll have Dashi and the others come help clean the classrooms. The schoolhouse has been closed for so long, it's covered in dust now. Thank you for donating the school supplies to the village school. Tomorrow, I'll write a donation notice and post it on the village bulletin board. Truthfully, whether or not it was posted on the bulletin board didn't matter much to Chen Xiangdong. He simply believed that children were the flowers of the future, with boundless potential. They shouldn't be buried by the mountains, they should be learning. Chapter 161, Delivering Meat to the Textile Factory. Now, besides Teacher Lu teaching at the schoolhouse, they also needed to select one of their own to serve as a teacher. Early in the morning, the children rose early, thrilled to be able to attend school again. Mom, I'm going to be late. I won't eat dinner. You can't go to school without breakfast. Take 2 eggs with you. This scene played out in many households with children. Xinxin, Nian, and Xiaolu were no exception. The 3 of them rose early, having packed their school supplies into their backpacks the night before. Rising early once more, the 3 of them strolled leisurely to the schoolhouse. The village bulletin board displayed the announcement of Chen Xiangdong's donation. As Chen Xiangdong walked through the village, every villager whose child attended the school expressed their gratitude to him. Brother Shanghai, when did you get back? Chen Xiangdong encountered Chen Xianghai on the road. I didn't get back to the village until late last night. It was too late, so I didn't go looking for you. I just went to your place but couldn't find you. What did you need? A while back, I mentioned to you that the textile factory wanted to buy meat, right? Well, the truth is, our textile factory is also short on meat. The employee cafeteria has only served meat once in the past 2 months. The logistics team has been struggling to source meat. Lately, I've gotten pretty close with their logistics director. I introduced you to her, so you should bring over about 50 pounds of meat today. Brother Shanghai, looks like you're settling in fast at the textile factory. You're even able to hook me up with work now. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. He hadn't expected his cousin to prove so quick-witted and promising after joining the textile factory. In his previous life, he never had this chance. Now that he had this chance, he was certain to live a better life than in his previous existence. Xiangdong, stop joking around. I'm nowhere near your level. Shanghai, no need for comparisons. You'll do just fine in the future. With you saying that, I'm definitely going to work hard. By the way, I think I saw a matchmaker at your place yesterday. Did your parents set you up again? Not my parents, it was from another village. The girl herself sent a matchmaker. Wow. The girl's family is actually taking the initiative to arrange a match? Brother Shanghai, you're in demand now. That's all thanks to you. If you hadn't given me this job, no girl would ever have looked at my family twice. Before, his family was poor. He was getting on in years, and girls not only disliked his family's poverty but also his age. Combined, those two factors dealt a fatal blow to his marriage prospects. Finding a wife was practically impossible. Now that he had a job, things were different. His prospects instantly surpassed many younger men in the village. Because of this, matchmakers started coming to him on their own. You need to hurry up and get married so your uncle and aunt can hold a grandchild soon. Enough about that. Go prepare the meat for delivery to the textile factory. I have to head to work now. Once you get there, find me first. I'll take you to meet the logistics director. Alright, no problem. Chen Xianghai headed back to the textile factory, while Chen Xiangdong made his own preparations. Then he headed to the textile factory too. By 10:30 a.m., he had arrived at the textile factory. Chen Xianghai met him at the factory gate. Xiangdong, you're really quick. You delivered it so fast. I thought you wouldn't come until this afternoon. I happened to go hunting yesterday and got some meat. I just needed to process it this morning. Alright, I'll take you there now. Chen Xianghai led Chen Xiangdong to the logistics office. Sister Lu, this is my cousin Chen Xiangdong, whom I told you about. He's here to deliver the meat. Great. Delivered so quickly, perfect timing. It's just past 10 now, so the staff canteen will have meat for lunch. Director Lu was delighted to see Chen Xiangdong enter with the meat. However, they still needed to discuss the price. Just then, a middle-aged man entered to see Director Lu. Little Lu, are you busy? Brother-in-law? What brings you here? Director Lu was surprised by his arrival. This man was her brother-in-law, Zhang Jigua. I need your help. My mother is seriously ill and just had surgery. She needs nutritious food, but pork is hard to come by now, let alone chicken. I want to make chicken soup for my elderly mother, but I can't find any. So your sister sent me to ask if you could help me get a few chickens. Director Lu frowned at Zhang Jigua's request. It's tough enough for me to get any meat at all, brother-in-law. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the situation here is really bad. I really can't get that much chicken for you. But you have pork here. How about selling me 10 pounds? Zhang Jigua glanced at the pork nearby. This is from the textile factory. I can't just take it and sell it privately. Brother-in-law, please understand my situation. Director Lu said helplessly. Comrade, how much chicken do you need? I have some here. Chen Xiangdong suddenly interjected. Really? That's fantastic. I desperately need chicken right now. Zhang Jigua exclaimed excitedly. He wasn't short on money, just meat. I do, but I need to handle things here first. Chen Xiangdong glanced at the pork beside him. Alright, I'll wait outside. I won't disturb you guys. Zhang Jigua immediately headed to the doorway to wait. Xiao Chen, do you still have chicken? Director Lu asked. Yes, Director Lu. Do you need chicken too? If so, I can deliver it. Of course we do. Could you deliver 10 chickens tomorrow? Absolutely. Alright, then deliver 10 chickens tomorrow. And how much are you selling pork for today? The lowest black market price 1 yuan per gene. Chicken will also be at the black market price 2 yuan per gene. Alright, as long as you can deliver, we'll go with those prices. Director Lu was straightforward. He was the type who handled business strictly by the book. Given her personality, it was only natural she'd refuse her brother-in-law. Alright, Director Lu, let's weigh the pork first. Chen Xiangdong placed the pork on the scale 60 gene. That meant he owed Chen Xiangdong 60 yuan. Director Lu immediately fetched 60 yuan and handed it to Chen Xiangdong. Since this is my first time buying meat from you, I'll just take a few dozen jin today. We'll increase our purchase volume later. No problem. As long as you need it, I can deliver it. That's all for now. You guys get back to work. I'll be on my way. Alright. As soon as Chen Xiangdong stepped out, Zhang Jigua grabbed his arm. Comrade, I need 5 chickens. Do you have that many? Of course I do. When do you need them? What's the price? I sell them for 2 yuan per pound to everyone. Same price for you, 2 yuan per pound. Alright, no problem. Can I get them today? Chen Xiangdong thought for a moment. I can get them to you, but it'll have to be this afternoon. Give me an address, and I'll deliver them then. Although Chen Xiangdong could retrieve the chickens directly from his spatial pocket right away, he decided not to rush it lest it seem too suspicious. So he said he could only deliver in the afternoon. When he returned in the afternoon with the chicken meat, he ran into Li Erlongzi and his wife at the village entrance. Li Erlongzi was carrying their child, and both looked flustered. Chapter 162, Competing for Positions. Brotherly, sister-in-law, where are you rushing off to in such a panic? Chen Xiangdong asked. The child's had a fever for 2 days that won't break. We're taking him to the town clinic. Li Er's wife replied. Then hurry and take him to get checked, Chen Xiangdong said, glancing at the child on Li Erlong's back. The child was asleep, but his face was flushed red, and the situation looked quite serious. Wait! Chen Xiangdong called out as they turned to leave. Xiangdong, is there something else? You're walking too slowly, and it's inconvenient. Take my bike. Chen Xiangdong dragged the bicycle over to them. Alright, thanks a lot, Xiangdong. Fortunately, Li Er the Deaf had ridden the brigade's bicycles before, so he knew how to ride one. Li Er's wife took the child from Li Er's back. Then, Li Er the Deaf climbed onto the bicycle and rode off with his wife and child. Classes had already begun at the schoolhouse, and besides Teacher Lu, they needed to add another substitute teacher. To be honest, since Teacher Lu had always stayed in the countryside, his ability to teach the children was limited. Therefore, the brigade planned to have one of the educated youth step in to teach. Though teaching still counted toward work points, it was more respectable and less strenuous than field labor. Anyone with teaching ability would naturally prefer this less strenuous work. Especially for the educated youths from the city, they hadn't been doing farm work to begin with. If they could avoid it, they'd gladly take the chance. There were 4 educated youths in Taoshi village, and every one of them wanted an easier life. Each of them was eyeing the teaching position. Especially He Zhigao. Upon learning the village needed another teacher, he went straight to Zhao Manchang. He Zhigao knocked on Zhao Mansang's door, carrying a basket of eggs. Oh, little he's here. Zhao Manchang beamed, his eyes immediately drawn to the basket of eggs in He Zhigao's hands. No need to guess this kid was bringing him another gift. Secretary Zhao, I brought you some eggs. Let's go inside and talk. Zhao Mansang took the eggs. Come on in. After they went inside, he closed the door. Secretary Zhao, I heard the village is looking for another teacher. That's right. Could you put in a good word for me and give me a chance? Secretary Zhao, I'm counting on you. Alright, rest assured. I'll take care of it. After receiving the eggs, Zhao Manchang assured He Zhigao. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. He Zhigao left happily. With Zhao's assurance, his position as the village teacher was now secure. Back at his lodgings, He Zhigao, feeling elated, opened a bottle of wine, fried a few eggs, and invited Fong Tianlin and Li Xiaoting over for a meal. Zhigao, you're in a great mood today. Fong Tianlin teased. Haven't had a drink in ages. Tonight, I'm drinking my fill, He Zhigao replied with a laugh. Li Pingsheng wasn't around at the moment, he'd gone out on business. He Zhigao deliberately chose this time to invite Fong Tianlin and the others to dinner. He certainly didn't want to invite Li Pingsheng. Wow, the eggs smell so good, Li Xiaoting remarked, inhaling the aroma. Xiaoting, why don't you come with me? Once I become the teacher here, I'll make sure you get to eat eggs every single day. He Zhigao declared proudly. The village let you be a teacher? Li Xiaoting asked. It hasn't been announced yet, but it's a done deal. Well, in that case, we won't have a chance. Zhigao, why don't you give me the teaching position? You said you like me, and you don't want me to suffer. If I become a teacher, things will be much easier for me. Li Xiaoting felt displeased upon hearing He Zhigao plan to become the village teacher. Xiaoting, a man must have a job. You're not suited to be the village teacher. Once we can return to the city, I'll pull some strings and find you a better job than this. He Zhigao certainly didn't want to give the teaching position to Li Xiaoting. He won't even give me a teaching position, yet he claims to love me. Li Xiaoting shot him a withering look. Who knew when they'd ever get back to the city? Before returning to the city, she wanted to live a little more comfortably. Xiaoting, don't be like this. I promise you once we're back in the city, I'll find you a good job. He Zhigao hurried to explain. Li Xiaoting was just sulking a bit. She was still counting on He Zhigao to help her secure her transfer back to the city as soon as possible. The three of them ended up eating and drinking happily. Midway through the meal, Li Pingxing suddenly returned. Seeing the three of them enjoying their meal, he paid them no mind. He never really fit in with them anyway. However, the moment Li Xiaoting spotted him, she hurriedly explained, "Pingsheng, you're back. We thought you'd be late, so we started eating without waiting for you. It's fine. You guys keep eating. I've already eaten." He wasn't one to dwell on such things. The more he cared, the more exhausted he became. Truthfully, he just needed to live his own life well. Still, he was curious what good news could there be today that they'd started drinking? "But why did you decide to drink today?" Li Pingsheng asked casually. "Zhigao's treating us. Celebrating him becoming the village teacher." Fang Tianlin replied. Fang Tianlin knew Zhigao was good at networking, and he wanted to build a good relationship with him too. "Oh, I see." Li Pingsheng wasn't pleased to hear the news. He had also applied for this teaching position in the village. Just then, the team leader approached. "All four of you are here." "Team leader, what's the matter?" Zhigao inquired. "I'm here to see Li Pingsheng." "Li Pingsheng, you don't need to go to work tomorrow. Just go straight to the schoolhouse to teach. The village has appointed you as the substitute Chinese teacher." "Team leader, you're not joking, are you? Wasn't the teaching position supposed to be for Zhigao?" Li Pingsheng was taken aback. "No, who told you that?" "Xiangdong said he wants you to be the substitute teacher. He donated school supplies and paid for new desks. He's also planning to fund repairs for the dilapidated classrooms. So we're following his suggestion. He said you'd make a great teacher." Now it was Zhigao's turn to feel displeased. How could this be the outcome? Didn't Secretary Zhao promise to handle it? At that moment, Zhigao felt utterly embarrassed. "Alright, my notice has arrived. I'll head back now. Li Pingsheng, remember to arrive early at the school tomorrow." "Understood, Captain." Li Pingsheng felt a surge of secret delight. He had once resolved to follow Chen Xiangdong, and now it proved he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Chapter 163, Chance Encounter with the Deaf Couple at the Hospital Entrance. Early the next morning, Li Er the deaf man returned the bicycle, looking utterly exhausted. After returning the bike, he communicated with Chen Xiangdong using sign language, looking extremely anxious. Chen Xiangdong understood his sign language perfectly. Li Erlong wanted to borrow 200 yuan to treat his child's illness. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiangdong handed him the money. After expressing his gratitude, Li Erlong hurried off to the hospital. Did Li Erlong just come by? Lin Yueshio emerged. "Yeah, his kid's pretty sick. He borrowed 200 from me for medical treatment." "What? That bad?" "The day before yesterday, I saw that child with a flushed face. Something wasn't right. I told them to take the child to the hospital, but they have no money. They're just using folk remedies, rubbing boiled eggs all over the child's body." Lin Yueshio sighed. "Being poor is truly difficult. They can't even afford medical care. Honey, when they come back, take a hen over to them. They can keep it for its eggs." "Got it. Alright, I'm heading out. Take care of yourself at home." With that, Chen Xiangdong stepped out the door. He needed to deliver chicken to the textile factory and also make a trip to Zhang Jigua's house to deliver some chicken. These were scheduled deliveries, so he had to leave early. Director Lu saw Chen Xiangdong pulling the chicken meat to the textile factory and greeted him warmly. "Chen, you're working so hard." "Working for myself, it's hardly hard work," Chen Xiangdong smiled. "With such a stable meat supply, I want to establish a long-term partnership with you. So, could you give me a slight discount on the next batch?" Director Lu began negotiating the price. It was only natural for her to negotiate, as she had to ensure the factory's profitability. For long-term cooperation, no problem. "I'll knock 5 cents off each item. How does that sound?" The textile factory's purchase volume was certainly smaller than the steel mill's, so he offered them a slightly higher price than the steel mill received. "Chen, we're not exactly buying in small quantities. Just 5 cents off? We're talking about a long-term partnership, and given the current social climate, you can't openly sell meat, and most of our purchases are still under the planned economy system. If we could actually buy meat now, we wouldn't take this risk. How about this 10 cents off?" "Director Lu, precisely because this carries such high risk, I can't sell it too cheaply. The risk is too great. Besides, this price isn't even that expensive these days. I can't go down a dime, but I'll knock off 7 cents at most." Director Lu thought for a moment. "Alright, fine. We'll give you 7 cents off per item from now on." As logistics procurement staff, they naturally look for ways to make a profit. The price they report up the chain probably isn't this one. "Alright, the 10 chickens you requested today are all here." Chen Xiangdong unloaded the chickens from the handcart and placed them before Director Lu. "Your chickens are really well fed. They're huge. They must taste delicious." "That's a given." The logistics worker weighed the chickens, a total of 180 jin. That worked out to about 8 or 9 jin per bird. "Director Lu, the total is 180 jin, which comes to 347 yuan. Chen Xiangdong said. "Wasn't it 360 yuan?" Starting with this batch, we'll calculate it at 1.93 yuan per gene. I see. Well then, thank you, Chen. No need to thank me. We're in this for the long haul, so this is nothing. Oh, and I brought an extra chicken today. This one's for you, Director Liu. Director Liu beamed from ear to ear as Chen Xiangdong handed her a plump, juicy chicken. Thank you, Chen. Director Liu then took out the money and paid Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong took the money and smiled, saying, I won't keep you any longer. You go ahead and get back to work. After leaving the textile factory, he rode his bicycle to the address Zhang Jigua had given him. He arrived at an alley and spotted Zhang Jigua from afar. Worried Chen Xiangdong might get lost, Zhang Jigua had arrived early and was waiting for him at the intersection. Hey, Chen! Over here! Zhang Jigua waved as soon as he spotted him. Brother Zhang, I brought all 5 chickens you asked for. Chen Xiangdong approached him and pulled out the burlap sack containing the chickens. Zhang Jigua took it, opened the bag, and inspected the contents. You've already plucked them all. Thanks, Chen. There's a convenience store nearby. Let's go weigh them. No need. I brought my own scale. That's even better. Chen Xiangdong pulled out his beam scale and weighed the chicken meat in front of Zhang Jigua. Total weight is 45 jin. That'll be 90 yuan. Alright, no problem. Zhang Jigua immediately pulled out money from his pocket and handed it to Chen Xiangdong. Then he glanced at the bicycle parked beside Chen Xiangdong. Hey, Chen, are you free later? Could you give me a ride to the hospital? I need to get to work, and time is tight. My wife took our bike to her parents' place today. Don't worry, it won't be a waste of your time, I'll pay you for the ride. Zhang Jigua knew people from the countryside had it tough, and he didn't want to take advantage of a farmer. No problem at all. But you really don't need to pay me. I'll just give you a ride since it's on my way. Well, thank you then. After putting the chicken away at home, Zhang Jigua hurried out. Then he asked Chen Xiangdong to drive him to the hospital. On the way, Chen Xiangdong learned that Zhang Jigua was actually the deputy director of the county hospital. After Zhang Jigua got out of the car, he still tried to slip Chen Xiangdong 2 yuan. Chen Xiangdong wouldn't accept payment for the ride, and the two pushed and shoved. Finally, Zhang Jigua relented and put the 2 yuan back in his pocket. Then he walked into the hospital to start his shift. Just as Chen Xiangdong was about to leave, he heard sobbing nearby. He followed the sound and looked over. Wasn't that Li Erlongzi and his wife? Had they brought their child to the county hospital? Hearing Li Erlongzi's wife weeping so bitterly, he guessed the child must be in serious condition. Chen Xiangdong walked over. Li what are you doing here? Didn't you go to the town health center last night? Li wife sobbed, we went to the town clinic last night, but the doctor said it was too serious and we had to come straight to the county hospital. We came here last night to get admitted. The doctor said they need to operate immediately, or the child won't make it. But we don't have the money for immediate surgery. Li rushed to borrow money from you. After finally getting the money back, the doctor said all the surgeons are currently performing surgeries and can't operate on the child right away. They have to wait until the doctors finish their surgeries before they can operate on their child. The child is already so sick. If we delay any longer, he'll surely die. What a cruel fate. No money meant no surgery, and even after finally borrowing the money, they still couldn't operate immediately. Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong immediately thought of Zhang Jigua, who had just started working there. As the vice president, he should have a solution. He should be able to arrange for staff to come out and operate on Li's child. Sometimes in situations like this, having connections makes things much easier. It's always been that way since ancient times. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. With that, Chen Xiangdong entered the hospital, approached the front desk, and asked the staff where Zhang Jigua's office was. Chapter 164, Human Life is Paramount. Soon, Chen Xiangdong arrived at Zhang Jigua's office. Dr. Zhang. Xiao Chen, what else do you need? Zhang Jigua asked suspiciously. Dr. Zhang, I have a friend whose child is critically ill and admitted to this hospital. They said the situation was critical and surgery was necessary. But we didn't have the money at first, so my brother went out to borrow it. After finally securing the funds, the hospital then informed us they couldn't arrange a surgeon for the procedure. The child's condition was extremely urgent, surgery had to happen immediately. Dr. Zhang, please help us. Can you arrange for a doctor? The child is truly in grave danger right now. This kind of situation? Tell me the child's name. Li Xiaohu. Alright, I'll go check on the situation. Zhang Jigua quickly got up to investigate, with Chen Xiangdong following closely behind. Zhang Jigua approached the nurse's station to inquire. Check on patient Li Xiaohu's condition. Seeing the vice president personally inquiring, the nurse's attitude became very proactive. That's a 10-month-old infant. His condition is critical, but we can't spare a doctor right now. I saw Director Su in his office. How could he not be able to arrange a doctor? Zhang Jigua snapped angrily. If there are doctors available and an emergency surgery is needed, yet they refuse to schedule it, if this gets reported, their hospital will face public backlash. Director Zhang, the situation is this: while the child's parents went out to raise funds, The wife of the steel mill director broke her leg and needs surgery at 11 o'clock today. It's already scheduled. But they only raised the money and arrived at 10 a.m. The leg fracture surgery requires 2 hours. Therefore, Li Xiaohu's surgery had to be postponed. Chen Xiangdong nearly exploded with rage upon hearing the nurse's explanation. As far as I know, if someone is admitted with a fracture, the surgery can be postponed until the next day or even the day after. The urgency of this kind of surgery can't possibly be higher than that child's, right? If Li Xiaohu doesn't get surgery, he might die. And who are you? The surgery schedule is already set. Do you think we can just delay it on a whim? It's because Li Xiaohu's parents couldn't afford the surgery and brought him to the hospital so late. If anyone's to blame, it's his parents. The nurse shot Chen Xiangdong a glance. Vice President Zhang, listen to what your hospital staff are saying. You must judge this fairly. Chen Xiangdong was furious. Zhang Jiguo was furious upon hearing the young nurse's words. If any reporters were around, their hospital would likely be splashed across tomorrow's front pages. Besides, the fact that Chen Xiangdong could get his hands on so much meat in these times meant he was no ordinary person. If this escalated, even his position as vice president could be at risk. This is a matter of life and death. Arrange surgery for Li Xiaohu immediately. Zhang Jiguo snapped at the young nurse. The young nurse whispered, Deputy Director Zhang, the patient scheduled for surgery is the steel mill director's wife. If we delay the surgery now, we might offend the director. So what if we offend the director? That child is also a human life. The factory director's wife can have her leg surgery tomorrow or even tonight. It won't make much difference. Hurry up and schedule the child. Zhang Jiguo ordered. The young nurse finally went to make the arrangements. Dr. Zhang, thank you, Chen Xiangdong expressed his gratitude. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known the hospital had this kind of situation. It's a good thing you came to me. If something had gone wrong, our hospital would have been in the wrong. Having served as the hospital's vice president for so many years, Zhang Jiguo devoted himself entirely to research. He was the kind of doctor with the highest medical ethics. Dr. Zhang, you're a good doctor. I won't keep you talking. I need to hurry and find my brother. Alright, go quickly and don't delay. Oh, and in a week's time, bring me 5 more chickens. Sure thing, no problem. With that, Chen Xiangdong hurried off to find Li Erlong and the others. The couple was waiting for him right there. As he approached the door, he spotted them. Li Er, you two hurry inside. The doctor needs to arrange the surgery. Chen Xiangdong pulled Li Erlong by the arm. Is that really true? Li Er's wife wiped away her tears. It's true. Hurry inside, we can't wait any longer. Alright, Xiangdong, you're amazing. Things we couldn't handle, you sorted out with just a few questions. We owe you another favor. After the couple went inside, the hospital quickly arranged surgery for their child. During the wait, Chen Xiangdong stayed with them outside the operating room. Is the money enough? Chen Xiangdong tried to lighten the tense atmosphere. We have enough. Last night the doctor said the surgery and hospitalization would cost 180 yuan total, and we borrowed 200 from you. Li Er's wife replied. Your family doesn't have much savings to begin with, and the child's illness requires so much money. You've had it tough. Here, take these grain coupons and meat coupons back with you. Take it back. The child is so seriously ill, it's major surgery. He'll need nutritious food to recover. All those coupons add up to about 50 yuan. Giving them the coupons was better than giving cash right now. People like Deaf Li Er were the weakest in the village. His wife had fled here from elsewhere, not a native villager, and she certainly didn't fit in with the local women. In their situation, everyone wanted to take advantage of them. Even if they had money, it was hard to exchange it for ration tickets. We can't take any more, Li Er's wife worried they wouldn't be able to repay. Take it. You don't have to pay me back right away. You can pay me back slowly when the time comes. Don't worry about not being able to pay it back. Once your finances improve, making money will be easier than it is now. Chen Xiangdong stuffed all the bills into Li Er's deaf son's hands. Li Er's deaf wife and he were both moved to tears. 2 hours later, the doctor emerged from the operating room. The surgery was successful. The child is out of danger now, but we'll keep him under observation for a while longer. The doctor announced. Good, as long as the child is okay. The couple finally smiled. Like other ordinary families, if the medical costs were so high, they would have taken the child home long ago and left him to fend for himself. The medical expenses were simply too high for an ordinary family to bear. The child was then transferred to a ward. Li Er, sister-in-law, take good care of Xiaohu. I'll head home now. Chen Xiangdong had been here for a long time and needed to attend to his own affairs. Alright, go handle your business. Thank you so much for today, Li Er's wife reiterated her gratitude. You're welcome. With that, Chen Xiangdong left the hospital. As he crossed the street opposite the hospital, someone suddenly called out to him. Brother Xiangdong, what a coincidence to run into you here. Chapter 165, Taking Musk's Order. What a coincidence, Zhenbao, Chen Xiangdong replied with a smile. Actually, running into him here wasn't surprising at all. This area was close to the black market, and he was always hanging around here every day anyway. It was perfectly normal to bump into each other. I was just about to come find you. Since we bumped into each other here, I won't have to make a special trip. Is Brother Yang looking for me? Yes, he needs to talk to you. Meet him at the same little hut as before. Xiangdong, I've got other business to attend to. You go see Brother Yang on your own. Alright, no problem. Now that they were well acquainted, a simple heads up was all it took for Chen Xiangdong to head over on his own. Chen Xiangdong arrived at the small house and knocked on the door. As soon as he entered, Yang Chang rose enthusiastically to greet him. Xiao Chen, long time no see. You did a great job last time. Hey Yang. Did you call me here because you have another job? Chen Xiangdong asked. When he came to see Yang Chang, he never beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. You're always straightforward, Chen. I'll get right to it. I need a batch of musk. Can you help me get it? For some hunters, obtaining an animal or its pelt was relatively straightforward and easily achievable. But obtaining musk is another story. Musk originates from the dried secretions of the scent glands found in mature male animals of the deer family, such as the forest musk deer, or musk ox. It possesses properties that clear the senses, invigorate blood circulation, unblock meridians, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain, making it valuable in the medical field. Now that Yang Chang was trading a batch of musk, it meant his business was extensive and even involved the medical field. This man is no ordinary figure. Chen Xiangdong thought to himself. How much do you need? Chen Xiangdong asked. 2 kilograms. At this time, securing 2 kilograms of musk was already considered a substantial amount. A single musk deer produces about 20 grams of musk per year. And only musk deer over 3 years old begin to produce musk. The peak musk secretion period is August to September each year, with less musk produced from October to February of the following year. The hunting season generally runs from October to March of the following year. Now is also a suitable time to hunt musk deer in the mountains. Alright, but this will take longer, about 2 months. Musk deer are tricky to track this time, he couldn't overpromise. With good luck, you might encounter musk deer as soon as you enter the mountains. With bad luck, you might go days without seeing any. That's why he deliberately extended the time frame. If he managed to gather it ahead of schedule, Yang Chang would surely appreciate his capability. At this point, not overpromising was clearly in his best interest. 2 months? Fine. Musk is hard to obtain, which is why it's so precious. And the price? Chen Xiangdong inquired. 4,500 yuan per kilogram. In this era, a strict planned economy system prevailed. Important medicinal materials and strategic goods like musk were uniformly procured, priced, and sold by the state, primarily for export and planned supply. Due to its scarcity, the unified purchase price was relatively high, hovering around 4,000 yuan per kilogram. Yang Chang had connections to sell it, so he quoted 4,500 yuan. Honestly, this price was still acceptable to Chen Xiangdong. 2 kilograms would mean 9,000 yuan. Alright, Brother Yang, it's settled then. I'll deliver on time. Alright. After finalizing the deal, Chen Xiangdong left. After leaving that place, he headed to the post office. He'd heard a few days prior that leaders from the provincial capital had sent him some newspapers. It was the newspaper about his biogas project base in Taoshir village. He'd heard the news had made the front page. The letter had just arrived today. Upon receiving it, Chen Xiangdong immediately opened the envelope. As soon as he unfolded the paper, he saw his own photo gracing the front page headline. It looked pretty cool. He never got this kind of treatment in his past life, but now that he'd been reborn, he could enjoy this bit of vanity. He had to take this newspaper back to show his wife and bask in her admiration. By the time Chen Xiangdong returned to the village, dusk had begun to fall. The village now used biogas lamps. Before, after dark, they'd light kerosene lamps, which provided some light indoors but were dim. Now with biogas lamps, the rooms were much brighter. At a glance, the village looked much more appealing at night. Though the village houses looked dilapidated, countless rural folks envied how their village appeared now. Especially after the newspaper article. Daddy, you're back. Xinxing came out to greet Chen Xiangdong. She stood on tiptoe to reach the bicycle handlebars, pushing the bike while balancing on her toes. Nian Nian followed behind, helping push the back seat of the bicycle. Where's Mom? Chen Xiangdong asked the 2 little ones. Mom's stoking the fire. She said Dad would be back soon, so she's boiling water to warm Dad's feet. Daddy, Xinxin will wash your feet for you later. Nian Nian wants to wash Daddy's feet too. We'll each wash one of Daddy's feet. The 2 little ones trailed behind Chen Xiangdong, chattering non-stop. After putting away his things, Chen Xiangdong took out the newspaper. He deliberately placed it in the most conspicuous spot on the table, waiting for Lin Yueshio to notice it herself. He just wanted to see the look of surprise and delight on her face when she noticed it. Xiangdong, you're finally back. Have a warm baked sweet potato first. Lin Yueshio had specially brought it out for him. The little ones, who usually fought over food, didn't eat this time because they'd already eaten. They knew this was for their father. He worked so hard to earn money outside they couldn't take his food. Chen Xiangdong took the steaming sweet potato. The aroma of roasted sweet potato filled his nose, sweet and delicious. The newspaper lay conspicuously on the table. Lin Yueshio had noticed it when she set down the plate. This is? Lin Yueshio was so moved she could barely speak. She picked it up and held it close to her eyes, checking if she was seeing things. Xiangdong, it's you. You're in the newspaper. Lin Yueshio hadn't been literate before, but over the past 2 months, she'd practiced diligently every day and learned to read books. She could now recognize many characters and understood everything written in the newspaper. It said her husband had made tremendous contributions to the nation, with every word and line filled with praise. In these times, making it into the newspaper was a deeply honorable thing. My husband is so amazing, he's even in the newspaper. Come see, you too. Your dad's in the paper. After calling the 2 children, she ran to call Grandma and Xiaolu. Grandma, Xiaolu, come quickly. Xiangdong made the paper, the country is praising him. Just by looking at it, we're sharing in the glory. Seeing Lin Yueshio's joyful expression, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but smile. Of course, he felt deeply satisfied inside. Big Brother's in the paper? I want to see it. Xiaolu's heart leapt with excitement upon hearing this. The old lady beamed with joy, leaning on her cane as she hurried over at top speed. Oh my dear grandson. You've done us proud. In all these decades, no one from our village has ever made the paper. You're the first from our family. The old lady's smile stretched wide, revealing her sparse teeth. Chapter 166, Celebrating the Wife's Birthday. Lin Yueshio returned, holding the newspaper and examining it repeatedly. She was about to pin it directly to the village bulletin board. So everyone would know how amazing her husband was, he'd even made it into the newspaper. But then she worried that the village girls might see it and snatch Chen Xiangdong away. Seeing his family so happy made Chen Xiangdong feel joyful too. Oh, right, tomorrow is Yueshio's birthday. Let's go out to eat tomorrow to celebrate. We should also pick up some New Year's goods. With only a couple weeks left before the holiday, we need to get some supplies. Oh, we're celebrating Mom's birthday. Xinqing was overjoyed. Does birthday mean we get to eat yummy food? Nian Nian, the little foodie, was already thinking about treats. That's right. We can eat lots of yummy things tomorrow. Chen Xiangdong gently tapped Nian Nian's little nose. Great. Then Nian Nian won't eat dinner tonight. Why not? I need to save room for all the yummy food tomorrow. Nian Nian, you silly girl. Chen Xiangdong chuckled as he picked her up. But Lin Yueshio said, eating out is too expensive. We'll just cook a few nice dishes at home tomorrow. I knew you'd be the thrifty one. It's your birthday, we're going out for a nice meal. That's settled. No cooking at home tomorrow. After saying this, Chen Xiangdong took Xinqing and Nian Nian to play. The old lady chuckled beside them. Yueshio, you should listen to Xiangdong. He truly cherishes you these days. You 2 lovebirds, I'm so envious. If only my old man were still around. Oh dear, I'd better get back to my own business. Watching you 2 lovebirds being so affectionate. This old lady here is tempted to pry open the lid of my husband's coffin and drag him out for some romance with me. Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, Mrs. Tai, you're something else. Lifting a coffin lid? That's the kind of thing you'd come up with. Soon after, news of Chen Xiangdong's newspaper feature spread throughout the village. The village chief hurried over to Chen Xiangdong's house. Xiangdong, I heard you made the newspaper. Give me the paper, I'll post it on the bulletin board so everyone knows our village has produced a celebrity. Team leader, I'd rather not post it. That would make me seem too boastful. Now that construction on the house has started, our family's life is better than before. I'm already a bit of a standout. Putting up another honor like that. People might admire and respect me, but there's bound to be 1 or 2 who feel resentful. You're right. We should keep a low profile. But you know, your newspaper feature has brought recognition to our whole village. Xiangdong, with you around, I believe our village will only get better. I won't keep you from your meal. I'll head back to eat too. The team leader headed home with a cheerful smile. The next day, Chen Xiangdong received more good news from the provincial capital. He had been honored as an outstanding worker and would need to travel to the provincial capital tomorrow to attend the commendation ceremony the day after. Upon hearing the news, Li Pingsheng hurried to find Chen Xiangdong. When he arrived at Chen Xiangdong's home, he saw the entire family dressed in new clothes, preparing to head out. Brother Xiangdong, where are you all going? Daddy's taking mommy out for her birthday, Xinqing said, blinking her big eyes. Oh, I see. Seeing the family's warm and happy atmosphere, Li Pingsheng felt a pang of envy. He too longed for such family bonds, but knew he would never have them in this lifetime. What he desired was nothing but a pipe dream. Pingsheng, did you need something? Chen Xiangdong asked. I heard you're heading to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. I want to go back too, but I can't. Brother Xiangdong, could you speak to the village on my behalf and request a few days off for me? Sure, leave it to me. Seeing Li Pingxing like this, he must be homesick. For Chen Xiangdong, this was a small favor. Alright, thanks, brother Xiangdong. No need to thank me. Just focus on teaching well when you get back. Oh, and by the way, Xing Xinianian and Xiao Lu both took leave today. Got it. Chen Xiangdong took his family into town, bringing the old lady along too. Grandma, stop dawdling. We're about to leave. At that moment, the old lady was still trying to chop wood. You go ahead. This old woman isn't going. Grandma, what are you doing? Why won't you come? I'm so old and shabby. Going out with you would embarrass you. Besides, my legs aren't what they used to be. It's just not convenient. Grandma, what are you saying? How are you shabby? Everyone gets old. You're just putting yourself down. And even if your legs aren't steady, it's no big deal, you won't have to walk anywhere. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than the sound of a car engine reached them from the distance. The car was heading straight toward their house. Look, the car's here to pick us up. Grandma, put down what you're doing and come eat with us. Chen Xiangdong walked over and took the old woman's hand. Just as he helped her out of the courtyard, the car pulled up. Arjun stepped out, opened the other door, and smiled. Come on, get in. This was a car assigned to the state-run restaurant. As the restaurant manager, Ajahn could request its use when necessary. When Chen Xiangdong had Godan deliver meat to the state-run hotel, he'd asked Ajahn to pick them up for dinner today. We get to ride in a car. Nian Nian, seeing a car for the first time, was so delighted she scrambled straight inside. This is? Lin Yueshio was still quite surprised. Seeing her astonished expression, Agan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, hop in. Oh my, grandson. Where did you find such a splendid car? The old lady exclaimed excitedly. She'd never ridden in a car like this before. Who would have thought she'd get to ride in a car before stepping into the coffin? These days, folks in the countryside were just as poor. How many people could ever ride in a car? The sheer joy of suddenly finding yourself in one was indescribable. Sitting in that car, she could feel a sudden sense of superiority over the villagers. Not bad at all. The old woman walked over, ran her hand over the car door, and murmured to herself. Grandma, hop in. Yueshio, you get in too. This young man is Agan. He's my friend and the guy third sister is seeing. Hearing this news, both the old lady and Lin Yueshio were delighted. Third sister had found someone too, and this gentleman looked quite presentable. The old lady was absolutely delighted. Wonderful. Wonderful. Third daughter has such good taste. Chapter 167, Assault at the Restaurant. About half an hour later, the car pulled up outside the state-run restaurant. Seeing the car arrive, third sister hurried out of the restaurant. Chen Xiangdong stepped out, holding the child he'd been longing for. The two girls rushed over and hugged her the moment they saw third sister. Third auntie, we haven't seen you in so long. We missed you so much. Those two were such sweet talkers. Third sister crouched down and pinched their cheeks. Auntie 3 missed you both too. Compared to the two of them, little sixth wasn't as sweet talking. She was more of the quiet type. She didn't say things to make people happy. Standing beside them now, she just smiled shyly as she watched. Lin Yueshio helped the old lady down from the car. This was the first time the old lady had ever eaten at a restaurant. Back in her younger days, she'd occasionally head into town for the market. But places like this, where only the wealthy could enter, she dared not even glance at the entrance as she passed by. The group entered the restaurant, where Agan seated them at the very back. Unfortunately, there were no private rooms available. If there had been, they would have undoubtedly been given the best one. Order whatever dishes you fancy today. Chen Xiangdong said. Daddy, can Nian Nian have roast duck? Nian Nian didn't eat much last night, so she can have a whole duck today. Nian Nian was already drooling. Sure, Nian Nian can have 2 whole ducks if she wants. Although Chen Xiangdong said this, he didn't see them ordering anything. So in the end, Chen Xiangdong ordered for them. He ordered a table full of dishes: kung pao chicken, braised fish, Peking duck, roasted pigeon. 15 dishes in total. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the restaurant. The woman's gaze locked onto them the moment she entered. She was Lin Yueshio's cousin, Lin Shirong. Seeing Chen Xiangdong featured in the newspaper made her heart ache bitterly. How could Lin Yueshio be so lucky to marry so well? Her husband was featured in the newspaper, praised by the nation for his capabilities. Before, she hadn't envied Lin Yueshio at all. She'd simply looked down on her for being an orphan. But now, she was living better than any of them. She couldn't accept it. So when she heard that Chen Xiangdong was celebrating Lin Yueshio's birthday and would be dining at this state-run restaurant, she brought along her longtime lover, Zheng Ziqiang, who had also been Lin Yueshio's childhood sweetheart. In the end, he abandoned Lin Yueshio and started dating Lin Shirong. Lin Shirong brought Zheng Ziqiang along specifically to humiliate Lin Yueshio. Brother Ziqiang, look over there, isn't that my sister? She's doing so well now? She can even dine at a state-run restaurant. Brother Ziqiang, so much time has passed. You shouldn't hold a grudge against Sister Yueshio anymore. Lin Shirong deliberately said this, hoping to stir Zhang Zichang's emotions and provoke him into confronting Lin Yueshio and the others. Don't bring that up. Just thinking about it makes me want to punch someone, Zhang Zichang snapped irritably. How can I not bring it up? She behaved improperly and betrayed you. Now she's feasting on all that rich food over there. I can't stand to watch it. Lin Shirong strode straight over to their table. Well, what a feast you've got today, she said sarcastically. Seeing this woman made Chen Xiangdong's blood boil. What are you doing here again? We eat what we want. What business is it of yours? Oh, brother-in-law, I didn't say a word. Why are you so angry? Lin Shirong adopted a provocative stance. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshio felt uneasy inside. Lin Shirong had noticed her unease, which was why she was acting so brazen. Lin Yueshio never imagined she'd see Zhang Zichang here today. Zhang Zichang had grown up with her since childhood, and they had always been close. Later, as they matured, Zhang Zichang's family had even approached hers to discuss marriage. After that, both families tacitly accepted that they would marry. Back then, Zhang Zichang's family was poor. Lin Yueshio often set aside some of the money she earned to help supplement their household expenses. She even frequently visited to help care for his paralyzed elderly mother. However, everything changed after Zhang Zichang's father found a relative who helped him secure a job at the meat processing plant. Zhang Zichang performed exceptionally well at the meat processing plant and was quickly promoted to team leader. His monthly salary reached 40 yuan. He began to resent Lin Yueshio for not having a job. Seeing Zhang Zichang's success, Lin Shirong tried to steal him away. She deliberately told Zhang Zichang that Lin Yueshio was cheating on him with another man. Zhang Zichang believed her, immediately broke off his engagement with Lin Yueshio, and started dating Lin Shirong. Lin Yueshio never mentioned this incident to Chen Xiangdong. She feared that if she told Chen Xiangdong, he would abandon her too. Little did she know that today would be such a stroke of bad luck. It was supposed to be her birthday, a day of joy, yet she ended up encountering this scumbag. Yueshio, is this the man you've been cheating with? Zhang Zichang eyed Chen Xiangdong with contempt. What do you mean stolen? Yueshio is my wife, why would she need to steal me? Comrade, have you lost your mind? If you're sick, go get yourself checked out at the hospital. Stop disturbing our meal. At this point in his past life, Chen Xiangdong truly had no idea Lin Yueshio was hiding this from him. It was only later, after Lin Yueshio's death, that he heard about it. His wife had been so foolish. She and Zhang Zichang had only been dating, no physical intimacy, yet she'd feared he'd abandon her. In this whole affair, the one who suffered the most injustice was his wife, Lin Yueshio. Originally, out of consideration for his wife's feelings, he hadn't mentioned this incident to her after his rebirth. But now that the person himself had appeared before him, he absolutely had to vent his anger. You're the one who's insane. You two bastards, you have no shame. Zhang Zichang shouted angrily. The diners in the restaurant all turned their gaze toward them. Hearing Zhang Zichang's outburst, they assumed Lin Yueshio was the one who had cheated. That's what you get for being promiscuous. And that woman having a man of her own and still cheating. A woman who doesn't keep her place deserves to be cursed. And that man, stealing someone else's wife. Back in the day, she'd have been drowned in a pig cage. The murmurs grew louder, all siding with Zhang Zichang. Zhang Zichang, please stop talking about this. I, Lin Yueshio, have done nothing wrong. I'm completely innocent. Can you stop bringing this up? Lin Yueshio was furious. Honey, don't get angry. People like that aren't worth your anger. Leave the cursing to your husband. Chen Xiangdong clasped Lin Yueshio's hand, soothing her. He knew she must be feeling utterly wronged right now. Then, Chen Xiangdong stood up and walked over to Zhang Zichang. You know there's a price to pay for insulting my wife, right? With that, he delivered a kick straight to Zhang Zichang's groin. Instantly, Zhang Zichang clutched his groin with both hands, writhing in agony on the ground. Seeing him in such agony, Chen Xiangdong wasn't satisfied. He advanced again, delivering a kick to Zhang Zichang's abdomen. Lin Shirong screamed in terror. Zhang Zichang. Let me make this clear, Lin Yueshio is my wife. I won't tolerate you slandering her. Chapter 168, Apologize to my wife. You think I don't know about all the dirty tricks you've pulled? You bastard, you're not even a real man. Chen Xiangdong lunged to punch Zhang Zichang again. Lin Shirong rushed over to stop him. Brother-in-law, why are you hitting people like this? Zichang didn't do anything wrong. It's our cousin who messed up. She was the one who got involved in that shady business with someone else. After she did that, what's wrong with brother Zichang abandoning her? Lin Shirong, get out of my way. You just wait, my business with Zhang Zichang isn't finished yet. Chen Xiangdong yanked Lin Shirong aside, his grip so tight it hurt her and she dared not move. Zhang Zichang, you keep saying Yueshio betrayed you. But what did she do? What did you do? She's innocent, she never did anything shameful with another man. You were the one who despised her for being a country girl without a job. This is just an excuse you're using to abandon him, and it even lets you maintain your image as a good man. But are you really a good man? You started hooking up with her cousin Lin Xiangdong before even breaking up with Yu Xiao. When Lin Xiangdong spread rumors about Yu Xiao, didn't you just go along with it? You two scumbags are together. You built your relationship by trampling on her dignity and reputation. And now you have the nerve to talk about Yu Xiao? You two are shameless. After saying this, Chen Xiangdong delivered another vicious kick to Zhang Ziqiang. The onlookers initially assumed Lin Yu Xiao had been unfaithful, which is why she was being berated. Now that they knew the truth, they all turned their anger toward Zhang Ziqiang and his partner. So that's how it is. That man is despicable. Good for you for hitting him. Men like that deserve a beating. That dog couple, they're not human. They got away with it and still have the nerve to act innocent. If my daughter ever encountered scum like that, I'd beat him until he couldn't father children anymore. That woman has no shame stealing her cousin's man. But thankfully she got him. That woman Yu Xiao seems so gentle and virtuous. That man doesn't deserve her at all. Everyone pointed fingers at Zhang Ziqiang and Lin Xiangdong. Apologize to my wife right now. Chen Xiangdong roared at Zhang Ziqiang. Ever since Chen Xiangdong kicked him, Zhang Ziqiang hadn't had a chance to fight back, only begging for mercy. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me, I'm sorry. Zhang Ziqiang crawled to Lin Yu Xiao's feet. Yu Xiao, I'm not human. I'm sorry for what I did to you. I'm scum. I cheated on you with Lin Xiangdong and let her spread lies about you, ruining your reputation. I deserve to die. I was wrong. Please, don't let your man hit me anymore. Zhang Ziqiang wept as he apologized. Does apologizing help? Does saying I'm sorry make a difference? Zhang Ziqiang, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. And you'd better never show your face to me again. Lin Yu Xiao spat out hatefully. All the past grievances surged up from the depths of her heart. Back then, because of Lin Xiangdong's slander, she was pointed at and gossiped about by the villagers. She couldn't hold her head up in the village at all. Did you hear what my wife said? From now on, you're to disappear from her sight. Alright, your turn, cousin. Chen Xiangdong turned to Lin Xiangdong, his gaze capable of killing her. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I apologize to my cousin. Please don't hit me. Men shouldn't hit women. If you hit me, I'll report you to the commune. Lin Xiangdong's apology still lacked sincerity. Fine, I'll give you that chance. With that, Chen Xiangdong swung his fist, landing a punch squarely on Lin Xiangdong's face. This was the second time Chen Xiangdong had struck her. Last time, it was just a slap, and the pain had already been unbearable. This time it was a fist, and the force was several times stronger than before. The blow sent Lin Xiangdong crashing to the ground, her face swelling up like a pig's head. Lin Yu Xiao rushed over to restrain Chen Xiangdong. Xiangdong, stop hitting her. Don't let them ruin the mood. It's my birthday today. Though Lin Yu Xiao and the other had been struck, they felt a sense of satisfaction deep inside. All the pent-up anger they'd harbored for so many years had finally been vented. But she feared that if Chen Xiangdong kept beating them, someone might die. If he killed someone, he'd go to jail. She couldn't let Chen Xiangdong end up behind bars just for standing up for her. Since my wife says so, that's enough for today. Now get the hell out of here. Hearing this, the two men dragged their aching bodies out of the restaurant. Arjun had been watching the whole time. If it had been anyone else, he would have stepped in to mediate long ago. That man had treated his sister-in-law like that. Brother Dong absolutely had to teach them a lesson and vent his anger. Zhang Ziqiang and Lin Xiangdong supported each other. Lin Xiangdong cried, Ziqiang, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital now. Zhang Ziqiang snapped, do I look like I'm fine? I'm afraid I won't even be able to be a man anymore. It's all your fault. If you hadn't dragged me to that state-run restaurant, would I be like this now? I'm sorry, brother Ziqiang. I didn't know this would happen. Does sorry even matter? What rotten luck meeting a woman like you. You're responsible for all these medical bills. Zhang Ziqiang muttered curses all the way home. Despite the commotion, it didn't disrupt Chen Xiangdong's family meal. Xinxin served Lin Yu Xiao a large duck leg. That woman's so mean, but mommy isn't mad. Mommy, eat your duck leg. It's so delicious. Eating it will make you happy. Xinxin is such a good girl. Mommy isn't upset. Lin Yu Xiao took the drumstick, instantly warmed by Xinxin's words. After finishing their meal, Chen Xiangdong asked Zhen to take the old lady home first, while Xiao Lu and Xinxin insisted they return home together. He and Lin Yu Xiao went shopping for New Year's supplies. Since they needed to shop, having the child and the old lady tag along would be inconvenient. Chen Xiangdong brought Lin Yu Xiao to the supply and marketing cooperative. Aren't we buying New Year's goods? Why bring me here? Lin Yu Xiao was puzzled, as Chen Xiangdong had led her to the clothing section. The New Year's shopping can wait. We'll buy those later. First, take a look at the clothes. If you like any, just pick them out. But you already bought me new clothes before. I have several already. I don't need any more clothes. Just a few? My wife is so beautiful her closet should be overflowing with clothes. Comrade, bring that garment over here for me to see. Chen Xiangdong pointed to a women's trench coat, this year's latest style. That coat is quite expensive. Are you too sure you want to see it? The salesperson asked doubtfully. After all, that coat cost 10 yuan, beyond what most ordinary families could afford. Moreover, she had overheard Lin Yueshou's earlier comment about how painful it was to buy clothes, leading her to conclude their financial situation wasn't great. After speaking, the saleswoman shot Chen Xiangdong a malicious look. Damn man, out pretending to be generous to trick women again. If the woman in front of him said she wanted to buy it, his attitude would surely change. He'd find all sorts of excuses to convince her not to buy it. Chapter 169, Returning to the City. We'll definitely buy it. Just bring it down for us to see first. Chen Xiangdong sensed the saleswoman's hostility and grew impatient. The saleswoman, a middle-aged auntie, ignored Chen Xiangdong and turned to Lin Yueshou instead. Young lady, don't fall for that man's tricks. He's trying to trick you. He brings you out to look at things, promising you that whatever you like, he'll get for you later. But once he gets what he wants, it's a whole different story. Young lady, you seem like a gentle soul, but you must be careful. Don't let that man deceive you. Chen Xiangdong was speechless upon hearing her words. Just how deeply wounded must this middle-aged woman have been by love? He was dragging a girl along, sharing his life experiences to save an innocent young woman. Unfortunately, the girl before her wasn't a girl at all, she was a married woman, and the mother of 2 children. Lin Yueshou felt awkward too. Sis, this is my husband. If he could have gotten his way, he would have long ago. We already have 2 kids. What? She's already a mother of 2? She looks so young, with skin as smooth as an unmarried girl's. The saleswoman exclaimed in surprise. She had assumed they were a couple dating. Lately, Lin Yueshou hadn't been going to work much, and Chen Xiangdong had even bought her skincare products to use. She's been eating well and getting plenty of rest, so she looks radiant and her skin has become much softer. She truly looked much younger than before. It's all thanks to my husband, he bought me this skincare serum, Lin Yueshou smiled. Hearing this, the salesperson felt a pang of envy. Skincare essence? How expensive must that be? Could the man before her really afford to splurge on such expensive skincare for his wife? And in these lean times, no less. And what about her? Her skin was so dry it stung, yet she could only afford to slather on a tiny bit of Vaseline. How could anyone not feel envious? The salesperson was already regretting what they'd said earlier. What a painful slap in the face. Bring that dress over, let my wife take a look. Chen Xiangdong pointed to the garment again. This time, the salesperson kept quiet, even feeling quite envious of Lin Yueshou. This dress is lovely, it's this year's newest style and would suit your wife perfectly. Chen Xiangdong turned to Lin Yueshou. Honey, do you like this dress? I think it would look great on you. Lin Yueshou took the dress in her hands, happily holding it up to compare it to her figure. The way she looked at it, she clearly loved the dress. But she quickly put it down. I'm not really into this style. I'll pass. Let's use the money to buy snacks for Xinqing and the others instead. Chen Xiangdong could see right through her. His wife had always been like this. She was always reluctant to spend money and equally unwilling to see him work too hard. Alright, sis, wrap this dress up for me. Sure thing, young lady. You're so lucky your husband treats you so well. No wonder you look so young. Women who live well always look younger than their peers. The saleswoman said enviously. Xiangdong, this style. Lin Yueshou tried to stop him, for she saw the price tag read 10 yuan. She couldn't save that much even after working in the fields for months. This what? You're such a big dummy. You clearly love it but say you don't. Anyway, we're buying this one. Chen Xiangdong teased playfully. Comrade, your clothes are wrapped up. This requires a ration ticket. The salesperson wrapped the garment and handed it to Chen Xiangdong. Alright, here's your ticket. After paying, Chen Xiangdong led Lin Yueshou to browse other styles of tops and pants. The female sales assistants nearby immediately gathered to crack sunflower seeds. That woman is so lucky. Her husband buys her such expensive clothes. My husband won't even buy me the cheapest fabric. I have to earn my own money to buy things. Sigh, comparison is the thief of joy. And it's not just clothes. Did you hear him buy her that skincare serum? Goodness gracious, I hear that stuff is ridiculously expensive. How come others have such good fortune, marrying such a great husband? As for me, I married a drunkard. Sigh. They envied Lin Yueshou to death. After they went home, who knows how many would feel resentful and grow even more disgusted with their own husbands. Later, Chen Xiangdong bought Lin Yueshou 2 more dresses and 2 pairs of pants. They also bought sunflower seeds, red dates, peanuts, walnuts, all kinds of New Year's goods. After shopping, Chen Xiangdong made an excuse, saying his bicycle was at Agen's place. He told Lin Yueshou to wait while he went to retrieve it. In reality, he went to a secluded spot to retrieve the bicycle from his spatial pocket. Hop on, honey. Chen Xiangdong pulled the bicycle over to Lin Yueshou. Lin Yueshou sat sideways on the back seat. Xiangdong, don't you blame me? Lin Yueshou sat on the back seat, looking uneasy. Blame you for what? How could I possibly blame my own wife? Chen Xiangdong was puzzled by this sudden question. It's about Zhang Ziqiang. I kept it from you for so long. Will you leave me because of this? Honey, don't overthink it. It wasn't your fault. They went too far. Besides, nothing substantial ever happened between you and Zhang Ziqiang. Thank goodness he didn't marry you back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to marry you. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Hearing that Chen Xiangdong didn't blame her, Lin Yuexiu felt deeply touched. Honey, that happened so long ago. It's water under the bridge now. Don't dwell on it. Besides, it wasn't your fault at all. There's no need for you to blame yourself. I, Chen Xiangdong, would never abandon you in this lifetime. How could I ever abandon such a wonderful wife? The two chatted openly all the way home. Lin Yuexiu laid bare her concerns to Chen Xiangdong. That evening, after returning home, Chen Xiangdong ate dinner, rested briefly, then took Lin Yuexiu into their room. They would be leaving for the provincial capital tomorrow morning, and this trip would take several days. They wouldn't see each other for several more days, so tonight they had to cherish their time together. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong went to request leave for Li Pingsheng. He stepped out, and the leave was approved almost immediately. By 10 o'clock that morning, he and Li Pingsheng were on their way to the station. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at the provincial capital bus station around 4 in the afternoon. Li Pingsheng's home was in an alley near the bus station. Is that your home over there? Chen Xiangdong asked. Yes, but it's hardly a proper home. If it weren't for my little sister, I wouldn't even bother coming back here. Chen Xiangdong was quite surprised to hear such words coming from Li Pingsheng. He hadn't known much about Li Pingsheng's family before. He'd assumed they had a close-knit family in the city. Little did he know. Brother! Brother! Just as they were talking, a little girl in ragged clothes ran over. Chapter 170. Head to the courtyard house for the commotion. Xiaoli, how could you come out wearing so little in this cold? Li Pingsheng took the little girl's hand. This little sister was his biological sister, Li Xiaoli, 14 years old. When Chen Xiangdong learned that the little girl before him was Li Pingsheng's biological sister, he was utterly astonished. He was astonished at how ragged her clothes were and how emaciated she looked. After all, their family lived in the provincial capital, and in this particular neighborhood. No matter how poor they were, they wouldn't let a child wear only a thin, tattered shirt in the dead of winter, nor shoes full of holes. She looked cold and shivering, with no warmth at all. Look at you. I've only been gone a few months, and you've become so thin. Quickly put on your brother's coat. Li Pingsheng quickly took off his own coat and draped it over Xiaoli. Li Pingsheng, how did your sister end up in such a pitiful state? Chen Xiangdong asked curiously. Because we have a useless father, a formidable stepmother, and siblings who are all pretenders. Li Pingsheng sighed deeply as he spoke. He continued, back when I was still at home, they didn't dare treat Xiaoli so badly. I never imagined that just a few months after I left, Xiaoli would be bullied like this. After hearing this, Chen Xiangdong felt deeply sympathetic toward them. Truth be told, when someone pours out their sorrows, no one can truly feel their pain. But at this moment, Chen Xiangdong could understand the pain of the brother and sister. Because he, too, was born into a peculiar family. Xiaoli, take this to eat. Chen Xiangdong pulled a bag of snacks from his backpack, containing boiled eggs and 3 baked buns. These were all prepared by Lin Yuexiu, who feared he might go hungry on the road. Xiaoli couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the food, but she only stared at the items in Chen Xiangdong's hands while swallowing. She didn't immediately reach out to take them. Instead, after swallowing again, she glanced at Li Pingsheng. Go ahead and take it. This big brother is a good friend of mine. Hearing this, Xiaoli finally reached out her little dirty hand and took the food from Chen Xiangdong. Thank you, big brother. When Xiaoli has money someday, she'll pay you back for the food. Xiaoli took the items carefully and spoke just as cautiously. It seemed this child had endured no shortage of beatings and scoldings at home. Silly girl, this is a treat from your big brother. You don't have to pay me back. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Xiaoli was so hungry her stomach pressed against her back. She didn't bother to listen to what Chen Xiangdong was saying. She bit into the baked flatbread with all her might. Her wide sleeve slid down from her wrists to her elbows, revealing rows of welts from beatings. Li Pingsheng's heart ached at the sight. Xiaoli, who hurt your arms like this? Xiaoli hurriedly hid the wounds while swallowing the flatbread. Brother, no one hit me. I fell and hurt myself when I came out, she lied. Don't lie to me. How could a fall cause wounds like these? Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me, was it your stepmother? It was Jinju. She hit me. Brother, don't go looking for trouble with them. Dad will beat and scold you. Xiaoli was clearly afraid Li Pingsheng would get beaten up trying to get justice for her, so she lied. Brother, don't go. I'm not afraid now. If it comes to it, I'll take them down with me. In the past, Li Pingsheng had indeed been afraid. It was his cowardice that had allowed them to bully him and his sister all this time. But during his time in the countryside, he'd faced many challenges. Following Chen Xiangdong, he was no longer that timid person. Brother. Xiao Li tugged at Li Pingxing's clothes. Little Li, if you don't let your brother go and handle this, your life will just keep going like this. After speaking to Xiao Li, Chen Xiangdong turned to Li Pingxing. Li Pingxing, let's go to your house. The two headed toward Li Pingxing's home, with Xiao Li wrapped in his oversized coat trailing behind. Arriving at Li Pingxing's courtyard home, they entered the yard and saw a little girl playing alone. The girl appeared younger than Xiao Li. This was the girl Xiao Li had mentioned, Jinju. Li Jinju was 11 years old and Li Pingxing's half-sister. Li Pingxing, weren't you supposed to be in the countryside? Why are you back? Hearing footsteps, Pearl looked up and saw Li Pingxing. She immediately wore a look of disgust, speaking without any respect for her elder brother. You little brat. Li Pingxing lunged forward and slapped her hard across the face. Wah? Mommy. Li Pingxing hit me, mommy. Jinju wailed loudly. What's wrong with hitting you? You beat my sister like that. Li Pingxing picked up a wooden stick nearby and struck her hand with it. Li Jinju dodged while crying, Dad, Mom, Li Pingxing hit me. Dad, Mom, come save me. Wang Jianfang heard Jinju's cries from inside the house and rushed out. Seeing Li Pingxing chasing after Jinju, she rushed over to shield her daughter. Li Pingxing, you've lost your mind. Jinju is your sister, how could you hit your own sister? Wang Jianfang was puzzled as to why Li Pingxing had suddenly returned. Her first thought was that Li Pingxing had run away. If he really had fled back, that suited her just fine. In that case, Li Pingxing would become an undocumented resident. Finding work in the city would be impossible for him. He'd be finished. She's not my sister. My only sister is Xiao Li. This brat is rotten to the core. You can't teach your daughter right, so I'll teach her. Oh, so you've been in the countryside for a few months and your wings have grown strong? Now you dare to talk back. If it weren't for me, would your father have the money to support you all? Don't you see? Everything you eat and drink, who provides it? I do. Our Pearl just gave Xiao Li a few swats. I feed her, I clothe her. What's wrong with my daughter hitting her a few times? Doesn't disobedience deserve a beating? Wang Jianfang looked down her nose at them. Even while Li Pingxing's mother was still alive, his father had been having an affair with Wang Jianfang. 5 years ago, after Li Pingxing's mother passed away from illness, his father brought Wang Jianfang into the household. He also brought 2 children, a boy 2 years older than Li Pingxing, who was Wang Jianfang's child with her ex-husband. The other was a girl, Li Jinju, born to her and Li Pingxing's father. During the mass exodus of educated youth to the countryside, countless urban youths answered the call to move to rural areas. The children of these urban youth were mobilized to go to the countryside. Li Pingxing's father and Wang Jianfang both had jobs in the city, making their family a dual-income household. Local policies offered special consideration. In families with multiple children, only one child was required to go to the countryside. The others could be exempted from mobilization and remain with their parents in the city. Chapter 171, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. Wang Jianfang certainly didn't want her son to endure the hardships of rural life, so Li Pingxing was pressured into going. Of course, that wasn't her only motive. Li Pingxing's father held a minor leadership position in his company, meaning the family had some money. Wang Jianfang aimed to seize the family's assets for herself. To that end, she constantly whispered in Li Pingxing's father's ear, sowing discord between father and son. In short, their relationship was now as incompatible as water and fire. Yes, you deserve it. Li Pingxing stepped forward and slapped Wang Jianfang across the face. Li Pingxing! You! How dare you hit me? I'm your elder. Wang Jianfang stomped her feet in fury. In the past, Li Pingxing had been meek and submissive. He wouldn't dare fight back when she hit or scolded him. But in just a few short months, he'd grown bold. When the child's father returned, she would make sure he gave this brat a proper lesson. You call yourself my elder? You're nothing but a woman who doesn't know her place, a worn-out shoe. Li Pingxing hurled back the insults, venting years of pent-up fury. You're driving me mad. Wang Jianfang was about to explode with rage, but just then, Li Pingxing's father, Li Shengli, walked in. Wang Jianfang instantly transformed into a drama queen, flopping onto the floor as if overcome with grief, gasping for breath. Little Pearl followed suit, instantly transforming into an angelic little angel. Mom, what's wrong with you? Li Shengli entered and witnessed the scene. Having just overheard Li Pingxing berating Wang Jianfang, he was instantly furious. Li Pingxing, how could you speak to your stepmother like that? Don't you know how much your stepmother has sacrificed for you 2 siblings? If you don't know how to show gratitude, that's one thing, but to repay kindness with ingratitude? Look at what you've done to your stepmother. Dad, don't scold my brother. He didn't mean it. He must be exhausted from working so hard in the countryside. Jinju has inherited Wang Jianfang's traits completely. Look at Pearl, so well-mannered and obedient. Not like you 2 siblings, always causing trouble. From the same father, how could he have such different children? Li Shengli stepped forward and helped Wang Jianfang to her feet. Chen Xiangdong watched from the side, itching to speak up. Wang Jianfang and her daughter are truly Oscar-worthy actresses. If this award isn't given to them, it would be a disgrace to the trophy. No wonder Li Pingxing feels so wronged in this household. With this mother-daughter duo causing trouble, how could their lives possibly be easy? Dad, there'll come a day when you can't even get out of bed. Don't regret coming to us when that time comes. I'm not here to argue today. I'm here to take Xiaoli with me. I'm taking her with me to the countryside. When Li Pingxing was in the countryside, his only wish was to return to the city just to see his little sister. Seeing Xiaoli in this state today, he resolved to take her with him. Life in the countryside might be tough, but it was better than enduring abuse here. You want to take Xiaoli to the countryside? Can she endure those conditions out there? I won't agree to this. Li Shangxian shot Li Pingxing a withering look. Now you know how tough country life is, but when they sent me down to the countryside to join the commune, why didn't you pity my hardships? Xiaoli must come with me. I'll raise my own sister myself. Li Pingxing was determined to take Xiaoli with him. Xiaoli is a girl. Can she endure the same as you? You're a grown man, what's a little hardship? Li Xingli said. At first glance, it seemed like he truly cherished his daughter. If it were truly as he claimed, he wouldn't have sent Xiaoli out to scavenge for scraps wearing so little. He wouldn't have let her starve herself into such a skinny state. Exactly. Xiaoli belongs in the provincial capital. She's a city girl now. She'll marry well someday. She's already 14 now. Who knows when she'll return if she goes to the countryside. If she hasn't returned by marriageable age, she might end up marrying a farmer. If she marries a farmer, she'll have a hard life ahead. Wang Jianfang chimed in too. Both were speaking with Xiaoli's best interests at heart. But was that truly their intention? They were just eyeing Xiaoli's future dowry. Once she turned 18, they'd simply find someone with good prospects, whether he was missing an arm or a leg or an old geezer. As long as he's willing to pay a hefty dowry. Then they'd make a tidy profit. That's the only reason they're keeping Xiaoli around. If she had no use to them, they'd have tossed her out long ago and never looked back. Stop pretending to care, you two. Ask yourselves honestly, are you genuinely concerned about Xiaoli? Or are you just scheming to milk her for a hefty dowry someday? After Li Pingxing finished speaking, Xiaoli grabbed his hand. Brother, I'll go with you to the countryside. I don't want to stay here. Leave? You little brat. I raised you all these years. You haven't even repaid me yet, and you want to leave? Seeing this, Wang Jianfang dropped all pretense. With Li Pingxing's current attitude, she saw no point in pretending anymore. Your stepmother is right. Xiaoli is my daughter and must obey me. I won't let you take Xiaoli away. As long as I'm alive, I'm her guardian. That's not up to you, her brother. Li Xingli also made his stance clear. Xiaoli would not be going to the countryside with Li Pingxing. This family is going too far. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong spoke up. He'd long since grown tired of watching the two of them act this way. And who are you to interfere? This is our family's business. You're an outsider, mind your own affairs. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble. Wang Jianfang snapped irritably. Chen Xiangdong ignored her and turned to ask Li Pingxing, do you really want to take Xiaoli away? Yes, I absolutely must take Xiaoli with me. Li Pingxing replied. Seeing his resolve, Wang Jianfang could only let him back down. They wanted to keep the girl, she'd earn them a dowry someday to marry off their son. There was no way they'd let Li Pingxing take her. We worked hard to raise Xiaoli, and she hasn't repaid us yet. You can take her if you wish, but your father has the debt of giving her life. That debt must be repaid now. If you give us 1,000 yuan right this moment, then you may take Xiaoli away. 1,000 yuan was a huge sum back then. Not only did Li Pingxing not have that much, but even the couple themselves didn't have that much saved up. Li Pingxing had been studying at school before being sent to the countryside before graduation. He hadn't even attended a single day of work, so there was no way he could come up with that much money. Wang Jianfang and Li Xingli exchanged glances, and Li Xingli silently agreed. You're being outrageous. You know I have no money on me right now, and you're demanding an exorbitant sum. Li Pingxing said helplessly. Seeing Li Xingli didn't speak up meant he didn't object to Wang Jianfang's approach. Li Pingxing felt utterly helpless toward such a father. How could anyone have a father like this? You two, you're not acting like a father or a stepmother at all. All you want is money? That's easy enough. Chen Xiangdong walked up to them and said with disdain. Hearing such accusations, Li Xingli and Wang Jianfang naturally felt uncomfortable. Chapter 172, Stepping in to Help. What's more, Chen Xiangdong was from the village. A man from the provincial capital, provoked by a country bumpkin using money to challenge him. This was the last straw. You country bumpkin. What are you pretending to be rich for, coming from the countryside? The countryside is so poor, country folk are worthless, born into poverty. Mind your own business and don't starve to death, you overconfident fool. Li Xingli spat angrily. Is that so? Chen Xiangdong stepped in front of Li Xingli and pulled a stack of cash from his pocket. Old man, take a good look. What's this? Don't tell me you don't recognize money. Chen Xiangdong waved the money in Li Xingli's face. Li Xingli seethed, ready to lash out, but seeing the stack of cash waving before his face, he held back. Money? Who would ever turn it down? At that moment, Wang Jianfan looked stunned at first, then broke into a smile as she took the money from Chen Xiangdong's hand. Counting it greedily, she declared, 100, 200. After counting, she turned to Li Shengli and said, "Husband, it's exactly 1,000 yuan." Then, she politely addressed Chen Xiangdong, "Brother, we may have been a bit harsh earlier. Now that this 1,000 is in our hands, you can't take it back. Keep this 1,000 yuan. From now on, you mustn't meddle in Li Pingsheng and Xiuli's affairs. You could say that once you've taken the money, those two have nothing to do with you anymore. For the rest of your lives, you'll never cross paths again," Chen Xiangdong declared. Wang Jianfang and Li Shengli exchanged glances. Then Li Shengli said, "Fine. We'll take the money today. What happens to Xiaoli from now on is none of our business. But Li Shengli is different. He's my son too. I gave him life, and he owes me that debt. Here's the deal, Li Pingsheng isn't like a girl who can earn her own dowry money. If he wants to cut ties with us, he'll have to cough up 800 yuan. Li Shengli had connections with money he could exchange for grain coupons and meat coupons. 1,000 yuan was a substantial sum for them. Since Li Pingsheng has broken ties with them, it's time to collect from him. With the famine these past years, he had to stockpile grain too. Therefore, the more money they could get now, the better." Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong shook his head. "Old man, you're pushing your luck. You did give birth to Li Pingsheng, but you're only in your 40s now. You're able-bodied and can still work. What right do you have to demand alimony now? If you want support, you'll have to wait until you're over 60. Li Pingsheng, isn't that right?" Chen Xiangdong observed Li Shingli's complexion. It wasn't good at all. His dark circles were pronounced, and the whites of his eyes appeared cloudy and yellowish, suggesting jaundice. Moreover, if he were to get his bilirubin levels checked, they'd likely be high. His liver was likely already compromised. Whether he could live to 60 was far from certain. Even if he did reach 60, it wouldn't be a long life. Besides, 800 yuan today was worth far more than it would be 20-odd years from now. Giving away 800 yuan now was hardly a wise investment. But Xiuli's situation is different. She's still young. If she continues to be abused by her father and stepmother, only to be sold off to someone else later, her life would likely be ruined. That's why Chen Xiangdong was willing to give 1,000 yuan to help Xiuli, but refused to give another 800 yuan to satisfy Li Shingli's demands. Li Pingsheng caught on immediately and chimed in, "Brother Xiangdong is right. Dad, I remember the debt I owe you for giving me life, and I will repay it. After you turn 60, I'll send you monthly support to repay your kindness in giving me life." "That's not how it works." Li Shengli snapped, flustered. His carefully laid plans couldn't just go down the drain like this. "If you're not happy with this, then go find the neighborhood committee director to mediate. If you do, you won't get the 1,000 yuan you just gave me back." Chen Xiangdong snatched the wad of cash back while they weren't looking. "Money! My money! How dare you take my money?" Wang Jianfang shouted. "Li Pingsheng, go get the director of the neighborhood office over here," Chen Xiangdong ordered. "All right." Li Pingsheng turned to leave. Li Shengli called out to him, "Wait." He knew they were asking for 1,000 yuan just to let Xiaoli go with Li Pingsheng, a ridiculously high price. In 3 or 4 years, when Xiaoli married, they wouldn't find a family willing to pay such a large dowry. When the neighborhood office came to mediate, the director was an upright man who handled matters strictly by the book. They might not even get the full 1,000 yuan in the end. "Fine. Hand over the 1,000 yuan, and you can take Xiaoli with you. I won't interfere in Xiuli's affairs anymore, nor do I have any obligation to support her. As for you, once she turns 60, you'll pay her alimony every year as required." Li Shengli waved his hand, signaling compromise. "Fine. Remember what you said today. From now on, you take your broad highway and we'll walk our narrow plank. We'll have no further dealings. When I turn 60, I'll naturally provide you with alimony." After Li Pingsheng finished speaking, he turned to Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, go inside and pack your things. We're leaving here today." "Okay." Xiaoli immediately dashed inside. Moments later, she emerged with a small bundle, all that remained of her belongings. Most of the things her mother had bought her had been snatched away by Jinju. "Let's go." Chen Xiangdong and the siblings stepped out of the courtyard. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Pingsheng said to Chen Xiangdong, "Brother Xiangdong, you've helped me again. This time, you've done me a huge favor. I'll work hard to pay back that 1,000 yuan." Li Pingsheng never imagined Chen Xiangdong would pull out 1,000 yuan to cover his debt first. In these lean times, few people were willing to part with money to help others. Li Pingsheng kept this favor deeply in his heart. And this favor wasn't just about the money, it was about genuine, heartfelt warmth. "It's no trouble. You two brothers have survived these years of famine. You can pay me back slowly over time." Chen Xiangdong wasn't short on money. Putting some aside to help those who might prove useful to him later was simply an investment. "Big brother, you're so generous. Thank you for helping us out today. Once I start earning money, I'll definitely pay you back," Xiaoli added. "Xiaoli, you're still young. If you want to make big money in the future, you need to study hard starting now. In a few years, there'll be plenty of chances to make money. Chen Xiangdong encouraged Xiaoli. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Alright, Li Pingsheng, take your sister back to the village first. The village probably won't have a place for Xiaoli to stay, so she can live at my place for now. Once my new house is built, you two can move back into our old place. It's a bit run down, but it'll be spacious enough for the two of you. Having a place to stay is already a blessing. Who would complain about it being shabby? Brother Xiangdong, if you ever need someone to run errands, just call me. Li Pingsheng will handle every task to the best of my ability. Li Pingsheng knew Chen Xiangdong was making money outside, and having received such immense kindness, he wanted to help him to the best of his ability. Besides, he'd always wanted to stick with Chen Xiangdong. Chapter 173, The Director's Secret. Alright, take good care of your sister. I need to head over to the Agriculture Bureau. With that, Chen Xiangdong hurried off to the Agricultural Bureau. This was his second visit to the Bureau's office. Now Chen Xiangdong had completed projects they had previously failed to finish. He was now a prominent figure at the Bureau. The director of the Bureau was already waiting at the main entrance downstairs. After waiting for an hour or two, he finally spotted Chen Xiangdong approaching. Director, hello. Chen Xiangdong was genuinely flattered to see the director standing at the main entrance to greet him. Here he was, Chen Xiangdong, being personally greeted at the entrance by someone of the director's stature. Researcher Chen, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for your guidance, the director said warmly. Director, please don't say that. How could I dare to offer guidance to you? Such words would be too much of an honor for me. Chen Xiangdong felt delighted inside, but he had to put on a show of modesty. How is that putting me down? You completed a project we've been struggling with for years. And you, working alone, got the project up and running and made the experiments succeed. Now, the government is planning to implement this in factories and livestock farms. Once it's widely adopted, just imagine how much electricity costs the farms could save annually. You've made a tremendous contribution to the nation. The director praised. Then he continued, don't just stand there. Come inside. I've prepared some Longjing tea. Longjing tea was scarce in those days, recognized by the leadership class as the highest grade tea. In the early 1960s, due to economic hardship, Longjing tea prices soared to 60 yuan per jin. Now the director was even bringing out Longjing tea to entertain Chen Xiangdong. This clearly showed how important he had become within the bureau. Chen Xiangdong followed the bureau chief into the office. His former colleagues now held him in utter admiration. As soon as he entered the office, they all enthusiastically and politely greeted him. Researcher Chen, we've been waiting for you. We've already compiled the issues and we're waiting for your arrival to consult with you. Yes, Researcher Chen, you're amazing. The moment you got involved, the biogas project experiment succeeded. Many were now buttering him up, but Chen Xiangdong merely responded with perfunctory courtesy. After greeting them, Chen Xiangdong followed the director into his private office. The director then sat down at the coffee table and personally brewed tea for Chen Xiangdong. After pouring a cup, the director politely said, Researcher Chen, please have some tea. Chen Xiangdong accepted the cup, took a sip, and found the tea truly excellent. Then, the landline in the bureau chief's office rang. The director rose to answer it. Hello? It's Mary? I'm busy right now. Lijing Hotel? Okay, I'll come by a bit later tonight. The director's tone on the phone was a bit suggestive. Chen Xiangdong could tell immediately that he was likely speaking with his lover. If it were his wife at home, he probably wouldn't use that kind of tone. They were an old married couple, having lived together for decades. The hormonal chemistry between them had long since faded. Lying in bed together, they'd long since lost the kind of impulse. It was like two brothers sharing a bed. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong suddenly recalled a news article he'd seen in a newspaper during his previous life. Since his rebirth, his memories of his past life had become exceptionally vivid. The scandal involving the director of the Agricultural Bureau in Beijing. The current director was embroiled in a scandal. He remembered the date the incident occurred today. After all, he'd only committed a mistake any man could make. As a man himself, Chen Xiangdong could understand this kind of thing. According to what Chen Xiangdong had learned at the time, the director's mistress was the wife of a factory director at some enterprise. They had been secretly involved when the woman's husband discovered their affair. So, while the two were enjoying themselves at a hotel, the husband reported them. In the end, the police raided the hotel and arrested both of them. The bureau chief consequently lost his job. Chen Xiangdong felt no sympathy for the director, for such affairs almost inevitably come to light. However, he planned to save the bureau chief from this disaster. After all, having connections to someone in such a high position was advantageous for him. Moreover, he had previously written to the chief requesting assistance with Agan's case. By all accounts, he owed the director a favor. Why not seize this chance to repay the favor? And in the process, have the chief owe him a major favor? After hanging up, the director glanced awkwardly at Li and Chen Xiangdong. He'd been so engrossed in talking to Mary that he'd forgotten Chen Xiangdong was still present. Some things that should have been kept private had been said over the phone. Now he felt rather embarrassed. Director, was that your wife calling? Chen Xiangdong asked tentatively. The director's eyes darted away instinctively. Yes, it was my wife. You two really have a strong bond, even going to a hotel together at night. Chen Xiangdong chuckled, then added, Director, don't take it to heart, I was just joking. Actually, there's something I'm not sure whether I should tell you. I'm worried that if I tell you, you might take it out on me. But if I don't, it could have a significant impact on you. So, I'm torn. Chen Xiangdong's words immediately piqued the director's curiosity. What is it? Go ahead and speak freely, the director urged. He genuinely feared the repercussions. After all, securing the position of bureau chief hadn't been easy. Let me tell you this, that call you just received wasn't from your wife. It was from your mistress, right? Chen Xiangdong slipped back into his charlatan persona. Researcher Chen, don't make wild accusations. Just because you've contributed to the bureau doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Don't slander me. Don't spread this around, I'm completely innocent. The director hurried to explain. Director, relax. I understand, men. I haven't spread it around, I'm just trying to help you. My fortune telling is quite accurate. I see darkness in your forehead tonight, you're bound to face a bloody disaster. Your mistress, Mary, will bring you disaster. In matters like this, it's better to believe it than to dismiss it. If it happens, it will be too late. Mary, isn't she the wife of the factory director at Guangwei Shoe Factory? I calculated this with my fingers, it should be correct. Hearing Chen Xiangdong say this, the bureau chief felt a chill run down his spine. He had only met Chen Xiangdong 3 times, and each encounter had been brief. Moreover, Chen didn't even reside in the provincial capital, yet he knew Mary's identity. It was truly hard for him not to believe Chen Xiangdong's words. Chapter 174, The Prophecy Fulfilled. Researcher Chen, you? Seeing the director's expression, Chen Xiangdong knew he'd gotten through. Director, listen to me. Be careful tonight. Don't let anyone catch you. That's all I have to say. Chen Xiangdong said. At that moment, the research assistant entered to announce that the meeting time had arrived. They did not continue discussing the matter. After the meeting, Chen Xiangdong returned to the hotel to rest. As for the director, he still went to the meeting. He wanted to verify whether what Chen Xiangdong had said was actually true. Were Chen Xiangdong's calculations really that accurate? The bureau chief went to the rendezvous, but instead of going to the room Mary had booked, instead, he booked a room of his own directly across from the one Mary had reserved. Darling, what's going on? Don't you trust me? You booked your own room. Mary arrived at the new room the director had booked, feeling deeply displeased. It's not that I don't trust you, but we should still be careful about our affair. If we're discovered, neither of us will fare well. The chief reassured her. Ah, it's all fate playing tricks on us. If only I'd married you back then, we wouldn't have to sneak around like this now. Mary and the director were classmates. Back in their school days, the director had secretly harbored feelings for Mary. But back then, Mary was beautiful and came from a relatively well-off family. The director, on the other hand, came from a poor family and was plain-looking, standing a full head shorter than Mary. He had confessed his feelings once, only to be rejected by Mary. Yet the chief never ceased to admire her. Later, Mary married Ma Jijun, who came from a relatively well-off family. Eventually, Ma Jijun became the factory manager of a shoe factory. It was just a small factory, not very large in scale, with mediocre profits, so the wages weren't high. Meanwhile, the once unremarkable boy rose through his own efforts to become director of the Agricultural Bureau. Both in terms of connections and compensation, he far surpassed Ma Jijun. 5 years ago, while dining at a friend's house, the director encountered Mary again. Given his current status and position, Mary quickly took a liking to him. You didn't think much of me back then, the director remarked, feeling quite proud of his current status. The woman he couldn't win over back then had rejected him for his plain looks and poor background. But now? All he had to do was flick his fingers, and that woman would obediently come to him. Just then, a commotion echoed from the hallway outside. Shoo, don't speak, the director hissed at Mary. He pressed his ear against the door, listening to the commotion outside. Outside, several men's voices echoed. Open the door. Open it now. No response from inside. We're the police. Someone reported prostitution in this room. Open the door immediately. Then, the door opened. Soon, cries of men and women begging for mercy could be heard. I know I'm wrong, officer. You can arrest me, but please don't notify my family, okay? Officer, we weren't prostitution, we were. The chief breathed a sigh of relief, glad he'd heeded Chen Xiangdong's advice. Someone really was checking the rooms. If they'd been in that room tonight, they would have been caught red-handed. A man and woman naked together, there'd be no plausible explanation. He opened the door a crack and peered out cautiously. Several uniformed officers were conducting interrogations and taking statements. The man and woman inside were wrapped in sheets, hiding in the corner. He also spotted one person, Ma Jijun, the shoe factory manager. Just as Chen Xiangdong had said, Mary's husband had discovered them and was about to report them. The bureau chief, feeling guilty, immediately locked Ma in a room to prevent him from discovering the truth. Soon, the police led everyone away, and the hotel fell silent once more. He had narrowly escaped disaster tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow's front-page headlines would have exposed his affair. That would certainly cost him his position as bureau chief. Even after the police left, the bureau chief remained shaken. The next morning, the director summoned Chen Xiangdong to his office. After Chen Xiangdong entered, the chief closed the door tightly. "Researcher Chen, thank you for what you told me. These are for you." He thrust a thick envelope into Chen Xiangdong's hands. What it contained was obvious to anyone with common sense. Chen Xiangdong refused to accept unearned rewards. He felt he had merely spoken a few words, so he declined the envelope. "Director, you're too kind. I cannot accept this. You must take it. You saved a life. If you hadn't said what you did yesterday, I would have gone to Mary's room. Last night, the police really did conduct room inspections." The chief whispered, afraid someone outside might overhear. "Commissioner, I didn't say anything. Take this back. I know nothing about it." Having learned the secrets of those in high positions, Chen Xiangdong knew exactly what to say. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's response, the chief relaxed. "Director, I have something to discuss with you today." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "I want to tell you that once this biogas project wraps up, I'll be resigning." Chen Xiangdong never possessed the qualifications to be a researcher. He had only managed to secure his position at the Agricultural Bureau by leveraging the biogas technology provided by the spatial realm. Once the project ended, he would have no real role left in the bureau. He didn't possess the expertise to take on other research projects. There was no point in staying at the bureau. Besides, his decision yesterday to assist the director was made with the intention of leaving the bureau. One of the most taboo things in the workplace is when you help a superior, only to have their unsavory side exposed to you. In such situations, you often become a target for the leader's manipulation, who may actively work to push you out. Chen Xiangdong was certainly aware of such aspects of human nature. That's why he's stating his position now. This way, his tactfulness wouldn't affect the director. Moreover, he had done the director a major favor, leaving the director indebted to him. "You're doing such a great job, why would you want to resign? You've made significant contributions to the biogas project." The director instinctively tried to persuade him to stay. "Director, you know I never received much formal education growing up. I only know a little about biogas. If you asked me to research anything else, I'd be completely lost. Once the biogas project wraps up, I'll have nothing to do. Besides, I have my own plans to pursue. Since you put it that way, I won't insist. For now, you'll just have to bear with the workload. It'll likely keep you busy for a few more months." "Understood. Thank you, Director." After finishing their conversation, Chen Xiangdong left the office. Watching his retreating figure, the director couldn't help but marvel inwardly, this kid's got something special. He's sharp and not greedy, definitely someone worth keeping in touch with. Chapter 175, Sweet Troubles. After spending 2 days at the Agriculture Bureau and receiving an award for outstanding work, he returned to Taoshir village. Li Pingsheng had returned to the village yesterday. Upon arriving in the village, there was indeed nowhere for Xiaoli to stay. If Chen Xiangdong hadn't suggested letting Xiaoli stay at his place earlier, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. As an educated youth and an outsider, mishandling the situation could easily stir discontent among the villagers. Li Pingsheng brought Xiaoli to Chen Xiangdong's house. Lin Yueshio spotted them and warmly approached, asking, "Li Pingsheng, where did you bring this little girl from?" "Sister-in-law, her name is Xiaoli. She's my younger sister. This time, I'm going to the provincial capital with brother Xiangdong. It's to see Xiaoli. But she wasn't doing well in the city, so I brought her here. Living with 3 grown men, it wasn't convenient for Xiaoli to stay there. So..." Before Li Pingsheng could finish, Lin Yueshio cut in, "It's fine. Let Xiaoli stay here for now. Though we have several people living here now, we can squeeze in." "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Xiaoli, thank her quickly." Hearing this, Xiaoli obediently said, "Sister-in-law, thank you for taking me in. Wow, a pretty sister is coming." Xinqing poked her little head out from the doorway. "Mommy, is this sister coming to live with us?" Xinqing asked. Xiaoli, who was often bullied by her stepmother's children at home, instinctively felt afraid upon seeing the children here. Lin Yueshio noticed Xiaoli's unease. She placed both hands on Xiaoli's shoulders and said, "Xiaoli, don't be afraid. Those are my sister-in-law's children. Besides her, there are 2 more kids in the family. You'll all get along and play together just fine." After saying this, she turned back to Xingxinyi and said, "Yes, this is Sister Xiaoli. Come quickly and help Sister Xiaoli bring her things inside." "Okay." Xinqing skipped over. "Xiaoli's sister, come inside with me. Don't be afraid now that you're at my house, and definitely don't be afraid of the village kids. Because I'm the big boss, they all fear me. I'll protect you, no one will bully you." Xinqing took Xiaoli's hand. Xiaoli felt a warm glow in her heart. She had expected the children in this family to be difficult to get along with, but they turned out to be so warm and welcoming. Cici and Xiaoli entered the house. Li Pingxing thanked them again. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. When it's time for dinner, Xiaoli will come back to my place. No problem, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Having Xiaoli eat with us makes things livelier around here. You don't need to worry about that. I see Xiaoli has lost so much weight she's unrecognizable, barely any flesh on her bones. Life in the provincial capital must have been tough for her, such a poor child. She should eat with us for now. That little girl is far too thin, it's not good. Sis, your family is so kind. I don't even know how to thank you. If you don't know what to say, then don't say anything. Just go back to your work. Alright, I'll get back to work then. After Li Pingsheng left, Lin Yuexiu went inside and brought out cornbread and eggs for Xiaoli to eat. Xiaoli, you must be hungry. Have an egg to tide you over. Dinner won't be ready for a while yet. Lin Yuexiu handed her an egg. Xiaoli was genuinely starving. She quickly took the egg, peeled it, and wolfed it down in a few bites. Take your time eating, be careful not to choke. There's plenty more here. Lin Yuexiu smiled. Xiaoli, your clothes are so thin and it's freezing out. Here, take this coat. Xinxin went to her pile of clothes, picked out the largest coat, and handed it to Xiaoli. Thank you, Xingxinyi. Xiaoli was deeply touched. As she reached for the coat, Xiao Shanshan's head suddenly popped out from the sleeve. Ah, a snake. Xiaoli recoiled in fright and screamed. Xinxin giggled, little Coral, no mischief. If you bully Sister Xiaoli, I'll feed you to Nyonyo. Little Coral had just crawled out of the coat and onto Xingxinyi's neck. A snake. Xingxinyi, how can you play with a snake? Doesn't it bite people? Ha ha ha, her name is Coral. She won't hurt good people. Xiaoli's sister, you're a good person, so don't be afraid of little Coral. You can even play with little Coral. Don't believe me? Go ahead and touch its head. Xinxin pulled little Coral's head toward Xiaoli. Xiaoli tentatively reached out and stroked little Coral, who became very docile. It's true. Little Coral didn't bite me. By the time Chen Xiangdong got home, Xiaoli and Xingxinian had already become fast friends. Big brother's home. Xiaoli spotted Chen Xiangdong while helping chop wood at the door. Daddy's home. Hearing the voice, Xingxinian came running out to greet him. Daddy, weren't you going to receive an award? Where's the medal? Xinxin tugged at the bag in Chen Xiangdong's hand. You two are just too much. The moment I walk in, you're chattering away in my ear, Chen Xiangdong chuckled. This must be what they call sweet troubles. This is Daddy's medal. Chen Xiangdong pulled out the award certificate. Xinxin snatched it away. Daddy's award certificate. Daddy's so awesome. I'm taking it to show my friends in the village how amazing my dad is. Shoo, Xinxin, don't take Dad's award certificate out to show off. People might get jealous and say you're bragging. Chen Xiangdong quickly pulled Xingxinian back. Okay, Xingxinyi understands. Xingxinyi won't take it out. Xingxinyi will hang the certificate next to Grandpa's memorial tablet and worship it every day. Hearing this, Chen Xiangdong smiled helplessly. Alright, Grandpa will praise you from the afterlife. Lin Yuexiu returned home and saw Chen Xiangdong, her heart bursting with joy. Just 3 days apart, and she missed him terribly. You're finally back. The kids missed you. You're the one who missed me. Chen Xiangdong teased. Yeah, right. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Xiaoli seems so pitiful. Let her eat at our place for a while so she can gain some weight. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Xiangdong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiaoli's temporary stay can now be bound to feeding. When she eats her fill, she'll gain fullness points. Friendly reminder, feeding will automatically stop when she leaves. Having Xiaoli stay at his place would generate satiety points for him. He absolutely had to make sure the girl ate her fill. Sure, no problem. She's just a girl, she won't eat much. We've got plenty of food to spare. Great, I knew you'd say that. Lin Yuexiu happily planted a kiss on Chen Xiangdong's cheek. Just then, Xingxinian saw it. Xinxin covered her mouth and giggled, hee hee, mommy kissed daddy. Nian Nian giggled along, mommy kissed daddy. Mommy kissed daddy. Lin Yuexiu hurried over and covered Nian Nian's little mouth. Nian Nian, don't say it so loudly. If you keep acting like a little loudspeaker, soon the whole village will know mom kissed dad. Chapter 176, Slander. Lin Yuexiu covered Nian Nian's mouth and glanced around. Thankfully, no one had passed by the doorway just now. Otherwise, that remark would have spread like wildfire throughout the entire village. But then she saw the old woman smiling as she emerged from her room. The old lady must have heard it. Seeing her, Lin Yuexiu couldn't help but blush. Grandma, please stop laughing. You're embarrassing me to death, Lin Yuexiu said awkwardly. Young people, what's there to be shy about? If you want to nibble, just nibble. An old woman like me doesn't even get the chance to bite. The old lady joked. Hearing this, Lin Yuexiu felt even more embarrassed. Grandma. Alright. You're too shy, I won't tease you anymore. The old lady walked over to Nian Nian, took her little hand, and said, Nian Nian, Xinxin, Liulio, Xiaoli, come with Grandma outside. Let's see how our family plot is doing. She shooed the children away so as not to interrupt the young couple's intimacy. They hadn't seen each other for days, and both were young. Now was the time to release their longing. The old lady knew best. Left alone in the room, the young couple naturally embraced without restraint. Meanwhile, in Shirxia village, Lin Yueshio's hometown, Lin Shirong was still lying in bed nursing her injuries. Chen Xiangdong had struck her hard, and the swelling on her face hadn't fully subsided yet. The thought of Chen Xiangdong striking her in front of so many people left a bitter taste in her mouth. Chen Xiangdong had humiliated him so badly that he couldn't get over it, lashing out at home day after day. Seeing his daughter in this state, Lin Shizhu, her father, was seething with rage. He wanted nothing more than to grab a machete and go settle the score with Chen Xiangdong right then and there. That bastard! How dare he treat my daughter like this? What does Chen Xiangdong think we are? But his wife, Lian Yulian, stopped him. Husband, you mustn't act impulsively and storm over to Chen Xiangdong's house to attack him. I hear Chen Xiangdong has done a lot of good for their village. Almost everyone in the village sides with him. If you go over there rashly now, you won't stand a chance against their villagers. Besides, Chen Xiangdong's prosperous now. He married Yueshio, whom we raised. He ought to be giving us money to support us in our old age. If you insist on going to attack him, you won't get any money out of it. So we can't just force our way in. Right, you're the one who thinks things through. Lin Shizhu still heeded Lian Yulian's advice. If force won't work, we'll use our words to make him submit. Lian Yulian suggested again. What do you mean? How can spit make him submit? Lin Shizhu's mind still couldn't match Lian Yulian's quick wit. Are you stupid? We can't beat him, so we'll make him feel guilty. Disrespecting elders is something people will talk about behind your back. Once that stings enough, he'll naturally compensate us financially. Lian Yulian gloated over her cleverness. Later, Lian Yulian went to Lin Shirong's room. Shirong, get up quickly. Come with Mom for a stroll around the village. Mom, you're crazy. My face is all swollen like this. How can I go out looking like this? I'm absolutely hideous. Lin Shirong snapped angrily. You silly girl, no wonder you got beaten like this. Why didn't you inherit some of this old woman's common sense? Lian Yulian was exasperated by her daughter's stupidity. If only she hadn't let Lin Yueshio go on that blind date for her back then. Now she'd be the one married to Chen Xiangdong. Mom, I'm your daughter. How can you talk to me like that? Get up already. I'm taking you out so everyone in the village can see you got beaten by your cousin's husband. Mom, what are you thinking? You're such a fool. Why ask so many questions? Just do as I say. Lian Yu tossed a cotton coat to Lin Shirong. Lian Yulian slung a basket over her shoulder and led Lin Shirong out, deliberately preventing her from covering her face. After getting beaten, that stubborn girl was too embarrassed to return to the village in broad daylight. She only came home wrapped in a scarf after dark. After returning, she hadn't ventured out again. Thus, the villagers remained unaware she'd been beaten. Oh my, Shirong. What happened to your face? An older woman approached from across the way and, seeing Lin Shirong's appearance, asked gossipily. It was that girl Yueshio's husband who hit me. Sister, you wouldn't believe it, our Shirong was beaten by her cousin's husband. Lian Yulian began spinning a tall tale. What happened? How did Yueshio's husband end up hitting Shirong? Her words piqued the woman's curiosity. Oh, don't even get me started. Yueshio's a thankless wretch, and her husband's no better. Haven't you heard? Now that they're living comfortably. Shirong went to eat and ran into them. She went over to say hello. But Chen Xiangdong thought Shirong was trying to cozy up to them, worried we'd ask him for money. Chen Xiangdong hurled insults and even laid hands on her. Poor Shirong, her pretty face beaten like that. What if she never recovers? What will become of her? Lian Yulian grew increasingly aggrieved as she spoke, while Lin Shirong tearfully echoed her lament. How could my cousin's husband be such a person? He's so hot-tempered. I didn't say a word, I just went over to greet them out of kindness, yet I ended up beaten like this. My face is ruined like this, who can I even go to for justice? Other villagers gathered around to watch. Who would have thought Lin Yueshio's husband was so violent he even hits his wife's cousin? A man like that has serious character flaws. You two raised Yueshio. He may not have given birth to her, but he certainly raised her. Chen Xiangdong married Lin Yueshio, so you're practically his in-laws. Not showing filial piety is one thing, but resorting to violence? Hearing this, the other auntie grew angry too. We don't expect them to be filial to us. As long as they live their own lives well, that's fine. But hitting people is just wrong. Sister-in-law Yulian, you're the softest-hearted one. Lin Yueshio and her husband, it's only right for them to be filial to you. Now that they're better off, they haven't even brought you anything to show they care. Yueshio never says a word to Chen Xiangdong, neither of them knows how to behave properly. Sister-in-law Yulian, you really raised Lin Yueshio for nothing. Exactly. That Chen Xiangdong is something else. Now that he's got it made, he wants nothing to do with his in-laws. What a selfish bastard. And he actually hit Shirong. Men like that are the most worthless. After marrying Chen Xiangdong, Lin Yueshou cut ties with Lin Shizhu's family and stopped associating with anyone in the village. Before the wedding, Lin Shirong had already tarnished Lin Yueshou's reputation. Villagers looked down on Lin Yueshou like this. She was shunned wherever she went. With no contact for so many years, no one in the village ever mentioned Lin Yueshou anymore. Much less did they pay attention to the man she married. It could be said they didn't even know Chen Xiangdong. Now, after Liang Yulian's remarks, Chen Xiangdong's reputation had become utterly dismal. The labels villagers pinned on him: selfish, vicious, heartless, unprincipled. Chapter 177, Wild Boars Stealing Grain? You're all just standing around watching the spectacle? Grab your tools and go chase those wild boars. A young man ran over, seeing the crowd gathered around Liang Yulian and her daughter. The wild boars are stealing grain again? Yes, the grain in the brigade warehouse has almost been eaten clean out. We're preparing for the new year, and there won't be any grain left to distribute. It's bad enough they're stealing from the warehouse, but now they're even killing our chickens. These wild boars are running wild. That wild boar pack is running wild because our village hunting team isn't doing its job. Don't go spreading that around. It'll upset the village hunting team and harm our unity. The group continued their discussion as they walked toward the brigade headquarters. What that man said wasn't untrue. Their village hunting team really didn't have much capability. This herd of wild boars had been visiting their village for quite some time. At first, they only rooted around in the private plots, but later they occasionally snatched chickens from farmers' homes. The villagers couldn't control these wild boars at all. Eventually, the boars grew bold, coming to the village every few days to feed. They even came in broad daylight, showing no fear whatsoever. The villagers had started confronting the boars head-on. But the boars always came in packs, 8 or 9 large ones at a time, and the villagers couldn't overpower them. Several villagers were gored by the boars and are still bedridden recovering. The village chief was at his wit's end. They simply had no way to deal with this herd of wild boars. The wild boars frequently ravaged the village, making life difficult for the villagers. After the destruction, their lives become even more miserable. The door to the team headquarters warehouse had been battered to pieces by the boars and was now unusable, requiring a complete rebuild. Village chief, what should we do? We can't drive the boars away, and our lives are becoming unbearable. One villager complained. Even if all the young men in the village mobilized, we couldn't subdue that herd of wild boars. You're asking me now, but I don't know what to do either. All I can do is report this to the commune and have them send a skilled hunting team to help us drive the boars away. I already submitted the report yesterday. In a few days, the commune should arrange for a hunting team to come over. The village party secretary sighed. This was their only option. Their village was truly powerless against this arrogant herd of wild boars. They've been stealing grain and even attacking people. Now the adults in the village dare not let children wander freely around the village. One wrong move and they could be attacked by the boars. Alright, everyone, fix your doors first. We need to reinforce them with steel. The village chief organized the villagers to repair all the damaged areas. Despite this, the gossip spread by Liang Yulian remained unchecked. While working, everyone gossiped about Lin Yueshou and Chen Xiangdong. The entire village was condemning the two of them. Soon, relatives from other villages spread the gossip as well. Word spread from person to person, quickly reaching Taoshir village. The old women sat chatting at the village entrance, a hub for gathering and spreading gossip. Gossip from other villages also spread quickly through their circle. Today, the old woman was simply bored and decided to sit at the village entrance. As soon as she sat down on the stone bench, she overheard several women whispering. I heard Xiangdong beat his cousin from Yueshou's family. She's all swollen. Really? Yueshou doesn't have much contact with them, does she? I've never heard of her going back to her parents' home. How could she possibly go back? Haven't you heard? Before she married Xiangdong, she was known for her loose behavior. The whole village gossiped about her. How could she possibly go back? Auntie, don't spread rumors. Yueshou is such a good girl, don't talk nonsense. I've always seen her as a proper, decent person. She couldn't possibly be that kind of girl. Well, you never know. Some people seem honest and decent on the surface, but behind closed doors, who knows? I heard it from people in her hometown. We never knew before because the rumors never left their village. No way, this really happened? They're also saying Xiangdong isn't a good person, basically painting him in a really bad light. Someone as good as Xiangdong? They're deliberately smearing him. They probably didn't realize the old lady was sitting right behind them, which is why they were talking so freely. The old lady hadn't expected it either. She rarely came here, but today, upon arriving, she overheard gossip about her eldest grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Naturally, she was furious. What gossip are you spreading? My daughter-in-law is an upright woman, stop talking nonsense here. As for my eldest grandson, don't you all know what kind of person he is? If not for him, how would the village have access to modern conveniences and fresh leafy greens? You people just love to talk, spreading rumors without knowing the facts. The old woman scolded them soundly before hurrying home. If my granddaughter-in-law heard people talking about her like that, it would surely break her heart. She returned home but didn't see Lin Yueshio. It was quite a while before Lin Yueshio returned from outside. The old lady noticed her pale complexion and guessed she must have overheard the village gossip. The old woman refused to believe the rumors about her granddaughter-in-law's past before marriage. Even if it were true, she would still stand by her granddaughter-in-law. Yueshio, you heard it all? The old lady asked. Grandma. Lin Yueshio felt so wrong she was on the verge of tears. This matter was the one thing she couldn't get over. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet everyone was saying she was immoral. A woman's reputation mattered greatly in those days. Once tarnished, the psychological burden became overwhelming. Back then, Lin Yueshio couldn't bear to stay in Shirxia village. After marrying into this village and living here for so many years, she thought the matter had finally been put to rest. But now, rumors about her were spreading in Taoshir village. Lin Yueshio knew full well this was deliberately spread by Lin Shurong and her kind, just to make her life miserable. Yueshio, no matter what others say, this old woman believes you. Let them talk. Don't pay them any mind. As long as we live well, what do we have to fear from their words? When Xiangdong returns, I'll have a serious talk with him. He mustn't take his anger out on you. The old lady comforted her. Grandma, don't worry. Xiangdong told me he trusts me. I'm not afraid of people pointing fingers at me anymore. What I fear is them pointing fingers at my children too. As Lin Yueshio spoke, Chen Xiangdong's voice drifted in from the doorway. Yueshio, don't worry. We'll clear your name. Not a single one of the Lin family is any good. When we were poor, they wanted to cut ties with us. Now that we've made something of ourselves, they want to come back and take advantage of us. I see right through their petty tricks. They just want to use moral pressure to make me cave and give them money? But they've miscalculated. They've picked the wrong person to play that game with. It's all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Lin Yueshio blamed herself for having such a disgraceful maternal family. How can this be your fault? If anyone's to blame, it's them. Not a single decent soul in the Lin family. They'll get their comeuppance eventually. No sooner had Chen Xiangdong finished speaking than the team leader called him out. Xiangdong, the commune chairman is here for you again. He wants you at the brigade office. He needs to talk to you. Chapter 178, Heading to Shirxia village. Alright, I'll go now. Chen Xiangdong responded to the team leader. He pulled Lin Yueshio into his arms and kissed her. Wife, I'm heading to the team headquarters. I might not be back soon. Once dinner's ready, feed the kids first. Oh, and Shali just arrived at our place. She had a rough time at her old home. Her stepmother and stepbrother were always bullying her. Her sense of being dependent on others must be much stronger than anyone else's. She probably won't dare eat much, so make sure to give her extra meat. Got it. Lin Yueshio smiled and turned to get back to her chores. Chen Xiangdong and the others rushed to the brigade office, where the commune chairman was sitting inside sipping tea. Xiangdong, you're here. I want to discuss something with you. The chairman set down his teacup and spoke warmly as he saw Chen Xiangdong approach. Chairman, is it something important? Yes, it's very important. Recently, Shirxia village has been raided by wild boars. They can't plant crops there now, the chickens in the farmhouses can't find peace, and even the grain in the warehouses has been stolen by the wild boars. Those wild boars are utterly brazen, showing no fear whatsoever. With the famine already plaguing them, this wild boar trouble is just adding insult to injury for the village. There's no other option, so we've reported it to the commune. Xiangdong, I hear you're skilled at hunting. When we went into the mountains to cut timber before, you even led the hunting team. That's why I've come to ask you to help Shirxia village drive out the wild boars. Shirxia village? Chen Xiangdong immediately recalled the rumors swirling around that place. He could choose to ignore their talk. Besides, he didn't care about what they said about him. If he did, then that would play right into the hands of Lin Shizhu and the others. But the rumors about his wife were truly distressing her. He had to put an end to those rumors before they hurt his wife any further. All right. When should we go? Chen Xiangdong agreed. Tomorrow. All right, I'll bring my gear tomorrow. All right. If we drive those wild boars away this time, the commune will reward you. Oh, and I'll need to bring a few helpers with me. Chen Xiangdong didn't want to keep the rewards all to himself. The rewards the commune offered were more urgently needed by Zhang Fuchuan and Li Pingsheng than by him. No problem. Of course you can bring people. What I mean is, will the people I bring along also get the reward? Absolutely. All right. After the commune leader left, Chen Xiangdong went to find Li Pingsheng. Li Pingsheng was cooking kanji at that moment. Brother Xiangdong, you were looking for me? Yeah. I was just about to go to your place to call Shaoli over for dinner. You're just making kanji. Shaoli won't get full. From now on, she'll eat at my place. You don't need to worry about her meals. Chen Xiangdong stared at the pot of porridge, so thin it barely held a few grains of rice. That doesn't seem right. These days, every family is struggling. Brother Xiangdong, you have so many mouths to feed, and besides, I've already borrowed so much money from you. I can't keep adding to your troubles. Li Pingsheng said apologetically. He'd brought his sister to the countryside to save her from abuse at home. But he couldn't keep burdening Chen Xiangdong. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Don't worry about it. As for the money, you can pay me back once you start earning. When the policies change, you'll follow me and work hard. Brother Xiangdong, I'm more than willing. Hearing this, Li Pingsheng perked up instantly. The director just came to see me, asking me to help drive wild boars out of Scarce village. The wild boars have become a plague there. Since you've been in the mountains with the hunting team, you've gained quite a bit of experience. So you come with me. Once we drive off the wild boars, the community will give us a reward. Sure thing, I'm in. Brother Xiangdong, you're a real pal for thinking of me when good things come up. We're brothers, so we share the good fortune. Oh, and help me round up Zhang Fuchuan and Wang Guobao. Got it, Brother Xiangdong. I'll head over right now. The next morning, Chen Xiangdong packed his gear. Li Pingsheng and Zhang Fuchuan arrived at Chen Xiangdong's house to assemble. Just as they were about to depart, Chen Jianjun came running over, carrying an iron bar. Wait for me, Xiangdong. I'm coming with you guys to hunt wild boar, don't leave me behind. Watching Chen Jianjun run over, Zhang Fuchuan chuckled, Xiangdong, your third uncle sure is working hard these days. I never saw him working before, but now he's eager to get involved. Aren't you the same? How much have you saved for your wife's dowry? Chen Xiangdong teased Zhang Fuchuan. Still a long way to go. Getting married is no easy feat. I need to earn money fast, or that girl will run off with someone else. How much is the bonus this time? Big or small? Zhang Fuchuan was eager to know how much he'd get if they successfully completed the mission this time. I don't know either, but if you guys cooperate well with me, you can split my share. Sure thing, Xiangdong. Next time there's a good gig like this, make sure to call your third uncle too. Chen Jianjun arrived just in time to overhear and chimed in. Third uncle, you're working so hard these days, are you thinking of following Zhang Fuchuan's example and taking a young wife? Chen Xiangdong teased Chen Jianjun. Oh, Xiangdong, don't talk nonsense. Don't you know how formidable third aunt is? If she heard that, I wouldn't even keep my manhood. Chen Jianjun's words made everyone burst into laughter. Chen Xiangdong led them toward Scarce village. Xiangshixia village also received a reply from the commune. They said skilled hunters would come to assist them today. This news gave them hope, but upon hearing that the person coming was Chen Xiangdong, their expectations quickly faded. Liang Yulian chimed in with exaggerated warnings, you'd better be careful with that Chen Xiangdong. He's a real handful. Word is he even killed someone before over in Sanyuan village. They say it was a fight that got out of hand, but he hit too hard and the guy died. But for some reason, he was released after only a few days in jail. Last time, if my daughter hadn't run fast, he might have beaten her to death too. I wonder if he's still angry about that. If he is, I'm really worried he'll come after our Shirong again. That vicious man, he always beats people to death. Liang Yulian had just heard about the incident in the mountains when he deliberately pinned the blame on Chen Xiangdong, making everyone view him with prejudice. This only deepened the villagers' loathing for him. Chen Xiangdong is rotten to the core. How could we expect someone like him to help us chase away the wild boar? He's only here to put on a show because the higher-ups ordered him to. Exactly. How can you expect someone with such questionable character to serve the people? Dream on. The commune sent him here, so they must have given him something in return. He's here to put on a show for his payoff. Why should he get that payoff? Aunt Yulian, don't worry. We'll get justice for you. He thinks he can bully us here in Scarce village? Does he really believe we can't handle him just because we can't chase away wild boars? He beat old Lin's daughter like that and still has the nerve to show his face. Hitting someone from our village is declaring war on us. When he shows up, we'll surround him at the village entrance, give him a beating, and vent old Lin's family's anger. The villagers of Scarce village were united in their hatred toward Chen Xiangdong. Liang Yulian's few words had stirred up such intense resentment toward Chen Xiangdong. It showed just how effective Liang Yulian's act of playing the victim was. As soon as Chen Xiangdong and his group arrived at Scarce village, they were blocked at the village entrance by some of the villagers. What are you doing? Blocking our way into the village? Chapter 179, The Bet. This is our village. We decide who enters. A young man with a slacker-like demeanor crossed his arms, looking at them with disdain. Li Pingsheng was so furious at his insolent demeanor he nearly spat blood. Hey, buddy, what's your problem? The village chief sent us to help drive out the wild boars, and here we are. Yet you block us at the village entrance. And you speak to us with such arrogance? Are we begging to help you chase away the wild boars, or are you begging us to do it? Another villager from Scarce village suddenly sneered coldly, chasing wild boars? Who are you trying to fool? A scumbag like Chen Xiangdong would be that kind-hearted? You're just here to put on a show after taking the commune's money, right? With your kind, how could you possibly drive away wild boars? If you could actually drive them away, we'd have gotten rid of every last one of them long ago. Stop pretending. You took the money just to go through the motions? Do you really think that money comes that easily? Chen Xiangdong, you scum, you hit a woman. Look what you did to Lin Shirong from our village, her face swollen like a pig's head, teeth knocked out. How could you strike a woman with such vicious force? You think no one in our village will stand up to you? You hit a woman from our village. You married Lin Yueshio, yet you beat her cousin. Lin Shizhu and his wife raised Lin Yueshio with great difficulty. They're practically her second parents. You married her away and immediately cut ties with them. You have no intention of showing them any filial piety at all. As a son-in-law, you show no filial piety whatsoever. You deserve to be cast into the deepest depths of hell. The villagers of Shirxia village were all condemning Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong listened as they rattled off their long list of grievances. He had no idea where they dug up all this evidence, but they made it sound so convincing. Seeing this, Chen Xiangdong retorted, "Have you people got your facts straight? You can't even sort out your own village affairs, yet you're here berating my nephew? If the Lin Shizhu family hadn't been so unreasonable, would Xiangdong have acted that way? It was the Lin family who severed ties with them back then. How can you blame our Xiangdong? Today, he came here with good intentions to help you chase away the wild boars, yet you speak to him like this. These wild boars better left alone. Let them devour your village's grain and trample a few more people to death. We set off firecrackers to celebrate, and that damn woman had to go and say such awful things about our Xiangdong." Chen Jianjun nearly charged over, iron bar in hand. Back when Chen Xiangdong married Lin Yueshio, he'd heard his fourth brother and others grumble that the Lin family was troublesome. They looked down on them and deliberately cut ties. Now it had turned into Chen Xiangdong being unfilial, deliberately severing ties with the Lin family to avoid supporting his in-laws. This line of reasoning was beyond absurd. It was absurdity itself knocking on the door. Third uncle, don't act impulsively. If you charge at them, they'll accuse you of assault, and then we'll be in the wrong. We're civilized people. Civilized people handle things in a civilized way. After saying this, he addressed the villagers of Shirxia village loudly, but whether it's me who's in the wrong or the Lin family who's in the wrong, the Lin family knows it in their hearts. If you think I'm the problem and incapable of subduing a wild boar, how about this? Would you all like to take a bet with me? If we hunt down every wild boar entering the village, I win. If I win, you must kneel and apologize to me and my wife. If I lose, I'll kneel and call you all grandfather 3 times. Dare you take the bet? If you don't, you're no man. For them, Chen Xiangdong demonstrated his strength, winning their genuine respect. As the old saying goes, if you're strong enough, powerful enough, they'll naturally rally to your side and speak for you. In this world, isn't it the strong who hold the real authority? Under Chen Xiangdong's goading, their spirits soared. Bet it is. Who's afraid of who? So what? You think you can take down all the wild boars? You're just blowing smoke. Bet it is. Whoever backs out is a coward. Chen Xiangdong made a bet with the people of Shirxia village. Just then, the village party secretary hurried over. Upon learning of their wager, he sighed in exasperation. As the village party secretary, he naturally had more to consider than the other villagers. When it came to handling matters, he had to consider the bigger picture and wasn't as impulsive as they were. Without a second thought, he blurted out demands for justice for the village women, for justice for Lin Shirong. He had reported the matter to the commune, and after much effort, the commune had finally sent someone over. But now it had ended up like this. When the commune director criticized them, it would inevitably fall on him. Comrade Xiangdong, don't get too worked up. Our villagers are very united. We can't stand seeing our own people bullied, so... Before the village party secretary of Shirxia village could finish, Chen Xiangdong cut him off. The stakes are already set. Village party secretary, you needn't say another word. I just want to use my strength to prove your village's ignorance. With that, Chen Xiangdong walked away to inspect the wild boar's tracks. Lin Shirong, upon hearing Chen Xiangdong had come to their village, was itching to confront him. But after her last experience, she was now terrified of being beaten by Chen Xiangdong. Dad, that Chen Xiangdong came to the village. What if he comes looking for me and beats me again? I'm truly afraid he'll storm into our house and beat me. Dad, you have to stand up for me. Your daughter can't just be beaten like this. Lin Shirong wanted to incite her father, Lin Shizhu, to seek revenge on Chen Xiangdong. As she spoke, she began to cry pitifully, then cried out in pain. Lin Shizhu felt heartbroken seeing her like this. If not for Liang Yulian's constant persuasion, he would have confronted Chen Xiangdong long ago. But now, with Lin Shirong whispering in his ear like this, his anger flared up again. Gripping a kitchen knife, he set out to confront Chen Xiangdong. Daughter, I won't let you be beaten for nothing. I'll beat him back for hitting you. However, Lin Shizhu didn't go alone. He gathered his brothers instead. His cousins and other relatives, 5 burly men in total, armed themselves and set out to confront Chen Xiangdong. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong was in the warehouse of Shirxia village's team headquarters, examining the wild boar tracks. Judging by the footprints, this herd of wild boars was large and moving in a group. A single wild boar was already formidable when they hunted in packs. They were indeed a formidable foe. Chapter 180, Setting Traps. As Chen Xiangdong stood up to check another corner, he turned and found several burly men surrounding him, knives in hand. Chen Xiangdong showed no fear. Scarce village sure knows how to handle things. Instead of hiring someone to help drive away the wild boars, you bring knives to deal with them. Chen Xiangdong, you hit my daughter and still dare to show your face? You brought this on yourself today. Let's all go at once and avenge Shirong. Otherwise, people will think the Lin family has no real men. Lin Shizhu roared angrily. Then, several men charged at Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong dodged nimbly, then delivered a kick to Lin Shizhu's stomach. Lin Shizhu clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, his kitchen knife falling beside him. Chen Xiangdong immediately picked up the knife and began fighting the others. With the system's boost, Chen Xiangdong's stamina naturally surpassed theirs. Moreover, his military training from a past life gave him an edge. Against just these few opponents, they were no match for him. They swung their knives at him, each strike deadly. But Chen Xiangdong dodged them all perfectly, beating them into a rout. In no time, all the burly men lay sprawled on the ground. Today, the villagers had blocked him at the village entrance, and he could have chosen not to fight back. But since Lin Shizhu sent men to attack him, this was just the chance he needed to vent his anger. He'd been worried they wouldn't come looking for him. Ouch, that hurts. My foot can't be broken, can it? This hurts like hell. Several men lay on the ground wailing in pain. Only then did other villagers come over to help them up. The village chief approached, looking extremely anxious. It was supposed to be a good thing that someone came to help drive away the wild boars, but how did it end up like this? Comrade Xiangdong, how could you hit someone? The village chief demanded. Didn't you see them coming at us with knives looking for trouble? If someone came at you with a knife, would you just stand there and let them cut you? Village chief, you need to keep your villagers in line. In a situation like that, even if you called the police, it wouldn't have helped. They were the ones who attacked with knives first. After Chen Xiangdong said that, the village chief didn't dare say another word. They had indeed drawn knives first. If pressed, they'd be in the wrong. Chen Xiangdong had actually gone easy on them today. Though they were all lying on the ground. But none of the blows were fatal. They'd be back on their feet in 2 or 3 days. And this was merely a small lesson for Lin Shizhu. In any case, he would seek justice for Lin Yueshio. Chen Xiangdong was brought in by the chairman, and it was their villagers who provoked him first. At this point, the village secretary couldn't really say anything more. He only hoped Chen Xiangdong would finish his business and leave quickly. Watching the village party secretary's resigned retreat, Chen Xiangdong couldn't help but shake his head. The village party secretary of Scarce village wasn't much to speak of either. He probably didn't accomplish much in his day-to-day duties. Lin Shizhu and the others helped him home. Brother Shizhu, where's the money? You didn't get the money you promised, but you sure got yourself all beat up. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone with you. Ouch, this hurts like hell. The speaker was Lin Shizhu's cousin. Lin Shizhu had told him that if he went with him to demand compensation from Chen Xiangdong, he'd get a cut of whatever they collected. He'd eagerly grabbed his knife and followed Lin Shizhu. Little did he expect to end up eaten like this. If we can't get the money, that's one thing, but now we're injured and need medicine. Old Lin, you've got to cover our medical bills. It's not just medical expenses. What about the promised share of the money? We only went over because we were promised a cut. Lin, we already went with you to settle accounts with Chen Xiangdong. You owe us money. That's right, not a penny less. Why would we go get beaten up with you if there's no money? Pay up. Seeing several relatives beaten like this left a bitter taste in their mouths. They all demanded money from Lin Shizhu. But Lin Shizhu had no money to give them right now. Even if he did, he could only distribute it once Chen Xiangdong delivered the money to him. But now, before the money even reached him, they were demanding it. How unfair. Chen Xiangdong's the one who beat you up. Go ask him for money. Lin Shizhu snapped angrily. Old Lin asked us to help him, and now that we're injured, this is what you say? We should have never gone with you. We're covered in bruises and didn't even get any credit. Old Lin, you're no good. You promised us money, but now you're trying to renege. You better believe it. We're going to report you to the commune. You'll get what's coming to you. Hearing this, the group grew visibly agitated. After hearing that they would report it to the commune, Lin Shizhu grew anxious. Discipline was strictly enforced these days, and provoking fights would lead to severe punishment. Lin Shizhu immediately changed his tone. It's just that I haven't given it yet. Did I say I wouldn't lend it? I'll keep track of this debt. As soon as I get the money from Chen Xiangdong, I'll give it to you right away. Fine, let's make it official. His relatives weren't pushovers either. In these lean times, when even meals were scarce, severing ties with kin wasn't unusual. Chen Xiangdong had already scouted the wild boars' routes after walking around Scarce village. Chen Xiangdong instructed Zheng Fuchuan and the others to set the traps. While they were busy, the villagers of Scarce village gathered to watch the spectacle. By the end of the afternoon, Chen Xiangdong and his team had the traps set. Now they just had to wait for the wild boar to come down from the mountains at night. That evening, the villagers stayed indoors, locking their doors tight. Tonight, Chen Xiangdong and his team were going to catch the wild boar. When the boar came down, it would surely be startled. A startled boar becomes more aggressive, and people feared being charged by one on the road. Therefore, for their own safety, the villagers all hid indoors, afraid to come out. Brother Xiangdong, it seems the wild boar has entered the village. Li Pingsheng whispered. The more wild boars come, the better. We'll hunt a few back to the village so everyone can have a good new year, Chen Xiangdong replied. No sooner had he spoken than they spotted the wild boars charging along their usual path. Unaware of the danger ahead, they charged forward relentlessly. Soon, the lead boar stumbled into the trap. Zhang Fuchuan gave Chen Xiangdong a thumbs up. Xiangdong, you're the best. Your calculations were spot on. You knew they'd pass right through there. Of course. You guys handle the boar in the trap. I'll handle the others. Chen Xiangdong stood up. The boar trapped in the pit still needed to be subdued by them or it might escape. Chen Xiangdong went to subdue the other boars, also to lure them away and prevent them from harming Zhang Fuchuan and the others. Chen Xiangdong lured the remaining 5 boars away. Once they reached an unoccupied area, the 5 boars pursued Chen Xiangdong, charging aggressively. However, once he activated his auto-tracking crossbow, the boars were struck one after another by arrows and fell to the ground. Chapter 181, Playing Ghost. Several boars lay in pools of blood, easily dealt with. The wild boars in Scarce village were indeed massive, each weighing over 300 to 400 pounds. They roamed in packs, making them difficult to handle without proper tactics. Given that the villagers of Scarce village lacked the necessary skills, it was only natural they couldn't subdue these beasts. Li Pingsheng, Zhang Fuchuan, have you guys finished over there? If you're done, come over and collect the boars. No way? Brother Xiangdong? You took care of all those boars? Li Pingsheng exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Brother Xiangdong, you're our hero. After the boars were caught in the traps, Li Pingsheng and the others went to deal with the boars lying in pools of blood. At that moment, Zhang Fuchuan banged on a copper gong, shouting excitedly. The boar's been killed. The boar's been killed. Come see the boar. Come see the boar. Hearing the joyful announcement, everyone rushed out to see. 6 large wild boars lay neatly arranged on the drying yard. This can't be real. They killed 5 fierce boars in such a short time? That's incredible. All the boars are dead. What skill? This Chen Xiangdong really has some skills. Just a few of them, and in less than half an hour, they took down 6 wild boars. At that moment, Zhang Fuchuan interjected, Brother, those boars tied with ropes were the ones the 3 of us pulled out of the trap. The 5 bloodied boars lying there, those were all taken down by Xiangdong alone. As Zhang Fuchuan spoke, he too felt a sense of pride. Back in Tasher village, his diligence was known only to the villagers there. But now, he could show off in other villages too. One man took down 5 huge boars in half an hour? Good heavens, how could anyone be that skilled? In my 50 years, I've never seen anyone hunt wild boar so skillfully. Is this kid even human? After hearing that Chen Xiangdong had single-handedly taken down 5 wild boars, the villagers developed a deep sense of awe toward him. The wild boars ravaging your village certainly aren't limited to just these few. This was just one batch. After tonight's hunt, they won't dare come back. Tonight's boar hunt is over, but will continue tomorrow night. Tonight, a few of us will stay in the village. Chen Xiangdong declared. No problem. The village secretary replied promptly upon seeing the boars killed. At first, he hadn't expected Chen Xiangdong to be able to hunt wild boars. Now he'd actually killed so many wild boars. The main issue was distributing the wild boar meat. Since the boars were hunted in their village, they belonged to the village. The villagers naturally agreed with this idea. Initially, they'd thought of it as venting anger for the Lin family's daughter. But now, seeing all those wild boars lying there. These days, getting a single bite of pork is hard enough. Now that meat was right before their eyes, they naturally put the Lin family's petty grievances behind them. Now they even had to flatter Chen Xiangdong. One villager volunteered, I have an empty room at my place with a heated brick bed. Comrade Xiangdong is welcome to stay at my place. I have an empty room too. He can stay with me tonight. Their attitude was completely different from before. Chen Xiangdong had anticipated this all along, which is why he made that bet with the people of Scarce village. If you curse them or lash out at them, the rumors won't disappear. They'll only spread further, embellished and exaggerated. But demonstrating your capabilities before them changes everything. Once their perception of someone changes, the rumors naturally fade away. Afterward, Chen Xiangdong took Zhang Fuchuan to stay at an elderly villager's home. The wild boars were first stored in the team headquarters warehouse. Tonight, Chen Xiangdong had more important matters to attend to. He went to the outhouse, retrieved a white robe adorned with a crescent moon and a wig from his spatial pocket. Then he returned to the room. Li Pingsheng noticed Chen Xiangdong bringing in strange items. He asked, Brother Xiangdong, what are these? Things that can scare the living daylights out of people. Want to give it a try? Chen Xiangdong picked up a bloodstained robe and draped it over Li Pingsheng. Li Pingsheng was so terrified his skin crawled. A blood-stained white robe? That's terrifying. Brother Xiangdong, why'd you bring this thing? Collecting debts, seeking justice for your sister-in-law. Do you remember those men I beat up today? One of them, Lin Shizhu, is your sister-in-law's uncle. Chen Xiangdong then recounted every single thing Lin Shizhu's family had done to them. The Lin family is full of scum. My sister-in-law suffered so much injustice at their hands. Now they're fabricating slanderous accusations. I won't let this go. Li Pingsheng said passionately. Chen Xiangdong and his sister-in-law had always been kind to him and his younger sister. His sister-in-law had suffered wrongs, and brother Xiangdong had been slandered by them. Of course he wanted to vent his anger for them. Shu, keep your voice down. Others might hear. Then, Chen Xiangdong shared his plan with them. At 1 o'clock in the morning, they began their operation. They donned blood-stained clothes, smeared their faces with pale powder and fake blood, and headed to Lin Shizhu's house. Zhang Fuchuan hurled several stones at the window of the room where Lin Shizhu slept. Soon, Lin Shizhu awoke. Curious, he hobbled out to investigate. The moment he stepped outside, a white figure suddenly appeared before him, its face twisted into a hideous grimace. Terrified, he screamed and collapsed onto the ground. Brother, you've done such a terrible thing to my Xiuxiu. I died on the dam, and you pocketed the compensation money. I've come to claim my revenge. Third brother, no. I'm sorry. I'll take good care of Xiuxiu from now on. Rest in peace. Don't come after me. I truly regret it. Lin Shizhu, already burdened by his guilty conscience, was so terrified by this that he wet himself. Lin Shirong and Liang Yulian were jolted awake by the shouts. They rose to investigate. But the moment they opened the door, they were terrified by a white figure. Lin Shirong fainted instantly, and Liang Yulian wasn't faring much better. For it was Li Pingsheng disguised as Lin Yuexiu's mother, wearing the clothes she had often worn in life. Terrified, Liang Yulian immediately slammed the door shut. Seeing their plan had succeeded, Chen Xiangdong and the others quickly departed. Of course, a blood-red character meaning claiming lives remained on the table. The next morning, Lin Shizhu and his family were still reeling from the shock. Husband, what should we do? Last night I saw my sister-in-law. Her face was covered in blood. It was terrifying. Are they really coming to claim our lives? Liang Yulian's voice trembled as she spoke. I saw our third brother too. He said we swallowed their compensation money, and he's coming to claim his life for Xiuxiu. I don't believe in ghosts, but last night I really saw them. Old woman, let's hide. Hide? How can we hide? Can humans hide from ghosts? What are we to do? Liang Yulian rubbed her temples as she spoke. She felt as if her soul had been snatched away, her whole body aching. Why don't we ask someone to take a look? I heard there's a fortune teller in the nearby village who's quite accurate. Seeing the worry on their faces, Liang Yulian's 80-year-old mother suggested. Chapter 182, Confession. Liang Yulian's elderly mother had heard early that morning that they had seen something unclean the night before and rushed over. Once there was a child who was gravely ill and near death. They called that shaman, who said the child was being haunted by a little ghost that followed him every day. After performing rituals to drive away the spirit, the child recovered immediately. You two have been targeted by that couple. You must invite the shaman to take a look. The old woman spoke slowly, her voice steady. She believed in such things and had considerable experience in this matter. Whenever someone in the family fell ill, encountered misfortune, or faced hardship, they would summon the shaman to divine the situation and offer her blessings. Mom, does that really work? Liang Yulian asked. Even if it doesn't work, we have to try. If that unclean thing stays in the house, you won't have a moment's peace. The old woman worried. Mom, I'll do as you say. We absolutely must have the shaman come. My heart is truly trembling with dread. Lin Shizhu felt helpless, fearing his life might truly be taken. He never believed in such things before, but now he had no choice but to. Alright, I'll go find that shaman right now. Oh, and place a knife at the head of your bed to ward off evil. The old woman finished her instructions and shuffled out, her back hunched. About 2 hours later, the old woman returned to Lin Shizhu's home with the shaman. Lian, hurry and get things ready, the shaman's here. Liang Yulian immediately began gathering the items as requested by the shaman. After a while of fussing about, the shaman began chanting and dancing. After she calmed down, she declared, they've come. They've been lingering outside your door every night. They're restless. They feel you failed them. They resent that the money earned from their deaths wasn't used for their daughter. They are filled with resentment. If you don't appease them within 3 days, your family won't just be haunted, your children and grandchildren will vanish one by one. Lin Shizhu grew increasingly terrified as he listened. He believed those were the spirits of his younger brother and sister-in-law. The more the shaman spoke, the more panic gripped his heart, the more certain he became that they truly were haunted. What can we do, fortune teller? You must help us find a solution. Lin Shizhu pleaded. You must dispel their resentment. Have you done something to wrong them? If so, you must resolve their grievances within 3 days. After speaking, the shaman continued her wild dancing and leaping about. They've instructed me confess your sins at the village shrine this afternoon at 5. Yes, yes, yes. We'll do anything to get rid of them. Lin Shizhu hurriedly replied. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Shizhu, Liang Yulian, and Lin Shirong followed the shaman to the village ancestral hall to burn paper offerings. The three knelt before the hall, burning paper money while confessing their sins. Sister-in-law, please don't come looking for me anymore. I know I was wrong. Back then, I kept all the compensation money you sacrificed for. We shouldn't have beaten and scolded Yueshio, forcing her to earn money for us. From now on, we'll treat Yueshio well. Please let go of your resentment. We swear we'll never trouble Yueshio again. Liang Yulian wept as she spoke. Auntie, please stop hounding us. I shouldn't have stolen my cousin's boyfriend or spread rumors about her being promiscuous. If you just leave us alone, I'll go clear things up with everyone. Uncle and Auntie, please spare us. At that moment, they didn't realize many villagers had gathered at the temple entrance, listening. Chen Xiangdong had deliberately led them there. So that's how it is. The Lin family sure knows how to put on a show. So Lin Yueshio has always had a rough life in their family. We were truly deceived by them before pretending to care deeply for Lin Yueshio in front of us, while behind the scenes treating her as nothing more than a money-making tool. I always said Lin Yueshio was such an obedient girl, so well-behaved. How could she have done anything inappropriate before marriage? Poor girl, we misunderstood her for so many years. Lin Shizhu was a wolf in sheep's clothing. When Yueshio was little, he'd come over every day telling us how well they fed and clothed her. It was all for show, to keep up appearances. He was afraid if he went too far, people would talk behind his back. Villagers who knew the truth pointed fingers at them. Now, the Lin Shizhu family had become the most reviled in the village. Wherever they went, people pointed fingers at them. Hearing the villagers' voices, Lin Shizhu and the others realized that many villagers had gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall to listen. Now, the entire family was overcome with shame, as the whole village knew what they had done. Under the villagers' disapproving stares, the three of them slunk home. Meanwhile, the villagers who had blocked Chen Xiangdong and his group the previous day were also overcome with shame. They all sought out Chen Xiangdong to apologize. Comrade Xiangdong, I'm sorry. I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I misunderstood you. You came to help our village hunt wild boars, yet we treated you like that. I'm a jerk. I apologize too. We all believe Liang Yulian's words. That's why we thought you were a bad person and an unfilial one. People like the Lins don't deserve filial piety. With that, Lin Yueshio's slander was finally resolved. The villagers of Shixia village shifted from hostility and disgust toward Chen Xiangdong to genuine warmth. Do you genuinely feel sorry for me? Chen Xiangdong countered. Yes, we apologize to you. The village chief spoke up first. He spoke for the villagers. If apologies were enough, we wouldn't need the police. Nor would there be so much hatred in the world. Chen Xiangdong said calmly. So you're saying you won't accept our apology? If you feel you've wronged me, then let me take all the wild boars. Chen Xiangdong knew their intentions. He had hunted the wild boars. They would surely want to divide the meat or declare it all communal property of their village. Since the wild boars came down from their mountain and appeared in their village, they would seize upon this reason to claim it as the village's communal property. Chapter 183, Jealousy. Well, the village party secretary looked troubled. The boar lived on our mountain and was killed within our village. Therefore, the wild boar still belongs to our village. Just as Chen Xiangdong had suspected. Village secretary, we hunted that boar. Here's what we can do. You can keep the 2 largest boars, and we'll take the rest. Since you feel you owe me, consider this compensation. Besides, hunting these boars has helped the village. If we hadn't killed them, your village would still be suffering from their damage. This division of the meat isn't unreasonable. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. He wasn't the kind of person who was heartless and only wanted to keep everything for himself. In these times, food was scarce for everyone, and it seemed the people of Shixia village hadn't had meat in ages. Of course he'd set aside some for the village. It was just like haggling over a price. If you wanted to buy something for 20 yuan, you'd start by offering 10 or 5 yuan during the bidding, giving the other party room to counter while leaving yourself some wiggle room. That was why Chen Xiangdong had insisted from the start on hauling away all the pork at once. The villagers already felt they were in the wrong. They wanted to share the pork, but since they were the ones at fault, they had no choice but to follow Chen Xiangdong's lead. After all, someone as capable as Chen Xiangdong might be needed again in the future. Moreover, they were grateful to Chen Xiangdong for ridding the village of a menace and providing them with meat. Thus, an agreement was reached. The 2 largest wild boars would be left for Shixia village. That evening, Chen Xiangdong's group ambushed another group of wild boars. This time, however, only 2 wild boars appeared. They must have sensed danger here and dared not come. Chen Xiangdong hunted both boars. That very night, Wang Guobao went to Taoshi village to call upon the village's skilled driver to transport the boars to Shixia village. The news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Chen Xiangdong and his crew bagged 6 wild boars in Shixia village. That's incredible enough meat to last us for ages. They've already gone to haul the boars back. I wonder if Chen Xiangdong will share any with the village this time. After all, these were hunted from another village. This doesn't belong to the village's collective property. Right now, I'm just hoping he'll share some. With the new year approaching, having meat to eat makes the holiday feel so much more festive. The villagers were green with envy, secretly hoping Chen Xiangdong would share some pork with the village. At midnight, Chen Xiangdong and his group returned to the village. All the wild boars were hauled to the brigade headquarters. Now that the boars were back, it was time to figure out how to divide the meat. Xiangdong, how should we divide this pork? You hunted almost all of these boars, we just tagged along. Whatever you decide, we'll follow your lead. Wang Guobao said. You 4 will each get 1 wild boar. The remaining 2 will be kept for the village to distribute among the villagers. Any objections to this arrangement? Chen Xiangdong surveyed the 6 wild boars. Ha! Xiangdong, why aren't you taking any for yourself? You're giving all of them to us? Zhang Fuchuan exclaimed in surprise. I still have leftover pork at home, and plenty from previous hunts. These days of famine, everyone's short on meat and grain. You need it more than I do, so take it all. Xiangdong, this is such a generous act. We're so fortunate to have you in our village. Carrying a wild boar home like this, just imagine how envious the villagers will be. I used to envy those in the village who got to eat good food. Now, others envy me. Zhang Fuchuan joked to himself. He also felt fortunate that following Chen Xiangdong had brought about changes in his life. Because he changed, his life improved too. Enough flattery. Take that boar and go woo your bride. You're right. Tomorrow I'll cut off a pig's foot and take it to the girl's house to propose. Zhang Fuchuan chuckled, already imagining tomorrow's scene. Wow, who'd have thought Chen Jianjun would ever haul a wild boar home? This time, if that old hag of mine dares to yank my ear again, I'll slap her. Chen Jianjun stroked his chin, grinning happily. Uncle San, stop talking. Auntie San is coming. Where? I didn't say anything just now. Xiangdong, cover for me. Chen Jianjun quickly hid behind Chen Xiangdong in fear. Ah, Uncle Jianjun, Xiangdong tricked you. You're such a scaredy cat husband, trying to slap your wife. Li Pingxing couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The wild boar was huge, no single person could carry it alone. Chen Jianjun went home to call Nong Jinhua for help. Nong Jinhua dragged the sled over. Seeing such a huge boar, her eyes lit up. Husband, you've really outdone yourself this time. A boar this big will feed our family for ages. We'll have a feast this year. Nong Jinhua's tone softened considerably as she spoke to Chen Jianjun. Of course, she knew Chen Xiangdong deserved most of the credit for Chen Jianjun getting the boar. Xiangdong, thank you so much. I'll make something delicious tomorrow. Bring Yueshio and the others over for dinner. We can't refuse, we must come over for dinner tomorrow. Nong Jinhua said with a smile. Alright then. Chen Xiangdong replied with a smile. His aunt had her own selfish motives, but she still possessed a measure of gratitude. Compared to his self-centered mother, she was far better. The next morning, the villagers heard the announcement that pork would be distributed today. Everyone was overjoyed. Last night, they were still wondering if Chen Xiangdong would share the meat with the village. Little did they know, upon waking, they'd hear such good news. The second son's wife felt extremely resentful upon learning that Chen Jianjun had been given a large wild boar. She took her frustration out on the second son again. Second son, you're so useless. Look at third uncle's family, they've hooked up with your eldest brother. They carried a pig home. If you just try harder. Now you're the one carrying a wild boar home. You're useless. You blame me? Why don't you carry a wild boar home yourself? Why should I be the one to carry a wild boar home when you don't demand it of yourself? All these years, how much have you done for this family? How much have I done? You haven't been able to make things better for us either, so why should I be the only one expected to? Don't you even see what you've become? The second son, having bottled up his frustration for so long, couldn't hold back any longer when confronted with the accusations and lashed out in return. You say I haven't contributed to this family? I gave birth to 2 sons for you, do you think that was easy? Giving birth to children for your family is my greatest contribution. You have to make sure we live well. The second wife yelled, veins bulging on her neck. As if the children weren't yours too. You're their mother as well. You have a responsibility to care for them too, it's not just my burden. Oh, great. Now that you've got 2 kids, you start looking down on me. I should never have given birth to your children. Having a child ruined my health, all just to carry on your family line. Why did I have to suffer such a bitter fate, marrying into your family? I'm barely a few years old and already unwanted. Let's get a divorce. I'm going back to my parents' home right now. The second son's wife burst into tears. Now the second son had no choice. After a few stern words, he softened. Wife, stop crying. I didn't mean it like that. I admit I spoke too harshly just now. Don't be like this. I was wrong, okay? Then go to Uncle San's place and get some pork back. He's so close to our family, and they have plenty of meat, they should share some with us. Chapter 184, Seeking Connections. Wife, this. The second son stammered. Look at you. I asked you to get some meat from Uncle Chen's house, and you can't even bring yourself to say it? Chen Xiangdong is your third uncle. It's only right for him to share meat with his own nephew. Why are you too shy to ask? You, when you go, ask them for extra. Tell them our 2 kids are malnourished and have nothing nutritious to eat. Tell them Xiaodong got sick from poor nutrition, he's developed night blindness. Just play the victim in front of them, the more pitiful, the better. As she spoke, Nong Jinhua walked over to the wall of their courtyard with her basket. Hearing the couple's conversation, Nong Jinhua rolled her eyes. Night blindness? It was already dark, and just moments ago she'd seen him chasing other kids around. The second son's wife really isn't someone worth associating with. We can't let them get away with this. Nong Jinhua was so furious she could have bitten her tongue off. She had planned to have Chen Xiangdong cut some meat from the wild boar he'd hunted and distribute it to a few relatives. But now, here she was, overhearing second brother's wife talking behind their backs. Want her meat? No way. Nong Jinhua didn't step into second brother's courtyard. She headed straight toward her parents' home instead. As she passed the courtyard gate, the second son's wife caught sight of her out of the corner of her eye. She hurriedly pushed second brother out. When he refused, she stepped out herself. Smiling, she greeted Nong Jinhua. Where are you headed with that basket, third auntie? Though covered with a cloth, the basket faintly revealed bright red pork. Seeing this, the second son's wife immediately changed her tone. Third auntie, you're bringing meat over. Third auntie, you're so kind. As she spoke, she reached out to take the basket. Nong Jinhua quickly moved the basket of meat behind her back. Don't touch it. This isn't for your family. Didn't the village distribute meat today? Each family should have gotten several pounds, enough for your family to celebrate the new year. Third auntie has to hurry off. No time for chit-chat. This cold shower left the second son's wife frozen in awkwardness. How could third aunt speak like that? She didn't give her any face at all. Nong Jinhua took a few steps before turning back. Oh, right, didn't you borrow lard from the Xiangdong family last time? I heard the old lady grumbling about it. Now that the village has distributed pork and you have lard, if you don't return it, soon the whole village will know you borrowed lard and never paid it back. Third auntie, I'm only reminding you for your own good. With that, Nong Jinhua swayed her hips smugly as she walked away. Today the village distributed pork, and right now Wang Suihua was cutting her share into small pieces to freeze. Seeing his mother busy with the pork, Old Fifth immediately went to sweet-talk her. Mom, don't cut this piece. Just leave it as one big chunk. Why keep it so big? What are you up to? Wang Suihua knew her son had designs on this particular piece of pork. You really do understand me best, Mom. I'm going to take this piece of meat to present to my future mother-in-law. What? When did you get a future mother-in-law? Fifth son, you're preparing for the college entrance exam. At this critical juncture, don't go messing around with some girl. You still have college to attend after the exams. If you start dating now, they're all village girls, no education. You'll work in the city after college and marry a city girl. The village girls aren't good enough for you. So don't waste your emotions on that now. Don't worry about that. That girl is also preparing for the college entrance exam. She comes from a family of officials and has excellent prospects. As soon as she graduates from college, she'll be assigned a great job. If I become their son-in-law, they'll find me a good job too. Old Five had always been part of that social circle, and with his smooth talk, he'd managed to land a girl from a very well-off family. Now he just wanted to seize the opportunity and quickly secure the daughter of this family. After graduation, he wouldn't have to worry about job placement either. Son, you're amazing, you've hooked up with such a great family. You really need to make a good impression on them. If that girl marries into our family, the dowry will surely be substantial. If you want to take this piece of meat to give them, go ahead. We still have some leftover meat from the previous distribution, enough for our family to celebrate the new year. Wang Suihua thought about how her son would have a good life if he could marry such a well-off girl. As she pondered this, a smile spread across her face. Mom, give me some more money. I'll buy a decent outfit and a gift for Xiaoying. Seeing his mother's happiness, Old Five continued. Visiting a family like that does call for a presentable appearance. We don't want them to see how poor we are and refuse to marry their daughter to us. You're always so understanding, Mom. This time I need 50 yuan. What? 50 yuan? That's so much. You know our situation, we can't afford that much. Wang Suihua felt a bit embarrassed after hearing Old Five speak up. If we don't have it, we can borrow it, Mom. Consider it a loan from you, and I'll definitely pay you back later. Easy for you to say. Our relatives don't have money either. Borrowing isn't that simple. So we need to marry into a wealthy family. If Xiaoying marries me, wouldn't our family gain a very wealthy relative? That would be a huge help to us. You're right. We need to think long term. For our future, Mom will go borrow money for you. Okay, Mom. You're the best mom in the world. Just as old Five finished speaking, Chen Xiangdong walked in. Damn it, Suihua. Don't go borrowing money. Our family can't possibly climb that high. Dad, why do you look down on our family like that? If I become their son-in-law, our family's life will improve. Sure, the investment is a bit steep now, but you need to think big. This is an investment, and it'll pay off in the future. Old Five tried to persuade his father. Investment? Returns? I won't live to see the day of returns. How can you call this an investment? Chen Xiangdong disapproved of his fifth son's actions. Marrying a daughter-in-law would require a dowry, and for a family like theirs, the amount would surely be substantial. Spending a huge sum now, only to face another massive dowry later, how could they possibly bear it? This meant the elderly couple would spend their entire lives financing the dowries for their fourth and fifth sons. Chapter 185, Paying dowries is your responsibility as parents. In any case, we can't borrow money. Chen Xiangdong insisted firmly. He couldn't bear to invest so much money. Even if he invested, there was no guarantee the girl would marry into the family. After the falling out with Chen Xiangdong, he had come to a clear realization. At his age, he didn't have many years left. Back when Chen Xiangdong was subsidizing them, he hadn't realized how much pressure it put on them when old Five demanded things. But now, without Chen Xiangdong's financial support, the fifth brother's demands fell entirely on the two of them to cover. Demands piled up day after day, and he was starting to feel the strain. With only a few years left to live, he wanted to live well. He refuses to gamble on old Five anymore, deluding himself that raising him well would mean he'd take care of them in their old age. Old man, I can't agree with you on this. It's about our son's future. How can you be so short-sighted? Wang Suihua snapped. She's a wealthy young lady. Even if she likes old Five, so what? Her parents? They'd never agree. They've made it big, they're not fools. When people look for a son-in-law, they seek someone of equal standing. With our family's circumstances, no amount of money we invest will make much difference. Fifth brother, snap out of it. If you end up losing both her and your fortune, it'll be us who suffer. Chen Jianmen urged. Fifth brother felt hurt inside. Dad, you just don't want me to be happy, do you? Lately you've been hanging around big brother all the time. He's doing well now. You're trying to get something out of him, so you've started favoring him. You just don't want me to do better than him, do you? You're afraid that if I marry that girl, my future will improve and I'll live better than my older brother. Dad, you've changed. You don't even seem like my father anymore. Old Five immediately took his anger out on Chen Jianmen. Fifth son, you can't talk to your father like that. He is your father, your only father. Hearing the fifth son speak that way, Wang Suihua panicked. As if she were hiding a secret. Mom, you can't blame me. It's all Dad's fault for being so narrow-minded. You promised me you'd borrow money for me. I have to go to Xiao Ying's house. If you won't, I'm leaving this house and never coming back. Lao Wu threatened. Now Wang Suihua was worried he might actually cut ties with them, and Chen Jianmen was afraid too. So in the end, Chen Jianmen was forced to give in. Wang Suihua ran around to all her relatives and managed to borrow 20 yuan. Then she went to ask fourth brother for help. Old fourth had just returned from work. Wang Suihua went over to help him put his shovel behind the door. She said with a smile, Fourth brother, Xiaoyi has been working at the factory for quite some time now and has already received her wages. Would you be able to lend us 20 yuan? Lao Si immediately replied reluctantly, Mom, I just got paid and had to use it to feed the family. I don't have any money to give you. Can't you give it to us first? When we bought that job placement, your dad and I also chipped in money. Because of that, I still owe your uncle's family money. Failing to get the money, Wang Suihua snapped angrily. Then consider it my bride price for marrying Xiaoyi. Parents giving dowry money for their son's marriage is only natural. It's your responsibility as parents, Mom. Now you're blaming me? I just want you to pay us back first before settling others' debts. Is that really complaining? You subsidized my bride price, Mom. Now you want me to repay you? Isn't that your responsibility? Are you planning to give the money to old Five? I was right, wasn't I? Mom, you're so selfish, always putting old Five first. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyi returned home for the holidays and overheard Wang Suihua's words. Zhang Xiaoyi was naturally displeased. She'd never warmed to this mother-in-law. Hearing her now demand money from them infuriated her even more. You're calling this a dowry subsidy and still want to take it back? Mom, is this how you behave? You're being way too harsh on me as your daughter-in-law. Besides, your subsidy wasn't even that much, just 80 yuan. Besides, logically speaking, this was money for buying a job, and our family contributed part of it too. Back then, fourth brother got me this job, so I didn't take any extra dowry when I married into your family. Your family got the better deal, didn't you? Now that I have a job, if I marry into a wealthy family, I won't have to feel so stifled. Zhang Xiaoyi's voice was louder than Wang Chui's, and naturally more forceful. Damn it, how could I have been so blind back then? I even subsidized you with bicycle tickets to bring such a daughter-in-law into our family. Fourth brother, you promised this yourself back then, have you forgotten already? You didn't talk like this before you got married. Wang Suihua cried. Now she felt nothing but resentment, her sacrifices taken for granted by her son. After subsidizing them so much before, now they wouldn't even give her 20 yuan when she asked. Zhang Xiaoyi ignored Wang Suihua, letting her cry and fuss. She turned to Lao Si and said, hurry up and heat my meal, I'm starving. After warming the food, boil a bucket of water for me, I need to soak my feet. Got it, wife. Fourth son always obeyed Zhang Xiaoyi. Fearing she might leave him once she got a job, he obeyed her every word. He took care of everything for Xiaoyi, washing her clothes, cooking her meals. Wang Suihua cried and raged for quite a while, but the young couple showed little reaction. She knew she wouldn't get any money from Lao Si now. She just resented him for having a wife. What an ungrateful bastard. How had she never seen this side of Lao Si before? She truly regretted it. Even the newlywed Zhang Xiaoyi had been antagonizing her and picking fights with her since the day she arrived. Wang Suihua lamented her misfortune, yet never once considered her own actions problematic. Finally, she took a bracelet out to pawn it. It was the only valuable item in the house, passed down to her by the old matriarch when she married into the family, a true heirloom. She had intended to pass it down through future generations, but now keeping it held no value. Thinking it might be worth something if pawned, Wang Suihua took it out. Old Five got 50 yuan and bought a suit. Dressed in his respectable suit, he also took the piece of meat his family had been allocated. He pondered inwardly, something was still missing. Right, a mode of transportation. If he rode a bicycle to Xiao Ying's house, he'd look quite impressive. So Lao Wu went to Chen Xiangdong's house, intending to take their bicycle. He entered the house and called out, big brother, sister-in-law, are you home? He called out several times, but there was no response from inside. No one was home today. Perfect. If someone had been home, he might not have been able to borrow the bike. He heard the bicycle near the door to the inner room. Old Five glanced over and saw it wasn't locked. He pulled the bicycle out the door. When the old lady returned home, she discovered the bicycle was gone. But she assumed Chen Xiangdong had taken it out to run an errand, so she didn't think much of it. Ever since Nong Jinhua reminded second brother's wife to return the lard, the villagers began gossiping about second brother's wife borrowing lard from Chen Xiangdong's family and not returning it. She wasn't without shame, she couldn't bear the village gossip. She brought over a bowl of lard. Mom, I'm returning the lard now. Please stop telling everyone in the village. Can't I just return it? The old woman propped herself on her cane, eyeing the bowl askance. The bowl we lent out was full to the brim. Now it's not even half full when it comes back. Chapter 186, Hypocrisy. Humph. You're so stingy, old woman. The second son's wife stomped her feet in anger. When you came to borrow lard, you didn't call us stingy? Today I'll make it clear, whatever amount of lard you borrowed, you must return the exact same amount, not a single drop less. 1 drop less, and you can forget about borrowing anything from here in the future. As she spoke, the old woman tapped her cane on the ground. Her purpose in life now was to guard Chen Xiangdong's household, preventing others from taking advantage. She knew this second daughter-in-law too well. Once she got away with something, she'd keep taking advantage. The second daughter-in-law had no choice but to storm home, refill the lard, and bring it back. Meanwhile, the fifth son had already arrived at Xiao Ying's home. Xiao Ying's family lived in a courtyard house. An entire courtyard complex belonged to them. Consequently, they lived in spacious quarters, and the interior decoration was incomparably better than anything found in the countryside. Parking his bicycle at the entrance, Old Five stared at the courtyard, his eyes wide with awe. To live in this courtyard house from now on, what a life of luxury that would be. He was already dreaming of the good life. Little Wu, you're finally here. Hearing movement at the gate, Xiao Ying came out to see. Is that a new bike? She asked with a smile upon seeing it. Yep, Mom bought it for me. Lao Wu said proudly. Seeing his new bicycle, Xiao Ying was naturally delighted. She turned and called out, Dad, Mom, Xiao Wu is here. Xiao Ying's father, Li Changjiang, came out. Seeing Lao Wu pushing his bicycle and dressed neatly, Li Changjiang felt quite satisfied. Uncle Li, this is for you. Lao Wu handed the bag of meat he'd brought from home to Li Changjiang. What's this? Li Changjiang asked as he took the package. She had heard from her daughter that both of this young man's parents worked at the steel mill. His father was even the workshop director, making them a dual-income family. In these times, such a family's economic circumstances were considered quite decent. And since the father was a supervisor, Li Changjiang could just about accept it. After all, he was someone their daughter liked. They had no choice but to accept him as long as his family's circumstances weren't too dire. They were willing to respect their own daughter's choice. It's pork. Old Five replied. Meat was scarce now. Even with money, it was hard to buy. Take their own household, for instance. Though they could certainly afford it, the market shortage meant they couldn't have meat every day. Getting meat once or twice a week was already considered good. Old Fifth actually brought a large sack of pork. Li Changjiang gave the burlap sack a little bounce. It weighed about 20 pounds. Li Changjiang beamed with delight. Thanks, little Wu. Getting this much meat in one go these days is a real treat. My dad got it all. I see. Come on in. Hearing Lao Wu say that, Li Changjiang's first thought was that his father must be quite capable. That meant his family must be well off. In these times, anyone who could get so much meat at once was no ordinary person. Lao Wu followed him inside. Xiao Ying's mother knew he'd brought about 20 pounds of pork, and she greeted him with great warmth. Having prepared lunch early to host her daughter's suitor, the dishes were now cooked and laid out on the table. There was a vegetable soup, scrambled eggs, stewed potatoes, and steamed buns. Hey, bring out the fish, dear. Ha? Xiao Ying's mother looked puzzled. The fish. I said bring out the steamed fish. Why are you so slow? Xiao Wu is our future son-in-law. How are you entertaining him? Okay, I almost forgot about the fish. I'll bring it right now. Xiao Ying's mother finally went to the kitchen to fetch the fish. Earlier, Xiao Ying's mother had steamed a fish, but Li Changjiang was reluctant to let others eat the fish meat. After all, meat was precious these days, so he had Xiao Ying's mother put it away. However, after old Wu arrived and showed some financial capability, Li Changjiang signaled for Xiao Ying's mother to bring out the hidden fish. Little Wu, don't be shy. Treat this place like your own home. Eat your fill, no need to hold back, Li Changjiang said, pouring him a cup of wine. That's right, little Wu, you absolutely mustn't be polite. This fish is fresh and tastes wonderful. Have a piece of fish. Xiao Ying's mother enthusiastically moved the fish platter closer to Lao Wu. These days, meat is scarce. The best cuts go to Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying is a girl, she needs to build her body up. She should eat the best. I'll have the tail, and Xiao Ying gets the meat. Saying this, old Wu picked up a piece of fish for Xiao Ying. For himself, he picked only the tail section without any meat. The elderly couple were quite pleased with his gesture. Clearly, this young man cared deeply for their daughter. Lao Wu, however, had been itching to dig in even before the meal began. But to show them he was well-mannered and considerate towards Xiao Ying, he conducted himself at the table with utmost politeness and propriety, constantly considering Xiao Ying's needs. By the end of the meal, the family had formed an excellent impression of him. After the meal, Xiao Ying's mother rose to clear the table and wash the dishes. But old Five stopped her. Auntie, let me take care of it. I'll wash the dishes. You worked so hard preparing lunch, let me handle the rest. That's not right. You're our guest, how could I let you wash the dishes? Auntie, please don't be so formal. From now on, I'll wash all the dishes at home. You just sit down and rest. The more Xiao Ying's mother watched Lao Wu, the more pleased she became. All right then, Xiao Wu. You're such a thoughtful and considerate young man. We feel at ease knowing our Xiao Ying is dating someone like you. Xiao Ying's mother sat down in the living room. Lao Wu tidied up the dishes and utensils, then headed to the kitchen to wash them. Once inside the kitchen, he glanced outside and saw that none of them had noticed him over here. He quickly grabbed a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. So delicious. He hadn't eaten his fill while serving at the table earlier. What about him eating the tail while others got the meat? He wanted the meat too. Old Five devoured the remaining fish chunks in the dish in no time, leaving only 3 pieces. He left them there to avoid suspicion, otherwise he would have eaten them all. After devouring the fish, he lifted the pot lid and pulled out 2 steamed buns to eat. He finished off the last of the eggs. Only after stuffing himself did he begin washing the dishes. After putting the dishes away, he cut a piece from the meat he'd brought and stashed it in his underwear pocket. He felt bad taking so much meat, but when delivering to a family like this, the portion had to be generous. The elderly couple had already weighed the bag of pork earlier. Anyway, he'd delivered the full amount. Taking a little back now, they wouldn't even notice. Xiao Wu, are you done washing? Xiao Ying called from outside. Startled, old Five nearly dropped the meat he was holding. All right, I'm coming out now. Old Wu quickly stashed the meat away. Chapter 187, Walking on Eggshells. Lao Wu walked to the front room, the meat tucked inside his inner pocket, completely hidden. Xiao Wu, my dad needs to rush to work for an urgent meeting. Could you drive him there? Xiao Ying asked. Sure thing. It'd be my honor to drive uncle to work. Lao Wu looked genuinely eager to help. Soon after, old Five loaded Li Changjiang onto his bicycle and rode him to the office. On the way, old Five spotted Chen Xiangdong standing outside the state-run restaurant. He suddenly stopped, wanting to take a different route. Little Wu, what's up? Nothing. Then why did you stop? As Li Changjiang spoke, he also noticed Chen Xiangdong. He thought to himself, isn't that Chen Xiangdong? What a coincidence to run into him on the street today. He also noticed that Little Five had become uneasy only after seeing Chen Xiangdong. He asked, Little Wu, do you know that guy up ahead? Old Five dreaded anyone finding out he had a country bumpkin for a brother. Because if that happened, people would also know he was from the countryside. And now, he was in front of his future father-in-law. He'd worked so hard to maintain his image today he couldn't let his older brother ruin it. Lao Wu quickly replied, I don't know him. How could I possibly know him? Look at him, just a country bumpkin. Our family has 2 working parents, we don't mix with people like that. Uncle Li, let's go that way, the path over there is easier to walk. Hearing Old Five call Chen Xiangdong a bumpkin made Li Changhe feel uneasy. Still, he understood why Old Five would say such a thing. After all, they were a dual-income family, and judging by his lavish spending, their family circumstances couldn't be too shabby. Kids from families like that tend to be a bit like that. His own daughter Xiaoying and 2 sons, who'd never been to the countryside, would naturally assume countryfolk were inferior to city dwellers upon seeing them. But Li Changjian didn't see Chen Xiangdong as a country bumpkin because he was counting on Chen's help. Dr. Zhang was a close friend of Li Changhe's, and he had met Chen Xiangdong at Dr. Sang's place before. He'd also heard from Dr. Zhang that Chen Xiangdong was a researcher at the Agricultural Bureau. He was even in charge of major projects and had made the newspapers. Afterward, he found the newspaper articles, which confirmed that Chen Xiangdong was indeed a big shot. But before Old Five could turn the truck around, Chen Xiangdong spotted them. Brother Li, Old Five? What brings you 2 together? Chen Xiangdong was quite curious. He knew Old Five's character, penniless as a church mouse, yet always mingling with the wealthy crowd. If Old Five was with students from wealthy families like himself, he wouldn't have batted an eye. But seeing him hanging out with someone several generations below him? That piqued his curiosity. Ha? You know Little Wu? Li Changjiang asked in surprise. Of course I know him. He's my little brother, and I'm his big brother. How could we not know each other? Chen Xiangdong had witnessed Lao Wu acting like he didn't even recognize his own brother before. At the time, he was with his classmates. Worried they'd find out he was poor, he pretended not to know him and then joined in mocking him. This time, he clearly didn't want Li Changjiang to know he was a penniless guy. That, of course, wouldn't be allowed to happen. Last time, he'd deliberately let it slide to make him spend every penny he had. This time, he'd make him lose face right then and there. What? Your brother? But Xiao Wu. Li Changjiang was even more astonished. Old Five quickly explained, we really are brothers, but we like to joke around. We always call each other country bumpkins when we're out. How could Big Brother be so cruel, making him feel so humiliated? As the eldest brother, he didn't understand his predicament at all. Little Five resented Chen Xiangdong in his heart at that moment. Oh, I see. Well, it's good that you're brothers. A half-hearted explanation was enough to convince Li Changjiang. Little Five, why didn't you say so earlier? I was planning to ask your big brother for help. Li Changjiang hoped to leverage Chen Xiangdong's connections to secure a position at the research institute for his youngest son. Chen Xiangdong was so well known at the institute that the leadership there would surely give him face. If he was willing to help, getting his youngest son a job at the institute would be a sure thing. You wanted my older brother's help? Little Five felt terribly awkward. Of course. Since you're brothers, it should be easier to arrange. After saying this, Li Changjiang politely addressed Chen Xiangdong, Comrade Xiangdong, you see, our families are practically in-laws now. In the near future, when Little Wu marries my daughter, we'll be family. Relatives helping relatives, could you help arrange for my youngest son to work at the research institute? Li Changjiang stated bluntly. He believed that when seeking favors, one should speak plainly. Fifth son marrying your daughter? Chen Xiangdong was taken aback by the news. He knew the Li family's situation well, both parents were unit cadres. Old Five's family background simply couldn't compare. Several generations of their family were farmers, how could they possibly take a liking to Old Five? Chen Xiangdong was puzzled, but he knew Old Five was skilled at smooth talk and winning people over. He must have charmed the couple into feeling quite pleased. Yes, I think if you could help secure a job for my youngest son, it would be a double celebration. In a few days, our 2 families could celebrate with a wedding banquet. Li Changjiang laughed heartily. Old Five stood there trembling, not daring to look at Li Changjiang for fear of giving himself away. Chen Xiangdong understood the implication in Li Changjiang's words. The implication was clear: if he was willing to help his youngest son, they would immediately marry their daughter to Old Five. Had Li Changjiang overestimated their brotherly bond, still clinging to such illusions? At that moment, Chen Xiangdong noticed Lao Wu's face had turned deathly pale. He must be dreading the exposure of his penniless status. Brotherly marriage isn't child's play. Without thorough understanding, how could you possibly be willing to give your daughter away? Chen Xiangdong didn't state it directly, instead guiding Li Changjiang step by step to voice his concerns. He kept Old Five on edge, ensuring that even if the truth came out, it would be a slow, agonizing process rather than a swift and clean reveal. Our family circumstances are relatively good, but Little Five's family isn't too bad either. They have an outstanding older brother like you. Our family isn't well off? Brotherly, in these times, with poor harvests and famine, how many rural families can be considered well off? What do you mean rural folk? Aren't your parents both working at the steel mill? Your father's even a director, pretty impressive. Fifth brother grew anxious, cold sweat breaking out on his brow in the bitter chill. He quickly grabbed Li Xiangdong's arm. Uncle Li, haven't you forgotten? You still have an important meeting to attend. If you're late, you'll be tardy. Let's hurry over. We can catch up over dinner next time. Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Chen Xiangdong finally understood how old Five had won over the elderly couple. Turns out, he'd lied about being part of a dual-income household. Chapter 188, The Truth Comes Out. Right, I have an important meeting. Comrade Xiangdong, let's talk another time. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, and we can have a proper chat then. Hearing Li Changhe say this, Lao Wu breathed a sigh of relief finally, they wouldn't have to keep chatting. But little did he know, Chen Xiangdong had no intention of letting him off the hook. Brotherly, my parents are farmers. Who said they work at the steel mill? Xiao Wu, didn't you say your family had 2 working parents? How come they're farmers? Little Wu, you actually lied to us? I absolutely despise dishonest people. Hearing this, Li Changhe was thoroughly enraged. This guy looked respectable, yet he lied to them. This was practically fraud. Uncle Li, I had my reasons. Please hear me out, I just love Xiaoying so much. I was afraid you wouldn't approve, so I deceived you. It's all because I love Xiaoying so much. I was truly afraid of losing her. That's why I had to say those things. Old Five hurried to explain. Big brother wasn't showing him any understanding at all. Just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more, and he could have taken over their family. Seeing Old Five's flustered and anxious state, Chen Xiangdong felt inexplicably pleased. Xiaoying also knows your parents are farmers? Li Changjiang asked angrily. She didn't know. I deceived her because I love her. My lies were white lies. Uncle Li, trust me, I'll treat Xiaoying well. I'll love her with my very life. Li Changjiang, having been through similar experiences, found Lao Wu's words deeply ironic. You call deceiving my Xiaoying love? She's accustomed to her current life. Your family has been farmers for 3 generations, what do you have to offer Xiaoying? Your family's circumstances are poor, you simply don't have the means to love our Xiaoying. And you're a fraud, we almost fell for your lies completely. Chen Xiangdong watched the two of them bickering fiercely when suddenly he caught a whiff of something. This smell? It smelled like wild boar meat. He'd been delivering it frequently lately and had become sensitive to the scent. He could detect the scent of meat wherever it was present. That scent was emanating from Old Five. Could it be? Meanwhile, Old Five was still desperately defending himself. Uncle Li, I'm even willing to give up my life for Xiaoying. Don't you trust me? I'll make sure she has the best life possible. No sooner had Lao Wu finished speaking than Chen Xiangdong grabbed his sleeve. Who would have thought a chunk of flesh weighing about 3 pounds fell out of his clothes? The bright red meat lay on the ground. Old Five quickly picked it up. Li Changjiang was furious. Not only had he deceived them, now he'd even secretly cut a chunk from the meat he'd delivered? You little bastard, is this how you love my Xiaoying? Get out. Don't ever let us see you again. Fifth brother, hurry up and leave. Are you waiting to get beaten up? Chen Xiangdong snapped. Fifth brother had no face left to defend himself and could only slink away. He tried to mount his bicycle, but Chen Xiangdong grabbed him. That's my bike. You took it without a word. Now you want to ride it away? Walk home yourself. Chen Xiangdong snatched the bicycle back. Meanwhile, Li Changjiang continued to rub salt in the wound. Not only was the bike not his, but he'd also lied to them, claiming his mother had bought it for him. This guy was totally unreliable and shameless. Old Five felt utterly humiliated and didn't dare say another word to Chen Xiangdong. He slunk away, tail between his legs. Li Changjiang was furious about this all day. Even after the meeting ended, the anger still churned in his chest. When he got home, he heard Xiaoying's mother say as soon as he walked in the door, "Honey, did you take all 3 buns from the pot when you left? I was saving them for my sister's grandson. They vanished just as I was about to take them over." The buns are gone? He must have taken them. He can't even leave our family's buns alone? What a scoundrel. Don't let Xiaoying see that bastard again. Li Changhe nearly fainted from anger. What's going on? You just came back from a meeting, and now this? Xiaoying's mother was still unaware of the situation. That Xiao Wu is a fraud. His parents are just farmers. That bike isn't even his, he's pretending. Xiaoying must never associate with him again. Our daughter won't be able to marry anyone, but she certainly won't marry someone with such poor character. Xiaoying's mother was also shocked by the news. Who would have thought that such a respectable-looking young man could be so unreliable? Chen Xiangdong returned home after 5 in the afternoon. Yueshio, let's prepare some meat to share with the farmhands. The new year is almost here, and in these times, their families probably don't get much meat to eat. Only when they're well fed will they put their strength into working for us. We need to get our house built as soon as possible. Alright, I'll portion out the wild boar meat we got yesterday. Lin Yueshio didn't object, she listened to Chen Xiangdong. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the laborers finished work and went to Chen Xiangdong's house to exchange their work points. The pork is already portioned out. After you've exchanged your work points and collected your items, each of you come over and take a portion home. Lin Yueshio said to them kindly. We're still short at home. I'd rather exchange for more grain to take back. Meat is too expensive, families like ours can't afford it. A middle-aged man said helplessly. He assumed the meat would be deducted from their work points anyway. Uncle, this is a gift from our family head for you to eat. You don't have to exchange it for labor points. Isn't the new year almost here? How can we celebrate without meat? Take it home for the new year. Lin Yueshio smiled. And at that moment, she felt truly happy. If it weren't for Chen Xiangdong's hard work, she and her family would never have been able to afford meat like this. Is that really true? How generous. Giving us meat? Your boss is truly kind. Wow, this is quite a lot of meat, at least 2 pounds. Thank you so much. They took the meat and thanked them profusely. Tonight, they were overjoyed to receive both rice and meat. They could finally treat their families to a proper meat meal back home. Old Wang carried the meat home. When his wife saw it, she scolded him in a huff. Don't you know what times we're living in? We should have traded for more grain. Why did you trade for meat? Though meat is delicious, a single piece could buy several pounds of grain. Grain fills you up. You can live without meat, but without grain, you'll starve to death. Stop complaining. This was given to us by the employer we work for. Your employer gave you that much meat? Not just me, every worker got a share. He said since the New Year's approaching, he wanted to give us some meat for the holidays. This meat weighs a full 2 pounds. Tonight we can slice off some to stir fry. We'll salt the rest and save it for the New Year feast. Chapter 189, Chasing Musk Deer. Your boss is so kind. From now on, you'd better work hard for him and not slack off. Alright, I'm a smart guy. I know. You're just the most nagging one. Old Wang couldn't stand his wife's nagging. After saying that, he went to the kitchen and cut out 3 ounces of meat. This 3 ounces of meat was their dinner for tonight. His 2 grandsons came home and saw Grandpa slicing meat. The 2 little rascals immediately crowded around, drool practically dripping onto the floor. Grandpa, we get to eat meat tonight. Machem, tonight we'll have meat. Old Wang chuckled. Getting to eat meat felt like pure happiness. It had been nearly a year since their family had last eaten meat. The last time they had meat was during the Spring Festival. Now another Spring Festival was almost upon them. Getting to eat meat so rarely made the moment they did feel incredibly joyful. After cooking the meat, Old Wang divided it into 6 portions, 1 for each of the 6 family members. 2 portions were larger, those were for his 2 little grandsons. Grandpa, the meat is so delicious. But I just can't get enough. I want more. One of the little grandsons devoured his portion in just a few bites, then kept swallowing his saliva even after finishing. Take some meat from Grandpa's bowl. But what will Grandpa eat then? Grandpa likes soup. Grandpa thinks this meat is too tough to chew. I don't like eating meat. Here, take this piece of meat. Hearing Grandpa didn't like meat, the little grandson grabbed the meat from Grandpa's bowl and happily ate it. Another grandson, 2 years younger. He could feed himself, had all his teeth, and had just learned to talk. He ate meat very slowly, so Old Wang's wife said, "Come, let Grandma feed you. You don't have enough teeth yet, you might choke." She chewed the meat thoroughly in her mouth before feeding it to the little grandson. The little grandson ate it with great relish. The woman savored the meat's juices too. Early the next morning, Chen Xiangdong prepared to head into the mountains. He had promised Yang Chang he would procure 2 kilograms of musk. 3 days had already passed, yet he still hadn't gone up to search for musk deer. Other matters had kept him occupied, but today he finally had time to head into the mountains. Chen Xiangdong called Godan to join him in searching for musk deer. Once they reached the mountain, Chen Xiangdong instructed Godan, "We'll split up like before. The flute signal is our code. We need to capture them alive, understand?" "Got it, Brother Dong." Godan replied before darting into the thicket. Chen Xiangdong began searching for signs of the musk deer. Musk deer were notoriously elusive. Though solitary creatures, they were timid by nature and kept their movements well hidden. Without careful searching, they were hard to spot. They preferred mixed forests or coniferous woods with rocky terrain and steep slopes. They favor environments with abundant cover and varying elevations, facilitating both foraging and evading predators. Their diet consists mainly of leaves, grass, young shoots, moss, lichen, and especially reindeer moss. Chen Xiangdong could use their habits as a breakthrough point. He would look for their traces where reindeer moss grew. Thus, Chen Xiangdong headed to areas where they might be foraging. It must have been the blessing of the system that made Chen Xiangdong's luck exceptionally good. After checking 2 locations, he discovered moose tracks at the 3rd spot. He spotted the animal's footprints in the soft mud. The hoof prints were small, no larger than 5 centimeters. The two hooves were pointed and slender, splayed in a V shape. Chen Xiangdong was certain these were musk deer tracks. Where there were footprints, there must be moose living nearby. However, spotting the musk deer now would be quite difficult. They might be hiding in a secluded spot right now. They preferred to venture out at dawn or dusk. During those times, they were more active and easier to encounter. Of course, searching now is still possible, though the chances of spotting one are slim. Chen Xiangdong followed the tracks. The front hoofprints were larger, suggesting they belonged to a male musk deer. Unfortunately, the trail ended abruptly, and Chen Xiangdong had no idea where to continue searching. Still, he was certain that if tracks were here, moose must be nearby. Therefore, he decided to search the immediate vicinity, confident he could pick up the trail again. He walked into another coniferous forest when he suddenly sensed movement in the underbrush. Chen Xiangdong suspected it might be a hare or similar creature. If he encountered a hare, he would certainly try to catch it. Chen Xiangdong approached cautiously, his footsteps already light. But the creature in the grass still sensed him. It darted out of the grass, trying to escape. Now, Chen Xiangdong could see clearly what it was. It was a musk deer. To actually encounter one, truly a child of fortune. Earlier, he'd wondered why the animal in the grass had been so alert to his presence. But now that it was a musk deer, it made perfect sense. After all, musk deer possess exceptionally keen senses of smell and hearing. So what if they're sharp? Today, he'd caught it, and it would mourn its own demise for 3 minutes. The musk deer sprinted away, Chen Xiangdong chasing after it. He could even see the deer glance back at him, its eyes filled with terror. That timid moose must be scared out of its wits right now. If he weren't trying to capture it alive, he could have shot it dead by now. Chen Xiangdong pursued it all the way to a rocky outcrop. Beyond the rocks lay a sheer cliff. At that moment, the elk saw a glimmer of hope. If it could leap onto the ledges, it could jump to the other side of the cliff. Though steep, the cliff still offered footholds. For an agile creature like it, crossing would be manageable. For a human, however, it would be nearly impossible to cross. Therefore, a single leap would mean escape. Chen Xiangdong was hot on its heels. When the elk glanced back at him again, he saw something change in its eyes. Damn it! What was that look? Was it smug? Was it defiant? Was it contempt? It was looking down on him. That look seemed to say, "You puny human think you can chase me? Dream on." Though it was contempt from a wild animal, Chen Xiangdong now felt a surge of anger. A mere little musk deer dared to look down on him? Weren't musk deer supposed to be timid creatures? Yet here it was, daring to provoke a human at this very moment? The musk deer leapt with light, springy steps, as if dancing with joy. "You puny human, trying to catch me? Not so fast. As long as I leap over there, I'll be safe." As it leapt across, the musk deer glanced back at Chen Xiangdong. Its eyes sparkled with triumphant joy. It even hopped a few extra times along the rocks for Chen Xiangdong to see. "Come on, little human. Come on. Even if you do come, you won't catch me." Chen Xiangdong was furious enough to spit blood. Was this musk deer still taunting him? How arrogant! He absolutely couldn't let it escape. He had to catch it before it finished leaping across. As the musk deer turned its head and prepared for the final leap, Chen Xiangdong drew his trump card. Auto-tracking crossbow, pierce its hooves. Chapter 190, Implanting Teeth. Just as the musk deer leapt with all 4 legs, its front legs were struck. Thud! It crashed onto the rocks. It tried to stand, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get up. Little musk deer. Gotcha! Now, the helpless deer's eyes held no trace of contempt, only boundless terror. "You thought you were so clever, didn't you? Now you know better. Listen carefully, if you produce musk for me, you'll live a long time." Chen Xiangdong spoke as he placed the musk deer into the spatial breeding facility. This was a male musk deer. Placed inside, it would heal automatically, and its legs would soon recover completely. He must keep searching for more female musk deer. By dusk, Chen Xiangdong still hadn't found a second musk deer. These musk deer were indeed hard to find. Still, he wasn't worried. There was time. After all, the spatial breeding farm could rapidly breed musk deer and mature them in a short period. As long as he found one more musk deer, he wouldn't have to worry at all. Finding no traces of the musk deer, Chen Xiangdong sat down to rest, staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly, he heard movement. Glancing over, he spotted a musk deer running past. Perfect! It practically walked right into his hands. Chen Xiangdong sprang up and gave chase, immediately firing an auto-tracking crossbow bolt that locked onto the target and pierced the deer's leg. In no time, the musk deer knelt on the ground, unable to move. Chen Xiangdong approached to inspect it and was delighted by what he saw. It was a female musk deer. 1 male, 1 female, perfect. Now they could head down the mountain with peace of mind and get a good night's sleep. Chen Xiangdong blew his whistle, signaling Doggy to head down the mountain. He hadn't made a sound all day, probably hadn't found any musk deer. Upon hearing Chen Xiangdong's whistle, Go Dan, who was about to catch a wild rabbit, stopped pursuing it. It felt just like a hired ox or horse clocking out at the end of the day. Work done, time to head home. Go Dan carried the rabbit down the mountain. When they reached the rendezvous point, Chen Xiangdong nearly burst out laughing upon seeing Go Dan. He hadn't caught any musk deer, but he had caught several rabbits. Using a wooden stick as a pole, he tied the rabbits to both ends and balanced the load on his shoulders. Chen Xiangdong counted them 11 rabbits. Go Dan, did you have a grudge against rabbits this trip? All you caught were rabbits. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. Go Dan looked helpless. I wanted to catch a musk deer, but there wasn't a single one in sight. I could only catch rabbits. I couldn't come down empty-handed. Brother Dong, I didn't manage to catch any musk deer this trip. Catching rabbits is fine. Don't beat yourself up. Musk deer are hard to come by anyway. Spicy rabbit heads for dinner tonight won't be half bad. The two made it down the mountain before nightfall. When they got home, Gooden carried the rabbits into the courtyard with Chen Xiangdong. Chen Xiangdong was puzzled. Go Dan, why are you coming in? To release the rabbits. Go Dan placed all the rabbits in Chen Xiangdong's yard. Seeing his actions, Chen Xiangdong felt deeply gratified. Go Dan's loyalty was truly unwavering. He obeyed him completely. If Chen Xiangdong hadn't told him to bring the rabbits to his house, he wouldn't have taken them there. Go Dan, the rabbits you caught today are yours. Take them home for your parents to eat. Chen Xiangdong said. Go Dan listened to Chen Xiangdong. When Chen Xiangdong spoke, he obeyed. Alright, I'll take it home. However, when Go Dan left, he only took 5 rabbits, leaving the rest behind for Chen Xiangdong. The spatial farm had plenty of rabbits. Chen Xiangdong didn't need these few. Therefore, he told Go Dan to take them all back. Go Dan, take them all home. If you can't eat them all, save them for your parents, they need me too. Chen Xiangdong reattached the rabbits to the wooden sticks and had him carry them home. That evening, just as Chen Xiangdong's family was about to eat, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Dad, someone's at the door. I'll go get it. Hearing the knock, Xinxin eagerly got up to answer. Xinxin skipped back, opened the door, and saw Go Dan standing there. Go Dan, it's you. Are you looking for my dad? Xinxin tilted her head and asked. Yeah, I'm delivering something. With that, Gooden walked into the house carrying a basket. Brother Dong, you said you wanted spicy rabbit heads, right? My mom made some spicy rabbit heads, so I brought them over for you. There's rabbit meat too, I'll bring it over for everyone to try. Go Dan took the spicy rabbit heads and rabbit meat out of the basket and placed them on the table. This was something Chen Xiangdong hadn't expected, since Go Dan had always lived in the mountains. He knew almost nothing about such social niceties. And tonight, they'd cooked rabbit and actually brought some over. Moreover, they thoughtfully remembered that he had mentioned craving spicy rabbit heads earlier today. Thank you, Go Dan, for letting our whole family taste rabbit meat. Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. No need to thank me, Brother Dong. Nothing else to do here, I'm heading home for dinner. Alright, you should head back. We don't want Uncle Li and the others waiting too long. As soon as he stepped outside, the old lady praised, this werewolf is dependable more so than anyone else. Grandma, stop calling him werewolf. He's a normal person now, just like us. Chen Xiangdong reminded her. The old lady realized she shouldn't have called him that. I just slipped up there. He really is a good kid, better than most people. I feel at ease having him work with you. If it were someone with ulterior motives, I'd be on edge every single day. The old woman knew Chen Xiangdong was involved in shady dealings outside. She was worried about her eldest grandson. After all, this was dangerous work. Having unreliable people around him only made it more perilous. Of course. No one is more loyal than Go Dan. Grandma, you don't need to worry about me. If you worry, Yueshio will worry too. If you keep worrying about me, I won't feel at ease out here. I'm safe and nothing will happen to me. Chen Xiangdong reassured them. Alright, we understand. Don't worry about home while you're out. This old lady will keep watch. Your parents and their kind won't get the upper hand. Got it, Grandma. Let's enjoy our division of labor. Good, happy division of labor. The old lady smiled, revealing a few scattered teeth. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong stared at the old lady's teeth. The old lady quickly closed her mouth, thinking she had a shred of meat stuck between her teeth. Grandson, what are you staring at? What's so interesting about an old woman's teeth? Grandma, your teeth are almost all gone. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you to get dental implants. Dentures? I'm practically ready for the grave. What use are dentures to me? Grandma, you're still in good health and will live a long life, no problem reaching 100. If your teeth aren't good, how will you enjoy chicken legs, duck legs, lamb, beef, and all the other delicious things in your later years? Chapter 191, 2 departments competing for talent. Oh, just having a bowl of kanji to eat is enough to satisfy this old woman. Besides, those implants must cost a fortune. I'd rather spend that money buying you nice clothes and good food. Of course the old lady wasn't willing. She'd feel heartbroken if even a single grain of rice fell on the floor. She certainly didn't want Chen Xiangdong to spend that money. It's no trouble. I can afford the cost of the dental implants. With better teeth, you'll enjoy your meals more. My eldest grandson is the best. He's the one who cares most about this old woman. The old lady thought back to when she lived with her son's family, then considered her present situation. Comparing her situation to that with her eldest grandson, she was moved to tears once more. Grandma, why are you crying again? I'm just so touched. Oh dear, then I won't say any more. Let's eat. Eat properly, no more crying. Chen Xiangdong truly feared that if he kept talking, Xiao Lu and the others might start crying too. So he stopped talking about it. Besides, he figured someone as frugal as the old lady wouldn't want to go with him to get dental implants anyway. But he could always talk her into it later. The research institute had called another meeting, so Chen Xiangdong had to make another trip to the provincial capital. He set off early the next morning. Upon arriving at the institute, the director greeted him with the same warmth as before. This meeting required all staff to attend, otherwise Chen Xiangdong wouldn't have come. After wrapping up the annual work summary, they proceeded with the political education session. Such sessions were quite common these days. Chen Xiangdong arrived at the research institute a day early. Right now, his colleagues from the department were gathered around him, discussing biogas matters. In fact, he had outlined the principles and materials, and successfully tested them at the experimental base. Following his methodology, they could replicate the results. In other words, he could now step back completely. Somehow, word had spread that Chen Xiangdong was considering resignation. Chen Xiangdong was considered a valuable contributor at the research institute. Moreover, he was diligent and highly capable. Naturally, no one wanted to lose someone with his capabilities. Of course, this was all before they knew what had transpired between Chen Xiangdong and the director. While some employees coasted by day after day, but at their research institute, there was still the pressure of meeting targets. Failing to meet the targets assigned from above would bring them no joy either. Chen Xiangdong's department was the research center, the core unit of the institute. Originally, the director of this department had also been struggling with the recent research. Fortunately, Chen Xiangdong's arrival resolved his most pressing concern. His capabilities were evident to everyone in the research community. Director Lu from the procurement department spotted Chen Xiangdong and promptly ushered him into their office. He had heard days earlier that Chen Xiangdong might resign after being relieved of his responsibilities on the biogas project. Losing such a talented individual would be a significant loss for the institute. Director Lu had noticed Chen Xiangdong's abilities earlier. He always found ways to procure rare materials needed for experiments. Such materials would have been impossible for the procurement department to source. Therefore, Chen Xiangdong held significant value for the procurement department as well. Anyway, since Chen Xiangdong wanted to leave the research center, if they could recruit him, their procurement department would surely exceed their annual targets. Director Lu, is there something you need? Chen Xiangdong asked, puzzled. Chen Xiangdong had little interaction with Director Lu. Summoning him to the office out of the blue left him wondering what was on the director's mind. It's been a while. Let's have some tea and catch up. Just as Director Lu poured the tea, Director Su from the research management department walked in. Oh, Director Lu, what fine tea are you brewing? Why didn't you invite me to taste it? Director Su wore a smile, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The tea in your office is even better than ours. I couldn't possibly invite you to mine, Director Su. You should go back to your office and enjoy your own fine tea. Director Lu also wore a smile, but his tone was equally sarcastic. It seemed as though these two harbored some grudge against each other. Chen Xiangdong watched from the sidelines, unaware of the conflict between them. From Chen Xiangdong's perspective, it made sense they'd have issues. Though not in the same department, there were still connections and coordination between departments. So it made sense they'd have issues. Sorry, I've got some work to catch up on. You two continue chatting. I'm outta here. Sensing the tension in the air, Chen Xiangdong quickly excused himself. He didn't want to get caught in the middle if they actually started arguing. What Chen Xiangdong didn't know was that their sarcastic remarks were directed at him. Seeing Chen Xiangdong about to leave, Director Lu quickly called out, Researcher Chen, come back for a visit after you finish up. I'll have tea ready for you. But Chen Xiangdong had already walked out and probably couldn't hear them. Oh, such hospitality. But Researcher Chen isn't giving you the time of day, Director Su remarked with another sarcastic tone. He'd heard Director Lu wanted Chen Xiangdong for the procurement department, so he'd rushed over. He too wanted Chen Xiangdong for his department. A talent like that would undoubtedly boost their division's performance. Director Su, what's your problem? You've been making snide remarks at me since you walked into the office today, Director Lu snapped. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you trying to poach my people? Director Su was equally impatient. What am I competing for? Do you think Researcher Chen is already your department's employee? Director Lu's tone shifted from passive-aggressive to agitated. You know I want him on my team, and you still compete with me? Old Lu, we're classmates and good friends. Can't you stand to see me do well? People like you are unreasonable. Just because I'm your classmate and friend, does that mean I have to give in to you? At this point, Director Lu felt a lump in his throat. They were classmates, and they had once both liked the same woman. But back then, Director Lu knew Director Su also liked that girl. And since they were close friends, he stepped aside for Director Su. In the end, the two of them started dating and eventually got married. Director Lu deeply regretted this matter. Now Director Su was saying this, which really cut him to the core. They began arguing, drawing a crowd of onlookers. I actually think researcher Chen would be a better fit for our department. That job has real substance. The work in the procurement department, anyone could do it. Having researcher Chen go to the procurement department is a waste of talent. At that moment, the deputy director of the research management department joined the commotion. The two department heads from the research management division spoke with an air of superiority, far more confident than their counterparts in procurement. After all, the research management department oversees the entire institute's research project applications, management, acceptance, and commercialization. They controlled the project pipeline and the output of research, directly influencing the institute's money-bag research funding and its research achievements, which were essentially the institute's face. Chapter 192, Two Men Competing Over One Man? Director Lu's anger flared even more upon hearing the deputy director's words. As if to say their procurement department held no value whatsoever, that anyone could do their job? That only their department required exceptional talent? How low had he dragged their procurement department? As if anyone could just walk into the procurement department and instantly accomplish great things. Director Lu was seething with rage. He'd make sure the cafeteria staff got a taste of their own medicine next time they came to get food. Just as Director Lu was about to fire back, the bureau chief approached. What are you two doing? Why all the shouting? You're department directors, yet you're bickering like this. What kind of example is that setting for your subordinates? The director scolded. They finally stopped and didn't continue arguing. Director Lu said, Director, I was thinking that researcher Chen could come work in our department. The biogas project clearly showed his outstanding ability in procurement work. Since he doesn't wish to remain at the research center, joining our procurement department would allow him to utilize his talents. Before the director could respond, Director Su immediately interjected, Director, I still believe researcher Chen would be a better fit for our department. He possesses keen insight into research, foresight, and strong negotiation skills. If he were to work in the research management department, he would surely secure many excellent projects. The director listened to their heated exchange with growing frustration. The man was still working on the biogas project, and now they were already fighting over him. Both of you, stop arguing. Your disputes won't change anything. It all depends on what researcher Chen himself wants. Of course, when he said this, the director had no intention of keeping Chen Xiangdong around. Across the entire institute, only Chen Xiangdong knew about his scandal. Of course, Chen Xiangdong had saved him that much he remembered. Are you two treating Chen Xiangdong like a commodity by arguing over him like this? Besides, he's a man with his own mind, not a commodity. Do you really think that if one of you wins this battle, he'll just join your department? I'll ask him what he really wants. And don't think this has damaged our working relationship. We all work for the same organization, and you two are even in leadership positions. Don't you feel ashamed acting like this? Aren't you afraid your subordinates will laugh at you? The director finished speaking and left. Afterward, the two went back to their respective tasks. After all, the director had spoken, and they dared not say more. At that moment, Chen Xiangdong wasn't in the office area. Instead, he was strolling through the cafeteria, checking out what tasty dishes might be on offer today. Hey, researcher Chen, you're wandering around here. Director Lu and Director Su just had a heated argument about you. The cafeteria manager spotted Chen Xiangdong and addressed him. Because of me? What did I do? Why would they argue over me? Chen Xiangdong was baffled. They're fighting over you. No way. Two guys fighting over one guy? That's messed up. I'm not into that sort of thing. Chen Xiangdong quickly protested. The man chuckled. No, researcher Chen, you've misunderstood me. They all want you to join their respective departments. Researcher Chen, you're highly capable, everyone wants to snatch you up. Oh, I see. Chen Xiangdong chuckled awkwardly. But he feared he'd disappoint both of them once he left the research center. He wouldn't join any other department. The next day, after the meeting, Chen Xiangdong left the institute, preparing to return to Taoshi village. Before heading back to the village, he still needed to stop by the mall to buy some things. Rarely visiting the provincial capital, and with the new year just days away, he had to go on a major shopping spree. Besides, the clothes in the provincial capital were more stylish and fashionable. He wanted to buy new clothes for everyone in his family to wear during the New Year celebrations. He also planned to buy foods his family had never tasted before, like cakes and other delicacies unavailable in their hometown. After buying clothes, Chen Xiangdong went to buy food, and finally picked up a sewing machine. In this era, a sewing machine was still quite useful. Moreover, he had noticed earlier that Lin Yueshio wanted a sewing machine, but she was too shy to ask him for one. He had already obtained the sewing machine voucher and it was time to redeem it. After completing his purchases, Chen Xiangdong headed back to Taoshi village. That very evening, he arrived home. Xinxin and Nian Nian had been waiting for him at the door for ages. Chen Xiangdong entered the house carrying several bags. Xinxin, Xiaolu, Xiaoli, come here quickly. What did daddy buy today? Xingxinian eyed the bags eagerly. Of course it's something good. See how pretty it is. Chen Xiangdong pulled out the clothes. One for Xingxinianian, one for Xiaolu, one for Xiaoli, and one for mommy and great-grandma. Wow, these clothes are so pretty. Xingxinyi loves them. I can wear new clothes for the new year. Xinxin bounced around, holding her dress. Xiaoli stood frozen in place, unable to move. She couldn't believe Big Brother would buy her clothes. Xiaoli, come here quickly. Take your clothes. Seeing her standing there blankly, Chen Xiangdong hurriedly called out. Is it really for me? Xiaoli asked. She feared she might have misheard and was getting her hopes up for nothing. Yes, it's your New Year's gift. This holiday, you'll wear new clothes out and about, let everyone see and be jealous. Thank you, Big Brother. Xiaoli said, tears welling in her eyes. When she earned her own money someday, she would definitely repay Big Brother. And there's something delicious too. Chen Xiangdong then pulled out the cake. The children stared at the cake with curious eyes. What is this thing? Asked Xinxin. It's cake. You kids will love it. To them, it was simply a new flavor. Tasting something new, they were bound to love it. Wow, it smells so good and tastes so sweet. Delicious. While everyone was still curious about this thing, Nian Nian had already taken a bite and had her mouth full of cream. I want some too. Seeing Nian Nian devour it so enthusiastically, the other kids immediately grabbed some to eat. These 2 pieces of cake are for Mom and Great-Grandma. Dad, this one's for you. Xinxin thoughtfully set aside 3 pieces. Xinxin is such a good girl, not greedy at all. Just as she spoke, Lin Yueshio returned. What are you eating? You look so happy. Cake. Mom must never have had cake before. Mom, try some. Xinxin offered it to Lin Yueshio. Seeing the cake, Lin Yueshio beamed with joy. This was something only the wealthy could afford, yet now they could enjoy it too. They never imagined they could have this before, yet here they were, enjoying it. Xiangdong, you've gone and splurged again. This cake must be expensive. Lin Yueshio held the cake, reluctant to take a bite. Chapter 193, Connections. Yueshio, you've been working again? Chen Xiangdong asked. He knew his wife couldn't sit still. Yeah. Please don't stop me from working, okay? After so long, I feel useless. I haven't earned any money to help with the household expenses, leaving you to bear all the hardship alone. Lin Yueshio sighed. Since his rebirth, Chen Xiangdong had only wanted his wife to live each day with ease, free from the backbreaking farm labor. So he forbade her from working in the fields. He hadn't considered that when a woman has too much free time, her mind wanders. She would also feel burdened by her own thoughts. Chen Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then decided to find something for his wife to do, something that would make her feel valued. Making clothes? Making shoes? These ideas flashed through Chen Xiangdong's mind. After all, he now had the means to provide the materials. And today, he'd just bought a sewing machine. Honey, hold on a moment, I still need to bring in the things I bought. Chen Xiangdong stepped outside, found a secluded spot, retrieved the sewing machine from his spatial pocket, and carried it back home. Honey, look what I got you. A sewing machine. Lin Yueshio beamed with joy upon seeing it. I've always wanted a sewing machine, and now my wish has finally come true. Our family head really knows how to do things. Thank you. Lin Yueshio's happiness warmed Chen Xiangdong's heart. So, does that mean there's a reward? Chen Xiangdong teased. Oh, you're so annoying. The kids are right here, Lin Yueshio said, then leaned close to Chen Xiangdong's ear. As for a reward, we'll talk about that tonight. Mommy, what are you whispering to Daddy? Xinxin asked curiously. You little rascal, you're so annoying. Stop asking. Lin Yueshio hadn't thought much of it before, but when Xinxin kept pestering her, she suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. Xinxin, that little minx, always loves to ask questions at the worst possible moments. Grown-ups' business isn't for kids to pry into. Daddy and Mommy were talking about serious matters. Chen Xiangdong pretended to scold Xinxin playfully. Xinxin giggled and stuck out her tongue, daring not to speak further. Chen Xiangdong shared his thoughts with Lin Yueshio. Honey, you know how to make clothes and shoes, right? When the time comes, you can make some clothes, and I'll take them to the black market to sell. Sure, but it's dangerous. Lin Yueshio hesitated again. Don't be afraid. If you're afraid, you won't make any money. Honey, you don't need to worry about me. Selling things on the black market means they'll go for double, even triple the price. This is the time to make money. Alright, you're the head of the household. I'll listen to you. If there's real money to be made, who wouldn't want it? Those who don't do this kind of work simply lack the guts to take the plunge. Alright, take the rabbit and fox pelts to make warm coats and cloaks, or even use them for seating. I have plenty of hides here. Lin Yueshio was clever and skilled with her hands. Just tell her the materials, and she'd know how to turn them into clothes and shoes. Then from now on, I'll have work to do too. It's much easier than farming, and I can earn money. Lin Yueshio wasn't born into this policy. She had lived through the era when individuals could run their own businesses. What Chen Xiangdong proposed was essentially the same as running his own business. If the goods sold, that meant money earned. If sales were strong, it would certainly be better than earning work points by laboring in the fields. Alright, I'll give you some rabbit pelts first. You can use them to make clothes. He'd browsed the black market before warm clothing sold for a higher price there than at the supply and marketing cooperative. Buying clothes required both cloth coupons and cash. At this time, the planned economy policies imposed severe restrictions. Each household received only a few cloth coupons, severely limiting purchases at the supply cooperative. Those with money would go to the black market, where only cash was needed, no coupons, or they could trade other goods. Consequently, many people still turned to the black market for clothes and shoes. It was the dead of winter, bitterly cold, and many people needed warmth, so there was still high demand for warm clothing. Moreover, he could find reliable people to help him sell the goods, allowing them to earn money as well. Take Li Pingsheng and Go Dan, for instance. This way, their standard of living could also improve. Alright, I won't let you down, Lin Yueshio said. After talking with Lin Yueshio, Chen Xiangdong went to find Li Pingsheng. He was currently teaching at the village school, which didn't hold classes on weekends, so he could try his luck at the black market. Li Pingsheng, still busy? Chen Xiangdong went to his home but didn't find him, so he headed to the schoolhouse. Sure enough, he was still there, currently lighting a kerosene lamp to grade assignments. Brother Xiangdong? What brings you here? Li Pingsheng looked up. Got a good deal for you, money-making kind. Interested? If it makes money, of course I'm in. I still owe you a lot. I think about paying you back every day, but I only earn a few labor points each day. I don't know when I'll ever be able to pay you back. When will this policy change? Right now, even trying to do something to earn money is restricted. Well, there's something right now. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it. What kind of thing? Sell clothes and shoes on the black market. You in? Ha? Isn't that illegal profiteering? If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Li Pingsheng exclaimed in surprise. So, you can't do it? No, Brother Xiangdong, let me think about it. Li Pingsheng immediately began weighing the pros and cons. As a student fresh out of school who'd just been sent to the countryside for re-education, it was only natural he'd hesitate at the idea of profiteering. Given the social climate, his apprehension was understandable. After pondering, Li Pingsheng declared, let's do it. In times like these, when poverty could starve you to death, you just had to go for it. You'd better be sure this is like walking on a knife's edge for money. Chen Xiangdong pressed him for confirmation. I've thought it through. Better to take the risk than starve to death. Besides, working with you, Brother Xiangdong, I've got nothing to fear. Li Pingsheng trusted Chen Xiangdong implicitly and admired him deeply. After all, hadn't he always been hoping Chen Xiangdong would help him make money? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, he'll definitely seize it. Alright, you're my good brother after all. Young as you are, you've got guts. Have your sister-in-law bring rabbit and fox pelts to make warm clothes and shoes. Then, since you don't have to teach on weekends, you can hit the black market and sell the clothes and shoes. With the current market, rabbit fur coats can fetch $7 or $8 a piece. For every piece you sell, I'll give you 3 yuan. Li Pingsheng was thrilled when Chen Xiangdong mentioned the commission. $3 per item, sell 3, and he'd pocket 9. If he sold 3 pieces a day, he could earn 9 yuan daily. That sounded like a pretty good deal. Li Pingsheng was naturally tempted. Here, whether he earned work points by farming the fields or teaching, he could only save a little over 10 yuan a year. Wasn't this job better than earning work points? Alright, Brother Dong, I'm in. $3 per piece? That's better than teaching. It's definitely easy money, but it's also dangerous. You need to think this through. I've already thought it through. I'm in. Chapter 194, Discovering Xiao Li's Talent. Alright, but keep your mouth shut. Don't tell a soul. Chen Xiangdong reminded him. Got it, Brother Xiangdong. Alright, I'll take you there when the time comes. With that, Chen Xiangdong left. He trusted Li Pingsheng implicitly. Otherwise, all his recent investments would have been wasted. Back home, Chen Xiangdong couldn't stop thinking about Xiao Lu and Xiao Li. The kids had already finished the cake. Someone had suggested a drawing contest. The children were bent over their colored pencils, drawing intently. Chen Xiangdong walked over to them, but they didn't notice. Standing behind Xinxing, Chen Xiangdong watched her work. Her face was scrunched up in concentration, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what this little girl was drawing. Xinxing, your people don't look like people, and your cows don't look like cows. What exactly are you drawing? Daddy, I'm drawing you. Xinxing turned around and said with a smile. And she was so proud, as if to say, I'm so talented I actually drew Dad. Me? Xinxing, is this how Daddy looks in your mind? Chen Xiangdong felt a stab of pain. So this was how ugly his daughter saw him. Daddy's the coolest guy in the village. He's the coolest guy in the whole world. That's just how Daddy looks. But hearing Xinxing's praise, Chen Xiangdong felt at ease. Xinxing's drawing was neither human nor impressive, but it didn't matter. Because to her, her dad was the coolest. Daddy, look at what Nian Nian drew. Nian Nian shared her drawing with her dad, hoping for his praise. Chen Xiangdong still frowned. Tell Daddy what Nian Nian drew. He couldn't make out what Nian Nian had drawn either. Daddy, Nian Nian drew a rooster. Alright, a rooster with 2 braids, a line-drawn body and feet. It seemed neither of his daughters had a knack for drawing. He glanced at his daughters, then at Xiaolu. They were all the same. Sigh, they just didn't have the artistic gene. Meanwhile, Xiaoli was still drawing intently. He glanced over. The old house was captured perfectly. Xiaoli, you draw so well. Did you take lessons before? Xiaoli shook her head. No, I haven't. Back home, Dad wouldn't let me go to school. I just sneak peeks at the students drawing at school. After watching for so long, I figured out how to do it. As she spoke, Xiaoli wrote the characters Li Luo Luo on the painting, using them as her signature. Chen Xiangdong recognized the name instantly. In his previous life, he had been a huge fan of the renowned painter Li Luo Luo. Xiaoli, why did you write those characters? Luo Luo is my childhood nickname. I added the last character from my name, Li. Li Luo Luo. I want to become a great painter. If I do, I'll use this name. Xiaoli said with an innocent smile. Soon after, she added, but it's just a dream. Only in dreams can I make my dreams come true. Hearing Xiaoli's words, Chen Xiangdong was deeply shocked. In his previous life, the great painter Li Luo Luo had said her name came from her childhood nickname Luo Luo, combined with the final character Li from her given name. He never imagined that in his past life, little Li would grow up to become a world-renowned painter. Her words held immense value. A single painting could fetch millions, even tens of millions. Who would have thought that little Li would become such a great painter in the future? So, if he invested a little money now to nurture her talent, though she was a natural prodigy who would have become a great artist regardless. But investing in her now would make all the difference. He would become her mentor on her artistic journey. Xiaoli, you have a remarkable talent for painting. If you dedicate yourself to learning, you'll achieve great things in the future. Big brother, don't tease me. I just doodle around. How could I ever become a great artist? Those artists are all so amazing. Big brother believes in you. You already paint exceptionally well, better than many students who've studied painting formally. Really? Yes, Big brother never lies. But studying art costs so much money: tuition, art supplies. I can't earn money, and my brother doesn't have any either. I don't want to burden him with paying for my lessons, it would be too hard on him. Xiaoli wanted to learn, but reality forced her to give up. Don't worry about that. Isn't there Big brother? Big brother will cover your painting expenses. Chen Xiangdong said. Spending a few hundred yuan on Xiaoli's art lessons was no financial burden at all for Chen Xiangdong. For others, that amount of money would take years to save up. But for him, it was a mere trifle. To him, it was mere chump change. Spending this small amount to cultivate future connections was well worth it. No way. We already owe Big brother so much money. No problem. When you become a great painter someday, just give me your most expensive painting. Chen Xiangdong joked. Truth be told, even if she gave him just one painting in the future, it would be worth millions. Either way, Chen Xiangdong was coming out ahead. Alright then. Once I'm famous, I'll definitely give Big brother my most expensive painting. With Chen Xiangdong saying this, Xiaoli no longer had any reservations. During the time Xiaoli stayed with them, she was incredibly diligent, always volunteering to do the housework. Her family had no shortage of helpers. Little Lu Vi to do chores, and the old lady insisted on pitching in too. Deal. Just focus on learning to paint well. Don't worry about the money. Chen Xiangdong chuckled. The village certainly couldn't provide the right environment for painting, so he planned to send Xiaoli to a professional art school in the provincial capital. Of course, this matter must be discussed with Li Pingsheng, who is currently Xiaoli's sole guardian. Chen Xiangdong didn't disturb them painting. He walked to the room's doorway and saw Lin Yuexiu inside. She had already begun working on the clothes. The fox and rabbit pelts beside her were fluffy and soft. These were the skins he had saved from the rabbits and foxes he sold for meat. Now that Lin Yuexiu had something to occupy her, she stopped sighing and dwelling on her troubles. At 10 o'clock that night, Lin Yuexiu happily pulled Chen Xiangdong into the room. Look at what I made tonight. I used leftover fabric and rabbit fur to make 2 coats. Pretty good, huh? Lin Yuexiu picked up 2 garments and held them up in front of Chen Xiangdong. These are really nice. So fluffy, much prettier than the coats sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. My wife is truly talented, making such beautiful clothes. Chen Xiangdong's praise was genuine, without any hint of flattery toward his daughter-in-law. After receiving the praise, Lin Yueshio was overjoyed, eager to stay up all night sewing more clothes. The fabric feels great and keeps you warm. These could easily fetch 7 or 8 yuan each on the black market. Chen Xiangdong stroked the rabbit fur on the garment. Lin Yueshio had processed the rabbit fur, making it soft and non-shedding. Chapter 195, Selling Clothes on the Black Market. I can finally help ease some of your burden, Lin Yueshio said happily. Earning her own money made her feel valued. You're amazing, my dear. I'm confident that in our entire county, you won't find another garment of comparable quality and craftsmanship for the same price anywhere else. I'll make 2 more to take out later. Lin Yueshio was full of energy at that moment. No way. It's already 10 o'clock at night. You need to rest. I don't want you staying up late sewing clothes. It's too exhausting. As your husband, it's my job to look after you. Alright, I'll listen. I'll stop here for today and make more clothes tomorrow morning. Lin Yueshio knew Chen Xiangdong cared about her. If she insisted on continuing, he'd likely get upset. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Xiangdong packed the 2 jackets into a bag and headed to find Li Pingsheng. Today was Saturday, so Li Pingsheng didn't have classes. It was the perfect chance to take him to the black market. He wanted to familiarize Chen Xiangdong with the place so he could go on his own next time. Li Pingsheng, hurry up. We're leaving. Chen Xiangdong called out from the doorway. He Jigo had gotten up early and saw Chen Xiangdong dragging his bicycle at the door. His jealousy flared up again. Brother Xiangdong, you guys are heading out? Where to? He Jigao asked with a smile. We've got business to attend to, Chen Xiangdong replied dismissively. This guy actually wants to know where they're going? Yeah, right. He knew right away that someone like He Jigao wasn't someone to mess with. Living with Li Pingsheng really wasn't ideal. Besides, Li Pingsheng was going to help him run errands on the black market. Living with He Jigao was downright dangerous. But for now, there's nowhere else for him to stay. They'll have to wait until his new place is finished. Once they move in, Li Pingsheng can take over his current home. Alright, brother Xiangdong, let's go. Li Pingsheng straightened his clothes and stepped out. Haven't had breakfast yet? Here, have these. Chen Xiangdong handed Li Pingsheng 2 white steamed buns. This only made He Jigao feel more envious. Since arriving in the countryside, he hadn't had a single white steamed bun. Buns! Li Pingsheng's eyes lit up. Brother Xiangdong was so thoughtful he knew Li Pingsheng hadn't eaten breakfast and brought him 2 buns. Li Pingsheng took a big bite, letting the rich, savory juices spill from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, his happiness overflowed. They were meat buns. So fragrant and delicious. Where else could they get such delicious meat buns while staying here? Only by riding on Brother Xiangdong's coattails could they enjoy such a treat. Chen Xiangdong drove Li Pingsheng to the black market. By the time they arrived, many people were already trading. This was Li Pingsheng's first time at the black market. You'll be selling clothes here from now on. I brought 2 coats this time. Once they're sold, we'll head back. Chen Xiangdong said. Meanwhile, Li Pingsheng was looking around curiously, his eyes darting everywhere. However, he listened intently to every word Chen Xiangdong said. Got it, brother Xiangdong. You need to be careful around He Jigao, the guy you're living with. Now that you're out running the black market, things are different from before. You have to be cautious in everything you do. Even when you go back to talk to them, you have to be careful. Don't let your mouth run away with you. Got it. I won't say anything out of line. Alright. I'll introduce you to someone. Since you're new to the black market, knowing him will give you some backup. Chen Xiangdong took Li Pingsheng to meet Zhenbao. Zhenbao spotted Chen Xiangdong and immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Dong, long time no see. What brings you to the black market today? I'm here to sell something today. Chen Xiangdong chuckled and handed Zhenbao a cigarette. Zhenbao took it with a smile and tucked it behind his ear. This is my younger brother Li Pingsheng. He'll be selling things at the black market regularly from now on, Chen Xiangdong introduced. Brother Dong's man, huh? I know my way around here. If you ever need anything, brotherly, just come find me. Zhenbao said with a smile. Since Li Pingsheng was brought by Chen Xiangdong, Zhenbao treated him with particular courtesy. Then I'll be counting on you, Zhenbao, to look out for him. Chen Xiangdong said. Don't mention it. Brother Dong asking for my help is an honor for me. Having been around the block a few times, Zhenbao knew how to talk the talk. By the way, do you have any bicycle tickets today? I need to buy one. Sure. We've got one left. Zhenbao pulled out the bicycle ticket and Chen Xiangdong paid him. He needed to buy another bicycle, otherwise Li Pingsheng would have trouble getting around later. Wonder what Brother Dong's selling? Zhenbao eyed the bag Li Pingsheng carried with curiosity. Li Pingsheng wouldn't say anything unless Chen Xiangdong spoke first. So even as Zhenbao stared at the bag, he kept quiet. Just 2 jackets, Chen Xiangdong said with a smile. Then he turned to Li Pingshang, take out the clothes and show them to brother Zhenbao. Chen Xiangdong had his reasons for asking him to take them out. Zhenbao had been around for a long time and knew many people. When the time came, he could help make recommendations. Since Chen Xiangdong had connections with them and maintained good relations, Zhenbao would naturally help promote his products. Li Pingsheng brought them out, and they immediately caught Genbao's attention. Wow, this outer garment is really nice. It looks great. Brother Xiangdong, how much is it? Zhenbao was quite taken with the coat. Buying one for his wife would surely make her happy for a while. 8 yuan each. Made from rabbit fur, it's very warm and finely crafted. My wife made it herself. Chen Xiangdong sounded like he was selling the coat, but upon closer listening, he was just praising his own wife. Wow, your wife is amazing. She makes such great clothes. I'd love to buy one for my wife back home. Zhenbao, I never would have guessed you're quite devoted to your wife. Chen Xiangdong teased. She's given me 4 sons, what a credit to me. How could I not treat her well? Brother Dong, I'll take this one. Zhenbao bought it without hesitation, not even haggling over the price. Alright, 8 yuan. Alright, brother Xiangdong, here's your money. After collecting the payment, everyone went about their business. They found a spot to lay out their clothes. Soon, a woman who looked to be around 30 approached. Drawn by the garments, she stopped to ask the price. Excuse me, how much is this coat? 8 yuan each. They're very warm, they're lined, and the style is nice too. The inside is stuffed with cotton, and the outer layer is made of rabbit fur. Look how soft the fur is, it feels really nice to the touch. Li Pingsheng described it briskly. It does feel nice, but it's a bit pricey. Could you make it a little cheaper? The woman kept touching it over and over, clearly loving this dress. Chapter 196, He stole my money. I'll knock off another $1 for you. Chen Xiangdong said. Alright, I'll take this one then. This dress is truly beautiful, I never see anything like it at the supply and marketing cooperative. The woman said as she picked up the garment. Of course. My wife made it herself. No one else can make clothes like this. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have anything this warm. Once you take it home and wear it, you'll see it's guaranteed to keep you warm. Chen Xiangdong couldn't resist praising his wife again. Alright, take it home and try it on. If it fits well, I'll come back to buy one for my daughter. Judging by her attire and figure, she was a woman of relatively good means. He hadn't expected such good luck today. Both garments sold quickly. Chen Xiangdong handed Li Pingsheng 6 yuan. This is yours. Neither of today's sales was really my doing, Li Pingsheng protested, reluctant to accept the money. Take it. You're part of the team when you're out with me. Chen Xiangdong placed it firmly in Li Pingsheng's hand. Li Pingsheng held the money, his heart overflowing with joy. Getting 6 yuan in a single day, and so easily that if he'd been earning work points, who knows how many years it would take to save up 6 yuan. With the new year approaching, he'd only managed to save 3 yuan so far. Now, he could earn a little extra before the new year. He'd have money for the holidays and could buy Xiaoli some treats. Thanks, brother Xiangdong. I'll work my hardest. Yeah, the black market has plenty of daily necessities and food. Go check it out and see what you can buy. Chen Xiangdong slung his arm around Li Pingsheng's shoulder. Got it. Li Pingsheng browsed the black market, buying several yards of fabric and a pair of shoes. These were all for Xiaoli. He didn't choose to buy rice, flour, or meat. Since he was staying with He Zhigao and the others, anything he bought himself would likely be taken and shared among them. Besides, bringing back flour or rice would only draw He Zhigao's attention. Why bother bringing it back at all? Xiangdong, let's head back. That's all you bought? You could have spent more, you'll earn that money back later. Chen Xiangdong hadn't seen Li Pingsheng buying things for himself, which is why he said that. When you earn money, you should treat yourself well. Just these things. As long as Xiaoli is well dressed, that's enough. And this bag of candy is for Xinqing and the others. Brother Xiangdong, you can take it back later. Even after earning money, Li Pingsheng hadn't forgotten to buy treats for brother Xiangdong's children. Alright. Let's head to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Xiangdong took Li Pingsheng to the supply and marketing cooperative, where they bought a bicycle. Li Pingsheng was curious. Brother Xiangdong, you already have a bicycle. Why buy another one? Bicycles were precious in those days, and it was already quite good for a rural family to have one. Plus, spending money on another one was quite costly. It's for you to ride. From now on, when you go to the black market, it'll be much easier on a bicycle. You can't walk everywhere every time, that's too exhausting. Thanks, brother Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng replied happily. Brother Xiangdong truly understood how to look out for those working alongside him. Working under a boss like him was truly the right choice. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, they rode their bicycles home. On the way back, Chen Xiangdong said, I have some good news to share with you. Xiaoli has a real talent for painting. His artwork is truly beautiful. If she keeps practicing, she'll definitely become an outstanding artist one day. Really? I never noticed Xiaoli could draw. Li Pingsheng was quite surprised. Yeah, we found out yesterday when she was drawing with Xinqing and the others. Her skill level now is actually better than some art teachers. Hearing Chen Xiangdong's high praise, Li Pingsheng believed Xiaoli must truly be an exceptional artist. This was good news, especially for families with better financial means. But for a family like his, it was also heartbreaking. Talent without the means to nurture it was wasted. It's a shame she was born into such a poor family, forced to rely on her penniless brother for support. Her talent is going to be wasted too. Who says her talent will go to waste? I'm telling you this because I want to discuss something with you. When the time comes, I'll sponsor Xiaoli to study at the art academy. As for you, just focus on working for me. As long as you work diligently and remain loyal, you'll surely earn a substantial income in the future. Hearing this, Li Pingsheng's disappointment turned to surprise. Chen Xiangdong continued, you needn't feel burdened about sponsoring Xiaoli. Because I've made an agreement with her, if she ever becomes a renowned painter, she'll give me her most valuable painting as a token of gratitude. She earned this opportunity through her own hard work. Thank you, brother Xiangdong. My sister and I owe you more than we could ever repay in this lifetime. Enough talk. Let's hurry home. Back in the village, Chen Xiangdong told Li Pingsheng to leave the bicycle at his place for easy access when needed. Li Pingsheng pushed the bicycle home, leaving He Zhigao staring in disbelief. It was a brand new bicycle, clearly not Chen Xiangdong's old one. Where'd you get that bike? He Zhigao immediately asked, his heart filled with envy that Li Pingsheng could ride a bicycle. I borrowed it from brother Xiangdong. Li Pingsheng replied casually. He Zhigao was skeptical. Really? But this isn't the one he usually rides. Newly bought. Li Pingsheng locked the bicycle inside the house. Leaving a bike outside these days was risky. One wrong move and it could get stolen. You're something else, kid. Better at networking than I am. He Zhigao said sarcastically. Li Pingsheng ignored him and got ready to boil water and cook. The next day, He Zhigao rummaged through his pillowcase and discovered his savings were gone. He kept all his money hidden in the pillowcase. His family had given him 200 yuan earlier and he'd been saving it carefully. He still had 170 yuan left. Every day, he checked to make sure the money was still there. He'd only forgotten to check yesterday, and now the money was gone. Yesterday, Li Pingsheng had gone out and bought a new bicycle. He certainly didn't have enough money to buy a bicycle. Although he claimed Chen Xiangdong had bought it for him, he didn't believe a word of it. He was just saying that to throw people off the scent. He must have stolen his money to buy that bicycle, it had to be. Li Pingsheng stole his money. He Zhigao rushed straight to the brigade office to lodge a complaint. Brigade leader, Li Pingsheng stole my money. You must stand up for me. Chapter 197, Confrontation. Little he, check again. Maybe you just misplaced it somewhere? The captain, who often interacted with Li Pingsheng, didn't believe he was the type to steal. I've already looked everywhere. It's definitely Li Pingsheng who stole it. He took my money to buy a bicycle. The money was still there the day before yesterday. I just didn't check yesterday. When I looked this morning, it was gone. Yesterday, Li Pingsheng came back with a bicycle, saying he'd just bought it. If he hadn't stolen my money, how could he possibly afford to buy a bicycle? He Zhigao insisted that Li Pingsheng had stolen his money. Now he was finished. Having stolen the money, he couldn't take the village teaching position either. Then it would be his turn to become the teacher. He Zhigao kept a close eye on Li Pingsheng every day, just waiting for him to slip up so he could report him and prevent him from becoming a teacher. Now, he'd finally caught him red-handed. He bought a bicycle? Hearing this, the village chief was puzzled too. Under normal circumstances, Li Pingsheng simply couldn't afford a bicycle. Could it be he really stole the money? Yes, it's still locked up in his room right now. The captain then instructed others to bring Li Pingsheng to the brigade office to confront He Zhigao. Li Pingsheng, unaware of what was happening, arrived at the brigade office entrance. He saw several villagers sitting outside the office door, pointing and whispering about him. Li Pingsheng entered the office and asked, Captain, what do you need me for? This won't take long, will it? I have to head out soon. He Zhigao says you stole his money. Did you really steal it? If you did it, admit your mistake properly. Considering your attitude, the organization will be lenient with you. Captain, you actually believe He Zhigao's accusations? He said you bought a new bicycle. Did you use the stolen money to buy that bicycle? The captain pressed further. Li Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh. He Zhigao was quite the character, even something like this could be twisted to implicate him in stealing money. I didn't steal any money. I bought the bike from brother Dong. He Zhigao is slandering me. Li Pingsheng declared. You bought the bicycle. Saying Chen Xiangdong bought it is just your excuse. He Zhigao was flushed with anger. I couldn't afford to buy a bike anyway. That bike really was bought from brother Xiangdong, he let me ride it. Besides, if I really stole money, I wouldn't rush out to buy a bicycle right away, that would just make people suspicious. Besides, in times like these, any money you have goes toward food. How could I afford a bicycle when I can barely feed myself? Li Pingsheng, might be a bit simple, but you can't treat me like a fool. Li Pingsheng defended himself. You're the one who stole it. Stop making excuses. As a teacher, you're stealing like a thief. You don't deserve to be a teacher. Having someone like you teach will surely corrupt every child in the village. Team leader, I suggest we can't let Li Pingsheng continue teaching. Xiaohe, don't get too worked up. We haven't investigated this thoroughly yet. Your words alone can't prove Li Pingsheng is a thief. Let's go search your house and see if it's hidden in some corner. The team leader certainly wouldn't declare Li Pingsheng a thief just because of He Jigao's words. Fine, let's go. If we don't find it there, then Li Pingsheng must have stolen it. When He Jigao left, he searched everywhere but couldn't find it. Going back to search again wouldn't make any difference. Soon after, the group followed the captain to He Jigao's home. Inside the house, they searched everywhere. The captain also sent someone to fetch Chen Xiangdong, since Li Pingsheng claimed Chen had bought the bicycle and needed to confirm it. Nothing here. Nothing here either. They searched inside for quite some time, turning over every possible spot, but still couldn't find it. I told you it wouldn't be found. Now you believe me, right? My money really is gone. Li Pingsheng must have stolen it. Xiaohe, calm down. We need to get to the bottom of this. The captain tried to calm him down. Isn't it obvious? My money's gone. It was stolen. You can't possibly understand how I feel right now because it wasn't you who lost the money. If you won't handle this, I'm going to report him to the commune. Report who? Who stole your money? At that moment, Chen Xiangdong approached. Brother Xiangdong, I know you're close with Li Pingsheng. You'll definitely take his side. He Jigao said. How can you assume Li Pingsheng stole your money just because of a new bicycle? I'm the one who bought the bike, I'm its rightful owner. I bought the bike, you wouldn't suspect me of stealing your money too, would you? Brother Xiangdong, this is different. How can you compare yourself to Li Pingsheng? He's a poor kid, how much money could he possibly have? I know him well. Even if he hadn't bought the bike, he bought fabric and shoes for his little sister. With the few coins he had, how could he possibly afford fabric and shoes? He's a thief. He doesn't deserve to be a teacher. He needs to pay me back or else I won't let this go. He Jigao's tone was unyielding. He was convinced Li Pingsheng was the culprit and was determined to remove him from his teaching position this time. Chen Xiangdong listened to his tirade, not just angry about the money he'd lost. He could tell that He Jigao simply didn't want Li Pingsheng to be a teacher. When someone is consumed by intense jealousy, they're capable of anything. It seemed that even if Li Pingsheng hadn't stolen the money, He Jigao would still find ways to pick on him in the future. This teaching position better off without it. Teaching wouldn't earn him many work points anyway. He hadn't considered sending him to the black market before, which was why he'd recommended Li Pingsheng for the teaching position. He'd thought it would be easier that way. But things are different now. Li Pingsheng doesn't have to be a teacher. You're calling someone a thief for saving money through frugality? He Jigao, do you assume everyone who spends a little more is a thief? If the money turns up, then Li Pingsheng isn't a thief. Chen Xiangdong trusted Li Pingsheng implicitly. Now that Li Pingsheng could earn quick money, he had no need to steal He Jigao's cash. Nyo, go sniff around, where could the money have fallen? Nyo, crouched nearby, immediately dashed into the room upon hearing the command, sniffing every corner. Finally, she fetched a smelly shoe from beside the Kong and placed it before Chen Xiangdong. If I'm not mistaken, the money must have fallen inside that shoe. Chen Xiangdong said. It was a pair of high-top shoes. The captain bent down, shook the shoe, and emptied it out. Sure enough, a small bundle of banknotes tied with a rubber band tumbled out. I couldn't find it. It was in the shoe all along. Why didn't I shake it harder earlier? It's because the shoe stinks so bad, I couldn't stand the smell. I actually wanted to check that shoe earlier. Nyo knows the real deal, that dog nose is unbeatable. The villagers who had just come inside to help search for the money all chimed in. He Jigao, this is the money that fell out, right? Next time, hide it properly. Don't accidentally drop it inside your shoe again. Your shoe stinks to high heaven. Chapter 198, The Wife's Thoughts. He Jigao picked up his bundle of small bills, his face flushing with embarrassment. With the money found, he dared not make a fuss. Thanks for saving me, Brother Xiangdong, Li Pingsheng said gratefully. I think you should quit being a teacher. That job just isn't right for you. Chen Xiangdong remarked. Yeah, I think so too. I'm not cut out for teaching. Li Pingsheng turned to the team leader. Captain, I'm quitting as the village teacher. Find someone suitable to take my place. Running the black market with Chen Xiangdong is so much more profitable. Why stick around as a teacher? He Jigao has always coveted this teaching position, let's just hand it over to him. If we don't give it to him, he'll just stir up trouble later. They had big plans ahead, they couldn't let a petty troublemaker ruin everything. Li Pingsheng, being the village teacher isn't just anyone's job. Are you really giving it up? The team leader asked. Team leader, I've made up my mind. I won't be the teacher. Li Pingsheng said earnestly. Alright then. Seeing Li Pingsheng had made up his mind, the team leader said no more. He Jigao was quite surprised that Li Pingsheng had voluntarily given up the teaching position. Since Li Pingsheng had given up, no one could blame him for taking the teaching position. He Jigao quickly interjected, Captain, if Li Pingsheng won't teach, I will. I'm also an educated youth from the city. I've received higher education and am fully qualified for the position. The captain glanced at Chen Xiangdong. Seeing him nod, the captain said, Alright then. From now on, you'll be the substitute teacher for the village. Make sure you teach the children well. Absolutely, Captain. I'll treat every child as if they were my own. With that matter settled, at least for the time being, He Zhigao would be more manageable. Li Pingsheng not teaching meant he could have more flexible time. Both garments from yesterday had sold, giving Lin Yueshio renewed motivation to sew. She rose early and began working away at the sewing machine. By the time Chen Xiangdong returned from the brigade office, she had already finished one piece. Spotting Chen Xiangdong's return, Lin Yueshio sat up straight. She had something to discuss with him. Xiangdong, I'd like to discuss something with you. What's on your mind? I'm all ears. It's about suggestions for making clothes. Go ahead. I never imagined that once I put the clothes out for sale, they'd sell so quickly. It shows people actually like what I make. I can make about 4 pieces a day. If I could make more, we could earn more money. Chen Xiangdong was quite surprised to hear Lin Yueshio say this. He hadn't expected that after selling just 2 pieces of clothing, his wife would get hooked. Indeed, making money can be addictive. So what are your thoughts? Chen Xiangdong asked. We could get Li Er's wife to help out. The commune had previously shown consideration for their financial hardship by placing a sewing machine in their home, allowing her to do needlework to supplement their work points. Now they have a sewing machine at home. They're still struggling. The child's out of the hospital but needs ongoing medication. If we let her share some of the work and pay her per piece, that way, it could help their family too. What do you think? Sure. As long as she keeps it confidential, it's no problem. Really? Great. How much should we pay her? $1 per item. Right now, Li Pingsheng handles selling clothes on the black market and he gets a $3 commission per item. We sell each garment for 8 yuan, leaving 4 yuan profit. Costs are around 1 yuan, so the remaining 3 yuan is yours, my dear. Chen Xiangdong did the math. Truth be told, rabbit fur didn't require much cost since it was all automatically farmed within the system. The main expense came from the fabric needed for sewing. He never imagined his wife would be so resourceful. And now she was practically becoming a little money grubbing. Alright, I'll go talk to Li Er's wife right away. Don't make a big fuss when you go out, Chen Xiangdong reminded her. Because in the countryside, many women just can't keep their mouths shut. One slip up and they'd blab everything. That's why he had to give her a heads up. Got it. Lin Yueshio said before heading out. Lin Yueshio arrived at Li Er the deaf man's house. Li Er was out, leaving only his wife and child at home. Mrs. Li, I've come to tell you some good news. Lin Yueshio closed the door behind her. What is it? You're being so mysterious. Asked Li Er's wife curiously. I'm telling you this, but you mustn't say a word. Xiangdong brought rabbit fur and fabric for me to make into coats to sell on the black market. You have a sewing machine too. If you help me make them, I'll pay you $1 per coat. $1. Hearing she'd get $1 per coat, Li Er's wife was naturally tempted. Their family situation was dire now. The second child hadn't been born yet, so she couldn't go out to do heavy labor. The eldest was sick and needed someone to look after him, plus they had to buy medicine every month. Li Er's labor points alone couldn't possibly support the whole family. Now, with such a great opportunity, Li Er's wife was naturally eager to accept. Alright, I'm in. But I must warn you, this carries risks. We must be discreet, no one can find out. Lin Yueshio said. Yueshio, don't worry. I understand. I don't know if I offended the heavens in my past life. Why must this life be so hard? In this world, sigh. Our family can barely make ends meet, and now the child is sick. Every penny we had went to the child, and we even borrowed from Xiangdong to make ends meet. How could I bear to abandon a living child without treating his illness? Sister-in-law Li Er, things will get better. Yes, I'll work hard sewing clothes. That way, brother Li Er won't have such a heavy burden. Li Er's wife thought, if I can earn 1 yuan per garment, and make 5 garments a day, that's 5 yuan. That was far better than earning work points. Here are 10 yuan worth of grain coupons in advance for you. Lin Yueshio knew grain coupons were what she needed most right now. She went to get them from the rest area. Alright, thank you, Yueshio. Li Er's wife accepted the ration tickets. At last, their food supply for the coming days was secured. No need to thank me, sister-in-law. I'll go get the fabric for you now, and we can make the clothes today. Alright. After Lin Yueshio left, Li Er's wife moved the sewing machine into the room. This way it would be more discreet and less likely to be discovered by others. Chapter 199, New Year's. Over the next few days, Lin Yueshio and Lier's wife both worked on sewing clothes. Lier's wife worked tirelessly, busy all day and late into the night. She hoped to earn as much as possible before the new year so they could celebrate properly. Within 2 days, they had already completed 20 garments. As the new year approached, wealthy families would buy new clothes for their relatives. Therefore, selling clothes at this time was relatively easy. Li Pingxing made 2 trips and sold all 20 garments. Sister-in-law, here's the remaining 10 yuan. Take it. Thank you, Yueshio. Bring some more fabric tonight, and I'll keep sewing. When Lin Yueshio arrived, Lier's wife told her. Having received payment again, she was more than willing to work through the night at Lier's wife's request. Alright, I'll head back soon, sort things out, and see how many more I can make with the remaining fabric. Alright. Lin Yueshio went back. Lier's wife kept sewing on the machine while Lier brought her some cornbread to eat. Lier's wife didn't eat. Put it away. Who has time to eat now? Making clothes is more important. Soon, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and firecrackers echoed through the village. Last year hadn't been nearly this lively. Last year, their village had barely any meat for the New Year celebrations. This year was different. Chen Xiangdong had provided meat for the village, which they'd saved for the holiday. Now, every household in the village had meat to eat. The holiday was both joyful and lively. The festive atmosphere was incredibly rich. Unlike later generations, where people could eat anything they wanted year-round and had plenty of entertainment options. Even those who didn't go out to play during the New Year would just stare at their phones. In short, it lacked that special festive flavor. At the carpenter's house in the village, the family gathered around to eat meat. The elderly matriarch, toothless, gnawed on a piece of meat, muttering, "This new year is truly wonderful. We get to eat meat and have a plentiful feast." Her daughter-in-law smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Xiangdong. If it weren't for him, how could we afford meat for the new year? We really owe him a debt of gratitude." You're absolutely right, daughter-in-law. After we finish eating, we'll take a few eggs over to his house to pay our New Year's respects. We don't have much to offer, but a few eggs show our heartfelt thanks. Yes, that's fine. The carpenter's daughter-in-law got up to pack the eggs before she had even finished her meal. The same scene played out in many households across the village. Zhao Manchang was indeed feeling a bit downcast. He took a sip of wine and picked up a piece of meat. His wife, lost in her own thoughts, remarked, "Thanks to Xiangdong, we've got meat to eat this new year." Hearing this, Zhao Manchang felt even more disheartened. "What are you talking about, woman? Making Chen Xiangdong sound so great. He just got lucky catching a few pigs. If the brigade hadn't explicitly stated that hunters must turn in a portion of their catch, would that kid have brought the meat to the brigade office for us to share? Only a foolish woman like you would think he's doing us a favor." Zhao Manchang's wife dared not say another word. She knew that if she uttered one more sentence, the next thing she'd get was a beating. That kid just got lucky. Why's he acting like some saint? Zhao Manchang stared at the bowl of meat on the table, thinking of the sumptuous feast Chen Xiangdong's family was enjoying right now. It made him feel deeply resentful. As the village party secretary, the highest official in the village, Chen Xiangdong's family ate several times better than his own. Even eating a piece of meat made him grind his teeth in fury. On the second day of the new year, newlywed brides from Shirsha village returned to their parents' homes to pay New Year's respects. As soon as she entered the village, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. She sniffed the air. "It smells so good, all that meat. How come there's so much meat in the village this year?" No wonder her mother had insisted she return home for the new year. Her mother's house would surely have meat to eat too. She and her husband hurried home and saw 2 plates of meat indeed laid out on the table. "Mom, this year's New Year feast is so abundant. I hardly got any meat at all back in Shirsha village. I knew you wouldn't get any meat there, that's why I asked you to come home for the new year. After working all year, you deserve a good meal," her mother said with a smile. Her husband hurried over and picked up a piece with his chopsticks to taste it. But his daughter quickly tapped his hand. "Everyone else hasn't started eating yet, and you're already digging in? You have no manners at all." "Oh, it's just been so long since I've had any meat. The moment I see meat, I get so hungry my hands just can't help themselves. Your village must be doing really well this year. Every household has meat to eat. And such generous portions, it's truly rare these days. That's because our village has a big shot, you know Chen Xiangdong, right? He even helped hunt wild boar in your village before. If it weren't for him, how much meat would we have had to eat during the new year? He's the one who got us meat, vegetables, and even extra grain rations." The woman's mother spoke with a beaming smile. "Him? The Laolin family really missed out. They were too stubborn. They didn't know how to hold on to such a good son-in-law." The man shook his head, then added, "Mom, how about I move over here instead? I'll come live here from now on." His brother-in-law shot him a disapproving look. "You're moving into my family's house just for a few pieces of meat? Dream on. At Chen Xiangdong's house, a large table was laden with dishes: chicken soup, braised fish, marinated pork trotters, sweet and sour spare ribs, and dry pot rabbit. The aroma of meat filled the room. Several families with no blood ties brought gifts for the new year, like the carpenter's family. They simply felt that because of Chen Xiangdong, they were able to eat meat during the new year, so they brought tokens of their appreciation to pay their respects. Though the gifts were modest, the sentiment was sincere. Even without expensive presents, they felt compelled to make the trip. "Xiangdong, we've come to pay our New Year's respects." Carrying eggs in their hands, they entered to find the table laden with sumptuous dishes. They couldn't help but feel envious. "Xiangdong, your family eats way too well. Come join us for dinner," Lin Yueshio said warmly. Of course, they knew their place. Chen Xiangdong had already shared meat with them. They wouldn't be so shameless as to freeload on a full meal too. "No thanks, we just came to pay our New Year's respects and wish you all the best. We don't have much to offer either, just 3 eggs per household." Chen Xiangdong quickly interjected, "We have eggs at home. You guys need them more than I do. Don't bring any gifts. Take these back, they'll be good for your children." He refused to accept anything the villagers brought. "Listen to me. There's a famine now, and who knows when the weather will improve. This situation will last for quite some time. Keep your things for now. When things get better for you later, you can give me things, then there's no rush." Chen Xiangdong didn't want to accept gifts from these kind-hearted villagers. After all, they too were still suffering. Only after much refusal did the villagers finally take their goods back. But no sooner had they left than another group of villagers arrived, insisting on expressing their gratitude to Chen Xiangdong by bringing gifts to his home for the new year. "Xiangdong, please accept our token of appreciation. It's small, but our hearts are in it. Indeed, without you, how could we have enjoyed such a bountiful new year? Without you, our lives wouldn't have improved. My family isn't well off, so all I can offer are a few corn cakes, but please accept our heartfelt wishes." What they brought wasn't just cornbread, there were steamed buns, boiled sweet potatoes. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments: Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various downloads available.